Chu Yunxuan, upon casually scanning the QR code on a snack package's prize card, found himself transported to a world where awakening was universal and monstrous beasts roamed freely across Blue Star. In this realm, the demon race was governed by the 12 demon god temples, each presided over by a mighty demon deity. The 8 great demon domains were ruled by 8 formidable demon gods. The human race teetered on the brink of extinction. Did he fail to gain admission to a martial arts university at the outset? Was he destined to live an ordinary life, relegated to the status of a mere commoner? Criticism rained down upon him, especially after a breakup with the campus belle. However, he awakened the infinite system, which allowed him to randomly activate new abilities each week. At times, he would even unlock multiple systems in a single day, inundated with the exhilarating barrage of new capabilities. Ding! Congratulations on activating the fair play system. Ding! Congratulations on activating the infinite skill system. Ding! Congratulations on activating the defeated opponent system. Ding! Congratulations on activating the goddess summoning system. Soon, while his peers were still attending martial arts university, Chu Yunxuan had already made headlines. What? That useless fellow has slain a god? Wait, we haven't even graduated, and he has already vanquished a deity? What? He has even won the affection of one of the 12 demon gods. Not long after, Chu Yunxuan stood atop the pinnacle of martial prowess, facing questions from reporters. Reporter, may I ask, God Xian, what are your thoughts on standing at the pinnacle of Blue Star? With a resigned shrug, Chu Yunxuan replied, it was a swift journey, quite tranquil. Congratulations, students, on successfully awakening and gaining admission to your desired martial arts universities. In the classroom, a male teacher scanned the room, a smile gracing his face. A wave of excitement rippled through the students. I would like to especially commend Jiang Hao and Ran Xiuxue. Their exceptional talents allowed them to awaken the rare lightning and ice attributes, securing places at our esteemed Tianhua Academy. Wow! The class directed envious glances toward Jiang Hao and Ran Xiuxue. Ran Xiuxue sat proudly, her head held high, while Jiang Hao beamed. It is thanks to Teacher Wang's guidance. Teacher Wang nodded in satisfaction before shifting his focus. However, his gaze landed on a male student slumped over in slumber. Only one student in the class failed to awaken Chu Yunxuan. Teacher Wang's voice rang out. Laughter erupted as everyone turned to the sleeping figure. Ugh! Chu Yunxuan slowly sat up, bewildered, surveying his unfamiliar surroundings. Had he truly crossed over? Just moments ago, he had purchased a bag of snacks on Earth, finding a winning card within. When he scanned the QR code with his phone, intending to claim his prize, he suddenly found himself here. What a twist of fate. This method of crossing over had broadened. It was no longer limited to accidents or lightning strikes. It was utterly unpredictable. Chu Yunxuan, what are you daydreaming about? Teacher Wang scolded, furrowing his brow. He then shook his head in resignation. Forget it, I understand you're feeling down. School is dismissed. With that, Teacher Wang exited the classroom. The others began to chatter excitedly. Serves him right. Always slacking off, this is divine retribution. Look at his good looks. He's still a failure who cannot awaken and cultivate. From now on, call me Brother Liu. This is the fate of someone who flaunted their charm before us. Ha ha ha. Continue your boasting. Chu Yunxuan ignored their taunts, focusing instead on understanding this world. Blue Star, a chaotic realm where awakening was universal and monstrous beasts roamed freely. The demon race was immensely powerful, with 12 demon god temples, each guarded by a demon god. The demon race also had 8 great domains, ruled by 8 demon gods, perpetually encroaching upon human cities. For the human race, the college entrance examination was a momentous occasion. On this day, students could awaken through the awakening stone. Those born into prominent families often awakened in their youth, yet possessing the awakening stone did not guarantee success. Only a select few could achieve this. Ordinary individuals who successfully awakened during the entrance exams could enroll in their desired martial arts universities, embarking on their journey into martial arts. They would enhance their cultivation, refine martial skills, and venture into demon territories to slay beasts. However, each year, many failed to awaken, resigning themselves to a mundane existence within the city. Clearly, Chu Yunxuan found himself in this unfortunate category. Moreover, the original owner of this body was not a paragon of virtue. Despite his youth, he had committed numerous misdeeds. Relying on his looks, he attracted the attention of many girls, including several talented martial artists, inciting envy among the boys. Oh dear, a failure. Jiang Hao, seated at the desk in front of Chu Yunxuan, remarked with a mocking tone. How could he be anything but a failure in cultivation? All that time parading around with martial artist girls, only to reveal himself as a useless wretch. Ha ha ha. The surrounding students erupted in laughter. Jiang Hao continued, TSK, perhaps you should consider working. My dad's company needs a security guard. How does 3,005 a month sound? Chu Yunxuan chuckled softly before swiftly slapping him off the desk. Did you just hit me? Jiang Hao glared at Chu Yunxuan with wide eyes, seething. Look at you flaunting yourself, forgetting how you used to call me Brother Xian every other moment. You're still a zero in cultivation, unable to even release your lightning attribute, aren't you? Jiang Hao clenched his fists. Despite not awakening, Chu Yunxuan had trained in martial arts with his sister and was undeniably formidable in combat. Especially with his girlfriend frequently being a martial artist, none dared to provoke him. Fine, just you wait. You can flaunt for now, but when my cultivation rises, it'll repay this humiliation. Jiang Hao fumed, pointing at Chu Yunxuan. Repay humiliation? You wish. Chu Yunxuan kicked him away with force. He then cast a glance at the boys who had reveled in his misfortune moments ago. They all lowered their heads, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Chu Yunxuan smiled and stood up, preparing to leave. Chu Yunxuan. At that moment, a quiet girl stood up. Oh dear, come here for a hug. Chu Yunxuan opened his arms toward her. Ran Xiaoxue, the school belle, and currently his girlfriend. Ran Xiaoxue shook her head, stepping back. Let's break up? Chu Yunxuan raised an eyebrow. Ran Xiaoxue continued. We will no longer inhabit the same world, so please do not cling to me. Ha ha ha. Chu Yunxuan, you're nothing but a clown. Jiang Hao scrambled to his feet, laughing heartily. TSK. Chu Yunxuan scratched his head. How curious. Wasn't it you who desperately wanted to be with me last week? Now I'm the one clinging to you? At this, Ran Qiuxu's expression shifted. Regardless, you're no longer worthy of me, so let's not meet again. With that, she walked away, head held high. Chu Yunxuan remained unfazed. He shot a glance at Jiang Hao, then casually slapped him, leaving him dazed. With that, Chu Yunxuan strode out confidently. Damn you. Just you wait. Jiang Hao's face turned ashen, teeth grinding in rage, that on his way home, Chu Yunxuan was scrolling through his phone. Breaking news. Linfeng City fell completely this morning at 8 o'clock and is now occupied by the second demon god temple. Shock. The Lord of the Divine Alliance, the esteemed Shangguan Yu, has astonishingly displayed the unparalleled 4 attributes. The Judgment Council's young master, Zhang Chuchun, slayed a demon dragon with a single strike, stunning the blue star. Video attached. Comments. My fate is my own. Zhang Chuchun is so impressive. I truly wish he were my dorm supervisor that way. He could check my attendance for me. Milky white snowflake. As expected of someone ranked among the top in the talented ones list, he is only 22 and already a formidable force in the realm of laws. Bull big. Humph. Zhang Chuchun is merely a clown. If he were before me, I would break his legs. Glancing at these headlines, Chu Yunxuan sighed, feeling a twinge of envy. A classic underdog starting point. By the conventions of transmigration, shouldn't I be activating his system soon? He muttered to himself. Ding, infinite system has been activated. Chu Yunxuan. Web novels, you do not deceive me. Open a system. Infinite system. A new system will randomly activate every week. If a minor system is activated, it will only last 1 to 2 days, ensuring the host experiences an overwhelming variety of systems. Examples include Invincible System, 50-50 System with a World, Unlimited Skills System, Goddess Summoning and Conquest System, etc. Upon activation, completing system tasks will yield rewards. Chu Yunxuan. What the? A high-tier system? While others acquire but a single system upon transmigration, he receives a new one each week. If a minor system activates, it implies lesser potency, lasting only a day or 2. Otherwise, it may hold little value, necessitating an early closure to unlock a more powerful system. Ding, there are still 6 hours, 12 minutes, and 13 seconds until the first system activates. Please be patient. Chu Yunxuan, bring it on. I am eager to see what system you will grant me. Chapter 2. Your egg is burnt. Chu Yunxuan arrived at the entrance of his home, situated in a rather upscale neighborhood of Tianhua City. It was a 3-bedroom apartment. Upon opening the door, an enticing aroma of cooked food wafted towards him. Welcome back. A tall figure donned in an apron approached him, naturally offering him a pair of slippers while placing his discarded shoes neatly in the shoe cabinet. Before him stood a woman of striking beauty, the most exquisite he had ever encountered in his life. At that moment, she had simply tied her hair into a bun. I've taken care of your jacket, she said. taking it from his hands as she walked towards the balcony. Dinner is ready. Hurry and eat. Lin Yue was adopted by Chu Yunxuan's parents when she was merely 10 years old. He couldn't help but reflect on the cliché of his life, an all-too-familiar tale of reincarnation. 5 years ago, or even 10. It was the same old script, a weakling protagonist, orphan parents, and a stunningly beautiful sister or sibling without blood ties. How trite. What an antiquated storyline in this day and age. If such a narrative surfaced in contemporary novels, readers would surely scoff. Years ago, Lin Yue had been attacked by a beast and, apart from her name, had lost all memory of her past. Subsequently, the family resided in Tianhai City, adjacent to Tianhua City, until it fell to ruin, resulting in the tragic demise of Chu Yunxuan's parents. At the tender age of 14, Lin Yue had led the 8-year-old Chu Yunxian to wander into Tianhua City. Since that time, she had taken it upon herself to care for him. Remarkably, when her parents adopted Lin Yue, she had already awakened her powers. After arriving in Tianhua City, she was invited to join Tianhua University, where she had since been regarded as one of the most formidable talents in the city, possessing dual attributes of ice and space. Lin Yue was not one to jest. It seemed she had concealed countless burdens within her heart. Yet, she would always offer a smile solely to Chu Yunxian. However, their relationship had not been amicable. Initially, after her adoption, she often isolated herself in her room, responding only with curt affirmatives. The original host harbored resentment towards her, believing she was responsible for their parents' death. During the fall of Tianhai City, Lin Yue had been training in the beast realm and was absent when the attack occurred. Chu Yunxuan's parents had succumbed to their injuries. The original host had long been troubled by the notion that, as the only martial artist in the family, her absence had led to their demise. Over the years, Lin Yue had supported him, doing his laundry, cooking, and providing him with money. A decade flew by. Sighing, Chu Yunxian contemplated, what fault did she truly have? Lin Yue approached him, her gaze softening as she whispered, eat up. I prepared 2 dishes you've never tried before. Okay, he nodded, taking a seat. Lin Yue glanced at him, removing her apron as she continued. You eat first and leave the dishes on the table. I'll take care of them when I return. I need to step out for a bit. Chu Yunxian understood her intentions. She was heading to the beast realm. This would not only serve as training for her, but also allow her to collect the valuable beast crystals to sell for a considerable sum. Be careful, he cautioned as he watched her put on her shoes. Lin Yue suddenly froze, her body trembling slightly. After a brief pause, she responded with a soft Since arriving in Tianhua City, Chu Yunxian had never shown her a hint of concern. She removed her freshly donned shoes once more. I almost forgot to fry you an egg, she said, stepping into the kitchen. I'll do it, Chu Yunxian offered, following her inside. Can you? Lin Yue's eyes sparkled with curiosity. It's just frying an egg. How hard can it be? I'll make one for you too. I'm not eating. She gently shook her head. But I made it with my own hands, he insisted. Then, just have one, he smiled. Lin Yue leaned against the wall, lost in thought as she gazed at Chu Yunxuan's back. After a moment, she spoke softly, Xian. He turned to her. I'll help you find a way to awaken your powers. It was evident she had learned of his failed awakening through her own means. In truth, it was all anticipated. Years ago, Lin Yue had procured an awakening stone for him, but he had failed then. She had held on to hope that he might succeed during the college entrance examinations. Chu Yunxian chuckled softly. It's all right. I understand what it means for a boy to be unable to cultivate, and I know you despise mediocrity. In my eyes, my brother will undoubtedly become a towering figure. I'll never forget the day I first met you and our parents, when you resolutely declared your desire to become strong and protect everyone. He smiled again. I've let you down. I've been rather aimless these years. Lin Yue shook her head. No, I've seen the spark in your eyes. Which is why I firmly believe in you. Please trust me. I will help you. Xian. Lin Yue gazed earnestly into his eyes. This world is inherently unjust. What we must do is strive to make it a little fairer. Chu Yunxian nodded, smiling. I understand, but you truly need to worry. Perhaps I can awaken after all. Lin Yue paused, taken aback by his words. Am I trying to deceive you? Lin Yue smiled slightly, and suddenly, her brow furrowed, and she pointed ahead. Xian. Your egg. What? Chu Yunxian instinctively lowered his head. Your egg is burnt. After finishing their meal, Lin Yue departed. Chu Yunxian returned to his room and opened the interface. Host. Chu Yunxian age. 18 realm. None attributes. None strength. 11. Average for ordinary people. 10. Speed. 11. Physique. 10 mana. 0 mentality. 8. Talent skills. None rewards. None his average attributes were slightly above that of an ordinary person. Thanks to the years spent practicing martial arts with Lin Yue, although their relationship was strained, the original host was not foolish. Learning some self-defense techniques was certainly beneficial. He wondered what kind of system he might unlock. With a sigh, Chu Yunxuan pondered this as the clock struck midnight. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, you have received a beginner's gift package. Ding. Congratulations, you have randomly activated the defeated opponent system. Chu Yunxuan raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Chapter 3. System, are you bugging me? Defeated opponent system? Chu Yunxuan hurriedly opened the system. Defeated opponent system. While this system is active, any opponent you defeat will become your defeated opponent, granting rewards. The stronger the opponent, the greater the rewards. Remaining time for the system, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. What? Upon reading this explanation, Chu Yunxuan was taken aback. How could an ordinary person, without any cultivation, defeat others? The stronger the opponent, the greater the rewards, yet he could only defeat ordinary people. What rewards could he possibly earn? Chu Yunxuan fell into a state of distress. Fine. At least this system would last only one day. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a mischievous smile crept onto his lips. System. Why does this feel ominously foreboding? Open the beginner's gift package. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the explosive card. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the wish card. Explosive card, as the name suggests, usage count. 1. Reality manifestation card. Can only be used on others. Upon use, reality will manifest, limited to 3 times. Note. Ineffective against warriors above the Xianti realm. This. Chu Yunxuan was momentarily stunned. Is this system even serious? What a pity that the reality manifestation card has limitations. Otherwise, he could simply wish to elevate his cultivation to the Dao realm and become invincible. Though ineffective against those above the Xianti realm, it is still quite useful. A flurry of thoughts began to form in Chu Yunxuan's mind. The cultivation levels of Blue Star warriors are akin to those of magical beasts. Qi refinement, clear aperture, Xianti, Xiantian, divine ability, law, domain, heaven's respect, divine emperor. And Dao. Each major realm is further subdivided into 1 to 10 stars. Awakening around the age of 18 and reaching 5 stars in the clear aperture realm by 20 is already sufficient. Attaining the Xianti realm qualifies one as a genius. If one possesses exceptional talent and awakens at a young age, they may even reach the Xiantian realm by 20. Take, for instance, the Judgment Association's young master, Zhang Chuchen, who awakened at 8 and now appears to be at the law realm. He is nearly unparalleled. Linyar is impressive as well. It is unknown at what age she awakened, but by the time he encountered her at 10, she had already done so. Now, she too is at the Xiantian realm and on the verge of advancing to the divine ability realm. It is worth noting that the martial arts instructors at Tianhua University may not even possess the Xiantian realm cultivation. The Xiantian realm is already a mark of extraordinary strength. Thus, Linyar is correct. This world is inherently unfair. All one can do is strive to become stronger and work diligently to make everything relatively just. The next day, you are mine, and I am yours. A single glance too long could ignite an explosion, drawing near to the point of melting. Early in the morning, the alarm rang. Chu Yunxuan yawned as he rose from bed and stepped out of his room. Upon opening the door, he once again saw that beautiful silhouette busily working in the kitchen. It pained him to see her. She is in the prime of her youth, yet she has sacrificed so much and bears so many burdens. Why are you awake so early? Linyar turned her head to ask. Good morning, Zayar. Chu Yunxuan grinned. What Zayar? Linyar furrowed her brows slightly. I think it sounds more affectionate. Chu Yunxuan stepped closer, taking her hand with a smile. Linyar looked at Chu Yunxuan before her, feeling as if her brother had suddenly transformed into a different person. That's too cheesy. Wash up and prepare for breakfast, Linyar said. Wait a moment, come here. Chu Yunxuan beckoned. Linyar turned off the stove, walking over with a puzzled expression. Let us have a spar, Chu Yunxuan proposed. Linyar tilted her head slightly. Then you just need to pretend you're not my opponent and concede. Though she was unsure of Chu Yunxuan's intentions, Linyar nodded. I'm coming, Chu Yunxuan declared. Bring it on, Linyar replied casually. Chu Yunxuan then pushed Linyar, who clutched her chest, and stumbled back several steps, before collapsing onto the sofa. Oh. You're too strong. I'm no match for you. I concede, Linyar said, lacking any semblance of acting skills. Her lines stiff and devoid of emotion. Seeing her performance, Chu Yunxuan couldn't help but twitch his lips. However, system, where's the reward? Chu Yunxuan eagerly inquired in his mind. System, huh? Chu Yunxuan continued the dialogue in his mind. Reward. I activated the defeated opponent system. Having just defeated my sister, aren't you going to issue a reward? System. Chu Yunxuan, you can't be trying to cheat me, right? I just defeated my opponent. Hurry up with the reward. System. Ah, who are you? I gave you the system to make you stronger. And here you are, exploiting a bug. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the reward, gritting teeth, defeating an opponent at the Xian Tian 8-star level. You receive the reward. Cultivation raised to Qi refinement 10 stars. Lightning attribute acquired. Divine level training talent. Chu Yunxuan's eyes lit up. Wow, this is exhilarating. I mean, defeating an 8-star opponent at the Xian Tian level yields such an incredible reward. Reaching the first major realm at 10 stars. Just one step away from the clear aperture realm. Not to mention acquiring the rare lightning attribute and divine level training talent. I'm about to soar. Linier sat down, observing Chu Yunxuan, who seemed lost in thought. It had just felt like playing house. She couldn't comprehend why, but at this moment, little Xian. He would truly believe he had defeated someone at the Xian Tian 8-star level, would he? Silly boy, Linier murmured, a smile creeping onto her face. Sister. I love you. Chu Yunxuan snapped back to reality, lifting Linier off the ground and spinning her around several times. Put me down, Linier protested, patting Chu Yunxuan's shoulder. Only then did he set her back down. Enough chatter, I'm heading out, ha ha ha. Chu Yunxuan laughed heartily as he donned his coat. Breakfast. Linier called softly. Chu Yunxuan gulped down a bowl of porridge in 2 bites, grabbed 2 eggs, waved his hand, and dashed out. So strange, Linier muttered. It feels like everything has changed from before. Outside Tianhua University, throngs of people bustled about. Having graduated yesterday, there was no summer break. Today, they were to begin classes. After all, for warriors, time equates to cultivation. Chu Yunxuan was also able to enter Tianhua University. Thanks to Lin, you're giving him a Tianhua University badge last night. In simple terms, she had opened a backdoor for him. Although he could not officially enroll, he could still audit classes with the approval of the faculty, given that the principal of Tianhua University was Lin Yar's teacher. This backdoor was certainly feasible. Chu Yunxuan navigated through the crowd of new students. Oh, Chu Yunxuan? This is a place you can come to? A mocking voice suddenly rang out. Jiang Hao stood before several new students, looking down on Chu Yunxuan with disdain. Everyone, look. Someone has no shame, a failure who has yet to awaken. Attempting to sneak in with the new students, Jiang Hao shouted derisively, instantly drawing numerous gazes. Chapter 4. When everyone thinks you are impressive, you better truly be impressive. Jiang Hao looked triumphantly at Chu Yunxuan, recalling how Chu Yunxuan had been arrogant in high school. This is Tianhua University. What can you do? Do you still dare to hit anyone? Chu Yunxuan glanced at Jiang Hao. Damn it. Although he had activated the defeated opponent system, he genuinely felt no desire to teach Jiang Hao a lesson. Awakening just recently and lacking cultivation, what reward could he possibly gain from disciplining him? Jiang Hao smirked as he approached Chu Yunxuan. Why don't you just scram? What are you still doing here? Jiang Hao's face was filled with schadenfreude as he spoke again. Slap. Chu Yunxuan swiftly turned and slapped him to the ground. Ding. Congratulations, host. For defeating an opponent with 0 cultivation, reward, strength attribute points 5. Some people are just masochistic. Can't they feel comfortable unless they get hit? Chu Yunxuan remarked. Glancing at Jiang Hao, who was covering his face, his expression grim. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Who is he? So arrogant. He dares to act violently in Tianhua Academy in front of so many people? But he is so handsome. Oh my, I've never seen such a handsome boy before. Is he not a student of Tianhua University? Could he be here to apply for a dormitory supervisor? If he becomes my dorm supervisor, he could check my attendance. He is so handsome. Someone help me. Chu Yunxuan may lack many things, but his face is truly unbeatable. Otherwise, those martial artists with decent cultivation wouldn't be so eager to pursue him. The girls, upon seeing him, were easily captivated. How dare you? This is Tianhua University. You dare to hit me? Jiang Hao, covering his face, looked at Chu Yunxuan in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? You may act arrogantly outside, but this is Tianhua University, the most prestigious institution in Tianhua City. He never anticipated that Chu Yunxuan would dare to confront him here, in front of so many witnesses. Chu Yunxuan approached him and kicked him to the ground. What is wrong with hitting you? Bang, huh? What is wrong with hitting you? Bang, what if I hit you again? Bang. With each utterance, Chu Yunxuan landed another kick, causing Jiang Hao to cry out in agony. I told you from now on, when you see me, bow your head and behave. I didn't even notice you at first, yet you insisted on getting in my face. Chu Yunxuan spat disdainfully. The surrounding girls gazed at Chu Yunxuan with infatuation. Well done, brother. You hit him so well. One girl dashed over to Chu Yunxuan, kicked Jiang Hao as well, and then clung to him adoringly. Brother, you're so handsome and so rough. I like you so much. Another girl chimed in. Get away, I liked him first. Brother, can I have your number? Yet another girl approached. Brother, do you have time? You can come to my house. I'll give you a massage. Jiang Hao gritted his teeth and struggled to rise, bewildered as he beheld Chu Yunxuan surrounded by a throng of girls. Wait, I was just beaten, publicly humiliated. Is there no one to uphold justice here? Is there no sense of fairness left? He pleaded. Can everyone else please step aside, except for the girl offering the massage? Chu Yunxuan smiled. Yes. The girl beamed, linking her arm with Chu Yunxuan's. The boys nearby ground their teeth in jealousy. Just because he is handsome, he thinks he can act with impunity? Damn it. But they are all freshers, lacking any cultivation. They dare not act. A voice interrupted. It has been a while since I've seen such a brazen freshman. A fairly handsome man approached, embracing a girl with a smile. Brother, sure. Jiang Hao rushed over, pointing at Chu Yunxuan. He is not a freshman. He is an unawakened waste who snuck in. Oh. Shirkawan raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Chu Yunxuan, an unawakened waste, daring to act so brazenly at Tianhua University. He glanced at the disheveled Jiang Hao. Did he hit you? Yes. Jiang Hao replied. Shirkawan then gestured at Chu Yunxuan, casually saying to Jiang Hao, you should retaliate in kind. This. Shirkawan smirked confidently. Don't worry, he won't dare to fight back. If he even tries, I'll cripple him. Turning to Chu Yunxuan, he revealed a grin that he believed to be charming yet concealed a hint of menace. Right? Chu Yunxuan responded with a look of disbelief. What an audacious act. Pretending to be impressive in front of me? He chuckled. What are you laughing at? Shirkawan asked, intrigued. I find it amusing how you think you're so impressive. Surely, you don't believe you're handsome, do you? And you're asking me, right? What a pretentious clown you are. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, as many had initially been intimidated by Shirkawan, but Chu Yunxuan's words exposed his facade, rendering him ludicrous. Shirkawan's gaze hardened. Good. Indeed arrogant. It seems I must personally teach you a lesson, otherwise you'll think I'm merely a paper tiger. With that, he pushed the girl aside, flames igniting around him. The atmosphere shifted. It was the ninth star of the Qi refinement realm. The crowd's expressions changed as they felt his spiritual energy manifest. This is serious, however. Chu Yunxuan couldn't help but burst into laughter again. What are you laughing at now? Shirkawan shouted furiously. I am sorry, I couldn't help it. I thought you were some master strategist from the Xiantian realm based on your earlier demeanor. I find it hilarious. The girl offering the massage stifled a laugh. Damn you. Shirkawan yelled, his fiery fist launching towards Chu Yunxuan without regard for whether he was an ordinary person. Suddenly, lightning coiled around Chu Yunxuan. In an instant, the lightning consumed the flames, sending Shirkawan flying. The crowd gasped in shock. Wait, wasn't Jiang Hao claiming he was an unawakened waste? He just defeated Shirkawan in one move? And he possesses lightning attributes? Jiang Hao could hardly believe his eyes. What the heck? He is at the 10th star of the Qi refinement realm? When did he reach that level? Congratulations on defeating the 9th star of the Qi refinement realm. You have earned rewards. Cultivation raised to the 1st star of the bright aperture realm. 50 points to freely allocate attribute points. As Chu Yunxuan walked towards Shirkawan amidst the astonished gazes, he stated, remember, when everyone thinks you're formidable, you better truly be formidable. He then cast a sidelong glance at the bewildered Jiang Hao, who felt a jolt of apprehension. With a swift motion, Chu Yunxuan slapped Jiang Hao across the face. Ah! Jiang Hao cried out in distress as Chu Yunxuan strode away. Chapter 5. He hit me. And he still wants to thank me. As Chu Yunxuan walked along the path of Tianhua University, the girl offering massages and Xiao Yu had been sent away. However, due to his striking appearance, girls shyly approached him for conversation. It had become second nature to him. Why had he come to Tianhua University? It was simply because of the defeated opponent system. Tianhua University was filled with martial artists, and he aimed to defeat as many as possible. The system only had a day to function. He could not afford to waste time. After defeating Shirkawan, his cultivation had risen to the bright aperture realm, granting him greater confidence. System, allocate the 50 attribute points to strength. Attribute allocation successful. Chu Yunxuan gazed at his attributes once more. Host, Chu Yunxuan, age, 18, brother, 18, race, human, cultivation realm, 1st star of the bright aperture realm, attributes, lightning strength 253, average for 1st star of the bright aperture realm, 200, speed, 201 physique, 200 spiritual power, 2000 mentality, 180 talent skill, none, rewards, lightning attribute. God level cultivation talent. With these attribute points, his potential could far exceed that of others in the same realm in the future. Currently, his strength surpassed that of a quarter of his peers in the same realm. Thus, he needed to defeat those at the bright aperture realm to earn even more substantial rewards. However, upon reflection, it is indeed acceptable to effortlessly defeat those who are weaker. After all, the system imposes no restrictions on numbers. Class 1 of the beginner level. Chu Yunxuan pondered while gazing at the sign outside the classroom. The beginner level should comprise martial artists within their first year of enrollment. Freshmen would be in the freshman class. Thus, this entire beginner level class 1 should consist of individuals in the Qi cultivation stage. Chu Yunxuan approached the entrance, where an instructor appeared to be teaching a class of around 40 to 50 students. All eyes turned in unison towards Chu Yunxuan. Brother Yunxuan. Upon seeing him unexpectedly appear at the classroom door, several female classmates expressed their surprise, mistakenly believing he had come to reconcile with them. Is there something you need? The instructor of class 1 inquired. Chu Yunxuan rubbed his nose and asked, Excuse me, do you need a sparring partner? The students exchanged glances. The instructor asked, What do you mean? In simple terms, I wish to challenge the students of class 1. I hope that is acceptable. If it's a disturbance, I can withdraw. His words incited a reaction from the boys in class 1, who were incredulous. What is this? So arrogant? Who does he think he is, challenging me? I'm going. Don't stop me. No one is stopping you. Go ahead. Cough, cough. Just kidding. The instructor frowned. Which class are you from? He asked. I'm a recent graduate of Dekai High School. The instructor chuckled upon hearing this. A freshman? Huh? No, I didn't get into college. Chu Yunxuan shook his head. This left everyone momentarily stunned. The instructor pointed to the emblem on Chu Yunxuan's chest and asked, Then what is that academy badge? Chu Yunxuan touched the badge and replied, This was given to me by my sister, saying it allows me to enter and exit Tianhua Academy. If an instructor agrees, I can audit classes. The students exchanged glances. Wait, why are you pretending? You didn't even get into a martial arts university? Surely you didn't awaken successfully? What do you mean? Are you denying fate and challenging the strength of martial artists with an ordinary body? Who do you look down on? Li, I'm coming. A boy stood up. Instructor Li nodded. All right, go ahead, but be mindful of your strength. The rest of you, continue with the lesson. Clearly, Instructor Li did not regard Chu Yunxuan as a threat. Please. Chu Yunxuan followed the boy outside. Instructor Li continued. Next, I will discuss the toxic beasts of Blue Star. The most common. Suddenly, a scream echoed from the doorway. Instructor Li frowned in displeasure, exclaiming, Zhang Ming, didn't I tell you to be careful? Why did you hit so hard? He then glanced toward the entrance. Zhang Ming was clutching his chest, his hair frizzed as if struck by lightning, looking utterly defeated. I've been duped, Instructor Li. This guy is a fraud. He took me out in an instant. Instructor Li. The crowd. A stir spread through class 1 as everyone stood to peer out the window. Chu Yunxuan approached. Ding. Congratulations on defeating an 8-star Qi cultivator. You have received the rewards. Cultivation level increased by 1 star. Speed attribute 20. Is there anyone else? Chu Yunxuan scratched his head and asked. Instructor Li's mouth twitched as he questioned. Didn't you say you didn't get into college? You took out an 8-star Qi cultivator in 1 move. And you're a lightning attribute? Indeed. I was just humiliated upon entering the school. Chu Yunxuan replied honestly. Well, how boastful. I can't take this anymore. Zhao Wai. You're a 10-star Qi cultivator. Go get him. Instructor Li nodded. Yes, Zhao Wai. You try it. Zhao Wai stepped forward. Come. Let me see your true strength. Zhao Wai grabbed Chu Yunxuan by the collar, attempting to drag him out for a lesson. No need, Chu Yunxuan replied. Haha, look. He is scared of a 10-star Qi cultivator. Zhao Wai laughed. Chu Yunxuan said, What I mean is, there is no need for that. Why don't all of you come at me together? The crowd. Wow. He is so arrogant. Fine. You asked for it. Don't regret it. I can't take it anymore. Where did this guy come from? Come. Don't regret it. Wow. Brother Yunxuan is so handsome. A group of boys, their sleeves rolled up in anger, stepped forward. Instructor Li looked at his students. You don't have to worry, instructor. This is a matter of a man's dignity. Then a group of boys pushed Chu Yunxuan forward. Come. How do we fight? They stood before Chu Yunxuan. Let us all go at once, Chu Yunxuan said. Wow. I'm really going to throw out the martial code. Brothers, let us go together. I want to see how far he can boast. Go. Swish, swish, swish. One by one, martial artists unleashed their spiritual energy and charged at Chu Yunxuan. Lightning attribute. Zzz. Lightning coiled and surged forward. The first 10 boys, regardless of whether they were engulfed in flames or what attributes, were instantly obliterated by the lightning. Instructor Li leaned against the wall. 2-star Mingxiao? And with a lightning attribute. How is it that you didn't get into college? He truly could not comprehend. The crushing superiority of their cultivation level, combined with the destructive power of the lightning attribute, rendered them utterly unable to resist. Instructor Li watched helplessly as his male students fell one by one. A 2-star Mingxiao, especially with a lightning attribute, should have had no issues as long as he avoided being attacked. In Chu Yunxuan's mind, the system notifications echoed continuously. Various attribute points increased, and he was rewarded with an additional cultivation level, now reaching 3-star Mingxiao. This is exhilarating. Thank you all. Chu Yunxuan clasped his fists in gratitude towards them. Huh. Those who were defeated by Chu Yunxuan were left bewildered. They watched as he simply walked away. Ha ha ha, what a disgrace. I was beaten by him. And he still thanks me? Ah. Instructor Li frowned as he observed Chu Yunxuan walking away, then witnessed him knock on the door of the beginner level class 2. Instructor Li's mouth twitched. What does he intend to do? Is he planning to challenge the entire beginner level? Moments later, he watched dozens of angry male students from class 2 rush out. Zzz. Ah. Instructor Li could only shake his head in resignation. The realms of cultivation include Qi cultivation, Mingxiao, Xintian, Xintong, Falu, Lingyu, Tianzuan, Shenhuang, and Tiandao, each major realm divided into 10 stars. Chapter 6. In the future. Sit at the children's table for banquets. News of Chu Yunxuan's challenge to the beginner level spread rapidly throughout Tianhua University. A large number of students gathered, watching in astonishment as he single-handedly took on an entire class, defeating them one after another. Who is that? So formidable? Formidable? In your eyes as freshmen, yes. But he is a Mingxiao, a lightning attribute. Defeating a group of Qi cultivators is not difficult. Indeed, there were hardly any Qi cultivators above 7 stars in that class. Any Mingxiao could easily defeat them. A newcomer in the Mingxiao realm? Beneath a tree, a girl, lollipop in mouth, observed with keen interest. Pop. The lollipop was pulled out, and she murmured, interesting. Did he awaken early? A boy approached. Jiang, what are you looking at? He displayed a gentlemanly smile. It is evident that he must have a fondness for this girl. Jiang, without glancing at the boy, casually remarked, just taking a look. Song Shuhing chuckled and also glanced over, saying, the new students this year are quite interesting. They've stirred up such a commotion right after their enrollment. Jiang responded dismissively. Is there anything worth watching? Are we going to train in the demon beast realm today? Song Shuhing inquired. No. He smiled and turned to leave. What business does a mere enlightened realm cultivator have here? Does defeating a group of Qi realm practitioners really give him a sense of superiority? Among the crowd, several older boys watched as Chu Yunxuan put on a show, and their displeasure grew. Hey kid. Zhang Haoman approached. Chu Yunxuan turned to glance at him. What skill does an enlightened realm cultivator have in bullying those of the Qi realm? Zhang Haoman scoffed. Is this just to show off in front of everyone? And to attract so many spectators? Even girls cheering for him? What a joke. Chu Yunxuan replied, I was thinking of going to the intermediate class, but they insisted on dragging me into a fight. Indeed, Chu Yunxuan had initially challenged 3 classes in the beginner level and had reached a 4-star enlightened realm cultivation. He had amassed an unknown number of attribute points and genuinely intended to seek out the enlightened realm practitioners in the intermediate class. However, upon hearing of this, students from other classes, unwilling to accept the challenge, took the initiative to confront him, resulting in him fighting 2 additional beginner classes. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haohan burst into laughter. Oh, so you mean you want to challenge the intermediate class? Ha ha ha, you must be joking. Shut your mouth, Chu Yunxuan retorted. The crowd gasped at the exchange. Wow, this guy is so arrogant. That is Zhang Haohan, a senior from the intermediate class. Isn't he a 4-star enlightened realm cultivator? Who is this guy? An outsider challenging our Tianhua Academy? I heard he didn't even pass the university entrance exams. How strange that a cultivator of the enlightened realm couldn't get into college. They expressed their confusion. Who cares? Let us see how Zhang Haohan teaches him a lesson. Zhang Haohan narrowed his eyes. You're seeking death. Clown, there's no need for you to challenge the intermediate class. I accept your challenge. After our match. Hurry up and scram. Chu Yunxuan glanced at him. What level are you? Zhang Haohan exclaimed. What did you say? Are you looking for trouble? Another boy approached, patting Zhang Haohan on the shoulder. All right, don't stoop to this clown-s level. It's beneath you. Jin Gu, I must teach him a lesson. I heard this brat isn't even from our Tianhua University. How dare he act so arrogantly? Bullying the beginner class has really inflated his ego. Zhang Haohan replied, displeased. Li Jin glanced at Chu Yunxuan and said to Zhang Haohan, fine, let us wrap this up quickly and send him packing. All right. Zhang Haohan then turned to Chu Yunxuan. Come on. Chu Yunxuan pointed at Li Jin and calmly said to Zhang Haohan, step aside, let him come. The crowd was astonished. Wow, how bold. I've never seen anyone so audacious. To challenge a practitioner from our Tianhua University like that? Speaking to someone from the intermediate class this way? Zhang Haohan, a 4-star enlightened realm cultivator, was considered middle tier in the intermediate class, while Li Jin ranked among the top 20, reportedly reaching a 7-star enlightened realm. What a foolish move. Who are you calling foolish? I think you're the one being foolish. A girl shouted at him. Did I say that? What does it have to do with you? You said he isn't capable. Are you his girlfriend? Why do you care? It concerns me. A former girlfriend counts as a girlfriend. Please. Am I afraid of a mere ex-girlfriend? Another girl approached. What if there are 10 of us? Hey, sisters, someone is speaking ill of Brother Yunxian. Let us teach him a lesson. Then, dozens of girls in the crowd began to pummel that guy. Li Jin chuckled, truly unaware of the heights of heaven and earth. Zhang Haohan, break one of his arms, and I'll take the blame. Li Jin said nonchalantly. All right, I've been waiting for your word. With that, Zhang Haohan's fists were enveloped in flames, the surrounding temperature rising dramatically. Kid, I know you have some skills, but Tianhua University is not a place for you to run wild. With a whoosh, Zhang Haohan charged forward. The crowd shook their heads, thinking, he deserves it. He provoked someone he shouldn't. Suddenly, Chu Yunxuan's right fist crackled with thunder, and he swung it forward. A scream pierced the air as Zhang Haohan was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground. The crowd was dumbfounded. Wait, what just happened? Zhang Haohan is a 4-star enlightened realm cultivator, and this guy is also a 4-star. He didn't even unleash any techniques, yet he was defeated in a single blow? Isn't this absurd? Wasn't he just a 2-star enlightened realm cultivator a moment ago? Now he is a 4-star? The crowd displayed expressions of shock. Jiang Ying's eyes sparkled. So strong? The thunder attribute indeed possesses the greatest destructive power, but still, they are of the same realm. It shouldn't be like this. He is so handsome, and his strength is so formidable, I shouldn't be unaware of him. With a crunch, Jiang Ying bit into her lollipop. A chime echoed. Congratulations on defeating a 4-star enlightened realm cultivator. You have earned the reward. Earth level 1-star martial technique. Thunder calamity. Martial techniques and spiritual artifacts of blue star are of the same grade. Yellow, profound, earth, heaven, and supposedly above the heaven level. Earth level martial techniques or artifacts are exceedingly rare, while heaven level techniques are almost legendary. The reason Chu Yunxian so effortlessly defeated an opponent of the same realm was partly due to the thunder attribute, and partly because he had acquired a vast number of attribute points, with his strength nearly doubling compared to others of the same realm. Chu Yunxian glanced at Zhang Haohan in the distance and remarked, I told you to step aside. You just had to make a fuss. Turning to the now unsettled Li Jin, he said, it's your turn. If you lose, you'll be sitting at the kids' table for meals from now on. Got it? Chapter 7. Pig Teammates. If you lose, you'll be sitting at the kids' table for meals. The crowd echoed Chu Yunxian's words, their expressions filled with astonishment as they looked at him. Wow, how audacious. Logically speaking, in a match of the same realm, without anyone unleashing martial techniques, it should simply be a matter of the differences between the thunder and fire attributes. But how can there be such a disparity? It's useless. He is showing off in front of Li Jin, and isn't that like kicking a steel plate? No matter how grand he appears now, he'll be humiliated shortly. Wait, isn't this Chu Yunxian? Chu Yunxian? That name sounds familiar. Oh my god. My girlfriend broke up with me, saying she liked him. Could it be that his sister is Senior Linya? Jiang Ying peeled another lollipop. Chu Yunxian. He is Linier's younger brother. How strange. I remember several years ago, Senior Linier got him an awakening stone, but it failed. How does he possess the cultivation of the enlightened realm now? Jiang Ying muttered to herself. Li Jin fixed his gaze on Chu Yunxian, his eyes narrowing slightly. All right, the thunder attribute is indeed formidable, but, with a crackle, Li Jin extended his right hand, lightning coiling around his arm. Did you think you were the only one with the thunder attribute? Profound level 3-star martial technique, thunder roar. Before Li Jin, lightning coalesced into the form of a thunder dragon, and the ground beneath them instantly fractured. Many people instinctively stepped back, and I observed how this Chu Yunxian continued to be arrogant. With the strength of a 7-star Mingxiao realm, combined with the 3-star Xian tier lightning attribute martial skill, it was entirely possible for him to take a life. Damn it, I find this Chu Yunxian utterly displeasing. Li Jin, teach him a lesson. What does he think he is, showing off at Tianhua University? I am eager to see how he will respond to this move. Chu Yunxian smiled slightly. Just the test I needed. Thunder tribulation. In an instant, a powerful surge of lightning erupted from Chu Yunxian, completely overwhelming Li Jin. The aura of Li Jin's martial skill merely caused the ground beneath him to crack, while Chu Yunxuan's power shattered the ground nearby. Fragments of stone floated around him, suspended by the lightning. Li Jin frowned, feigning bravado. Breakthrough. A dragon's roar accompanied a lightning dragon as it surged toward Chu Yunxian. The tremendous lightning surrounding Chu Yunxian met it with an unstoppable force. At the moment of collision, a powerful shockwave pushed nearby students back, staggering them. The lightning dragon was instantly engulfed by Chu Yunxuan's thunder, which then surged toward Li Jin. Li Jin's pupils contracted in disbelief. He never anticipated this outcome. Instinctively, He released his spiritual energy to defend himself. However, bang! The thunder hurled him away. The crowd gasped in astonishment, utterly shocked. What? How is this possible? Who truly is the 7-star Mingqiao? A mere 4-star Mingqiao crossing over to defeat a 7-star? This must be a joke. At the Mingqiao realm, how could one easily surpass their level? This is insane. I am his classmate. Just yesterday in class, it was announced that he was the only one who failed to get into university. While the crowd was in shock, for Chu Yunxuan, everything made perfect sense. Although he was a 4-star Mingqiao, his attributes had already reached the level of a 7-star. His martial skills were of the earth tier, making it utterly unsurprising that he dominated. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a 7-star Mingqiao opponent. You have unlocked the first system mall reward. Amidst the gazes of the crowd, Chu Yunxuan approached the now recovering Li Jin. Bang! He kicked him back to the ground and placed his foot on Li Jin's face. The onlookers gasped. He dared to step on Li Jin's head? How dare you? Do you know who I am? Li Jin, pinned down by Chu Yunxuan, snarled in rage. What did you just say? You were going to break my arm, right? Chu Yunxuan asked nonchalantly. If you release me now and kneel to apologize, I might spare your life. Li Jin roared in response. Chu Yunxuan applied a bit of pressure with his foot. Ah! Li Jin cried out in agony. Did you not just say you would break my arm? Yes. So what? Li Jin shouted defiantly. So what? Chu Yunxuan chuckled, then placed his foot on Li Jin's right arm. The crowd gasped. He wouldn't dare to break Li Jin's arm, would he? Impossible. He definitely wouldn't. Li Jin's background is no simple matter. Zhang Haohan limped over, pointing at Chu Yunxuan. Kid, what do you mean? Do you intend to break Jin Ji's arm? Zhang Haohan continued to shout. If you have the guts, go ahead and break one of mine. Let us see if you dare. Li Jin? Even with Chu Yunxuan stepping on his arm, he remained unfazed. He didn't believe this person would dare. However, when he heard Zhang Haohan's words, he became anxious. No. That. Crack. The sound of bones shattering was followed by Li Jin's agonizing scream. Zhang Haohan stood there, dumbfounded. Chu Yunxuan turned to him and said, Apologies, but I cannot resist a good provocation. After saying this, Chu Yunxuan turned to leave, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. What? He has lost his mind. An outsider comes to Tianhua University and breaks Li Jin's arm. That is Li Jin. His father is a member of the tribunal. Even if he is an outsider, who would dare to do such a thing at Tianhua University? Incredible. Just wait. Even if he isn't a student here, the dean will surely punish him, and delivering him to the tribunal would be justifiable. Jin go. Zhang Haohan rushed over to help Li Jin up. Damn it. He is too arrogant. How could he dare to disable you? He seethed. Slap. Li Jin slapped him with his other hand. How could he dare? He didn't want to. Damn it. You're a fool. I'll kill you. Jin go. What did I do wrong? Meanwhile, in the president's office at Tianhua University. Knock knock. A female instructor entered. President. Qin Jinhai rubbed his temples and nodded. Lu teacher, what is the matter? It's about Chu Yunxuan coming to our Tianhua University. Oh? Chu Yunxuan? What? Qin Jinhai's eyes widened as he stood up. Chu Yunxuan? Xiaoya's brother? Yes. This is bad. Qin Jinhai began pacing. Where's my granddaughter Yao Yao? Is she in the academy? Hurry and find her. Don't let her see Chu Yunxuan. President, is it really necessary? What do you know? Although Chu Yunxuan is quite useless, inexplicably, he is adored by girls. If Yao Yao finds out about him, the Qin family will be doomed. Hurry. The female instructor nodded repeatedly. Understood. By the way, is Yao Yao's mother at the academy? Teacher Qin? Yes, she is. Keep an eye on her too. We cannot let her see Chu Yunxuan. Better safe than sorry. The female instructor? Chapter 8. Spirit viewing. Qin Jinhai sat down and couldn't help but slap himself. Why did I agree to let Chu Yunxuan audit classes at Tianhua University? I shouldn't have agreed. I regret it immensely, mainly because Chu Yunxuan is utterly unqualified. I thought that even if he could get in, he wouldn't come. Yet here we are. I truly fear for my granddaughter and daughter being led astray by this person. It's not an exaggeration. The phone rang. Hello. This is Qin Jinhai. What? Qin Jinhai's eyes widened. Chu Yunxuan disabled Li Jin's arm? Do you think I'm senile? Isn't Chu Yunxuan the one who couldn't even get into university? 4-star Mingqiao, lightning attribute? Isn't Li Jin a 7-star Mingqiao? What? He was defeated in one move? Qin Jinhai hung up the phone and glanced out the window. Am I still dreaming? News of Chu Yunxuan's rampage at Tianhua University quickly spread. Few recognized him, but many knew his name. Renowned as the male idol of Tianhua City, he captivated countless young women with his charm. His notoriety stemmed from a particular incident. In Tianhua City, there were 4 martial arts universities. Coincidentally, each president had a granddaughter. This young man, notorious for having dated the granddaughters of 3 of those presidents, sparked their discontent. That day, the 3 presidents planned to confront Chu Yunxuan for an explanation. However, their granddaughters pleaded with them not to go, even threatening to harm themselves. Thus, the matter was dropped, and he became famous from that incident. Even the neighborhood of Jiangshanyu in Tianhua City, where Chu Yunxuan resides, is regarded as a forbidden zone by many locals. Families with daughters, wives, or granddaughters often advise their loved ones to venture out for leisure, but to avoid the Jiangshanyu area. They fear that their daughters might develop an affection for Chu Yunxuan. Consequently, the property prices in Jiangshanyu plummeted by 20%. Walking along the path to Tianhua University, Chu Yunxuan felt quite innocent, asserting that it was not his doing but rather the original owner's actions, for he had traversed dimensions and was merely a model citizen. He continued to challenge himself, realizing that the system would only grant him a day to do so, as evening would likely present no opportunities. Seizing the moment, he aimed to challenge several students from Tianhua City. He contemplated whether he could take on those of the Xintian realm, but shook his head, acknowledging the difficulty, given that he was merely at the 4th star of the Mingxiao realm. Upon arriving at the intermediate class, it seemed the word had spread about Chu Yunxuan breaking Li Jin's arm, as very few dared to confront him. "Is there anyone willing to accept my challenge?" he inquired of the group. They exchanged glances but remained silent. After all, Li Jin had been defeated in one move, and no one wished to risk humiliation. Yet, if no one stepped forward, would they not be humiliated anyway? "Is there really no one?" Chu Yunxuan pressed. Still, silence ensued. "If that is the case, I could challenge your entire class by myself. Is there anyone willing to accept?" The crowd was taken aback, unable to comprehend his audacity. "How outrageous!" they murmured. Who could endure such arrogance? Despite their shock, they pondered whether a class effort to defeat him would redeem their dignity. Yet, no one dared to confront him. Witnessing the female students gazing at him with admiration was more unbearable than death. At that moment, a voice broke through the tension. "Is this how it is in the Tianhua University intermediate class, a gathering of cowards? While he rides atop your heads, not one of you dares to speak." The crowd turned to see a young man, Chen Yang, approaching with a beautiful girl in his arms. Finally, a formidable ally has arrived to restore justice, they thought. Chen Yang, ranked among the top 3 in the intermediate class, was likely already at the Xintian realm and would soon be promoted to the advanced class. As Chen Yang approached, Chu Yunxuan raised an eyebrow. The girl in Chen Yang's embrace, radiant with joy, paled slightly upon seeing him. "Chu Yunxuan, right? I've heard of you. It's one thing to flaunt your bravado outside, but to act so ostentatiously at Tianhua University is entirely your issue." Chu Yunxuan disregarded him and chuckled at the sight of the girl, Ran Xiuxue. "Is this the caliber of company you keep?" Chen Yang frowned. "That's none of your business," Ran Xiuxue interjected, having just learned of Chu Yunxuan's challenges, initially thinking it was a case of mistaken identity. She was taken aback to see him, recalling how he had been publicly declared unsuccessful in awakening and had thus failed to enter university. "Why is he here today?" Chen Yang laughed. "So you're just a pathetic wretch seeking revenge for being spurned by Xiuxue, trying to prove yourself by challenging students at Tianhua University, right?" Chu Yunxuan could not help but respond with a laugh. "How peculiar. You hold on to a girl who once desperately sought to be with me, treating her like a treasure?" Chen Yang scowled. "No, that's a lie. I ended it with him. There is no way I begged to be with him." Ran Xiuxue quickly defended herself. "He was the one who persistently pursued me." Chen Yang smirked. "Ah, so you're merely putting on a facade for the sake of pride." The infamous Chu Yunxuan. With countless girlfriends, it seems they were all won through flattery. Laughter erupted from those nearby, reveling in his misfortune. Chu Yunxuan then pulled out his phone and played a voice recording. "Brother Yunxuan, please, will you be with me? I'll do anything. I just want to be with you. I've sent you 2 pictures of me in uniform. Do you like them? If you hate me, I'll change into something in black stockings, and you'll agree to be my boyfriend, right? Would you like to hear more?" he asked with a smile. Ran Xiuxue's expression shifted dramatically, and Chen Yang's face turned ashen. Just as he was about to interject, Chu Yunxuan leaned closer. "In case you doubt my authenticity, here is her account, right?" Gasps filled the air as onlookers reacted in shock. How disgraceful! How can someone so beautiful have such a corrupt heart? Some female students could not contain their disdain. Ran Xiuxue was left flustered, while Chen Yang seethed with rage. "You bastard!" he shouted, turning his fury towards Chu Yunxuan. Ready to strike. In an instant, Chu Yunxuan distanced himself, pointing at Ran Xiuxue. "I should warn you, this woman is toxic. I've steered clear of her because the boys who engage with her often find themselves in dire situations." Chen Yang, undeterred, charged at Chu Yunxuan. But as he took a few steps, a violent explosion erupted from him. "Ah!" he cried, collapsing to the ground in agony. I warned you. But you didn't heed my caution, Chu Yunxuan sighed. The surrounding male students felt an involuntary chill. What just happened? They gazed at Ran Xiuxue in disbelief, realizing the gravity of the situation. Ran Xiuxue stood bewildered, desperately trying to explain to Chen Yang, who could only stutter, pointing back and forth between her and Chu Yunxuan. You can't blame me. Do you think I possess the power to make that happen? Chen Yang, frantically checking, discovered the truth. His brotherhood was gone. Come back. I'm begging you, he implored, but to no avail. The humiliation was too much for him. He fainted on the spot. A notification chimed. Congratulations. You have defeated a 1-star Xiantian realm opponent. Reward, Spirit Viewing Eye. The spectators were captivated by the unfolding drama. Jiang Ying, watching the spectacle, quickly dialed a number. Hello. Mentor Xiao, you must come to the intermediate class. It's utterly thrilling. You can't even begin to imagine. Not coming. I'm busy trying to sell things to pay rent tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll be without a place to stay, came the reply. Please, it's truly extraordinary. You can come and stay with me tonight. Jiang Ying offered. Absolutely not. Your nails are unkempt. Jiang Ying's face twitched in annoyance. Mentor Xiao, you're quite the flirt. Just then, a furious shout echoed through the crowd. Chu Yunxuan, the president, Qin Jinhai, approached with an intense anger, signaling an imminent reckoning. Many male students watched with malicious glee, anticipating the unfolding drama. Chapter 9. The outrage of Dean Qin Jinhai at Tianhua University. Dean Qin Jinhai was truly infuriated. You can audit classes at Tianhua Academy, that's fine. You can issue challenges, that's fine. But to break Li Jin's arm? And now Chen Yang is incapacitated. Are you out of your mind? What a colossal mess you've created. He was unconcerned about Chen Yang's fate, but he genuinely felt for Lin Yu. He was weary of seeing Chu Yunxuan cause her trouble. Dean Qin, Chu Yunxuan greeted with a charming smile upon seeing him. Despite Qin Jinhai's less than favorable attitude towards him, he had shown considerable care for Lin Yu and had extended her much-needed assistance. You. Qin Jinhai pointed at Chu Yunxuan, glancing at the motionless Chen Yang on the ground, his hands trembling with rage. Chu Yunxuan, very well. You seem to think Tianhua University is your playground. Today, I shall teach you a lesson and hand you over to the disciplinary committee. The onlookers displayed gleeful expressions at Qin Jinhai's words. Please, Dean, I haven't done anything wrong. I merely came to issue a challenge, Chu Yunxuan muttered. You broke Li Jin's arm? Do you think I am unaware? Qin Jinhai retorted angrily. With a shrug, Chu Yunxuan replied, Dean, he was adamant about crippling me. I was merely acting in self-defense. If anything, it could be seen as excessive self-defense, right? And what about him? Qin Jinhai pointed at Chen Yang. Chu Yunxuan raised his hand and declared, in all fairness, there were numerous witnesses. Not only did I refrain from using my spiritual energy, I didn't even lift a finger. Indeed, Dean, I can attest to that. Brother Yunxian truly did not lay a hand on Chen Yang. Another student chimed in. Yes, we all witnessed it. He did nothing. It was that Ran Xiuxue who was toxic and explosive. Another student added. Exactly. Brother Yunxian even warned Chen Yang, but it was too late. They must have had previous altercations. This is not Brother Yunxuan's fault. Qin Jinhai. Chu Yunxian nodded enthusiastically. Dean, you see, everyone has clear eyes. What a clever Chu Yunxian. Qin Jinhai exclaimed, his anger mounting. He had underestimated his popularity among the female students. However, as the dean, he could not simply let this slide without preserving his dignity. He bellowed, Chu Yunxian, you audacious outsider, committing various transgressions at Tianhua University. As the dean, it is my duty and right to impose sanctions. I hereby decree that Chu Yunxian shall face punishment by lightning and will subsequently be handed over to the disciplinary committee. The crowd's eyes brightened with anticipation. Serves him right. Zzz. Lightning crackled ominously around Qin Jinhai. Cough, cough. Chu Yunxian cleared his throat and said, Dean, please reconsider. If you strike me, Yao Yao will be heartbroken. At the mention of his granddaughter Yao Yao, Qin Jinhai shuddered. Chu Yunxian, how dare you threaten me? You. Qin Jinhai pointed at him, momentarily lost for words. After a moment, he deflated, shouting, however, considering your words hold truth. And there is no evidence linking you to Chen Yang's incident, I believe this matter requires further deliberation. The crowd? Chu Yunxian grinned widely and bowed. Your wisdom is commendable, Dean. Qin Jinhai shot him a sidelong glance. You insolent brat, follow me. He turned to the other students, instructing. Quickly find Mentor Lu and have her treat Chen Yang with what attribute healing. After that, Qin Jinhai strode away, with Chu Yunxian cheerfully trailing behind him in silence. In the dean's office, Qin Jinhai slammed his palm on the desk, glaring at Chu Yunxian. You wretch, can't you give your sister some peace of mind? Do you have any idea how much she has sacrificed for you over the years? I am only lenient because I pity her. Chu Yunxuan nodded vigorously. Understood. Enough. Qin Jinhai waved his hand dismissively. I will help you suppress this incident, but I cannot guarantee what they may do behind the scenes. You must promise me one thing. What is it, Dean? Chu Yunxuan inquired. Keep your distance from my granddaughter. Qin Jinhai gritted his teeth. Absolutely. I will never appear before your granddaughter. Chu Yunxuan assured him. Qin Jinhai nodded, suddenly recalling something. And you must also avoid my daughter. Chu Yunxuan. Forget it. You cannot set foot on Tianhua University anymore. Dean. You are the president of Tianhua University. You cannot strip a student of their right to learn. Chu Yunxuan argued. Qin Jinhai. You impertinent rascal. You are not even a student at Tianhua University to begin with. How dare you claim a right to study here? Fine. I can have my daughter transfer schools. Is that acceptable? Qin Jinhai's teeth ground together in frustration. Chu Yunxuan appeared crestfallen. Qin Jinhai sighed deeply. Once I transfer them, you may enroll at Tianhua University. And I will make an exception for your admission. Chu Yunxuan shook his head. Your university will not accept me. If I enroll at Tianhua University and become famous, it will only reflect glory upon the school, profiting from my achievements without merit? Absolutely not. I refuse to agree. Qin Jinhai? You. What shamelessness. Tianhua University won't accept you? Did you fail the entrance exam? Whose fault is that? You think you'll be famous in the future? That Tianhua University would benefit from you? Nonsense. Fine. Do as you wish. Now get lost. Qin Jinhai fumed. Just as Chu Yunxuan turned to leave, Qin Jinhai called him back. Wait a moment. He tossed a letter to Chu Yunxuan. If you are interested in lightning attributes, seek out Xiao Qiyue at the Tianhua University convenience store. She can assist you. And for goodness sake, don't bother me again. Thank you, Dean. Chu Yunxuan grinned widely. Just as he was about to leave, he recalled something. Why are you still here? Qin Jinhai glared at him. Chu Yunxuan rubbed the bridge of his nose and said, cough. Dean, how about you let me push you once? And then admit that you are not my match? Would you concede? Qin Jinhai. System. Ding. Please refrain from exploiting glitches. Such behavior is disgraceful. It does not count. It does not count. Ding. That does not count. Ding. Please note, this is not valid. Within his mind, the system alerts rang incessantly. Clearly, it was becoming quite agitated. Chu Yunxuan chose to ignore it. What do you intend to do? One last favor, Dean. If you agree, I swear I will never, ever meet your granddaughter. Chu Yunxuan said, taking a deep breath. What do you hope to gain from this? The Dean is a powerful figure. I cannot defeat you, but still wish to enjoy a brief thrill in this manner. I promise. I will never allow your granddaughter to see me. Chu Yunxuan grinned widely. Rascal, you better keep your word. If you break it, I will make you pay. Absolutely. I will keep my promise. Chu Yunxuan nodded earnestly. Bring it on. He then extended his hand and gave Qin Jinhai a gentle push. System, ding. Not valid. Not valid. It truly does not count. Qin Jinhai grasped his chest and slumped into his chair, stating stiffly, you are too powerful. I am no match for you. I concede. He shot Chu Yunxuan a glare. Is that satisfactory? Quite so. Thank you, Dean. That was exhilarating. Ha. Farewell, Dean. Qin Jinhai observed Chu Yunxuan's retreating figure, pondering that this young man must have encountered some considerable fortune. Otherwise, how could he have transformed overnight? Well, it is what it is, after all. I have taken on such a remarkable student. I might as well do something for Xiaoya. Outside, Chu Yunxuan exclaimed, System, reward me. System? Ding. The system has previously reminded the host that exploiting bugs is shameful. It is akin to cheating and yields no rewards. Chu Yunxuan, you are correct. But you should have informed me in advance. During that incident with my sister, although you refuted me, you did not clearly establish the rules afterward. You only just mentioned them now. Tell me, can rules set on the spot be considered valid? Am I the one cheating, or are you? System. Chu Yunxuan, right? Is it not you who is being unreasonable? We must discuss this rationally. Quickly, let us get to the rewards. System. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating an opponent of the 8-star divine realm, and for receiving the rewards. Divine comprehension, spatial attribute, spirit energy value increased tenfold, regardless of realm. This is 10 times the normal martial artist's spirit energy value. System value 1,000,000, feeling aggrieved, ding. Defeated opponent system requires the host to genuinely defeat, emphasis, their opponent in order to receive rewards. Chu Yunxuan grinned. This reward, divine comprehension. He also acquired the spatial attribute. Space and time are among the rarest and most powerful attributes, and they are the most challenging to cultivate. Generally, even after cultivating for hundreds of years, one might only master 50% of spatial abilities. Moreover, the increase in spirit energy is tenfold. It is not merely a simple tenfold increase from his current spirit energy value. With his 4-star clarity realm, His spirit energy value is 5,000, and now it is 50,000. If he reaches the profound heaven realm, where the normal martial artist possesses 200,000 spirit energy, he would have 2 million. That is the implication. His spirit energy will be sufficient. He will no longer face the issue of exhausting spirit energy after unleashing a few powerful martial techniques. A tenfold increase is exhilarating. You are truly adorable, Chu Yunxuan said to the system. Then, Chu Yunxuan happily strolled towards the convenience store. Tianhua University convenience store. Inside, 2 girls were present. Jiang Ying observed Xiao Qiyue, who was organizing the shelves. Instructor Xiao, you truly suffered a great loss. That was exceptionally thrilling earlier. Chapter 10. Did you just treat this fairy like a bug? Jiang Ying was still reminiscing. She had to admit, regarding today's events, she rather admired Chu Yunxuan. Although he was indeed a scoundrel, he displayed considerable courage in his actions. While speaking, Jiang Ying played with a delicate dagger, making it fly back and forth at her command. Xiao Qiyue turned around, rolled her eyes, and caught the dagger midair, saying, "Can excitement be turned into a meal? This fairy is starving. Also mind your address." Fairy instructor. Jiang Ying chuckled. Now that is more like it. Xiao Qiyue smiled, then sat down, resting her chin on her hand, mumbling, "It's quite difficult for this fairy, who is so intelligent, to worry about money." Jiang Ying stretched lazily and asked, "Fairy instructor, why did you choose to leave your position as a mentor at Tianhua University to open a convenience store? What do you know? No one is perfect. But being a mentor offers so little salary. I must start my own business to achieve financial freedom." Jiang Ying shrugged. "Are you sure it's not because you were constantly receiving complaints from students and parents, causing your salary to be deducted, that you decided to open a convenience store?" Cough, cough. Xiao Qiyue coughed. Xiao Qiyue was Jiang Ying's mentor. They were of similar age. Jiang Ying was 23, and Xiao Qiyue was 25. It was said that she came from another city, and upon arriving at Tianhua University, she caused quite a stir due to her extraordinary beauty and her status as a mentor. What male student could resist? Usually, she was carefree and lackadaisical, completely lacking the demeanor of a goddess of mentorship, prompting the students to refer to her as fairy instructor. She often led students in gambling, and when she lost, she would feign innocence and shed tears, seeking pity. She even collected protection fees from students, leading to numerous complaints. Complaints resulted in salary deductions. Although she was unreliable and frivolous, she was genuinely kind-hearted. Despite collecting protection fees, she would take action when students were bullied outside of school, leading to charge and brawls. However, upon returning, she would impose fines. "Whereas that little Chu Shui, call her over to support this fairy's business," Xiao Qiyue said. "Forget it. Your goods are dubious at best." "What do you mean my goods are dubious?" "Little Ying, don't speak nonsense." Xiao Qiyue immediately became displeased. Jiang Ying pointed at a bracelet. "This bracelet is worth at most 30, yet you charge 320. This fairy handcrafts it. Mind you, it is crafted by this fairy's own hands. It is worth this price," Xiao Qiyue exclaimed. Jiang Ying pointed to another item. "This healing liquid is priced at 1,500 outside, yet you sell it for 3,000. This fairy personally concocted it. Besides being a healing liquid, it is infused with this fairy's abundant love. Isn't it worth 3,000? Xiao Qiyue became anxious. "Cough, cough, it is worth it." Jiang Ying nodded repeatedly. These students are truly something. They are extravagant when pursuing girls, yet this fairy-esque convenience store has been open for half a day, and they just peek in and leave. What does that mean? It hasn't even officially opened yet, Xiao Qiyue said, feeling aggrieved. "By the way," Xiao Qiyue changed the subject, "wasn't there a perverted stalker harassing you? He even showed up at your door in the middle of the night wearing only boxers. What happened?" "He's been neutered," Jiang Ying said casually, playing with the dagger. "Really neutered?" "Of course. He was so tiny, swinging it around. How could I not neuter him? He is still lying in the hospital." "Impressive." At that moment, Xiao Qiyue's phone buzzed. She glanced at it. That old miser, the dean, said he arranged a student for me to oversee, and I'll earn 12,000 a month. Wow, is he really that generous? Xiao Qiyue's eyes sparkled. "Who is it?" Jiang Ying asked, curious. Xiao Qiyue shook her head, her eyes twinkling. "I don't know. He said someone would come to find me shortly." "Wow, I'm going to strike it rich. The fairy convenience store must be this one." Just then, Chu Yunxuan's murmuring could be heard from outside as he walked in. Chu Yunxian thought having a lightning attribute expert cook for him was quite favorable, so he came to take a look. Upon seeing Chu Yunxian, Jiang Ying raised her brows. "It's him." Meanwhile, Xiao Qiyue's eyes sparkled upon recognizing him. She quickly approached Chu Yunxian with a beaming smile. "Oh, handsome young man, are you here to buy something? Come take a look. Everything here is genuine, affordably priced, and fair to all." Chu Yunxian stared at them, utterly astonished. This truly is a fairy convenience store. These two girls are each more beautiful than the last. The one sitting before him, playing with a dagger, with her lovely chestnut hair, lightly pursed lips resembling delicate cherry blossoms, captivating yet enigmatic eyes, crystalline earrings with a pinkish hue, and a W pendant bracelet shimmering brilliantly, dressed in white riding boots, was utterly enchanting. The woman beside him, flattering him, possessed a devilishly alluring figure, cascading golden waves of hair radiating brilliance, and her long legs clad in a pale yellow skirt accentuated her flawless form. If Chu Yunxian had previously considered Lin Yar as the most beautiful, he now had two more to add to that list. Xiao Qiyue's enthusiasm left Chu Yunxian momentarily at a loss for words. I'm here to find someone, Chu Yunxian stated. Xiao Qiyue cheerfully guided him to his seat. No rush, first take a look and buy something. If you purchase an item, I'll help you find that person for free. How about it? Xiao Qiyue said sweetly. All right. Chu Yunxian began to browse the convenience store. Fairy instructor, it's him, Jiang Ying whispered to Xiao Qiyue. Indeed. He is the first step toward this fairy's entrepreneurial journey. Xiao Qiyue smiled brightly. Jiang Ying helplessly rubbed her forehead. Before long, Chu Yunxian approached with a bag of spicy strips and asked, how much? Xiao Qiyue stumbled. A bag of spicy strips? Yes. Xiao Qiyue wore a dark expression. For yuan? Is it really that expensive? Goodness. This is a black market. These spicy strips cost only 2 yuan elsewhere. Chu Yunxian helplessly handed over a 5 yuan bill. Xiao Qiyue accepted it, glanced at it, and remarked, no change? This lollipop is 1 yuan, so that makes 5 in total. I want he asked for change then. Chu Yunxian shook his head and replied, but the cost of this lollipop is just a few jiao, and I don't want it. I only need 1 yuan. Xiao Qiyue furrowed her brow and offered him a sausage instead. This sausage costs 2 yuan, which means I'm losing 1 yuan for you. Surely that is acceptable? Chu Yunxian continued to shake his head. I'm not hungry, so why would I want a sausage? Just give me my 1 yuan. Xiao Qiyue exclaimed, brother, I haven't even started my business yet, so I don't have any change. But I don't want a sausage. If you don't have change, can't you just transfer me 1 yuan via your phone? Xiao Qiyue looked down at her account balance. 0, 12 yuan. She sniffled, feeling aggrieved. How about this? I'll give you 2 sausages, which means I'm losing 3 yuan for you. Is that okay? Beautiful lady, I told you I'm not hungry. Then you can feed a stray cat. Chu Yunxian replied, what the heck? Why don't you feed it yourself? I just want my 1 yuan. Is it that difficult for you to transfer me 1 yuan? Yu Xiao Qiyue was furious. I'm not selling it anymore. Give me the spicy strips. She extended her hand toward Chu Yunxian. You want me to sell to you, and if I don't, I'll lodge a complaint. Hearing Chu Yunxian's words, Xiao Qiyue paused. You. Taking a deep breath, she calmed herself and said, fine. Consider it my bad luck. I'm giving you this bag of spicy strips. So I want to take your money. As Xiao Qiyue handed the 5 yuan to Chu Yunxian, he accepted it and said, you said it's a gift, right? Yes. A gift. Now go, hurry up. Xiao Qiyue gritted her teeth, trying to shoo Chu Yunxian away. Chu Yunxian rubbed his chin and placed the 5 yuan on the counter. What are you doing? Xiao Qiyue asked. I want another bag of those spicy strips. Xiao Qiyue. The next moment, she exploded in anger. Are you treating me like a bug? I'll take you down. Jiangying? Chapter 11. The king of empty promises. Xiao Qiyue chased after Chu Yunxian with a kitchen knife, her anger palpable. After a considerable distance, Jiang Ying couldn't help but smirk to herself, noting how well matched the two were. They're both troublemakers. It's no wonder this scene unfolded. How infuriating. Xiao Qiyue exclaimed as she rolled up her sleeves and stomped back. How dare he treat me like a bug? I've already given it to him for free. And he still wants more. Goodness. Still seething, Xiao Qiyue turned back and shouted at the distant Chu Yunxian, don't let me see you again. Otherwise, my little Ying will castrate you. Jiang Ying. Minder Fairy, he is the Chu Yunxian I mentioned to you. The one who didn't get into college and came here to challenge? Yes. And then? He broke Li Jin's arm and got rid of Qin Yang's thing. Xiao Qiyue. Wow. No wonder he is so foolish, daring to take advantage of me. It drives me mad. Panting, Xiao Qiyue entered the shop with Jiang Ying. From a distance, Chu Yunxian patted his chest. Is it really necessary? Women are terrifying. So beautiful. Yet who can withstand their wrath? However, he still needed to find someone. Despite having a system, he wasn't sure what rewards it would grant him. He still needed to formally learn various knowledge, martial arts, practical skills, and the use of spiritual weapons, especially regarding thunder attributes. After gathering his thoughts, Chu Yunxian approached again. Xiao Qiyue was animatedly chatting with Jiang Ying. Suddenly, Jiang Ying pointed at the door. Xiao Qiyue turned to see Chu Yunxian peeking in. You dare to come back? I'll give you a good beating. Xiao Qiyue stood up, rolling up her sleeves. Wait, I'm just joking. I'm here to find someone. Chu Yunxuan quickly clarified. Who are you looking for? Xiao Qiyue asked, annoyed. I heard Mentor Xiao Qiyue is at the convenience store. This is the only one I saw. So it must be here, right? Xiao Qiyue sat down, took a sip of tea, and asked, what do you need Mentor Xiao Qiyue for? I was introduced by the dean to have her guide me. Coughing, Xiao Qiyue nearly choked. What? You're the one. She stared at Chu Yunxuan in disbelief. Chu Yunxuan looked puzzled. Jiang Ying smiled mischievously, realizing the situation was amusing. So the student the dean wanted Xiao Qiyue to mentor was him. This was genuinely interesting. The two of them were bound to cause chaos together. Ugh, Tianhua University or perhaps even Tianhua City will be thrown into disarray. I refuse. Xiao Qiyue waved her hand dismissively. What is this? You want me to deal with such a troublesome person for only 12,000 a month? That is practically sending me a beggar. At the same time, Chu Yunxuan muttered, what is this? That old man found me such an unreliable person? That dog of a dean. What a scam. After exchanging glances, they both exclaimed, wow, you still find fault with me, the fairy? Xiao Qiyue was immediately agitated. Mentor Xiao Qiyue, you misunderstood. Call me fairy. Xiao Qiyue rolled her eyes. A Chu Yunxuan secretly shook his head, feeling that she was indeed unreliable. Wow, little Ying. He even looks down on me. What an enormous humiliation. Xiao Qiyue lamented to Jiang Ying. What should we do? Jiang Ying asked. I'll find the dean. I don't want to teach this person. Xiao Qiyue declared. But you can't even afford your rent. Just as Xiao Qiyue was about to take out her phone, she paused, feeling wronged. A tiger falls in the plains and is bullied by dogs. I gaze upwards, filled with sorrow. After this lamentation, she turned to Chu Yunxuan. Fine. Let us resolve the rent issue first. You can follow me from now on. Chu Yunxuan was somewhat reluctant, feeling she was unreliable. What knowledge can you teach me? He inquired. Huh? Techniques? Xiao Qiyue immediately looked at Chu Yunxuan warily. You lecture. Knowledge. It's knowledge. Chu Yunxuan reiterated. Coughing, Xiao Qiyue responded. I can teach you anything. It depends on what you want to learn. All right. Chu Yunxuan nodded. I heard you didn't get into college? Xiao Qiyue asked curiously. Yes. Chu Yunxuan sat down. But didn't you defeat Li Jin? How could you not get into college, especially since you were at the 4-star level of the Mingxiao realm? Xiao Qiyue was puzzled. Chu Yunxuan shrugged without elaborating. What weapon do you prefer using for thunder attributes? Xiao Qiyue continued her inquiry. A sword. Xiao Qiyue extended her hand, and a spatial wormhole appeared in front of her. She reached in and pulled out a sword, tossing it to Chu Yunxuan. Chu Yunxuan, wow, a spatial master. With her abilities, even my sister Linya hasn't grasped the concept yet. It seemed he had misunderstood Dean Qin. Just use this for now. Help me with some odd jobs these days and show me your performance. If it's good, I'll teach you my ultimate skill. What ultimate skill? Chu Yunxuan asked curiously. The sealing heaven and earth technique. Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying coughed. Recalling how Xiao Qiyue had promised her the same thing 2 years ago and had never mentioned it since. How come you're so familiar with me? The boundaries are known, and the attributes are understood. You wouldn't like me, would you? Are you secretly investigating me? Chu Yunxuan inquired, gazing at her. Puff, Xiao Qiyue spat out a mouthful of water. Ask Jiang Ying. She's your little fan. Xiao Qiyue pointed at Jiang Ying. Chu Yunxuan turned to Jiang Ying. Hi. Jiang Ying greeted with a bright smile and waved. Chu Yunxuan shook his head. I'm sorry, we're not a match. I prefer someone older. Jiang Ying's smile instantly froze. Puff. Xiao Qiyue burst into laughter. Then she cautioned, I advise you not to provoke her. Little Ying has a history of dealing with people. Chu Yunxuan. Jiang Ying took a deep breath. At that moment, 3 girls entered, hand in hand. Upon seeing Chu Yunxuan, their eyes lit up. Wow, he is really here. Hi, can I get your contact information? Young man, we finally found you. You're so handsome. We're having a party tonight, and it's all beautiful girls. Would you like to join me as my date? I saw him first. I'm the one inviting him. I was the first to invite him, definitely. They pressed close to Chu Yunxuan, vying for his attention. Just as Xiao Qiyue was about to say something, a few more girls squeezed in from the convenience store. We found him, sisters. He in here. Hurry. Xiao Qiyue stroked her delicate chin, seemingly pondering something. Hey, you all. Xiao Qiyue called out. Fairy mentor. They hurriedly responded. Do you like my handsome student? Xiao Qiyue asked with a smile. Well, he is your student? We like him. We super like him. Fairy mentor, you don't know. Just in this brief moment. He is already ranked first in the campus heartthrob list on the Tianhua University forum. It's a steep drop. Although I know his reputation isn't great. I just like him. Xiao Qiyue's beautiful eyes sparkled, then she smiled. Come, buy something. If you purchase something, I'll ask him for his contact information for you, okay? Well, Okay, okay. Chu Yunxian's lips twitched. Chapter 12, Talent, Sharing Life, Not Death? The sky gradually darkened, yet the little convenience store was bustling with a long line of girls outside. Each stood on tiptoe, eagerly peering inside. Several notices were posted at the entrance of the convenience store. Spend over $898 in the store to receive a handsome photo of Chu Yunxian can be used as a profile picture. Spend over $1898 to get a chance to take a photo with Chu Yunxian. Spend over $3,898 to obtain Chu Yunxian's contact information. Jiang Ying stepped outside. Everyone, no need to queue. We sold out of stock, and we haven't tea restocked. Please come back tomorrow. The girls outside instantly displayed expressions of disappointment. Jiang Ying, tell the ferryman that I won tea by anything. I'll just transfer $3,898 directly to her. I want Chu Yunxian's contact information. Yes. I want tea by anything either. Just give me Chu Yunxian's contact information. Jiang Ying, please tell Chu Yunxian that I have nurses, teachers, cheerleaders, and maid outfits at home. Please. Jiang Ying's lips twitched. Oh my. She admits Chu Yunxian is absurdly handsome, but these girls are even more outrageous. They're too crazy. She walked back inside. Xiao Qiyue sat there, her eyes gleaming with greed, almost with a hint of madness, counting money. Wow, I hit the jackpot. Who said this fairy lacks business acumen? Chu Yunxian twitched his lips. Damn it, I've boarded a pirate ship. He chuckled. Xiao Qiyue here. Xiao Qiyue handed Chu Yunxian a stack of cash, estimating it to be around 10,000. For me? Of course. Then Xiao Qiyue handed Jiang Ying another stack of cash. Little Ying gets a share too. You've worked hard following this ferry. I'll make sure you enjoy the good life. She glanced outside, noting that it was getting late. You all should go back and rest early. This ferry still needs to restock and continue tomorrow. Continue? Chu Yunxian looked at Xiao Qiyue in bewilderment. Oh, my dear money tree. I mean Xiao Xian. Xiao Qiyue smiled sweetly, leaning against his arm. The assessment period is 3 days. Today's performance was excellent. You wouldn't want to quit halfway, would you? I tell you, this fairy's celestial transcendence technique is unparalleled across the continent. What level? Chu Yunxian asked. What is the highest grade of martial arts and mental techniques in this world? Saint Forbidden grade, right? That's the Saint Forbidden grade. Chu Yunxian looked at her with skepticism. Really? Xiao Qiyue nodded repeatedly. All right then. Chu Yunxian replied. Hee, go home and rest well, moi. Xiao Qiyue blew several kisses to Chu Yunxian from afar. Clearly, after an afternoon together, Chu Yunxian had entirely won Xiao Qiyue's favor. What a joke. The unbeatable money tree, she adores it. I'll head back first. Chu Yunxian stated. Bye-bye. Jiang Ying said. I'll head back too. I might not come tomorrow. Tonight. I may go out with Chu Yue to train. Chu Yunxian. Suck out blood? Xiao Qiyue nodded. Be careful. Jiang Ying walked out with Chu Yunxian. Are you familiar with Chu Yue? Chu Yunxian glanced at Jiang Ying and asked. This woman is quite dangerous. Don't be fooled by her frequent smile and slightly carefree demeanor. She is undoubtedly a tough character. Why? Do you know her? Of course. She is the recognized first beauty among the 4 martial arts universities in Tianhua City. I haven't met her yet. Well, so you don't know me? Jiang Ying glared at him. I've heard of you. You're either the 3rd or the 4th, right? Seeing you today is indeed reasonable. But I suppose not many like you. Jiang Ying looked at Chu Yunxian. Why? Girls prefer that kind of icy beauty like Chu Yue. Someone like you, a little punk, is a no-go. Jiang Ying. Do you believe I can kill you? Jiang Ying said fiercely. Then Xiao Qiyue will kill you. Chu Yunxian chuckled. Get lost. I take my leave. After saying that, Jiang Ying disappeared beside Chu Yunxian. What? Everyone is so formidable. Chu Yunxian opened his mouth, expressing his annoyance. At this very moment, at the Tianhua First People's Hospital, Li Jin lay in bed, one arm wrapped in bandages, his face pale. Beside him stood a middle-aged man. Dad, that Chu Yunxian is too arrogant. I want to kill him. Li Jin shouted with reddened eyes. His father replied, we can't let this matter slide easily. But for now, it's been suppressed by Qin Zhenhai. The dean? Why is he helping to suppress it? Li Jin asked, agitated. You started the trouble by injuring his arm, giving others a reason to suppress it. Even if there is punishment and compensation, it won't be much. It's meaningless. Damn. Li Jin gritted his teeth. Don't worry, we'll find a way. Just take it easy. I've specially invited the vice president of the judgment committee to treat your arm. Otherwise, you would be in serious trouble. Li Jin clenched his teeth. At that moment, a nurse pushed a bed into the room. The bed slowly came to a stop beside Li Jin. He turned his head to look. On the bed lay a familiar boy, staring blankly at the ceiling. Qinyang? Li Jin frowned. Qinyang turned his head and glanced at Li Jin in a daze. What happened? Then he looked at the bandaged parts of Qin Yang. Hiss, who did this? Crack, crack, crack. Qin Yang's eyes turned red as he clenched his fists. Chu Yunxuan. He gritted his teeth. Li Jin could not help but sniffle. The two of them had always been at odds, yet at this moment, a sense of mutual understanding arose between them. Good brothers. Today, Chu Yunxuan felt elated. He initially thought that the defeated opponent system was somewhat useless, but the results exceeded all his expectations. His Earth-level martial arts, spatial attributes, and realm had ascended to the 4-star bright aperture realm. He had acquired a substantial number of attribute points, and his 4-star bright aperture realm values even surpassed those of others at the 7-star level. Oh, the system shop. Chu Yunxuan hurriedly opened the system shop to take a look. First system shop. Attribute exchange can exchange speed, physique, strength, and spirit. Doubling the respective values for 3 minutes, same attributes cannot stack, consuming 10,000 system points. Contradictory card after using on a target. Their responses and actions will contradict their true thoughts, consuming 10,000 system points. Dodge card after use for the next 3 minutes. The host will be in an infinite dodge state, able to evade all attacks, effective below the celestial sovereign realm, usable once a day, consuming 10,000 system points. Ordinary attribute exchange can exchange for metal, wood, water, fire, and earth attributes, consuming 200,000 system points. Rare attribute exchange can exchange for wind, dark, light, thunder, and ice rare attributes, consuming 500,000 system points. Super rare attribute exchange can exchange for time or space attributes, consuming 1,000,000 system points. Fatal strike. After exchange, the next attack's power is increased by 100 times, consuming 1,000,000 system points. Usable once a day. Talent exchange. After exchange, a random talent will be acquired, consuming 1,000,000 system points. Usable once in a lifetime. Pink spray can only be used on the opposite sex, consuming 2,000,000 system points. King of Hell's Note. After exchange, write a name on the note, and the relevant information of that person will appear in the mind, allowing for instant annihilation, regardless of realm, no matter the distance. Consuming 50,000 system points. What? Chu Yunxuan was utterly astounded. The previous items he could accept, but this last King of Hell's Note. Could such a thing even exist? My goodness, how domineering. Moreover, the attribute exchange implies that as long as he has sufficient system points, he could possess all attributes. And the talent exchange. Talents such as these do not exist in Blue Star. Warriors only have laws and domains. Above the Xiantian realm lies the divine powers realm, and beyond that is the realm of laws. Once a warrior reaches the realm of laws, they can comprehend laws to aid in combat. The talent must be an independent gift from the system, something others cannot possess, akin to the laws and meaning. Currently, he only had 1,000,000 system points. What should he exchange? Clearly, the most beneficial would be an additional attribute or a talent. Chu Yunxuan contemplated for a moment. He decided to exchange for a talent. Ding. Confirm? Confirmed. Ding. You have consumed 1,000,000 system points to exchange for a talent. Ding. The talent is being randomly distributed. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired the talent. Shared life, separate death. Chu Yunxuan. Chapter 13. A desire to annihilate the demon god. Chu Yunxuan stood frozen. What is this? It's the shared life and separate death. What effect does this talent have? Chu Yunxuan quickly checked. Shared life, separate death. A talent skill granted by the system, ignoring realms, after use. It allows the host state to exchange with that of a selected target within their line of sight. Cooldown time, 6 months. Chu Yunxuan. What the heck? Chu Yunxuan was shocked. This talent is simply astonishing. How should one interpret this? Suppose he is gravely injured, even on the brink of death, while the other party is in perfect health. By using this talent, their states would directly switch. Chu Yunxuan would become robust, while the other would be gravely injured. It's that domineering. Unfathomable. Doesn't this effectively mean that every 6 months, he has an almost invincible lifeline? Moreover, it ignores realms. Now, if a celestial Tao realm demon god stands before him, as long as it does not kill him, but merely brings him to the brink of death, he can use shared life, separate death, and instantly revive. If worst comes to worst, he could injure himself and then activate it. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. This is ruthless. Chu Yunxuan opened his mouth, feeling an impulse to annihilate demon gods, while his defeated opponent's system is still active. Wouldn't it make him invincible if he were to slay a demon god? However, that was merely a thought. It was evidently unrealistic. The nearest to Tianhua City is the 5th demon god temple, deep within the beast realm. It would be impossible for him to survive the journey there. He wondered what new system would activate tonight. Chu Yunxuan was already anticipating it. Click, Chu Yunxuan opened the door. Linyer stood up from the sofa. She had seemingly been practicing. She walked up to Chu Yunxuan, skillfully tidying up the shoes he had taken off, and brought out a pair of slippers. I didn't expect you to return so late. The food has gone cold. I'll heat it up for you. After Linyer finished speaking, she headed toward the kitchen. It's fine, Xiaoyar, I can manage it myself, Chu Yunxuan said with a smile. Upon hearing Chu Yunxuan refer to her this way again, Linyer turned her head, feeling it was overly sweet. I like you calling me that. All right. Linyer didn't say anything more. She surely knew about the events concerning Chu Yunxuan today. Although he had made a mistake, the dean had suppressed it. What made her happier was that Chu Yunxuan had become a 4-star thunder attribute warrior in the bright aperture realm. This was a delightful surprise. Have you eaten? Chu Yunxuan asked. Being at the Xiantian realm, it's not easy to feel hungry. Linyer gently shook her head. Then let us eat together. After warming up the food, the two sat facing each other. I heard about what happened today, Linyer said, her beautiful eyes fixed on Chu Yunxuan. Chu Yunxuan scratched his head. I got into trouble again. Just be more careful in the future. You've reached 4 stars in the bright aperture realm, officially stepping into the ranks of warriors, and can now unleash some stronger martial skills. Work hard in your training. Of course, Chu Yunxuan smiled. Has the dean enrolled you? Linyer asked, taking a bite of her dish. I haven't been enrolled, but he helped me find someone to teach me. Who? Linyer inquired curiously. Xiao Chiyue. Teacher Xiao. Another big favor owed to the dean. Linyer pondered for a moment. Big favor? Chu Yunxuan looked at her with curiosity. Linyer nodded. Well, although Teacher Xiao is about my age, she is incredibly powerful. In terms of spatial attributes, she is much stronger than I am. In my understanding, it's hard to find someone of her age with such mastery over space throughout the entire Blue Star. I learned a lot from her, and she helped me considerably. Space is exceedingly difficult to cultivate. He had just acquired it and attempted it a moment ago, but could only manage a few meters of teleportation. It was immensely challenging. The profundity of space is beyond imagination. Space jumps, space explosions, space collapses, space compressions, 2-dimensional space, 3-dimensional space, and so on. Once truly mastered, it is fearsome. She is that powerful? What realm is she in? Chu Yunxuan asked. Linyer replied. She should be in the divine powers realm. Probably yet to advance to the realm of laws. A 25-year-old in the divine powers realm? Isn't that akin to comparing her to the prodigy Zhang Chuqin of the tribunal? But she can defeat those in the realm of laws. Chu Yunxuan. P.S. The realms include Qi Refinement Realm, Bright Aperture Realm, Xian Body Realm, Xiantian Realm, Divine Powers Realm, Realm of Laws, Domain Realm, Celestial Sovereign Realm, Celestial Emperor Realm, and Celestial Dao Realm, each major realm further divided into 1 to 10 stars. At such a level, even a 1-star difference is substantial. She can defeat those in the realm of laws? Chu Yunxuan was even more astonished. Yes, she saved my life before. Chu Yunxuan furrowed his brow. Linyer reminisced. Last year, while I was training in the beast domain, I unexpectedly encountered a nether evil tiger of the law realm. I attempted to escape through space, but the nether evil tiger shattered the dimensional barrier. Fortunately, at that moment, I met Minor Xiao, who, with her extraordinary powers, repelled the law realm nether evil tiger. Remarkable. She possesses a unique technique, the strength of which exceeded my imagination. Under the influence of this technique, she could elevate her combat prowess from the divine realm to the law realm. It is indeed impressive. She once mentioned it to me. What was it called? Feng Chun. When Linyer spoke of cultivation, her seriousness was palpable, for she was a true martial enthusiast. In her world, there were only 2 pursuits, cultivation and Chu Yunxuan. Chu Yunxuan. Is it the Feng Chun Tian Yinju? Yes. Linyer looked at Chu Yunxuan. How did you know? She had said she would teach me, but I thought she was merely boasting. It turns out she is indeed formidable. Chu Yunxuan was astonished. Linyer cleared her throat. Seemingly aware that Xiao Chiyue had a penchant for exaggeration, she decided not to pursue the topic further. Tomorrow, I'll accompany you to Tianhua University to visit my teacher and mentor Xiao, Linyer stated. Sounds good. Can I hold you while we walk around the campus tomorrow? Or perhaps you could link arms with me. Linyer blinked her beautiful eyes and asked, why? To save face. All right, Linyer replied straightforwardly. Her character was particularly laid back and candid. She never spoke much to others, never told lies, nor concealed her true thoughts. If it was acceptable, it was, and if not, it was not. Sometimes, her straightforwardness was endearingly naive. I recall watching her in a martial competition where her opponent, a formidable young man, declared that if he were to lose, Linyer would have to become his girlfriend. Linyer regarded him for a moment, seemingly contemplating, then, with an indifferent expression, She gently shook her head and replied, no, you're too ugly. I don't like you. Reflecting on that moment, it was simply adorable. Her earnest demeanor, coupled with her seemingly light-hearted tone, made it all the more charming. By the way, Linyar said, turning to Chu Yunxuan, be careful around a few girls at Tianhua University. She was aware of Chu Yunxuan's romantic inclinations and knew he would be drawn to beautiful women. Who? Jiang Ying and Chu Chuxua. Chu Yunxian. What about them? They're formidable. I'm worried you might get hurt. If you like them, consider pursuing them only after you've grown stronger, especially Jiang Ying. Chu Yunxian chuckled. Why? She has harmed boys before. Linyar spoke with a calm yet earnest demeanor as she gazed at Chu Yunxian. Chu Yunxian struggled to suppress his laughter. Ah, this sister is too cute. All right. By the way, I haven't met Chu Chuxua yet. Is she beautiful? Linyar. She is stunning, recognized as the most beautiful woman among the 4 universities in Tianhua City. I remember you, Xiaoyar. Were you not the first as well? Linyar replied, we're on par. Who do you think is prettier? Chu Yunxian asked, smiling at her. Linyar blinked at Chu Yunxian and, without hesitation, replied, I am. Uffed, too adorable. The key is, she is certainly not the type to speak insincerely or out of spite. She genuinely means it. I concur, Chu Yunxian laughed. Chapter 14. Your grandfather is still your grandfather in the deep of night. Chu Yunxian sat on his bed, cultivating. At exactly midnight, a notification sounded. Ding. Defeated opponent system, closed. Ding. Congratulations on randomly activating the universal love system. Cough. Cough. Chu Yunxian couldn't help but cough. What is this? This system is rather broad. The previous one was defeated opponent system. And now it has completely changed style to universal love system. Chu Yunxian quickly checked the system introduction. Universal love system. During the system's existence, if the host's behavior induces emotional fluctuations in the opposite sex, or if the host's actions are altruistic, rewards can be obtained. The greater the fluctuation, the higher the reward. Additionally, the system will trigger corresponding tasks upon encountering suitable candidates of the opposite sex, and completing tasks will yield rewards. Remaining time, 23 hours 59 minutes 58 seconds. Is this what you call the universal love system? I genuinely feel embarrassed to point it out. Chu Yunxian muttered to himself. Another daily system. If it were a week-long system, it would certainly be a major one. This one seems manageable, though I'm curious about the rewards. Chu Yunxian continued his cultivation. The following morning, he awoke early, feeling unusually invigorated and refreshed. Waking up without cultivation was truly a torment. He stepped out of his bedroom to find Linyar had just finished preparing breakfast. Time to eat. It was seafood noodles, one of Chu Yunxuan's favorites. Simple yet extraordinarily delicious. He gazed at Linyar. Name, Linyar. Age, 24. System rating, 99. 1. Attributes, ice, space, realm, Xiantian realm 9 stars. Affection, 90. Life and death bond. This was the information Chu Yunxian could see after activating the system. A bond of life and death. How many people in this world would be willing to share such a bond with you? Ding. Target Linyar identified. Triggering task, Linyar's affection. Affection levels of 30, 60, and 80 will yield successive rewards, remaining effective even after the system concludes. Ding. Due to the target's affection reaching the system's task limit, the task has changed to Push Linyar, with the reward being 9 calamities dark thunder. Chu Yunxian. Huh. This system is absolutely frivolous. I can't believe it. Push Linyar? Huh. Is that even achievable? Even if it is, how could I bring myself to do it? Wait a moment. Chu Yunxian suddenly had a thought and a mischievous smile appeared on his face. System? That smile. Why does it seem familiar? Come here, my dear Yar. Chu Yunxian chuckled. Linyar frowned slightly and said, this is getting more nauseating, no? More disgusting. Yet she still approached Chu Yunxian. What is it? Could you let me push you? Linyar tilted her head in confusion. Is it the same as yesterday morning? Yes. But you don't need to recite any lines. Okay. Linyar nodded, unsure of what Chu Yunxian was planning. But she complied. I'm coming now. With that, Chu Yunxian gave her a gentle push, and Linyar fell gracefully onto the sofa. System. Rewards. Chu Yunxian eagerly communicated with the system in his mind. System. Ding. The host has not completed the task for Linyar and will not receive rewards. Hey, are you playing tricks again? What is the task called? Ding. Push Linyar. Didn't I just push her down? System. Ding. This push does not count as that push. It doesn't count. Are you being unreasonable? A physical push counts as a push, doesn't it? Did I not fulfill your task? Why doesn't it count? You're being unreasonable again. Why didn't you clarify that in advance? Hurry, rewards, or I'll file a complaint. System. Oh dang. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Receiving reward, 9 calamities dark thunder, gritting teeth. Ding. Please note, physical pushing will no longer count as task completion. Chu Yunxuan felt elated, so adorable. He then turned to Linyar. Shall we eat? After finishing their meal, Chu Yunxuan and Linyar headed to Tianhua University together. On the way, they chatted amiably. I've also landed a job, Chu Yunxuan remarked. What kind of job? Linyar inquired. I'm assisting Xiao Qiyue. She sent me a salary of 10,000 yuan yesterday. Chu Yunxuan laughed. But ISNT mentor Xiao rather poor? Has Xiao Qiyue's poverty become so renowned? The key is, if she is so capable, why is she in such dire straits? Recently, she seems to have improved. That's good. At this moment, an elderly man was pulling a tricycle loaded with cardboard, stacked high, struggling up a hill. Linyar took a glance, her kind heart prompting her to assist the old man from behind. Seeing this, Chu Yunxuan also went over to lend a hand. Once they reached the top, the elderly man gratefully exclaimed, "Thank you. You both are not only good-looking but also kind-hearted." "You're welcome, sir. It's impressive that despite your age, you're still quite strong, able to handle such a heavy load," Chu Yunxuan remarked with a smile. The old man chuckled and replied, "Of course. To be honest, even those 10 years my junior might not possess my strength." Chu Yunxuan responded, "That's remarkable. With your vigor. Why are you collecting recyclables? You could work as a clerk at a convenience store instead." The old man laughed. "Oh dear, young man. I've done it all in my youth. I've been a white-collar worker, a salesman, a waiter, and even a teacher. Just a couple of years ago, I was a train attendant." Chu Yunxuan was taken aback. "Is that so? You still worked as a train attendant just 2 years ago?" The old man proudly stated, "Indeed. However, I must confess, I have never been a clerk. My body can no longer endure that." Chu Yunxuan chuckled. "I should learn from you, sir. Your experiences are so vast having worked so many jobs." The elderly man blinked and scratched his head. "Huh? Young man, were you referring to work?" Chu Yunxuan exclaimed, "Wow. Incredible. You are truly remarkable. I must take my leave now." He then took Linyar's hand and walked away. "What happened?" Linyar asked, puzzled. Nothing. Chu Yunxuan awkwardly replied. "Oh, soon." The two arrived at the university's entrance. "Link arms with me," Chu Yunxuan suggested with a smile. "Sure." Linyar replied nonchalantly as she linked her arm with his. Ding. Sensing Linyar's nervousness, the system value increased by 10,000. Chu Yunxuan glanced at her. "Are you nervous?" "A bit, but if it brings you prestige, it's fine," she smiled. The two strolled inside. "Wow, she's stunning. Who is she?" "Oh, Chu Yunxuan. You lucky dog. How infuriating. Linyar Sr.? Truly, she is breathtaking. Damn it, Chu Yunxuan. Why does he deserve this? I'm so envious that he has Linyar on his arm." Linyar, a prodigious ice element warrior, was rumored to have shattered records with her chilling powers. Numerous top factions and academies had extended invitations to her, all of which she declined. Damn it, if it weren't for Chu Yunxuan, Linyar would have soared to great heights by now. She would at least be at the divine realm by now. Ding. Sensing the infatuation of 32 female classmates, the system value increased by 150,000. Ding. Sensing the jealousy of 107 female classmates, the system value increased by 310,000. Chu Yunxuan. Awesome. At that moment, two boys approached. It's Tang Xiaosan. So handsome. Although Tang Xiaosan was merely an ordinary wood element warrior, his mastery of the wood technique, wood binding, was extraordinary, capable of restraining even fire element warriors of the same level. Wow. The elite class is Tang Xiaosan. Forget it. I don't like him anymore. I like Chu Yunxuan now. 1. Chu Yunxuan is the true star. Third brother, is that Linyar? One of Tang Xiaosan's companions inquired. Tang Xiaosan glanced over, astonished. Indeed, it has been a while since I visited Tianhua University. Why is she holding on to a man's arm? Tang Xiaosan frowned. It must be Chu Yunxuan. I see. But that's not acceptable. Linyar has always been the chosen one for Xin Xiao. Since Chu Yunxuan has no blood relation to her, Xin Xiao, with his possessive nature, would surely be displeased if he found out. Tang Xiaosan nodded. Exactly. I must teach Chu Yunxuan a lesson on Xin Xiao's behalf. Who knows? Xin Xiao might reward me for it. But Linyar is right next to him. Tang Xiaosan chuckled. As long as I have a reasonable excuse to indirectly discipline Chu Yunxuan, she won't intervene. He then walked straight toward them. Chapter 15. Brothers in misfortune at the hospital. Over the years, Linyar had seldom gone out with Chu Yunxuan alone, as he had never shown interest in her. Suddenly, his attitude took a complete turn, leaving her confused yet elated. This was Linyar's first experience recognizing just how much attention Chu Yunxuan garnered from other girls. As they walked through Tianhua University, she could keenly feel the hostile glares directed at her from numerous girls and witness their excitement upon seeing Chu Yunxuan. Tang Xiaosan and his companion approached. Is that Linyar? Tang Xiaosan asked. Who are you? I am Tang Xiaosan, a friend of Xin Xiao, he replied with a smile. I've heard of you. Linyar nodded slightly. Chu Yunxuan recalled that Shen Qianjun was among the top 5 powers at Tianhua University, often mentioned alongside Shi Chuxue and a few others as a rare talent in Tianhua City. Shen Qianjun was also Linyar's most fervent suitor, while Tang Xiaosan was his lackey, thriving under Shen Qianjun's influence. Tang Xiaosan felt a sense of honor, surprised that Linyar knew him. However, he continued, I must be so bold as to say. Tang Xiaosan turned his gaze to Chu Yunxuan and explained, yesterday, Chu Yunxuan, as an outsider, challenged the junior and intermediate classes, and as a member of Tianhua University, I feel obligated to restore our honor. He then smiled at Chu Yunxuan, asking, Are you willing to accept my challenge? Chu Yunxuan activated his spirit eye, revealing, name, Tang Xiaosan, age, 23, element, wood, realm, mystic body realm, 1 star. Chu Yunxuan replied, if I recall correctly, you are at the bottom of the elite class, aren't you? Hearing this, Tang Xiaosan's expression hardened slightly. He then chuckled. That is indeed true, but in other martial arts universities, I would still rank among the top. Enough. Just answer whether you are at the bottom or not. There's no need for elaborate justifications. For those unaware, they might think you aren't that low, Chu Yunxuan stated. Linyar cast a glance at Chu Yunxuan but said nothing. You. Tang Xiaosan pointed at Chu Yunxuan, gritting his teeth, wishing to tear him apart. The surrounding girls gasped. Wow, Chu Yunxuan is so handsome. He is so domineering. I adore him. They were captivated by his charm. I like him. I love this type of guy. TCH, you mundane women. He may be flaunting now, but just wait until Linyar doesn't intervene. You'll see how Tang Xiaosan deals with Chu Yunxuan. Exactly, what is he even showing off about? Acting tough in front of someone in the mystic body realm? Does he think Tang Xiaosan is like those in the junior and intermediate classes? In the realm of bravado, one must not merely boast but dare to engage. Tang Xiaosan chuckled softly. Of course, I accept. What fear could there be in challenging a mere waste with no foundation? Ding. The reality card activates. Remaining uses, 2-3. Tang Xiaosan's gaze sharpened. Don't overstep. Did I speak incorrectly? You know Xiao Wu, right? My ex-girlfriend. What of it? She once told me you were a eunuch. Chu Yunxuan laughed. She speaks nonsense. As Tang Xiaosan gritted his teeth, he retorted. Fine. You've pushed me to this. He then turned to Linyar, asserting, Senior Lin. I hope you will not intervene. I know my limits. Chu Yunxuan glanced at the concerned Linyar and remarked, Yes, just a eunuch. The vines that emanate from his wood attribute are likely to be limp. Even with a mystical body, it would be futile. Ding. The reality card activates. Remaining uses, 1-3. Ha. Upon hearing Chu Yunxuan's words, the nearby girls erupted in laughter. So, another who underestimates the wood attribute? Tang Xiaosan scoffed. Then feel the might of my ultimate technique. Binding vines. Instantly, dozens of sturdy vines surged forth, aiming directly at Chu Yunxuan. Are you not going to evade? Tang Xiaosan scoffed. However, in the next moment, everyone was left dumbfounded. As the advancing vines neared Chu Yunxuan, they suddenly wilted, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Onlookers? Tang Xiaosan? Hey, get up. He urged the vines, yet they remained limp, not responding at all. Rise. Attack. Binding vines. He exerted his spiritual energy again, but the vines remained sprawled. The reality card's effect rendered his vines utterly ineffective. Onlookers? Ha. No way. Is it true? Laughter erupted. So, would attribute warriors are indeed weak, and their vines are just as feeble? Ha. This is hilarious. I thought Chu Yunxuan was boasting. But it turns out he was right. Laughter continued to echo. Ding. Sensing the joy of 33 females, the system value increased by 100,000. You. What sorcery did you employ? Tang Xiaosan trembled, pointing at Chu Yunxuan. Chu Yunxuan approached and patted his shoulder, saying, Hurry and seek treatment. With that, he walked away, leaving Tang Xiaosan in utter despair. Brother San, you can't be serious, a little brother inquired. Nonsense. I have. I'm not a eunuch. Tang Xiaosan shouted, glancing at the mocking expressions and pointing fingers around him. I have. Then, he tugged at his pants and looked down. Tang Xiaosan. No. It's gone? Where did it go? The reality card is too tyrannical. Where is it? Hey, don't joke with me. Where are you? Come back. At Tianhua City First People's Hospital, Li Jin and Xinyang lay in their hospital beds. What? It just exploded? Out of nowhere. Li Jin asked, bewildered. Yes. Xinyang nodded listlessly. How could this happen? Li Jin frowned and added, but don't worry, I messaged Tang Xiaosan from the advanced class last night. He is at the 1st star of the mystical body, I asked him to teach Chu Yunxuan a lesson. Xinjiang gritted his teeth. It must be a severe lesson. Absolutely. At that moment, a nurse wheeled in another bed. On it lay Tang Xiaosan, appearing disheartened. Tang Xiaosan? Xinjiang and Li Jin's eyes widened in shock. What happened to him? Li Jin quickly asked. He is in the same condition as the person next to you, the nurse replied. Xinjiang. Li Jin? Chapter 16. Chu Yunxuan. We are enemies for life. Chu Yunxuan made his way to the ferry convenience store. While Linyar went to pay a visit to the dean. This affection system rewards based on the emotions of the opposite sex, primarily granting system points, which I currently require in copious amounts. I cannot afford to waste any. Chu Yunxuan pondered. Soon, he arrived at the ferry convenience store, finding it devoid of customers. Ah, little Xian is here. Please, take a seat. Xiao Qiyue approached with a warm smile. Ding, congratulations on triggering the task. Xiao Qiyue's affection. Achieving affections of 30, 60, or 80 will yield rewards, effective even after the system disappears. Name, Xiao Qiyue. Age, 25. Rating, 99. Attributes, lightning, space, cultivation level, divine realm 5th star. Affection, 23. Friendly. Chu Yunxuan raised an eyebrow. This system has high standards, requiring a score of over 90 to trigger a task. Aren't you selling anything today? He inquired. The Goods Haven tea arrived yet. Rest a bit while I prepare tea for you, Xiao Qiyue replied cheerfully. What about Senior Jiang Ying? Chu Yunxuan asked, knowing she could trigger a task as well. Are you missing your little brother? Jiang Ying's voice chimed in, her smile bright as she entered. Ding. Congratulations on triggering the task, Jiang Ying's affection. Achieving affections of 30, 60, or 80 will yield rewards, effective even after the system disappears. Name, Jiang Ying. Age, 23. Rating, 98. 7. Attributes, dark, wind, cultivation level, Xiantian realm 7th star, affection, 15. Friendly. Why is everyone so formidable these days? Rare dual attributes are so common? Didn't you go to the beast domain? Chu Yunxuan asked. Don't mention it. I wanted to team up with Shi Chuxue, but she is too competitive. Fearing I might surpass her, so she went off secretly, Jiang Ying grumbled. Xiao Qiyue interjected. Come on, Shi Chuxue is famously diligent. Among all of Tianhua University, only Chu Yunxian's sister can compete with her in terms of dedication. Jiang Ying shrugged. Since there is no merchandise, I'll get back to my own matters. Chu Yunxian stated. What are you up to? Jiang Ying asked with curiosity. Chu Yunxian smiled. You'll find out soon. An hour later, a throng of girls gathered at the entrance of the ferry convenience store. What is going on here? So many people? A passerby exclaimed. Chu Yunxian was here yesterday, and a multitude of girls flocked to him for his contact information. These women are truly losing their modesty, grumbled a disgruntled boy. Today is not for that, another interjected. What is it for then? Chu Yunxian is holding auditions for today's girlfriend. The crowd gasped. What the hell is that? I'm utterly astounded. And it's for a girlfriend for today only. This is outrageous. So many girls, utterly shameless. Being handsome truly allows one to do as they please. I'm so envious. The spectacle left many boys seething with jealousy and envy. These girls are truly throwing away their dignity for looks, one boy remarked. Zhao Dagan chuckled. They're just ordinary girls, not worth comparing to your sister-in-law. Exactly. Tingting is not only beautiful but also possesses a commendable character, devoid of vulgarity. I genuinely envy Jin Gu for having found such a perfect girlfriend. Zhao Dagan chuckled and replied, Indeed, I consider myself quite fortunate. Jin Gu, look over there. Is that your sister-in-law? Suddenly, the younger brother pointed at a girl at the audition site. Zhao Dagan glanced over. What the hell? Ah, Chu Yunxian. I shall not rest until I confront you. Lu Dingding, congratulations on advancing through the auditions, skipping the second and third rounds, and directly entering the finals. Jiang Ying handed Lu Tingting an advancement card. Yay. Her face lit up with excitement. Chu Yunxian sat nearby. Ding. Perceiving Lu Tingting's elation, system value 30,000. Ding. The host's actions are profoundly altruistic, system value 100,000. Ding. Sensing the tension among the other women, system value 100,000. Ding. The notifications echoed in Chu Yunxuan's mind. He was truly a genius. He was exploiting this altruism system to its fullest. The system value was soaring. Jiang Ying found it intriguing and decided to indulge Chu Yunxian. This was indeed a rare occurrence. Only Chu Yunxian could achieve such a feat remarkable. All right, everyone. Please have those under 163 centimeters exit first. Instantly, a group of girls stepped out from the long queue. Ding. Sensing the disappointment among the girls. System value 200,000. Ding. Chu Yunxian continued, Next, please have those weighing over 105 pounds leave, unless your height exceeds 1.7 meters. Another wave of girls sadly departed. Ding. sensing the disappointment. Chu Yunxuan. Now, please have those with an A-cup size leave. The remaining will advance to the second round, while C or above will directly enter the third round. Ding. Countless students gathered around, brimming with envy. What's happening? Song Shuheng approached, gently patting a male classmate's shoulder. Brother Song, you won't believe it. This Chu Yunxian is insufferably arrogant. I truly wish to put him in his place. The boy recounted the events to Song Shuheng. There's no need to be upset. He is quite remarkable. Since arriving at Tianhua University, he has certainly livened things up. Song Shuheng smiled. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. Jiangying? What is she doing beside Chu Yunxian? Brother Song, you are the epitome of modesty and grace. You are perfect. While I am but an ordinary person, lacking your broad-mindedness, ha ha ha. Song Shuheng offered a slight smile before asking, is Jiangying over there? Yes. Senior Jiangying is assisting him with the auditions. Song Shuheng maintained his serene smile, but a flicker of unease crossed his gaze. The woman he admired was jesting with Chu Yunxian? Absurd. He then approached. Chu Yunxian, everyone has classes to attend. Perhaps you should take a break? Song Shuheng said to Chu Yunxian with a calm demeanor, a hint of nonchalance gracing his lips. Upon seeing Song Shuheng, many eyes brightened. Wow, it's Song Shuheng. So handsome. Song Shuheng was indeed a suitor of Jiangying. He must have noticed Chu Yunxuan's closeness to her. But Song Shuheng was the most gentlemanly and refined individual I have ever encountered. He would likely only offer a mild admonition to Chu Yunxian. A top-tier talent at Tianhua University. He could easily reprimand Chu Yunxian, yet Song Shuheng was too kind-hearted, too gentle, a perfect gentleman. Indeed, I've never seen him utter a curse. Whenever a fellow student is injured, he is always eager to help. His kindness is truly remarkable. Chu Yunxian cast a glance at Song Shuheng, who then turned to Jiangying, smiling as he asked, Jiangying, what brings you here? I'm helping Chu Yunxian with the auditions. Aren't you supposed to be training? Song Shuheng inquired. This is so much fun. I almost want to join. Jiangying replied with a cheerful smile. It was apparent she harbored no fondness for Song Shuheng, perhaps even disdain. Really? Chu Yunxian asked. Of course. Jiangying affirmed. How about I directly advance you to the finals of the auditions? Chu Yunxian proposed with a grin. Wow, that sounds great. Jiangying replied eagerly. All right, you are now in the finals. Yay, Song Shuheng. His expression remained one of humility and gentlemanly demeanor. Chapter 17. The facade of humanity. Song Shuheng adjusted his glasses and softly remarked, Chu Yunxian is quite the popular one. Not too shabby, brother Song. I've heard you're also quite well liked. Chu Yunxian replied. Haha, not as much as you. Well, I won't intrude any longer. Until next time, Song Shuheng said before turning to leave. You seem to dislike him. Chu Yunxian quietly inquired of Jiangying, noting her evident aversion to Song Shuheng. Indeed, Jiangying nodded. He's a decent fellow, isn't he? Though I don't have much affection for him. He ranks among the few boys I don't detest. I've heard he is humble, kind-hearted, and has even adopted many stray cats, Chu Yunxian noted. Jiangying shrugged. That's true. Then why do you seem to dislike him, even if you don't favor him? Dislike seems excessive, Chu Yunxian questioned. How should I put it? He has persistently pursued me. While he is genuinely a good person and everyone likes him, I just feel a strange discomfort around him. It's an inexplicable aversion. A strong sense of possessiveness? Not quite. However, I advise you to keep your distance from him. Jiangying cautioned. A woman's intuition? Indeed. Quite accurate, I assure you. Meanwhile, clad in a suit, Song Shuheng returned home. His residence was a charming little villa, immaculate and orderly, reflecting his penchant for cleanliness. The living room was filled with numerous cats, all strays, yet impeccably groomed. As Song Shuheng entered the living room, the playful cats scattered. He proceeded to the bathroom, washed his hands, then retrieved a bottle of red wine from the cabinet. Pouring himself a glass, he settled into the sofa, gently swirling the wine in his glass with an air of elegance. Song Shuheng appeared lost in thought as he swirled the wine. Suddenly, a cat knocked the remote control off the television cabinet. He looked over, set down his glass, and walked to pick it up, placing it back in its spot. You little rascal. He cradled the cat in his arms, settling back onto the sofa, gently caressing it with a loving gaze. The other cats watched him from various corners of the room. Here, you mustn't run around or jump about. He softly instructed the cat, continuing to stroke it. Little kitty, you must be affectionate, obedient, and well-behaved. A smile graced Song Shuheng's face. If you're not well-behaved, no one will like you. His voice was soft and gentle, his face adorned with a humble smile. However, the pressure in his hand gradually intensified. Meow. The cat let out a piercing cry, struggling in vain. It slowly became still, blood seeping between Song Shuheng's fingers, which had sunk into the cat's flesh. He continued to exert pressure, his expression twisting into something grotesque as the cat's innards were crushed. He persisted in his grip. After a while, Song Shuheng gently placed the lifeless body of the cat on the ground, stroking it softly as he murmured, "Remember to behave well in the future." He then settled onto the sofa, retrieving a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his hands. Chu Yunxuan. He lifted his gaze, his eyes narrowing slightly. "You brought this upon yourself." After clearing away all traces, Song Shuheng stood before the mirror, his face a mask of malice and indifference. In the next moment, he flashed the warm smile that was familiar to everyone, as if rehearsing. Subsequently, he stepped out of his home. In the afternoon, Chu Yunxian returned home with Lin Yu. Today was the day their mentor took the junior class to the Beast Realm for training. You could have joined them as a martial artist. Gaining experience in the Beast Realm could be beneficial, Lin Yu suggested. "Forget it. I'm not a student at Tianhua University. I don't want to be the subject of gossip." Chu Yunxian replied. "But you could give Mentor Xiao a chance to take you out, and I could accompany you," Lin Yu encouraged. Chu Yunxian smiled and nodded. "All right. Just let me know whenever you want to go out. I'll make another trip to the Beast Realm and return by tomorrow morning to prepare breakfast for you. Be careful," she replied. After Lin Yu left, Chu Yunxian began his training at home. After a while, he opened his eyes. Sensing that he was on the verge of a breakthrough, he extended his hand, and crackling sounds filled the air. Within his palm, dark gray bolts of lightning crackled. This was the 9 Calamities Dark Thunder he had acquired from defeating Lin Yu. He knew little about the 9 Calamities Dark Thunder, only that there existed formidable natural treasures in this world, such as divine fire and divine thunder. Should a martial artist absorb them, they could wield these supreme flames and thunders, vastly enhancing their combat capabilities. For those at the celestial sovereign level or above, these treasures were invaluable. The emergence of a powerful divine fire or thunder could even incite a bloody storm. Thus, the 9 Calamities Dark Thunder must hold similar significance. Chu Yunxian did a quick search and discovered that the 9 Calamities Dark Thunder ranked 3rd on the continent's Divine Thunder leaderboard. It was a top-tier divine thunder, possessing the greatest destructive power among all divine thunders and capable of obliterating spiritual energy. Martial artists could unleash their spiritual energy to create defensive barriers around their bodies to withstand powerful impacts, but the 9 Calamities Dark Thunder could breach such defenses, delivering a surprise attack. "I mustn't reveal it easily," he thought. Chu Yunxian extended his hand. Even without activating the 9 Calamities Dark Thunder, ordinary blue lightning appeared. Revealing his power would invite lethal danger. Should someone kill him, they could seize the 9 Calamities Dark Thunder within him. A hot potato indeed. After a moment of contemplation, he heard a chime. Ding. Benevolent system disabled. Then another chime. Ding. "Congratulations, you have randomly activated the instant kill system." The instant kill system? Chu Yunxian quickly glanced at it. Instant kill system. During the existence of this system, any attack initiated by the host with killing intent can instantly eliminate the target. Each target eliminated grants rewards proportional to the target's realm, effective below the divine ability realm. Remaining time, 1 day, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. How astonishing! Chu Yunxian gasped. Does this mean that if a group of 10-star Mystic Realm opponents were to confront me, I could effortlessly eliminate them? 10-star Mystic Realm. Lin Yu was only at the 9-star Mystic Realm. Martial artists at the Mystic Realm were already formidable figures, capable of obliterating a small mountain with a single move. To the Beast Realm, the thought struck him immediately. Otherwise, who would he kill to obtain rewards? He hoped to encounter a Mystic Realm beast. That would be worth it. It was quite challenging to spot Mystic Realm beasts near human territories, as they were predominantly occupied by Qi Refinement and Enlightenment Realm beasts. Even the Body Refinement Realm beasts were scarce. Otherwise, Tianhua University would not allow mentors to guide only Qi Refinement or Enlightenment Realm martial artists into the Beast Realm for training. Off I go. Chu Yunxian left his home, grabbed a shared bicycle, and rode toward the Beast Realm. Chapter 18. First entry into the Beast Realm approximately 2 hours later. Chu Yunxian arrived at the outskirts of Tianhua City. Over the years, the demon and monster tribes had been steadily encroaching upon human territories, conquering city after city. Tianhua City, the southernmost city in Huahua, bordered the Beast Realm. Further south lay Tianhai City, Chu Yunxuan's hometown, which had been captured a decade ago. If the 5th Demon God Palace were to strike again, it would undoubtedly target Tianhua City. Consequently, the property prices in Tianhua City had plummeted, prompting many to leave, who would want to remain in the city closest to the demon tribes. Nonetheless, humans possessed a strong sense of territoriality. They understood that losing a city meant losing a foothold. Thus, many powerful individuals gathered around Tianhua City. The light barrier loomed in the distance, separating Tianhua City from the Beast Realm. It was a protective measure for the human city. Beasts could not easily trespass into human territories. Fortunately, over the years, the protection offered by the Divine Alliance, the Judgment Council, and the celestial domain had been substantial. Chu Yunxuan sighed, reflecting on the various powerful factions among the humans, which were akin to national forces. The Judgment Council primarily dealt with prosecuting criminal martial artists, while the Divine Alliance and Celestial Domain boasted countless powerful figures, recruiting new members annually. They safeguarded the entire human race. Once upon a time, the original owner had aspired to join the Divine Alliance or Celestial Domain, but now, Chu Yunxuan found himself less inclined to join. Approaching the light barrier, he observed numerous soldiers standing guard, in close proximity to the beast realm. There were always human sentinels stationed at intervals, primarily from the Celestial Domain and Divine Alliance. "Are you going out?" a member of the Divine Alliance inquired, glancing at Chu Yunxuan. "Yes. Be careful, don't venture too far." "Thank you." With that, Chu Yunxuan passed through the light barrier and entered the beast realm. The moment he crossed over, the scent of the air shifted dramatically. Humans could traverse the barrier without hindrance, but any beast that touched it would trigger a powerful backlash. Where to now? Chu Yunxuan pulled out his phone. The signal was poor. Once inside the beast realm, the signal barely extended 3 kilometers. He had downloaded an offline map in advance. Sanli Slope, he noted, recognizing it as the most frequented training ground for Tianhua University. Sanli Slope was 5 kilometers from the light barrier of Tianhua City, and he certainly did not wish to encounter anyone. Since Chu Yunxuan activated the instant kill system, he needed to eliminate beasts to earn rewards. "I'll head to Tianhai Jungle instead." The Tianhai Jungle lay in another direction and was a common destination for martial artists. Situated 7 kilometers from human territory, as he walked toward Tianhai Jungle, the city gradually receded from view, and the surroundings grew darker. Fortunately, the moon shone brightly tonight. The sounds of wind rustling through leaves and distant animals filled the air, heightening the tension in such an environment. The beast realm was indeed perilous. Barely a few steps in, and danger was already palpable. Chu Yunxuan noticed a monkey-like beast concealed among the trees and pondered for a moment, activating his spirit-piercing eye. He observed the creature, one-eyed demon monkey, attributes, none, realm, chi refinement realm, 5 stars, demonic technique, heart-piercing strike, a common tactic of the one-eyed demon monkey. Typically lying in wait, accumulating spiritual energy before launching a surprise attack on the target's heart. Description: one-eyed demon monkey, a low-level demonic creature, possesses a single eye, is swift, and exhibits a ferocious temperament. The spirit-piercing eye proved exceptionally useful. Every martial artist, during their education, not only learned common knowledge but also extensively studied the various creatures inhabiting the continent. They learned about different beasts, their temperaments, common techniques, elemental affinities, weaknesses, and the strengths of their bloodlines, including their maximum attainable realms. The more one knew, the less likely they would be caught off guard. Under the influence of the spirit-piercing eye, all this information was laid bare before him. This is easy. Chu Yunxuan gathered a bolt of lightning and hurled it forth. In an instant, he dispatched the one-eyed demon monkey, earning a reward of 5 points to allocate among his attributes at will. Chu Yunxuan pressed deeper into the forest. After traversing for several minutes and encountering a couple of feeble chi training realm beasts along the way, a sudden flame grazed his ear and landed ahead, creating a fiery pit in the ground. Turning his head, he beheld a rat, nearly the size of a grown man, its blood-red eyes fixated on him. Its sharp teeth dripped with a repulsive slime. At that moment, the beast appeared to be engulfed in flames. Flame rat. Attribute: fire, realm, bright aperture realm, 1 star. Swish. In the next moment, the flame rat charged at Chu Yunxuan, its sharp claws seemingly intent on severing his throat. However, Chu Yunxuan simply threw the stone he had been holding at it. The flame rat did not even flinch. After all, it was merely a stone. What was there to dodge? Yet the instant the stone made contact, the flame rat was instantly killed, its body crashing heavily to the ground. Ding! The instant kill system activated, slaying the 1-star flame rat and granting a reward, a permanent increase of 0.1 in lightning attribute power. This reward was quite favorable, though it seemed a mere 0.1 increase. It was permanent. As his realm advanced, that 0.1 boost would become significantly noticeable. Chu Yunxuan approached, unsheathing the ordinary sword given to him by Shao Qi Yue. He then severed the head of the flame rat, retrieving a small crimson demon crystal from within. This crystal was the source of the beast's power, which a martial artist could absorb and refine to enhance their cultivation or sell for profit. Completing this task, Chu Yunxuan continued onward. The path was teeming with demon beasts, even near the human city. Ding killed demon raccoon, earned a reward of 10 points to allocate freely. Ding killed blue-striped demon spider. Ding. Chu Yunxuan pressed on until he reached the Tianhai Jungle, its outline emerging in his sight. Recent news indicated the discovery of an 8-star beast in the Xian body realm within the Tianhai Jungle, prompting Chu Yunxuan's journey in that direction. Ideally, he would encounter a beast in the Xiantian realm, as he could dispatch them instantaneously. Huh? Suddenly, in the dark of night, he caught sight of a flicker of blue light at the jungle's edge, reminiscent of ghostly flames. Chu Yunxuan furrowed his brow and quickened his pace toward it. In the Tianhai jungle, the intermediate class 3 students were honing their skills. Good job. Everyone should learn from you, Qianren, who, on only his second venture into the beast territory, managed to slay a 5-star bright aperture realm beast, the demon raccoon. This is commendable. Applause erupted from the crowd. Hee, it's all thanks to the practice at the academy. Yu Qianren chuckled, scratching his head. The instructor remarked, this is why you must diligently train at Tianhua University to hone your combat skills. It's crucial that you face demon beasts without fear when the time comes. Especially the girls, who screamed in fright upon encountering spider or rat-sized beasts if they did not overcome such fears. How could they combat even more fearsome creatures in the future? The crowd nodded in agreement. Yu Qianren stated, once I return this time, my progress will be rapid. I will definitely settle the score with that show-off, Chu Yunxuan. Good. That Chu Yunxuan has been irking me for a while. Damn it. He is too arrogant. He even held a selection for girlfriends at Tianhua University. I can't stand it. The mention fueled their motivation. Train hard. Teach Chu Yunxuan a lesson. Teach Chu Yunxuan a lesson. The male students chorused. The instructor's lips twitched slightly. Chu Yunxuan had truly drawn the ire of many. Suddenly, the instructor's gaze sharpened. His attention directed to the side. The students immediately became alert. Chapter 19. The Ghostly Evil Tiger. The Tianhai jungle was essentially a vast forest, densely populated with trees, limiting visibility, especially at night. Every rustle of leaves warranted caution. All the students anxiously observed the instructor's line of sight. There was indeed movement. It must be a demon beast. Leave it to me, Yu Qianren declared, flames swirling around his sword. Just then, a figure approached. Chu Yunxuan? The crowd was momentarily taken aback, including the instructor. I traveled a great distance just to hear you all shouting to teach me a lesson. What's wrong? Chu Yunxuan asked, exasperated. What do you think? Aren't you the one challenging Tianhua University? But I haven't challenged you. It's got nothing to do with you. Yu Qianren retorted, I just can't stand you. What of it? All right. The instructor turned to Chu Yunxuan, asking, did you come alone? Chu Yunxuan nodded. Though you're not a Tianhua University student, it's quite dangerous for a novice martial artist to venture into the demon beast territory alone. You should accompany our class 3 for now. We can't afford any mishaps. Chu Yunxuan replied, I saw blue light at the jungle's edge, but couldn't find it when I approached. The instructor explained, that's quite normal. It's merely ghostly fire, nothing to be alarmed about. The instructor then educated the group. The so-called ghostly fire is actually phosphorescent light, a common natural phenomenon. Human and demon beast bones contain a substantial amount of calcium phosphate. Upon death, when the body decomposes underground, various chemical reactions occur. Phosphorus transitions from phosphate to phosphine, which is a gaseous substance with a low ignition point that ignites upon contact with air at room temperature, resulting in the ghostly fire you see. The crowd nodded in understanding. The instructor continued, in the demon beast territory, it's rife with various demon beast species. Their struggle for survival often leads to internal conflict, making it common to encounter the corpses of demon beasts, many of which will be decomposing. Therefore, encountering blue ghostly fire in the demon beast territory is not a cause for alarm. It typically follows this principle. The students finally understood. Chu Yunxuan, do you comprehend? Chu Yunxuan nodded. I understand. All right, everyone, continue deeper, stay close to your classmates, and persist in your training. Chu Yunxuan, you should join us as well. Yu Qianren interjected. Instructor Lu, why bring him along? He'll hinder our training. Exactly. Isn't he capable of handling himself? Let him be on his own. Many chimed in. Enough. Regardless of your grievances, once in the demon beast territory, we are all human, all brothers and sisters. We must unite as one, the instructor asserted. Understood. Yu Qianren glanced back at Chu Yunxuan, scoffing. He then rejoined the main group. Chu Yunxuan followed not out of fear. Instructor Lu was correct. Initially, he had believed it was ghostly fire too. However, he had observed that the flame seemed to move. Perhaps it was just too far to see clearly. He was curious to discover what was truly happening. Swish. A flame suddenly rushed toward them from ahead. Instructor Lu swiftly stepped forward, extending his hand to block it. It was a 3-star bright aperture realm, fire attribute, red flame mad lizard. Yu Qianren, it's your turn. All right. Yu Qianren grinned, brandishing his sword and charging forward. Yet swish. In the next moment, Chu Yunxuan sped past him. What the hell? Are you stealing my kill? Yu Qianren increased his speed, both racing toward the beast. A flash of blue lightning appeared, and the red flame-mad lizard was instantly dispatched. Huh. Chu Yunxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. It just died? He stood there, bewildered, while Instructor Lu frowned. The thunder attribute indeed possesses great strength. However, Chu Yunxuan is essentially a 4-star enlightened realm practitioner. Without striking at a vital point, one cannot assert that a thunderbolt would instantly obliterate him, can one? Is his power truly that formidable? You cannot defeat it. While collecting demon crystals, Chu Yunxuan remarked, I cannot be defeated? Are you jesting? A 6-star enlightened realm is not so easily overcome. Instructor Lu nodded, acknowledging, it is my fault. I misjudged, believing it to be only a 3-star, which would have posed no issue for Chu Yunxuan. The crowd gasped in disbelief. A 4-star enlightened realm can instantly defeat a 6-star? Is that true? Incredible. I could even slay a 5-star. A 6-star would be within my grasp too. Chu Yunxuan expressed his discontent. All right, crossing 2 stars is overly perilous. Chu Yunxuan has indeed saved you. Chu Yunxuan scoffed. Instructor Lu continued. Chu Yunxuan, should you encounter a powerful foe, I entrust it to you. Allow my students to hone their skills against weaker opponents. Understood, Chu Yunxuan nodded. At that moment, a girl pointed towards the distant shadows, exclaiming, Instructor Lu. There is ghost fire. The group turned to look. Due to the distance and the obstructive trees, they could only discern a blue glow. If I were alone, I would surely be terrified, but now, I find that blue light rather beautiful. Indeed, I must take a closer look. One girl curiously ventured forward. I will go too. Be cautious, Instructor Lu called out. All right. The 2 girls clasped hands and ventured forth, their excitement palpable in their demeanor. Suddenly, in the night, the blue light erupted fiercely. A stream of blue breath surged forth, engulfing the girl on the left in an instant. What? Instructor Lu's pupils constricted. Chu Yunxuan's brow furrowed sharply. The other students widened their eyes in shock. The girl on the right, gripping her friend's hand, felt her hair whipped by the force. Frozen in shock as she slowly turned her head to the left. The girl on the left had vanished without a trace. Yet, her hand still held the warm right hand of her companion. However, now, it was merely a right hand and half an arm. In the next moment, she let out a piercing scream. Run! Instructor Lu shouted, sprinting forward at full speed, grabbing the girl and pulling her back, shielding her. Return, quickly, he yelled at her. The girl, overwhelmed, felt her body go limp. She desperately attempted to flee, but stumbled to the ground. Struggling to rise, she found herself utterly unable to stand, crawling towards the others in tears. Meanwhile, the students from Class 3 were left in utter shock, their legs trembling. Chu Yunxuan rushed forward, supporting the girl and quickly bringing her back. Thank you, she sobbed, expressing her gratitude to Chu Yunxuan. Hurry back. To the academy. Instructor Lu bellowed. Concurrently, the demon beast emerged. It was over 5 meters in length, a tiger engulfed in eerie blue flames. The ghostly infernal tiger of the Xiantian realm. Instructor Lu's pupils constricted. In the next moment, he charged forward. Chapter 20. The Divine Realm, Ghostly Infernal Tiger. At that moment, Chu Yunxuan perceived that the blue light was shifting, though he remained uncertain. Especially since Instructor Lu had mentioned ghost fire. He suspected it might be true. However, he soon realized it was not ghost fire at all, but the ghostly infernal tiger. A formidable demon beast that wields blue flames. Previously, when Linier was saved by Shao Qi Yue, it was also a ghostly infernal tiger. This creature possesses a potent bloodline and can even evolve into a celestial sovereign. We must return swiftly. Chu Yunxuan shouted to the students of Class 3. Why you are not leaving? Chu Yunxuan asked Chu Yunxuan. What? Do you wish to stay with me? Chu Yunxuan teased. No, not at all. You are impressive. Chu Yunxuan swallowed hard. Lead everyone back. Retracing your steps should pose little danger. The Xiantian realm's ghostly infernal tiger is likely a challenge even for Instructor Lu, who has only just reached that level. Very well. However, just as Chu Yunxuan turned, intending to swiftly obliterate the ghostly infernal tiger, a girl behind him raised her trembling hand, pointing in the direction of an approaching figure, her voice quavering. Is that ghost fire? Or? Chu Yunxuan whipped around, his pupils constricting again. Another ghostly infernal tiger appeared, blocking their retreat. The beast advanced slowly towards them. With a deafening roar that echoed through the night, a wave of dread swept over the students. Thud. In the next moment, nearly all of them collapsed to the ground, their legs giving way. Wah! The girls cried out in despair. I don't want to die. The boys too wore expressions of hopelessness, gazing at the approaching ghostly infernal tiger with terror. In a flash, Chu Yunxuan dashed to the forefront. Kid, encountering me spells your doom. He confidently hurled a small stone at the creature. However, upon impact, the ghostly infernal tiger let out a pained roar. perhaps astonished that a mere 4-star enlightened realm could inflict pain upon it. Chu Yunxuan's pupils constricted. This was bad. A ghostly infernal tiger of the divine realm. Had it not been for his instant kill system, he would have faced instant obliteration. How could there be two ghostly infernal tigers here? Previously, Lin Yar encountered one only after venturing dozens of kilometers into the demon beast territory. The beast roared in fury, clearly angered by Chu Yunxuan's attack. Curse it. In the next moment, Chu Yunxian turned and fled. The ghostly infernal tiger paid no heed to the other students, instead pursuing Chu Yunxian. After a long while, the sound of the beast's roar receded into the distance, and the students regained their senses, swallowing hard. Chu Yunxian. Yu Qianren stood up, watching the direction in which he fled. Wah! The girls continued to weep. Stop crying, Yu Qianren shouted, wiping away tears he hadn't even realized he had shed. Quickly return and notify Tianhua University. We need help, he cried. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxian realized he could not outrun the ghostly infernal tiger. He had to dodge the trees while the beast charged through them with reckless abandon. I give up. Why is it chasing me when there are so many others around? Is it not a loss for it? Chu Yunxian lamented. He had initially thought the ghostly infernal tiger was merely of the Xiantian realm and believed he could defeat it with a stone. Who would have guessed it was of the divine realm? Now, the ghostly infernal tiger was enraged, pursuing him relentlessly. If he had known it was a creature of the divine realm, he would have stealthily escaped long ago. Only a fool would stand in front of others and throw stones at it. As he ran, Chu Yunxian continued to hurl stones at the ghostly infernal tiger. Although his instant kill system could not eliminate a creature of the divine realm, his attacks were still enhanced by the system's power. A simple stone. When striking the divine realm ghostly infernal tiger could inflict some damage and effectively hinder its pursuit, potentially even knocking it back. Otherwise, he would have been caught long ago. Is there a way to defeat it? Chu Yunxian pondered. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. The evade card. Evade card, upon use. The host will enter an invulnerable state for 3 minutes, able to evade all attacks, effective below celestial sovereign level, usable once per day. By employing the evade card, he would, in a sense, be invincible. But what about after 3 minutes? If he attacked the ghostly infernal tiger, it would flee. How could Chu Yunxian prevent that? At this very moment, Chu Yunxian was intent on vanquishing the malevolent infernal tiger of the divine passage realm. The spoils of such a conquest would be extraordinary. Moreover, there was a method available. Fatal Strike. Upon redemption, the power of the next attack is amplified by 100-fold. Cost and system points. 1,000,000. Usable once per day. This item is available in the first system shop. With the support of the instant kill system, a 100-fold power increase should suffice to annihilate the infernal tiger, right? He hastily inquired, System, is Fatal Strike feasible? Ding. The instant kill system can eradicate any being beneath the divine passage realm, and with a 100-fold power increase, it can indeed obliterate the divine passage realm creature. That is reassuring. However, 1,000,000 system points is quite a hefty price. Yet, there was no alternative. His life was at stake. He could redeem Fatal Strike and launch a stone, which would surely result in an instant kill. But the infernal tiger, while pursuing him, had already begun to dodge the stones he threw. If he missed, it would spell disaster. Redemption, speed doubled. Whoosh! Chu Yunxuan's velocity surged once more. The infernal tiger was astute. It could have easily leapt directly in front of him, but refrained from doing so, aware that it would be defenseless in midair. At that moment, any stone he hurled would still strike true. Whoosh! He threw another stone. This time, he did not activate the instant kill system. The infernal tiger instinctively evaded it. He threw another. It dodged once more, until the third stone struck true. The infernal tiger felt no pain. It simply realized it could continue its pursuit without concern for the stones. Whoosh! It surged forward, arriving swiftly behind Chu Yunxian. Here I come, he exclaimed, redeeming Fatal Strike. In the next instant, Chu Yunxian hurled another stone. This time, the tiger did not evade. It struck true. The following moment, plop, the infernal tiger collapsed. Instantly slain. Who would have imagined someone could wield such power? Ding. Instant kill of the divine passage realm. 1 star, infernal tiger. Rewards granted. Cultivation raised to 1 star of the profound body realm. Great origin elixir. Randomly acquire 1 attribute, and at full mastery, randomly receive 1 spirit talisman. System points 2,000,000. Chapter 21. What noble qualities can he possess? The instant kill of a divine passage realm creature had granted him such an abundance of rewards. Yet, Chu Yunxian felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After all, this was a being of the divine passage realm. Previously, rewards had been far more formidable, such as God-tier cultivation talent, God-tier comprehension, and 9 calamity dark thunder. This time, he received merely a spirit elixir, a single attribute, 1 talisman, 2 million system points, and a mere elevation to the profound body realm. It felt rather anticlimactic. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired fire attribute. Ding. Fire attribute at full mastery. Each attribute requires cultivation once attained. For instance, mastering space and time is exceedingly difficult, but once mastered, one becomes immensely powerful. Mastering the fire attribute enhances one's fire control capabilities, and the fire attribute's potency increases as well. Now he had fully mastered it. However, last, the rewards were lackluster, and the random attribute turned out to be fire. Not that fire was without merit. Its sheer destructive power ranks just below thunder. Of course, excluding space, thunder cannot surpass the destructive nature of space. Yet, to date, no human has managed to cultivate space to a level of devastation that exceeds thunder. Thus, typically, thunder is regarded as the most destructive element. What sort of spirit elixir is this? Chu Yunxuan examined it. Great origin elixir, effect, if one has even a breath left. Consuming this can restore them. Chu Yunxuan. I apologize for speaking too loudly earlier. This is rather extraordinary. On the continent, aside from wood and water attributes, the most common means for warriors to heal themselves are healing liquids and spirit recovery liquids. As one's realm advances, the efficacy of these liquids diminishes significantly, leading to the emergence of advanced healing liquids. In truth, healing primarily relies on wood and water attribute warriors. Therefore, a team requires such a healer. Moreover, the existence of pills and alchemy is unheard of on the continent. Hence, this is a reward unique to the system. This is marvelous. Chu Yunxuan carefully stowed it away. Binding talisman, select a target to bind them in place, rendering them immobile and unable to channel spiritual power. Last for 1 minute, effective below the realm of loss. This could also be deemed a valuable item. He tucked it away as well. His cultivation had already reached 1 star in the profound body realm, and he was striving to catch up to those talented warriors. Chu Yunxuan approached the corpse of the infernal tiger. Let that be a lesson, he exclaimed, delivering several kicks to vent his frustration. Afterward, he exerted considerable effort to extract the demon crystal from the infernal tiger. After all, the physical strength of those in the divine passage realm was formidable. The demon crystal from a divine passage realm creature held immense value, sufficient to elevate his realm by several stars through mere refinement. Lacking a spatial ring, Chu Yunxuan crammed everything into a small bag he carried. Upon returning, he would need to devise a means to obtain a spatial ring. Otherwise, he had nowhere to store his belongings. He rose, surveying his surroundings. Where on earth was he? He had lost track of the direction he had run or how long he had been running. He now found himself in a canyon. Seizing the opportunity presented by the instant kill system, he could not afford to waste it. He would continue hunting. Surely he would not encounter another divine passage realm beast. Yet, the appearance of an infernal tiger in such close proximity to humanity was indeed unusual. However, with a dodge card in hand and the recently acquired binding talisman, he could take the risk. Meanwhile, at Tianhua University, Director, do you not fear gossip by summoning me to your office at this late hour? I am quite apprehensive myself, Xiao Qiwei remarked, reclining in her chair, nonchalantly conjuring an apple from the table with her spatial ability and taking a bite. Xiao Qiwei, I must inquire, what are you doing in Tianhua University at this late hour instead of returning home? Qin Jinhai glared at her. Xiao Qiwei grinned. Hee, replenishing stock. I have gained experience. Since business is flourishing, I must replenish it at night. Otherwise, I want to have time to sell in the morning. You are a mentor at Tianhua University, leading students in gambling, collecting protection fees, inciting brawls, extorting students from other schools. I receive 100 reports about your misconduct daily. And now, with your little shop, you create such a commotion. Are you suggesting I am not old enough to handle this? Qin Jinhai was exasperated. At that moment, the office door burst open. What on earth are you all doing at this hour? Qin Jinhai shouted at the newcomer. Director, there is a crisis. Both Qin Jinhai and Xiao Qiwei furrowed their brows. What happened? Qin Jinhai quickly inquired. The third class out in the field has encountered an infernal tiger. Their pupils constricted in shock. What? An infernal tiger? Did they not venture into the Tianhai forest? How could they possibly encounter an infernal tiger there? The breathless mentor replied. Indeed, it was the Tianhai forest, 2 of them, one at the Xintian realm, another at the divine passage realm. What? Qin Jinhai's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this happen? He looked utterly dazed. The mentor continued. Yu Qianren has just relayed the message. Mentor Lu is currently engaged in battle. And the others? Is there not also a divine passage realm infernal tiger? Chu Yunxuan diverted its attention, allowing everyone to escape safely. What? The 2 stared wide-eyed. Could he possess such noble qualities? Xiao Qiwei scoffed, not daring to linger for a moment. With a leap through space, she vanished from sight. Quickly, follow me to rescue. Qin Jinhai shouted. Meanwhile, upon landing, Xiao Qiyu had dashed out of the beast domain. Instructor Xiao, over here. Yu Qianren waved urgently. He was leading a group of students toward the energy barrier. Xiao Qiyu sighed with relief upon seeing them. Instructor Xiao, please save Chu Yunxuan. He helped draw away the spectral tiger. Yu Qianren's eyes were red with worry. Which direction? That way, Yu Qianren pointed. Is anyone injured? Xiao Qiyu asked anxiously. We're fine. It's just Lu Yu. Xiao Qiyu patted Yu Qianren's shoulder. Return first. The academy will arrive shortly. With that, she unleashed her spatial abilities, transporting dozens to the vicinity of the energy barrier. With a rush, she headed toward the battleground. Lu Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, kneeling on the ground. Damn! Beast! He cursed through bloodied teeth. Suddenly, the spectral tiger lunged at him. I'll fight you to the death. A spatial blockade ensued, rendering the incoming spectral tiger immobile. Lu Yu turned to see the explosion of space. With a deafening boom, the spectral tiger was obliterated. Instructor Lu, the academy is on the way. You need to rest. Where's Chu Yunxuan? Chu Yunxuan. What happened to him? Lu Yu asked hastily. He drew away another spectral tiger at the divine passage level. What? Lu Yu's pupils dilated. Never mind. I'll search for him. Xiao Qiyu raced toward the direction indicated by Yu Qianren. Fool. What cultivation level do you have to dare provoke a divine passage spectral tiger? Concern washed over her. Elsewhere? Chu Yunxuan was preparing to continue his onslaught when a thought struck him. If he didn't return, everyone would surely worry, especially Linyar. Perhaps he should head back first. If only there were signal here to communicate. Just as he was about to leave, a deafening roar echoed nearby. What now? Is the Fifth Demon Palace planning something? Chu Yunxuan frowned. Chapter 22. Instant kill of a 5-star divine passage. At this moment, Chu Yunxuan found himself deep within a canyon, the beast's roar seemingly emanating from its depths. He pondered briefly before hastening toward the sound. Upon reaching the canyon's exit, he frowned at the sight before him. Another spectral tiger. However, this one was bleeding profusely, clearly injured. The area was a mess, and beneath its massive paw lay a figure, a girl in a blood-stained white dress, gravely wounded and covered in blood. If the spectral tiger pressed down harder, she would surely perish. At that moment, her head turned slightly toward Chu Yunxuan. As if she noticed him, he picked up a stone and hurled it at the spectral tiger. Instant kill. Instant kill. He muttered to himself. The stone struck the creature, sending it flying several meters before it quickly recovered, its blood-red eyes glaring at him. Another divine passage level? Why can't it be a mere mystical realm beast? Chu Yunxuan lamented inwardly. With a furious roar, the enraged spectral tiger charged at him. Damn it! Are you all gathering for a team-building exercise? Chu Yunxuan cursed as he sprinted away. Don't chase me. You finally defeated that person. Go eat her. Why pursue me? As he ran, he tossed stones at the beast. The girl coughed and struggled to stand, her gaze fixed on Chu Yunxuan, who was being pursued by the tiger. Mystical realm, she murmured, instinctively trying to follow. But her wounds flared with pain, forcing her to halt. She watched in despair as the figure grew distant, only the beast's roars echoing in the background. A mystical realm facing a divine passage spectral tiger. How could he survive? He saved her. A mystical realm cultivator, witnessing her in peril, throwing stones at the spectral tiger in an attempt to save her. He succeeded, yet he would surely die? The desperation of running while throwing stones at the beast was palpable. Why? Why would you risk your life to save me? She murmured, lost in thought. Turning away, she bit her lip. The image of being crushed beneath the tiger's paw while seeing him throw stones burned into her memory. Perhaps she would never forget. He was being chased by the spectral tiger, desperately throwing stones while fleeing. She too would not forget. I'm sorry. Stumbling, she made her way toward Tianhua City. Wait, why did you stop chasing? Chu Yunxuan yelled at the ailing spectral tiger, which lay on the ground, gasping in pain. This beast was already severely injured, and after being struck multiple times by him, who possessed the instant kill system, it succumbed to its injuries. The spectral tiger attempted to rise, but failed. Damn it! Chu Yunxuan gathered his 9 tribulation dark thunder. So what if you're a divine passage? I just threw stones at you, what's the big deal? Suffer through it. Thunder calamity. With a thunderous crash, the 9 tribulation dark thunder, enhanced by the Earth level 1-star martial technique, combined with the instant kill system's prowess, struck down the beast after 2 successive attacks. Ding! You have instant killed the 5-star divine passage spectral tiger, earning rewards. Great Wheel of Fortune, Heavenly Tier Martial Technique, Flame of Heaven, System Value 3 million. Permanent 20 increase in Thunder Attribute Power. Wow, a 5-star divine passage. That person injured the 5-star spectral tiger so severely? The one I defeated earlier was merely a 1-star divine passage. At this level, a single star's difference is significant. However, this system's rewards seem rather lackluster. Although the heavenly tier martial technique is impressive, given the system's nature, it feels inadequate. 3 million system value is also trivial. The 20 permanent increase in thunder attribute power is decent, but combined, it doesn't match the reward from defeating the 1-star divine passage, which at least yielded a valuable item. The Great Spirit Pill. Surely, this time the big prize must be the Great Wheel of Fortune. The Grand Wheel of Fortune allows for a draw every 3 days, with the possibility of winning anything. Indeed, this wheel is quite remarkable, offering martial skills, mental techniques, spiritual artifacts, rare heavenly treasures, talents, attributes, and more. One might even draw a divine origin pill, or perhaps something even more extraordinary, depending on one's luck. Chu Yunxuan found this to be reasonable. The Burning Heaven technique is, astonishingly, a celestial level 10-star martial art. The Burning Heaven technique allows for instantaneous release of fire attribute energy, activated by the user's spiritual power. Is this really what a celestial level skill is? No, it cannot be. Instantaneous release. Such a phenomenon is virtually non-existent in this world. Even teleportation involves a fleeting moment of spatial release. If one's opponent is sufficiently powerful, they could shatter your teleportation in that brief instant. Yet here we have an offensive martial skill that is instantaneous. Burning Heaven. Chu Yunxuan directed it at a nearby tree. Boom, and the next moment, flames erupted, engulfing the tree. As expected from a celestial level technique, while its power was not as fearsome as imagined, it was certainly formidable. The essence of celestial level techniques lies in their instantaneous nature. As a 1-star practitioner of the profound body realm, he merely unleashed it. After amplifying his spiritual power tenfold, he still expended 1/5 of it in this single action. If it had been a typical celestial level ultimate move, considering his current state, he likely would not have been able to release it without depleting all his spiritual energy. Thus, Burning Heaven is indeed quite advantageous, relying on surprise. How could his adversary evade it? They could only anticipate its arrival. Only through foresight could they avoid it. Meanwhile, Director, I apologize. Instructor Liu approached Qin Jinhai, trembling, with red-rimmed eyes. I failed to protect Liu Yu. It was my fault. Had I not allowed her to go, she would not have met with misfortune. Qin Jinhai sighed, gently patting his shoulder. It is not entirely your fault. Return and recuperate. Do not dwell on it. Understood. The two supported him as they departed. Quickly, find Chu Yunxuan. Qin Jinhai shouted loudly, though he harbored little hope. How could one survive in the clutches of a celestial-grade nether tiger? Yet, where was his body? It had been so long, and the nether tiger had yet to return. How strange. Logically, even if he had lured the tiger away, he would have been instantaneously slain. Suddenly, Xiao Qiyue's figure appeared. With a loud crash, the corpse of the nether tiger was brought forth by the spatial forces, landing on the ground. What? The onlookers gaped at the sight before them. They had not found Chu Yunxuan, but the corpse of the nether tiger had arrived, its demon crystal removed. Did Chu Yunxuan do this? No. Qin Jinhai immediately dismissed the notion. Where was it found? Over 5 kilometers from here. Upon hearing this, Qin Jinhai's heart sank. In the face of a celestial-grade pursuit, it was inconceivable that Chu Yunxuan could cover 5 kilometers. Xiao Qiyue understood this as well, estimating the odds were grim. The beast may have been defeated by some passing expert. He was a hero. Without him, none of the 45 students from Class 3 would have survived, a mentor lamented. Yu Qianren approached silently, standing there without a word. He is not dead yet. Continue the search. Qin Jinhai exclaimed. In truth, everyone knew that Chu Yunxuan likely would not survive. Just then, a voice called out, Hey, over here. Everyone froze, turning to the distance. Chu Yunxuan waved his hand at them. What? They were all taken aback. At that moment, it felt surreal. Chu Yunxuan had lured away the celestial-grade nether tiger and was still alive? He appeared, vibrant and full of life? Yu Qianren rubbed his eyes. Director. It truly is Brother Xian. Am I hallucinating? In the next instant, a burst of spatial power brought Chu Yunxuan directly before them. Wow. Yu Qianren gasped, mouth agape. This is not an illusion? Are you all right? Qin Jinhai hurriedly checked on Chu Yunxuan. I'm injured. It hurts terribly, Chu Yunxuan replied. Where? He extended his arm, revealing a bruise. Qin Jinhai and Xiao Qiyue witched their lips. You little rascal. Qin Jinhai slapped Chu Yunxuan's head. This is what you call an injury? Damn it. Qin Jinhai couldn't help but curse. Compared to death, this was nothing. Wow, this is not merely an injury. What are you talking about? Don't be stingy. I still want to apply for compensation from the academy. You are not even a student of Tianhua University. What compensation could you expect? Get lost. Qin Jinhai scolded. Yet inwardly he felt immense joy. That impudent brat. Xiao Qiyue looked at Chu Yunxuan, smiling. Ding. Xiao Qiue's affection for you 12, current affection, 35. Ding. Universal affection system, affection level reach 30, reward, spatial control 5. Chu Yunxuan's eyes brightened, though the universal affection system was closed. The affection tasks triggered by Xiao Qiyue and Jiang Ying remained permanently effective. This reward was splendid, spatial control 5. Do not underestimate this 5. For a regular spatial practitioner, mastering 5 could take a decade of effort. Brother Xian, Yu Qianren looked at Chu Yunxian. Suddenly, Yu Qianren knelt before Chu Yunxian. Wow, you have left me speechless. I intended to treat you as a villain, and now I am bewildered. Chu Yunxian hurriedly helped him up. I was going to treat you as a villain. You saved my life. I apologize for my previous insolence and disrespect towards you. Looking back, I feel foolish. Brother Xian, you have given me this life, and I will repay you without hesitation. Enough, get up, Chu Yunxian said. Brother Xian, truly, I mean it. My life is so precious. Whose life isn't precious? They are all the same. Yu Qianren shook his head. Not the same. I have dozens of properties, countless luxury cars, and innumerable beauties pursuing me. If I were to die, it would be a tremendous loss. I cannot even bear to imagine. Yu Qianren looked at Chu Yunxian, seemingly sincere. Chu Yunxuan's lips twitched. Get lost. Damn it. Xiao Qiyue interjected. All right, let us hurry back. We must inform the Divine Alliance and the Celestial Domain to investigate if the Demon Clan is up to something. Chu Yunxian nodded. At that moment, in the distance, a figure descended. Linyer looked at Chu Yunxian. Her delicate frame trembled slightly. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with tears. Her hair was disheveled, and her clothing was somewhat disordered. Upon learning of Chu Yunxuan's predicament, it felt as though her world had collapsed. She frantically searched for him, filled with fear, true fear. Seeing Linyar, Chu Yunxuan's first reaction was joy. However, upon witnessing her state and recalling the circumstances, his heart sank. Linyar rushed towards Chu Yunxian. Zaiyar. As Chu Yunxian began to speak, Linyar enveloped him in an embrace. Tears streamed down her face, falling with great force as if she were grasping her most precious treasure, unwilling to let go. Chu Yunxian could distinctly feel Linyar's trembling form. You are all I have left. Linyar's voice came out in a whisper, laden with grievance, fear, helplessness, and a sobbing tone. Though soft, it weighed heavily on Chu Yunxuan's heart. In that moment, he felt a sharp pang within. Chu Yunxian gently patted her on the back. I'm perfectly fine, she reassured. Linyar continued to hold her tightly, letting out a soft, pitiful sigh. Chu Yunxian felt her heart melt. Xiao Qiyue stood nearby, observing the scene with a sense of happiness. Qin Zhenhai signaled to Xiao Qiyue, and the two silently prepared to depart. Xiao Qiyue nudged Yu Qianren, who finally snapped back to reality and hurriedly followed them away. Rest assured, I will no longer worry you. I won't venture into the beast realm alone again. Chu Yunxian comforted her softly. All right. You are well known in Tianhua City as an aloof ice queen. Why act like a little girl? Chu Yunxian said with a smile. Linyar released Chu Yunxian. Let us go home. Okay, home it is. Upon returning home, Linyar eagerly checked Chu Yunxian for injuries. When she discovered only a bruise on her arm, she let out a sigh of relief. I told you, it's just a bruise on the arm. I'm really fine, Chu Yunxian grinned. Linyar fixed her gaze on Chu Yunxian, her lips parting slightly. You mustn't do that again. All right. Chu Yunxian nodded earnestly. You must understand that everything must prioritize your own safety. Sometimes being the good Samaritan isn't necessarily the right choice. Chu Yunxian looked at her. And what about you? You are so kind-hearted and often save people yourself. Linyar replied, that's under the premise of ensuring my own safety. In a situation like today, I wouldn't act so recklessly. In truth, Chu Yunxian felt wronged. He never intended to lure the infernal phantom tiger away. Its level was too high for his spirit-searching eye to detect. He mused that being so close to humanity, the peak was likely at the Xiantian realm. He had aimed to kill it instantly to earn rewards, including the woman he encountered later, who had almost been killed by the tiger. He didn't throw stones to attract the tiger's attention. He merely wanted to trigger the instant kill system. Rescuing someone was purely incidental. Had he not possessed the system, he would never have played the hero. Who cares if someone dies? It's none of my business. The situation was merely embarrassing. Twice in a row, he had encountered the infernal phantom tiger at the celestial realm. He thought a simple stone throw would suffice. Who knew they would pursue him? Mistakenly believing he was risking his safety to save others? Such high-mindedness and noble character would surely earn him respect. Ah, Zaiyar, you know me. I'm just too kind-hearted. Too noble, too great. If I were in a sect like the Divine Alliance or Celestial Domain, they would surely make me a minor leader. Linyar gently stroked her delicate chin, her gaze fixed on Chu Yunxian as she murmured, but all these years, I've never noticed your nobility. It's quite strange. Coughing, Chu Yunxian said, Zaiyar, you might want to tone down your straightforward remarks a bit. Linyer looked earnestly at Chu Yunxuan and nodded. Okay. She then continued. I've always thought you had a particularly great character. Chu Yunxuan. Seeing the look in Chu Yunxian's eyes, Linyer nodded. Really? All right. Chu Yunxian smiled. You're truly adorable. Oh, by the way, Linyer suddenly recalled. How did you escape from the celestial realm beast that was chasing you? It was killed, right? Chu Yunxian had already prepared an explanation. I was lucky enough to encounter a master who swiftly dealt with it. He then produced the celestial realm beast crystal. That master was quite impressive, yet incredibly handsome. After dispatching the infernal phantom tiger in an instant, he left without taking the beast crystal, so I took it. Perhaps heaven was moved by your noble character and didn't he want you to come to harm? Linyer suggested. Indeed, Chu Yunxian nodded. Quickly rest and refine the beast crystal. It will enhance your cultivation. All right, you should rest too. Linyer replied with a slight nod. Chu Yunxian then returned to his room. Linyer approached the portraits of her parents. Dad, Mom, she whispered. Xiaoxian has grown up. He has become responsible and willing to sacrifice himself to save others. You can rest easy now. In his room, Chu Yunxian held the celestial realm beast crystal and began to refine it. A wave of spiritual energy was continuously absorbed by him. Refining a celestial realm beast crystal at the Xiantian realm was rather extravagant. After a while, he suddenly realized something. I should use the big roulette now. The sooner I use it, the sooner it can cool down. I wonder what good things it might give me. With anticipation, he thought, big roulette, lottery, soon. In his mind, a grand will began to spin. A spiritual weapon would be nice. He currently possessed no spiritual weapon, and he wasn't demanding a high grade. A terrestrial-level spiritual weapon would suffice for his current realm. If that didn't work, martial skills would do, or perhaps a random attribute. He could accept several million system points, or a few hundred attribute points. Surely, he wouldn't draw a reward that would elevate him several realms at once, right? Directly to the celestial realm? Ding. Congratulations. You've drawn inflatable doll. Chu Yunxian, still caught in his expectations, was abruptly jolted back to reality by the system notification. What? He turned to see a beautifully crafted doll on his bed, utterly stunned. Are you kidding me? He cursed. He had never anticipated drawing such an item. What use was it to him? No. It couldn't be that simple. Chu Yunxian felt it was likely an absurd-looking object that was actually quite remarkable. Yes, that must be it. He hurriedly inspected it thoroughly, inside and out. Sitting on the edge of his bed, his expression darkened. He was certain this was just an ordinary doll. Damn, is this a deliberate joke? Chu Yunxian muttered to the system. Are you holding a grudge for me encountering a bug before? Thinking it over, he dismissed that idea with a shake of his head. By the way, Xiaoxian, I have a thunder attribute martial skill you can. Linyer said, pushing the door open and walking in. What grade is it? Chu Yunxian asked, looking at her. But Linyer didn't answer, her gaze fixated on the doll on his bed. Chu Yunxian followed her gaze and exclaimed, wait, that's not what you think. It's, at a loss for words, he struggled to explain. Guys are so perverted. Linyer blurted out, her straightforward thoughts slipping out. Chu Yunxian. Linyer's beautiful eyes shifted back to him. Do you need a girlfriend? No way. Xiaoxian can't possibly lack a girlfriend. So why is he secretly hiding this in his room? She pondered. Oh, Linyer suddenly realized. No. Do you think I need it? It's fine. I understand, Linyer said. What do you understand? Chu Yunxian asked. Linyer tilted her head slightly, as if contemplating. There's a saying, after being accustomed to luxury, sometimes it's nice to switch it up with something simpler. Yes, that's the idea. Chu Yunxian. I'll make sure to knock next time. I forgot just now. You keep that martial skill for your cultivation. Linyer, after finishing her words, left behind her martial skills and prepared to leave. Suddenly, she turned back and asked, She pointed at the doll. Shall I help you wash it? Chu Yunxian realized that she was not teasing him. Her inquiry was genuinely heartfelt. No need. Chu Yunxian replied, his lips twitching slightly. Focus on your training. After saying this, Linyer exited. Chu Yunxian wore a dark expression. Damn system. You've ruined my life. Later that evening, in the courtyard of a small villa in Tianhua City, a woman donned in a white dress was painting under the glow of the setting sun. The hues of dusk, the beautiful garden, and her exquisite figure and visage combined to create a picture-perfect scene. Jiang Ying walked from the living room to the back garden, a lollipop held in her mouth, quietly observing the figure. Hey, do you have something on your mind? Jiang Ying suddenly inquired. She shook her head slightly. No. Jiang Ying approached her, standing behind Shi Chuxue. You're quite lucky, managing to escape under the watchful eyes of a 5-star ghostly evil tiger at the godly realm. Otherwise, I would have lost a formidable rival. Shi Chuxue gazed at the painting on the table, her red lips parting slightly. I was supposed to be dead. Really? What happened after that? Jiang Ying raised an eyebrow. Shi Chuxua turned to face her, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. Someone saved me. So your fate was not meant to end there. What about that person? A hint of desolation surfaced in Shi Chuxua's eyes. He died. Jiang Ying frowned. Died? To save you? Shi Chuxua nodded slowly. Jiang Ying scrutinized the painting before Shi Chuxua. Was it him? She asked. Shi Chuxua's gaze fixated on the painting. I just painted it from memory. Why did he save you? Shi Chuxua shook her head. Then, she gently closed the painting. He was only at the profound body realm. Yet he drew the ghostly, evil tiger away from me. I will never forget how he threw stones at it in desperation while running. Shi Chuxua bit her red lip slightly. Jiang Ying patted her shoulder. So, you don't even know his name? Shi Chuxua shook her head in sorrow. All right. Stop overthinking. Let's go out and have some fun. Shi Chuxua stood up and shook her head. No. Your injury should be mostly healed, right? How about a trip to the beast domain? Shi Chuxua shook her head again. Are you still the Shi Chuxua I know? Jiang Ying shook her head in resignation. Shi Chuxua remained silent. Jiang Ying observed Shi Chuxua and asked, You don't have feelings for him, do you? Shi Chuxua remained silent. Sigh, it's so difficult. To make the renowned Shi Chuxua fall for someone, one must pay the price of life. Chapter 25. New System. Dream-making system. Time passed swiftly. And a day and a half had gone by. Chu Yunxuan did not attend Tianhua University. Instead, he dedicated himself to refining demon crystals at home. As midnight approached, he concluded his training. 4 stars in the profound body realm. A single demon crystal from the godly realm had elevated his cultivation by 4 stars. He finally grasped the truth. Those born into privilege, as long as their talent is decent, typically experience rapid cultivation growth. With a background, resources, and an abundance of demon crystals and spirit crystals for training, how could their cultivation be low? Life is inherently unfair. There is no equality in this world. A new system was about to activate, and he wondered what kind of system it would be this time. Each time a new system was about to launch, Chu Yunxuan felt immense anticipation. It was far more thrilling than opening a blind box. Just then, a message arrived for Chu Yunxuan. It was from Yu Qianren. Brother Xian, are you still training, or have you fallen asleep? Ever since Yu Qianren believed that Chu Yunxuan had drawn the godly realm ghostly evil tiger away to save them, he had been in awe of Chu Yunxuan. He felt particularly guilty for his previous poor attitude toward him. Chu Yunxuan considered him a trustworthy individual. Chu Yunxuan replied, Not yet. Is there something up? Yu Qianren responded, Well, Brother Xian, you didn't come to Tianhua University today, and Li Jin, the one you incapacitated, has returned. Chu Yunxuan replied, Oh, is he all right? Yu Qianren continued, Not really. He is in a cast. However, his father is with the Judgment Council, and there are quite a few formidable wood attribute warriors helping him heal, so he should be fine after a while. Chu Yunxuan inquired, And then? Yu Qianren warned, He despises you to the core and has vowed to find someone to deal with you, so be careful, Brother Xian. Yu Qianren added, There's one more thing. Senior sister Jiang Ying said you're young. Chu Yunxuan was taken aback. Why? Yu Qianren explained, It seems that you and she have been getting close lately. And everyone is saying that senior sister Jiang Ying likes you. She clarified that you were too young for her taste. Chu Yunxuan exclaimed, What? I can't tolerate this. This girl was clearly seeking revenge. After all, he had remarked on her youth during their first meeting. Chu Yunxuan replied, All right. Thanks for the heads up. Yu Qianren replied, No problem. Just wanted to let you know. I won't disturb you any longer. Chu Yunxuan set down his phone. Calling me young is something I cannot abide. He was very sensitive about this. As for Li Jin, Chu Yunxuan pondered, stroking his chin. His father was part of the Judgment Council and seemingly held a notable position. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so arrogant. Nevertheless, Chu Yunxuan paid him little mind. The troubles that such identity brought were considerable. He needed to find an opportunity to eliminate him. Chu Yunxuan was deep in thought when suddenly, a notification chimed. System, instant kill, deactivated. Congratulations, you have activated the dream-making system. Oh, Chu Yunxuan raised an eyebrow. What kind of system is this? Dream-making? Dream-making system. The host can create dreams for a designated target. The dream must include the host's presence. System task, successfully create 2 dreams. Note, the plot of the dream must closely resemble real-life events to receive rewards. The system will deactivate after 2 successful dream creations. How does one explain this system? In simple terms, it allows one to create dreams for others, with the content determined by the creator. However, the creator must appear in the dream. After the dream concludes, to obtain rewards, a condition must be met. Whatever transpired in the dream must also occur in reality. For instance, if Chu Yunxuan crafted a dream where he and Lin Yar happily strolled hand in hand, they must also do so in reality for the task to be deemed complete and rewards obtained. Conversely, if they merely dreamed of it without acting it out in reality, no rewards would be granted. It would simply be an idle dream. What a peculiar system. Suddenly, an idea of mischief crossed his mind. Jiang Ying said he was young, right? Perhaps he could create a dream where he had his way with her, scaring her to death. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Such an act would be mere childishness and would yield no rewards. To earn rewards, they would need to engage in similar actions in real life, which was clearly impossible. Rewards were the priority. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Chu Yunxuan. He was in need of a sword, not just any sword, but a spiritual weapon. He could create a dream for someone, crafting a narrative where they gifted him a spiritual weapon. If, in reality, they actually did so, he would gain a spiritual weapon without cost and complete the task to earn rewards. It could work, as long as the plot of the dream was realistic enough. Perhaps the person would indeed fulfill it in reality. However, he needed to ensure the dream didn't contain anything too outrageous. Asking for a heavenly-grade spiritual weapon would be too far-fetched and unlikely to happen, meaning no system reward would follow. With a spark of inspiration in his eyes, Chu Yunxuan realized that the president of the Bounty Association in Tianhua City possessed a spirit weapon known as the Flame Sun Sword, a prized artifact of Earth-grade. Encrusted with a powerful fire attribute crystal, such an Earth-grade spirit weapon could fetch a staggering price exceeding 100 million in the market. Yet its value was not merely financial. It was a rarity that could not simply be bought, as it was more valuable than gold. While such weapons were indeed precious, there were few in Tianhua City, and one would not simply refuse to part with it for fear of loss. His ambition was now focused on the Bounty Association's president, Chen Zian, with the intent of acquiring the Flame Sun Sword as a gift. Ding. Please provide further details for the dream. The system prompted as Chu Yunxuan meticulously outlined the particulars of his desired dream. Ding. Dream creation successful. Should the target bestow the Flame Sun Sword upon the host in reality, a reward will be granted. The current dream can only conclude before the next one can be initiated. With a knowing smile, Chu Yunxuan declared, time to attend to business. For the sake of an Earth-grade Flame Sun Sword, a little trouble is undoubtedly worth it. The following morning, Chu Yunxuan set off for Tianhua University. Meanwhile, Chen Zian awoke at home, gasping for breath, his graying hair damp with sweat. A perplexing sensation washed over him. He had been meditating, yet had found himself in a dream. This was an unusual occurrence, one he had never experienced in decades. The dream was even more bizarre. A powerful entity had placed a curse upon him, stipulating that if he did not give the Flame Sun Sword to someone named Chu Yunxuan, he would meet his demise. Initially resistant, he was beset by excruciating pain, prompting him to ultimately surrender the sword to Chu Yunxuan at the university, at which point the torment subsided, leading to his abrupt awakening. Perhaps he had simply been overworked. He mused, shaking his head. As the president of the Bounty Association in Tianhua City, his responsibilities were significant. The Bounty Association was one of the continent's most powerful factions, rivaling the likes of the Celestial Domain or the Divine Alliance, albeit with a more personal influence. Within the association, countless tasks awaited completion, rewarding members with commissions that extended beyond mere currency to include spirit weapons, martial techniques, and precious cultivation crystals. Thus, the association continued to flourish, attracting innumerable bounty hunters. As Chen Zian prepared to leave for work, he was suddenly struck by a jolt of realization upon noticing a cross painted on his front door. His eyes widened in disbelief. This symbol was also present in his dream, according to the curse bestowed upon him. The appearance of this cross signified that the curse was now in effect. He had initially dismissed the dream as a mere figment of imagination, but the uncanny reality of the cross on his door left him questioning its origins. What kind of person sought to ensnare him in such a manner? Why must he deliver the Flame Sun Sword to Chu Yunxuan? With a heavy heart, Chen Zian pondered his options. The value of his life far outweighed that of an Earth-grade spirit weapon. It seemed the mysterious entity had no desire to kill him, but rather intended to coerce him into compliance through the threat of the curse. Arriving at the entrance of his community, he observed two security guards erasing yet another cross from the wall. Chen Zian felt a shiver run down his spine. This location had also appeared in his dream. The implication was clear. The cross was a mark left by the powerful being, designed to reinforce the notion that he had indeed been cursed. It appeared Chu Yunxuan had formidable support behind him. Sighing, Chen Zian resigned himself to the inevitability of his situation. A single Earth-grade spirit weapon was trivial when weighed against his life. He hastened toward Tianhua University, dismissing the need to review surveillance footage, knowing that the phenomenon could not be captured on camera. The crosses were likely created by the entity after Chu Yunxuan's dream had concluded, serving as a deliberate reminder of the curse. At that moment, two unexpected guests arrived at the gates of Tianhua University. Brother Chen, what brings you here? A subordinate inquired curiously. I intend to teach that Chu Yunxuan a lesson. Chen Haobin replied nonchalantly. Chu Yunxuan? That's rich. My ex-girlfriend brought him up when she ended things with me. She was my childhood friend. The subordinate fumed. Chen Haobin chuckled. While he held no personal vendetta against Chu Yunxuan, he was a good friend of Li Jin, who had requested his assistance in taking down Chu Yunxuan. Though he dared not commit murder, given the watchful eyes of the Judgment Council, he agreed to help Li Jin incapacitate Chu Yunxuan's arm, accepting a handsome reward in return. He had heard many tales of Chu Yunxuan's exploits and found him insufferably arrogant. Is there a problem? A mentor approached Chen Haobin at the entrance. Chen Haobin from Tianyang University, here to challenge Tianhua University, he declared. A challenge? Just you? The mentor questioned. Why should I not challenge him alone? Chen Haobin countered. Very well, please enter. Such challenges are rare, but we cannot refuse. It concerns the honor of our institution. Where might I find Chu Yunxuan? He inquired. Chu Yunxuan is not a student here, Chen Haobin clarified. However, he is a student of one of your mentors, and I have come to challenge him. Over there. At the ferry convenience store, the mentor pointed in a direction. Thank you. The news of Chen Haobin's challenge spread rapidly, drawing many followers eager to witness the confrontation. The impending encounter was anticipated not as a mere challenge, but as a potential rout. As Chen Haobin was nearing the Xiantian realm and was a formidable opponent from the advanced class of Tianyang University, as the onlookers gathered, the scene shifted to the small courtyard behind the ferry convenience store. The establishment itself was modest, leading to a somewhat unkempt yard, which had been repurposed by Xiao Qiyue as a convenience store. There, Xiao Qiyue was busy selling items while Chu Yunxuan practiced his martial arts in the yard, honing the skills taught to him by Xiao Qiyue. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Yunxuan relentlessly struck the sandbag before him, muttering under his breath, You dare call me small. You dare. Upon closer inspection, one could see a photograph of Jiang Ying affixed to the sandbag. In truth, Chu Yunxuan was unleashing his fist upon her image. Vowing to remember this insult for a lifetime, Jiang Ying was finished. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he reveled in the sight of her battered photograph. How exhilarating it was to hit a mere picture. Soon enough, he would confront the real person. Small? Chu Yunxuan awaited her challenge. At the entrance of the ferry convenience store, Xiao Qiyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, so many people. I feel like I'm about to strike it rich. Chen Haobin approached, followed by a throng of students eager to witness the spectacle. So beautiful, he thought, swallowing hard. I heard Chu Yunxuan is here? He inquired. Xiao Qiyue smiled and nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. He's practicing in the yard behind. Are you looking for him? Yes. She continued, but he's training, and he can't be disturbed. I'm here to challenge him, Chen Haobin replied. Challenges are out of the question too. Timing is everything, Xiao Qiyue frowned. Unless. A sly grin appeared on her face. Spend over 1,000 in my little shop, and I'll let you through. Without hesitation, Chen Haobin pulled out a wad of cash and handed it to her. Forget the goods. Can I go find him now? Xiao Qiyue's eyes lit up. Wow, jackpot. Please, come right in. Chen Haobin and his entourage entered the store, while Xiao Qiyue turned to the onlookers. What brings you here? We're here to watch the challenges. They replied. Well, tickets to witness the challenge are 100 each. She exclaimed. Not a problem. We'll take them. Xiao Qiyue's eyes sparkled with delight. Chen Haobin led his followers through the ferry convenience store and into the yard. Chu Yunxuan wiped his sweat and glanced over. You are Chu Yunxuan? Chen Haobin asked, his eyes narrowing slightly. And you are? With a sneer, Chen Haobin introduced himself, Chen Haobin. Xiao Qiyue leaned against the entrance to the yard, casting a glance at the growing crowd. Here, you pay first. Once paid, you're allowed into the yard. 100 per person, mind you. Step aside. Another show is about to begin. Jiang Ying, sucking on a lollipop, smiled as she walked past Xiao Qiyue and entered the yard. Chu Yunxuan observed her. Don't mind me. You all continue. I'm just here to watch, she said cheerfully. Chu Yunxuan then turned to Chen Haobin and shook his head. Chen Haobin, never heard of you. You don't need to know me. I've heard you're quite arrogant, so I came to challenge you. Are you brave enough to accept? If not, just crawl through my legs, and we'll call it a day, Chen Haobin taunted. TSK, Jiang Ying, watching with amusement, leaned closer to Chu Yunxuan and whispered, Chen Haobin. From the advanced class at Tianyang University is likely near the Xiantian realm. You're in trouble. Chu Yunxuan was taken aback. Near the Xiantian realm? I might actually lose. Jiang Ying, reveling in his predicament, moved aside to continue watching. Suddenly, her gaze landed on the photo of herself on the sandbag, now utterly mangled. What? Chapter 27, Bullying. They are bullying me, she exclaimed, her heart aching for her beautiful photo. Who did this? Who turned my picture into this mess? It's evident someone harbors deep-seated hatred for me. How despicable. Chu Yunxuan, about to tell Chen Haobin to leave, noticed Jiang Ying beside him, trembling with rage while clutching the damaged photo. What is the matter? Are we fighting or crawling? Chen Haobin impatiently questioned. Chu Yunxuan, ignoring him, approached Jiang Ying. Did you do this? Jiang Ying inquired. Chu Yunxuan pointed at Chen Haobin. Him. Chen Haobin frowned. What are they doing? Yes, him. I was admiring your beautiful photo when this guy barged in and started punching it. I was taken aback. Do you have a grudge against him? Why was he so furious upon seeing your photo? Jiang Ying furrowed her brow and glanced at Chen Haobin. I'm puzzled too. Do I have an enemy in him? Chu Yunxuan sighed. From those punches he threw at your photo, it's clear he despises you. Jiang Ying's eyes narrowed. I see that too. Hey, what do you mean? She directed at Chen Haobin. What are you talking about? He asked, bewildered. Jiang Ying brandished the photo. Do you have a grudge against me? You came in and smashed my picture like this? That wasn't me. Chen Haobin retorted. Chu Yunxuan pointed to himself. Could it be me? Who else could it be? Chen Haobin asked, dumbfounded. Jiang Ying glanced at Chu Yunxuan. Come on, sister. You know my character is noble. I risk my life to save others. Do you really think I could do something like this? That does hold some merit, Jiang Ying replied, though doubt lingered. Fairy Mentor, you've been here the whole time. You saw it, right? Jiang Ying asked. Huh. Xiao Chiyue blinked her beautiful eyes. Chen Haobin looked at her expectantly. I didn't do anything when I entered. She witnessed it. I never threw a punch. Xiao Chiyue cleared her throat. It probably wasn't Xiao Xian. Chen Haobin exclaimed, what? Jiang Ying, seething with rage, exuded an aura so intense it frightened Chu Yunxuan. A dagger appeared in her hand, spinning rapidly between her fingers. If you hate me so much, let us settle our scores before you challenge Chu Yunxuan. With a hint of a bloodthirsty smile, she added, you lot. Chen Haobin pointed at Xiao Chiyue. Xiao Chiyue blinked innocently. Chen Haobin shouted, Lu Tao, you came in with me. Did I hit her photo? His little brother replied, no. Shinga didn't he even go over there? Jiang Ying exclaimed, do you really think I'm foolish? You two are in cahoots, can I trust what you say? Chu Yunxuan nodded fervently. Exactly. My sister Jiang is astute. She's no fool. You. Chen Haobin gestured animatedly between Chu Yunxuan, Jiang Ying, and Xiao Chiyue. Damn it. Is Tianhua University bullying me? Jiang Ying's eyes narrowed. Enough of this bullying. Let us settle our scores. With that, she vanished like a wraith. In the next moment, a dark shadow appeared, attacking Chen Haobin at a dizzying pace, leaving him no chance to retaliate. The students who had paid to watch Chu Yunxuan get pummeled stood bewildered. Wasn't Chen Haobin supposed to beat up Chu Yunxuan? Why is Jiang Ying the one attacking him? Coughing, Chen Haobin, now bruised and battered, shouted, get lost. From now on, every time I see you, I'll hit you. Jiang Ying glared at him. Damn it. Chen Haobin grit his teeth, seething with anger as he glared at the gleeful Chu Yunxuan. You think I'm easy prey? Just wait. My grandfather is the head of the Bounty Guild in Tianhua City. Chu Yunxuan, you'd better watch out. He pointed a trembling finger at Chu Yunxuan. Filled with fury. And you, Jiang Ying. At Tianhua University, you hold a prominent position, yet it is of no use. Just you wait. Tonight, I shall ride upon you. Damn. Just you wait, you wretched person. Chen Haobin shouted in rage. At that moment, several figures hurriedly made their way through the crowd. The dean, Qin Jinhai, was accompanied by an elderly man, equally aged but notably robust. Grandfather. Upon seeing the arrival, Chen Haobin's eyes lit up. Grandfather, look at me. Look at how I've been bullied. You must seek justice for me. His face was a picture of despair. I did nothing. They conspired against me, maligning my character and beating me to this state. This is intolerable. With that, he pointed at Chu Yunxuan and the others, his expression fierce. You are finished. Chu Yunxuan. Your doom is at hand. Damn. Xiao Chiyue shrank back, preparing to make a swift exit, only to find her path blocked by Dean Qin Jinhai. She nervously forced a smile at him. The surrounding crowd murmured in astonishment. Goodness. Chen Haobin's grandfather is the president of the Bounty Guild. His status is comparable to that of the commander of the Divine Alliance in Tianhua City. Moreover, he appears to be a master at the profound heaven realm, nearing the level of divine abilities. If he takes a liking to Chu Yunxuan, there will surely be trouble. It seems even Jiang Ying will face repercussions, especially since she had struck Chen Haobin. Dean Qin, about this matter. Qin Jinhai was at a loss. What exactly had transpired? Chen Zainin had rushed to Tianhua University, specifically seeking out Chu Yunxuan. As the president of Tianhua University, he was utterly bewildered. What trouble had Chu Yunxuan gotten into to warrant such a personal visit from Chen Zainin? Then, in a shocking turn of events, Chen Zainin raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to his grandson, Chen Haobin. The blow was delivered without restraint, sending Chen Haobin reeling, his teeth flying as he spun through the air before crashing to the ground. The crowd gaped in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. Huh? Dean Qin was equally flabbergasted. Wasn't he supposed to be confronting Chu Yunxuan? Only Chu Yunxuan smiled inwardly. It appeared that the dream system had taken effect. Chapter 28. Strange events year after year. This year especially, so everyone stared, incredulous at the spectacle before them. Had Shenzhen truly just slapped his own grandson, Chen Haobin? And the force of it was staggering. Blood and teeth had been lost. The crowd was left in disbelief. Strange occurrences happen every year, yet this one was particularly astonishing. Why? Jiang blinked, thinking trouble was at hand. Why had Shenzhen turned against his own grandson? Dean Qinzhenhai was equally confused. Upon witnessing Chen Haobin's condition and recalling that Shenzhen had come expressly for Chu Yunxuan, he felt an ominous sense that trouble had indeed befallen her. However, the next scene left him utterly stunned. This narrative didn't align. Chen Haobin was bewildered. The person who had come was indeed his grandfather, Shenzhen. How was it that he was the one being struck? You insolent wretch! Kneel before Chu Yunxuan and apologize. Shenzhen commanded, pointing an accusing finger at his grandson. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of confusion. Apologize to Chu Yunxuan? On what grounds? Even if Chen Haobin was at fault, why should he kneel before her? Grandfather, I am your grandson. Chen Haobin. Chen Haobin protested, lost in bewilderment as he looked at Shenzhen. With a swift motion, Shenzhen delivered another slap. Do I need to repeat myself? Kneel. Apologized to Chu Yunxuan. The crowd was left speechless. This made no sense. He was the one who had been wronged. In the blink of an eye, Shenzhen kicked Chen Haobin's leg, forcing him to kneel before Chu Yunxuan. I said apologize. Chen Haobin clenched his fists tightly, filled with rage and confusion. Why? What had he done wrong? Even if he had erred. His grandfather was the president of the Bounty Guild. Why must he humiliate himself before Chu Yunxuan in front of so many people? Quickly, Shenzhen roared. Chen Haobin, with fists clenched and teeth gritted, bowed his head and muttered, I'm sorry. The crowd was left in utter disbelief. Following that, Shenzhen turned to Chu Yunxuan, wearing a sheepish smile. Chu Yunxuan, I sincerely apologize. My grandson is simply misguided and spoiled. If he has offended you in any way, please bear with him. The audience gasped in astonishment. What on earth had transpired? Who exactly was Shenzhen's grandson? Why did it seem as though he was intimidated by Chu Yunxuan? What background did she possess? None, save for a formidable elder sister. I am utterly bewildered. How could this be? Chen Haobin came here with such bravado, and now this is his fate? Chu Yunxuan then remarked, in the future, it's best to stay out of trouble. Chen Haobin's fists tightened. What was she implying? Did she consider him a mere dog? Shenzhen, wearing a forced smile, responded. You are absolutely right. He then turned to Chen Haobin and barked. Did you hear that? Yes, Chen Haobin replied weakly. Jiang observed Chu Yunxuan with curiosity, finding him quite intriguing. Get lost. Go out and stop embarrassing me. Shenzhen shouted in anger. Chen Haobin, with a dark expression, stood up and walked away. Shenzhen then extended his hand, and with a glimmer from his spatial ring, a fiery red sword appeared in his grasp. The moment the sword was drawn, everyone sensed the temperature in the air rise. Cough, Chu Yunxuan, this is for you. Shenzhen presented the sword to Chu Yunxuan. Everyone stood there, dumbfounded. What? The Flame Sun sword? That's a Tier 3 spiritual weapon. In all of Tianhua City, I can't think of another Tier 3 spiritual weapon aside from this one. He is giving it to Chu Yunxuan? Just like that? They were utterly perplexed. What had transpired? Could it be that Shenzhen's wife or daughter-in-law had taken a liking to Chu Yunxuan? Was this an attempt to keep him away? This was the only explanation that made sense given the circumstances. It was a plausible scenario, considering the events surrounding Chu Yunxuan. Feigning ignorance, Chu Yunxuan asked, for me? Yes. For you. Shenzhen nodded eagerly. Chu Yunxuan shook his head. I do not want it. The crowd looked on in disbelief. What? He is offering it to you. And you refuse? Dean Qinzhenhai was utterly confused. Had he not awakened? This was the Flame Sun Sword. Shenzhen quickly interjected. Please, take it. I still do not want it, Chu Yunxuan insisted. Why not? Shenzhen inquired. It's a hot potato, and unsolicited generosity often hides ulterior motives. I cannot accept it. Chu Yunxuan replied. Shenzhen was growing anxious. If he did not give away this sword, then the powerful individual who had cursed him would surely take his life. Upon arriving, he had seen his grandson disrespecting Chu Yunxuan and felt a pang of dread, fearing he might anger the powerful ally behind her. Thus, he had hastily ordered Chen Haobin to kneel and apologize. Indeed, it was a loss of face. But when faced with the choice between pride and life, which held greater value? Chu Yunxuan, please take it. I do not wish for anything in return, truly, purely. I feel a connection with you and wish to bestow this upon you. Please accept it, Chun Zainin said with a heavy heart. President Chen, do you truly believe that? Chu Yunxuan inquired. Indeed, I swear. In front of all these witnesses, I have no ulterior motives or calculations. I simply wish to give you this sword. Chen Zainin exclaimed desperately. Jiang then discreetly pointed at Chu Yunxuan and glanced at Xiao Qiyue, her meaning clear. Is he perhaps involved with Chen Zainin's daughter-in-law? Xiao Qiyue shrugged, indicating her uncertainty. That's not appropriate. Chu Yunxuan shook his head. Suddenly, Chen Zainin fell to his knees before Chu Yunxuan. Please accept it. I implore you. Just accept it. The crowd gaped in astonishment. Jiang gestured to Xiao Qiyue, signifying a second interpretation. Given the circumstances, it seems there may be more than just a daughter-in-law involved, at least two people. Xiao Qiyue pondered for a moment before quietly nodding in agreement. President Chen, this isn't necessary, Chu Yunxuan remarked. Chen Zainin insisted, it is necessary. Please accept it. I beg you. Very well, I shall accept it, Chu Yunxuan replied, extending his hand to receive the flame sun sword. Seeing this, Chen Zainin let out a sigh of relief. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Then Chu Yunxuan examined the flame sun sword in his grasp, mumbling, but I have no use for it. I would prefer a spatial ring. Upon hearing this, Chen Zainin quickly produced a spatial ring. I have one. Here. Chu Yunxuan scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. I feel rather embarrassed. There's no need for embarrassment. Take it. I, Chen Zainin, consider you a friend. Chu Yunxuan clasped his fist. Such sincerity from President Chen. I, Chu Yunxuan, also regard you as a friend. Chen Zainin exhaled deeply, relieved to have survived this encounter. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave. He then hurriedly departed, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment. This was surely the most peculiar day they had ever experienced. Chapter 29. What? My status has risen? The crowd gazed at Chen Zainin in confusion as he left, then turned their attention to Chu Yunxuan. Impressive. Nothing else to say but impressive. They murmured. Disperse. Qin Zhenhai called out. The group gradually dispersed, leaving only Chu Yunxuan. Qin Zhenhai, Jiang Ying, and Xiao Qiyue. The three of them fixed their eyes on Chu Yunxuan. What is the situation between you and Wang Min? They asked in unison. Chu Yunxuan replied. Who is Wang Min? Confused, he inquired further. Chen Zainin's daughter-in-law, the daughter of a prominent figure in the Bounty Association. Chu Yunxuan responded. I don't even know her. What are you talking about? Jiang Ying insisted. Nothing? Then why would he act that way? What other explanation could there be? Xiao Qiyue added. He must be concerned that you would create chaos in his family, leading to ruin. Unless he secretly intends to eliminate you. He knows that threats are futile. His daughter-in-law would go to great lengths to protect you. Qin Zhenhai suggested. I think there might be another person involved besides his daughter-in-law. Wang Min, Jiang Ying, and Xiao Qiyue nodded in agreement. Great minds think alike. Chu Yunxuan grimaced slightly. I won't discuss this further. I'm going to practice swordsmanship. Outside, the news spread rapidly throughout Tianhua University. Meanwhile, Chen Zainin caught up with his grandson. Grandpa, why? Tell me why. I am the one being bullied. Why does he? Chu Yunxuan, have the right? Chen Haobian was beside himself with rage. Fool, I saved your life, and you dare question me? I am your grandfather, of course. I want what is best for you. Chen Haobian was bewildered. What? You saved my life? You don't need to know more. From now on, do not provoke Chu Yunxuan. Chen Zainin warned. Chen Haobian gritted his teeth. I want to kill him. Do I want to? Chen Zainin also clenched his teeth. He then said, others have sought to have him killed for some time. I have taken on that task. If there were a good opportunity, I would have acted long ago. And we wouldn't be in this predicament. Has someone threatened you, Grandpa? Chen Haobian asked. Chen Zainin nodded. Yes, powerful individuals. So, from now on, you must be cautious and allow me to handle certain matters. Grandpa, you must eliminate him. Chen Zainin's gaze sharpened. I will. This incident stirred considerable excitement at Tianhua University. In a certain intermediate class, a student suddenly spoke up. Have you heard? The president of the Bounty Association, Chen Zainin, personally presented the flame sun sword to Chu Yunxuan and even knelt before him, begging him to accept it. Is that true? The others expressed disbelief. It sounds unbelievable. Wang Xiaozhu remarked. Don't dismiss it. I witnessed it myself, with over 100 people present. Why would I lie? The crowd gasped. Why would that happen? One speculated. I suspect President Chen's daughter-in-law or granddaughter might have taken a liking to Chu Yunxuan, fearing that he would disrupt their family life. At his age, family is of utmost importance, leaving him no choice but to plead for Chu Yunxuan's mercy. The group nodded in agreement. That seems to be the only explanation. I'm just telling you all, do not share this with anyone else, Wang Xiaozhu cautioned. Rest assured. In the cafeteria, as everyone dined, Wang Xiaozhu sat among a few companions. Brothers, have you heard about the situation between Chu Yunxuan and President Chen? He asked. Yes. I heard that President Chen gave him the flame sun sword. It's absurd. But why? They inquired. It's said to be related to his daughter-in-law. After all, that is Chu Yunxuan, he said knowingly. Wang Xiaozhu smirked, shaking his head. Not at all. Do you know something we don't? His friends pressed. Wang Xiaozhu nodded. Of course. Their interest piqued. They urged him to share more. Well, the reason President Qin gifted Chu Yunxuan the Flame Sun Sword is that Chu Yunxuan holds leverage over him. Is that true? They gasped. Wang Xiao laughed. Think about it. With President Qin's status and power, if his daughter-in-law is infatuated with Chu Yunxuan, he has countless ways to resolve the issue. Yet, he kneels and gives him a sword. Does that make sense? The group exchanged glances. That's a valid point. It must be some significant leverage that could ruin him. What kind of leverage? They pressed. Wang Xiaozhu replied, You must promise me not to breathe a word to anyone. Rest assured. Especially you, Lu Tian. Your mouth tends to slip. Lu Tian replied, When it comes to President Qin, I wouldn't dare say a word. Wang Xiao nodded, then whispered. Do you know what status Qin Zainan's daughter-in-law holds? She is the daughter of a certain big shot in our bounty association. I recall that President Qin's son is a son-in-law, so Qin Haobin has quite the impressive background. Right. How much do you think a person like her could embezzle each year? The crowd inhaled sharply. Lu Tian's eyes lit up. I understand now. Chu Yunxuan has leverage over President Qin's daughter-in-law. Furthermore, President Qin must also be implicated. If that leverage were to be revealed, the Qin family would be finished. Understood. Later in the afternoon, while training, Lu Tian entered the restroom with 3 others, including Yu Qianren. Brothers, have you heard about Chu Yunxuan? Lu Tian asked mid-relief. Yu Qianren replied, I've heard. It's incredible. Lu Tian chuckled. It's not that simple. Oh? Is there some insider information? Yu Qianren's eyes brightened. The insider information is quite significant. I will only share it with you, but you must not tell anyone else, Lu Tian stated. Rest assured, please tell us. After pondering for a moment, Lu Tian replied, Forget it. I can't say much, but I can only mention that President Qin and his daughter-in-law, Qin Haobin's mother, are involved in something questionable. That's all. I have class now. Yu Qianren exchanged glances with a few others. That evening, in the dormitory, one of the brothers initiated a conversation. Did you hear about the incident with Chu Yunxuan today? Who hasn't heard? It seems that Chu Yunxuan might be in trouble. He has some dirt on President Qin, and it's quite substantial. I wonder what it is. I really want to know. I heard President Qin is not clean. Is that so? Is there such a thing? Yu Qianren smiled. Yu Qianren, why are you laughing? They looked at Yu Qianren. I laugh because you all know too little. Their eyes lit up. What do you know? Tell us. Quickly. Yu Qianren then spoke mysteriously. Brothers, how do you interpret the so-called not clean? Greed, perhaps. Yu Qianren laughed lightly. Youthful naivety. Huh. Is there more to it? Yu Qianren replied. I have heard solid insider information. Indeed, it's not clean. Both President Qin and Wang Min are involved. That's what I said. What's wrong with that? Yu Qianren countered. You are gravely mistaken. You have misunderstood. It's the relationship between President Qin and Wang Min that is questionable. But that is not incorrect. Yu Qianren clarified. They are both involved with each other inappropriately. Do you understand? The group widened their eyes. Are you saying that they are secretly entangled? Wow, that is quite a significant piece of evidence. Yu Qianren added. It gets even more explosive. Qin Haobin is not actually the son of his father, Qin Sheng. To be precise, Qin Sheng should refer to Qin Haobin as younger brother. The crowd exclaimed. What? Incredible! Later that night, in the Bounty Guild office, Qin Ziyan sat beside Qin Haobin, with a person seated before them. Li Hu. You are someone I have nurtured personally, and I trust you immensely. President Qin, please speak. I will handle it without fail. Qin Ziyan declared, eliminate someone. He pushed a photograph of Chu Yunxuan towards Li Hu. After a glance, Li Hu burned the photo. Aside from President Qin, Haobin, and myself, there must be no fourth person who knows. Qin Ziyan nodded in satisfaction. Just then, the office door was kicked open, and a middle-aged man stormed in angrily. Son, what are you doing? Qin Ziyan furrowed his brow at his son, Qin Xing. Dad? Qin Haobin looked at Qin Xing with confusion. Why? Why are you treating me this way? Qin Sheng glared furiously at Qin Ziyan. What's wrong? Qin Ziyan was taken aback. Everyone is saying that Haobin and I are brothers, not father and son. Why are you and Wang Min treating me like this? What have I done wrong? Qin Ziyan. Qin Haobin. Huh. Has the hierarchy changed? Chapter 30. The second dream target that night. Chu Yunxuan was in his room cultivating. A surge of energy began to rise, and his cultivation level reached the 5th stage of the Xian body realm. Ding. Congratulations on completing the first dream target task of the dream creation system. Reward received. Body technique. Divine shadow. Ding. The host may proceed with the second dream creation. Oh. Chu Yunxuan opened his eyes. Divine shadow, a celestial grade first tier body technique. capable of creating afterimages at minor mastery and traveling 1,000 miles in an instant at major mastery. It is indeed a celestial-grade body technique. There are many types of martial techniques, but body techniques are among the rarest. Achieving a celestial-grade body technique is likely near the pinnacle of this continent. In martial arts, only speed is invincible. This saying holds true. Why are both dark and wind attributes rare? Because these two attributes are closely related to speed. As for the second dream creation, I haven't decided yet. I will consider it later. Chu Yunxuan left the room. Where are you going? Lin Yar, who was cultivating in the living room, asked with her beautiful eyes. I'm going to find an open space to practice some martial techniques. I'll accompany you. Lin Yar stood up. No, don't worry about it. I'll just find a suburban area. It won't be noisy with body techniques. After contemplating, Lin Yar nodded. All right. I'm going by. Chu Yunxuan left his home and arrived at a remote new district in Tianhua City. Rather than calling it a new district, it was more of a stalled development area. This place was once intended for a new city, but after Tianhai City fell, Tianhua City followed suit. The developers simply abandoned it. Even if it had been completed, it could vanish overnight. Besides, who would bother developing a city that could be attacked by monsters at any moment? The area was sparsely populated, but the roads were already paved. Chu Yunxuan sat by the roadside, outside a small grove, comprehending divine shadow. Celestial-grade spiritual techniques are difficult to cultivate. Fortunately, he possessed God-level comprehension. Time slipped into the early hours of the morning. Chu Yunxuan opened his eyes, his spiritual energy activated. Divine shadow. Whoosh! Chu Yunxuan darted forward with speed that far exceeded his current fifth stage of the Xian body realm, leaving afterimages in his wake. He came to a halt. Incredible! Thanks to his God-level comprehension, he had already achieved minor mastery. The afterimage creation had been reached. Activating divine shadow. His speed was now 10 times that of an ordinary fifth-stage practitioner. However, this body technique consumed a great deal of spiritual energy. Thankfully, his spiritual energy was also 10 times that of an average martial artist. If I exchange for a wind attribute combined with divine shadow, wouldn't my speed ascend to another level? Chu Yunxuan opened his panel. Host. Chu Yunxuan age. 18. Younger brother. 18 race. Human realm. 5th stage of Xian body. Attributes. Thunder. Fire. Space. Strength. 2,100 speed. 1,900 physique. 200 spiritual energy. 200,000 mentality. 1,900 talent. Life and death together rewards. God-level comprehension. God-level talent. Spirit-piercing eyes. First system mall. System value. 412,000,004 million system values. System. Exchange for wind attribute. Ding. Are you sure you want to consume 500,000 system values to exchange for the wind attribute? Yes. Ding. Wind attribute successfully exchanged. For attributes, 3 of which are rare. Chu Yunxuan grinned widely. In the future, he would possess all attributes. Though he had plenty of system values, he needed to retain some for emergencies. Chu Yunxuan then quietly activated the wind attribute. In the still air, the wind began to stir. Leaves were blown away. Wind blade. Chu Yunxuan casually gathered energy, and a wind blade instantly sliced through a nearby tree. As a rare attribute, the wind attribute could provide a martial artist with tremendous speed. Moreover, one must not underestimate the destructive power of the wind attribute. Next, he needed to find a way to enhance his control over the thunder, space, and wind attributes. Simply possessing them without mastery was of little use. Just then, a wind blade suddenly shot from the darkness towards Chu Yunxuan's neck. Chu Yunxuan furrowed his brow. Xian Tian realm. He swiftly dodged as the wind blade carved a long gash into the ground. A figure clad in black emerged from the shadows. Xian body realm? Just a few days ago, you were merely in the bright aperture realm? You concealed your cultivation? The man in black stared at Chu Yunxuan in astonishment. Who are you? Chu Yunxuan frowned. Your executioner. With that, he activated his wind attribute, instantly appearing before Chu Yunxuan. Just as Chu Yunxuan prepared to engage, the opponent's body suddenly froze in place. Chu Yunxuan was taken aback. Subsequently, Chu Yunxuan watched in astonishment as his body became encased in ice. Lin Yar emerged from the shadows. Shayar, Chu Yunxuan exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise, quickly followed by a wave of emotion. She must have been worried about him, silently following and protecting him all along. Lin Yar approached the ice sculpture, ready to dispose of it. Wait, let us ask first, Chu Yunxuan urged. Lin Yar nodded. Then, the ice around the figure's head melted away. Chu Yunxuan pulled down the mask. Speak, who sent you to kill me? Chan Zion? He inquired nonchalantly. The man's eyes were filled with a profound fear of death. I'll tell you, just don't kill me, please. Speak. Li Jin. Chu Yunxuan raised an eyebrow. It seemed this man needed to be eliminated. However, a rather awkward predicament arose. The city was swarming with members of the Judgment Council and various factions. Committing murder was exceedingly difficult. If caught, the repercussions would be dire. This person before him had only dared to act due to his Xuantianjing cultivation and the secluded nature of his location. In the next moment, he was once again encased in ice, and the sculpture shattered, his body splintering into countless pieces. I'll find a chance to help you dispose of him, Lin Yao said, her beautiful eyes regarding Chu Yunxuan calmly. Chu Yunxuan smiled. No need, I have a plan. Lin Yao tilted her head slightly. Rest assured, leave it to me. Just then, Chu Yunxuan noticed a badge beside the deceased. Lin Yao picked it up. Members of the Killing Alliance. Could this Li Jin also be a member of the Killing Alliance? Lin Yao replied, you have no evidence. The Killing Alliance is a nefarious force among the human race. Exceptionally powerful. Their members conceal themselves within the populace. It's possible that one of your classmates is a member, or even a family member. Members of the Killing Alliance earn their living through assassination and will kill other martial artists in the beast realm to seize treasures. Remember, they are hidden among the urban landscape, and you may never know who they are. During your expeditions into the beast realm, one of your teammates might be a member of the Killing Alliance, and while you fight with confidence, unbeknownst to you, you become a target for them to strike at any moment. The major factions are constantly searching for members of the Killing Alliance to eradicate them. Otherwise, chaos will ensue. Let's head back. All right. Upon returning home, Chu Yunxuan entered his bedroom. System, commenced dream-making. Target, Killing Alliance member Li Weimin. Although 99% of the Killing Alliance members remain hidden, a small fraction of them have already been identified. Li Weimin is one such individual. A formidable member of the Killing Alliance, and currently one of the most wanted by various factions. Chu Yunxuan's goal is to have him eliminate Li Jin without getting his hands dirty. This way, the Judgment Council won't be able to trace it back to him. It's not that he cannot kill Li Jin. Rather, such an act would be nearly impossible within the academy. Utilizing the system simplifies matters significantly. Ding. Please initiate dream-making details. Meanwhile, before dawn, in a forest within the beast realm, a figure appearing around 50 years old rested against a rock. A campfire flickered nearby, next to the remains of a consumed rabbit and an empty jug of wine. Suddenly, Li Weimin jolted awake, gasping for breath. Li Jin! Li Jin! His eyes narrowed. Teeth clenched, a murderous intent radiating from him. He had just experienced a dream. In the dream, at Tianhua University, Class 8 of the intermediate level, there was a student named Li Jin who had dared to insult his deceased mother. In the dream, he approached to kill him. He even stood before Li Jin, who continued to hurl insults. After killing him, another named Chu Yunxuan rose to challenge him. He was weak, yet within the dream, Li Weimin found himself reluctant to strike. The reason eluded him, but it was inconsequential. What mattered was that Li Jin had insulted his late mother. Is this merely a dream? No. I have reached the law realm. How could I possibly dream? For decades, he had not experienced dreams, and this one felt so vividly real, regardless of its authenticity. He felt compelled to investigate. His mother was his Achilles heel. Li Weimin retrieved a tattered notebook, its pages filled with crooked handwriting, some words misspelled or written phonetically. 1. Mother said I must eat well. 2. Mother hopes I find a good girl to marry. 3. Mother wishes for me to be a good person. 4. Find the family of the person with the surname Chu who saved mother 35 years ago. 5. Kill 10,000 beasts to avenge mother. Mother, I have listened to your words. Though I have entered the law realm, I still eat 3 meals a day without fail. Also, while I have joined the Killing Alliance, I never kill the innocent. The people I have slain are all deserving of death. I am purging the scum from society. So I suppose I can be considered a good person as well. I have yet to find the family of the person with the surname Chu who saved you. They must be fine, and I will repay them well. Li Weimin cherished the notebook, gently stroking its pages before quietly adding another line. 6. Kill all who insult my mother. Mother, I shall go. Though it was merely a dream, I must uncover the truth. With that, Li Weimin's gaze sharpened, and his figure vanished into the darkness of the night. The following morning, Chu Yunxuan arrived at Tianhua University. Chu Yunxuan? Not far away. Li Jin froze upon seeing Chu Yunxuan unharmed. Hadn't he been told that Chu Yunxuan was spotted in the suburbs and could be assassinated at any moment? How could he appear here, unscathed, at Tianhua University? Li Jin furrowed his brows, puzzled. It didn't add up. He had invested significant resources to hire a powerful Xuantianjing assassin from the Killing Alliance to eliminate Chu Yunxuan. Yet, here he was, perfectly fine. Chu Yunxuan cast a glance at Li Jin among the crowd. Li Jin's pupils constricted, watching in disbelief as Chu Yunxuan approached him. What do you want? Li Jin asked warily, his hand wrapped in bandages, retreating cautiously. Slap. Chu Yunxuan backhanded him to the ground and walked away. Li Jin gritted his teeth. Chu Yunxuan. Damn you. Just wait. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxuan arrived at the fairy convenience store. Really? Xiaokuksu has been so downcast lately? Xiao Qiyue remarked. Jiangning nodded vigorously. Yes. She is usually obsessed with martial arts, but seems disinterested in the beast realm now. Sigh. Xiao Qiyue commented. That's understandable. She hasn't moved on yet. Think about it. When she was on the brink of death and despair, a boy appeared, saved her, but lost his life in the process. It's no wonder she is struggling to cope. Jiangning sighed. I feel uncomfortable seeing her like this. Just then, Chu Yunxuan walked in. Xiao Qiyue's eyes lit up. Xiao Xian, come here. She eagerly poured him a cup of tea. Let us have some tea. He. Teacher Xiao. Xiao Qiyue smiled. Call me fairy teacher. All right, fairy teacher. Can you teach me the sealing heaven and transforming technique you promised? Jiangning coughed lightly, stealing a glance at Xiao Qiyue. You are just making empty promises. Ah, the sealing heaven and transforming technique. It's not your time yet. Chu Yunxuan exclaimed. What? You said you'd teach me after my 3-day assessment period. Are you just teasing me? Xiao Qiyue offered an awkward smile. Don't worry. Jiangning chimed in. You've just figured that out? Our Tianhua University is renowned for having the master of empty promises, Xiao Qiyue. Chu Yunxuan was taken aback. What? I'm done with this. I'm leaving. As he waved his hand, preparing to walk away, Xiao Qiyue hurriedly grabbed his arm. It is not that this fairy does not wish to teach. In fact, even Xiao Yingying and Xiao Chuxue could be taught by me. But they simply are not suited for it. Is that true? Jiangning inquired. Of course. In reality, I have already taught both you and Xiao Chuxue in secret. You simply cannot grasp it, the fairy replied. Jiangning pondered for a moment. Was that the time you were teaching me the sealing dust heavenly transformation technique? Xiao Qiyue nodded. Yes. Moreover, I have yet to find anyone else in the entire Blue Star capable of learning this spirit skill. Even Xiao Xian's sister could not master it. Isn't that just a pipe dream? Teach me, and I shall give it a try, Chu Yunxuan stated. All right, have a seat. Xiao Qiyue said. Chu Yunxuan took a seat before her. I will first transmit to you the first layer of the sealing dust heavenly transformation technique. If you show even a hint of potential, I will continue to teach you. Chu Yunxuan nodded. Jiangning rested her chin on her hand, watching the spectacle unfold. Xiao Qiyue, however, harbored little hope. Once the transmission was complete, she instructed Chu Yunxuan to practice in the courtyard while she attended to customers purchasing items. After a brief moment, a surge of spiritual energy suddenly erupted from the courtyard, accompanied by a familiar aura. Xiao Qiyue was taken aback and hurried over. At that moment, Chu Yunxuan was enveloped in thunder, his aura surging. Wow! Xiao Qiyue exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief and shock. Jiangning stood beside her, asking, Is this a success? To which Xiao Qiyue replied, This is more than a success. He has already achieved minor proficiency in the first layer. Jiangning remarked, Is it really that simple? I always feel like you're trying to set me up, fairy mentor. Xiao Qiyue responded, I'm just as bewildered. It took me a month to reach minor proficiency in this spirit skill as first layer. Does he even have an hour? Jiangning mused. Chu Yunxuan then withdrew the thunder, looking at Xiao Qiyue with surprise. I think I have achieved minor proficiency in the first layer. Xiao Qiyue coughed lightly. Well, I can only say that you are suited for cultivating this spirit skill, and thus I might consider teaching you. Chu Yunxuan replied. But I don't think it's as difficult as you claim. It's only been an hour, and I've already achieved minor proficiency. Cough, Xiao Qiyue said. You think you're impressive? I reached minor proficiency in the first layer of the sealing dust heavenly transformation technique in just 5 minutes. Chu Yunxuan inquired. Oh, really? How long did it take for you to reach major proficiency? 3 days. Just 3 days. Xiao Qiyue clarified. I'll give it a try. She then took Jiangning back to the small shop. Fairy mentor, didn't you tell me it took you 3 months to reach major proficiency in the first layer? And the second layer took about a year? Nonsense, I never said that. An hour later, another surge of energy erupted in the courtyard. I've achieved major proficiency in the first layer. Chu Yunxuan shouted. Xiao Qiyue was stunned. What on earth is he? She thought, as she rushed to the courtyard. Look. Chu Yunxuan unleashed the first layer of the sealing dust heavenly transformation technique, his aura rapidly climbing. Xiao Qiyue was left dumbfounded. No way. He truly achieved major proficiency? It had taken her 3 months to reach that level. What kind of monster is he? Chu Yunxuan smiled at Xiao Qiyue. You're not so impressive. It took you 3 days for major proficiency, while I did it in just 1 hour, didn't I? Xiao Qiyue retorted. That was merely to alleviate your pressure. In reality, I achieved major proficiency in just 30 minutes. Jiangning glanced at Xiao Qiyue, shaking her head quietly, while her beautiful eyes remained fixed on Chu Yunxuan. So impressive. Truly remarkable. Ding. Jiang Ying's favorability towards you reached 30, earning the rewards. Wind attribute control 30. System value 500000. Can you teach me everything? Chu Yunxuan asked eagerly. Teach, teach, teach. I shall teach. Xiao Qiyue replied, somewhat annoyed. How could I, a self-proclaimed genius, fall so short compared to Chu Yunxuan? This is absurd. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxuan was elated. Xiao Qiyue was not exaggerating. The ceiling dust heavenly transformation technique had only one effect. The effect was exceedingly simple. It elevated one's realm, with major proficiency in the first layer. His realm surged directly from the 5th star of the profound body realm to the 6th star. Did that mean the 2nd layer would elevate him 2 stars? The 3rd layer 3 stars? What about the 7th layer? Well, is this truly a spirit skill that exists in Blue Star? Typically, powerful enhancement spirit skills that boost 1 star are already remarkable. The disparity of a single star in higher realms is tremendous. The ceiling dust heavenly transformation technique consists of 7 layers, capable of enhancing one's realm by 7 stars? How astonishing. No wonder Xiao Qiyue could repel those of the law realm with her divine abilities. Meanwhile, Li Weimin had arrived at the entrance of Tianhua University. A few students stepped out, and Li Weimin stopped them, asking, "Excuse me, is there a student named Li Jin at Tianhua University?" Li Jin? Yes, there is. One student replied. Li Weimin furrowed his brow. So there really is one. Is he in the intermediate class, class 8? Yes. Intermediate class, class 8. Are you looking for him? Li Weimin clenched his fists tightly. It's true, just like in my dream. This is clearly unreasonable, but the facts stand before me. Since these events occur exactly as in my dream, then it must also mean that Li Jin insulted my deceased mother. He could only think of one explanation. Someone had used a certain method to convey this information to him through his dreams. Who that person was mattered little. Li Weimin suppressed his fury, saying, "Please inform your dean at Tianhua University that Li Weimin requests an audience." The student paused for a moment. Wait, the Li Weimin from the Killing Alliance? What? Is everyone in this age so audacious? Please, wait a moment. Shortly after, Qin Jinhai hurriedly arrived at the entrance of Tianhua University, and upon seeing Li Weimin, he was also taken aback. It's really him. What is going on? I am Qin Jinhai, the president of Tianhua University. I'm unaware of what you need. Li Jin is a student at your school, isn't he? In intermediate class. Class 8, Li Weimin questioned coldly. Qin Jinhai feared he might do something to threaten the students, and said, "Yes, I advise you not to act rashly. Strong forces from the Divine Alliance and the Heavenly Domain are likely on their way." Nonsense. I don't care about the Divine Alliance or the Heavenly Domain. Now, take me to Li Jin, right this moment, or I will ensure that everyone in Tianhua University pays the price. Qin Jinhai furrowed his brow. Please follow me. He dared not refuse, for Li Weimin was of the law realm. The only option was to pacify him first, ensuring everyone's safety while awaiting the arrival of the powerful figures from the Divine Alliance and the Heavenly Domain. Thank you, Li Weimin said curtly. Jin Go. Jin Go. Zhang Haoan sprinted towards Li Jin. Damn, why is it you again? Li Jin glared at Zhang Haoan. Zhang Haoan hurriedly explained, Jin Go. Li Weimin is here. He is looking for you. What? Li Weimin? The Li Weimin from the Killing Alliance? Li Jin was dumbfounded. Yes. What the hell? Li Jin's expression shifted to one of fear. What does he want with me? Did you tell anyone about me insulting his mother? While the world knew that Li Weimin was a villain, he was also a mama's boy. His mother was his Achilles heel. Zhang Haoan raised his hand. By heaven, Jin good. I didn't tell anyone. If I did, I'd be a dog. Li Jin frowned. Then why is he looking for me? He is from the Killing Alliance. I should be avoiding him, not having him come here so brazenly to Tianhua City. Zhang Haoan asked. Is there a possibility he is here to take you as his disciple? Otherwise, how could you explain him coming specifically to find you? Are you sure you haven't told anyone about my insult to his mother? Li Jin pressed. I have never spoken of this to anyone. I swear on my family. If I had, do you think I would be standing before you now? Li Jin then remarked, perhaps he truly intends to take me as his disciple. He might see some potential in me. However, he is a member of the Killing Alliance. If I were to train with him, would I not also be hunted? Zhang Haoan replied, Brother Jin, it's the realm of laws. If he can guide your training, who cares if he belongs to the Killing Alliance? You can refuse him openly while secretly. Li Jin interjected, Sure. Yes. Understood. When you become successful, please do not forget me, Zhang Haoan said. Li Jin nodded, a smile gracing his face. Of course. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxuan sensed through the system that the target of his dream was drawing nearer. He rose, anticipating a good show. According to Li Weimin's character, he would undoubtedly seek to kill Li Jin. He would stop at nothing to eliminate him. To gain rewards, he needed to appear in Li Jin's dream, thus challenging him within that realm. However, He subtly instilled in Li Jin's subconscious the reluctance to harm himself. If, in reality, he were to actively challenge Li Jin and, like in the dream, lose to him, the rewards would be his. Chu Yunxuan dashed outside. Hey, where are you going? Xiao Qiyue called out. To watch a spectacle. A spectacle? Xiao Qiyue's eyes sparkled. Little Lingying, tend to my shop. With that, Xiao Qiyue ran off. Jiangying quietly locked the door. A good show? She couldn't miss that either. On another front, Qin Jinhai and others were nervously guiding Li Weimin. They had secretly notified the Divine Alliance and the Celestial Domain, hoping to buy some time. They could not afford any mishaps. However, considering that Li Weimin, despite being part of the Killing Alliance, adhered to certain principles, it was evident he had not barged in, but rather waited for notification. This is the place for Class 8 of the intermediate class, Qin Jinhai said, frowning at the crowd of students gathered. What the hell? Are these students suicidal? Why are they just standing around? Where's Li Jin? Li Weimin shouted. Just then, Li Jin emerged from the classroom, a smile on his face. Senior Li Weimin. Li Jin cupped his fist in greeting. Li Weimin's gaze was fixed on him. It was he. He looked exactly like the Li Jin from his dream. Damn it, he is still smiling? He dared to insult my deceased mother, and yet he continues to smile? Li Weimin's inner fury surged. Li Jin continued. Senior Li Weimin, I sincerely apologize. Although you are indeed a respected expert, right and wrong are distinct, and I must decline your offer to take me as a disciple. Li Weimin's fury peaked. You dare to insult my deceased mother. Do you dare to admit it? What? Li Jin's expression shifted. The others also reacted in shock. Goodness. Li Jin truly is audacious. He dares to insult Li Weimin's mother? Everyone knows that Li Weimin's greatest weakness is his mother. Although he is a wanted expert of the Killing Alliance, he has consistently ranked among the top 10 figures in Blue Star for his filial piety. Li Jin is finished. He has insulted Li Weimin's mother. Given Li Weimin's nature, even if captured by various forces, he would seek vengeance for his mother's honor. A moment of silence for Li Jin. Qin Jinhai was also taken aback. Li Jin insulted Li Weimin's mother? Goodness. As the dean, he cannot protect him now. He brought this upon himself. Surely, Li Weimin cannot be slandering Li Jin? He could slander him, but he would never use his deceased mother as a weapon. Moreover, for someone of his caliber, why would he need to slander a mere student? It must be true. Chu Yunxuan grinned. I didn't tea. Li Jin swallowed hard, his face pale with fear. You insulted Zhang Haoan next door. What the hell? You got me into this mess. He glanced at Zhang Haoan, who looked equally bewildered. He had done nothing. Li Weimin's eyes narrowed. All right, not admitting. Are you? I promised my mother that aside from demonic beasts, I would not kill anyone who did not deserve it. Truth and falsehood, I will discern myself. You should know about the light attributes illusion. With your cultivation level, once caught in my illusion, you can only speak the truth. With that, Li Weimin unleashed his light attribute directly at Li Jin. Li Jin froze in place. This is bad. Chu Yunxuan frowned. Just to kill a petty thief. He is being this cautious? Under the influence of the illusion, Li Jin's eyes lost their sparkle. Li Weimin stood with his hands clasped behind his back. I ask you, did you insult my mother? Li Weimin inquired. Yes, Li Jin replied. The crowd gasped. Chu Yunxuan thought, well, you can't say you didn't deserve this. Truly, fate has decreed your end. You. Li Weimin ground his teeth. Very well. Very well. In the next moment, Li Weimin unleashed a fearsome roar. And an overwhelming aura of killing intent surged forth. The crowd swallowed hard, fear etched on their faces. Is this the terrifying might of the realm of laws? Insult my mother, and I will kill whoever stands in my way. With that, Li Weimin charged at Li Jin. No, don't kill me. Li Jin snapped back to reality, staring at the fearsome Li Weimin in terror. Dean, save me, he shouted. Qin Jinhai frowned. No matter how deserving of death Li Jin might be, as the dean of Tianhua University, he could not turn a blind eye. With a crackling sound, Qin Jinhai surged toward Li Weimin, crackling with terrifying lightning. Get back. Li Weimin's terrifying aura sent Qin Jinhai flying. How could a godly realm expert contend with someone at the realm of loss? With a snap, Li Weimin twisted Li Jin's neck. Thud. He then crushed his head underfoot. Some girls couldn't help but scream. Those who insult my mother shall face no mercy. Li Weimin's gaze sharpened. Jiangying remarked, he deserves it. Even if he survives today, he will eventually be killed by Li Weimin. Xiao Qiyue agreed. Indeed, if he escapes today, it won't just be Li Jin who dies. Qin Jinhai sighed. The key is that he cannot truly confront Li Weimin. They're all students. If a real fight breaks out, everyone will perish. Yet, he genuinely believes Li Weimin is a person of honor. Unlike those in the Killing Alliance, Li Weimin is distinctly different. Li Weimin. Now you have another life on your hands. The Divine Alliance and Celestial Domain will not let you off lightly, Qin Jinhai warned. Thank you for the reminder, Dean. Having killed this person, I shall take my leave, Li Weimin replied. Chu Yunxuan raised an eyebrow. That won't do. Your task is not yet complete. Hold on. Chu Yunxuan called out. The crowd paused, confusion etched on their faces as they looked at Chu Yunxuan. He stepped toward Li Weimin. Li Weimin turned, frowning deeply. Isn't this the person named Chu Yunxuan who appeared in my dream? In the dream, after I killed Li Jin, he stepped forward to challenge me. Yet, I could not bring myself to harm him. The reason remains unknown. Is it possible for me to challenge you, senior? Chu Xian gazed at him and spoke, leaving the crowd in astonishment. What? Has he lost his mind? Is Chu Xian challenging Li Weimin? What on earth is he thinking? They wondered if he had witnessed Li Jin's demise at the hands of Li Weimin and was now seeking vengeance for him. Could he truly possess such noble character? Someone mused, recalling that he had saved an entire class. Remarkable. He bears a grudge against Li Jin, yet stands up for him after his death? Is he courting disaster? Xiao Qiyu gasped in disbelief. The world has indeed grown stranger. Jiang Ying echoed her sentiment, while Qin Jinhai appeared utterly bewildered. Brother, what are you doing? Are you really challenging me? Li Weimin questioned, his brow furrowed. Yes. Why? He pressed again. If I must provide a reason. Perhaps it is because I am a person of emotion and integrity, a compassionate soul, Chu Xian replied. Despite their enmity, he felt compelled to defend Li Jin's honor in front of everyone at Tianhua Academy. Chu Xian, step aside. The dean, Qin Jinhai, shouted in fury. Wait. Li Weimin suddenly recalled something. Chu Xian, your surname is Chu? His eyes narrowed in scrutiny. Indeed. Chu Xian confirmed, puzzled. Li Weimin burst into laughter, tears streaming down his cheeks. Mother, is it truly you? Have you sent me this message? Chu Xian looked on in confusion. Brother, let us reenact the dream. I challenge you. And you, reluctant to harm me, will easily defeat me before making your escape. How simple. What are you doing? Why are you crying? Chapter 34. Such poor acting. Li Weimin understood everything. His mother had communicated with him through a dream, revealing that someone had insulted her. Thus, he had avenged her by killing Li Jin. Yet, he had never grasped the significance of Chu Xuan's challenge in the dream. Now it was clear, Chu Xian, a descendant of the Chu family who had once saved his mother, was the reason behind his mother's plea in the dream. She had urged him to show mercy, for Chu Xian was his benefactor. Mother, I comprehend your good intentions, he murmured, wiping away his tears and fixing his gaze on Chu Xian. Very well. I accept your challenge. The crowd collectively swallowed hard. Although they were baffled, they sensed that Chu Xian was doomed. A being of the low realm could defeat him without lifting a finger. A mere wave of his aura would suffice. Was this man delusional? Chu Xian gathered his resolve, hoping for a repeat of the dream where Li Weimin would show him mercy. However, he dared not gamble on it, remaining prepared to use his evasion card at any moment. With a surge of thunder, he lunged at Li Weimin, striking out with his palm, while Li Weimin stood motionless. To onlookers, it seemed absurd. A being of the low realm had no need to evade. With a resounding crash, Chu Xuan's palm connected with Li Weimin's chest. The crowd shook their heads in disappointment. Futile, they muttered. Even without defense, that thunderous blow would inflict no harm. What is he trying to accomplish? Qin Jinhai frowned. Yet, in the next moment, Li Weimin clutched his abdomen, staggering backward in apparent agony. What terrifying power! I cannot withstand this blow. I've lost. Chu Xian was taken aback, as was everyone else, standing in stunned silence. How strange. This notion echoed in their minds. The entire Tianhua Academy had grown increasingly uncanny since Chu Xuan's arrival. A mere mortal of the Xian body realm has defeated a being of the law realm? What is happening? They speculated that Li Weimin was merely feigning defeat. Xiao Qiyu and Jiang Ying, who had been worried moments ago, couldn't help but grimace at the absurdity of it all. What a poor performance. Qin Jinhai had been prepared to intervene on Chu Xuan's behalf, but the unfolding scene made him question his own reality. Meanwhile, Chu Xian was at a loss. Brother, why are you pretending to be defeated? I need to lose in order to align with the dream's narrative and earn my reward. Moreover, I struck your chest. Why are you clutching your abdomen, writhing in pain? Li Weimin, while feigning agony, peeked at the crowd's astonished expressions, relishing their surprise. He chuckled inwardly, convinced that his acting had fooled them into believing Chu Xian was extraordinarily powerful. Applause erupted from the audience, with someone leading the charge. Impressive, they chorused, admiring Li Weimin's performance. Unbeknownst to him, they were applauding his acting rather than Chu Xuan's supposed victory. Strange, isn't it? Xiao Qiyu asked Jiang Ying. Everything feels increasingly bizarre lately. Chu Xian, attempting to regain control, interjected, that doesn't count. It's clear you were letting me win. Let us do it again. Li Weimin, however, insisted, letting you win? Impossible. That was my full strength. How could that be? A senior of the law realm versus my Xian body realm? It's inconceivable. Chu Yunxuan protested, bewildered. Truly, though your realm may seem low, the hidden might within you is formidable. I can sense your overwhelming power. I am no match for you, Li Weimin stated. Chu Yunxuan exclaimed. No, this cannot stand. One last time. Li Weimin frowned, contemplating whether his benefactor desired more satisfaction from the encounter. Very well, let us do it again. You may strike first this time. Excellent. Chu Yunxuan replied eagerly. Li Weimin summoned his energy, and the crowd held its breath. Prepare yourself. In an instant, Li Weimin appeared before Chu Yunxuan, launching a punch. The onlookers gasped in shock. Is he serious? Chu Yunxuan's eyes widened in alarm. He really is. He prepared to activate his evasion card. The mission needed completion, and he couldn't allow harm to befall anyone. Yet, as Li Weimin's fist descended, an unseen force pushed Chu Yunxuan back, preventing him from advancing. What is this power? I cannot approach you. Li Weimin stared in astonishment as he was forced to retreat. The next moment, he was propelled backward, crashing several meters away. Finally, he turned to face Chu Yunxuan. I merely stated that you are exceptionally strong. The force you possess is beyond my reach. I am not your match. I concede. With utmost respect. The crowd gasped in astonishment. At Chu Yunxuan? Chu Yunxuan could no longer endure it. What is happening here? He is supposed to lose. That is the only way to earn a reward. Chu Yunxuan approached Li Weimin, grasping his hand tightly. Brother, allow me to lose. Please let me lose. Li Weimin replied, I am not your opponent. How can I let you lose? Strike me. Come on. Just give me one punch. Quickly. Chu Yunxuan urged, signaling for Li Weimin to hit him. However, Li Weimin continuously withdrew his hand. Just once. I beg you. Just one hit. The crowd observed in bewilderment. What a peculiar scene. What a shameless request. Very well then. Li Weimin lightly tapped Chu Yunxuan's chest. It was merely a gentle touch. Whoosh. Chu Yunxuan leaped backward, propelled several meters away, landing on the ground. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Did Li Weimin truly strike? Yet. Chu Yunxuan clutched his chest. I have lost. The crowd was left in confusion. The performance of this individual is astonishingly dramatic. Chapter 35. I can only say, how aptly one meets their demise. It seemed the crowd had forgotten about Li Jin's death, whose corpse lay on the ground, head crushed. Nevertheless, everyone's attention was fixated on Chu Yunxuan and Li Weimin. Were these two engaging in a peculiar camaraderie? Li Weimin, are you not a member of the Killing Alliance? Shouldn't a mere Xian body realm challenger provoke a sense of indignation in you? What do you mean by this? What is Chu Yunxuan's intention? Is this a theatrical performance? Ding. Congratulations on completing the second dream creation task. Task reward. 500 points to freely allocate attribute points. Second system mall. Unlocked. Ding. All dream creation tasks have been completed. Dream creation system deactivated. Please await the activation of the new system. Upon hearing the system notification, Chu Yunxuan rose to his feet. Indeed, while I am inclined to avenge Li Jin, I lack the ability. The chasm of realms is insurmountable. Having said that, Chu Yunxuan clasped his fist. Good and evil cannot coexist, yet I am grateful for the mercy shown by my elder. Li Weimin was about to speak when suddenly, he sensed several powerful auras. His pupils constricted as he turned to Chu Yunxuan and remarked, Youngster, your courage in challenging me is commendable. Your sense of justice is noble. However, his tone shifted. I have stated that I do not kill the innocent, hence I shall not harm you. Upon hearing this, the crowd appeared to awaken to the truth. It seems Li Weimin possesses principles. It is quite reasonable that he refrains from inflicting severe harm on Chu Yunxuan for this reason. Li Weimin continued, however. Should you continue in such a manner in the future, I shall not show you mercy. With that, he vanished from sight, leaving behind this revelation. Realizing that treating him too specially might lead others to suspect a connection between Chu Yunxuan and himself. Thus, he explained his reasoning before the crowd regarding why he, a being of the law realm, did not strike Chu Yunxuan. Surely, they would accept this and harbor no doubts about him. After Li Weimin's departure, a few powerful forces could be felt pursuing him. Son, Li Jin's father, escorted by several members of the Divine Alliance, approached the crowd. My son. He trembled, kneeling before them. In the next moment, he grasped a member of the Divine Alliance's arm, shouting in agitation, Kill Li Weimin. You must avenge him. Kill him. We certainly will. Chu Yunxuan. Li Jin's father then pointed accusingly at Chu Yunxuan. It was him. He must have colluded with Li Weimin. He is undoubtedly connected to the Killing Alliance. Take him away. I will personally interrogate him. Qin Jinhai stepped protectively in front of Chu Yunxuan. Captain Li, we can empathize with your grief over the loss of your son. There was indeed animosity between Chu Yunxuan and Li Jin, but this matter has no connection to him. Li Jin was killed because he insulted Li Weimin's mother. You must understand how significant Li Weimin's mother was to him. Many girls nearby nodded in agreement. Indeed, Brother Yunxian has a grudge against Li Jin. But do you know what he just did? He bravely stood up to challenge Li Weiman, seeking justice for Li Jin's death. Yes, you should be grateful to him instead of suspecting him. How ungracious of you. You are also a member of the Divine Alliance, which values fairness. How can you act so impulsively? Everyone was watching. Chu Yunxian then spoke. Everyone, let us not speak further. After all, a son has perished. And we cannot blame Captain Li. He emphasized the word son has perished with a weighty tone. Continuing, Chu Yunxian said, after raising a son for over 20 years, he was the only child. Suddenly, he is gone, his head crushed, brains spilling out. It is too tragic. Anyone would struggle to remain rational. Captain Li, my condolences. Chu Yunxian understood that unless Li Jin was a member of the Killing Alliance, it would be difficult to find a member of the Xiantian realm to kill him. Li Jin's father must be involved in this. How repulsive. Cough, cough. Li Jin's father, upon hearing Chu Yunxuan's words, was filled with rage and could not suppress his coughs. You. Is this man not rubbing salt in his wounds? It must be intentional. Very well. You will pay for this. He angrily pointed at Chu Yunxian. Chu Yunxian frowned. Do you not have any sense of shame? Is being a member of the Divine Alliance so grand? I kindly defended your son. And you dare say I should wait? How absurd. With that, Chu Yunxian turned to leave. What a fitting demise. Indeed. Is this the kind of person in the Divine Alliance? He should be expelled. Such a disgrace to the Divine Alliance. Even if I am not fond of Chu Yunxian, he has indeed acted like a man in both saving others and in this matter. He deserves respect. The Li family, how shameful. Chu Yunxian. Crack, crack, crack. Li Jin's father clenched his fists tightly. On the other side, Chu Yunxian strolled home cheerfully. Xiao Qiue had imparted her spiritual technique, the sealing dust heavenly transformation technique, to him. This required diligent cultivation. The sealing dust heavenly transformation technique consists of 7 layers. Xiao Qiue mentioned that she had practiced for 20 years and had only reached the 6th layer. With my godly comprehension, I certainly need not take such a long time. System, allocate all attribute points to strength. Ding. Attribute points successfully allocated. Chu Yunxian immediately felt a surge of power within him. Although he was at the 5-star Xian body realm, he sensed that his pure strength equaled that of a 7-star Xian body realm. Combat across realms would be effortless. Opening the second system mall. Second system mall. Attribute exchange. You may exchange system points for attributes. Every 1,000 system points can be exchanged for 1 attribute point. Explosive card, as the name implies, effective against those below the Xiantian realm. Cost, 10,000 system points. Attribute immunity card. Upon use, you may designate 1 attribute power, and for the following hour, you will be immune to all attacks of that attribute. Usable once per day. Cost, 100,000 system points. Energetic flame explosion. Upon exchange, you may condense energetic flame explosions, capable of instantaneously killing those below the law realm. Cost, 500,000 system points. Usable once a month. Salty lollipop. A lollipop with a salty and bitter taste. Consuming it will increase the host's favorability by 20. Each target may only be used once. Cost, 500,000 system points. Divination card. Exchange for a divination card, which allows you to inquire about matters of interest. The simpler the question, the more detailed the outcome. Consumption of system value, 1 million. Talent skill exchange. After redemption, one can randomly acquire a unique talent skill of the system. Consumption of system value, 1 million. Heavenly Sovereign card. Upon redemption, one can possess the cultivation of a 1-star Heavenly Sovereign for the next minute. Consumption of system value, 10 million. Redeemable only once in a lifetime. Without further ado, this savory lollipop. Do not blame me for my fanciful thoughts, murmured Chu Yunxian. Another talent skill exchange. I had thought there could only be one. It seems each system marketplace can have one. Reflecting on the previously obtained, shared life, shared death. This remains Chu Yunxuan's utmost anticipation. He unhesitatingly spent 1 million system value to exchange for a talent skill. I wonder what random talent I shall receive this time. Chapter 36. The Great Duel Between Two Academies. The power of talent skills truly excites Chu Yunxian, although it is random. What if I were to randomly attain another shared life, shared death? That would render me even more formidable. If I could obtain another skill of such caliber, I would truly be ready to confront the demon gods. Ding. Congratulations, you have randomly acquired the talent skill, Rebirth. A sense of disappointment washed over him. Chu Yunxian glanced at the effects of the talent skill, Rebirth. Rebirth. Upon using this talent skill, the host state will instantly restore to its peak condition, including spiritual power. Cooldown time, 1 month. This is purely a survival boost, Chu Yunxian sighed. However, I must admit, Rebirth, is indeed extraordinarily powerful, as long as rebirth is not on cooldown. I can fight with abandon. Who could possibly defeat me? Chu Yunxuan then returned home. Lin Yu seemed to still be in the beast realm and had not yet returned. However, she had left a meal prepared for him. After eating, Chu Yunxuan began to meditate. At midnight, ding. Congratulations. You have activated the new system, Battle Power Doubling System. Battle Power Doubling System. During the existence of this system, the host's battle power will be doubled. Each time a target is defeated during this system's duration, a reward will be granted. Remaining time, 1 day, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Chu Yunxuan opened his eyes. This system is rather underwhelming compared to the previous ones. It merely doubles battle power. At 5 stars in the Xiantian realm. Doubling my strength doesn't even reach the Xiantian realm. What use is that? 2 days of duration? I can hardly be bothered to enter the beast realm. The opponents there are often in the Xiantian realm or the divine ability realm, like the Yinming evil tiger. With this system, I wouldn't even know how I met my demise. I might as well focus on my cultivation, endure these 2 days, and then activate a more formidable system. During the day, Lin Yu returned. Seeing Chu Yunxuan in meditation, she refrained from disturbing him. Another day passed. It was not until the following morning that Chu Yunxuan concluded his cultivation. Delightful. His cultivation reached 6 stars in the Xiantian realm. While this is not of great significance, what truly matters is that the sealing dust heavenly transformation technique has reached the 3rd layer of completion. Now, invoking the sealing dust heavenly transformation technique, his realm would soar to 9 stars in the Xiantian realm. Coupled with his attributes that are superior to others of the same realm, he should have no trouble defeating those in the Xiantian realm. The system will only update at midnight. Chu Yunxuan pondered whether to cultivate until the new system activated. However, even with his divine level comprehension, it would likely take considerable time to reach the 4th layer of the sealing dust heavenly transformation technique. Perhaps he should visit Tianhua University. If there is an opportunity to defeat others, rewards should not be overlooked. The cooldown for the Grand Wheel had also concluded. Activate the Grand Wheel. Ding. You have successfully obtained Xian level 8 star martial skill, Dragon Roar Fist. A martial skill of the Xian level, rather average. Chu Yunxuan stood up and walked outside. Lin Yu had prepared breakfast and left a note. She had returned to the beast realm for training. Little Yu should be attempting to break through to the divine ability realm, but alas, I cannot assist her. Chu Yunxuan contemplated before heading to Tianhua University. Today at Tianhua University was somewhat special. A multitude of students had gathered, seemingly watching a spectacle. As Chu Yunxuan approached, he noticed many girls displaying excited expressions. Hey! Xiangu, Yu Qianren cheerfully ran over. What is going on? Chu Yunxuan inquired. Yu Qianren replied, Today is the day for our Tianhua University to spar with Tianhong University. Chu Yunxuan recalled that this was indeed a tradition, a significant day for martial arts academies, crucial for honor and the university's reputation. As the foremost martial arts university in Tianhua City, Tianhua University's status was earned through numerous duels. However, during its peak, Lin Yu, Jiang Ying, Song Shuheng, and Shi Chuxue were the stars of the earlier cohorts. Now, with the current intermediate and beginner classes, Tianhua University was experiencing a decline. Chu Yunxuan had an idea. It would be a perfect opportunity to challenge those from Tianyang University and complete system tasks. However, he felt it unnecessary to enroll in a prestigious institution like Tianhua University. Learning about space and thunder from Xiao Qiyue would suffice. Xiangu, I must hurry back. I was fortunate to be selected for the challenge team. Yu Qianren smiled, scratching his head. For each martial arts academy, only 30 individuals were chosen for the sparring challenges, and the academy would certainly select the strongest from the current intermediate and beginner classes. All right, go ahead. Yu Qianren then dashed off. A male student approached. Chu Yunxuan. The dean is looking for you. Understood. Thank you. In the dean's office. What should we do? What are we going to do? This year, Tianhua University is surely going to be surpassed by Tianyang University. Qin Jinhai paced back and forth anxiously. Several instructors stood before him. Dean, there's nothing we can do. After talents like Shi Chuxue, Jiang Ying, and Song Shuheng, our admission quality has generally fallen below that of Tianyang University. After all, Tianyang University suddenly received support from the Provincial Advanced Martial Arts Academy a few years back, and their faculty is indeed superior to ours, one instructor remarked. Qin Jinhai sighed. Our intermediate class can't even find 20 individuals in the Xiantian realm. Are we just setting ourselves up for a beating from Tianyang University? Typically, martial artists in the intermediate class are at the Mingxiao realm. Li Jin is at 7 stars in the Mingxiao realm, the top expert in the intermediate class. Tianhua University's intermediate class currently has only 15 individuals in the Xiantian realm, while Tianyang University has at least 25. The most absurd part is, the first in Tianyang University's intermediate class, Zhao Shiji, has already reached the Xiantian realm. There's no chance of winning this. Qin Jinhai exclaimed, Zhao Huaiyang. Even at the Xiantian realm, is not placed in the advanced class. What a disgrace. Dean, it's unavoidable. Zhao Shiji is the strongest talent of that cohort. In a few years, he might not even be weaker than Song Shuang. He enrolled in the same year as us in the intermediate class. So it is indeed reasonable for him not to be in the advanced class. I know, Qin Jinhai sighed. In this battle, Tianyang University is destined to win. They are just waiting to surpass Tianhua University and claim the title of the top martial arts university. Qin Jinhai was fully aware that victory was impossible, but he did not want to lose too disgracefully. Has Chu Yunxuan arrived? Qin Jinhai hastily inquired. He should be arriving shortly. They needed him to join, or the defeat would be too humiliating. Let Chu Yunxuan join the 30-person lineup of the intermediate class in Tianhua University. At the very least, we will have a relatively stronger competitor. Even if we cannot win overall against Tianyang University, I just hope we do not lose too embarrassingly. He still wondered what had happened with Chu Yunxuan. He had not been admitted to university a while ago, yet now he seemed to have reached the Xiantian realm. Qin Jinhai waved his hand dismissively. Let us not concern ourselves with that for now. If he can come and help Tianhua University win a match, it will at least make us look a bit better. Knock, 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 Dean, you called for me? Chu Yunxuan announced as he entered. Chu Yunxuan, come here quickly. Qin Jinhai immediately approached with a flattering demeanor. Chu Yunxuan, this is suspicious. Chapter 37, truly insidious. Despicable. Chu Yunxuan gazed at Qin Jinhai's obsequious face, unable to resist taking a step back. What on earth? What are you doing? Chu Yunxuan said warily, gazing at him. What do you want? Sit and have some tea? Qin Jinhai asked. Chu Yunxuan curtly replied, if you have something to say, just say it. It's like this. I would like you to join the intermediate class of Tianhua University to engage in a friendly competition with Tianyang University, Qin Jinhai stated, observing Chu Yunxuan. What are the benefits? Chu Yunxuan asked directly, uninterested in mentioning that he was not a student of Tianhua University. Qin Jinhai was aware of this and surely had a justification ready. Coincidentally, Chu Yunxuan also wished to seize the remaining time of the combat power doubling system to gain some rewards, a profound Tier 10 lightning attribute martial skill. Actually, a profound Tier 10 martial skill is nearly the pinnacle of martial arts in a place like Tianhua City, aside from the likes of Linyar, Shichushua, and Jiangying, who are among the elite. Most other martial artists possess skills of this level, Qin Jinhai explained. In addition, 30,000 yuan, Chu Yunxuan added. Qin Jinhai was astounded. Do you know how much a profound Tier 10 lightning attribute martial skill is worth? And you still want 30,000 yuan? The primary goal is merely to have you, a practitioner of the Xiantian realm, bolster the presence of our intermediate class. Winning a match would be ideal. But you still demand money? With a grin, Chu Yunxuan replied, isn't it reasonable? 30,000 yuan is for the presence, and the martial skill is the price I offer. How could you be so inconsiderate? Because of you, my granddaughter transferred schools. Otherwise, Tianhua University could have had another practitioner of the Xiantian realm. Shouldn't you fill that vacancy? Chu Yunxuan was momentarily speechless. All right, he finally nodded. Qin Jinhai chuckled, patting Chu Yunxuan on the shoulder. Don't worry. You won't have to do much. If you can defeat just one person, it will enhance Tianhua University's reputation. At Tianyang University, Qin Jinhai led his group to the competition stage. Xiao Qiyu also joined in the excitement. At that moment, all attention was on Chu Yunxuan, who was surrounded by a throng of female students from Tianyang University, resembling a celebrity. Who will you cheer for later? Chu Yunxuan called out. Yunxuan Gij. All right. When you cheer for me, the loudest voice will get a date with me. How about that? Wow. Yay. Don't fight over me. Everyone around watched, filled with envy and frustration. Is that Chu Yunxuan? He is so arrogant. Someone do something. My girlfriend is in his arms. Can anyone manage this? This is outrageous. I can't take it anymore. I want to take him down. Wait, isn't he not even a student of Tianhua University? How can he participate in the academy competition? He should be thrown out. Isn't it great? Attract the hatred and then get beaten up. Don't you want to see him get thrashed? Qin Jinhai beamed as he watched Chu Yunxuan captivate the female students of Tianyang University. Tianhua University will certainly lose. But let's deliver a mental blow to Tianyang University first. Bringing Chu Yunxuan here was indeed a brilliant move. Zhao Huaiyang, the president of Tianyang University, trembled with anger as he observed his female students rallying around Chu Yunxuan, cheering for him instead of their own students. What is this? He glared at Qin Jinhai. What do you mean by this? Qin Jinhai replied. What do you mean, Director Zhao? Zhao Huaiyang pointed at Chu Yunxuan. Is he a student of your Tianhua University? Qin Zhenhai clarified, however. Chu Yunxuan is a student of my Tianhua University mentor, Xiao Qiyue. Fine. I won't argue with you. Just hope you don't regret this. Zhao Huayang retorted, furious. You want Chu Yunxuan to compete? Perfect. He will be the perfect vessel for my ire. Amidst the crowd, Chen Haobin's gaze sharpened upon spotting Chu Yunxuan. Chu Yunxuan. He clenched his fists tightly, remembering how this Chu Yunxuan nearly ruined his family. His grandfather, Chen Zan, nearly lost his position as the president of the Bounty Guild, all because of Chu Yunxuan. Zhao Shiji. Chen Haobin called out to a passing individual. Young Master Chen, is there something? Zhao Shiji inquired. If you encounter Chu Yunxuan in the competition, please teach him a lesson for me, Chen Haobin requested. Zhao Shiji smiled. I will gladly honor young Master Chen's request. Thank you. Don't mention it. I am preparing for the competition. Zhao Shiji glanced at Chu Yunxuan, his expression hardening. Just wait. Zhao Huayang and Qin Zhenhai stood together, and Zhao Huayang proclaimed, the annual Academy Martial Arts competition officially begins. Now it is Tianyang University versus Tianhua University. Director Qin, please announce the competition rules. Qin Zhenhai explained, the rules are simple. The junior and intermediate classes will compete in 2 separate arenas, with each class consisting of 30 participants. The competition will follow a random 1v1 format. The losing side will be eliminated, while the victors will advance until one university is entirely defeated. He sighed deeply, knowing that regardless of the format, Tianhua University would not emerge victorious. They were utterly outclassed in terms of strength. Even Zhao Shiji of Tianyang University was at the Xiantian realm, while the strongest in Tianhua University's intermediate class, Lu Hao, was merely at the Xiantian realm's 8th star, an impossible match. Now, please turn your attention to the big screen for the random draw of the first round. The screen displayed Tianyang University's Li Dazhu versus Tianhua University's Lu Xiaojia. The two stepped onto the competition stage. Tianhua University's Lu Xiaojia, Xiantian realm 1st star, please advise. Tianyang University's Li Dazhu, Xiantian realm 1st star, please advise. With a swish, they charged at one another. I announced that Tianyang University's Li Dazhu wins. Lu Xiaojia walked off the stage, clutching his chest, dejected. Zhao Huayang smiled smugly. Your students couldn't even win in their own realm. How can Tianhua University hope to contend? Qin Zhenhai's brow furrowed as the matches continued. After 4 rounds, Tianhua University had only won once. They were being thoroughly trounced. The next match, Tianhua University's Chu Yunxuan versus Tianyang University's Cui Xiaoxing. I'm up, Chu Yunxuan declared, stepping onto the stage. As he did, a chorus of female students erupted in cheers. Ah. Chu Yunxuan go. Yunxian Gij, go. Yunxian Gij, I love you. Zhao Huayang's lips twitched in irritation. Silence. Which university are you from? He bellowed at the group of Tianyang University female students. Meanwhile, Qin Zhenhai's expression darkened. This is bad. Cui Xiaoxing, from Tianyang University, is at the Xiantian realm 7th star. What terrible luck for her to face someone so formidable. I had hoped Chu Yunxuan could secure a victory for Tianhua University. Beside him, Xiao Qiyue smiled knowingly. Don't worry. Little Xianxian won't lose. Qin Zhenhai looked at her in confusion. Xiao Qiyue explained. Little Xianxian just pointed at her and said she looked familiar. Familiar? Qin Zhenhai blinked in surprise, then turned his gaze to the competition stage. Chapter 38, Misfortune. On the competition stage, a beautiful girl approached. Zhao Huayang of Tianyang University looked disdainfully at Chu Yunxuan. Chu Yunxuan, you've wronged my granddaughter. Qin Zhenhai, you still wish to have Chu Yunxuan come and disrupt the morale of Tianyang University? Futile endeavor. This is the foremost university in Tianhua City, and I have secured my position. The students surrounding Tianyang University wore expressions of schadenfreude. Poor Chu Yunxuan, to have crossed paths with Cui Xiaoxing, a formidable opponent at the 7th star of the Xianti realm. Surely he would be ruthlessly defeated. It is somewhat regrettable, had he encountered one of our male students. The outcome would have been even more dismal. If he had faced Lu Shiji, it would have been quite entertaining, but alas, no matter. Cui Xiaoxing will still thoroughly trounce Chu Yunxuan. How arrogant he is. Let him continue to flaunt his bravado. The duel commenced. Chu Yunxuan stood before Cui Xiaoxing. I am Chu Yunxuan, at the 6th star of the Xianti realm. I humbly request your guidance. As soon as his words fell, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. What? Chu Yunxuan, at the 6th star of the Xianti realm? Is this some sort of jest? Hadn't he failed to gain admission to the university before? How could he possibly surpass my rank? Truly, he must have stumbled upon a stroke of incredible luck. It must be Lin Yor who assisted him. Otherwise, it is inconceivable. Regardless, Cui Xiaoxing is a 7th star and possesses the lightning attribute. Victory is assured. Zhao Huayang furrowed his brow. 6th star of the Xianti realm? Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. Cui Xiaoxing, with her 7-star enlightening attribute, ranked among the top 10 in combat strength despite being a female, she could easily overpower Chu Yunxuan. Cui Xiaoxing gazed at Chu Yunxuan, slightly biting her lip. I am Cui Xiaoxing from Tianyang University, at the 7th star of the Xian Ti realm, please grant me your guidance. Upon finishing her words, her lips trembled, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. It seemed she had been suppressing her emotions for quite some time. In the next moment, she dashed towards Chu Yunxuan, throwing herself into his embrace. Well, brother Yunxian, I missed you with the crowd. Zhao Huayang? Everyone gaped in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. What on earth? Is this even possible? Xia Qiyu remarked to Qin Jinhai. See, as I said, he looks familiar. She must be his ex-girlfriend, and thus, he cannot lose. Qin Jinhai swallowed hard, a smile creeping onto his face. This scoundrel, can he truly manage this? On the dual platform, Cui Xiaoxing released herself from Chu Yunxuan's embrace, wiping her tears. I will not strike at you, brother Yunxian. She then proclaimed, I concede. With that, she leaped down from the platform. The crowd? Zhao Huayang? He coughed a few times, staggering back a step. Clutching his heart. What a travesty. A chorus of astonishment erupted. What on earth? Is this truly happening? Has this allowed Chu Yunxian to win? This is unacceptable. Curse be it. Cui Xiaoxing, my goddess. How I wish to eliminate you, Chu Yunxian. I cannot endure this. Shen Haobin clenched his fists, filled with indignation. At this moment, Chu Yunxian spoke to the system. System. Rewards. Ding under the battle power doubling system, the host must defeat his opponent to receive rewards. Chu Yunxian replied. How many times must I remind you? She conceded. I won. Does that not mean I have defeated my opponent? Is there an issue? System. Ding congratulations, host, for defeating a 7th star opponent in the Xian Ti realm. Reward. System value 500,000. Chu Yunxian grinned widely. Delightful. Meanwhile, the female referee from Tianyang University looked at the dean, somewhat at a loss. I declare Chu Yunxian from Tianhua University the victor. Brother Xian is incredible. Yu Qianren shouted. Haha. Grateful for your consideration. Qin Jinhai laughed, exchanging a fist bump with Zhao Huayang. Zhao Huayang took several deep breaths before regaining his composure. Next group. He bellowed. Wait. Chu Yunxian called out. The crowd turned their puzzled gazes towards him. Deans, how about we expedite this process? What do you mean by expedite? Zhao Huayang inquired, his anger evident. Let us forego random matchups and have a direct challenge. If I defeat all the students from Tianyang University, does that not mean Tianhua University emerges victorious? The crowd? Unbelievable. How brazen. I genuinely wish to give him a beating. I cannot withstand such arrogance. Zhao Huayang's brow furrowed. What is this fool attempting? Truly absurd. Chen Haobin remarked. Zhao Shiji, scoffing, retorted. Fool. What realm do you think you are to declare yourself a champion? Do you think you are me? Yet, one must concede, when it comes to arrogance. One could learn from Chu Yunxian. Zhao Huayang sneered. What audacity from Chu Yunxian. Very well. I shall allow it. Dean Qin, what say you? Oh, it is not entirely unfeasible. Haha. Excellent. You Chu Yunxian will take the stage. Now, the big screen will randomly match a challenger from Tianyang University against you. Let the matching begin. Zhao Huayang crossed his arms. This boy at the 6th star of the Xian Ti realm, does he truly think himself remarkable? Even if he managed to defeat Tianyang University's Cui Xiaoxing, was it truly through strength? Let him have his moment. The screen ceased its spinning. Chu Yunxian versus Yang Wufan. Upon seeing this, laughter erupted among the crowd. Still wishing to be the champion? This is hilarious. Yang Wufan will simply overpower you. Although Yang Wufan and Cui Xiaoxing both stood at the 7th star of the Xian Ti realm, Yang Wufan surpassed Cui Xiaoxing in prowess. With dual water and wind attributes, he is not one to be trifled with. This champion will be dethroned in the very first match. How amusing. The crowd wore expressions of mockery. How could his luck be so poor as to not face anyone below the 6th star of the Xian Ti realm? Qin Jinhai frowned. To become the champion only to be defeated in the first match is quite the embarrassment. Calm down, Xia Qiyu chuckled. Qin Jinhai stared blankly at Xia Qiyu. You don't mean to say Yang Wufan also looks familiar? Indeed, Xia Qiyu nodded. Qin Jinhai, Yang Wufan stepped onto the platform. Zhao Huayang chuckled internally. You still wish to be the champion? You intend to defeat all of Tianyang University? Ridiculous. However, brother Yunxian Yang Wufan rushed towards Chu Yunxian, leaping into his arms. I missed you too. Wudu Zhao Huayang's cold smirk froze in place. The crowd, once again, eyes widened in disbelief. No way? This cannot be happening. Qin Jinhai's lips moved silently, though the shape of his mouth was unmistakably saying incredible, with a gentle rise on her toes. Yang Wufan planted a kiss on Chu Yunxuan's cheek. Just seeing you is enough, she declared. Zhao Huayang snapped back. Yang Wufan, you simultaneously, young Wufan shouted. I concede. She then leaped down from the platform. Cough, cough. Zhao Huayang clutched his heart, retreating several steps. What sins has he committed in his past life to deserve this? Ding defeated a 7th-star opponent in the Xian-Ti realm. Reward. System value 500,000. Chu Yunxuan called out. Next. Crack, crack, crack. All eyes were fixed on Chu Yunxuan on the platform, seething with frustration. Match me. Zhao Huayang yelled. The big screen began to roll again. Chu Yunxuan versus Xiao Yufan. Qin Jinhai glanced at Xia Qiyue. This Xiao Yufan, Xia Qiyue smiled and nodded. Also looks familiar. Qin Jinhai. Xiao Yufan stepped onto the dual platform. Whispers spread among the crowd. Surely, Xiao Yufan cannot also be. If so, Chu Yunxuan is truly extraordinary. Xiao Yufan stands at the 7th star of the Xian-Ti realm. In the realm of martial arts, Yang Wu and Cui Xiaoxing are renowned as the 3 formidable forces among the intermediate class girls. And they certainly pose no challenge to Chu Yunxuan. However, I fear, it is impossible, absolutely impossible. Could it be that Chu Yunxuan defies the heavens? My goddess, both of my goddesses are gone. Surely, the goddess Xiao Yufan cannot be lost as well. Sob sob. Zhao Huayang pointed at Xiao Yufan and shouted, Xiao Yufan, I do not care about your circumstances. If you dare to concede, I will expel you. Upon hearing this, the boys breathed a sigh of relief, confirming that there would be no issues now. Qin Jinhai furrowed his brow. This time, something has gone awry. However, it is acceptable. Chu Yunxuan has effectively eliminated 2 powerful opponents for Tianhua University. Xiao Yufan bit her lip slightly. Something feels off. The crowd sensed the ominous aura as they witnessed her bite her lip. Xiao Yufan, enveloped in chilling energy, uttered, Brother Yunxuan. Crack. At that moment, countless hearts shattered. Chu Yunxuan had truly defied the heavens. He gazed at Xiao Yufan, who continued, The dean has spoken. I can only give it my all now. Let's go. Chu Yunxuan replied, Here I come. With a delicate shout, Xiao Yufan charged at Chu Yunxuan, her fist imbued with cold energy. Chu Yunxuan gathered thunderous power around him and met her punch head-on. Bang! The 2 fists collided. In the next moment, Xiao Yufan clutched her abdomen. Pain etched across her face as she staggered backward, eventually kneeling on the ground. You are so powerful. I am not your match. I concede. Zhao Huayang? The crowd? Zhao Huayang staggered back repeatedly, grateful that a mentor caught him. Dean, are you all right? Dean. Zhao Huayang wore a look of despair. This is a calamity. I have brought this upon myself. You both exchanged a punch. You are not her match. Well, no problem. Do I not have faith? Why are you clutching your abdomen in pain? Did Chu Yunxuan strike you there? Chapter 39. One strike. Chu Yunxuan has triumphed over 3 7-star martial artists from Tianyang University. Regardless of how he achieved victory, winning is what matters. At this moment, in stark contrast to Zhao Huayang, Qin Jinhai wore a smile that bordered on madness. This lad, wahaha. Qin Jinhai could hardly contain himself. Tianhua University is destined to lose. He had already prepared himself for this outcome, bringing Chu Yunxuan here. He initially hoped for a single victory to prevent a dismal record for Tianhua University. Now it is splendid. Chu Yunxuan has won 3 matches. Even if Tianhua University loses, their performance has improved significantly. Qin Jinhai is thoroughly satisfied. The crowd gaped in disbelief. This seemed to be the most outrageous event they had ever witnessed. Who could withstand such a spectacle? Is this a plot that could exist in reality? The key point is, they are not ordinary girls. They are martial artists. And even rank among the top in the intermediate class of Tianyang University, destined for greatness. 1 would be enough, but 3 in succession? Chu Xing, I dream. Although we detest Chu Yunxuan, I genuinely wish to switch places with him. MD, is this for real? Chen Haobin was dumbfounded. This is utterly absurd. He could no longer endure it. Why was he not part of the intermediate class at Tianyang University? At this moment, he felt a twinge of resentment towards his early advancement to the Xiantian realm. Zhao Huayang, the dean of Tianyang University, snapped back to reality. His expression filled with fury as he bellowed, Continue the match. The large screen then displayed Tianhua University, Chu Yunxuan versus Tianyang University, Guahao. Upon seeing this, everyone was filled with indignation. Guahao. Finally, a male opponent has arrived. I can't take it anymore. Guahao, teach him a harsh lesson. I am fed up with this arrogance. Take him down. Although Guahao's realm is at 6-star Xiantian, the same as Chu Yunxuan, his combat prowess is exceptionally formidable. Previously, it was merely luck that allowed Chu Yunxuan to win. This waste of space could easily defeat him at the same realm. Guahao. Zhao Huayang looked at his student. Dean. Guahao replied. Zhao Huayang said, If you dare concede, I will expel you on the spot. Guahao's mouth twitched slightly. Dean, I am a male. I am a male. I don't care. Give it your all. Guahao, yes. He then stepped onto the combat stage. Qin Jinhai turned to Xiao Qiyue beside him and asked, Did Chu Yunxuan mention that he recognized Guahao? Xiao Qiyue's mouth twitched. Dean, what are you thinking? You don't actually believe something could happen between Chu Yunxuan and a male, do you? Qin Jinhai chuckled awkwardly. It's just that this situation is already absurd enough. A little more absurdity doesn't seem impossible. Xiao Qiyue. On the combat stage, Guahao glanced at Chu Yunxuan with disdain and arrogance. Chu Yunxuan, if you are wise, kneel and concede now, allowing me to take the stage and defeat everyone from Tianhua University. If you do not kneel, I will make you wish you had never been born. Upon hearing Guahao's words, those already displeased erupted with excitement. Handsome, such a taunt. This is so satisfying. Keep it coming. Chu Yunxuan, hurry and kneel. Ha! You were lucky in the previous 3 matches. Do you truly believe it was your own skill? Chu Yunxuan cast a glance at Guahao, slowly raising his right hand, extending his index finger, and calmly stated, 1 strike. Guahao frowned. The crowd. Ha ha ha. In the next moment, the surrounding boys burst into laughter. What did I just hear? Chu Yunxuan claims he will defeat Guahao with a single strike? Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. Is he truly deluded enough to think his previous victories were due to skill? What a fool, a clown. Laughing uncontrollably, Lu Shiji could not help but chuckle. Qin Jinhai furrowed his brow slightly. 1 strike? How could that be possible? They are of the same realm. On the stage, Guahao regained his composure. Ha ha ha. He then threw his head back and laughed, nostrils flaring at Chu Yunxuan. What did you say? You mean to say you will defeat me with 1 strike? Otherwise? Chu Yunxuan replied nonchalantly. You are truly bold. Guahao could not resist clapping in mockery. In terms of bravado, you take the cake, Chu Yunxuan. Losing is not disgraceful. But now, with your grandiose claims, should you lose, the embarrassment will be monumental. Having spoken, Guahao was enveloped in a golden glow. Come, let me see how you plan to defeat me with 1 strike. Ha ha. Whoosh. Subsequently, Chu Yunxuan surged forward, crackling with thunder as he swung his fist. The speed was astonishing, catching Guahao off guard. However, what a clown. Does he think that possessing a thunder attribute makes him invincible? Guahao gathered his energy into his right fist and charged forward. The thunder attribute is indeed formidable, but they are of the same realm. Moreover, Guahao possesses the gold attribute. With gold attribute unleashed, his defenses and power are maximized. Chu Yunxuan has yet to unleash his martial technique. Thus, in a clash of fists, how can he possibly defeat Guahao with his gold attribute? In fact, Guahao intended to crush Chu Yunxuan's fingers. Does he truly believe that unleashing thunder makes him invincible against gold attributes? Is he not a fool? Lu Shiji, the only Xiantian realm student in the Tianyang University intermediate class, appeared unfazed, as though he already foresaw the outcome. Bang! In the next moment, their fists collided. At that instant, a tremendous force erupted from around them. Then, a scream pierced the air, accompanied by Guahao's figure flying off the combat stage. With a thud, Guahao fell heavily to the ground. A pained groan escaped his lips as he clutched his arm, his expression a portrait of agony. In that moment, the onlookers widened their eyes, disbelief etched across their faces. What? Just 1 move. How is this possible? They were of the same realm. Chu Yunxuan hadn't even unleashed a high-tier lightning technique, while Guahao, being of the metal attribute, should have had the upper hand. How could this be? It was utterly inconceivable. A mere punch infused with lightning had dispatched Guahao in an instant, when logically, it should have been Guahao who triumphed. True, the lightning attribute was formidable, particularly in terms of destructive power, but in a contest of brute force, metal was unrivaled. What gave him the right to win? The crowd erupted with excitement. So handsome. The girls squealed, their voices filled with admiration. Zhao Huayang furrowed his brow, staring intently at Chu Yunxuan in disbelief. How could this be? Even if the most powerful practitioners of Tianhua City, such as Shi Chuxue or Jiang Ying, were brought forth, they could never defeat a metal attribute warrior of the same level in such a manner. If he had unleashed a powerful technique, it might be understandable. But he hadn't even done that. Just then, Qin Jinhai's boisterous laughter rang out. Ha ha ha, Director Zhao, my apologies. It seems I have been bested. Chu Yunxuan from Tianhua University has triumphed in 4 consecutive matches. Ha ha. Zhao Huayang pointed an accusatory finger at the smug Qin Jinhai, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Guahao stood up, shouting, that doesn't count. I was careless. It doesn't count. Let us go again. Although he was astounded by Chu Yunxuan's strength, he genuinely believed his loss was due to his own oversight. The crowd, upon hearing this, came to a sudden realization. If Gua Hao had indeed been careless, it was somewhat understandable. Such a scare. I thought this Chu Yunxuan was something special. Zhao Huayang snapped, defeated in a single punch by someone of the same realm. And you're not embarrassed? You want to lose again? Gua Hao grit his teeth, unable to retort. Chu Yunxuan, feeling quite pleased, noted that the system only rewarded system points, but each time it was in the hundreds of thousands. After this match, wouldn't he have amassed 3 to 4 million? Next challenger, he called nonchalantly, tapping his ear. Hearing his casual tone, the crowd was incensed. A boy approached Gua Hao, disdain dripping from his words. What a waste. Defeated in a single punch by someone of the same realm? You might as well sit at the children's table from now on. Gua Hao glared at him. His teeth clenched, yet he found himself at a loss for words. With a swift leap, he ascended the stage, addressing Zhao Huayang. Director, since it's a tournament, there's no need to randomly select opponents from the big screen. Anyone who thinks they can defeat him can step up. Zhao Huayang nodded. Very well, Lu Sheng. Don't underestimate him. Give it your all. You must win. Lu Sheng smirked dismissively, then turned to Chu Yunxuan. If I lose, I'll chop off my head. The crowd rallied, urging Lu Sheng to crush Chu Yunxuan. You're finished. How can you possibly fight Lu Sheng? He is at the 7th star of the Xian body realm and has defeated opponents at the 9th star. You're done for. They taunted. Chu Yunxuan regarded the confidently arrogant Lu Sheng and smiled. He then raised a hand, extending his index finger, his lips barely moving. One move. The crowd collectively gasped. Chapter 40, Xiantian Realm? Another single move. As Chu Yunxian's words echoed, the arena fell into a stunned silence, only to erupt into raucous laughter. I can't take it anymore. This guy is ridiculous. He is trying to act so cool. One move to defeat Lu Sheng? That Lu Sheng we're talking about, the 7th star of the Xian body realm, who has beaten 9 stars. One move? Ha. Amidst the laughter, even Xiao Qiyue, who had somewhat believed in Chu Yunxian, began to worry. Lu Sheng was quite renowned. Few could cross 2 stars in the Xian body realm to defeat their opponents. In a sense, Lu Sheng could even be considered akin to a 9th star. Defeating Lu Sheng with one move? How could that be? Zhao Huayang remarked to a few instructors nearby. This is a classic case of a nouveau riche mentality. He must have encountered some fortuitous event, awakened, and elevated to the 6th star of the Xian body realm, leading him to believe he is invincible. Clearly, he has never faced defeat. A little setback now would do him good. The instructors nodded in agreement, viewing Chu Yunxian as a mere joke. Lu Sheng, taken aback, couldn't contain his laughter. You? One move? Defeat me? He regarded Chu Yunxian as if he were an amusing spectacle. Chu Yunxian retorted, Are you deaf? This only provoked further laughter from Lu Sheng. All right, let us see how you plan to defeat me with one move. With that, Lu Sheng summoned the power of thunder, unleashing his Xian level 10-star technique, the Thunder Punch. He drew his right arm back, gathering lightning energy into his fist. Observing this, Zhao Huayang felt reassured. At least Lu Sheng was not taking this lightly. Chu Yunxian, enveloped in flames, summoned a fiery dragon that coalesced around his fist, employing his Xian level 8-star technique, the Dragon Roar Fist. The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. Fire attribute. Dual attributes? How could this be? Why did he possess dual attributes? This world seemed exceedingly unfair. He was so handsome, yet also had dual attributes? What was he trying to prove? Why use the fire attribute when he clearly possessed a stronger lightning attribute? Was he courting disaster with this choice? One move? What a joke. The crowd was astounded by Chu Yunxian's dual attributes. Dual attribute warriors were not unheard of. Tianhua City had a dozen or so. While they were undeniably stronger, it was difficult for the crowd to accept this in Chu Yunxian. Lu Sheng sneered. So, you have dual attributes. However, knowing you can't defeat me in one move, you resort to using your fire attribute. Is that your reasoning? This way, when you lose, it won't be as embarrassing, right? Lu Sheng laughed heartily, then charged at Chu Yunxian with a thunder-infused punch. Chu Yunxian propelled himself forward, his foot shattering the arena floor as he met Lu Sheng's punch head-on. The collision of thunder and fire erupted with a tremendous sound. The spectators initially anticipated that Chu Yunxian would be overwhelmed by Lu Sheng's thunderous assault, perhaps even defeated outright. Yet, suddenly, the air was filled with the sound of hair whipping around as several girls stood frozen in place. Something had just zipped past them at an incredible speed. A deafening crash followed as Lu Sheng landed heavily, creating a crater in the ground. The crowd stared in disbelief. In that moment, many felt their throats tighten. If they weren't mistaken, the moment their powers collided, Lu Sheng had been sent flying. The speed at which he was propelled was astonishing. The impact too strong to withstand, resulting in the crater. Chu Yunxian extinguished the flames enveloping his fist, and calmly remarked, "I must have overestimated you." With a combat power doubling system, combined with his mastery over the fire attribute and his superior strength, even if his technique was slightly inferior and his attribute weaker than lightning, he still overwhelmed Lu Xing. The arena fell into a profound silence. The entire Tianyang University seemed to be enveloped in an atmosphere of profound silence, akin to that of a library. In the next moment, a gasp of astonishment echoed through the crowd. Eyes widened in disbelief. What has happened? A single strike, and it was over? It was incomprehensible. How could this be? The fire attribute is inherently weaker than the lightning attribute, and Chu Yunxuan's realm is still a star lower. Facing an opponent as formidable as Lu Xing, how could this be a crushing defeat? It defied all logic. It was simply impossible. Could Chu Yunxuan truly be at the Xiantian realm? No, he was merely at the 6th star of the Xiantian body realm. Just one strike? Truly? Brother Yunxian is so handsome. And what of those who just moments ago were deriding him? Step forward and drink from the cesspool. Zhao Huayang clutched his heart, staggering backward in disbelief. How could this be? He stared wide-eyed, murmuring to himself, unable to comprehend the scene before him. How could it be? Zhao Shiji, the top expert of the intermediate class at Tianyang University, furrowed his brow. He believed it was beyond his capabilities. What was happening? Was Chu Yunxuan's power truly that formidable? Or had he secretly activated some other martial art? Or perhaps he possessed some enchanted artifact? It was simply inconceivable otherwise. Bravo! Bravo! Guahao, who had lost to Chu Yunxian, cheered in delight. What a joke! You make me sit at the children's table? You, who were defeated in one strike. Come, join me at the children's table. Ha ha ha. Xiao Qi Yue gasped in awe. Is he really that handsome? Qin Zhenhai was also taken aback, uncertain of how to articulate the situation. Why hadn't they accepted him back then? It felt as if Chu Yunxian might truly become a formidable force. Yet, it could not be blamed on him. During the college entrance examination, he had indeed failed to awaken. What had transpired in the interim? After the initial shock. Ha ha ha, Qin Zhenhai could not resist bursting into triumphant laughter. Director Zhao ha 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 ha. Chu Yunxian has achieved 5 consecutive victories, ha 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 ha. Coughing, Zhao Huayang trembled with rage. How infuriating. Is it possible that Tianyang University, the premier martial arts university in Tianhua City, could be brought to ruin by this Chu Yunxian? Absolutely not. I will not allow it. Another figure stepped forward. Zhao Huayang ordered, "You step back." Director, I am not afraid of him. I am at the 9th star of the Xiantian body realm. Zhao Huayang barked again, "Step back." Then, he turned to a figure. Zhao Shiji. Present, Zhao Shiji replied. You will face him. After you defeat him, I want you to sit on the platform and defeat all of Tianhua University as participants. Can you do that? Zhao Huayang asked loudly. Zhao Shiji replied nonchalantly, "Simple. Good. Go." Zhao Huayang commanded, casting a glance at Chu Yunxian on the stage. There was something peculiar about him. It was essential to send Zhao Shiji, at the Xiantian realm, into the fray. Otherwise, if others lost again, Tianyang University would lose face. Zhao Shiji, at the Xiantian realm, simply could not afford to lose. He had to defeat Chu Yunxian and then crush all the other participants from Tianhua University to reclaim the dignity lost by Chu Yunxuan's earlier victories. Qin Zhenhai frowned. Chu Yunxian had already brought him too many surprises. It was more than enough. Zhao Shiji, at the Xiantian realm, there was no way he could lose. Zhao Shiji sauntered onto the martial arts platform with an air of confidence. Although the crowd was still stunned by Chu Yunxuan's prowess, the appearance of Zhao Shiji instilled a sense of security. Zhao Shiji was the only genius from the 4 major academies in this intermediate class at the Xiantian realm, comparable to the talents of Song Shuheng and others. It was unimaginable for the Xiantian realm to lose, right? Chu Yunxian had indeed performed an extraordinary feat by defeating Lu Sheng with a single strike and even managed to force Zhao Shiji into action. I had initially thought that Zhao Shiji wouldn't even need to lift a finger to secure victory. It was of no consequence. With the Xiantian realm present, Chu Yunxian was bound to lose. However, he had already proven himself. Defeating Gua Hao and Lu Sheng with a single strike meant that even if he lost to Zhao Shiji, it would not be a disgrace to lose to someone from the Xiantian realm. The crowd gritted their teeth in frustration. Zhao Shiji regarded Chu Yunxian with a gaze of disdain. He slowly raised his hand, mirroring Chu Yunxuan's earlier gesture, and calmly stated, "One strike." Chu Yunxian raised an eyebrow. Incredulous. Was he mimicking him? With a smile playing on his lips, Chu Yunxian responded, "It's not important. What matters is that it will indeed take only one strike." Zhao Shiji replied nonchalantly, "I merely wish to inquire how many strikes you believe it will take to defeat me?" With a smile, Chu Yunxian raised his hand, gesturing one finger, and replied, "One strike." The crowd erupted once more in astonishment. followed by familiar peals of laughter. This is madness. The Xiantian realm, with just one strike? Ha ha. I acknowledge he is impressive, but now I can only say, he is a clown, a boastful clown. It's laughable. A 6-star of the Xiantian body realm claiming he could defeat a 1st-star of the Xiantian realm in one strike? Ha ha. If Chu Yunxuan were here, she wouldn't dare utter such a claim. How many in the entire Blue Star could achieve such a feat? What audacity! Ha ha ha. Zhao Shiji laughed heartily. One strike? To defeat me? After saying this, he stood firm and continued. Then come forth. Let me witness it. No, 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 Chu Yunxuan chuckled, shaking his head. You go first. Did you not insist on defeating me in one strike? Come on. Zhao Shiji replied. If I defeat you in one strike, you won't have the opportunity to strike back. Chu Yunxuan responded lightly. Come forth, but let me warn you. If you fail to defeat me in one strike, it will be quite embarrassing. Zhao Shiji burst into laughter. Ha ha. I recall someone saying that if you could defeat Lu Sheng in one strike, he would drink from the cesspool of Tianyang University? Well, if I cannot defeat you in one strike, I will drink it myself. What do you think? Ha ha ha. The male students of Tianyang University erupted in laughter. Their laughter mocked Chu Yunxuan, portraying him as a fool, a mere jester. Afterward, a powerful gust of wind erupted from Zhao Shiji's body, sending nearby students' hair and clothes swirling. Zhao Shiji's hair and garments danced wildly as he proclaimed, Allow me to demonstrate what it means to experience the dimensional suppression of the Xiantian realm. The wind surged forth, an imposing display of wind-based martial arts directed at Chu Yunxuan. As it swept across the martial arts platform, it tore through the ground, leaving deep scratches in the debris. Zhao Shiji stood still, patiently anticipating the moment this attack would obliterate Chu Yunxuan. Meanwhile, flames coiled around Chu Yunxuan's form as he prepared to unleash the Dragon Roar Fist. Subsequently, Chu Yunxuan unleashed the Dragon Roar Fist from a distance, summoning a fire dragon to meet it. Foolish. Zhao Shiji scoffed disdainfully. As a formidable practitioner of the Xiantian realm, he found it laughable that someone would attempt to counter his gale of destruction with such a rudimentary fire attribute technique. A smirk of schadenfreude graced the faces of nearly everyone present. Zhao Huaiyang let out a sigh, relieved that this spectacle was drawing to a close. He nearly let Chu Yunxuan's antics cause a catastrophe, but thankfully Zhao Shiji was there to prevent it. Bang! The two forces collided, yet contrary to expectations. The gale of destruction did not obliterate the fire dragon of the Dragon Roar Fist immediately. The two powers remained locked in a stalemate for a brief moment, causing Zhao Shiji's smile to falter. What? His brows furrowed in disbelief. How could this be? He was in the Xiantian realm, and he had unleashed a martial technique. It should have been a complete annihilation. Although the flames of the Dragon Roar Fist were ultimately consumed by the gale of destruction, the latter's strength had been significantly diminished. As the gale of destruction approached Chu Yunxuan, he stood firm, merely channeling his defensive spiritual energy to withstand the onslaught until it dissipated. He remained unscathed. What? The crowd gaped in astonishment, utterly bewildered. This was illogical. The gale of destruction was a wind attribute technique from the Xiantian realm, and Chu Yunxuan was merely at the 6th star of the Xiantian body realm. Logically, it should have taken everything he had to withstand such an attack. How could he do so with such ease? A mere fire attribute technique, coupled with defensive spiritual energy, had allowed him to remain unharmed? What kind of strength was this? Zhao Huaiyang, the president of Tianyang Academy, widened his eyes in disbelief. Not defeated? This makes no sense. Qin Jinhai was equally astonished. What was going on with Chu Yunxuan? A 6-star practitioner of the Xiantian body realm exhibiting such formidable combat power? Absurd. Chu Yunxuan regarded Zhao Shiji with a faint, mocking smile. Is this the so-called dimensional suppression of the Xiantian realm? Are you jesting? Zhao Shiji gritted his teeth, furiously pointing at Chu Yunxuan. Hiss, from the audience. A chorus of boos erupted, especially from the female spectators. Yu Qianren laughed heartily. What rubbish. Is this what the Xiantian realm amounts to? Don't make me laugh. Another voice from the intermediate class of Tianhua University chimed in. You've got to be kidding. A paper tiger, huh? Don't even try to claim you weren't serious after unleashing a Xiantian wind attribute technique. What utter garbage. Is this really the so-called first prodigy of Tianhua City after Shi Chuxue and the others? Just this? And yet, he only used one move? Hearing the jeers and mockery from the female spectators and the students from Tianhua University, Zhao Shiji's eyes burned with resentment as he clenched his fists. How humiliating. Exceedingly shameful. If he hadn't imitated Chu Yunxuan's bravado by declaring a single move, it might have been bearable. But he had, and yet he had failed. Even worse. Chu Yunxuan stood there unscathed. At that moment, he felt like a mere clown. Chu Yunxuan casually tapped his ear and said, as I mentioned, Some things are beyond your grasp, even for you in the Xiantian realm. Clown, hey, clown, I'm talking to you. Zhao Shiji seethed, gritting his teeth in anger. How dare you? Ha ha. The clown is furious. What a disgrace. You strutted in here with your one-move bravado, and didn't even scratch my clothes. Claiming to be in the Xiantian realm? Ha ha. Chu Yunxuan laughed heartily. The crowd joined in the laughter. Come on, weren't you supposed to use one move? Go ahead. Zhao Shiji, now on the verge of losing his composure, pointed angrily at Chu Yunxuan. Chu Yunxuan chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Wait a moment, clown. Before we continue, don't you have to fulfill your earlier promise? If you can't defeat me in one move, you must drink from Tianyang Academy's cesspool. You can't fight me on an empty stomach, can you? With that, Chu Yunxuan flashed a grin at him. Damn it, Zhao Shiji roared, unleashing his formidable aura. Heart of the wind, leaves of the gale. In a fit of rage, he charged at Chu Yunxuan, shouting, I'll kill you. However, Chu Yunxuan's smile gradually faded. Earth-level first-star martial technique, thunder calamity. Crackling thunder erupted, seemingly overshadowing Zhao Shiji's fierce presence. Then, Chu Yunxuan surged forward, enveloped in lightning. You dare approach. Zhao Shiji gritted his teeth. Boom. The two powerful forces collided, creating a catastrophic shockwave that sent students nearby flying several meters away. Will Chu Yunxuan be all right? Some girls wore expressions of concern. It was evident that Zhao Shiji had held nothing back. Although they were unsure why Zhao Shiji's earlier attack had failed to harm Chu Yunxuan, it was clear that Zhao Shiji was a legitimate first star of the Xiantian realm, while Chu Yunxuan was merely a sixth star of the Xiantian body realm. Zhao Shiji's unrestrained assault should have easily dispatched someone at Chu Yunxuan's level. Chen Haobin's eyes lit up with a sinister gleam. Die? You better die? Zhao Shiji was furious at Chu Yunxuan, and that was the best outcome. It was only in such a state that Zhao Shiji might impulsively kill Chu Yunxuan. Despite the astonishment Chu Yunxuan had evoked, no one believed he could emerge unscathed against Zhao Shiji's full-throttle assault. Qin Jinhai frowned while Xiao Qiyuan knitted her brows. Was he not going to unleash the sealing dust technique? She was puzzled to see Chu Yunxuan not using it to enhance his combat power. Surely, it couldn't be that dire? Given that Chu Yunxuan possessed the sealing dust technique, Xiao Qiyue was convinced he was at least safe from lethal danger. In the next moment, whoosh, a figure soared out from the dust. All eyes turned toward it, and in the next second, everyone's pupils constricted, widening in shock. Chapter 42. One man's strength. Turning the tide, everyone stared in disbelief at the figure that emerged, charred and crashing heavily to the ground. It was Zhao Shiji. What? The audience was left completely stunned. Zhao Shiji clambered to his feet, singed and injured, yet not entirely devoid of combat capability. Aha. You think you can defeat me with just one move? What do you take yourself for? Trash. After berating, Zhao Shiji attempted to charge at Chu Yunxuan once more. However, as he began to move, he suddenly felt something was amiss. Why was the arena so far away? He looked down and then back at his surroundings, frozen in disbelief. He had been knocked off the arena? Zhao Shiji stood there, dumbfounded. It was only at that moment that he finally sensed the searing pain radiating from his body. He had lost. The scene erupted into chaos. What? Zhao Shiji lost. What? Chu Yunxuan defeated him in one move? Insanity. Has the world gone mad? Chu Yunxuan was merely at the sixth star of the Xiantian body realm. How could this be? My goodness. How is this possible? Zhao Shiji had clearly used nearly all his strength. Yet a single move from a sixth-star practitioner of the Xiantian body realm had brought him down. What kind of monster was Chu Yunxuan? Everyone stared wide-eyed, trembling slightly in disbelief. What just happened? Chen Haobin frowned, unable to comprehend. Xiao Qiyue's mouth fell open in shock, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. Is it really that exaggerated? He hadn't even unleashed the sealing dust technique he had taught him. What terrifying combat power was this? What kind of monster was he? How strong could his power be? This defied all logic. Zhao Shiji was of the Xiantian realm. He had unleashed his full strength. Qin Jinhai couldn't help but curse. Tianhua University had struck gold. No, damn it. Chu Yunxuan wasn't even a student of Tianhua University. No, he must find a way to recruit him. With such terrifying power, he had likely surpassed even Shi Chuxue and the others, hadn't he? Zhao Huayang stared at the scene before him, his expression one of utter disbelief. Cough. In the next moment, Zhao Huayang lost his balance and fell to the ground. The dean. Several mentors hurriedly helped him up. He lost. Zhao Huayang could hardly believe his eyes. Zhao Shiji, a mid-level martial artist from Tianyang University, was renowned as one of the strongest geniuses in Tianhua City, following the likes of Shi Chuxue and Jiang Ying. And now Chu Yunxuan, who had not even awakened his powers during his college entrance examination. had inexplicably become a 6-star martial artist in the Xiantian realm. He could accept that. However, how could Chu Yunxuan, a mere 6-star martial artist, defeat the genius Zhao Shiji in a single strike? The key was, he had witnessed Zhao Shiji unleash formidable martial techniques and might. Even if he didn't reveal his trump card, he must have fought with all his strength. Was he defeated in one blow? As the dust settled, Chu Yunxuan stood there, mockingly declaring, "I told you, some bravado is beyond your capacity to feign. Your Xiantian realm is insufficient. What makes you think you can act tough before me? Huh?" Zhao Shiji, utterly humiliated, clenched his fists tightly, roaring, "Chu Yunxuan." His teeth were nearly biting through the skin. Yu Qianren regained his composure and excitedly shouted, "Brother Xian is amazing." Applause erupted from the crowd. "Brother Xian is amazing. Brother Xian is amazing." The students from Tianhua University chorused in unison. "Ha." Qin Jinhai laughed heartily, glancing at Zhao Huaiyang. "My apologies, Dean Zhao. It's a 6-win streak. Just a moment." Suddenly, Qin Jinhai realized something. If Chu Yunxuan had defeated Zhao Shiji from Tianyang University, did that not imply that he had solidified his position as the champion? Who could possibly contend with him now? Did this mean Tianhua University had triumphed? Tianhua University, thanks to Chu Yunxuan, had retained its title as the foremost university in Tianhua City? As Qin Jinhai pondered this, he was left dumbfounded. What? He had initially invited Chu Yunxuan to secure at least one victory, giving Tianhua University a semblance of dignity even in defeat. Yet, Chu Yunxuan single-handedly defeated 6-star and 7-star opponents, vanquishing a Xiantian realm practitioner with ease, turning the tide for Tianhua University? Qin Jinhai's triumphant laughter echoed far and wide. To Zhao Huaiyang, however, that laughter was particularly grating. Zhao Shiji bellowed, "Unfair. I was careless. Let's go again." With that, he charged towards the martial arts platform. "Get down." Zhao Huaiyang roared in anger. Zhao Shiji glared at Zhao Huaiyang, his eyes bloodshot, shouting, "I was careless. Wasn't he that enough of an embarrassment?" Zhao Huaiyang thundered. Zhao Shiji tightened his fists and pointed at Chu Yunxuan, exclaiming, "He must possess a powerful battle artifact. This is unfair. Even a fool knows that as a practitioner in the Xiantian realm, how could I possibly contend against a 6-star in the Xiantian realm?" Others, though reluctant to accept this, were well aware. In the recent confrontation, there was no indication of any artifact's interference. A loss is a loss. There is no point in making excuses. Instead of wasting time on that, it's far better to focus on diligent training, Zhao Huaiyang asserted. Zhao Shiji lowered his head, clenching his fists in silence. Chu Yunxuan grinned. "Dean Zhao speaks true, but while you're training diligently, remember to drink up the filth of Tianyang University. If it seems too much, you can break it down into smaller goals, taking a bit each day." "You." Zhao Shiji furiously pointed at Chu Yunxuan. Then Chu Yunxuan called out, "Is there anyone else?" Silence fell over the crowd. Zhao Huaiyang felt defeated. Who could have imagined? He looked at Qin Jinhai, who also appeared taken aback. Qin Jinhai clasped his fist in greeting, "Dean Zhao, I concede." The female host gazed at Zhao Huaiyang with trepidation. Zhao Huaiyang took a deep breath and nodded weakly. The female host announced, I declare, in this competition between Tianhua University and Tianyang University, Tianhua University emerges victorious." Qin Jinhai, beaming with delight, led the students of Tianhua University back. At that moment, many students and mentors from Tianhua University waited at the entrance, their expressions rather dejected. The Vice-Dean and others had already devised plans to comfort everyone. Upon seeing the jubilant return of their peers, they were momentarily stunned. One mentor approached Qin Jinhai and said, "Dean, it's all right." "What do you mean it's all right?" Qin Jinhai replied with a smile. Yu Qianren surveyed the crowd and proclaimed, "Everyone, we won. We won. We won. Ha. Can you believe it? We won. Brother Xian is amazing. Brother Xian is amazing." What? The crowd outside Tianhua University was left in a state of disbelief. Won? Could Tianhua University actually win? Huh? Brother Xian is amazing? What is going on here? You have no idea. Brother Xian held the platform and defeated Zhao Shiji in one strike. How exceptionally impressive. What? Defeated in one strike? At the back of the crowd, Song Shuang stood with narrowed eyes. That day, the news of Chu Yunxuan's victory over a Xiantian realm practitioner spread like wildfire, akin to a bomb detonating, sweeping across the entirety of Tianhua City. No, it was not limited to Tianhua City. This news also stirred considerable ripples across the internet. A 6-star martial artist defeating a 1-star in the Xiantian realm was explosive news across the entire Blue Star. Chu Yunxuan returned home, reflecting on how incredibly profitable the day had been for his system. Regrettably, had today been about the bravado and face-slapping system or the shock system, his gains might have been even greater. Click. Chu Yunxian opened the door. Xiaoyar, I'm home. Are you there? He called out cheerfully, eager to share this good news with Lin Yar. Suddenly, his brow furrowed at a faint scent of blood. Chapter 43, The Half-Human Demon King. A faint scent of blood lingered in his home? Chu Yunxuan's brow furrowed sharply. This was his home, and Lin Yar was the only one there. Xiaoyar. Chu Yunxian called out anxiously, hastening towards Lin Yar's bedroom. Just as he was about to open the door, Lin Yar emerged from within, saying softly, "You're back." It was evident she was attempting to act as if nothing were amiss. However, disregarding the blood scent, her slightly pale complexion gave away something was wrong. "Are you hurt?" Lin Yar replied, "Just a small injury." Chu Yunxian gazed at Lin Yar. While injuries are indeed common among martial artists, seeing her pale face stirred concern within him. Yet, he felt powerless to do anything. Should he exchange for wood attributes to treat her? There were plenty of wood attribute practitioners superior to him. Had she not sought treatment from a wood attribute practitioner? Chu Yunxian inquired. Lin Yar stepped out and sat on the sofa. "I've been treated. I just need to rest a bit. There's no need for you to worry. Is it mainly internal injuries?" Lin Yar nodded, "Yes." "How did you get hurt?" Lin Yar's beautiful eyes met Chu Yunxuan's as she explained. "During training, I encountered a half-human demon king at the realm of laws. Demon beasts typically require the Tianzuan realm to take on human form. However, exceptions exist. Some can achieve transformation before reaching the Tianzuan realm. Perhaps due to their bloodline or fortuitous encounters, aided by certain spiritual treasures. Any demon beast that has already taken on human form possesses considerable strength. A demon king at the realm of laws that has become half-human is exceedingly rare, unless the bloodline is exceptionally strong. It must have undergone a fortuitous event to transform prematurely." After finishing her explanation, Lin Yar furrowed her brows slightly. "Recently, there have been increasingly powerful demon beasts outside Tianhua City. It feels like the second demon god temple is planning something." "Where did you encounter it?" Chu Yunxian asked. "Nanhai Town." Nanhai Town is a small town in Tianhai City that has already been overrun by demon beasts, located about 40 to 50 kilometers from Tianhua City. Chu Yunxuan's eyes narrowed slightly. If it were just a demon beast, that would be one thing, but to encounter a half-human demon king, this would evoke a profound sense of anger within Chu Yunxian. He glanced at Lin Yar, sensing her disordered and weakened aura. Her injuries were severe. Unless one were an exceptionally skilled wood or water elemental warrior, the healing effects would not be potent enough. "You should rest well. I will seek out the principal to see if I can find a quicker method for your treatment," Chu Yunxian said gently. Lin Yar slightly shook her head. "It's nothing." "Oh, spare me your pretense. Your injuries will cause you pain for half a month. If there is a way to lessen that pain, it would be nothing short of a blessing." Lin Yar looked at Chu Yunxian, a hint of happiness illuminating her smile. "Well, as much as I can manage. Of course, I shall take my leave now. You focus on recuperating." Chu Yunxian then exited his home. The moment he closed the door behind him, a cough of dark blood erupted from Lin Yar. Chu Yunxian, standing at the doorway, had not actually left, utilizing his 6-star Shin body realm hearing. He detected the commotion inside. Frowning, he thought, "No, I need to act quickly. Her injuries are far more severe than I had imagined." Principal. Chu Yunxian hurried into Qin Jinhai's office. "I say, do you not knock? You are just like Xiao Qiyue." Qin Jinhai rolled his eyes. "Principal, my sister is injured." Chu Yunxian exclaimed urgently. "I know. I am in contact." Qin Jinhai nodded. "Have you reached any formidable wood elemental warriors?" "The most powerful we contacted is from the divine realm," Qin Jinhai replied. "Isn't that sufficient?" Chu Yunxian inquired. Qin Jinhai hesitated. "Ah, yes. Absolutely. They will be here shortly." Chu Yunxian furrowed his brow. "Principal, are you concealing something from me?" "Oh, what could I possibly hide from you?" Qin Jinhai chuckled. "Which university did Yao Yao attend?" Qin Jinhai paused, clearly agitated, pointing at Chu Yunxian. "You rascal. What are you up to?" Chu Yunxian smiled. "Please don't be angry. I'm merely teasing you. I just want to know the exact state of my sister. She won't allow me to disclose it." Chu Yunxian took a seat across from him, his gaze serious. "I have the right to know. Besides, I am not the same Chu Yunxian as before." Qin Jinhai sighed again. Looking at Chu Yunxian, "Your sister's injuries are actually minor. The main issue is the poison." "Poison?" Chu Yunxian frowned. "The one who harmed her was a half-human, half-demon thousand poison blood serpent." "Thousand poison blood serpent, a toxin that cannot be cured." Chu Yunxian furrowed his brow. Indeed, the human race has yet to develop an antidote for the thousand poison blood serpent's venom. Chu Yunxian sat there, lost in thought. "However, I recall that although an antidote has not been developed, there should be a notion that this poison can be countered without an antidote, right?" Qin Jinhai nodded. "The antidote for the thousand poison blood serpent's venom lies within its demon crystal, and it must be from the very serpent that inflicted the poison. If a different serpent is slain, it will not alleviate the venom. Qin Jinhai continued, I am making contact. If I can reach someone from the law realm for assistance, there is still a significant chance. But Chu Yunxuan knew that in Tianhua City, it was challenging to find a powerful being from the law realm. Even if one could be contacted, what motivation would they have to assist? Unless sufficient benefits could be offered. But those at the law realm would hardly find anything of interest from the people of Tianhua City. What about Xiao Qiyue? Chu Yunxian asked. A voice came from outside. Remember to address me as ferryman. With that, Xiao Qiyue entered. Ah, you're here. Qin Jinhai glanced at Xiao Qiyue. She sighed as she took a seat, stating, this task is quite challenging to assist with. Clearly, she was already aware of the situation. Xiao Qiyue then continued. The 1,000-poison blood serpent from the law realm is a challenge for me, a divine realm being. While I could attempt to confront it, success is not guaranteed. If it intends to flee, I won't be able to stop it. Moreover, if I fail and it goes into hiding, Linear would be left to await her demise. Hence, this matter allows for only one chance, and we must ensure success, which is quite difficult. She shook her head. If only I were at the law realm level, it would be easier. But I am not. If we cannot enlist someone from the law realm, we will have to search for a few more allies to attempt a rescue. Qin Jinhai frowned. Xiao Qiyue looked at Chu Yunxian. Don't worry too much. I repelled someone from the law realm 2 years ago. With a few more skilled allies and some spiritual artifacts, we should have a decent chance. Rest assured. You return home. We will take care of this. I'm truly grateful. It's a minor affair. Just remember to treat me to a meal when this is over. Chu Yunxian nodded, then left with a heavy heart. Chapter 44. Are you acting for me? Chu Yunxian wandered through the night in Tianhua City. The entire city lacked a few permanent residents from the law realm. The only known individual was the commander of the Divine Alliance branch in Tianhua City, who belonged to the law realm. However, he would not intervene. His duty was to maintain order in Tianhua City and respond to emergencies. Besides, he had to ensure success. What about the Great Divine Yuan Pill? Chu Yunxian pondered. Great Divine Yuan Pill. Grade. Level 10. Effect. If there is still a breath of life, it can save the person. Ding. The Great Divine Yuan Pill can rescue those on the brink of death, but it cannot detoxify. Chu Yunxian. Isn't this a scam? Why didn't you indicate that beforehand? It doesn't count. Thus this pill must possess detoxifying capabilities. Ding. Please refrain from exploiting bugs. The Great Divine Yuan Pill is a tangible item, and its properties cannot be altered. Then give me something that detoxifies, Chu Yunxian insisted. No response. Damn it. It can save lives but cannot detoxify? Chu Yunxian cursed. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. He could ensure success. He possessed the Tianzuan card. However, Tianzuan card, upon exchange, for the next minute, one will possess the cultivation of a 1-star Tianzuan. System value consumption, 10 million. Can be exchanged once in a lifetime. He currently did not have enough system value to redeem this Tianzuan card. The spiritual energy flame burst might be worth a try. At the very least, it could severely injure the opponent, right? Spiritual energy flame burst, upon exchange, can condense spiritual energy into a flame burst, capable of instantly killing beings below the law realm. Consumption of system value, 500,000, can be exchanged once a month. Yet now, the issue lay in Nehai town. 40 to 50 kilometers away, a perilous zone. This area was frequently visited by Xiantian realm beasts. Encountering a divine realm being was also a possibility. He could not contend with those. Let us see what sort of system opens up. At midnight, a system prompt resonated in Chu Yunxuan's mind. Ding. Congratulations on randomly activating the equal odds system. Chu Yunxian. Equal odds system. During the existence of this system, the host will have equal odds against any opponent. With the assistance of the system, the damage capability, defensive capacity, etc. of the lower realm party will be elevated to match that of the higher realm party, while visual aspects remain unchanged. During the existence of this system, killing opponents will yield rewards, which are related to the realm of the defeated enemy. Remaining system time, 1 day, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Chu Yunxian. This system, should one praise its strength or deride its redundancy? Its meaning is simple, equal odds with anyone. Now at the 6-star Xiantian realm. If he were to encounter a demon god of the heavenly path realm during the system's duration, even though his realm would remain unchanged, he would still be able to stand on equal footing with the heavenly path demon god, inflicting effective damage upon them. Do not concern yourself with the possibility of being easily overpowered by another. However, an ordinary practitioner in the chi refinement stage poses a threat. The damage inflicted upon oneself may rise to the level of a 6-star Xian body. This means that while Chu Yunxian could be vanquished by anyone, he himself could likewise slay others. At this moment, An ordinary individual might even be capable of ending his life. When he strikes this ordinary person, all his power would merely equate to that of a typical human. Yet, Chu Yunxuan furrowed his brow, suddenly struck by a thought. This suggested that he was, in fact, on equal footing with the rule stage's thousand venom blood flood dragon. On this basis, armed with the 9 tribulations dark thunder, spatial attributes, and the sealing dust heavenly transformation technique, he merely needed to persuade the dean and others to escort him there to confront the 1000 venom blood flood dragon. Contemplating this, Chu Yunxuan hastily dialed Xiao Qiyue, but the line was busy. He then called the dean, only to encounter the same issue. They must have already ventured deep into the beast realm, resulting in a lack of signal. What to do? Chu Yunxuan needed someone to guide him there. For encountering a chi refinement stage beast outside posed a significant danger. The balance of power was precarious, and traversing these several dozen kilometers could take him days. He thought of someone. Hey, big brother, do you not see what time it is? Why are you calling? Jiang Ying's voice rang out. Chu Yunxuan replied. I need a favor. What is it? She inquired. Take me to Nanhai town, he requested. Jiang Ying hesitated. Big brother, I rarely go there for training. What do you want to do? She asked, perplexed. Just take me there. Nothing else is required. I can offer the yin-yang sword as payment and owe you a favor, Chu Yunxuan insisted. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ying could sense his urgency. Forget about the yin-yang sword. I'll accept the favor. Where are you? Outside Wuyue Square. The call ended abruptly. Within a minute, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Turning, he found it was Jiang Ying. Is this the essence of darkness? The sovereign of the night? Chu Yunxuan smiled. Let us go, Jiang Ying said nonchalantly. Thank you. MHM. She smiled and proceeded forward. In the shadows, a figure emerged, observing the pair as they departed. It was Song Shuheng. Chu Yunxuan, he murmured, his gaze narrowing slightly. He then retrieved his phone. The person you wish to kill has already ventured into the beast realm. If you intend to act, do so swiftly. Afterward, he extracted the SIM card and crushed it, discarding it carelessly. What are you planning to do? Jiang Ying asked while they made their way. There is a half-transformed 1000 venom blood flood dragon in Nanhai town. My sister has been poisoned by it. Jiang Ying's brows furrowed as she halted. Her beautiful eyes fixed upon Chu Yunxuan. Wait a moment. A half-transformed 1000 venom blood flood dragon. Does that mean it's of the rule stage? What about you? Jiang Ying sighed, rubbing her forehead. What kind of misfortune have I brought upon myself? If something happens to you, wouldn't it be my fault? Chu Yunxuan reassured her. I'm not foolish. I have my methods. Besides, Xiao Qiyue and the dean are already on their way. Jiang Ying frowned, shaking her head in resignation. Honestly, let us go. She found it odd. Despite the unreasonable situation, she inexplicably felt that Chu Yunxuan possessed some capability to confront the rule stage. Why didn't you have them take you? She questioned. They were moving too quickly, and by the time I reached out, I couldn't get through. All right. The next moment, Jiang Ying activated her dark attribute, and they vanished into the shadows. When they reappeared, they had already left Tianhua City. Utilizing her dark attribute, Jiang Ying swiftly guided Chu Yunxuan toward Nanhai town. She soon stopped. I can't go on. The spiritual energy consumption is too great. We have already penetrated the beast realm by over 10 kilometers. If we don't conserve some energy, encountering danger will be troublesome. Chu Yunxuan nodded in agreement. They continued on foot until they came to a halt once more. A 2-meter-long wild boar with blood red eyes stood before them. This is a demonic beast of the Mingqiao stage, 3 stars. You handle it, Jiang Ying said calmly. Chu Yunxuan coughed awkwardly. Perhaps you should take care of it. Big brother, I exerted great effort to bring you to Nanhai town. And now you want me to be your muscle? You expect me to handle a Mingqiao stage beast when you're a Xin body stage practitioner? Fine. Chu Yunxuan relented, stepping forward to confront the demonic boar. Honestly, with such a disparity in realms, shouldn't you be able to crush it effortlessly? Why should I do the fighting? Jiang Ying muttered, unwrapping a lollipop and popping it into her mouth. Suddenly, she froze. Bang, bang, bang before her. Chu Yunxuan engaged in a fierce battle with the demonic boar. As their powers clashed, Chu Yunxuan stumbled back several paces, nearly losing his footing. Jiang Ying stood dumbfounded. What in the world? You dragged me out in the dead of night to Nanhai town, and now you want me to fight? You can dispatch Xian Tian stage beings with ease, yet here you are, struggling with a Mingqiao stage beast? Chapter 45. Deeply entrapped, Jiang Ying stared in bewilderment as she witnessed Chu Yunxuan battling the Mingqiao stage demonic boar. Was this truly a performance? He was capable of dispatching beings of the Xian Tian realm with a single strike. Yet now he was evenly matched with a mere Mingqiao stage beast as if it could terminate him at any moment. Chu Yunxuan, too, felt helpless. What could he do? The system dictated that he was evenly matched with anyone. It was quite the predicament. However, he was still Chu Yunxuan, with a single strike of the earth-level martial technique. Thunder tribulation, he ultimately dispatched the demonic boar. Ding. You have slain a Mingqiao stage demonic boar and received 10 points to freely allocated tributes as a reward. Jiang Ying's lips twitched. From her perspective, it was quite strange. Each of Chu Yunxuan's strikes emanated the power of a 6-star Xian body. Yet he struggled to eliminate the Mingqiao stage beast. Ultimately, a 6-star Xian body had to rely on Earth-level Thunder attribute martial techniques to defeat a Mingqiao stage beast? Big brother, Jiang Ying approached, bewildered. Stop pretending. You can dispatch Xian Tian stage beings so easily, yet you're having a back and forth with a Mingqiao stage beast? Chu Yunxuan rubbed his nose, unsure how to explain. I prefer to be cautious. This isn't a matter of caution. You're simply acting. What is this? When I refused to fight, you decided to play me instead. Chu Yunxuan quickly replied, that's absolutely not the case. I've just been feeling a bit off lately. Jiang Ying scoffed, feeling off to the point of struggling against a Mingqiao stage beast? Indeed. Get lost. Jiang Ying rolled her eyes. Fine, I'll step in. She shot Chu Yunxuan another exasperated glance. All right, if it's a Xian Tian stage or higher, I'll handle it. Jiang Ying cast a puzzled look at Chu Yunxuan. You struggle against a Mingqiao stage beast, yet you expect to take on Xian Tian stage beings? She shook her head in resignation. Let us go? Coming. Chu Yunxuan followed her. Jiang Ying glanced at the offline map. Nehai Town should be just about 7 kilometers ahead. Hurry up. Wait a moment, Jiang Ying said. Jiang Ying pointed ahead with a frown. Chu Yunxuan looked over, struggling to spot it. A massive spider hung upon the rock face. Utilizing the insightful spirit eye, he assessed it. Bloodthirsty poison spider, realm? Description? The insightful spirit eye could not penetrate it. It was evident that this bloodthirsty poison spider was at least of the Xian Tian stage, 7 stars. Jiang Ying took a step forward, coolly stating, I'll take care of this. It's a bloodthirsty poison spider of the Xian Tian stage. Chu Yunxuan then stated, I will take care of this. Jiang Ying, with keen interest in her beautiful eyes, observed him. Previously, she had dealt with the demonic hedgehogs in the Mingqiao realm. But now he was voluntarily facing a demonic beast of the Xian Tian realm. Never mind, at least it's a 5-star Xian Tian. You'll be defeated in an instant, Jiang Ying remarked. However, the next moment, Chu Yunxuan charged forward. As he sprinted, he summoned the Sunfire sword from his spatial ring. Thunder tribulation. The Sunfire sword gathered thunder. And Chu Yunxuan flickered past. Hey, Jiang Ying called out, utterly perplexed by Chu Yunxuan's thought process. Be careful. She realized that he seemed to underestimate the bloodthirsty venomous spider of the Xian Tian realm. In the next instant, the massive bloodthirsty venomous spider appeared behind Chu Yunxuan as if it had teleported. A flash of dark light surged, and its foreclaw lunged towards him. This is bad. It's probably an 8-star bloodthirsty venomous spider. Jiang Ying rushed forward, but she could only watch in astonishment as Chu Yunxuan blocked the spider's attack. Huh? Jiang Ying was momentarily stunned. How could a 6-star Xian Tian physically withstand an 8-star bloodthirsty venomous spider's onslaught? In a flash of fire, one of the spider's legs was severed by Chu Yunxuan. The spider emitted a shrill cry of pain, retreating as if in disbelief that a mere human could pose such a threat. Normally, losing a leg would compel it to flee, yet it deemed Chu Yunxuan too weak to be a threat. Thus, the spider concentrated a beam of black light. Be careful, death light, Jiang Ying warned. The spider's death light technique was formidable. While its destructive capacity was low, its lethality was immense. A 1-star in the divine ability realm should avoid blocking the death light from an 8-star Xian Tian spider, as it could easily pierce through their body. Yet, Chu Yunxuan, channeling thunder, charged directly at it. You fool, Jiang Ying thought, releasing her dark attribute to assist him. The next moment, she could hardly believe her eyes as Chu Yunxuan's thunder withstood the death light. What? She gasped in shock. This was an 8-star Xian Tian beast. While he was merely a 6-star Xian Tian, Jiang Ying could somewhat accept that a 6-star could defeat a 1-star like Zhao Shiji, but this scenario was beyond her comprehension. With a swift motion, Chu Yunxuan charged forward, slicing the spider's head. It was only then that Jiang Ying regained her senses. What? She watched as Chu Yunxuan extracted the demonic crystal from the defeated beast. Turning to Jiang Ying, he said, Let us go. Ah, okay. Jiang Ying followed him. Bewildered. Brother, what just happened? Who truly is the 8-star Xian Tian? This was beyond Jiang Ying's understanding. A 6-star defeating an 8-star so effortlessly? In truth, after obtaining his system, Chu Yunxuan felt immense pressure. One misstep could lead to his demise. Yet, he also possessed the ability to eliminate any other existence. He held on to a 10-star celestial grade martial skill, devouring heaven. However, its high tier consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy, which he needed to reserve for the 1,000 venom blood flood dragon. When facing the strong, one must grow stronger, Chu Yunxuan declared. Nonsense, Jiang Ying retorted, not believing a word he said. How did you manage that? She inquired, contemplating her own abilities in comparison. This is absurd. When you develop curiosity about a man, it marks the beginning of your downfall, Chu Yunxuan remarked. Jiang Ying blinked at him. Then I suppose I have already succumbed. Care to explain? Succumbed? Chu Yunxuan asked. Indeed. Trapped beyond escape. Just take a look at Nana first. Jiang Ying replied. Very well. I shall gouge out your eyes to examine them up close, she said. Producing a dagger. With a swift rush, Chu Yunxuan sped towards Nanhai town. Don't run. I'll show you. If you have the guts, don't flee. Jiang Ying gritted her teeth and chased after him. In the shadows, a team followed closely behind. Captain, is that Chu Yunxuan? Yes. The figure's eyes narrowed. Brothers, you have accompanied me for many years. I have never asked anything of you. This time, I owe you a favor. Captain, don't mention it. Young Master Li Jin must have perished because of Chu Yunxuan. Rest assured, we'll handle it flawlessly, and no one else will know. Li Hai, Li Jin's father, patted their shoulders. Thank you, brothers. Let us execute our plan as discussed. Understood. Chapter 46. A masterful use of another's blade. Meanwhile, the silhouette of human dwellings began to emerge in Chu Yunxuan's view. Though a decade had passed, the place lay in ruins, some houses still standing. Jiang Ying pointed ahead. That's Nanhai town. From now on, we must proceed with utmost caution. If the thousand-venom blood flood dragon is indeed here, it implies that the former overlord of Nanhai town has been eradicated by it, making the dragon the current ruler. Chu Yunxuan nodded. Jiang Ying glanced around and remarked. It's quite silent. Either the battle has concluded or has yet to commence. What do you think? Chu Yunxuan shook his head. I cannot ascertain. I don't know when they set out. However, if they do engage, they must do so with extreme caution and certainty. It's likely they haven't fought yet, and may have stealthily infiltrated. Jiang Ying sighed. That's difficult. Nanhai town isn't small. Who knows where the thousand-venom blood flood dragon is? If we search for it, we'll likely be discovered. Discovery is inconsequential. As long as it doesn't realize we are targeting it. If it perceives us as mere martial artists here for training, it won't flee, Chu Yunxuan replied. Jiang Ying shot him a glance. But you must be able to defeat it. Once we arrive, there will surely be a way. Suddenly, Jiang Ying's brows furrowed. Movement. She swiftly led Chu Yunxuan into the shadows. Li Hai, accompanied by 3 others, stealthily approached. Where are they? Li Hai frowned. He had received a mysterious call indicating that Chu Yunxuan had ventured into the beast domain. He did not know who the caller was. But it was evident they were an enemy of Chu Yunxuan. The enemy's enemy is a friend, and he was willing to be that weapon. He was determined to kill Chu Yunxuan to avenge his son, Li Jin's, untimely death. Li Hai was the captain of a martial team in the Divine Alliance of Tianhua City. The 3 with him were his most trusted subordinates. Did they enter? One of the alliance members inquired. With so many ruins, trees, and vines, they could have slipped in under the cover of darkness, Li Hai replied. But I noticed there's a girl with Chu Yunxuan. Who could she be? Li Hai responded, I can't see clearly, and I haven't seen her take any action. Could it be linear? If it were linear, how could we possibly kill Chu Yunxuan right under her nose? Li Hai chuckled. Rest assured, it's not linear. She's injured, and the dean of Tianhua University even sought help from the Divine Alliance to treat her. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Li Hai continued, as for Xintian experts, as long as she's not linear, it doesn't matter who she is. Besides, our plan doesn't require direct confrontation. We'll gain their trust and then eliminate Chu Yunxuan before leaving. That will suffice for avenging my son. Gaining trust is simple. We'll encounter them and claim to be members of the Divine Alliance on a secret mission. It's dangerous here, so we'll accompany them. We'll wear masks and casually explain that the mission is confidential, and wearing masks is an organizational order. Understood. Let us go. The group stealthily infiltrated Nanhai town. Not far from them, in the darkness, Chu Yunxuan and Jiang Ying were actually hiding, eavesdropping on their conversation. Chu Yunxuan. Damn it, have they followed us here for revenge? Jiang Ying, Li Jin's father, right? Li Hai, the captain of a warrior team from the Divine Alliance in Tianhua City. Chu Yunxuan, they must be eliminated. Jiang Ying, it's difficult, for at the Xintian realm, and they are from the Divine Alliance, undoubtedly possessing various tricks. To deal with them, we must leave none alive. Which complicates matters for me. Chu Yunxuan finds himself in a similar predicament. His original goal was the 1,000-poison blood flood dragon. And now he faces a 50-50 chance against anyone. Fighting these 4 poses a hassle. Suddenly, an idea strikes Chu Yunxuan. I have a thought. Let's give it a try. Help me conceal ourselves. Subsequently, under the cover of darkness, the 2 stealthily infiltrate Nanhai City. Surrounding them are numerous demonic beasts lurking in shadows. hiding in buildings or ruins. What are you planning? Jiang whispers. To use the 1,000 poison blood flood dragon's hand to eliminate them, Chu Yunxuan replies. Jiang, where are the people? Where are they? Why haven't we seen anyone? Li Hai, frantic, exclaims. They must have come to Nanhai town for training, right? There should at least be some signs of battle. It's been half an hour since we lost track of them, and there is not a hint of commotion. Initially, they believed it was inconsequential to lose them, as any battle sounds would likely indicate Chu Yunxuan's presence. Yet, there is not a whisper of movement. Meanwhile, what is Chu Yunxuan doing? Jiang restrains a Xian Tian realm demonic beast. Chu Yunxuan places his yin-yang sword against the throat of the shadow demon cat. Speak. Where is the 1,000 poison blood flood dragon in Nanhai town? The shadow demon cat dares not move, merely shaking its head. Not speaking? Then I shall kill you. Chu Yunxuan thrusts his sword forward, piercing its skin. The shadow demon cat does not dare resist, for Jiang stands ready to dispatch it in an instant. At the Xian Tian realm, demonic beasts possess considerable intelligence and can understand human language as they strive towards transformation. Subsequently, the shadow demon cat points in a direction. Are you sure? Chu Yunxuan asks. The shadow demon cat nods. This time, our divine alliance must eradicate him. Quickly contact the other 4 teammates. Head southwest and eliminate the 1,000 poison blood flood dragon. Jiang nods. Understood. Chu Yunxuan then sheathes his sword. Be gone. Whoosh, the demon cat morphs into a streak of black light and darts away. This scene, this half hour, has been repeated multiple times. They have deliberately let several Xian Tian realm demonic beasts escape. Can it work? Jiang inquires. Chu Yunxuan responds. There is a chance. As long as someone truly knows the location of the 1,000 poison blood flood dragon and reports it. This way, we can find the 1,000 poison blood flood dragon and simultaneously deal with those 4. Jiang nods in agreement. On the top floor of a dilapidated apartment building in Nanhai town, a frail figure sits with closed eyes. It appears humanoid. Yet its skin bears a pattern of green and black. Its head resembles that of a triangular snake, but it has developed human-like features. Around it lie remnants of devoured demonic beasts. Whoosh, a shadow rushes in, seeking death. Its eyes narrow as it extends a hand, seizing the shadow demon cat. Under its grip, the shadow demon cat struggles desperately, emitting incomprehensible sounds. The 1,000 poison blood flood dragon furrows its brow. A small squad from the Divine Alliance has received a secret mission to kill me? Its eyes turn crimson. How dare mere ants attempt to kill this king? With a flick of its wrist, it tosses a few high-grade demon crystals towards the shadow demon cat. You have done a great service. This is your reward. It then transforms into a mist of blood and vanishes from sight. Still no signs? Where is everyone? Are they dead? Li Hai grits his teeth and growls. Captain, should we split up the search? One member suggests. Li Hai nods. That works. Maintain contact. Wang Meng. You head west. Yes. Zhao Si, you go east. Understood. Li Shan, you take the north. Li Shan, are you heading north? Do you hear me? Li Hai frowns, turning to look. Behind him, Li Shan's eyes widen, blood pouring from his mouth as a hand with green-black patterns pierces through his chest. Li Hai's pupils constrict. He sees a figure standing behind Li Shan's corpse. Aren't you here to kill this king? Now that this king has arrived, go ahead and try. The 1,000 poison blood flood dragon reveals a bloodthirsty smile, its tongue flicking like a serpent. And the next moment, a chilling scream echoes through Nanhai town. At the same time, Chu Yunxuan and Jiang turn their gazes toward the sound. There. Whoosh. Chu Yunxuan rushes forward. Jiang watches him with admiration. Truly a genius. Hey, that's the 1,000 poison blood flood dragon. Are you going to your death? Jiang quickly follows. Meanwhile, in the shadows of Nanhai town, Qin Zhenhai, Xiao Qi Yue, and others have been quietly searching for the 1,000 poison blood flood dragon to avoid alarming it. The scream that shattered the silence instantly captures their attention. Look, their eyes follow the sound to the horizon, where a green light appears, accompanied by the colossal shadow of a serpent. The 1,000 poison blood flood dragon. Let us go. Whoosh, they dash towards it. Chapter 47. Who is truly behind my misfortune? On the other side, the 1,000 poison blood flood dragon licks the blood from its hand with its serpentine tongue. Li Hai's scream resonates before him. One of his arms has been brutally torn off by the 1,000 poison blood flood dragon. The 2 others, who were just alive moments ago, are now shredded to pieces before him. The scene is gruesome. This is a small gift from this king to you so-called human guardians of the Divine Alliance. How do you like it? The 1,000 poison blood flood dragon taunts Li Hai. A few at the Xian Tian realm dare to come and kill this king? Just you? Li Hai. No. No. You must be mistaken. We did not intend to kill you. We did not. Li Hai shakes his head vigorously. What? Does this 1,000 poison blood flood dragon think they came to kill him? Why does he think that? He truly did not. He came to eliminate Chu Yunxuan. No. Ha, pitiful ant. Aren't you from the Divine Alliance quite arrogant? You dared threaten the Xiantian realm demonic beasts of Nanhai Town, asking them where this king is. Now that this king has arrived, you claim it's not true? Li Hai? He looks utterly bewildered. What is this? Where are there any Divine Alliance members behaving this way? Who is truly behind this? Ah, the thousand poison blood flood dragon snorts disdainfully, quite arrogant, aren't you? You've learned of my whereabouts and even dared to let one go. How could I have thought you were formidable? It turns out you are merely this. Li Hai? No, I did not. The thousand poison blood flood dragon-esque gaze sharpens, if you dare admit it. I might respect you as a man and perhaps only cripple your arms, sparing your life. But since you are a coward, I shall kill you. Saying this, the thousand poison blood flood dragon gathers its power. No, your majesty, I swear. I vow with all I have that my purpose is not you. I seek to kill a human who killed my son. I am avenging my son. Li Hai trembles as he speaks. Oh, avenging your son? Yes, I am avenging my son. Not because of you. The thousand poison blood flood dragon's power subtly dissipates. If that is truly the case, I can spare your life. The reason is simple. I will let you go to inform the Divine Alliance of the consequences of provoking me. Ryup, in the next moment. Li Hai's other arm is ripped away. You are fortunate. I believe you. Go, ant. The thousand poison blood flood dragon sneers dismissively. Although Li Hai had his arms torn off, he at least managed to preserve his life. Trembling, he stood up, eager to leave this place. At that moment, several formidable presences rushed in from the horizon. The thousand poison blood flood dragon sensed these auras and narrowed its eyes. With a swift motion, it reached out and pulled the fleeing Li Hai back, gripping his throat tightly. You almost deceived me, this king. Clearly, the Divine Alliance has sent more than just you. I truly believed you, thinking it was merely a few Xiantian realms, but there are indeed several in the Divine Passage realm. Li Hai struggled desperately. No, that's not it. Stop, Chu Yunxuan shouted loudly. Several experts from the Divine Passage realm landed before the thousand poison blood flood dragon. Beast, release him. Chu Yunxuan pointed angrily at the dragon. Leave. Who are you? I don't know you. Li Hai gasped, clutching his throat. Damn it. How could human powerhouses appear out of nowhere? Just as he thought he was about to be rescued. Captain Li Hai, we will do our utmost to save you. One of the experts declared. Li Hai felt a surge of blood pressure. So you do know him? The thousand poison blood flood dragon's eyes narrowed, and it asked. Are you here to kill this king? Naturally, Chu Yunxuan replied. In the next instant, the thousand poison blood flood dragon thrust its other hand through Li Hai's chest. Li Hai cried out in agony. You have betrayed me. You have betrayed me. He screamed. In the following moment, his organs were crushed by the thousand poison blood flood dragon's grip. Damn it. Chu Yunxuan's eyes narrowed. Xiao Qiyue furrowed her brows and asked. Why does he say we betrayed him? We merely intended to rescue him. If they couldn't save him, it was indeed beyond their control, but that shouldn't equate to betrayal. Thud. Li Hai's corpse was discarded aside. The thousand poison blood flood dragon licked the blood off its hand. A few from the Divine Passage realm. Dare to challenge this king? Chu Yunxuan declared, battle. Yes. In unison, several Divine Passage experts unleashed their powers. Seeking death, the thousand poison blood flood dragon's eyes narrowed, and the terrifying pressure from the law realm erupted. Sealing dust celestial transformation technique. Xiao Qiyue immediately flashed in front of him. Bang, at the moment of their collision. The ground within 100 meters shattered instantly. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxuan and Jiang Ying rushed to the scene. It's the dean and his team, Jiang Ying remarked. Chu Yunxuan gazed at the corpse on the ground and smiled broadly. Jiang Ying noticed this too. Did he really manage to do it? Looking at the scene before her, Jiang Ying noted, several Divine Passage experts could contend with the thousand poison blood flood dragon of the law realm, but to kill him would be difficult. If he wished to flee, no one could stop him. Even the mentor with spatial attributes could not hinder him. After saying this, Jiang Ying turned to Chu Yunxuan and asked, Didn't you say you had a plan? I do. With that, Chu Yunxuan charged forward. There's someone. The thousand poison blood flood dragon created distance, eyeing Chu Yunxuan and Jiang Ying as they approached. With a disdainful smile, it said, It seems you are quite prepared. However, pointing at Chu Yunxuan, it laughed. Is there no one left in your Divine Alliance? You bring a mere Shinti realm here? Aha. The thousand poison blood flood dragon couldn't help but laugh uproariously. Chu Yunxuan, what are you doing here? Get back. Chu Yunxuan scolded, pointing at him. The others frowned. Chu Yunxuan stood his ground, declaring, I am here to kill him. You? Kill this king? The thousand poison blood flood dragon laughed again. Chu Yunxuan continued. Do you remember injuring a human woman yesterday? Of course, she was stunningly beautiful, but I regrettably did not keep her. What of it? The dragon scoffed. She is my sister. Ah, I see. Your so-called human morality is truly laughable. Ha! So, you, a mere Xianti realm, seek revenge for your sister? Chu Yunxuan pointed at it. I will kill you and take your demon crystal. Ha ha ha. The thousand poison blood flood dragon erupted in laughter. Qin Jinhai and the others furrowed their brows. What does Chu Yunxuan intend to do? Interesting, interesting. So, prepare to receive my attack. Flames ignited around Chu Yunxuan. The thousand poison blood flood dragon, sensing the true power of a Xianti realm emanating from him, laughed heartily. Ha! Ridiculous. This king stands here unmoving. What can you do? Burning heaven. Chu Yunxuan unleashed his 10th tier fire attribute martial technique, burning heaven. In an instant, flames engulfed the thousand poison blood flood dragon. Yet, the dragon remained unfazed. No matter your means, can a mere Xianti realm turn the tide? But the next second, boom, the flames erupted around it. And one of its arms was blasted off. Everyone was left speechless. What? This is the thousand poison blood flood dragon of the first star in the law realm. Chu Yunxuan, a mere 6th star in the Xianti realm, what technique did you unleash to blow off its arm? Jiang Ying's mouth fell agape as she stared at Chu Yunxuan. Moments ago, she had failed to understand why he had exchanged so much dialogue with the thousand poison blood flood dragon, even revealing his intent to kill it for Lin Yar. Now it seemed he had used his identity as Lin Yar's brother, combined with his 6th star cultivation, to lower the dragon's guard, allowing this strike to land. But the question remained, how had he accomplished this? Xiao Qiyue was equally astonished. Yet, they had no time to ponder the reason. Almost simultaneously, several divine passage experts charged forward, denying the thousand poison blood flood dragon any chance to breathe. Whoosh, the thousand poison blood flood dragon flickered aside. It was not merely its arm that had been blown off. Its entire body was charred black, and its chest was nearly obliterated. Had it not been for its high cultivation, it would likely be dead by now. Yet, it was already at its last gasp. After all, burning heaven was a 10th tier martial technique. Such a high level, while predominantly due to the technique's instantaneous release, wielded considerable might. Despicable, despicable humans. The thousand poison blood flood dragon spat out a mouthful of green blood, its body swaying as it half-kneeled on the ground. How could it have anticipated this? A Xianti realm unleashing a martial technique that nearly killed it? I will. Chu Yunxuan summoned the flame sun's sword and charged forward. Wait, Xiao Qiyue shouted. However, she could only watch as Chu Yunxuan exchanged blows with the thousand poison blood flood dragon. What? Although the dragon was severely wounded, it was still of the low realm's 1st star. Qin Jinhai gaped in disbelief. This kid is utterly absurd. He had already found it outrageous that Chu Yunxuan had defeated a Xiantian realm. Now, to see a 6-star Xianti realm engaging in a back and forth with a law realm opponent? There were 2 entire realms separating them. Typically, a single burst of pressure from the law realm could obliterate a Xianti realm. You seek death. The thousand poison blood flood dragon roared. A terrifying green light illuminated half of South Sea Town. You dare continue with your grand moves? Chu Yunxuan then gathered his burning heaven once more. The instant it was unleashed, the green light vanished. Ah, a scream echoed. In this state, the thousand poison blood flood dragon had lost the capacity to evade the instantaneous martial technique. It could only allow burning heaven to explode upon itself. As the dust settled, a streak of green light shot away into the distance. Clearly, at that moment, the thousand poison blood flood dragon sought to flee. But, burning heaven. Another burning heaven was unleashed, and its body was obliterated. Ding. Kill the 1st star of the law realm. Reward obtained. Elemental body, fire. The group stood frozen in place, exchanging glances. Was it really this simple? This is the thousand poison blood flood dragon of the law realm. They had devised an intricate series of plans. Fearful of alarming the snake in the grass, Chu Yunxuan approached. A few inexplicable martial techniques swiftly incapacitated him. It was baffling, completely unfathomable, as Xiao Qiyue shook her head in disbelief. Qin Jinhai remarked, who could possibly comprehend this? Together, they advanced towards the corpse of the thousand poison blood flood dragon. Chu Yunxuan had extracted a green demon crystal from it, letting out a sigh of relief. He had underestimated the formidable power of the burning heaven martial skill, which could strike instantaneously. In the same realm, if the opponent let their guard down, they would be directly injured. Let us go, Chu Yunxuan urged. They proceeded back to Tianhua City, each harboring an abundance of unanswered questions, yet refraining from inquiries during their journey. Perhaps it was merely an exceptional spiritual weapon he possessed, acquired by chance. How else could one explain it? Chu Yunxuan hurriedly opened his front door. Lin Yar sat in the living room, her condition noticeably deteriorating. Her lips had begun to turn purple. Upon seeing Chu Yunxuan, she instinctively attempted to rise. Stay still, he quickly interjected, approaching her with the demon crystal. This is Lin Yer frowned. It's the demon crystal from the 1,000-poison blood flood dragon. You must absorb it. Lin Yer displayed a mixture of surprise and concern as she gazed at Chu Yunxuan. What are you looking at? Do you think I could have gone and killed it? She inquired about the dean and the others. Lin Yer nodded slightly. You absorb it. I won't disturb you. After saying this, Chu Yunxuan retreated to his room. Feeling entirely reassured, he had slain a being at the law realm and received a reward. Elemental body, fire, permanent doubling of fire attribute power. This was astonishing. Chu Yunxuan couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Unfortunately, it wasn't lightning. Now, his fire attribute power was certainly superior to that of the lightning attribute. Unless the lightning released was the 9 tribulations dark thunder. Chu Yunxuan contemplated this, then entered into cultivation. He was on the verge of advancing to the 7th star of the profound body realm. As dawn broke, Chu Yunxuan successfully ascended to the 7th star of the profound body realm. With half a day remaining for the system, it was wiser not to act rashly. The system had fulfilled its purpose, having saved Lin Yer's life. For the remaining half day, he sought no further rewards. Merely waiting for the new system to activate at midnight, a surge of energy emanated from the living room, prompting Chu Yunxuan to step outside. Lin Yer appeared radiant, her hair flowing elegantly. After a moment, she sighed deeply and opened her beautiful eyes to look at Chu Yunxuan. Have you advanced to the divine ability realm? Chu Yunxuan asked with delight. Yes, Lin Yer nodded, then stood up. From now on, if anyone bullies me, you must teach them a lesson. Lin Yer nodded slightly. Of course, I'll go prepare a meal for you. Chu Yunxuan held her back. You're still injured. Take care of yourself. I'll handle it. Lin Yer watched as Chu Yunxuan walked to the kitchen, a faint smile gracing her lips. Hey, big sister, are you still busy painting? Jiang Ying, lollipop in mouth, arrived at Shi Chushue's home. She gazed at Shi Chushue, who was engrossed in her artwork, and couldn't help but express her exasperation. I have nothing else to do, Shi Chushue replied nonchalantly. Why not venture into the beast realm for training? Jiang Ying suggested. Shi Chushue shook her head slightly. I don't feel like going for now. Jiang Ying sighed in resignation. A martial arts enthusiast like her, now reluctant to enter the beast realm due to that incident. Jiang Ying sat beside her. Recently, a remarkable figure has emerged in Tianhua City, Chu Yunxuan. Have you heard? Shi Chushuan nodded. Yes, I've heard. He is at the 6th star of the profound body realm and defeated Xintian with a single move. Would you like to meet him? He is quite handsome. I could introduce you, Jiang Ying offered. No need, Shi Chushue replied. Come on, big sister, the person is already gone. You can't remain in despair. What good is staying home every day? If you want to know who he is, can't you investigate? You could thank his family afterward. Upon hearing this, Shi Chushue halted her brush strokes, standing to meet Jiang Ying's gaze. Right. After finishing breakfast, Chu Yunxuan headed to Tianhua University. Regardless, he owed a personal debt to the dean and others, who had invested considerable effort for Lin Yer. He didn't have a specific purpose for visiting the university. He simply wished to learn about spatial techniques from Xiao Qiyue. Hey, Jiang Ying? Chu Yunxuan noticed a figure on the street ahead. She seemed to be distributing flyers. Jiang Ying spotted Chu Yunxuan and approached. Is Lin Yer all right? Yes, she is fine, he replied. Jiang Ying nodded in relief, handing him a flyer. What is this? Chu Yunxuan glanced at it, muttering, missing person notice. Yes, we're helping Shi Chushue find someone, Jiang Ying explained. Who? He inquired. Someone she can't let go of, her beloved, Jiang Ying lamented. Chu Yunxuan paused, stunned. Wait, isn't she supposed to be an ice queen? She has fallen for someone else? He asked incredulously. Indeed, Jiang Ying confirmed with a nod. What a farce. She merely has the title of Ice Queen, Chu Yunxuan scoffed. Jiang Ying smiled at him. She lives on the next street over. Want to go see her? To see her? I would have been interested before. But now Chu Yunxuan slapped the flyer into Jiang Ying's hand. Forget it. Let her come over and be my devoted admirer. I'll think about it. With that, he walked away, leaving Jiang Ying staring after him in confusion. She shook her head, pondering. Am I the only sane one here? Chu Yunxuan arrived at the ferry convenience store. Hey there. Would you like to drink? Xiao Qiyue asked. Chu Yunxuan shook his head. No drinks. I wish to learn something from you. What I can teach you is primarily combat techniques, and I can instruct you in swordsmanship as well. Which would you prefer to start with? Xiao Qiyue inquired. I want to learn about space, Chu Yunxuan stated. Xiao Qiyue froze momentarily. Space. She regarded him with an unusual expression. Chu Yunxuan condensed his spatial attribute and vanished from sight, only to reappear several meters away. Wow. Fire, lightning, and space attributes? Her mouth agape in astonishment, she stared at Chu Yunxuan. Can you teach me? He asked with a smile. Xiao Qiyue looked at him and replied. Let us set teaching aside for now. First, answer a question. How did you manage to not get into university? Chu Yunxuan shrugged. Is it possible that I simply didn't want to be too conspicuous? Was it deliberate? Xiao Qiyue burst into laughter. I believe everything else you say. But with your ostentatious personality, you think you can claim you didn't want to stand out? You could have made it to Tianhua University's girlfriend selection. She teased, crossing her arms and giving him a sidelong glance. All right, space, huh? Learning about space is extremely challenging. With that, Xiao Qiyue extended her hand and grasped the air. A bottle of water materialized in her grasp. It took me 3 months to achieve this. Chu Yunxuan extended his hand, producing a bottle of water as well. This isn't difficult, he stated. Xiao Qiyue responded, then how about this? She gestured towards a nearby chair, applying pressure through the air. The chair began to contort under an unseen force. This is spatial compression. She then released a wave of space energy, causing a nearby patch of space to explode. This is spatial explosion. She demonstrated various techniques, explaining, teleportation is the most basic application of spatial attributes, while spatial jumping is the advanced version, allowing for long-distance movement. You are likely aware that when a certain city is under attack by the demon clan and its citizens are in imminent danger, there are often spatial wormholes that can be entered to reach a place of safety directly. This is the most convenient method for the long-distance relocation of the populace. Chu Yunxuan nodded. This is a spatial gateway, the principle of which involves establishing a tunnel in space between two distant locations. One by one, let us teach. Chu Yunxuan said. Very well. Meanwhile, at the First People's Hospital of Tianhua City, a nurse entered the ward. Both of you can be discharged now. Please proceed with the formalities promptly. After finishing her words, the nurse left. Hearing this, the two let out a sigh of relief. Qinyang glanced at the adjacent bed where Tang Xiaosan lay. I heard that Li Jin is dead. Tang Xiaosan nodded. Yes, I have heard. Then, gritting his teeth, Tang Xiaosan declared, I don't care about that. I only want to kill Chu Yunxuan to avenge my brother. Qinyang asked, were you so close with Li Jin? Tang Xiaosan shot a glance downward. I was referring to my brother. Qinyang clenched his teeth. Damn. I must also avenge my brother. Tang Xiaosan tightened his fists. Until I kill Chu Yunxuan, I vow I will not be human. Qinyang's gaze sharpened. Rest assured, I have already found someone. Tang Xiaosan looked at Qinyang with excitement. To kill Chu Yunxuan? Qinyang nodded. Exactly. Who did you find? Tang Xiaosan inquired. The Assassination Alliance. Qinyang's eyes narrowed. The Assassination Alliance. He.S. doomed. Qinyang affirmed. Indeed. This time, I spent a considerable sum to purchase Chu Yunxuan's life. The details will depend on the Assassination Alliance's plan. Tang Xiaosan remarked. However, I have heard that Chu Yunxuan is quite formidable now. In the Martial Artist University competition, he defeated Lu Shiji, a 1-star in the Profound Heaven realm, with just one move as a 6-star in the Profound Body realm. The Assassination Alliance surely cannot kill him, right? Nonsense. Tang Xiaosan looked down. It's not nonsense, it's true. Qinyang retorted. Your statement is absurd. The Assassination Alliance cannot fail to kill a Profound Body realm practitioner? I don't care how they do it. The Assassination Alliance can easily take him down. At that moment, the nurse re-entered. A patient is arriving soon. Let us wrap this up quickly. All right. The nurse then exited. Another nurse murmured. What are those two doing in there? They've been chatting endlessly while we still need to change the sheets. Patients are waiting outside. Let them be. I've urged them, but they're just indulging in idle chatter. Chu Yunxuan and Xiao Qiyue studied various spatial powers for half a day. Surprisingly, he gained significant insights. With his godly comprehension, he managed to master quite a bit in a short time, astonishing Xiao Qiyue. As midnight approached, Chu Yunxuan sat in his room, cultivating and awaiting the activation of the new system. Suddenly, in the depths of the night, something in the distance illuminated the sky. Chu Yunxuan hurried to the window. It was far away. It seemed something was occurring in the realm of demon beasts. What is this? Chu Yunxuan gazed into the distance, where a blue pillar of light appeared to connect heaven and earth. Chapter 50. The European God System. Chu Yunxuan stared at the blue pillar of light, which seemed to link heaven and earth. In his memory, such an occurrence had never happened before. The crucial point was that this was in the demon beast realm, and it was certainly not close. It couldn't possibly be caused by humans, could it? He walked into the living room, where Linya was also standing, gazing outside. Shaya what is this? Chu Yunxuan inquired curiously. Linya shook her head slightly. I'm not sure either. But I can confirm that this is a manifestation of some kind of power, not resembling martial or demon techniques. Could it be that the demon clan is indeed planning something significant? Chu Yunxuan furrowed his brow. Linya shook her head. It's uncertain, but recently, the area outside of Tianhua City has indeed been quite unsettled. It has been 10 years since Tianhai City fell. Logically, the demon clan might be preparing to take action. Chu Yunxuan's gaze shifted. It has disappeared. This sudden pillar of light lasted only for a few seconds. Linya looked at Chu Yunxuan. If you go to the demon beast realm in the future, you must ensure your safety. Linya understood that while she was concerned about Chu Yunxuan, the trials in the demon beast realm were experiences that every martial artist must often endure. Rest assured. Well, let us continue our training. At midnight, a notification chimed. System shut down, accessible to anyone. Ding. Congratulations. You have activated the new system, European God System. European God System. During the existence of this system, the host will experience extraordinary luck. No system tasks available. Time remaining, 23 hours 59 minutes 58 seconds. No system tasks? Chu Yunxuan pondered. It merely indicates an increase in luck. What benefit could that bring me in Tianhua City? Lottery tickets? While money is useful, for Chu Yunxuan at this moment, it holds little significance. For a time, he truly could not ascertain what advantages the European God System would bestow upon him. A grand prize wheel, a lottery. Ding. Congratulations. You have drawn a rebound card. Rebound card. Upon use, the next attack you suffer will be rebounded, effective against opponents below the celestial realm. Uses, 1. This is also quite a good item. The following morning, the sounds of cooking wafted from outside. Chu Yunxuan stepped out. Sister, have you discovered the cause of last night's events? Chu Yunxuan inquired. Linya shook her head. The Tianhua City Forum has no accurate information, but last night, individuals from the Heavenly Domain, Divine Alliance, and others went to investigate. We are unsure what they may uncover. Chu Yunxuan nodded. You should avoid the demon beast realm for the next few days. Linya replied. Yes, I have already advanced to the divine ability realm. I need to consolidate my progress. After breakfast, Chu Yunxuan left home. Since he had activated the European God System, he certainly could not afford to waste it. A trip to the black market awaited him. The black market exists in every city, a place filled with all manner of goods one might desire, demon crystals, spiritual artifacts, martial techniques, and other unnameable items. It is termed a black market due to the plethora of counterfeit goods available, most of which have dubious origins, perhaps acquired through murder and theft before being sold or exchanged here. However, without evidence to prove the wrongful acquisition, the black market does facilitate a certain degree of resource circulation among martial artists within a city. Thus, the authorities often turn a blind eye. Typically, transactions in the black market occur in 3 forms: cash, spirit crystals refined by martial artists, or barter. For martial artists of lower realms, cash remains of significant importance. Ah, little Xian, a voice called from behind. Xiao Qiyue cheerfully ran to Chu Yunxuan's side, casually linking her arm with his. Xiao, Fairy Mentor? What brings you here? Chu Yunxuan asked. I stayed at Xiao Chushua's place last night, preparing to head to Tianhua University, and I just happened to run into you. Xiao Chushua, huh? Yes. Do you want an introduction? Chu Yunxuan shrugged. Doesn't she already have someone she likes? Who is Chu Yunxuan? The renowned romantic of Tianhua City. Winning a girl's heart is a simple task for you. Isn't it? Xiao Qiyue and Jiang Ying had deliberated this plan overnight. Since Xiao Chushua was infatuated with the person who died saving her, the only solution was to introduce another man into her heart. And who better than Chu Yunxuan? No. She already has someone in her heart. I don't covet that. The first beauty of Tianhua City, rivaling your sister. Then I'd rather have my sister. Xiao Qiyue's mouth dropped open in surprise. Wow, how wicked. You've exposed yourself. Chu Yunxuan shrugged. Let us go to the academy. Xiao Qiyue clung to Chu Yunxian's arm, accustomed to this. You go ahead. I have something to attend to. Xiao Qiyue pondered for a moment, then sweetly smiled. Where to? The celestial maiden accompanied him, lamenting her recent boredom. Aren't you going to check on your little shop? She exclaimed in disbelief. Without you, it's bound to be devoid of business, Xiao Qiyue remarked bitterly. Well, true enough. Although the black market lacks formidable figures, it remains rather perilous. Bringing her along could serve as an excellent safeguard, Chu Yunxuan mused before entering a scratch-off lottery shop. What is he up to? Xiao Qiyue muttered, following him inside. Boss, I'll take 3 scratch-off tickets, Chu Yunxuan stated, handing over 30 yuan. Xiao Qiyue, arms crossed, scoffed. You still engage in such trivial pursuits? These are leftovers from my own winnings. It's not a lucrative endeavor. The proprietor interjected. One cannot dismiss it so readily. The grand prize is 100,000 yuan. While it may not seem substantial, the investment is minimal, and one can claim their winnings immediately. With that, he selected 3 tickets from a stack and handed them to Chu Yunxuan. Care to try? He offered, passing one to Xiao Qiyue. She laughed derisively. I shall pass. It's not worth my time. Even if one were to win, it's merely 5 or 10 yuan. Turning to the proprietor, she continued. Your claims might deceive the uninformed, but having played for years, I've never even touched the third prize. At that moment, Chu Yunxuan handed over a ticket. Boss, I've got the first prize. The proprietor, momentarily stunned, examined the ticket. By heavens, it truly is the first prize. 50,000 yuan. Xiao Qiyue's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Clearing her throat, she stammered, in new player protection period. It's common. When I first played, I also won a cough, fourth prize. Barely had she finished speaking when Chu Yunxuan presented another ticket. Boss, grand prize. The proprietor blinked in confusion, and Xiao Qiyue's eyes widened in shock. 2 consecutive wins, 1 grand prize, and 1 first prize. The shopkeeper, eyes bulging, stared in disbelief. Having run the shop for over a decade, he had never witnessed such luck. Xiao Qiyue trembled, her gaze fixed intently on the grand prize ticket. If she recalled correctly, when Chu Yunxuan inquired if she wanted to play, he had handed her this very ticket. 100,000 yuan. Gone. Do you still want it? Chu Yunxuan offered her the third scratch-off ticket. I shall decline. I do not believe you can, Xiao Qiyue began. But her words faltered as she watched Chu Yunxuan reveal the first character of the ticket. Grand. Wait a moment. A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind. Were there special accommodations? Was it merely a form of gratitude? It must be a special consolation prize. Or perhaps, a special thank you. Yes, that must be it. Surely it could not be. Boss, yet another grand prize, Chu Yunxuan announced. The proprietor was utterly dumbfounded. Both he and Xiao Qiyue swallowed hard in unison. Boss, bring me. Chu Yunxuan began, but Xiao Qiyue interrupted. Wait. Allow me. I'll take it. She thrust several hundred yuan forward. No need for change. Just that stack. Yes. All of it. The owner, in a daze, complied. Xiao Qiyue's expression morphed into one of almost maniacal excitement. Surely, the scratch-off lottery organization had made an error, inadvertently bundling a stack of winning tickets together. She was destined to become a millionaire. The first ticket, thank you for your patronage. The second, thank you for your patronage. The third, thank you for your patronage. After exhausting over 200 tickets, she had won a mere 35 yuan and stood there, utterly bewildered. Miss, this is rather standard, the proprietor remarked. Xiao Qiyue forced a smile. Perhaps you should return my change after all. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxuan exited with a satisfied grin, clutching a bank card. Xiao Qiyue followed, dejected. 45,000 yuan, is it truly this easy to acquire money? Chu Yunxuan beamed. Brother, is this your first time playing? Xiao Qiyue asked, astonished. Indeed. You scratched only 6 times, yielding 3 grand prizes and 3 first prizes? But you mentioned the new player protection period. Chu Yunxuan chuckled. What are you planning next? Xiao Qiyue inquired. Heading to the black market. You mean to procure items? Chu Yunxuan nodded. 45,000 is insufficient. After a moment's contemplation, he added, by the way, do you know of any casinos? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiyue's enthusiasm surged. Follow me. Inside the casino, a group of gamblers puffed on cigarettes, reveling in their excitement. The simplest game is guessing high or low, Xiao Qiyue explained. Chu Yunxuan nodded, handing her the card. Please exchange this for chips. Eagerly, she scampered away, soon returning with chips worth 45,000 yuan. Hiki, little Xian, if we make a profit, I'll take 20%. Sure, Chu Yunxuan replied. Yay, Xiao Qiyue beamed, convinced of their impending success given Chu Yunxian's luck. He approached a betting table. Bet high or low, once you decide, there's no turning back. As others contemplated wagers of several thousand to 10,000, Chu Yunxuan calmly declared, 45,000, all in on high. The other gamblers stared in disbelief. In the next moment, they all placed bets on low. Wait, little Xian, generally one shouldn't he do that? If you lose, then, congratulations to this gentleman. Hi. Xiao Qiyue was momentarily speechless. What did you say? Nothing, she stammered, swallowing hard. 45,000 transformed into over 800,000. Bet low all in. Bet high all in. In a mere 5 minutes, Chu Yunxuan's chips soared to 5 million. Xiao Qiyue was flabbergasted. Is this truly possible? Then, a manic grin spread across her face. 20% of that would mean. Wow. Meanwhile, in the casino's surveillance room, a man instructed, go. Retrieve the 5 million from his hands. Yes, sir. The man took a drag from his cigarette. Winning several rounds in a row with all-ins, his luck is truly remarkable. But it won't matter. As Chu Yunxuan prepared to place another bet, the man approached. Care for a game, brother? 5 million, shall we? How fortuitous. Just so happens I have 5 million chips. Let us play for it all. Chu Yunxuan nodded slightly, signaling for them to proceed. They took their seats on opposite sides of the gambling table, surrounded by a throng of eager onlookers. Xiao Qiyue attentively poured a cup of water for Chu Yunxuan. Xiao Xianxian, have some tea. Let me give your shoulders a massage. With a cheerful smile, Xiao Qiyue positioned herself behind Chu Yunxuan, kneading his shoulders. The alluring dealer shook the dice, expertly placing the cup upside down on the table. Brother, you can place your bet first, the dealer said with a grin. Looking at Chu Yunxuan. Chu Yunxuan pushed his chips into the center of the table. 5 million, all in, small. The dealer chuckled. It's a 50-50 chance. So I'll bet on big. He pushed his chips forward, exchanging a knowing glance with the beautiful dealer. She was aware of the dice's outcome within the cup, possessing the skill to roll the desired numbers. It was indeed small this time. However, she had a hidden mechanism. Her glasses were specially crafted, allowing her to see through the cup. With her hand discreetly pressing a remote in her pocket, the dice would quietly tumble, ensuring everything was under her control. Yet, as she pressed the buttons, the dice remained still. The dealer's brow furrowed in concern. Oh no, is the battery dead, or is the remote broken? Unbeknownst to her, the confident dealer faced Chu Yunxuan. Let us begin, she said nonchalantly. The dealer shot a glance at him, but he ignored her, instead teasingly addressing Chu Yunxuan. Come on. Let us see it. He impatiently urged the dealer. Reluctantly, she flipped the cup open. 111. Small. Gasps erupted from the surrounding gamblers. What? The dealer's eyes widened in disbelief as he rose from his seat, glaring at the dealer. Xiao Qiyue's mouth dropped open in astonishment. We struck gold. Chu Yunxuan grinned. Apologies, brother. I guess luck is on my side. Chapter 52. Assassination of Chu Yunxuan. Chu Yunxuan could only conclude that the European god system was indeed somewhat foolish, far more absurd than he had anticipated. Winning was inevitable. The dealer watched as Chu Yunxuan took away the 5 million chips before him, still in disbelief. It wasn't until he noticed the beautiful woman, who was now playfully linking her arm with Chu Yunxuan, that he snapped back to reality. Damn, he cursed under his breath, glaring at the dealer. Do you want to die? He hissed. The remote seems to be malfunctioning, she replied, her voice tinged with fear. Damn it. Just wait for your doom, he threatened, his finger pointed at her. At that moment, he caught sight of a man approaching. Boss. Upon seeing the man, he hurried over. So handsome, Xiao Qiyue exclaimed, praising Chu Yunxuan as she clung to his arm. Chu Yunxuan smiled, about to speak when a man stood before him with a smile. Brother, care for a wager? The man asked. The approaching dealer sighed in relief, knowing their boss was stepping in. Chu Yunxuan replied, I prefer to leave while I'm ahead. Chen Jie, unfazed, continued, you have 10 million chips, right? I'll wager 20 million against your 10 million. How about it? Chu Yunxuan exchanged glances with Xiao Qiyue, who whispered, it's a trap. Why would he want to wager an extra 10 million unless he was confident he could win? Chen Jie smiled, don't misunderstand. I'm feeling lucky today, hence my confidence. What do you say? Are you in? Chu Yunxuan nodded. Let us proceed. Xiao Qiyue frowned, sensing danger. How bold? Please. Lead the way, Chen Jie chuckled, turning away. Just then, a girl collided with him. I'm so sorry. She apologized repeatedly. Chen Jie frowned. Watch where you're going. I'm in a rush to get money, she replied. Afterward, both men took their seats at the gambling table. Shall we stick to the simplest game of guessing high or low? Chen Jie asked with a smile. Chu Yunxuan nodded. No problem. The alluring dealer shook the dice before placing them on the table. You go first? Chen Jie inquired with a grin. If you're willing, I have no objections. Chu Yunxuan replied. Then it's your turn. Chu Yunxuan pushed forward 1 million chips. All in, betting high. Xiao Qiyue's expression turned grim. This is clearly a trap. Chu Yunxuan is bound to lose. Xiao Xianxian, why don't we reconsider? She urged again. No worries, Chu Yunxuan assured her, shaking his head. Chen Jie adjusted his glasses, which were also specially made, allowing him to see the numbers within the dice cup. 4, 5, 6, definitely high. With a confident smile, he pushed 2 million chips forward. Then I'll have to bet low. Leaning back in his chair, he casually placed his hands in his coat pockets. Suddenly, his expression changed as he rummaged through his pockets. Where is it? He muttered. His remote was missing. He had always kept it there, even confirming its presence moments ago. Panic began to creep in as he realized the woman who had bumped into him might have stolen it. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. The dealer proceeded without hesitation, revealing. 4, 5, 6 high? The dealer's expression turned bewildered. How could it be high? The boss should have altered the numbers to low. Gasps filled the air as onlookers stared in envy. Xiao Qiyue was equally stunned, glancing at the man across from Chu Yunxuan. Is he really that foolish? He truly believes his luck is enough to wager 2 million against 1 million without any tricks? Chu Yunxuan laughed, gathering all the chips before him. Ah. It appears your luck is just a tad worse than mine, my friend. Shall we continue? Chen Jie inquired. Not today. I have other matters to attend to. Before long, Chu Yunxuan and Xiao Qiyue left with 30 million in hand, reveling in their fortune. Boss, what about the money? The dealer whispered to Qinjie. Qinjie's eyes narrowed. Follow him, wait for an opportunity to eliminate him, and bring back the money. Understood. Just then, a figure approached. Brother. Qinyang called out to Qinjie. Qinjie nodded. What is Chu Yunxian doing here? Qinyang asked. Chu Yunxian? You know him? Qinjie inquired. Eyeing his brother. Qinyang gritted his teeth, glancing at the lost younger brother. He asked the reason I'm in this predicament. Realization dawned on Qinjie. Is it him? Perfect, since the dealer has already followed. We can take advantage of the opportunity. Qinyang's eyes lit up. Coincidentally, I've also contacted the assassins to take him out. I spent a considerable fee, but it's been days without any updates. They're likely searching for a chance. Then I'll call the dealer back, Qinjie decided. Qinyang shook his head. No need. If the dealer can succeed, that's even better. Who was the woman by his side? Qinjie asked. I couldn't see clearly. Don't you know? Has he ever been without a woman? Qinjie nodded. True. Although Chu Yunxian has previously defeated Xiantian, the dealer, being a 9-star practitioner, could easily eliminate Chu Yunxian with a surprise attack. Exactly. Qinyang's eyes sparkled, nodding repeatedly. Wow. Xiaoxian, 30 million. 30 million. Xiao Qiyue's eyes gleamed with excitement. Chu Yunxian inquired with a smile. Is this enough for the black market? That depends on what you wish to purchase. Hand it over, my dear fairy. Chu Yunxian, puzzled, extended his hand. Subsequently, Xiao Qiyue rubbed her hands together over his, delighting in the good fortune. Hiki. Chu Yunxian interjected. Let's move on. So handsome, so handsome. At that moment, in the shadows, a man wearing a baseball cap sat on a bench, smoking. He was a member of the malevolent organization, the Killing Alliance, aligned with the nefarious Li Weimin from Blue Star. However, 99% of the Killing Alliance members appeared to be ordinary citizens in the city, blending seamlessly into the crowd. The man's gaze was fixed on Chu Yunxian. He then spoke into his earpiece. Chu Yunxian has set off. A voice responded. What's the destination? Not sure yet. Continue tracking. The employer wants his life. This has been dragging on for several days, and today it must be concluded. The man in the cap remarked. It seems they are headed to the black market. The black market? Not many people there. Find an opportunity to eliminate him. The man mused. What method should I use? His cultivation is below the Xiantian realm. Without defensive spiritual energy, his physical strength is limited. A bullet would suffice. With that, the man in the cap rose and proceeded onward. Chapter 53. Is this really possible? Chu Yunxian and Xiao Qiyue arrived at the black market. The so-called black market was not a secret underground venue. Rather, it was a publicly visible area in Tianhua City, situated prominently in a commercial pedestrian street. This street, though aged, was bustling with activity. However, the buildings on either side appeared dilapidated, as if they were on the verge of demolition. Numerous storefronts were occupied, and vendors lined the sides of the street with makeshift stalls. Yet, these stalls were anything but ordinary, offering a myriad of peculiar items. The foot traffic was limited but certainly present. Brother, would you like to see this ancient parchment? I stumbled upon it 3 years ago in the Beast Realm. According to appraisals, it reveals the hiding place of the legendary Demon Emperor's sword, wielded by our human Emperor of Swords over a century ago. Another vendor exclaimed. This martial artist offers a Tier 3 Earth-grade spiritual weapon, the Flame Sun Sword. What do you think? I'm on the cusp of promotion but lack the Yuan spirit crystals for cultivation, so I'm reluctantly parting with it. Such Earth-grade weapons are nearly impossible to find on the market. The vendors called out to passers-by. Xiao Qiyue's enchanting gaze scanned the surroundings. There are indeed many fine items, but most are fakes. That parchment, claiming to belong to the Emperor of Swords, is absurd. Why doesn't he seek it himself? She scoffed. And what about the Flame Sun Sword? Isn't it in your possession? She chuckled, observing the flames flickering on its surface. Chu Yunxian shrugged. The black market was indeed outrageous. Yet, why were these individuals still selling? Because the world was never short of fools. Wow, a Tier 3 Earth-grade Flame Sun Sword? Is it genuine? A man inquired. You can give it a try, came the reply. The man picked up the sword and swung it a couple of times. It's brimming with spiritual energy. It could significantly boost my combat power. What is the price? Chu Yunxian asked Xiao Qiyue. Can he see it's fake? She responded. Through a special method, they inject spiritual energy into the sword beforehand. When wielded, it indeed feels powerful, but once that energy is expended, it is merely a piece of scrap metal. Chu Yunxian nodded. The duo continued onward. A man with pockmarked skin and a mask followed closely behind, searching for an opportunity to eliminate his target. He had received news from Qinjie. This target was Chu Yunxian, currently at the 6-star Xiantian realm. potentially nearing the 7-star level. However, the man felt indifferent. He only needed a chance to strike. Despite Chu Yunxuan's significant cultivation, he would be caught off guard. Not far off, the member of the Killing Alliance in the baseball cap had reached a dilapidated rooftop of a 3-story building. There, he was assembling a sniper rifle. Firearms were particularly effective against martial artists of lower realms. Completing this task would allow him to officially join the Killing Alliance effortlessly. Chewing gum. The man displayed a confident smile. It's quite simple. Aim, pull the trigger, and it's a one-shot kill. Even at the Xiantian realm. He won't have time to react and unleash his spiritual energy. He quietly aimed at Chu Yunxuan, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. What do you wish to buy? Xiao Qiyue asked. Chu Yunxuan replied, I'm hoping to stumble upon a suitable martial technique or spiritual weapon. If that fails, I can always purchase some yuan spirit crystals to absorb and refine. Indeed, places like the black market can occasionally yield some decent martial techniques. Even if they aren't of the highest grade, Xiao Qiyue remarked. Would you like to try your luck at ring toss? A vendor called out to them. Ring toss. Chu Yunxuan regarded the stall, which displayed various items, spiritual weapons, recovery potions, martial techniques, and yuan spirit crystals. The vendor continued. We even have a 10-star Xian-grade martial technique and a Tier 2 Earth-grade technique. It was clear these items were of dubious origin. The Earth-grade techniques were either useless to him or ones he had already mastered. He certainly wouldn't dare sell them publicly. If he had committed murder to obtain these treasures, he would be swiftly tracked down. What's the price? Chu Yunxuan inquired. 200,000 for a toss. Just toss a ring over the steel needle beside each item to claim it. Is it that small? The ring appeared to be about the size of a standard glass cup's rim. Brother, don't you see what I have here? If you manage to ring a Tier 2 Earth-grade technique, you know its value begins in the millions, and it's rare to find. Chu Yunxuan nodded, acknowledging the worth. The ring is quite small, and it must land on the steel needle. I'll take 10, he decided. 2 million. Will you be paying by card? Chu Yunxuan produced his card and a POS machine. His only stipulation was no unleashing of spiritual energy. Chu Yunxuan took the 10 rings the vendor handed him. Meanwhile, the pockmarked man concealed himself nearby, pretending to browse the black market. This is the moment. His eyes lit up as he realized Chu Yunxuan was about to toss the rings. All of Chu Yunxuan's attention would be on the game, allowing him to approach unnoticed and strike decisively. On the rooftop, the Killing Alliance member in the cap had his sniper scope locked onto Chu Yunxuan's head. Waiting for him to stand still and begin tossing the rings, he planned to deliver a fatal shot. Too easy, he smirked, leisurely lighting a cigarette. With the cigarette dangling from his mouth, he adjusted his aim, following Chu Yunxuan's movements. At that moment, Chu Yunxuan stood motionless. Now, the man in the cap pulled the trigger. The sound of the suppressed sniper rifle was faint, nearly drowned out by the clamor of the black market. The pockmarked man's eyes brightened as he seized the fleeting opportunity. Now, with a dagger in hand, he surged forward, leaping into the air. The dagger, aimed directly at Chu Yunxuan's skull, promised a swift and lethal strike. And beneath the sight of the man in the cap, the scene unfolded. In the moment he pulled the trigger, he noticed a figure behind Chu Yunxuan surge forward, drawing a dagger and leaping with agility. At that precise moment, his position coincided perfectly with the bullet's trajectory. Alarm bells rang in the mind of the man in the duckbill cap as his pupils contracted. In the next instant, the bullet pierced through the back of the man named Ma. A shriek escaped Ma's lips as his body collapsed to the ground. Damn it, is this really happening? The man in the duckbill cap cursed in fury. Chapter 54. The Power of the European God System. Chu Yunxuan glanced back and saw a man sprawled on the ground behind him, blood gushing from his back. Unfortunately, the wound was directly on his heart. Lying on the ground beside him was a dagger. This scene unfolded so abruptly, yet failed to incite significant commotion. What kind of people frequent the black market? Unscrupulous warriors. And those who come to browse are also warriors. They would not be easily intimidated by such a spectacle. Chu Yunxuan directed his gaze upward, but the figure had vanished. Xiao Qiyue, upon recognizing Ma's lifeless form on the ground, furrowed her delicate brows. It's him. Chu Yunxuan nodded. The person from the casino. It seems he came to exact revenge after winning their money. And who killed him? Xiao Qiyue inquired, her gaze now fixed on the 3rd floor. The bullet had originated from that direction. Do you have any friends secretly protecting you? She asked curiously. Chu Yunxuan shrugged. Not that I know of. Your sister? Surely she wouldn't resort to using a gun? Chu Yunxuan replied. True, Xiao Qiyue mused, stroking her refined chin, momentarily perplexed. This individual had clearly come to kill Chu Yunxuan, only to be taken out by an unseen force, thus saving Chu Yunxuan's life. Was it not evident that someone was covertly safeguarding him? Yet, no matter how she pondered, it felt illogical. Strange occurrences indeed. I've already called the judgment council, a girl announced. Meanwhile, the surrounding individuals continued their business as if nothing had happened. The vendor, witnessing a death, appeared rather indifferent. Brother, are we still playing? Chu Yunxuan nodded. Of course, I've already staked my money. Then hurry up, he urged, casually tossing the 10 rings he held into the air. The vendor smiled and said, Brother, I asked you to hurry, but you didn't need to do that. It makes my profit from your 2 million feel insignificant. Before the vendor could finish, his eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his stall. Xiao Qiyue had just been about to chastise Chu Yunxuan for his extravagance. 2 million for 10 rings, tossed carelessly? But then, she too was taken aback. All 10 rings had flawlessly encircled the steel needles. The Earth-tier martial technique was ensnared, as were the mysterious 10-star spirit weapon, an Earth-grade elemental crystal, and a heavenly realm demon crystal. Almost all of them were the finest goods he possessed. What? The vendor was flabbergasted. Although these items had indeed been acquired through his nefarious deeds, he could have attracted more customers for the rings if he had just waited a bit longer, thus earning more. Now, all his precious items were gone in an instant. Damn, your luck must be on a whole new level. Xiao Qiyue stared at Chu Yunxuan, bewildered. How many times has this happened today? Is it even possible? If his luck continued this way, it would imply that if he were to visit a mixed-gender water park and fired off a couple of shots in the water, all the women present would end up pregnant. Was it truly of such magnitude? The vendor's mouth twitched. Goodness, your luck is unreal. He stared at Chu Yunxuan in astonishment. Boss, I haven't even released my spiritual energy, he said. I know, Chu Yunxuan replied. Your luck should be directed towards the lottery. I did, and won the grand prize. Then to the casino? I went, and won 30 million. Incredible. Call it my bad luck, take it all. Chu Yunxuan grinned widely, and gathered his newfound treasures. Among them, the Earth-tier martial technique was what he valued the most. The Wind Attribute Earth-tier 1-star technique, Galeblade. The Wind Attribute Earth-tier martial technique has a price, but no market. It's useless to you since you lack wind affinity. You can't sell it in the market. So you'd have to either sell it under the table or dispose of it, or it'll become a hot potato, Xiao Qiyue remarked. Chu Yunxuan nodded and placed it into his spatial ring. He indeed possessed wind affinity and could cultivate it. At that moment, an irate voice broke through the air. Damn it. Is this a counterfeit? And I can't even voice my concerns? Chu Yunxuan and Xiao Qiyue turned to see Yu Qianren. They approached him. The vendor was an elderly man. You're talking nonsense. The old man trembled with anger, pointing at Yu Qianren. How is it a counterfeit? I discovered this sword and a skeleton in an ancient cave while training in the beast realm. How can it be a fake? What is going on? Chu Yunxuan inquired, moving closer. Wow, Brother Xian, it's you guys. Yu Qianren exclaimed, gesturing to the sword on the ground. Is this guy not stubborn? He insists this sword is a heavenly tier spirit weapon, yet it has no spiritual energy. I claim it's a counterfeit, and he is still not satisfied. The old man fumed. Nonsense. I've told you countless times that this sword is sealed. Once the seal is lifted, it will certainly be a heavenly tier spirit weapon. I'm selling it for a mere 10 million because it's sealed. If you don't want it, get lost and let me conduct my business. Yu Qianren scoffed. I trust a ghost before I trust you. Sealed? A skeleton in a cave? You've been reading too many fantasy novels, haven't you? Heavenly tier? I've never even seen a heavenly tier spirit weapon in reality. Xiao Qiyue asked, is this your first visit to the black market? Yu Qianren nodded. Indeed, my father usually forbids me from coming. But I wanted to try my luck for a spirit weapon. Quite common, Xiao Qiyue stated. I see. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxuan's gaze remained fixed on the sword. He wasn't certain of its authenticity, but he was aware that he now possessed the European god system. Surely, he wouldn't stumble upon a fake, would he? If it were genuine, it would truly be a heavenly tier spirit weapon. 10 million, is it? Chu Yunxuan queried. Yes. Swipe your card, the old man replied. Huh, Brother Xian. Do you trust him? Yu Qianren asked, bewildered. Xiao Qiyue also looked at Chu Yunxuan in confusion. Chu Yunxuan chuckled. After all, it's money I earned effortlessly. Consider it a patronage to this venerable gentleman's business. The old man remarked, you're quite amusing, young brother. As a bonus, I'll throw in a demon crystal from a divine realm beast. A divine realm demon crystal? ISNT that worth millions on the market? Yu Qianren asked, astonished. The old man shot him a glance. Regretting it? It's too late. It's already sold. Regretting? The demon crystal must be a fake, right? Yu Qianren rolled his eyes. The old man said nothing further and turned to Chu Yunxuan. All set. Here is your card. The sword and the demon crystal. Thank you. Chu Yunxuan said as he accepted the sword. It felt heavy, at least 10 times heavier than he had anticipated. Is it really this heavy? He wondered aloud. Elder, you mentioned the sword is sealed. What is required to unseal it? The old man replied, typically, pure young heavenly crystals can unseal it. But such fire attribute treasures have nearly disappeared. I've seen none, which is why I'm selling this sword. Chu Yunxuan nodded, then swung the sword to test its balance. On the same path, a shout echoed, "Stop! You beast! Don't run! Chase after him!" A furious roar was followed by the rapid pursuit of several figures after a man who appeared to be a vendor in the black market. He moved with incredible speed. A wind attribute warrior, so swift that he left after images in his wake. The man glanced back, smirking. "You think you can catch me with just that?" However, in that fleeting moment, his pupils constricted. With a swift motion, his throat was instantly pierced by the sword in Chu Yunxuan's hand. Chu Yunxuan stood there in a state of bewilderment. What the? Beside him, Yu Qianren was equally stunned. Xiao Qiyue also appeared momentarily dazed. Huh. Chu Yunxuan gazed in shock at the figure collapsing before him, clutching its neck, blood gushing forth. He killed someone? What the hell? Would the tribunal not arrest him for this? He had merely been testing the sword. This was a suicide. A gust of wind swept past him. Behind him, a dozen figures rushed forward. Dead. The middle-aged man at the forefront widened his eyes, then turned to Chu Yunxuan. "Young brother, did you do this?" Subsequently, the middle-aged man embraced Chu Yunxuan, repeatedly patting his back. "Thank you so much. Otherwise, he would have truly escaped. I am immensely grateful, Chu Yunxuan." He then pointed at the corpse and stated, "I am from Linhai City. This man killed my son in the beast realm, stole his spatial ring, and sold its contents in the black market. I finally found him and almost lost the chance to avenge my son. If it weren't for you, I might never have been able to take revenge in my lifetime." Xiao Qiyue and Yu Qianren exchanged wide-eyed glances. Is this really happening? Such a melodramatic plot? Thank you. Chu Yunxuan coughed awkwardly. It was nothing. Lu Meng, the middle-aged man, called out. "Give him the item." A man then handed Chu Yunxuan a spatial ring. The middle-aged man continued. "Inside, there is a pure young heavenly crystal, a family heirloom. I promised that whoever avenges my son would receive it, and now it is yours." Chu Yunxuan, Xiao Qiyue, Yu Qianren, the elder. Chu Yunxuan swallowed hard. What? Is this the European god system? Is it supposed to be this outrageous? Huh. Chapter 55. Ceiling lifted, celestial phenomenon. Several individuals stood motionless as Chu Yunxuan stared at the spatial ring in his hand. Is this truly the European god system? Xiao Qiyue's mouth parted slightly, bewildered by the unfolding scene. Huh. Is this even possible? Yu Qianren gaped. What the hell? A pure young heavenly crystal? The elderly man who had just sold Chu Yunxuan the sword swallowed hard. His eyes wide in disbelief at the scene before him. He had just sold it. But then he thought, what's the point in snatching it back? He had indeed exaggerated its worth. He believed the sword to be merely an earth-tier spiritual weapon, at most approaching heaven tier. It certainly wasn't heaven tier. If he truly believed it to be heaven tier, even with little chance of acquiring the pure young heavenly crystal to lift the seal, he wouldn't have sold it. What if? Chu Yunxuan accepted the spatial ring and said, "Then I shall not be coy. It is only right," the man replied, before shouting, "Take his body back and kneel before Yinner's grave." They hurriedly departed. "Xin Ge, a pure young heavenly crystal?" Yu Qianren asked. Chu Yunxuan nodded. "Then you should unseal the sword now," Yu Qianren suggested, glancing at the old man. "If it's fake, make him return the money on the spot." The elder replied, "It's absolutely impossible for it to be fake. At the very least, it's an earth-tier spiritual weapon. Even if it's just earth-tier, it's worth at least 10 million. As for the pure young heavenly crystal, it merely used a fraction of its power." "What the hell? Didn't you just say it was at least heaven tier?" Yu Qianren pointed at him. "I have things to attend to, so I want to waste time here with you." Saying this, the elder promptly slipped away. "What the hell? Xingu, isn't this just a sign of guilt?" Yu Qianren looked perplexed. Xiao Qiyue toyed with the demon crystal, saying, "But that elder does have some conscience. At least the demon crystal is genuine." Chu Yunxuan smiled. "It doesn't matter. An earth-tier spiritual weapon is still worthwhile." In truth, he leaned more toward believing it was heaven tier, though the elder could not be certain. There was indeed an element of exaggeration involved. With the European god system in existence, Chu Yunxuan always believed he was merely picking up scraps. This journey had come to an end. Chu Yunxuan had already gained immensely. He arrived at a remote abandoned factory in Tianhua City. A weapon of considerable rank had its powers unsealed, and its might should not be underestimated. Chu Yunxuan took out the pure young heavenly crystal and the sword. Let's give it a try. An earth tier would be a loss, but a heaven tier would be a significant gain. The pure young heavenly crystal, at first glance, resembled a red crystal the size of a ping-pong ball. However, its value was immense. Particularly for fire attribute warriors, it was a priceless treasure. Once refined, A pure yang heavenly crystal would greatly enhance one's control over fire attributes. Unfortunately for Chu Yunxuan, it was of no use to him, as his fire attribute was already maxed out. Despite its small size, the power it contained was extraordinary. Then, Chu Yunxuan released his spiritual energy to activate the pure yang heavenly crystal. A surge of red energy gradually flowed into the sword. After 2 seconds, Chu Yunxuan was taken aback. Logically, a mere trace of the pure yang heavenly crystal's power should suffice to unseal the sword. However, the sword continued to absorb the energy from the pure yang heavenly crystal. Is it truly heaven tier? Chu Yunxuan grinned broadly. He was indeed in for a tremendous windfall. Wait, Chu Yunxuan furrowed his brow. It's still absorbing? The sword, due to some unique force, levitated in midair, while the pure yang heavenly crystal shrank rapidly. Gradually, the pure yang heavenly crystal was almost entirely consumed. Chu Yunxuan frowned. It still has tea unsealed? As the last trace of power from the pure yang heavenly crystal entered the sword, the crystal vanished completely, absorbed in its entirety. At that moment, a blue-white beam of light shot up to the heavens. Chu Yunxuan stood there, the force of it whipping his hair and clothes wildly. Before him, the diameter of the blue-white beam was perhaps over 10 meters, a colossal sight. Simultaneously, in the void above, the beam caused the clouds overhead to churn. Under the clear sky, this area dimmed, and even snowflakes began to fall. Chu Yunxuan. Celestial phenomenon. What on earth is this? Chu Yunxuan was stunned. The unsealing of a sword had triggered a celestial phenomenon. Though it was not summer, it was only just the beginning of autumn, and yet snow was falling? This beam of light resembled the blue light that appeared in the beast realm that night. No, they were not related. Meanwhile, the entire Tianhua city trembled. People turned their gazes toward the blue-white beam connecting heaven and earth. The sky exhibited a celestial phenomenon, and snowflakes fell, presenting a scene both beautiful and terrifying. What the hell is that? What is happening? A celestial phenomenon has occurred? Has a major player arrived in Tianhua city? It seems as if some force has erupted. Snow is falling. Are they creating snow? Creating my foot. This is a celestial phenomenon. At Tianhua University, Qin Jinhai stood by the window on the upper floor, looking at the distant blue-white beam connecting heaven and earth. What is this? A rare treasure has emerged? A celestial phenomenon has occurred. He frowned. What has been happening in Tianhua city lately? Just last night, there was a beam of light in the beast realm. And now another has appeared within Tianhua city. Across Tianhua city, from all directions, the Divine Alliance, Heavenly Domain, Bounty Guild, and various warriors rushed toward the beam of light with utmost haste. At this moment, Chu Yunxuan was in a state of panic. Hurry up, that should be enough. Just as his voice fell, the power dissipated. The sword fell to the ground, and the earth began to freeze rapidly. Clearly, this was a sword imbued with extremely potent cold energy. At this moment, the sword had almost transformed entirely. It looked magnificent, enveloped in a blue-white glow. Watching the ground freeze rapidly, Chu Yunxuan retreated repeatedly, sensing the impending danger. System, exchange for ice attribute. Ding. Exchange successful. Then, Chu Yunxuan released the cold energy. In that instant, the sword seemed to sense something and flew directly toward Chu Yunxuan. He extended his hand to grasp the sword. It felt incredibly cold. He quickly stored the sword in the spatial ring and departed at the fastest speed. Just after he left, many individuals had already gathered at the site, the members of the Divine Alliance and the Heavenly Domain. There are still numerous warriors gathered here. They scanned their surroundings, finding nothing. Search. On the other side, Chu Yunxuan pretended to be a passerby and stepped onto the street, riding away on a shared bicycle. Upon returning home, Linyer was also absent, likely drawn away by that radiant beam of light. Chu Yunxuan contemplated taking advantage of the European divine system while it remained, hoping for more extraordinary benefits to fall into his lap. However, the sword dispelled his thoughts. At this moment, his hand had already turned icy, and his spatial ring was covered in frost. How on earth do I conceal this? Chu Yunxuan muttered. Without a doubt, this sword surpassed the celestial grade. Otherwise, its unsealing wouldn't have invoked such a cosmic phenomenon. The European divine system is truly absurd. Chapter 56. The spirit realm. Chu Yunxuan opened his spatial ring and grasped the sword once more. This sword instilled within him a sense of awe. With a mere swing, the unleashed power would be astounding. Yet generally speaking, no matter how formidable it may be, its force should not continuously surge outward. Surely, he could control it. Is there a concept of blood recognition for ownership? Chu Yunxuan pondered aloud. He then searched online, asking, can spiritual weapons recognize their master through blood? The answer read, yes. A spiritual weapon must reach the holy forbidden grade and develop a weapon soul. It is known that almost all holy weapons are crafted by demon or monster races or top-tier powerhouses. Throughout the millennia, humanity has recognized only 5 holy forbidden weapons, all of which serve as national protectors. Chu Yunxuan. He queried further, what is a weapon soul? The answer stated, in theory, once the world is saturated with spiritual energy, everything has the potential to develop intelligence. An ordinary tree, nurtured by the world's spiritual energy, may become a tree demon. A weapon soul arises when the materials used to craft a holy forbidden spiritual weapon are of exceptionally high quality, necessitating a sacrifice. After the sacrifice, there is a minuscule chance that a fragment of the sacrificer's consciousness will merge with the weapon, forming a weapon soul. At this moment, Chu Yunxuan recalled something. Humanity possesses a holy forbidden weapon known as the evil spirit, a spear. It is said that this spear was forged from the sacrifice of an evil dragon. A millennium ago, a powerful being at the celestial realm encountered another celestial-level evil dragon, vanquished it, and nurtured the spear with dragon blood and soul, thereby creating the evil spirit. The spear emits the roar of dragons when wielded. Astonishing. A holy weapon. Chu Yunxuan was taken aback. Above the celestial-grade spiritual weapon lies the divine artifact, and above that is the holy forbidden grade. Humanity has only 5 known holy weapons, all held by the divine alliance and celestial domain, serving as national treasures. Of course, it is not impossible that someone else possesses a holy weapon, though it remains unknown. Chu Yunxuan then searched for known holy weapons, including the 5 recognized by humanity, as well as 18 from the demon and monster races. None bore such astonishing icy power. None. Chu Yunxuan meticulously searched further. Some spiritual weapons did relate to ice, but none reached the holy weapon level. Only holy weapons could have weapon souls and require blood recognition. Could it be that I am mistaken? Perhaps blood recognition is unnecessary? Is it simply because I am too weak to harness this power? It is possible. Gaining a holy weapon so inexplicably is indeed absurd. Perhaps it is merely a divine artifact. Why not give it a try? After some contemplation, Chu Yunxuan bit his finger, letting blood fall onto the sword. A blue-white light connected him to the sword. Then, he distinctly sensed a link forming between himself and the blade. Incredible. It truly can recognize its master through blood. It is indeed a holy weapon. Chu Yunxuan's expression brightened with exhilaration. How extraordinary. After a few minutes, the icy energy dissipated. With a mere thought, the sword flew from the ground into his hand. Impressive. Subsequently, Chu Yunxuan stored the sword in his spatial ring, ensuring no icy energy escaped. What shall I name it? This sword must possess its own name, but he was uncertain. Oh well, that can wait for another day. Chu Yunxuan stood and walked to the living room, gazing outside. Many people had entered the community. Clearly, they had rushed out to investigate the beam of light. Seeing nothing, they returned. After a while, Linya returned. Xiaoyar. Chu Yunxuan greeted with a smile. Did you see the beam of light in Tianhua City? Linya inquired. I did, replied Chu Yunxuan. Linya continued. I went to take a look. Many from the Divine Alliance and Celestial Domain were also there, but we couldn't discern the reason behind it. Nothing was revealed. After speaking, she sat on the sofa, her delicate brows furrowing. Things have been increasingly unstable around Tianhua City lately. By the way, her beautiful eyes turned to Chu Yunxuan. Have you checked the trending news? The Divine Alliance just released a statement. Chu Yunxuan shook his head. Linyar explained. The beam of light last night indicated the emergence of a spirit realm. A spirit realm? Chu Yunxuan frowned. Yes, it seems to be quite vast. I've heard it is set to open in the coming days. Chu Yunxuan asked, what exactly is a spirit realm? Linyar elaborated. It can be understood as a tomb. A powerful individual, sensing their impending demise, utilizes formidable abilities alongside spatial forces to create an independent space, entering their spirit realm for their final repose. An independent space? Chu Yunxuan nodded. Exactly. This space exists alongside ours, yet we cannot see or touch it. We can even pass through it. Only when this space merges with our own can we perceive and enter it. Chu Yunxuan acknowledged. I understand. Linyar continued. After several years, as the spirit realm's power wanes, the two spaces gradually merge, marking the emergence of the spirit realm, allowing entry to obtain treasures left behind by the powerful individual. Is that the only scenario? Chu Yunxuan inquired. Almost. Typically, such a scenario prompts the creation of a spirit realm. Otherwise, it serves no purpose. It is quite rare. The last spirit realm appeared 8 years ago, and the one before that was 90 years ago. It is indeed rare. Achieving such high realms is already challenging, let alone possessing the ability and spatial power to forge a spirit realm. Most powerful beings simply pass away without the means or capacity to create a spirit realm for themselves. Wouldn't entering disturb the deceased? Would they spare us? Linyar stated. In 999 cases, a powerful being creates a spirit realm in hopes that, years later, someone will enter and fulfill their long-held wishes. Is there a chance they merely wish for peace and death? Yes, that is also known as a death realm. Those who enter find no way out. 8 years ago, the spirit realm in the southern part of Tianhua City was a death realm. 8 years ago? How was I unaware? Chu Yunxuan blinked. Because that death realm appeared within the territory of the demon race, specifically within the domain of the second demon god, closest to our Tianhua city. Lin Yar continued. According to our gathered intelligence, countless transformed demon race powerhouses entered and were completely obliterated. It is said that this greatly weakened the second demon god's forces, which is why they have not attacked Tianhua City for a decade. Chu Yunxuan realized. So what about this one? Lin Yar explained. Based on recent investigations by the Divine Alliance and Celestial Domain experts, this should be the spirit realm of a human powerhouse. In thousands of years, humanity has never created a spirit realm that turned into a death realm. Are you going? Chu Yunxuan asked. Lin Yar nodded. Yes. Then I shall accompany you. Lin Yar's brows furrowed. It is perilous. I will follow you. Chu Yunxuan grinned. Very well. Lin Yar slightly nodded. At that moment, we can follow the Dean and Mentor Shao into the realm, ensuring mutual support among us. Chu Yunxuan nodded. Let's take a rest and wait for the spirit realm to open. All right, that night, Chu Yunxuan's cultivation level ascended to the 8th star of the profound body realm. Simultaneously, a system notification chimed. Ding, the European god system has been deactivated. Chu Yunxuan felt a twinge of reluctance. He thought to himself, if only he could have the European god system in the spirit realm, he would be invincible. What a pity. Why couldn't the European god system last a few more days? Perhaps I could unlock a new system. One with formidable combat power that would be applicable in the spirit realm as well. Chu Yunxuan rubbed his hands in anticipation. Ding, congratulations on unlocking the misfortune system. Chu Yunxuan? Chapter 57. The walking plague god Chu Yunxuan was left utterly dumbfounded. A misfortune system? Just when he was contemplating the loss of the European god system and hoping for another combat-oriented system to aid him in the spirit realm, he never expected to receive a misfortune system. Was this a death sentence? Misfortune system. During the system's activation, individuals around the host will randomly and intermittently suffer various degrees of misfortune. For each person affected by the misfortune system, the host will receive a reward, proportional to the severity of the misfortune. Time remaining for the system, 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Chu Yunxuan. The moment he read the system's description, Chu Yunxuan released a sigh of relief. The so-called misfortune system did not imply that he himself would encounter misfortune, but rather that those around him would randomly suffer misfortunes. That is acceptable. He then glanced at the duration. Thus far, he had unlocked several systems, but he never anticipated that this would be the first one lasting a full 7 days. Why couldn't the European god system last for 7 days as well? What use would the misfortune system have in the spirit realm? It might even endanger those around him. If he didn't stay at home, wouldn't Xiaoyar be in peril? Chu Yunxuan called out, Xiaoyar, I have some matters to attend to in the next couple of days. Creak. Lin Yar opened the door to her room, looking at Chu Yunxuan. Is there danger? Chu Yunxuan smiled, just hanging out with a few sisters. Okay, remember to send me a message. Chu Yunxuan gave an okay gesture, anxious to prevent any mishaps from befalling Lin Yar, and hurriedly left where to go. As he walked down the street, Chu Yunxuan pondered. He was now a harbinger of misfortune. Although the misfortune might randomly manifest, there could very well be someone near him who would never experience any accidents. But who could guarantee that? Chen Yang and Tang Xiaosan, those two held a grudge against him. Perhaps he could bring misfortune upon them. Hey, Xian Gu. A voice called from behind. Chu Yunxuan turned to see Yu Qianren striding towards him. This guy wouldn't be offering himself up as a sacrifice, would he? Cough, cough, what a coincidence. Chu Yunxuan grinned. Haha, it seems that fate has brought us together, Xian Gu. Are you aware of the spirit realm event? Chu Yunxuan nodded. Yes. Are you going? Of course. Yu Qianren replied. I'm going too. For someone like me, whose talent isn't particularly outstanding, this could be a tremendous opportunity. But it's fraught with danger. Yu Qianren nodded. True, but without venturing into the tiger's den, how can one obtain the tiger cub? If one is always fearful, they will never achieve anything in life. Chu Yunxuan nodded, his gaze sweeping around. There were quite a few people present. Indeed, with the spirit realm emerging, people from various cities have gathered. Yu Qianren remarked. Virum, a motorcycle sped past them, and the passenger deftly snatched the wallet from Chu Yunxian's coat pocket. What the heck? Yu Qianren exclaimed, energized by the sight. Those motorcycle thieves. How dare they steal Xian Ji's wallet? Chu Yunxian was about to say something when Yu Qianren interjected. Don't worry, Xian Gu. Leave it to me. Immediately, Yu Qianren accelerated and dashed off. Chu Yunxuan touched his nose. The wallet contained only a few dozen bucks. There were no cards or ID. The wallet was from his first registration on Pinduoduo, obtained for a mere $1 with free shipping. It hardly seemed worth retrieving. Would anything happen? Chu Yunxuan worried briefly. What if Yu Qianren fell victim to the misfortune system while trying to help him retrieve the wallet? Those two thieves might be more formidable than he anticipated, and in a misstep, they could injure or even kill him. That would leave Chu Yunxuan feeling quite guilty. After a moment, ding, the misfortune system activated, and he received a reward. System points 30,000. Chu Yunxuan frowned. Could it be that Yu Qianren had encountered trouble? Just then, Yu Qianren approached him with a broad smile. Xiangu, here. Yu Qianren slapped the wallet into Chu Yunxian's hands. You really got it back? Chu Yunxian accepted the wallet with a smile. Huh? Why is it so bulging? He opened the wallet to find at least 3,000 bucks inside. Wait a minute, I thought there were only dozens in here. Yu Qianren beamed with pride. Of course. I charged in, kicked their motorcycle away, and they fell to the ground begging for mercy, quickly returning the wallet. But when I looked, there were only crumpled bills in there. Those two were still hard-headed, insisting that there was only that much money in the wallet. I scoffed. How could Xianji's wallet contain just dozens? Clearly, they had hidden the money beforehand. Chu Yunxian twitched his lips. And then? Yu Qianren laughed. Then I gave them a good beating. They didn't shed tears until they saw the coffin, and only then did they hand over several thousand bucks. Chu Yunxian, what a calamity. It turned out the first victims of the misfortune system were the motorcycle thieves. Chu Yunxian grinned and patted Yu Qianren's shoulder. Thanks, man. Hee, no problem. Are you heading to Tianhua University, Xiange? Let us go? Sure. The two chatted as they made their way to Tianhua University. At that very moment, on the rooftop of a nearby office building, a figure aimed a sniper rifle at Chu Yunxian. Hiss. He inhaled deeply and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Yesterday, the black market noted that Chu Yunxian was lucky. Suddenly, a fool appeared and took the bullet for him. Otherwise, Chu Yunxian would have already been shot in the head. He had completed his assessment task and joined the Killer Alliance. But it didn't matter. He sensed the wind direction and velocity aiming at Chu Yunxuan's head. Die. The man pulled the trigger. Bang! The chamber exploded. Ah! He clutched his right ear, which had been shattered by the gun's debris, letting out a wail. Ding, the misfortune system activated, and he received the reward. Attribute points 30. Chu Yunxian scratched his head, looking around for the source of such misfortune. But he saw no one at Tianhua University. Due to the emergence of the spirit realm, there were no classes starting today. The most discussed topic among students was whether or not to venture into the spirit realm. Whether students chose to enter the spirit realm was their personal decision. They had the right to seek strength within its depths, but they also bore the risk of death therein. The academy did not support students below the advanced class in entering the spirit realm, nor did their parents approve. Under normal circumstances, they indeed would not dare to. Hey! Jiangying greeted as she approached Chu Yunxian. Sister Jiangying, Yu Qianren called out. Jiangying nodded and then turned to Chu Yunxian, asking, Are you going into the spirit realm? Yes, Chu Yunxian replied. It's safer to go with the dean and the others from Tianhua University. All right, not far away. Song Shuheng's eyes narrowed slightly. He had intended to greet Jiang Ying, but instead watched her approach Chu Yunxian. You're dead. Song Shuheng gritted his teeth. A shy girl approached him. Senior Song, can I have your contact information? Song Shuheng turned to her, his expression instantly revealing his classic Song-style smile. All right, he said, nodding slightly. Thank you. You're truly handsome and exceptionally kind. I feel you genuinely deserve to be known as the top heartthrob beneath Chu Yunxian. Honestly, I think Shin Qianjun isn't as handsome as you, the young lady said earnestly. Song Shuheng. Damn. He maintained his smile and nodded. Thank you. He then glanced at Chu Yunxian, not far away, and walked over. Chapter 58. That girl is still smoking. Chu Yunxian was chatting with Yu Qianren and Jiang Ying. The ominous system's triggering notification did not sound. Does this imply that these two individuals have good fortune and will not trigger the ominous system? Chu Yunxian was uncertain. Jiang Ying, Chu Yunxian, Song Shuheng approached with a smile. Senior Song, Yu Qianren called out. Song Shuheng nodded. Hello, seniors. Chu Yunxian also greeted him. Song Shuheng smiled and asked, Are you going to the spirit realm? Yes. Let's go together. We can look out for each other. Sure, Song Shuheng chuckled. Since it wasn't easy to achieve success here, there must be a way to deal with Chu Yunxian in the unknown spirit realm, right? Ding. The ominous system was triggered. Chu Yunxian. Who? Yu Qianren, Jiang Ying, or Song Shuheng? Bang, a basketball flew over and struck Song Shuheng's face, knocking his glasses off. Ding. Reward obtained, system value 10,000. Chu Yunxian. A few people rushed over, their expressions filled with panic. Song. Senior Song. I'm so sorry. With his head lowered, Song Shuheng's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. When he lifted his head, he revealed a Song-style smile. He picked up the basketball and tossed it to the group, saying, "Be more careful next time." "Thank you, Senior Song. I'm really sorry. You're such a good person." Song Shuheng replied with a smile. "After all, it wasn't intentional. Go and have fun." "All right." Somewhat awkwardly, Song Shuheng retrieved his broken glasses. "Hee, a bit unfortunate," he said, glancing at Jiang Ying. It was quite embarrassing in front of Jiang Ying. "Indeed, but Senior Song is truly kind. If it were me, I would have definitely given them a beating," Yu Qianren remarked. Song Shuheng replied, "After all, it wasn't he deliberate." The group continued walking ahead. Around them, many female classmates gazed at Chu Yunxuan, starry-eyed. "Wow, so handsome. He really is charming. I feel he matches Jiang Ying quite well. Who cares? He has a girlfriend anyway. I would love to be the little one. I can't take it anymore. I need to get his contact information. I'm going to." At that moment, Song Shuheng suddenly frowned. A surge of gas built up in his lower abdomen. It hurt. He felt the urge to pass gas, but Jiang Ying was beside him. Nevertheless, he slowly let it out. It should be fine. After all, they were in a spacious area. They surely wouldn't notice. As he walked, Song Shuheng cautiously tried to release it. Nothing came out. Wait, he felt it again. It was quite substantial. It should be silent. Uft. Song Shuheng's body came to an abrupt halt. Oh no. It exploded. Ding. Ominous system triggered. Reward obtained. System value 100000. Chu Yunxuan was taken aback. Huh. What is going on? He glanced around. Nothing much. Chu Yunxuan, could you give me your contact info? You're so handsome. Ah. A group of girls rushed over. They almost simultaneously paused, covering their mouths. How foul. What a disgusting smell. Where did it come from? What? Stinky? Yu Qianren scratched his head. Song Shuheng stood frozen, not daring to move. Ah, Senior Song, why is your backside wet? Did you sit in water? A girl exclaimed in surprise. Song Shuheng's lips twitched. He was incredibly anxious. Ugh, a girl behind him began to gag. Senior Song, you. Ugh, Chu Yunxian. This can't be his fault, right? How could the ominous system let him do that? Meanwhile, Song Shuheng felt utterly humiliated. How could this happen? And Jiang Ying was right beside him. Damn. Cough cough, several girls realized the source of the foul odor and understood the situation. They cleared their throats, reluctant to state the obvious. Maybe someone played a prank. Secretly spilling stinky water on my pants, Song Shuheng struggled to explain. I'll go take care of it. He tried to walk normally and hurriedly left. How absurd. Yu Qianren awkwardly commented. Indeed absurd. How could this happen? How could this happen? In the restroom, Song Shuheng looked extremely pale. He had done it in front of Jiang Ying, and it was discovered. He wanted to leave Tianhua City. He felt it was impossible to pursue Jiang Ying now. Chu Yunxian. Click, click, click. Song Shuheng's eyes narrowed. He didn't care. He blamed Chu Yunxian. It was all his fault. Ever since he appeared, his fortunes had turned sour. Within the spirit realm, I must eliminate you. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 days, Chu Yunxian kept a low profile. That evening, he stayed in a hotel. Where else could he go? He had considered staying at Jiang Ying's place, having spent considerable time with her without the system's influence, but she had declined. Chu Yunxian had no choice but to cultivate in the hotel, awaiting the opening of the spirit realm. As dawn broke, there was a knock on the door. Coming. Chu Yunxian opened the door to find Lin Yu standing there, looking lively. The spirit realm is about to open. Let's go. Chu Yunxian donned his jacket and exited the room. At the neighboring door, a girl was crouched there, crying. Lin Yu noticed her tears upon arriving and instinctively thought this girl had spent the night with Chu Yunxian, leading to some incident. Are you all right? Lin Yu asked with concern, her tone remaining flat due to her nature. The girl looked up, her eyes brimming with tears. Lin Yu handed her 2 tissues, saying, Here. Thank you. The girl replied, wiping her tears as she stood up. Lin Yu glanced at Chu Yunxian, who shrugged, indicating it had nothing to do with him. Only then did Lin Yu breathe a sigh of relief. What happened? She quietly inquired. The young lady could not help but sob again. Woo, I'm feeling down. My brother is great at comforting girls. If you tell him, he might console you or offer some advice. Chu Yunxian. The young lady looked at Chu Yunxian. Thank you. You were truly kind. She sniffled a couple of times and said, Well, my boyfriend and I haven't been dating for long. Yesterday, when we went out to have fun, he insisted on booking 2 rooms. He said we are no longer children and can't joke with my reputation. Chu Yunxian scratched his head. Isn't that good? Your boyfriend seems responsible. The girl pouted. But last night, in the middle of the night, he was taken away by the police in the neighboring room. Chu Yunxian. No wonder the system suddenly sounded last night. Lin Yu understood the reason. This guy's girlfriend didn't want him, and he was calling for a girl next door. It's all right. Thankfully, you weren't harmed. Find a better boyfriend in the future, Linyer reassured her. However, the girl shook her head. No, I just cried and realized I'm determined to be with him. Linyer and Chu Yunxuan exchanged puzzled glances. Women are truly foolish, Chu Yunxuan sighed. Why? Aren't you aware of who he is? Linyer frowned and asked. The girl replied, when he was taken away, I peeked in to see. My boyfriend had finished all his cigarettes, and that girl was still smoking in bed, so I'm convinced of him. Chu Yunxuan. Linyer. Chapter 59. What a calamity. Chu Yunxuan led Linyer out of the hotel. In this day and age, one encounters all sorts of characters, yet Ziyar remains the best. Chu Yunxuan smiled at Linyer. Linyer blinked and inquired, what does her statement mean? Do you not understand? Chu Yunxuan chuckled. The man smokes, while the woman convulses. Linyer still appeared perplexed. But why would she convulse? Because they engaged in that kind of activity. Linyer asked, why would she convulse after doing such a thing? Ah, well, cough, forget it, let us set off first. All right. The two arrived at Qingshu County on the outskirts of Tianhua City. This small county was adjacent to the realm of demonic beasts and the closest location to the spiritual realm. Thus, despite its modest size and population, it was currently teeming with people. These individuals hailed from Tianhua City, nearby towns, and even cities thousands of kilometers away. Presently, the shopping centers in Qingshu County were overflowing, with queues of over 100 tables at any given restaurant. Hotels and inns were fully booked, with prices skyrocketing severalfold. Internet cafes and all accommodations were completely occupied, leaving countless people without a place to stay today. So many people. Chu Yunxuan wiped his forehead. Yet, they had to be here today, for the spiritual realm might open at any moment. Only those present at the front line could be among the first to enter when it opened. Arriving late would mean missing out on the opportunity altogether. After all, every spiritual realm was unique, and no one could predict what awaited inside. Chu Yunxuan glanced at his phone and informed Linyer. Xiao Qiyue managed to secure a small inn with 2 beds. She and Jiang Ying are there. She asked if he wanted to join them. Linyer replied, what about you? They strictly forbade me from coming. Chu Yunxuan shrugged. Then I won't go either. Linyer shook her head. I don't mind. Do you believe that if I shout in a crowded place right now, there will be girls eager to take me in? Chu Yunxuan wore a confident expression. Linyer responded, you should go. I'll find them. Trusting in Chu Yunxuan's abilities, she departed. Well then, let me find a sister to host me for the night. Chu Yunxuan yawned. Not far away, a man was embracing a girl around the waist. Baby, how about we indulge in something thrilling tonight? I've even bought a collar. The boy said with a grin. No way. With so many people in Qingshu County today, we would be seen. The girl playfully protested. Oh, come on. That's what makes it exciting. Absolutely not. Suddenly, the girl spotted Chu Yunxuan not far ahead and turned away. Ran Xiuxue frowned. Why is it him again? In truth, Ran Xiuxue regretted her past decision. When Chu Yunxuan failed to get into university, she had taken the initiative to break up with him, never anticipating his sudden growth. She felt resentment. What's wrong? Zhao Shiji asked. I encountered an enemy. Ran Xiuxue replied through gritted teeth. An enemy? Zhao Shiji squinted, taking a puff of his cigarette. Yes, Chu Yunxuan. Upon hearing the name, Zhao Shiji's eyes narrowed. Chu Yunxuan. He's also my enemy. Zhao Shiji gritted his teeth. He was the only Xiantian realm student in the intermediate class of Tiannong University, renowned as the strongest genius after Shi Chuxue, Song Shuheng, and Shen Xianjun, only to be defeated by Chu Yunxuan in a single move. He had been ridiculed ever since. Do you know him? Ran Xiuxue nodded. In high school, I foolishly dated him for a few days. But rest assured, I did nothing. He was still a novice. Of course, I know that. After all, your first time was with me. Zhao Shiji chuckled, wrapping an arm around her. Unbeknownst to him, during her recent transfer to Tianyang University, Ran Xiuxue had undergone a reconstructive procedure. You must teach him a lesson, Ran Xiuxue pleaded with a pitiful expression. Zhao Shiji assured her, don't worry. Though it's not ideal to resort to violence, I'll find a way to deal with him. You keep your distance, and I'll handle the rest. With that, Zhao Shiji approached. Chu Yunxuan, what a coincidence. Chu Yunxuan looked at Zhao Shiji. Oh, it's you. Zhao Shiji extended his hand with a smile. Did not expect to see you here. Let me introduce myself, Zhao Shiji. Chu Yunxuan nodded. I know. I lost to you last time. Initially, I was quite unwilling, but I've reflected on it and hope for an opportunity to reclaim my victory. Are you here to challenge me? Zhao Shiji laughed, continuing, we are all adults now. There will be plenty of chances. To be honest, I admire you and consider you a formidable opponent. Chu Yunxuan was unsure of Zhao Shiji's intentions. Thanks. No worries. What's wrong? Haven't found a place to stay? Zhao Shiji inquired. Chu Yunxuan nodded. Come on, my family is from Qishu County. My father runs a hotel here, and I can arrange a room for you. No. Thank you. Chu Yunxuan shook his head. What's the big deal? Do you look down on me? Don't worry, I'm not that petty. Chu Yunxuan was skeptical. After that incident, Zhao Shiji had been the subject of ridicule. If he was unaffected, he would have to be extraordinarily magnanimous. Surely, he had ulterior motives. What if the system failed to activate on him? That could lead to trouble. Better to be cautious. Chu Yunxuan decided to play it safe, as the system was unstable. Don't be like that. Is it really so hard to get acquainted with you? Zhao Shiji laughed. Chu Yunxuan smiled and responded, I am cursed with a lonely star. Being with me leads to misfortune. Your enthusiasm might inadvertently bring you harm. Ha ha. Zhao Shiji burst into laughter, inwardly deriding him. Did he take him for a fool? Today, he was determined to bring Chu Yunxuan to his family's hotel. On his turf, he had plenty of ways to teach Chu Yunxuan a lesson. Since you're a lonely star, then perfectly, I have a strong constitution. I've faced numerous life and death situations since childhood and survived them all. With my resilience, why should I fear a lonely star like you? The two arrived at a hotel, which appeared quite sizable, at least a 3-star establishment. What do you think? Zhao Shiji asked. A wealthy person. Zhao Shiji chuckled, not exactly wealthy. My assets aren't substantial, but I've lived quite well over these past 20 years. He then glanced at the busy figure at the front desk. Dad, Shaojia. Zhao Shiji patted Chu Yunxuan's shoulder and said, This is my good brother Chu Yunxuan. Do we have any vacant rooms? Yes, I specifically reserved 2. Then arrange one for my brother, Zhao Shiji said. But my brother claims he is cursed with a lonely star. Dad, is that all right? Ha ha. Zhao Shiji's father laughed. No problem. Our family is resilient. Ha ha. Come over and swipe your ID. Although he smiled, he inwardly cursed, wondering how his son had befriended such a fool. Cursed with a lonely star? How ridiculous. Chu Yunxuan approached the front desk with his ID. Zhao Shiji revealed a cold smirk. Just as Chu Yunxuan swiped his ID, a notification chimed. The misfortune system activated. Chu Yunxuan. Suddenly, a loud crash emanated from upstairs, followed by the sound of shattering glass and other objects. What happened? Zhao Shiji's father's pupils constricted. Run. Numerous individuals hastily fled from the building. What is going on? Zhao Shiji exclaimed, alarmed. 2 men have a grudge against each other. They've started fighting upstairs. The person shouted before swiftly exiting. Don't fight in my hotel. Zhao Shiji's father lamented. 5 minutes later, a thunderous crash echoed as the Grand Hotel collapsed, reduced to mere rubble. Ding, reward obtained, system value 500000. Zhao Shiji stood beside Chu Yunxuan, his eyes glazed over. The hotel, which had been in his family for over a decade, was gone in an instant. My hotel. My hotel. Zhao Shiji's father clutched the hand of the adjudicator, despair etched across his face. You must apprehend those 2 who destroyed my hotel. Rest assured, we will do our utmost. The adjudicator responded. Ahem. Chu Yunxuan feigned a look of sorrow and patted Zhao Shiji's shoulder. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. Zhao Shiji gritted his teeth, continuing. Who would have thought that 2 formidable beings, sworn enemies, would coincidentally reside in my hotel? It's not your concern. Is it the fate of a lonely star? He refused to believe such nonsense. How could that be? It's merely a coincidence. But why, after so many years of peace, did it have to happen when you? Chu Yunxuan arrived? Zhao Shiji pondered, feeling increasingly troubled. Take care. I'll find another place to stay. Chu Yunxuan patted his shoulder before walking away. Zhao Shiji didn't stop him, feeling a bit intimidated. Chu Yunxuan wandered aimlessly for 2 hours until hunger struck, prompting him to seek a place to dine. It was now past mealtime, so there should be fewer patrons. The distinguished grand restaurant caught his eye. Chu Yunxuan entered, pushing the door open. Shaojia. Serve the dishes to table 8. Coming. Zhao Shiji, assisting in the kitchen, carried the food to the entrance. Brother, here to eat? There's still space upstairs. You should. Zhao Shiji's voice trailed off as he noticed Chu Yunxuan walking in. In that instant, his expression froze. The dishes he held clattered to the floor. Chu Yunxuan was equally taken aback. What a coincidence. I didn't intend to trouble you, Zhao Shiji. Chapter 60. The spirit realm opens. Zhao Shiji gazed at Chu Yunxuan, momentarily forgetting the food he had dropped. He swallowed hard, feeling an inexplicable chill along his spine. Chu Yunxuan rubbed his nose. Should I leave? Wait. Zhao Shiji called out to him. Are you here to eat? Yes, I'm hungry, Chu Yunxuan replied. Come on, Zhao Shiji insisted. Still skeptical about Chu Yunxuan being a harbinger of misfortune. How could such a thing exist? The hotel's collapse was merely a coincidence. Since you, Chu Yunxuan, have come to me, I shall not blame you. Just wait. I might add something peculiar to your meal. Chu Yunxuan smirked inwardly but feigned concern on the surface. But what if something happens again? Such nonsense. Zhao Shiji shouted. I'm not foolish enough to blame you for mere coincidence. Guests are always welcome. You come to dine. How could I send you away? What would you like? I'll have the kitchen prepare it. This is my family's establishment, so there's no need for formality. Chu Yunxuan nodded. I was worried you might think it was my fault. Impossible. Zhao Shiji replied. Chu Yunxuan approached an empty table. Ding, the misfortune system activated. This is troublesome. Zhao Shiji is truly unfortunate. At that moment, a man dining nearby clutched his stomach in agony. On my stomach. It hurts. What's wrong? Are you okay? Zhao Shiji hurriedly asked. Simultaneously, many others began to clutch their bellies. My stomach hurts. Waiter, why does my stomach hurt so much? Is there something wrong with your food? It hurts. My stomach. Please, take me to the hospital. Zhao Shiji stood in shock. Half an hour later, he and his father were at the restaurant entrance, watching as a closure notice was affixed to the door. Are you the owner of this establishment? An official inquired. Addressing Zhao Shiji's father, Zhao Dashan. Yes, I am. Your food appears to be quite toxic. Even practitioners at the Xianti realm have suffered food poisoning. No, that's not true. There must be a misunderstanding, Zhao Dashan stammered, at a loss. Do you think misunderstandings cause everyone who dined in your establishment to fall ill? Your restaurant is implicated in multiple health violations, leading to 32 cases of food poisoning hospitalization. We are imposing a permanent closure and maximum fines. Await the issuance of the decree. With that, the official departed. This is a calamity. All my hard work over the years, gone in an instant. Chu Yunxuan gently patted the dazed Zhao Shiji on the shoulder before walking away. I refuse to believe it. I have a strong fate. It cannot be. Zhao Shiji stood. Stunned, it seemed that those who held malice against him were likely to trigger the misfortune system. Chu Yunxuan appeared to have discovered this pattern, but refrained from voicing it. Did Song Shuing harbor ill will against him? Perhaps only those with ill intent would increase the probability of triggering misfortune, while strangers would have no effect at all. This seemed reasonable. Zhao Shiji was indeed consumed by hatred for him. Chu Yunxuan contemplated this as he walked for several hours, triggering misfortune effects numerous times, all involving bystanders. The severity of the misfortunes varied, further validating Chu Yunxian's theory. Night descended, and he felt no inclination to seek company for the night. His gaze fell upon a small establishment named Anywhere is Good Foot Massage. I could get a massage and simply stay the night at the massage parlor. With that thought, he approached Xiaojia. Zhao Dashan, looking as though he had aged a decade, lamented. Our family has gone bankrupt. Zhao Shiji furrowed his brow. How could we go bankrupt? We've saved quite a bit over the years. Zhao Dashan sighed. The hotel is gone. The losses are staggering. The restaurant faces maximum penalties, which should amount to hundreds of thousands. With 32 individuals hospitalized, the various expenses will easily exceed millions. If I wish to avoid prison, I'll need to come up with several million for bail. All things considered, we're left with nothing. Zhao Shiji clenched his fists tightly. Why is this happening? Tell me about Chu Yunxian. Is he truly a harbinger of misfortune? I don't know. Zhao Shiji lowered his head. Alas, all my years of hard work have been destroyed in a single day. Zhao Dashan sighed again. Looking at his remaining establishment, he added, this is our only remaining business. Though it may not thrive, it still generates some income. I'll see if I can recruit some attractive staff and hope for a resurgence. Certainly, we will. Zhao Shiji sighed deeply. How did he suddenly go from a wealthy heir to someone in debt? Just then, the door swung open. Chu Yunxian walked in and asked, Boss, are there any technicians available? I'd like a massage. Yes. Zhao Shiji turned to look. In that moment, his pupils dilated and his heart raced. As Chu Yunxian stood in shock, he inquired, are you here for a massage as well? Zhao Shiji swallowed hard. This is my family's shop. Chu Yunxian replied, Ahem, your family certainly has a wide business reach. I suppose I shall find another place. Chu Yunxian thought to himself, how unfortunate. He truly did not intend to follow Zhao Shiji. How was it that he ended up in his shop? Chu Yunxian felt a twinge of sympathy for him. It was almost unbearable, haha. Stop. Zhao Shiji called out to Chu Yunxian, who halted his steps. You want a massage? I'll arrange it. I'll find you the most beautiful technician, Zhao Shiji insisted. Nonsense. This was ridiculous. He couldn't believe it. For the third time, Chu Yunxian had encountered him. Zhao Shiji could not be blamed any longer. Once or twice might be good fortune, but a third time? How could he evade it? What about the price? Can I charge you? Let us head upstairs. Chu Yunxian stated, one thing at a time. You have your own difficulties, so I must pay. Just then, a notification sounded. The misfortune system was triggered. Suddenly, a man rushed down from upstairs. Poison. There is poison. He shouted angrily. Huh? Big brother, what poison? Zhao Shiji looked bewildered. The man pointed to his swollen lips. Look at my lips. That woman is toxic. She poisoned me like this. Zhao Shiji exclaimed. You all. A black shop. I'll smash your place. The man bellowed in fury, thunder erupting from his voice. A minute later, Chu Yunxuan stood at the entrance of the footbath shop, which had been reduced to rubble. My shop, my last remaining establishment. Zhao Dashan knelt there. A picture of despair. Zhao Shiji trembled all over. He believed it. He truly believed it. Chu Yunxuan was indeed a harbinger of calamity. Chu Yunxuan touched the tip of his nose. Leave. Zhao Shiji pointed angrily at Chu Yunxuan from a distance. Chu Yunxuan replied, don't be too. Leave. I'm going. Chu Yunxuan then departed from that place. What a calamity. What sins had Zhao Shiji committed? He howled towards the heavens. However, at that moment, outside Qingmu County, in the realm of beasts, a familiar blue light shot up into the sky. Concurrently, everyone looked on in awe. The spirit realm had opened. Quick. The spirit realm has opened. Let's go. Chu Yunxuan raised an eyebrow. Finally, it had begun. Chapter 61. Entering the spirit realm surrounded by a throng of people rushing towards the beast realm, Chu Yunxuan's phone rang. Lin Yar's voice came through. The spirit realm has opened. Where shall we meet? Chu Yunxuan replied, at the stone tablet in Qingmu County. All right. After hanging up, Chu Yunxuan made his way towards the beast realm. Behind him, Zhao Shiji gazed at the remnants of his family's last enterprise, now a wasteland. He clenched his fists. Chu Yunxuan, you truly are a calamity. This was undoubtedly the work of a harbinger of misfortune. Even if it were mere coincidence, it was too terrifying. Zhao Shiji swallowed hard. Dad, Zhao Shiji declared, I'm going. If I can seize any opportunity this time, I could at least reach the realm of Tianzuan. Zhao Dashan nodded. Go, but be sure to stay safe. Zhao Shiji then departed. Son, Zhao Dashan couldn't help but call out. Dad, is there something else? Zhao Dashan cautioned. Once you enter the spirit realm, be sure to keep your distance from that Chu Yunxuan. Stay as far away from him as possible. He is a harbinger of misfortune, and being too close to him could endanger your life. A chill ran down Zhao Shiji's spine. I understand. I won't be near him. The spirit realm is inherently fraught with danger. I cannot gamble with my life. Zhao Dashan nodded in relief. Then I am reassured. Go, and be safe. All right. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxuan waited by the stone tablet in Qingmu County, surrounded by people departing for the spirit realm. After a while, Lin Yar, Jiang Ying, and Xiao Qiyue approached. Jiang Ying looked at Chu Yunxuan with a smile. Isn't it unfortunate that the spirit realm opened at this time? Otherwise, you could have shared a bed with the lady tonight. Chu Yunxuan rolled his eyes. You talk too much. Xiao Qiyue stretched and said, let us go. We should find the dean over in the spirit realm. The four of them proceeded toward the beast realm. Soon, they arrived at a spot bustling with people, illuminated by blue and white lights. A dense crowd gathered, numbering at least tens of thousands. Jiang Ying gasped in astonishment. Not just that, Xiao Qiyue remarked. There are many still en route. It is normal for the spirit realm to draw in hundreds of thousands of martial artists. After all, the spirit realm is scarce. And with billions of people on Blue Star, everyone seeks opportunities and treasures. Even a gathering of several tens of thousands is considered few. Is the spirit realm really that large? Can it accommodate so many people? The odds of obtaining some unknown treasures amidst so many competitors is minuscule, Chu Yunxuan remarked. Jiang Ying smirked. Seems like you're not well versed in the spirit realm. Lin Yar explained. Generally, those capable of creating a spirit realm usually craft small worlds within. While it may appear small, it could be larger than Tianhua City. What exactly lies within depends on what the creator has fashioned. I see. Chu Yunxuan nodded. He then observed the spirit realm, which seemed still unopened, with only the gathering light. Many powerful figures appeared to be arriving, including the dean from Tianlin University in Linen City, a figure of the realm of laws, Jiang Ying noted. Xiao Qiyue added, not just him. Many experts from the Light God Alliance and Tianyu factions have come, likely even those from the realm of domains. What about the Tianzuan realm? Chu Yunxuan inquired. Xiao Qiyue explained. It's unlikely there will be any Tianzuan experts, or perhaps just a few. Even if they do come, it's probably to protect their descendants, as the spirit realm does not attract those of that caliber. Once one reaches such a level, there is no need to visit places like this. Qin Jinhai and some others approached them. Song Shuhing stood a distance away, unwilling to approach, as he felt embarrassed to face Jiang Ying after the incident earlier. At that moment, the crowd stirred. It's opening. The entrance to the spirit realm is opening. Quick. If you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you catch the tiger cub? This time, I will defy the heavens. Don't push. Are you rushing to your doom? The light coalesced into a massive portal-like entrance. The crowd surged forth, eager to step inside, fearing that the entrance might close at any moment. Once inside, follow me. Lin Yar instructed Chu Yunxuan. All right, he nodded. Following the throng, they entered the immense portal. Upon contact, it rippled like the surface of water. Once inside, Everything turned white. Chu Yunxuan instinctively shut his eyes. The air transformed, fresh and devoid of the faint, bloody scent that lingered in the beast realm. When he opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by a group of unfamiliar faces, all scanning their strange surroundings. Xiaoyar, Chu Yunxuan called out, but she was not there. Lin Yar, Jiang Ying, and Xiao Qi Yue were missing as well. He stood amidst a crowd of strangers. They had all entered together. Why had they been separated? Huh? Brother, where are you? Didn't you come? Zhang Wei, Li Fei, where is everyone? The air was filled with calls and shouts. It is evident that many individuals have arrived in pairs. However, much like Chu Yunxuan, they have entered together yet find themselves in disparate locations. It appears that each person who enters the spiritual realm is randomly assigned to different places, a method devised by the realm's master. Chu Yunxuan pondered for a moment, realizing that this realm was even more wondrous than he had anticipated. He then surveyed his surroundings. The area was surrounded by towering mountains, so high that their peaks were obscured from view. They were enclosed within a vast space, and after a cursory glance, Chu Yunxuan noted that no new arrivals had joined them. This indicated that for the foreseeable journey ahead, it would be just these few individuals traveling together, approximately 500 souls. In contrast to the hundreds of thousands who had initially entered, it was disconcerting for many, invoking a sense of insecurity. They began to murmur among themselves, expressing their concerns. What do you mean it's just us hundreds? If danger arises, we won't have sufficient strength to defend ourselves. I'm merely at the 5th star of the Minchgao realm, and I had hoped to blend in with the larger contingent of over 100,000, scavenging for opportunities. Just a few hundred of us. This is it. I'm done for. Is there a brave soul willing to protect me? If you can ensure my safety, I would be grateful beyond measure once we escape this perilous situation. The scarcity of numbers, combined with the predominance of those lacking significant prowess, led many to regret their decision to enter. Chu Yunxuan was scanning the crowd for any familiar faces when a furious shout shattered his contemplation. What? Huang Qianli from the Killing Alliance. Panic surged through the crowd. How could this happen to us? Huang Qianli, a formidable master of the domain realm, has taken countless lives and has been pursued by the Divine Alliance, the Celestial Domain, and the Judgment Society for 15 years without capture. How can he be here with us? Their pupils dilated in fear. How could they find themselves in the company of such a nefarious character? Was this not a death sentence for them all? Chapter 62 Zhao Shiji. What the hell? Chu Yunxuan. The crowd looked on in terror at the figure before them. Among the more than 500 individuals, a significant portion comprised ordinary martial artists, unfazed by the prospect of death, who had come merely to test their luck. Their ranks not particularly elevated. The name Huang Qianli had graced the screens numerous times. To them, he was synonymous with villainy. Being in close proximity to him felt like a death knell. Chu Yunxuan turned his gaze toward a middle-aged man of modest height, who was slowly removing his cap. Hee. Team Leader Wang. You seem to have me on your mind amidst all these people, Huang Qianli sneered. A man enveloped in thunderous energy appeared, and suddenly, over a dozen figures approached, encircling Huang Qianli. What is the matter? Are the Divine Alliance and Celestial Domain in such a hurry to take action against me? Huang Qianli mocked with a smirk. Team Leader Wang Huaguang dispersed the thunderous energy and fixed his gaze intently. You would do well to behave, for if you dare harm the innocent, I shall ensure your demise. It was clear that Wang Huaguang was acutely aware of Huang Qianli's capabilities. A confrontation would likely result in numerous casualties among the assembled crowd, thus he refrained from making any rash moves. Ha ha ha. Everyone enters the spiritual realm seeking opportunities. I have no time to harm the innocent, do I, Team Leader Wang? Huang Qianli retorted with a cold laugh. Let us hope it remains that way. The crowd collectively sighed in relief, grateful for the presence of some powerful members from the Divine Alliance and Celestial Domain who could potentially contend with Huang Qianli. Wang Huaguang surveyed the crowd and proclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, I am Wang Huaguang, team leader of the Divine Alliance in Tian'an City. At the 1st star of the domain realm. The current circumstances in the spiritual realm have taken us all by surprise. None anticipated our separation. This is now our reality. So we must travel together. Therefore, regardless of whether it be for the sake of opportunity or to enhance our chances of survival, I urge you all to exercise caution and heed commands. Another man nodded in agreement. What Team Leader Wang says is correct. I am Zhou Fan, team leader of the 3rd group from the Celestial Domain in Bohai City, also at the 1st star of the domain realm. We must journey together from this point forth. Before we proceed, I would like to assess our collective strength, so I ask that all martial artists of the Xiantian realm and above step forward. Among the 500 individuals, over 200 complied. Zhou Fan acknowledged, our overall strength is commendable, with more than 200 martial artists of the Xiantian realm and above. along with a few I personally recognize as masters of the law realm. He then continued, members of the Divine Alliance and Celestial Domain, please step forward. Over 20 individuals emerged. Although they were unfamiliar faces, the responsibilities of the Divine Alliance and Celestial Domain were to protect humanity, and this would remain true in this realm. Thus, Zhou Fan hoped for their cooperation. Understood. Wang Huaguang added, from here on, I hope everyone will follow the arrangements made by me and team leader Zhou. The spiritual realm is fraught with peril, and only through cooperation can we enhance our chances of survival and seize opportunities. Do you understand? Understood. The crowd echoed in unison. Chu Yunxuan muttered to himself, 2 masters of the domain realm and over a dozen from the law realm. Though we number just over 500, our assembly is indeed formidable. At the 8th star of the Xiantian realm, Chu Yunxuan felt compelled to align himself with them. At that moment, Zhao Shiji spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. Song Shuheng? Song Shuheng turned his gaze towards him. Do you know me? Is that really you, Song Shuheng? Of course, I know you. You are the famous Song Shuheng from Tianhua University. I am Zhao Shiji from Tianyang University, he exclaimed excitedly. Song Shuheng smiled. Ah, Zhao Shiji, now I recognize you. Greetings. Hello, hello. What a stroke of luck to encounter someone familiar. Zhao Shiji shook his hand vigorously. Song Shuheng chuckled. Please take care of me. As I am also at the Xiantian realm, though only at the 1st star. Zhao Shiji noted the current situation and thought that finding an acquaintance to team up with would be safer. Besides, Song Shuheng was well known for his amiable nature. Being with him felt reassuring. Not a problem, but don't overestimate my capabilities. I have yet to advance to the divine realm, Song Shuheng replied with a smile. You are still Song Gu. Zhao Shiji laughed. See if you can spot anyone else you know. It's safer to band together with acquaintances, Song Shuheng suggested. Zhao Shiji scanned the crowd. In the next moment, he spotted a figure. What the hell? Zhao Shiji's eyes widened, and a chill ran down his spine. Noticing Zhao Shiji's reaction, Song Shuheng inquired, what's wrong? Zhao Shiji gulped nervously, pointing at Chu Yunxuan. It's him. Oh my god. It's Chu Yunxuan. Chu Yunxuan? Song Shuheng frowned, and also turned to look. It was indeed Chu Yunxuan. It seemed heaven had granted him the chance to eliminate Chu Yunxuan. However, why did Zhao Shiji appear so utterly terrified? Had he not been defeated by Chu Yunxuan in a single move? Why was he so shaken? It's over. Song Gu, we're doomed. If he with us, we'll all perish. There won't be a single survivor. Zhao Shiji's face was pale with fear. Clearly, he had developed a phobia of Chu Yunxuan. He resolved to steer clear of this fateful star. After all, they had entered randomly, yet here they were, with over 100,000 people. And fate had conspired to place Chu Yunxuan among these 500. Was this heaven's way of ensuring his demise? Why are you so afraid of him? You lost one match, that's all. He's actually quite a decent person, Song Shuheng reassured him, patting Zhao Shiji on the back. Zhao Shiji hastily retorted, Song Gu, you don't understand. This Chu Yunxuan is a harbinger of misfortune. Anyone who gets close to him is bound to encounter calamity. If we travel with him, we're done for. None of us will survive. A harbinger of misfortune? Song Shuheng could not help but chuckle upon hearing this. I mean, what era are we in? You actually believe in such nonsense? Zhao Shijia, with a face full of despair, exclaimed, No, I must get out. Where can I escape? I must leave, or I shall perish. Zhao Shijia shouted in terror, desperately searching for an exit. I must go? I must go? Initially, everyone was quietly observing their surroundings. But Zhao Shijia's frantic actions shattered the tranquility. The crowd's gaze shifted towards him, and Chu Yunxuan turned to follow the sound. Upon seeing Zhao Shijia, Chu Yunxian's lips twitched involuntarily. Goodness, how is it him again? Chu Yunxuan was bewildered. Among hundreds of thousands, their small group of 5 ended up in this place, and Zhao Shijia was with him? This fellow was rather unfortunate. Chapter 63. The highest difficulty of the spirit realm. Zhao Shijia's panic reignited the fear that had settled over the group. Wang Huaiguang frowned upon witnessing this. You. He pointed at Zhao Shijia and reprimanded, Be quiet. Don't disturb the others. Zhao Shijia, resembling a madman, kept muttering, I must get out. I will die here. Shut up. Wang Huaiguang roared, and his voice jolted Zhao Shijia back to reality. Wang Huaiguang questioned, If you were so afraid, why did you come here? With a woeful expression, Zhao Shijia pointed at Chu Yunxuan and replied, Leader Wang, you have no idea. This person is a harbinger of misfortune. Being with him will bring us calamity. We will die. The crowd fell silent, turning their attention to Chu Yunxuan. Ha ha ha. The next moment, laughter erupted from everyone. Was this fellow really scared senseless? A harbinger of misfortune? I, too, possess the formidable dual pupils. And I have the supreme bone. Have you read too many fantasy novels? Truly absurd. This is hilarious. Seeing the disbelief on their faces, Zhao Shijie hurriedly insisted, "No. Really, it's true just today." He then recounted the events of the day. "That's enough." Wang Huaiguang interjected sharply. "What harbinger of misfortune? Isn't everything you mentioned mere coincidence? Coincidences occurring on the same day do not make it a harbinger of misfortune. Stop burdening everyone with unnecessary fears. Be quiet." Zhao Shijie hung his head in silence. Song Shuheng approached him and patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't overthink it. Rest assured, I will protect you. Thank you, Brother Song." After speaking, Zhao Shijie discreetly glanced at Chu Yunxuan. Chu Yunxuan then added, "I was merely joking with Zhao Shijie at the time." He took it seriously. "My apologies for the unnecessary trouble, everyone." How ridiculous. Huang Qianli from the Killing Alliance shot a glance at Chu Yunxuan. "Is this what you so-called martial arts university students produce? Just like this?" He pointed at Zhao Shijie. "Leader Wang, Leader Zhou. If these are the types you have in the Divine Alliance and Heavenly Domain, how will you protect humanity?" Laughter followed his words. Wang Huaiguang frowned. "Huang Qianli, you would do well to keep your mouth shut." Yes, I shall heed Leader Wang's words," Huang Qianli retorted with a cold smirk. Song Shuheng stepped in front of Chu Yunxuan and said, "My apologies, Zhao Shijie is my younger brother. There may be some misunderstanding between you two. Please don't take it to heart. It's no problem. I'm fortunate to be with Senior Song." Chu Yunxuan replied with a smile. Song Shuheng grinned. "Since we know each other now, let us stick together moving forward and look out for one another." Deep down, he thought about winning Chu Yunxian's trust, hoping for an opportunity to eliminate him later. Chu Yunxian nodded in agreement. Ding. System trigger, reward obtained, system value 10,000. Chu Yunxian. In the next moment, Song Shuheng frowned. "Damn it, why does my stomach hurt again? That sensation, should I let it go? Gamble? Forget it. Hold it back. No more gambling." Chu Yunxian found this curious. According to his deductions, the system triggered more easily against those harboring malice towards him. Song Shuheng had triggered it several times. Could he be a hypocrite? This thought made Chu Yunxian wary. Song Shuheng then smiled and said, "Zhao Jie, come over and greet Chu Yunxian." Zhao Shijie shook his head. "I won't go. I truly cannot." Song Shuheng chuckled helplessly and said to Chu Yunxian, "It seems this misunderstanding is rather significant." "Indeed," came the reply. Just then, someone observing the surroundings shouted, "Everyone, there's something over here." Upon hearing this, the crowd gathered around. There was a stone table with 10 cards laid out. A line of text was inscribed. The individual began to read aloud. On the table, there are 10 cards, corresponding to the numbers 1 to 10. Please send someone to draw a card. The card drawn will determine the difficulty level of your first challenge in the spirit realm, with 1 being the easiest and 10 being the most difficult. How interesting, Chu Yunxian remarked, raising an eyebrow. Song Shuheng added, "This is my first time in the spirit realm as well. The contents are crafted by the realm's master. Whatever he desires can manifest as long as he has the ability. Shall I draw?" A girl asked quietly, looking at the crowd. "Hold on." Wang Huaiguang, the leader of the Divine Alliance, halted her. He pointed at Chu Yunxian and said, "Let this young man draw." His reasoning was simple. Due to Zhao Shijie's earlier incident, a cloud of fear loomed over the group again. This situation was unacceptable. He needed to act. Isn't he a harbinger of misfortune? Let him draw. As long as he doesn't draw a 10, the underlying fear should dissipate, right? Me? Chu Yunxian pointed at himself. Zhao Shijie's pupils constricted. "No, this won't do. Leader Wang, he cannot draw." Zhao Shijie shouted. Zhou Fan, the leader of the Heavenly Domain, interjected, "Brother, it's simple. You've been shouting about him being a harbinger of misfortune, terrified to death. This affects everyone's morale greatly. Let him draw, as long as it's not a 10. You shouldn't be worried anymore. He will definitely draw the highest difficulty of 10. He is the harbinger of misfortune." Zhao Shijie protested. Laughter erupted among many nearby. "Ha, a harbinger of misfortune? Let him come. Ha, I agree. If he has the capability, let him draw a 10 for us. Ha. Come on. Chu Yunxian, right? We agree. Go ahead." The crowd clamored. Chu Yunxian, "Please, no. I feel immense pressure." Wang Huaiguang laughed and patted Chu Yunxian on the shoulder, saying, "It's fine. Regardless of what you draw, no one will blame you." "Exactly," the crowd echoed. "All right, I'll give it a try." Chu Yunxian conceded as he walked over. Gulp. Zhao Shijie swallowed hard. Wang Huaiguang remained confident. What harbinger of misfortune? The odds are 1 in 10. He cannot possibly draw a 10. Chu Yunxian stood before the cards, activating his insightful eye to see if he could discern the cards' faces. However, there was no effect. It seemed he would have to rely on chance. The misfortune system affects others. It does not apply to himself. Surely he wouldn't draw a 10? With a casual gesture, Chu Yunxian placed his hand on one of the cards. This one. Immediately, the other 9 cards burst into flames, turning to ash. Ding. System trigger. Chu Yunxuan? Huh? System trigger? Why would the system trigger? I chose this myself. Wait. This choice pertains to everyone. This means that although he made the selection, others triggered the effect. Chu Yunxuan is merely caught up in it. However, the system must be on my side. Right? Even with a 10, he should be in no real danger, right? Let's take a look, Wang Huaiguang suggested. Chu Yunxuan then opened the card. The number displayed was 10. Chu Yunxuan. Everyone. Zhao Shiji. Chapter 64. Am I, a mere Xiantian realm, being tricked? Gulp. As everyone witnessed Chu Yunxuan draw the highest difficulty of 10, they couldn't help but swallow hard. Then, a wave of agitation swept through the crowd. They had spoken so nonchalantly before, but at this moment, they were utterly distraught. What? A 10? He actually drew the highest difficulty? Damn. The spirit realm is inherently unpredictable. Who knows how perilous it could be? And he has drawn the most challenging level for us. Ah, is he truly cursed? Oh no, this is bad. Is it possible that I might perish here? This is over. This is truly over. Zhao Shiji, in utter despair, clutched his hair and shouted. I told you so. I said he was a cursed star, didn't I? You didn't believe me, but do you believe me now? The corner of Wang Huaiguang's mouth twitched. He certainly didn't believe in such a cursed star nonsense. He didn't believe it now either. However, a 1 in 10 chance. Brother, you actually drew it. Damn. Huang Qianli from the Killing Alliance narrowed his eyes. You bastard. I will kill you. With that, Huang Qianli's aura surged, and in an instant, Wang Huaiguang, Zhou Fan, and dozens of other experts stepped forward. Wang Huaiguang pointed at Huang Qianli. Huang Qianli, do you dare? Huang Qianli's murderous intent flared as he glared at Chu Yunxuan. Brat. Upon seeing Huang Qianli retract his aura, Wang Huaiguang shouted. Enough. Silence. Everyone. Quiet down. The crowd gradually settled. Wang Huaiguang continued. There's no such thing as a cursed star. It's merely a coincidence. What era are we in? Do you still believe in cursed stars? Wouldn't you be ridiculed for saying that? A 1 in 10 chance is still quite significant. It's perfectly normal. Zhou Fan nodded in agreement. Yes, when he drew the card, your eyes must have been on the 10 cards on the table, right? Many of you probably intended to draw the card he selected, which is perfectly normal. Don't overthink it. Song Shuheng added. The 2 team leaders are correct. I also intended to select that card. A 1 in 10 chance is still considerable. Moreover, I attend the same university as Chu Yunxuan. He has a sister, friends, and a lover. If he were truly a cursed star, wouldn't that mean everyone around him must perish? But as far as I know, his sister is quite renowned in the entire Tianhua city, so there is no such thing as a cursed star. It's all mere coincidence. The crowd nodded in agreement. Thank you, Senior Song, Chu Yunxuan expressed. Song Shuheng smiled. There is no need for thanks. I merely stated a fact. At that moment, a portal appeared before them. It seems this is where we will face trials and dangers, everyone. Wang Huaiguang, being the heart of the group, continued. A difficulty of 10 is merely the hardest. It doesn't signify a death trap. Just be more cautious. Let us go. Subsequently, everyone stepped into the portal. Upon entering, they found themselves in a brand new map. Before them lay a small grove. The ground was covered with many seemingly slippery vines. It didn't appear to be anything special. However, the next second, the group suddenly realized something was amiss. The trees in the grove. Why do they have eyes? Red eyes, staring directly at them. Then, countless vines began to writhe and surge toward them, reminiscent of wood-based entanglements. What? Tree demons? What? Do tree demons truly exist in this world? Although it's said that all things can possess spirits, I have never seen a tree become a beast. They do exist in reality, but they are extremely rare. They shouldn't be too strong, right? Wait, we are at difficulty 10. They shouldn't be weak. Domain realm, tree demons. Wang Huaiguang's pupils constricted as he sensed their might. He had never encountered tree demons before, nor did he have much combat experience. There were hundreds of these tree demons, with several at the domain realm and a dozen or so at the law realm. Most were at the Xiantian realm, with a few at the Xiantai realm. Wang Huaiguang declared, everyone, choose your battle targets independently. Safety is the priority. Captain Zhou Fan, our target is the domain realm tree demons. Zhou Fan nodded. Huang Qianli, you can't possibly sit this one out, can you? Wang Huaiguang looked at Huang Qianli of the domain realm. Humph. Huang Qianli snorted. His body enveloped in flames as he charged forward. The overwhelming vines rushing toward him were instantly incinerated. Go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crowd released their spiritual powers and attributes. Beginning their battle, Huang Qianli leaped high, landing atop a domain realm tree demon. Dragon roar across the heavens. From his elevated position, he struck down with a palm. 5 terrifying fire dragons surged toward the tree demon. The group felt the overwhelming power of the domain realm and couldn't help but gasp in awe. So powerful. It doesn't seem too problematic. However, the domain realm tree demon quickly conjured dense vines in the air. Is it effective? Huang Qianli scoffed. The flames incinerated the vines completely. Average. Huang Qianli sneered and charged in, yet the incinerated vines suddenly regrew. Countless vines from all directions wrapped around Huang Qianli. The vines crackled with lightning. Ah, Huang Qianli, now encased like a ball, screamed from within. Soon after, the flames broke free from their restraints. Charred black. Huang Qianli quickly distanced himself. It seems this is not an easy battle. Spirit Gazing Eye. Chu Yunxuan activated his Spirit Gazing Eye. Bloody Tree Demon. Realm. Xiantian Realm 3 stars. Attribute. Wood. Lightning. Weakness. Fire. Chu Yunxuan was unfamiliar with this type of beast. It likely isn't documented in the outside world. Perhaps they were cultivated here by the Spirit Realm's master many years ago. But they are indeed demonic beasts, and they possess a lightning attribute. Let us give it a try. Chu Yunxuan gathered flames. With his proficiency at maximum in the elemental body of fire, the tree demon's weakness was indeed fire. He anticipated causing significant damage. Whoosh, grasping the flame sun sword. Flames surged as Chu Yunxuan charged forward. The vines were effortlessly severed. Although formidable, the beast's weakness lay in its lack of mobility. As long as he could close the distance, he could take it down. Chu Yunxuan's combat prowess was astonishing. His speed, physique, and strength had been enhanced multiple times. His stats far surpassed that of Enchantai Realm 8 stars. The intensity of the flames effortlessly dealt with the obstructing vines, allowing him to reach the tree demon. Swish, the sword descended from above, cleaving the tree demon in two, igniting it in flames. However, the next second, countless vines coalesced around Chu Yunxuan, attempting to bind him. Be extremely cautious. Do not get ensnared by the vines. If you are bound, no one can rescue you. The tree demon will unleash its lightning attribute, and you will perish. Zhou Fan shouted. Chu Yunxuan quickly pulled away. On another front, Song Shuheng observed Chu Yunxuan, in Xiantai Realm 8 stars, effortlessly dispatching a tree demon of Xiantian Realm level. He felt quite indignant. His target would certainly be one of the Divine Realm tree demons. Shiji, are you still afraid? Song Shuheng glanced at Zhao Shiji. Brother Song, you have no idea. Zhao Shiji replied, his face bitter. Song Shuheng said, all right, I'll join the fight now. With that, he released his wind attribute, unleashing countless wind blades as he dashed toward a Divine Realm tree demon at breakneck speed. The wind blades sliced through the many approaching vines. A beast is merely a beast. Song Shuheng maintained his speed, slicing and charging ahead. Ding! The system activated. Thud! The next second, Song Shuheng tripped and was sent flying 20 meters due to his excessive speed. He fell directly before the tree demon. Song Shuheng. Zhao Shiji. Chapter 65. This battle is quite strange. Song Shuheng was bewildered. After years of combat experience, whether sparring with others or battling beasts, he had never tripped during a fight. To fall right before this tree demon? Zhao Shiji stared in disbelief. What? The formidable Song Shuheng, on the verge of advancing to the Divine Realm, actually fell in combat? Directly in front of the tree demon? Was this not akin to delivering oneself to the enemy? This is possible? Brother Song, Zhao Shiji shouted. After falling, Song Shuheng immediately attempted to rise and distance himself. However, how could the tree demon overlook someone who had fallen right before it? Dozens of vines swiftly ensnared Song Shuheng. He struggled desperately, yet could not break free. Damn it! Damn it! Song Shuheng cursed angrily. He had tripped. Ha ha ha! He tripped over a stone. Thunder crackled through the vines. Ah! Song Shiji's anguished cry echoed. Help! Help! Song Shuheng howled with all his might. What was most terrifying? One vine pierced through the back of his pants, attempting to burrow into him. Ah! Chu Yunxuan witnessed this, but refrained from intervening, as he suspected Song Shuheng was a harbinger of misfortune. Whoosh! A powerful being from the Law Realm rushed in and swiftly dispatched the tree demon. Only then did Song Shuheng manage to break free. Are you all right? The powerful being inquired. Thank you, brother, for your assistance, Song Shuheng expressed gratefully. Be cautious, I watched you trip. How could a martial artist nearing the Divine Realm make such a basic mistake? With that, he sped away. Gritting his teeth, Song Shuheng pulled a vine from behind him, stained with blood. Ouch! Damn it! Song Shuheng's eyes narrowed. At that moment, he was utterly exasperated. Damn it! You dare to stab me? Song Shuheng was beside himself with rage. He could only vent his frustration on the tree demon. Die! He unleashed his formidable power and charged at another tree demon of the Xiantian realm. All's well that ends well. Zhao Shiji sighed in relief from a distance. However, the next moment, Zhao Shiji's pupils dilated. He watched in horror as the furious Song Shuheng charged at the tree demon, and fell once more. His head struck the ground with a thud. Above, a black object soared into the air and landed beside Zhao Shiji. He glanced over. It was Song Shuheng's shoe, though its sole was missing. Zhao Shiji comprehended why Song Shuheng had fallen again. Despite his swift speed, the sole had slipped off. With such momentum, it was inevitable that he would crash to the ground. Song Shuheng screamed in frustration. His shoe sole had come off. After over 20 years, he had tripped during a fight for the first time. The sole had detached during his sprint, causing him to slip. Thankfully, the opponent was not a beast. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he would perish. Song Shuheng hurried back. Brother Song, are you all right? Zhao Shiji asked. Damn it. My shoe sole came off and caused me to slip. Song Shuheng clenched his fists. Brother Song, haven't you noticed? Tripping and losing your shoe sole. Isn't this strange? It's Chu Yunxuan. He is cursed by the lonely star, Zhao Shiji exclaimed, agitated. Don't be superstitious. There's no such thing. I'm just nervous, as it's my first time in the spirit realm, Song Shuheng replied. He wished to take out his anger on Chu Yunxuan, but that did not mean he believed in such things. Shiji, do you have any spare shoes in your spatial ring? Song Shuheng inquired. Zhao Shiji shook his head. None. Song Shuheng said. Not wearing shoes greatly affects me as a wind attribute martial artist. You should refrain from fighting for now. If not, why don't you lend me your shoes? Zhao Shiji lifted his right foot. Brother Song, do you still want shoes without a sole? Zhao Shiji asked. Song Shuheng. Your shoe sole is gone too? You weren't fighting just now, were you? Song Shuheng asked, bewildered. Zhao Shiji sighed. It fell off while I was walking. Song Shuheng. Ding. System triggered. Ding. System triggered. The previously silent system resumed its notifications. Chu Yunxuan approached Song Shuheng. Zhao Shiji wisely stepped aside. Senior Song, are you all right? Chu Yunxuan asked. Song Shuheng shook his head. Quite embarrassing, to trip and lose my shoe sole. Achieving nothing and nearly delivering myself to the enemy. It's your first time in the spirit realm. You must be nervous, right? Song Shuheng nodded. Yes. Just then. Ding. System triggered. Rewards obtained. Realm increased by 2 stars. Strength 500. Spirit power 50,000. Spatial attribute mastery 10. Chu Yunxuan was taken aback. This reward is rather impressive. What happened? He looked up. In the void, Wang Huaiguang wielded a sword, channeling terrifying thunder. This move? I don't believe you want to die. Wang Huaiguang roared. Thunder flashed, and a fearsome sword aura slashed towards the tree demon of the domain realm. However, whoosh, Huang Qianli from the Killing Alliance suddenly flew in from an unknown direction, right into the path of Wang Huaiguang's sword. Wang Huaiguang's pupils constricted. Damn. Dodge. He shouted. This sword was aimed at the life of the tree demon. How could Huang Qianli, from the Killing Alliance, unexpectedly fly into the path of this sword aura? He indeed wanted to eliminate Huang Qianli. However, Huang Qianli was a domain realm warrior, a rare powerhouse among them. Killing the tree demon was paramount. As Huang Qianli flew, he heard the shout and turned to see the terrifying sword aura rushing towards him. He wanted to evade. Yet, the previous second, he had been struck by the thunder of the tree demon. He was still under the inertia of being propelled away. To stabilize himself would take at least another second. He could not escape. Huang Qianli watched helplessly as he drifted into the path of the thunder sword aura. His lips moved. The lip movement clearly indicated. Damn it. The next moment. Huang Qianli let out a tragic scream as he was struck directly by Wang Huaiguang's thunder sword aura. Puffed. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Subsequently, he crashed heavily to the ground, creating a large crater. Chu Yunxuan witnessed Wang Huaiguang's devastating strike, observed Huang Qianli simultaneously being struck by the tree demon's thunder, and then saw him fly into the path of the thunder sword aura, only to be hit once more. Such misfortune. Chu Yunxuan muttered to himself. Wang Huaiguang rubbed his forehead, utterly bewildered. I truly did not mean to do that. Chapter 66 Huang Qianli, punished by the system. Cough cough, Huang Qianli, grievously injured, emerged covered in soot and blood. Wang Huaiguang. He pointed an accusatory finger at Wang Huaiguang, shouting furiously. Did you betray me? Damn it. I'll kill you. With that, Huang Qianli, enveloped in flames, charged at Wang Huaiguang. Bang bang bang. The two domain realm warriors engaged in battle. Huang Qianli, have you lost your mind? Wang Huaiguang bellowed. You set me up first. I knew you were looking for a chance to kill me. Wang Huaiguang retorted. Did I not warn you? I was attacking the tree demon. How was I to know you'd be struck and happen to fly into my attack's path? Can you blame me for that? Huang Qianli shouted in fury, striking the ground with his fist, creating a massive pit. He realized it was indeed a coincidence. Furthermore, Wang Huaiguang had warned him. It could only be said that his luck had run out. being struck by the tree demon, and then coincidentally colliding with Wang Huaiguang's attack. Damn it! Huang Qianli was in a fit of rage, feeling utterly powerless. Wang Huaiguang advised, you should seek out Lu Minjun for treatment. Eliminating the tree demon is our top priority. Song Shuheng, witnessing the scene, remarked, indeed, this was an unintentional act on Leader Wang's part. Chu Yunxuan nodded in agreement. Yes, it was merely coincidental. Song Shuheng concurred. After more than an hour, all the tree demons had been vanquished. We won. It seems, the most challenging tasks weren't as daunting as expected. Thanks to Leader Wang and the support of several formidable experts at the domain level and more than a dozen at the law level, we triumphed. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. However, a cry of despair erupted from Huang Qianli. The others turned their attention towards him. What on earth? Wang Huaiguang exclaimed in shock. How could Huang Qianli be so severely injured? His previous strike had indeed inflicted a grave wound, but subsequently, a wood element law-level warrior had treated him, coupled with his own healing methods, so recovering 30% should have been feasible. Yet now, his condition appeared even more dire than after that initial blow. Wang Huaiguang, what has happened to Huang Qianli? He inquired. Damn it! Asked that scoundrel Zhou Fan. Huang Qianli roared in fury. Wang Huaiguang turned to Zhou Fan, who coughed awkwardly. Earlier, I concentrated a martial technique to strike the tree demon, but it was deflected, and the rebound struck Huang Qianli. Wang Huaiguang responded. Huang Qianli, do you believe they did this on purpose? Isn't it obvious that it was all an accident? Wang Huaiguang countered. Zhou Fan added, you've committed too many sins stained with the blood of our kin. This is merely karmic retribution. Why not others? A figure limped over, appearing equally battered. Why am I suffering misfortune despite my lack of wrongdoing? Lu Minjun asked. Ask Huang Qianli. That rascal. Lu Minjun gritted his teeth. Is it my fault? Huang Qianli retorted. I fought the tree demon despite my injuries. It was already a struggle. Yet I had to endure your persecution. What have I said? Lu Minjun continued. I was engaged in battle with a tree demon, gathering my ultimate move. When this Huang Qianli suddenly crashed into me from who knows where, causing our attacks to collide. This Huang Qianli has no sense of discernment, just relentlessly pursuing me. Is it my fault? Isn't it your own inadequacy that led to being struck by the beast and crashing into me? Yet I still helped you heal. The members of the Killing Alliance are truly heartless. Huang Qianli fumed. How am I to feel after being mistakenly injured by the three of you? Coincidence? Are there so many coincidences? How can I not be enraged? This battle has been exceedingly frustrating, a law-level expert commented. There is something even more infuriating. I witnessed a space element warrior teleport directly into the path of another warrior's technique and get hit. I saw a warrior sprinting when suddenly a shoe flew off and struck another combatant in the face, causing them to lose focus and inadvertently unleash their technique upon another. Song Shuheng coughed. That was me. Truly bizarre occurrences. Someone exclaimed. Could it be that the legend of the cursed star holds some truth? All eyes turned to Chu Yunxuan. Enough. Wang Huaiguang interjected. In high-intensity battles, unexpected incidents are commonplace. With so many of us and lacking a well-trained team, our lack of coordination leads to such accidental injuries. Zhou Fan nodded. Indeed, there is no such thing as a cursed star. Let us not delve into the supernatural. Chu Yunxuan agreed fervently. Exactly. It's the seasoned experts among us who see things clearly. Then how do you explain so many shoes flying off? Could that be mere coincidence? Someone inquired. Song Shuheng replied. I too am a victim. But upon reflection, look at the ground. It's covered with slippery vines. Warriors move swiftly, and it's only natural for shoes to fly off when they slip. That does seem plausible. Chu Yunxuan nodded vigorously. Over the last hour, Chu Yunxuan had reaped countless benefits, accumulating various system values and attribute points, elevating his realm to the 10th star of the profound body realm, potentially on the brink of ascending to the profound heaven realm. Everyone, let us first recover our strength and wounds before we set out again, Zhou Fan suggested. Agreed. After several hours, as a few leading experts rose, the crowd gathered. A path has appeared ahead. Let us proceed. They moved forward in unison. Zhao Shiji approached Song Shuheng. Brother Song, do you still believe this isn't Chu Yunxuan's fault? Such frequent accidents seem unreasonable. Song Shuheng replied. Haven't we clarified this? The shoes flew off due to slipping. The other incidents resulted from our lack of coordination in combat, which is entirely normal. But, enough. I've experienced several mishaps and found no issues. Let us not dwell on baseless suspicions. Understood. Zhao Shiji nodded. Before them lay a gorge, and upon crossing it, 6 paths emerged. The choice loomed large. The crowd furrowed their brows. Chu Yunxian felt a jolt of apprehension. Another choice? Everyone, there are inscriptions here. A young woman called out. Chapter 67. Is it possible this door pulls outward? 6 paths lay ahead, leaving everyone uncertain of which to take. Fortunately, inscriptions had been left behind. The group gathered around. Wang Huaiguang summarized, "Before us lie 6 paths. Each is traversable and leads to a spirit hall, each filled with treasures he left behind. Martial techniques, spirit artifacts, crystal stones, and essence crystals." Eyes brightened among the crowd. They were here precisely for these treasures. Wang Huaiguang continued, "However, one of these paths is the most perilous. And once we choose a path, there will be no turning back. My suggestion is to proceed together." Discussions erupted. 6 paths, 1 perilous. Yet each holds a spirit hall filled with treasures. If we go together, with so many of us, we might not secure any significant treasures. But then, parting ways could lead to greater risks. Even if we avoid mishaps, without the strong from the divine alliance and celestial domain to guide us after leaving the spirit hall, danger seems inevitable. Yes, to be safe, we should stick together. Moreover, we've only just entered the spirit hall. The treasures within shouldn't be of too high a level. The further we go, the more likely we are to find better treasures. Together. I agree. I also support going together. The consensus echoed throughout the group. Song Shuheng nodded at Zhao Shiji beside him. "Shiji, let us stick with them." "Agreed." Zhao Shiji affirmed. "And you, Chu Yunxuan?" Chu Yunxuan replied, "Of course. We should go together. I haven't even reached the profound heaven realm yet. It would be too risky to separate from these experts." Song Shuheng nodded. "Then it is settled. Now, which path shall we take? After all, one of them is the most dangerous." Wang Huaiguang turned his gaze towards Chu Yunxuan. "Please, no more," Chu Yunxuan implored, waving his hands frantically. "Team leader Wang, I cannot bear the pressure of making another choice." Zhao Shiji interjected, "We cannot allow him to choose again." Wang Huaiguang replied, "Chu Yunxuan, I believe it would be best if you made the selection." Chu Yunxuan hesitated. Wang Huaiguang continued, "You just drew a 10. And while most may deem it a coincidence, a select few might hold a different belief. It is essential for you to validate your abilities. This will benefit everyone." Chu Yunxuan protested, "With a 1 in 6 chance, I simply cannot do it. Let someone else take the turn." "No, you should do it. Otherwise, Zhao Shiji will keep making noise. Prove yourself." "I, for one, will not believe it." Everyone urged him to take the lead. Chu Yunxuan sighed. "What if I draw the most perilous option again?" Wang Huaiguang reassured him, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Do not worry, I am here. This is a collective decision. You can choose with confidence." Song Shuheng added, "Indeed, this is a unanimous agreement. Even if the most dangerous option is selected, it remains a shared responsibility." Zhao Shiji protested. "I did not agree to this." Left with no choice, Chu Yunxuan reluctantly nodded. Huang Qianli from the Killing Alliance pointed at him. "If you draw the most dangerous option again, I will make you pay." Chu Yunxuan retorted, "No, no, no, I will not choose." "Huang Qianli," Wang Huaiguang admonished sharply. Huang Qianli huffed and fell silent. "Come on," Wang Huaiguang encouraged Chu Yunxuan. He randomly pointed at a path. "Then I choose this one." A notification chimed as the system activated. Chu Yunxuan sighed. "All right, no problem." The group proceeded down the chosen path. Zhao Shiji was reluctant to walk alongside Chu Yunxuan. Yet everyone opted to stay together for safety. He could not venture alone. That would be far more dangerous. With a heavy heart, he followed the crowd. After walking for several minutes without incident, a large ancient castle came into view. Wang Huaiguang smiled and remarked, "See, we encountered no danger along the way. Does this not suggest that Chu Yunxuan has led us down the safest path?" Many nodded and chuckled in agreement. "Indeed, one rotten apple spoils the barrel. Someone sowed discord within our team," he said, glancing at Zhao Shiji, who remained silent, his head bowed. Song Shuheng advised, "In any case, let us not succumb to superstition. We must trust in science." The group approached the castle, marveling at the grandeur of the realm's master who had constructed such a magnificent structure. No, this castle must have been transported from the outside world using spatial attributes, they realized. Huang Qianli approached the castle door and pushed it with all his might. But it did not budge. Frowning, he unleashed his spiritual power, exerting the strength of a realm master. Yet still, the door remained immovable. "How peculiar. I cannot push this door open," he exclaimed in confusion. Zhou Fan suggested, "Why not simply smash down the door?" He concentrated his strength and struck the door forcefully. Dust settled, and the ground before the door crumbled, yet the door remained unscathed. "Impossible. As a realm master, I cannot break this door?" Zhou Fan furrowed his brow. The group grew tense. Chu Yunxuan interjected, "Could it be that this door is meant to be pulled rather than pushed?" The group fell silent. Huang Qianli retorted, "Nonsense. If even a realm master cannot break this door, it is evident that some force is acting upon it, rendering the distinction between push and pull irrelevant." Suddenly, the door creaked open. Enter, Wang Huaguang instructed. Huang Qianli turned, eyes wide in disbelief. How did you open it? I pulled it, Wang Huaguang replied. Huang Qianli was left speechless. Chapter 68. You have a good heart. The group streamed past Huang Qianli and entered the castle. He clenched his fists in frustration. Casting a glance at Chu Yunxuan's retreating figure, his expression hardened, and he followed suit. The castle's first floor was expansive, dominated by a striking dragon statue at its center, surrounded by an array of scattered items and numerous shelves. Incredible! So many treasures, they exclaimed. 8th tier martial arts techniques. 3rd tier techniques, 6th tier techniques. This sword must be of the earth tier. This spear is at least earth tier. They reveled in the discovery, claiming, all of this is mine. As many began to scramble for the treasures, Wang Huaguang and his companions frowned. Everyone, hold your horses, Wang Huaguang shouted, and the crowd froze, turning to look at him. Yet, within moments, they resumed their frantic scuffle. I said, do not act recklessly. There may be dangers. Wang Huaguang reiterated. What danger? Are you simply worried we might snatch up all the treasures before you get your share? They countered. Since we have all come here together, those who seize it shall keep it. We have already faced danger. This is the reward from the realm's master. To him, it may be worthless, but to us, even a mere earth-tier technique is a treasure. Wang Huaguang's brow furrowed. Unless Chu Yunxuan had indeed chosen a path devoid of peril, this reckless behavior would inevitably lead to disaster. Such is human nature. Song Shuhing's gaze fell upon a sword that appeared to be near the heavenly tier. He focused his energy and hesitated before reaching out. Brother Song, no? Be careful of potential dangers, Zhao Shiji warned. Song Shuhing chuckled, gesturing at the chaotic scene. Look at how they are all fighting. What danger could there possibly be? Just as he extended his hand, a blood-curdling scream shattered the moment's bliss. One individual's arm was suddenly corroded to the bone by a greenish mist. What? The crowd's pupils dilated in horror. Screams erupted, some losing arms, others legs, and others suffering grievous injuries to their chests, their flesh disintegrating completely. Then, an unknown force caused their bodies to explode into a mist of blood, splattering those who remained unscathed. In an instant, the air within the ancient castle was filled with piercing screams, cries of terror, and the sounds of weeping. Chu Yunxuan furrowed his brow, sensing that those who had seized what was deemed a treasure here were all in peril. But no, that couldn't be entirely accurate. He noticed some individuals wielding martial skills and spiritual artifacts, yet they remained unharmed. Suddenly, a young man, clutching a sword, watched in horror as those around him disintegrated into a mist of blood. In a panic, he discarded his weapon, murmuring, I am doomed, I am doomed. His eyes were vacant, yet he had not met his demise. What on earth? Song Shuhing exclaimed, his eyes widening as he swallowed hard. He quickly withdrew his hand, which had reached for the sword. In that fleeting moment, over 100 out of 500 had perished. A wave of nausea swept over many. Chu Yunxuan was perplexed. Why was there no immediate danger? Surely enough, cries of I want to leave, erupted as panicked warriors made for the castle exit. However, they were met with the realization that the great doors had inexplicably sealed shut. They pushed and pulled in vain, unable to budge the entrance. I warned you not to act recklessly, but you wouldn't listen. Wang Huaiguang gritted his teeth. At this, the crowd fell silent, refraining from any further impulsive actions. Humph. This is the price of greed. A bunch of fools? Can humanity rely on you? Huang Chenli scoffed. There are words here, a girl exclaimed. Read it. Wang Huaiguang urged with a grave expression. Alas, dear ones, you have chosen the most perilous path. The crowd gasped in confusion. But what is danger? That is a secret. In 1 hour, those who survive shall be permitted to leave the grand hall. Good luck. With that, she swallowed hard, gazing at the crowd. That is all. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened. Zhao Shiji pointed at Chu Yunxuan, shouting, I told you. He is the one cursed by the solitary star. He has led us down the most dangerous path. It's him. We are doomed. We are all doomed. What the hell? Another most dangerous path? I thought it was safe. Could he truly be the harbinger of doom? Even those who initially dismissed superstition found themselves somewhat convinced. Song Shuheng cast a glance at Chu Yunxuan. This time, he refrained from speaking. Damn it, I really want to kill you. Huang Qianli charged at Chu Yunxuan. Enough, Wang Huaiguang bellowed. I shall reiterate, there is no solitary star. Their deaths stemmed from their greed. Why are the 400 of us unharmed? Did I not warn you all to remain still? Had they not been greedy and heeded my advice, would they have perished? Zhou Fan remarked, it's evident that the deceased were those who fought over the treasure. Yet many others also acquired treasures without harm. Song Shuheng responded, it's simple. Some treasures can be taken, while others bring death upon being seized. It all hinges on one's choices, but the price is one's life. So, Does that mean if we refrain from touching anything here, we could leave after an hour? Song Shuheng nodded. That is highly probable, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Thus, Wang Huaiguang turned to Zhao Shiji and said, while this is indeed a treacherous path, their deaths are unrelated to choice. It is a consequence of their own avarice. What shall we do now? Yes, what should we do? Wang Huaiguang suggested, let us examine our surroundings. The master of this spiritual realm has confined us here for a reason, but as you have all witnessed, it is prudent to refrain from impulsive actions unless you wish to gamble with your lives. Cautiously, the crowd dispersed. Wang Huaiguang approached Zhou Fan. What are your thoughts? Zhou Fan sighed. To be honest, I am a bit swayed. I have my doubts. Wang Huaiguang patted his shoulder. It is most likely not true. His conviction had shifted from absolute denial to a mere probability of doubt. Leader Wang, wait a moment. A young man called out to Wang Huaiguang. Yes? The crowd turned to him as he pointed towards a colossal dragon statue in the castle's center. Does it seem like the dragon's mouth holds something? Really? Many gathered around. Could it be a dragon pearl? What? A dragon pearl? At that moment, those proficient in the laws of the realm and domain began to lose their composure. If it were indeed a dragon pearl, it could potentially facilitate their ascension to the celestial sovereign realm in the future. Such a treasure was unimaginable. Haha, it's mine. Huang Qianli laughed heartily and rushed forward. No one contested him. Just as he was about to grasp the dragon pearl, he suddenly sensed something amiss. No one was moving. Logically, powerful individuals like Wang Huaiguang and Zhou Fan would covet it as well. Why were they not vying for it? Were they not interested? Wait, they weren't disinterested. They were simply too afraid to take it. To seize it would be to gamble with one's life. A wrong bet meant certain death. A correct bet meant risking oneself for others, only to have them seize the opportunity to take the pearl later. It was a lose-lose situation. Huang Qianli landed on the ground and coughed lightly. Ahem, I actually don't want it that much. It's fine. I truly do not want it, Wang Huaiguang replied. Zhou Fan added, I have no desire either. The domain realm suits me just fine. Indeed. Yes. I believe Huang Qianli is a wanted man. Should he obtain this dragon pearl, he might swiftly ascend to the celestial sovereign realm. That would secure his own safety. I would gladly assist in such a noble endeavor. Indeed, after spending some time with Huang Qianli, they found him to be quite likable. Huang Qianli, you should take it. Yes, take it. You seem like a decent person. Huang Qianli. Chu Yunxuan. Chapter 69. This plot seems off. Huang Qianli stood there, gritting his teeth. Damn it. Brothers share a bond. Yet you play mind games with me? He was no fool. The dragon pearl was indeed a treasure for those in the domain realm and even the celestial sovereign realm. But who would dare take it? Everyone knew how irresistibly enticing the dragon pearl was, and now it lay here, practically inviting them. Come and take me, hurry. Isn't he that peculiar? Ahem, Huang Qianli stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Regardless, I am a member of the Killing Alliance. A wanted criminal by both the Divine Alliance and the Celestial Domain. What right do I, a fugitive, have to claim such a treasure? He then looked at the others. Leader Wang, Leader Zhou, both of you are esteemed individuals. If you were to take the dragon pearl and gain enhancement, you would be better equipped to confront the Killing Alliance, the demon race, and the devil race. Wang Huaiguang and Zhou Fan's lips twitched. Could a villain from the Killing Alliance utter such words? Ahem, in any case, I do not want it. Wang Huaiguang asserted. Zhou Fan added. I do not want it either. It seems destined for you, Huang Qianli. Haha, I am unworthy, Huang Qianli chuckled. Among them, who did not desire it. But who would dare take it? Song Shuheng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately relinquished the idea. Who would gamble with their life? Moreover, some gazes drifted towards Chu Yunxuan. This lad was somewhat peculiar. Initially, he was a staunch skeptic, but now, he seemed to harbor a hint of doubt. Seeing their inaction, Chu Yunxuan stepped forward. Since none of you desire it, if I were to claim it, would it not rightfully belong to me? The crowd turned their eyes towards Chu Yunxuan. Of course, Huang Qianli replied. Song Shuheng and Zhao Shiji's eyes lit up. What a greedy, insatiable Chu Yunxuan. You wish to gamble with your life, do you? Come forth and meet your demise. This time, Zhou Fan and Wang Huaiguang did not oppose him, for they too hoped someone would dare to take the risk. Should he perish, they would be utterly resigned. Immortal words. A dragon ball in the hands of a practitioner at the profound body realm is a possession easily acquired. In such a place, what do the members of the Divine Alliance and the Celestial Domain matter? Human nature is thus. How many can genuinely resist temptation, remain concerned for others, and act selflessly? Please, we are all human. If one does not act for oneself, heaven will punish them. Moreover, Wang Huaiguang and Zhou Fan have already begun to waver. In truth, they would prefer Chu Yunxuan to perish. A practitioner at the profound body realm is of no assistance to their team. Rather, he would be a burden. So many have already perished. What difference does it make if Chu Yunxuan dies as well? Chu Yunxuan inquired. If I were to acquire it, you all would not attempt to seize it, would you? Naturally not. Whoever obtains it, it belongs to them, Wang Huaiguang replied. Zhao Shiji, in a state of urgency, urged. Chu Yunxuan, hurry and take it. If you can secure this Dragon Ball, this journey would be entirely worthwhile. It is, after all, a Dragon Ball. If it weren't for my desire to give it to you, I would have taken it myself. Hurry and take it. Hurry and die. Chu Yunxuan then approached. He leaped onto the dragon's head and reached into the mouth of the colossal dragon statue. All eyes were fixed on Chu Yunxuan. Die, die, die. Zhao Shiji cried out in overwhelming excitement. Finally, he was about to be rid of him. Although Song Shuheng maintained a calm expression, he too hoped for Chu Yunxuan's demise. Chu Yunxuan extended his hand. No system notification was heard. Then, he grasped the Dragon Ball and pulled it out. Whoosh! Chu Yunxuan jumped down. Is this truly the Dragon Ball? He asked, gazing at the sphere in his hand. The crowd frowned. Is it safe? Is there no danger? Ah, well then, I shall accept it. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Chu Yunxuan placed the Dragon Ball into his spatial ring. Many exchanged glances, questioning if they had indeed wagered their lives and won. Isn't it obvious? Huang Qianli frowned. Isn't this a trap? To use such a precious Dragon Ball to tempt those who cannot resist the lure? Whoever takes it must die. Isn't that evident? How could it be safe? What? Zhao Shiji's expression stiffened. He is unharmed? Song Shuheng also furrowed his brow. Damn, he actually obtained the Dragon Ball. However, it mattered not. Did he truly think he could leave with the Dragon Ball? Wang Huaiguang frowned as well. He has taken the Dragon Ball. This cannot stand. An opportunity must be found to reclaim it. Why should a practitioner of the profound body realm possess the Dragon Ball? Yet, as the leader of the Divine Alliance, Wang Huaiguang could not simply seize Chu Yunxuan's Dragon Ball before everyone's eyes. What would that make of him? Perhaps he could eliminate everyone, then no one would know. Ding. System triggered. Reward acquired. System value 100000. Leader Wang, be careful. Zhao Shiji shouted. Wang Huaiguang was deep in thought. Hearing the shout, he reacted slowly. The gigantic dragon statue came crashing down upon him. Ah! Wang Huaiguang emitted a pained cry. Bang! In the next moment, he pushed the statue away and scrambled to his feet, his expression contorted in agony, clearly injured. How could it suddenly fall? Wang Huaiguang's brow furrowed. It's him. The fated solitary star brings misfortune upon us all. And he, in turn, absorbs our fortune while remaining unscathed. Meaning our misfortune is inevitable. Zhao Shiji pointed at Chu Yunxuan. Many instinctively took a few steps back. It's simple. I shall kill him. Huang Qianli's gaze sharpened. He had long desired to take action. Now that the Dragon Ball was in his possession, eliminating Chu Yunxuan would allow him to seize it. What kind of fated solitary star could there be, right, Leader Wang? Chu Yunxuan remarked, looking at Wang Huaiguang. Ah, yes. Wang Huaiguang nodded. Then turned to Huang Qianli. Huang Qianli, I warn you, as a member of the Killing Alliance, do not dare to act against any human in front of the members of the Divine Alliance and the Celestial Domain, or do not blame us for retaliating. Humph. Huang Qianli snorted. Thank you, Leader Wang, Chu Yunxuan said. Kiki, this is the duty of a member of the Divine Alliance, Wang Huaiguang responded. The crowd began to disperse. I suspect there is some truth to this, even if it is not a fated solitary star. Perhaps he has employed some secret method to gain fortune while we suffer misfortune. I think so too. It's too strange. Initially, I did not believe it. But how many times has it happened now? Better to believe than to disbelieve. Some began to quietly converse. Wang Huaiguang approached Huang Qianli. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Huang Qianli asked, his tone unfriendly. Wang Huaiguang replied, Didn't you want to kill him? You're not allowed to? In front of so many people, as a member of the Divine Alliance, I cannot act. Once we leave, how would I survive? Ha ha ha, Huang Qianli laughed. Leader Wang. So you are also a petty person. Wang Huaiguang stated, one must act for oneself. In these tumultuous times, who does not wish to elevate their cultivation? What do you propose? Wang Huaiguang continued, I will head in the opposite direction with Zhou Fan. You deal with him. Afterward, the Dragon Ball is yours. And I will help you eliminate your wanted status, as well as create a false identity for you, ensuring you can navigate among the human race unhindered. Do you think this will entice me? Huang Qianli questioned. Wang Huaiguang replied, Consider it carefully, based on the information I have received. The Divine Alliance intends to close in on you. When that happens, a large number of practitioners from the realm domain and even celestial venerates will surround you. How will you evade them? I can assist you. Huang Qianli furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment. Very well, but if you deceive me, I will expose your actions today. Rest assured. Wang Huaiguang turned and walked away. Huang Qianli's gaze sharpened slightly. Fool, Do you truly think me naive? Chapter 70. Questioning Zhao Shiji, understanding Zhao Shiji, becoming Zhao Shiji. On another side, Chu Yunxuan followed a group of individuals down a passageway. The walls of the passage were lined with numerous shelves, upon which rested many spiritual artifacts, martial techniques, and crystal stones. Whoa! Celestial-grade spiritual artifact. This is a celestial-grade spiritual artifact. A young man gazed hungrily at a sword on the shelf, unable to suppress a gulp. Celestial-grade. Several others gathered around, their eyes fixated. Who among them had ever seen a celestial-grade spiritual artifact? One young man clenched his fists. Why not? Take a gamble. No, brother. This is a gamble with your life. Zhao Shiji interjected. Moreover, one among us is a fated solitary star. Do you dare to gamble? He shot a glance at Chu Yunxuan, who lingered at the back of the crowd. This is a celestial-grade spiritual artifact. If I obtain it, I could change my fate. My life is mine, not dictated by the heavens. What nonsense about a fated solitary star? If he can take the Dragon Ball, why can't I take the celestial-grade spiritual artifact? Cursing under his breath, he gritted his teeth and grasped the sword. Ha ha, it's fine. I won. Ha ha. However, the next moment, the sword in his hand began to tremble violently, slipping from his grasp. It flew out, piercing straight through his heart. Thud! His body crumpled to the ground. In an instant, the surrounding crowd hastily retreated. I warned you. I told you, with a fated solitary star present, you cannot win no matter how you gamble. At this point, the crowd turned their attention to Chu Yunxuan, quickly distancing themselves. Don't come any closer. A male warrior pointed a finger at Chu Yunxuan, eyes filled with wariness. What's wrong? Is this my fault? Chu Yunxuan asked. It truly was not his fault. His system had not reacted at all. Anyone who associates with you will have no luck. You best not follow us. Exactly. Go elsewhere. Just don't follow us. Better to believe than to disbelieve. Chu Yunxuan questioned. You don't actually believe it, do you? A young man replied. Buddy, it's not about belief. We've experienced so many strange occurrences today that we cannot help but believe. For safety's sake, you should refrain from following us. Behind them, Huang Qianli arrived with a group of people. Damn, why waste so much breath with him? Why not simply eliminate him? A young man exuded a subtle, yet potent aura. Indeed, this is a realm of spirits. Rather than live in fear and doubt, it is more prudent to eradicate the source of our troubles. However, if we do so, we would be committing a crime, and the tribunal would surely investigate us. What is there to fear? We are in a spirit realm, and if he remains alive, we shall perish. Besides, we are all strangers here. What do we have to fear? That makes sense. Enough with the hesitation. Why are you all so afraid? Allow me to take action. A warrior of the Xiantian realm advanced towards Chu Yunxuan. Brother, I truly apologize, but you are merely at the Xiantian body level. Descending further will surely lead to your demise. Allow me to assist you on your journey. With that, he summoned flames. Nearby, Zhao Shiji revealed a smile. They finally believed him. They were finally going to take action against him. How splendid. Chu Yunxian's spiritual energy surged in response. Ding! The system activated, granting the reward of 500 attribute points. The crowd dispersed, providing ample space for battle. Zhao Shiji stepped back, inadvertently colliding with a shelf. A bottle perched atop the shelf fell, shattering at the feet of the warrior preparing to strike Chu Yunxuan. Upon shattering, a green mist erupted, ensnaring his legs. What is happening? His pupils dilated. Ah! He then screamed in agony. Within mere seconds, his right leg was reduced to mere bone. Hiss! The crowd gasped in horror. Zhao Shiji swallowed hard. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. He shook his head repeatedly, then pointed at Chu Yunxuan. It was him. He caused all of this. Chu Yunxuan chuckled. Zhao Shiji, everyone witnessed you knocking that bottle over. How can you blame me for this? The crowd exchanged glances. Could it really be such a coincidence? There have been far too many strange coincidences today. Damn it. It must be him. He has cursed us. Damn it. I refuse to believe in such superstition. I will take action myself. Another Xiantian realm warrior unleashed his might and charged at Chu Yunxuan. Ding! The system activated. In the next moment, a massive crystal chandelier plummeted from above, crashing directly onto the head of the warrior rushing towards Chu Yunxuan. Blood gushed forth as he collapsed, unconscious. Hiss! The crowd gasped once more, instinctively retreating from Chu Yunxuan. Song Shuang's pupils contracted. Damn, this is truly eerie. Damn, this is simply absurd. Too many coincidences. A warrior pointed an accusatory finger at Chu Yunxuan, yelling. It must be him. I've said all day that something is off. Who else could it be? Right before our eyes. This has happened 3 times within such a short span. What are the odds? He is indeed a harbinger of doom. It turns out Zhao Shiji was telling the truth all along. Questioning Zhao Shiji, Understanding Zhao Shiji, becoming Zhao Shiji. They gazed at Chu Yunxuan with trepidation. Chu Yunxuan lightly touched his nose. This is quite evident now. Zhao Shiji then shouted, "Everyone, I suggest we all strike together and eliminate him first, or we will all face calamity." Agreed. Agreed. They all prepared to attack, refusing to believe any further misfortune could befall them. Chu Yunxuan looked at Zhao Shiji and said, "Zhao Shiji, be cautious with your slander. You may attract retribution." Zhao Shiji trembled. No, 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 no. I am surely in danger now. Panic-stricken, Zhao Shiji hurriedly turned and fled, attempting to distance himself from Chu Yunxuan. How absurd. Just speaking a word could bring calamity upon you? What the hell? Everyone widened their eyes. In his frantic escape, Zhao Shiji collided with Huang Qianli, who was spectating from behind. Watch where you're going. Huang Qianli's gaze sharpened as he kicked Zhao Shiji. The force sent him flying several meters, crashing heavily against a wall. Then, he lay still. What the hell? The crowd swallowed hard. Is it truly this exaggerated? Song Shuheng also felt a chill run down his spine, silently stepping back a few paces. Just now, didn't you agree to kill me? Chu Yunxuan turned to a young man. I didn't. Thud, he collided with a wooden rack, causing a bottle to fall and strike his head. The green mist appeared, instantly corroding him. The crowd? Gulp. They couldn't help but swallow hard. Eyes wide open. Even Huang Qianli was startled. What the hell? Is it truly this uncanny? Anyone who displays hostility towards him will face various forms of punishment? Chu Yunxuan then turned his gaze towards Huang Qianli and said, I recall you mentioning several times that you wished to kill me, correct? Kid, what do you mean by that? Huang Qianli narrowed his eyes at Chu Yunxuan. Chu Yunxuan stared back, calmly asking, You witnessed what just transpired, did you not? Are you threatening me? Huang Qianli squinted slightly. Chu Yunxuan smiled. Huang Qianli snorted coldly. What sorcery is this? Do you think it will work against an entity of the realm? You dare threaten me? Come and claim my life. With that, Huang Qianli's right hand transformed into a claw, charging directly at Chu Yunxuan. Chu Yunxuan frowned. Ding! The system activated, granting the reward of a realm enhancement to Xian Tian 1 star. Subsequently, as Huang Qianli rushed forward, he seemingly triggered a trap. The ground beneath him suddenly opened, and he fell through. The crowd. Chapter 71 Wang Huaiguang. The divine alliance is rubbish. The celestial domain is magnificent. Gulp! Everyone swallowed hard. A scream echoed from below, that of Huang Qianli in torment. Meanwhile, not far away, Wang Huaiguang and Zhou Fan had witnessed the entire scene unfold. What the hell? Wang Huaiguang could not help but swallow hard. Is this kid truly a harbinger of doom? Zhou Fan's eyes widened. It was difficult to articulate before, but after witnessing the series of events that just transpired, how else can we explain it? Even if he isn't a harbinger of doom, it must be some form of curse. Zhou Fan, in any case, it is now quite clear that anyone who attempts to strike him will surely encounter misfortune. Even Huang Qianli of the realm cannot escape this fate. Gulp! Wang Huaiguang swallowed hard. Team Leader Wang, did you instruct Huang Qianli to attack him? Zhou Fan inquired. Yes. Wang Huaiguang replied. You may be in danger. Wang Huaiguang remarked. Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. I have done nothing. Even if he bears some curse. What does it have to do with me? Zhou Fan stroked his chin and said, You instructed Huang Qianli to kill him. I suspect this curse may also affect you. No response. Team Leader Wang. Zhou Fan turned to look. The spot where Wang Huaiguang had been standing was now a gaping hole. He had fallen through. Soon. Wang Huaiguang's cries of agony could be heard from within. What the hell? Zhou Fan could not help but swallow hard. Meanwhile, those around Chu Yunxuan had all fled. They gazed at him in terror. Song Shuheng also swallowed nervously. Damn, this is truly terrifying. Whoosh, Huang Qianli, bloodied, flew out, panting. His eyes filled with a hint of fear as he looked at Chu Yunxuan. This is bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. This kid undoubtedly possesses a curse-like power. Even those at the realm cannot escape it. Anyone who attempts to harm him will face calamity. Thus, those he names will also encounter misfortune. At this rate, he will meet his end. Gulp, Huang Qianli swallowed hard. Damn, I refuse to believe in such superstition. Huang Qianli gathered flames. This time, instead of charging. Could he not simply eliminate Chu Yunxuan from a distance? What more could possibly go wrong? As he concentrated the flames, the ground beneath him suddenly opened once more. He vanished from sight before the crowd. The crowd? Huang Qianli's scream echoed once again as he was propelled out, engulfed in flames. The blood on his body had increased significantly. Suddenly, Huang Qianli knelt before Chu Yunxuan, his face filled with terror. He believed. He completely believed. Brother, elder brother. I was wrong. Huang Qianli looked at Chu Yunxuan with despair. Spare me this once. Truly, spare me just once. I was only joking before. The crowd swallowed hard. This was Huang Qianli of the domain realm. How could he be so pathetic before Chu Yunxuan? Joking? Chu Yunxuan inquired. Yes, yes. Huang Qianli nodded repeatedly. In fact, I admire you greatly, truly. Chu Yunxuan shook his head. I didn't perceive it as a joke. It seemed you genuinely wanted to kill me. No, that's not true. I truly regard you as a brother. Huang Qianli exclaimed anxiously. Can you prove that? Chu Yunxuan asked. Huang Qianli contemplated and nodded vigorously. Yes, I can. He then produced a piece of spiritual equipment. My admiration for you, my brother, flows like a vast river, endlessly. This is a Earth-level 10-star spiritual artifact. The feather robe of lightness, wearing it can withstand high-intensity attacks. I intend to give it to you as proof of my admiration. Chu Yunxuan accepted it. Since you, Senior Huang Qianli, have said so, I will certainly believe you. Huang Qianli smiled sheepishly. Thank you, thank you. He wiped the blood and sweat from his forehead, letting out a long breath. The door opened. At that moment, shouts came from afar. The crowd hastily fled. Quickly, let us distance ourselves from this calamity. Whoosh, Huang Qianli also ran away. Huh, Team Leader Wang, what happened to you? Chu Yunxuan asked, looking at the bloodied Wang Huaiguang. Gulp. Wang Huaiguang swallowed hard and said, I fell. I accidentally fell. Chu Yunxuan. I thought Team Leader Wang had some ulterior motives towards me and was cursed. Wang Huaiguang's heart trembled violently. No, of course not. I hold you in high regard. I admire you greatly. My admiration for you is even more like a flowing river than Huang Qianli's. As a testament to my admiration, Wang Huaiguang trembled as he took out a jade pendant. This is a Earth-level 5-star spiritual artifact, the Warming Spirit Jade. Wearing it can restore spiritual power quickly. Here, this can serve as proof of my admiration for you, right? Chu Yunxuan accepted it. I am truly grateful for your favor. Team Leader Wang. It's my duty. Wang Huaiguang then dashed away. The crowd began to leave the ancient castle. Outside, the scene had transformed. For paths emerged. Clearly, a decision was required once more. The crowd gathered at the entrance, feeling trepidation. Huang Qianli observed the unfortunate Wang Huaiguang emerging and became more certain of his suspicions. That kid has problems. He must have problems. A cursed star of calamity. The most frustrating part was that he could easily kill him, but simply could not. The moment he contemplated it or prepared to act, an accident would surely occur. He could only swallow his indignation. He didn't even dare to strike. Chu Yunxuan stepped out. They exchanged glances, unable to suppress their gulping, shrinking their heads back, not daring to breathe. Ha! Wonderful, wonderful. Heaven is aiding me. A boy laughed heartily. Why is this happening? As long as it's not a single path, it's fine. If it were a single path, he would have to walk with the cursed star. Who could withstand that? But now, with 4 paths, he only needed to avoid walking with Chu Yunxuan. Regardless of the danger, it was surely safer than being accompanied by a cursed star. Cough. Huang Qianli stole a glance at Chu Yunxuan, then cleared his throat. Pointing to the leftmost path, I plan to take this one. Instantly, the crowd chimed in. Me too. I'll take this path as well. Perfect. I plan to take this path too. Together. They shared a mutual understanding. I will take this path. What murderous villain Huang Qianli, compared to Chu Yunxuan. He has nothing. They would rather walk with Huang Qianli. Huang Qianli nodded. All right, those who wish to follow me on this path are enough. The rest of you choose the other 3 paths. His words were simple. You others, including Chu Yunxuan, should choose one of the other 3 paths. Wang Huaiguang said, then I will take the path beside this one. Team Leader Wang, I will follow you. I will follow you too, Team Leader Wang. And me. Shou Fan said, then I will take this path. He chose the 3rd path. Team Leader Zhou, I'm coming. Me too. The 3 paths were chosen, leaving only the final unchosen path, and Chu Yunxuan who had not made a choice. Their meaning was clear. Chu Yunxuan, you might as well walk the rightmost path alone. The reason they hesitated to move forward was that they wanted to confirm whether Chu Yunxuan would enter their chosen path. What should I choose? I can't possibly walk the rightmost path alone. That would surely be dangerous. Chu Yunxuan muttered. He then glanced at Wang Huaiguang. Wang Huaiguang's heart trembled. Team Leader Wang, you are the leader of the Divine Alliance. Following you gives me a sense of security. Wang Huaiguang shivered. Well, cough, brother, the Divine Alliance is rubbish. The heavenly domain is impressive. My strength is not as formidable as Team Leader Zhou's. So perhaps you should follow Team Leader Zhou instead. Zhou Fan. Wang Huaiguang, what the hell? Chapter 72. Brothers share a bond. And you play tricks on your brother? Zhou Fan glared at Wang Huaiguang with gritted teeth. Wang Huaiguang. What a hypocrite. A despicable person. Brothers share a bond. And you play tricks on your brother? Damn it. Seeing Chu Yunxuan was about to follow you, you immediately pushed him onto me? Fine. If you are unkind, Don't blame me for being unjust. Hearing Wang Huaiguang's words, Chu Yunxuan looked at Zhou Fan and nodded. That's fine. The Divine Alliance and Heavenly Domain are one family. I can follow team leader Zhou. Zhou Fan shuddered. Who the hell is part of the Divine Alliance family? Zhou Fan shot a glance at Wang Huaiguang. He then looked at Chu Yunxuan and said, Brother, in terms of strength, I am on par with team leader Wang, both at the domain realm 1-star level. But it's better for you to stick with him. Wang Huaiguang trembled all over again. Why? Chu Yunxuan asked. Zhou Fan explained. Team leader Wang possesses a formidable spatial spiritual artifact known as the spatial jade plate. Wang Huaiguang frowned. Zhou Fan continued. Though the spatial jade plate is of low grade, if danger arises, it can unleash spatial power to transport you to safety. After speaking, he shot a glance at Wang Huaiguang, addressing Chu Yunxuan. Thus, Chu, you should follow team leader Wang. He will better ensure your safety. Chu Yunxuan looked at Wang Huaiguang and nodded. That makes sense. I feel it's indeed safer to follow team leader Wang. Wang Huaiguang clenched his fists. What is Zhou Fan? So this is how you want to play? Fine. No one will have it easy. Wang Huaiguang then said. If that's the case. Team leader Zhou, you possess a spirit control jade. Zhou Fan trembled. Damn it. Wang Huaiguang next door. Wang Huaiguang continued. Chu, do you know what effect the spirit control jade has? Wherein it can withstand an attack from a celestial realm expert. Zhou Fan's eyes widened. Well, what a Wang Huaiguang. So this is how you want to play? Zhou Fan then took out the spirit control jade and handed it to Chu Yunxuan. Brother Chu, don't say I didn't take care of you. I'm giving you the spirit control jade. Wear it, and then follow team leader Wang. He can better ensure your safety. After speaking, Zhou Fan shot a glance at Wang Huaiguang. Come on, let us mutually harm each other. Wang Huaiguang? Ruthless. If we're talking about ruthlessness, Zhou Fan, you are the most ruthless. To rid yourself of Chu Yunxuan, you would even willingly part with the spirit control jade. What is Zhou Fan? Chu Yunxuan this. Team leader Zhou is too kind to me. Zhou Fan. After all, you are my little brother. If I don't care for you, who will? Very well, said Wang Huaiguang. If that's what you, team leader Zhou, say, then Chu Yunxuan is indeed my brother. As I mentioned earlier, my bond with him flows like the mighty river. With that, Wang Huaiguang presented a spatial jade plate to Chu Yunxuan. Brother, this spatial jade plate is for you. He continued. Now that you possess the spatial jade plate and the spirit protection jade, you can safeguard yourself. However, look at me. I am gravely injured while team leader Zhou is in good condition. Clearly, being with team leader Zhou will provide you with greater protection. Zhou Fan? In the next moment, Zhou Fan raised his hand, and spiritual energy surged forth as he struck his chest with a palm. A mouthful of blood spurted from him. The crowd. Wang Huaiguang. Zhou Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Chu Yunxuan. Brother Chu, my injuries are far worse than team leader Wang's. Cough cough, it is evident that you will be safer with team leader Wang. After speaking, Zhou Fan cast a cold smile at the bewildered Wang Huaiguang. Come on, who's afraid of whom? The crowd gasped in astonishment. This was quite a predicament. Both of these individuals were striving merely to survive. What wrongs had they committed? Wang Huaiguang swallowed hard. Bring it on. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he produced a dagger and aimed it at his own waist. Ah, the dagger plunged painfully into his body. Hee hee. Wang Huaiguang grinned triumphantly at Zhou Fan. Now, I am injured even more gravely than you. You. Zhou Fan pointed at Wang Huaiguang, gritting his teeth. What was that for? He then raised his hand again, gripping his left arm and wrenching it forcefully. Crack. The sound of a bone breaking echoed. Gasps filled the air. Too ruthless. Wang Huaiguang remarked coldly. I've just broken a bone. How can I protect Brother Chu now? Thus, Brother Chu must still follow you. Wang Huaiguang. Damn. Who's afraid? He drew a sword and placed his arm on a stone stump, poised to sever it. Zhou Fan. Gulp, he swallowed hard. Meanwhile, Huang Qianli struggled to stifle his laughter. All right, you two, go ahead and harm each other. It has nothing to do with me. Brilliant, simply brilliant. Wait, Zhou Fan exclaimed, rushing to stop Wang Huaiguang. Damn it, who can withstand that? Team leader Wang, there's no need for this. We are not the only ones in the realm. Zhou Fan cautioned. Wang Huaiguang halted momentarily, and both men turned to Huang Qianli. The smile on Huang Qianli's face instantly froze. Right, Huang Qianli is also in the realm. Given his current state, he is clearly in better condition than we are. Therefore, Brother Chu, with your spatial jade plate and spirit protection jade, and with both team leader Zhou and I grievously injured, you will be safer with Huang Qianli. Huang Qianli. Huang Qianli gulped nervously. Damn it, you treacherous Wang Huaiguang and Zhou Fan. Don't forget, I am a member of the Killing Alliance. Huang Qianli protested. Wang Huaiguang, what? Are you saying that you do not intend to protect Brother Chu Yunxuan? Zhou Fan. I remember you. Huang Qianli, once professed your deep affection for Brother Chu upon first meeting him. You two have such a profound bond. How can your identity in the Killing Alliance change that? Surely, you will do your utmost to protect Brother Chu. In this situation, everyone understood the unspoken truth. Whoever Chu Yunxuan chose to follow was likely to meet their demise. Yet, they could not express disdain towards him. Chu Yunxuan was equally aware of this reality. There was no need to act. They had to treat him with utmost respect. Chu Yunxuan nodded at Huang Qianli. What both leaders have said is correct. Senior Huang Qianli, you did indeed express a fondness for me upon our first encounter, and thus, despite your affiliation with the Killing Alliance, I feel reassured being with you. Huang Qianli shivered. Brother, Chu brother. I, Huang Qianli. We are the best of friends. Huang Qianli gazed earnestly at Chu Yunxuan. Chu Yunxuan nodded. Thus, I believe it is safer to accompany you. Wang Huaiguang, indeed. Your bond is so strong. Huang Qianli, you will surely protect Brother Chu with all your might. Zhou Fan, if Brother Chu is with you, we can rest assured. Huang Qianli. Damn it. Huang Qianli swallowed hard. Gritting his teeth, he produced an ancient stone. Brother, this is a spirit seal stone. It contains the imprint of a powerful warrior. If you crush it, you will gain the strength of a one-star heavenly sovereign for a short time. This item will undoubtedly keep you safe. Both Wang Huaiguang and Zhou Fan were taken aback. He is willing to part with such a life-saving item? Truly. He is my best big brother. I graciously accept this gesture. Chu Yunxuan took the spirit seal stone. Huang Qianli then turned to Wang Huaiguang and Zhou Fan. Addressing Chu Yunxuan. Brother, look at how gravely injured Team Leader Wang and Team Leader Zhou are. You are all good brothers, correct? Chu Yunxuan nodded. Of course. Both of my esteemed brothers have given me their spatial jade plate and spirit protection jade. Huang Qianli continued, but they will be in danger moving forward. With the spirit seal stone, if you accompany them, you can even protect them in return. After all, you are good brothers. Do not worry about me. My injuries are not as severe as theirs. Wang Huaiguang. Zhou Fan. The crowd. Chapter 73. These individuals are in for a great trial. Huang Qianli's gaze sharpened as he focused on the two. So, you wish to toy with me, Huang Qianli? Playing games with brothers, are we? How have I survived this long being so foolish? Now, what will you do? Damn. The crowd gasped. I shall refer to Huang Qianli's cunning maneuver as a divine strategy. Invincible. Instantly reversing the tide. Initially, he bore the lightest injuries, and Chu Yunxuan should have followed him. But now, his lighter injuries have become the very reason for Chu Yunxuan not to accompany him. Brilliant. Spectacular. Simply spectacular. Wang Huaiguang and Zhou Fan were utterly stunned. Damn. Huang Qianli, that move was impressive. Chu Yunxuan feigned contemplation, looking at Wang Huaiguang and Zhou Fan. That's right. I now possess the Spirit Seal Stone, which allows me to unleash heavenly sovereign level power. Both of you are my esteemed brothers, and given your grievous injuries, who should I protect? Perhaps we should all depart together. What do you think? No. Wang Huaiguang rapidly waved his hands. My good brother, there's no need for that. I'm in excellent condition. A mere scratch. You need not concern yourself with me. Team leader Zhou requires protection. He has a broken arm. Zhou Fan? Chu Yunxuan looked at Zhou Fan. He immediately replied, I'm fine. Look at this. Haha, my arm still works. But you are all my esteemed brothers. Chu Yunxuan expressed concern. My brother. Your safety brings me the greatest joy. There is no need to worry about protecting me, Wang Huaiguang said earnestly. Zhou Fan nodded vigorously. Indeed, now that you possess the Spirit Protection Jade, Spatial Jade Plate, and Spirit Seal Stone, you can embark on the fourth path alone. You are the destined one. Wang Huaiguang nodded. Yes. I will lead 100 people down this path. They will not follow you. Zhou Fan, I will take another 100. Ensuring they do not accompany you. Any treasures encountered will be yours alone. Chu Yunxuan stroked his chin. But if you encounter danger, I bear responsibility since you have bestowed these treasures upon me. Brother. Wang Huaiguang shouted passionately, it is my duty as your elder brother. Zhou Fan, you have no responsibility. This is our willing sacrifice for you, our dear brother. Chu Yunxuan, and 3 esteemed brothers. They nodded emphatically. Yes, 3 esteemed brothers. Chu Yunxuan declared. Then I shall not let down the heartfelt intentions of my 3 esteemed brothers. I will embark on the fourth path alone. Go forth. Best of luck, my brother. Best of luck. We eagerly await your news. Chu Yunxuan, I have departed. Zhou Fan made a gesture of encouragement to Chu Yunxuan. Go forth. Friends walk together for a lifetime. Wang Huaiguang stepped forward a couple of paces and waved to Chu Yunxuan. Those days are no more. Chu Yunxuan, 1 word, a lifetime. The 2, a lifetime of affection, a cup of wine. I have departed. Go forth. Chu Yunxuan ventured alone onto the fourth path. Upon witnessing Chu Yunxuan enter the road, They let out a long sigh. Hiss, out. Wang Huaiguang clutched the wound on his waist, blood seeping from the knife wound, his face contorted in pain. Team leader Wang. Impressive skills. I shall remember this day. Zhou Fan fixed his gaze on Wang Huaiguang, his eyes narrowing slightly. Humph. If we are to speak of impressive skills, Huang Qianli's methods are undoubtedly superior. Their eyes turned to Huang Qianli. With a cold snort, Huang Qianli retorted, Humph. I shall remember both of you as well. Our paths shall cross again. With that, he led his followers onto the road. Humph. Just wait. The others also began to disperse. On the other side, as Chu Yunxuan stepped into the untraveled fourth path, the system notification in his mind erupted. Ding. System triggered. Ding. System triggered. Ding 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 ding. It was evident that all those on the other three paths would face dire consequences. This cannot be blamed on me. They chose this fourth path for me. Chu Yunxuan mused to himself. This journey has yielded bountiful rewards, the spirit seal stone, imbued with the marks of powerful beings, allowing him to temporarily unleash the combat prowess of a celestial one at 1 star. The spatial jade plate, a spatial artifact. The spirit guard jade, which, when worn, can withstand a blow from a celestial one. Additionally, there was the earth-grade 10-star spirit garment, the feathered cloak that Huang Qianli had given him in the ancient castle, which reduces the damage taken from attacks, and the warm spirit jade gifted by Wang Huaiguang, which enhances the speed of spiritual energy recovery. All are exquisite treasures. Truly, within the domain realm, treasures abound. Chu Yunxuan retrieved the feathered cloak, lightweight as if it were an undergarment. He donned it. It became evident that those harboring hostility towards me would trigger the misfortune system, which implies that team leader Wang also harbors animosity. Chu Yunxuan could understand this. In such a place, one must look out for oneself, lest they face annihilation. Having acquired the dragon pearl, he would undoubtedly seek to reclaim it, even resorting to murder for treasure. Thus, anyone outside the human race, be it from the divine alliance or the celestial domain, cannot be trusted. Song Shuheng. Chu Yunxuan's gaze sharpened slightly. This individual is renowned for being exceedingly kind-hearted. However, the current situation is undoubtedly more complex. A woman's intuition truly is remarkable. Chu Yunxuan recalled Jiang Ying's aversion towards Song Shuheng and couldn't help but sigh. Best of luck to you all. Chu Yunxuan proceeded forward alone. Although solitary, the frequent system triggers indicated that the three other paths were far more perilous. His path, conversely, might prove to be the safer option. Moreover, with these treasures, he could hardly be in peril, could he? Soon, he would witness the rewards brought by the hundreds of individuals triggering system tasks. At present, he had reached the first star of the Xintian realm. How exhilarating. Subsequently, Chu Yunxuan continued onward for about an hour without encountering any obstacles. Ding. Reward acquired, system value 10,000. Ding. Reward acquired, system value 20,000. Ding. Reward acquired, attribute point 100. Ding. Reward acquired. The system notifications rang furiously, and he lost count of how much system value and distributable attribute points he had amassed. Ding. Reward acquired, spatial attribute control enhanced by 50. Chu Yunxuan. What? This reward left him utterly astonished. Huang Qianli? Wang Huaiguang? Or Zhou Fan? Chu Yunxuan speculated that one among these three from the domain realm must have perished for such a reward to materialize. His spatial attribute control had reached an astonishing 65. This level surpassed even that of many spatial attribute practitioners who had lived for centuries. Spatial jump. Whoosh. Chu Yunxuan vanished from his location and reappeared a kilometer ahead. Spatial explosion. Bang. Spatial compression. The space collapsed. Chu Yunxuan's expression blossomed with delight. This was exhilarating. Ding. System remaining time, 1 hour. Huh. The sudden system prompt rendered Chu Yunxuan momentarily speechless. No, this is a 7-day system. It has only been 2 or 3 days, has it? Unless time flows more swiftly within the spirit realm, this provides a plausible explanation. That's fine. He indeed wished to activate a new system. An exit? Chu Yunxuan observed a portal materializing before him. He stepped inside. This indicated that his path held not a shred of danger, albeit it bore little benefit. In the next moment, Chu Yunxuan found himself in a new locale, where countless individuals were gathered. There appeared to be at least several thousand. He seemed to have reunited with a multitude. Chapter 74. What celestial outcast? He is my brother. Chu Yunxuan surveyed the scene. There were many people, and it seemed that several were injured. Clearly, groups of individuals had converged from various locations. This place was an exceedingly vast clearing, seemingly accessible from all directions. Yet no one appeared to wander aimlessly. Everyone regarded this area as a resting spot. I wonder if Xiaoyao is here. Chu Yunxuan moved through the crowd, searching. Hey! Chu Yunxuan felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning, he found Jiang Ying, accompanied by several male and female students. Finally, a familiar face. Jiang Ying stated. Chu Yunxuan glanced again. Jiang Ying continued. Stop staring. I've already searched. Only we few from Tianhua University are present. Your sister, the fairy mentor, and the dean are not here. Chu Yunxuan asked. They haven't arrived yet? They likely aren't with us. Although we've reunited with many, it's merely a fraction. Others are probably scattered in groups of thousands across other locations. Chu Yunxuan nodded. Did you encounter any dangers on your side? He inquired. Jiang Ying shrugged. About 500 or 600 people, roughly a dozen have perished. Thankfully. What about you? I saw you earlier, all alone. What's the situation? Chu Yunxuan replied. In the end, there were several paths. I took one alone, while over 300 others took the remaining paths. I made it out. Perhaps they have yet to emerge. Jiang Ying. She regarded Chu Yunxuan with a peculiar gaze. For paths, and you alone traversed one, while over 300 went down the others. What does that mean? Did no one dare to take your path? Chu Yunxuan shrugged. They call me the celestial outcast. I encountered some dangers along the way, and they ascribed it all to me. Ridiculous, don't you think? But why? Jiang Ying inquired. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Chu Yunxuan. How would I know? It's all quite baffling. Oh, due to several choices that led me here. I ended up selecting the most perilous path. They claimed I was the celestial outcast. Jiang Ying, don't feign ignorance. Do you think I'm Navi? Why would several hundred individuals repeatedly let you choose? Chu Yunxuan replied. There's a fool named Zhao Shiji, the one I dispatched with a single blow. He might harbor resentment towards me, trying to turn others against me by spreading rumors that I am the celestial outcast. To validate this, they compelled me to make a choice. Jiang Ying, that does sound absurd. Do people genuinely believe such nonsense? A student from Tianhua University interjected. Indeed. Zhao Shiji is so treacherous. I used to admire him, thinking him quite formidable. Another female student from Tianhua University chimed in. This is hilarious. The celestial outcast has arrived. And yet, people actually believe it? Chu Yunxuan nodded repeatedly, expressing his disbelief. Isn't it ridiculous that just because I made a wrong choice, they label me as a calamity star? A 1/10, or even a 1/6 chance, is not insignificant. The others nodded in agreement. At that moment, a wave of commotion rippled through the crowd. People turned their gazes towards the entrance as a group of over 100 individuals, covered in blood, staggered in. What on earth happened to them? Someone exclaimed. How could they be in such a dire state? Indeed, among the tens of thousands here, none bore wounds as grievous as those. This is absurd. They must have the worst luck to have landed in the most perilous situation. Many rushed forward. Team leader Zhou, are you all right? Asked Su, the vice president. Upon seeing his vice president, Zhou Fan's tears nearly spilled forth. I'm fine, I won't die, he replied, shaking his head. Su Xiangdong, the vice president of the Tianyuan Linen City, cast a glance at the bloodied group and couldn't help but inquire. Was it that severe on your side? At that moment, a nearly broken Huang Qianli gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Damn, we have a calamity star over here. The shout left everyone in a state of confusion. Vice President Su looked at Zhou Fan in bewilderment. Zhou Fan nodded bitterly. It's true, we've suffered greatly. Wang Huaiguang from the domain realm has sacrificed himself. This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Is it really that outrageous? A domain realm expert has perished? Here. Those in the law realm are invincible. The dead are merely victims of their own greed. Indeed, I can take on several beasts even at the Xiantian realm level. Yet you lost someone from the domain realm? Huang Qianli, Zhou Fan, and Song Shuhing couldn't help but twitch at their mouths. Stop talking. Just stop. Huang Qianli shouted in despair. Who is this? Vice President Su asked, looking at Huang Qianli, whose face was smeared with blood, making him unrecognizable. Killing Alliance, Huang Qianli. He replied, gritting his teeth. At this declaration, many who had gathered instinctively stepped back. Su Xiangdong narrowed his eyes, his aura intensifying. Zhou Fan raised his hand to intervene, saying, Vice President, although he is Huang Qianli, he has fought alongside us through thick and thin. It is not his fault, Su Xiangdong remarked. Observing the pitiful state of those before him, Zhou Fan shook his head. As I just said, it's the Calamity Star. Damn the Calamity Star. This is all it's doing. Huang Qianli howled in fury. From his anguished cry, it seemed others began to grasp the gravity of the situation. My God. What could have transpired for a dignified expert of the domain realm to end up like this? Su Xiangdong asked. Yes, it is undoubtedly the Calamity Star. That wretched Calamity Star. Huang Qianli shrieked again. The others exchanged glances, incredulous. Is the Calamity Star truly real? We don't believe it. They held skepticism. Just as Huang Qianli and Wang Huaiguang had initially, for they had not experienced it themselves. I suspect you may have encountered some illusion. You all seem quite unhinged. Su Xiangdong remarked. Ah, Vice President, don't say that. Only those who have endured can understand. 100 voices echoed in agreement. Jiang Ying cast a glance at Chu Yunxuan beside her. Are you referring to him? Chu Yunxuan nodded. Isn't it absurd that these experts claim I am the Calamity Star? Jiang Ying remained silent. Su Xiangdong patted Zhou Fan on the shoulder, saying, rest for a while. You all seem unwell. Even in defeat, there is no need to blame the so-called Calamity Star. Huang Qianli glared at Su Xiangdong, clenching his fists. Let me tell you something. One cannot counsel others on goodness without having suffered themselves. Zhou Fan nodded, to express a sentiment not befitting a Tanya member. If I truly wish to eliminate someone, Huang Qianli, what about you? He turned to Huang Qianli, who widened his eyes, trembling slightly. Huang Qianli, are you serious? Zhou Fan pressed. He is my brother, my best brother. How could I ever wish to harm him? Team leader Zhou. You must be joking. How could a Tianyu member say such a thing? Zhou Fan was taken aback. Have you lost your mind? Don't you realize what you've been through? Suddenly, he turned his head, his body shaking. Oh no. Chapter 75, the map fully unveiled. Zhou Fan looked in terror at the figure standing not far away. It's him. It's Chu Yunxuan. Team leader Zhou. What are you saying? Su Xiangdong furrowed his brow and reprimanded. I'm sorry, Vice President. I was just joking. There is no Calamity Star, absolute nonsense. All we have are our good brothers. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Is this a joke? Zhou Fan's face was a mask of despair. Yes, a joke. There is no Calamity Star. Huang Qianli nodded vigorously. It's our lack of strength that has led to our injuries. Both of you, what kind of jest is this? It is Chu Yunxuan, the Calamity Star who caused us this suffering, as you both stated. Song Shuhing approached, frowning. Huang Qianli shrank back, muttering, I didn't say that. Who are you? You must have misheard. Zhou Fan nodded repeatedly. You must have misheard. It was you who said it. Song Shuhing frowned. Suddenly, he noticed Zhou Fan pointing somewhat deliberately at a spot. Turning to look, he gasped in shock. No way. Then he trembled. Haha, just kidding. He quickly forced a smile. Whoa, Chu Yunxuan. It's over. Chu Yunxuan approached, calling out, hello, big brothers. Both Zhou Fan and Huang Qianli gulped nervously. Hee. Good brother, it's great to see you're okay. Zhou Fan managed to stammer. Of course, I'm fine. I just heard you both talking and thought you were referring to me. Chu Yunxuan replied. They trembled uncontrollably. Oh, not at all. We were just, I have something to attend to. I must take my leave. Huang Qianli quickly excused himself and hurried away. I need to get out of here. I need to leave. He muttered to himself, leaving the onlookers puzzled. Everyone, disperse and recuperate, Su Xiangdong commanded. Ahem, Jiang Ying, Song Shuhing hesitated. What is it? Jiang Ying inquired. Song Shuhing glanced at Chu Yunxuan. It's nothing. He then walked away, leaving everyone feeling perplexed. Jiang Ying furrowed her brows, while Chu Yunxuan shrugged. Meanwhile, Zhou Fan faced the assembled strong individuals from various cities within Tianyu, all of whom were at least in the law realm, with many in the domain realm. What I am about to share is crucial. Please remember this well, for it may be a matter of life and death, Zhou Fan stated gravely. Team leader Zhou, please go on, they urged. Zhou Fan then recounted his harrowing experience. The atmosphere grew tense as the listeners processed his words. Team leader Zhou, are you all right? One person asked. I am fine. I am quite clear-headed. Like all of you. Initially, Huang Qianli, Wang Huaiguang, and everyone else dismissed Zhao Shiji's words as nonsense until the bloodshed began to unfold before our very eyes. Zhou Fan continued, addressing the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, if it were merely a few choices, it would be inconsequential. The truth is, should anyone dare to speak ill of him or even lay a hand on him, calamities of unimaginable proportions are bound to ensue. This is precisely why, upon seeing him, I chose to retract my words. What say you? The crowd exchanged glances, a mixture of concern and disbelief in their eyes. Perhaps I am the only one who has lost my wits, but what of Huang Qianli? What of the over 100 individuals who stand with us? Are we all mad? We are most certainly lucid, exceedingly so. To ensure my survival, I relinquished my spirit jade to him, and both Wang Huaiguang and Huang Qianli bestowed upon him their finest spiritual artifacts. If you wish to preserve your lives, you must trust me. Under no circumstances should you align yourselves with him. Logically speaking, even if they remained skeptical, the gravity of his words began to instill doubt within their hearts. However, the term heavenly calamity star, this notion. Su Xiangdong furrowed his brow, hesitating. President Su. The heavenly calamity star is merely our designation for him, but in reality, it may be something altogether different, perhaps the manifestation of a curse. Regardless, the essence is understood by all. Observe. Huang Qianli has even distanced himself to evade him, Zhou Fan remarked. Understood. Thank you. Team leaders show for the warning, regardless of the truth. It is prudent to err on the side of caution, one of the members replied. There was a general nod of agreement among the group. After all, it was not just one person expressing these sentiments. It was Zhou Fan, and thus it warranted belief. Meanwhile, Jiang Ying, Song Shuheng pondered before approaching her. Is there something you wish to discuss? Jiang Ying inquired. Could you step aside for a moment? I have something to share with you, he replied. Is there not something we can discuss together? Jiang Ying questioned, casting a wary glance at Chu Yunxuan. Song Shuheng, apprehensive, glanced at Chu Yunxuan again before addressing Jiang Ying. I implore you, this is important. Very well. Jiang Ying complied, following him. Jiang Ying, you two are feeling uncertain, are you not? Song Shuheng probed. The heavenly calamity star? Jiang Ying countered. Song Shuheng nodded, rather than labeling it as such. It would be more accurate to describe it as a form of cursed power. You believe in it? Jiang Ying asked. You know my character. I never speak ill of others, nor do I fabricate lies. Your skepticism is understandable, but you are aware of my feelings towards you. And I hope you will heed my words. Jiang Ying found herself somewhat persuaded. Although she did not harbor fondness for Song Shuheng, she was familiar with his nature. Song Shuheng proceeded to relay the events that had transpired. Jiang Ying, while one or two voices may be dismissed, over 100 who have survived share this belief. Do you still harbor doubt? Even Huang Qianli, a practitioner of the domain realm, concurs. Are they truly conspiring against a mere practitioner of the profound body realm? Jiang Ying frowned. But I have known him for some time now, and Linear has been with us too. Why has nothing occurred until now? One can only surmise that he has only recently acquired this curse. Trust me, I would never lead you astray. You are free to make your own choices. But under no circumstances should you accompany him. To be frank, Jiang Ying felt a twinge of confusion. She believed wholeheartedly that Chu Yunxuan was innocent. Yet, with Song Shuheng, Zhou Fan, Huang Qianli, and over 100 others all voicing similar concerns, their motives were not to be taken lightly. If so many shared this apprehension, it must be based on something substantial. After contemplating Song Shuheng's revelations, Jiang Ying found herself unsettled. She cast a glance at Chu Yunxuan, then said, Thank you. With that, she approached him. Did you speak of me? Chu Yunxuan asked. Indeed, Jiang Ying affirmed with a nod. And what is your opinion? He inquired further. Jiang Ying gazed into his eyes. Is there any truth to what they say? Chu Yunxuan shrugged. Those claims are indeed founded in reality. Yet I am far from being a heavenly calamity star. Do you trust me? Then will you allow me to accompany you? Jiang Ying asked playfully. I would certainly welcome that, he replied. Then I shall accompany you, she affirmed. Are you not afraid? He asked with a smile. Afraid? Not in the slightest. Though you may not be the most virtuous individual, you remain trustworthy. I am more at ease with someone familiar than with strangers, she replied, returning his smile. Ding. Misfortune system deactivated. Ding. Congratulations, you have activated the map unlocked system. Chu Yunxuan. Map unlocked system. During the existence of this system, all maps are accessible, revealing risks, difficulty levels, rewards, and more. There are no system tasks. Remaining time, 2 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Chu Yunxuan grinned widely. This is intriguing. But why do they speak of you? I remain perplexed. Chu Yunxuan explained. The crux of the matter is that they refrain from disclosing their true intentions to prevent others from discovering them. What do you mean? I have come into possession of a treasure they covet, and thus they conspire against me. Jiang Ying nodded in understanding. I see. However, due to their affiliations with the Divine Alliance, Celestial Domain, and Killing Alliance, their positions are precarious, making it difficult for them to act against you directly. Unless they eliminate everyone, the actions of even a single survivor would expose their machinations. Consequently, they devised a scheme to label you as the Heavenly Calamity Star. This isolation would force you to walk a solitary path, enabling them to follow and eliminate you without witnesses. Chu Yunxuan acknowledged, your intellect shines through. Jiang Ying held her head high. Of course. Everyone speaks of my brilliance. While I may not excel in all areas, my intellect is unmatched. Chu Yunxuan chuckled. Then why not make your findings public? Jiang Ying pressed. After a moment's thought, she concluded, I understand now. Alone. You cannot contend with their numbers. Chu Yunxuan raised a thumb in approval. Astute. Fear not, by your side. I shall reveal to you what it means to be innocent and unburdened in this world. Chapter 76. The Source Crystal of Life. Chu Yunxuan stood still, activating the map unlocked system. Simultaneously, the entirety of the spiritual realm unfolded before him, as if he had been granted divine perspective. Everything lay within his sight. Wow. It's vast, Chu Yunxuan exclaimed. The master of the spiritual realm is no ordinary individual. Jiang Ying, rather abruptly, remarked, is that not obvious? Whom are you addressing? Chu Yunxuan turned to Jiang Ying. She met his gaze with pride. Did you not claim I was exceptional? Ah, yes, yes, of course, he replied sheepishly, receiving a playful eye roll from her. Meanwhile, the rumors regarding Chu Yunxian's status as the heavenly calamity star, or the presence of a curse upon him, circulated quietly among the crowd. At that moment, 7 portals emerged before them, each adorned in shades representing red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Something's amiss. The crowd's attention was drawn to the portals. 7 doors, 7 choices. Where should they venture? No indications or guidance were apparent. It seemed they could only rely on chance. No, there is guidance. Zhou Fan interjected. Many turned their eyes toward Zhou Fan. As long as we do not accompany that individual, any of the doors we choose will surely be the right one. Upon hearing this, the crowd experienced a moment of clarity and rose to gather before the 7 portals. Su Xiangdong, the vice president of the celestial domain, declared, "Let us take the green portal." Why? Many inquired. In the absence of information, we must make educated guesses. Green symbolizes vitality. I believe this path holds the greatest promise. Some found merit in his reasoning. And a considerable portion of the thousands gathered positioned themselves before the green portal, ready to enter. "I shall join you," Huang Qianli exclaimed, rushing to join the throng. Chu Yunxuan and Jiang Ying also approached. "Which path shall we take?" Jiang Ying asked, her eyes focused on Chu Yunxuan, with the map unlocked system at his disposal. Chu Yunxuan was prepared to navigate their journey ahead. The 7 paths lay before him, and he was exceedingly clear about which one to take. Danger level, 0, maximum 10. Complexity level, 0, resource level, 3, comfort level, 10. This was the situation of the green path: 0 danger, limited resources, merely 3 treasures to be found. In contrast, the other 6 paths, despite having a maximum treasure rating of 5, boasted a danger level of 9. Chu Xian, he remarked. The 2 proceeded toward the green portal, positioning themselves at the back of the crowd. "Hey everyone, hurry up and enter," Chu Xian shouted to those ahead, as Zhou Fan was about to step into the portal. The voice from behind startled him, causing him to retract his foot hastily. "Chu, are you really taking this path?" Zhou Fan inquired, turning his head. Of course, Chu Xian nodded. In the next moment, the long line of thousands parted like the sea, leaving only Chu Xian and Jiang Ying standing before the green portal. This dramatic scene caused Jiang Ying, who had previously trusted Chu Xian, to feel a sudden pang of anxiety. Wow, is it really that exaggerated? This is making me quite scared. "Hey, pretty sister, are you not coming?" A girl of about 14 or 15 called out to Jiang Ying. Song Shuheng frowned. "Jiang Ying," he whispered. "Ah, it's nothing. Nothing at all. I simply prefer the green path." Jiang Ying insisted, steeling herself to trust Chu Xian. "Date me, and I promise every day will be green." Chu Xian grinned at Jiang Ying. "Get lost." Jiang Ying rolled her eyes. Song Shuheng's brow furrowed deeper. Why? Why does everyone believe him, yet you do not? Why won't you trust me?" "Jiang Ying, you will perish." Song Shuheng grit his teeth. The 2 approached the portal. Chu Xian glanced over at Huang Qianli, who stood by the blue portal. "Big brother, are you not joining me?" Chu Xian asked. No, I wouldn't want to interrupt your little date." "Ha ha ha," Huang Qianli chuckled nervously. Chu Xian cast a quick glance at the blue portal's details. Danger level, 10, complexity level, 8, resource level, 4, comfort level, -100. "Good luck," he said before stepping inside. Jiang Ying hesitated briefly before following him through the green portal. As they vanished, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. "Ha ha ha." Huang Qianli laughed heartily, declaring, "Everyone, it's all good now. They must have entered the most dangerous portal. The remaining 6 are safe to enter." "Ha ha ha." Zhou Fan joined in the laughter. It's been ages since I felt this at ease." The 2 were at the pinnacle of their power, and there was no chance of survival for them. What a pity for such a beautiful girl to follow him. Such a shame. "Vice President Su, you nearly led us to our doom. It seems the green path is indeed the most perilous one." Su Xiangdong acknowledged. "As for my suggestion, let us proceed with any portal except for the green one." At that moment, everyone felt an immense sense of relief. Meanwhile, a flash of brilliance illuminated their surroundings, revealing a paradise beyond the mundane. Mountains, waters, flowers, and grass, accompanied by a myriad of beautiful butterflies. How stunning! Jiang Ying's eyes sparkled. After all, she was a girl, and regardless of her disposition, such exquisite scenery naturally lifted her spirits. Chu Xian, utilizing the map system, pinpointed several treasure locations within the area. Jiang Ying remarked, "However, the more serene the scene, the more it may conceal hidden dangers." "Like what?" Chu Xian queried. "All these beautiful flowers and plants may be poisonous, for instance, and those butterflies could be toxic as well." Chu Xian chuckled softly and advanced forward. "Hey, let us still be cautious. Jiang Ying admonished as she followed him. After walking for about 5 minutes, Chu Xian came to a halt. Jiang Ying scanned their surroundings with vigilance, noticing Chu Xian crouching. When he stood again, he held a green crystal in his hand, radiating a potent life force. Life source crystal. Jiang Ying's brows furrowed. This is remarkable. When crushed, it releases a powerful healing energy that swiftly restores injuries. It is also one of the common methods for high-ranking warriors to heal themselves. However, the quantity of life source crystals is not particularly abundant, thus their high value. How pure? The quality is quite high, yet having only one is of limited use, Jiang Ying stated. Chu Xian smiled, then brandished the flame sun sword, running while making sweeping motions across the ground. What are you doing? Jiang Ying asked, puzzled. However, the earth along the cut began to shimmer with a green glow. Jiang Ying gasped in astonishment. Life source crystal. Vein? Chapter 77. I sincerely thank you. An hour later, the two sat on the ground, surrounded by a wealth of green radiance. They had uncovered a massive life source crystal vein. I can't take it anymore. Jiang Ying waved her hand. My spatial ring is completely full. Mine is full too, Chu Xian replied. I feel like these life source crystals could last me a decade, Jiang Ying remarked. And these are the highest grade, heavenly life source crystals. Prior to this, I had only 2. I usually hesitated to use them, opting for healing potions during injuries. Now, I have complete freedom with these life source crystals. This vein alone could equal years of exploration for humanity. What a pity we cannot take it with us. Let us go, Chu Xian said. Jiang Ying cast one last longing glance at the vast life source crystal vein. What a shame. On the other side, cough, cough. Let us take a moment to recover and treat our wounds. Vice President Su Xiangdong wiped the blood from his mouth as he appeared on a beach. Gradually, others emerged onto the shore as well. Ugh, how painful. Are there any wood element warriors? Please help me heal. How could it be this dangerous? The gathered crowd appeared severely battered. Some even missing limbs. How could it be this perilous? I nearly perished despite being a 5-star domain warrior. Su Xiangdong grimaced in pain. That only signifies that every path behind the portals is fraught with danger. Look, others from the remaining portals are also emerging, Zhou Fan pointed out. One by one. The crowd staggered onto the beach. Huang Qianli, how are you? Zhou Fan called out as he noticed Huang Qianli limping. Are you blind? Can't you see how I am? Huang Qianli shouted in frustration. Zhou Fan frowned. Everyone is in a terrible state. The danger level of the spiritual realm surpasses our expectations. Even domain warriors struggle to survive. The intensity is so high that survival indeed hinges on luck. It seems most have made it out, he observed. A third are missing, he gasped. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Approximately 40,000 had entered through the 7 portals. Yet over 10,000 perished within. Their gazes shifted to the green portal. Zhou Fan announced, everyone, stop cursing. Despite the danger, at least we survived. If you had not heeded my advice and entered the green portal, you would all be dead by now. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed, Zhou team leader is correct. In hindsight, we are quite fortunate. Thank you, Zhou team leader. Those 2 have yet to emerge, and it seems they have certainly perished inside. Given how perilous it is within our portals, it is improbable they survived in there. Nonetheless, we are truly grateful to Zhou team leader. Thank you, Zhou team leader. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a flicker of hope emerged. Despite the grim circumstances, a thought arose. At least they had survived, which was a consolation. Let us show courtesy, Zhou Fan proclaimed. We are all allies of humanity, and mutual support is essential. Song Shuheng sighed. Jiang Ying, you had it in you to survive. Why did you not heed my words? Clenching his fist, he added, everyone, take this time to recuperate. As the group settled on the beach, a tranquil silence enveloped them until a voice broke through. How are you? Following me was not a mistake, was it? Indeed, it feels rather pleasant. If there were more of us, we could fill our spatial rings to the brim. With a larger group, we could each claim a few treasures. Though surely the stronger among us would snatch them away. You do have some utility, but honestly, the photo you took of me was dreadful. I stand at 1.68 meters, and you made me appear as if I were only 1.4. Chu Yunxuan and Jiang Ying emerged from the verdant portal, engaged in light-hearted banter. In that moment, the crowd was left aghast, their expressions akin to seeing a ghost. What? Gulp. They collectively swallowed, bewildered. These 2 appeared unscathed, clean and pristine, in stark contrast to their own ragged and bloodied forms. Wait a moment, what did they just say? A photo? They had the leisure to take pictures in there? Huang Qianli stood, eyes wide with disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhou Fan mirrored his incredulity. Are you jesting? These 2 emerged alive and unscathed? Fine. You, Chu Yunxuan, survived. But how is it that the woman beside you did as well? Chu Yunxuan winked at them. You all seem to have had a rough time? Why didn't you follow me? What a pity. Jiang Ying cleared her throat. How shameless. Su Xiangdong opened his mouth. Your route had no danger whatsoever. No beasts, no traps, and it was quite beautiful. I even took photos. Look, the scenery is splendid. I plan to post it online. Chu Yunxuan brandished his phone, eliciting twitches at the corners of many mouths. Heh, what splendid luck. Heh. I was always intending to take this green portal, you know? So was I? Their gazes converged on Zhou Fan, Huang Qianli, and the others, filled with an overwhelming sense of grievance. Team leader Zhou. A figure turned towards him. Zhou Fan looked over, bewildered. Thank you for what? Thank you for causing me to lose my arm. Zhou Fan, no. That is impossible. It must be sheer coincidence. Huang Qianli shouted. Enough. Su Xiangdong interjected sharply. Those who need to heal, heal. Those who do not, please refrain from disturbing us. A hush fell over the group. Su Xiangdong then turned to Zhou Fan. Vice President Zhou, trust me. What I, Huang Qianli, and over 100 others are saying is not false. Zhou Fan, emotionally charged, replied, sigh. Su Xiangdong sighed again. It does appear that way. Perhaps I shall place my trust in you. 2 hours passed, and suddenly, the sea before them began to churn, garnering everyone's attention. They observed as the water surged, creating 4 paths leading into the depths below. The sea rose, swirling on either side of these paths, yet curiously did not submerge them. It was indeed a daunting sight. More choices again. Why does the master of this realm relish presenting us with dilemmas? The crowd furrowed their brows. A single path would suffice. Zhou Fan called out. He then glanced at Chu Yunxuan, who activated his system to assess the 4 routes leading into the depths. The first path, danger level, 8, complexity level, 3, resource level, 5, comfort level, 0. The second path, danger level, 10, complexity level, 5, resource level, 6, comfort level, 0. The third path, danger level, 10, complexity level, 10, resource level, 0, comfort level, -300. The far right path, danger level, 1, complexity level, 0, resource level, 0, comfort level, 2. Chapter 78. Tell me honestly, who is the celestial Lone Star? It was clear that Chu Yunxuan aimed for the far right path, which, while lacking in treasures, promised safety. He was aware of the resources along the other 3 paths, which were indeed tempting but not worth the risk. Chu Yunxuan strode confidently towards the right path, with Jiang Ying quietly following suit. All eyes were fixed on Chu Yunxuan as he ventured onto the far right path, prompting a flurry of glances among the others. What should they do? Follow or not? Honestly, I intended to take the far right path too. They encountered no danger, while they found themselves in a quandary. Everyone. Zhou Fan stepped forward. Trust us. You must believe us. Huang Qianli nodded. Though I belong to the Kill Alliance here, I genuinely wish to act as a good person. Trust me. Follow me onto the third path. Chu Yunxuan, who was yet to fully enter the third path, twitched at the corners of his mouth. The third path. Danger level, 10, complexity level, 10, resource level, 0, comfort level, -300. Although the other 2 paths are perilous, at least they offer treasures. This path holds nothing but danger. Huang Qianli, you wish to take the third path? Zhou Fan inquired. Indeed. Zhou Fan nodded. Then I shall join you on the third path. Song Shuheng approached. Count me in. He glanced at Jiang Ying's retreating figure, acknowledging her desire for danger, and decided not to intervene further. Count me in. Brothers, we emerged together with Chu Yunxuan. Our trust in one another is paramount. Count me in. Me too. Many of those who had initially accompanied Chu Yunxuan now gravitated towards the third path. Observing this, the remaining thousands exchanged glances. Although we faced dire straits earlier, and those 2 seemed at ease, I still believe in team leader Zhou. Indeed, better safe than sorry. We should opt for the third path. The first and second paths could work, but let us not follow those 2 onto the fourth. I agree. Even though they chose correctly earlier, I trust team leader Zhou. Onward to the third path. Over 20,000 people made their decision, with more than 10,000 choosing to walk the third path together. The other 10,000 split between the first and second paths. Vice President Su, what are you waiting for? Come quickly. Trust me, Zhou Fan urged. Su Xiangdong hesitated but ultimately placed his faith in his subordinate and joined the third path. Members of the Divine Alliance, strong warriors of the heavenly domain, come forth. Can I truly lead you astray? If you choose not to, at least avoid the fourth path. Zhou Fan continued. With this many people on the third path, including many strong warriors, it should be safer. Let us proceed. Team leader Zhou, I trust you. Yes, I trust you too. Zhou Fan gazed at the crowd with gratitude. Thank you all for your trust. Believe in us, and we shall not lead you astray. We are all comrades. Good brothers, for a lifetime. Charge. Let those two perish. On the other side, curiously, since you have obtained the treasure, why do they want to isolate you, branding you as a calamity or cursed, so they can act against you? Why didn't Zhou Fan and Huang Chenli stealthily accompany us? Jiang Ying inquired with curiosity. How would I know what they think? But just now, it proved I am not a calamity, right? Indeed, no need to ponder too much. Jiang Ying nodded. The two ventured deeper. This path seemed to lead to the deep sea. The water beside them would not engulf them, and they could even see many beautiful corals and scenes from the ocean. It must be said, it was quite enchanting. Hey, take a picture for me. Jiang Ying handed her phone to Chu Yunxuan. Chu Yunxuan took it and casually snapped a few photos. Jiang Ying glanced at the picture, muttering, so perfunctory. If you were my girlfriend, I would certainly put in more effort, Chu Yunxuan replied. Are you trying to woo me? Jiang Ying asked with a smile. Will you? It's always the girls who pursue me. You should catch up, Chu Yunxuan retorted. Jiang Ying rolled her eyes. Get lost. Ding. Jiang Ying's affection for you increased by 5. After this journey, Jiang Ying's affection for Chu Yunxuan rose to 42. The splendid scenery along the way felt like a romantic getaway for two, and being with Chu Yunxuan brought benefits, avoiding dangers. Although the benevolent system was disabled, the affection tasks for Jiang Ying and Xiao Qiyue were permanently retained. Rewards would be granted at affection levels of 30, 60, and 80, and they were substantial. However, Jiang Ying glanced around at the exceptionally high waters on both sides. If the sea suddenly surged down, even if I were in the Xiantian realm, I would likely be crushed to death. It feels like there's a probability of that happening. Facing the insignificance against the sea can indeed evoke a sense of fear. Chu Yunxuan reassured, don't worry, that's impossible. How can you be so sure? I am the lucky star. Well, so far, it seems to be true. On the other side of the sea, a group of drenched figures struggled to swim to the beach. Phew. Many lay on the beach gasping for air, blood flowing freely. The sea was littered with corpses. Gradually, more people returned to the shore, each appearing as if they had lost half their lives. Is that it? Are we left with just these few? Gulp. The surviving warriors swallowed hard in terror. At a glance, there were only about 10,000 left. Nearly 20,000 had perished, especially those who took the third path, over 10,000 of them, with less than 1,000 surviving. What on earth did they experience? Team leader Zhou, are you all right? Puffed. Cough. Zhou Fan spat out seawater and began to cough. I'm not dead. Cough. Zhou Fan said. Team leader Zhou, I shouldn't have taken the third path with you. I nearly lost my life. All right, everyone. All paths are perilous, Zhou Fan sighed. Is it my fault? Zhou Fan stood up, pointing at the crowd. I saved your lives, and you blame me? Zhou Fan, incredulous, continued. Didn't you hear? All paths are dangerous. It's unavoidable. If you had followed Chu Yunxuan on the fourth path, you would be dead by now. Understand? Enough. Team leader Zhou. Huang Chenli interrupted Zhou Fan. He scanned the crowd. From now on, I won't manage you anymore. You may listen or not. It's your choice. Enough. Su Xiangdong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and trembled as he stood. Everyone, we must unite. Whether it's team leader Zhou or Huang Chenli, they genuinely care for our well-being. You are injured. Are we unscathed? You nearly perished. So did we. Su Xiangdong continued. After experiencing so much peril, we return to the shore and find those two missing, which only means trusting team leader Zhou is indeed correct. The fourth path must have been a dead end. They surely perished. True. Although we suffered greatly, at least we still have a glimmer of hope. Su Xiangdong added, you may not trust Huang Chenli, but team leader Zhou is the leader of Tianyu. Why would he harbor ill intentions? Zhou Fan looked at Su Xiangdong, touched. Just then, a voice rang out. Woohoo! The crowd froze, gazing toward the sea. On the surface of the water, two figures used what appeared to be wooden planks as surfboards, riding the waves. The crowd. Whoosh! Chu Yunxuan and Jiang Ying leaped onto the beach, holding roasted fish. Huh. They stared at each other, bewildered. What? Zhou Fan could hardly believe it. Huang Qianli's mouth dropped open. Huh. You are unharmed? Su Xiangdong stared at Chu Yunxuan and questioned. Are you okay? Of course. We just encountered a water beast. What realm was it? Chu Yunxuan asked Jiang Ying. Xiantian realm. Chu Yunxuan nodded. Yes, Xiantian realm. The crowd. Swish, everyone turned their gaze toward Zhou Fan and Huang Chenli, their eyes ablaze with fury. No. We. They instinctively retreated, bewildered. Calamity? Is this what you call a calamity? Cursed? Huh? Where's the curse? Speak. Having chosen the two safest paths twice, leading them to the most dangerous choice, I see. The calamity must be you. Zhou Fan, you've turned me into this wretched state. What are your true intentions? I'll make you pay. Everyone stop. Su Xiangdong bellowed. Vice President Su. Zhou Fan looked to Su Xiangdong for help. Su Xiangdong, with thunderous energy in his palm, fixed his gaze on Zhou Fan. Let me handle this. Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan. What is Zhou Fan? I should never have trusted your words. I've suspected for a long time. You wanted to kill me to take my position as vice president, right? Zhou Fan. Chapter 79. Who is truly betraying whom? Zhou Fan was utterly bewildered. How could this be? Wasn't Chu Yunxuan supposed to be cursed? How did he manage to choose the safest paths twice? It seemed as if he was deliberately endangering others. Even his vice president thought he, Zhou Fan, was intentionally sabotaging him. Vice President Su, please, don't act impulsively. Calm down. Zhou Fan trembled as he faced the imminent threat from Su Xiangdong. Calm. My life is at stake because of you, and you expect me to stay calm? If I can remain calm, do you think everyone else can? Su Xiangdong chastised. The crowd wore expressions of rage. If it weren't for believing Zhou Fan and his group, they wouldn't be in such dire straits. Many among them would have chosen the green teleportation portal or the far-right water path instead. Zhou Fan shouted, everyone, please calm down. What benefit do I gain from deceiving you? What do I stand to gain? Are you colluding with Huang Qianli, that traitor of the Killing Alliance? Or are you, Zhou Fan, a member of the Killing Alliance yourself? One person accused Zhou Fan angrily. Oh, so that's it. Since 90% of the Killing Alliance members are hidden in the city, it's entirely plausible that Zhou Fan is one of them. No wonder team leader Zhou was trying to exonerate Huang Qianli. Understood. You spread rumors solely to manipulate us into believing, ultimately leading to our demise. Congratulations. Your machinations have succeeded. Over 40,000 lives have been lost due to your deceit. How ruthless. Zhou Fan's pupils contracted. How did he suddenly become an assassin of the Alliance? Even if his words were false, his intent was merely to kill Chu Yunxuan and seize the Dragon Pearl. Yet he refrained from doing so. Have you misunderstood something? I intentionally spread rumors to harm you. Why would I, Huang Qianli, and so many others risk our lives alongside you? Zhou Fan inquired. Then explain why the reality contradicts your claims. He has traversed the safest paths, twice. And yet, following you has led to misfortune. Wasn't that your designation of the heavenly calamity star? Is this not a stroke of luck? Indeed, indeed. Zhou Fan looked helplessly at Huang Qianli. I have no idea what is happening. In any case, I cannot be part of the Assassin Alliance. Deputy President Su, do you not believe me? Then you must harbor some hidden agenda. With so many casualties, you are the true culprit. Jiang Ying stepped forward and said, everyone, in fact, Zhou Group Leader, Huang Qianli, and others are framing Chu Yunxuan for a very simple reason. You know? The crowd turned to Jiang Ying. Because he possesses a treasure. Jiang Ying declared, this will not remain a secret. Everyone will ultimately learn the truth. What? Jiang Ying continued, the treasure is the Dragon Pearl. Is that so? No way. It's true. A brother who just left with me has already perished, but he informed me of the Dragon Pearl. Me too. Those people left together. And the Dragon Pearl was in his possession. I have heard of it. I can testify. I witnessed him acquiring the Dragon Pearl. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Zhou Fan frowned and shouted, yes, he indeed possesses the Dragon Pearl, but so what? What of it? Su Xiangdong's gaze sharpened as he looked at Zhou Fan and the others. You desire the Dragon Pearl and seek to kill for it, yet there are people around. You cannot openly act against your kin, can you? A powerful figure suddenly understood. So, they conspired to frame this young brother, isolating him. This way, they gain opportunities to kill and seize the treasure without detection. Another strong individual remarked, such conduct is despicable and loathsome. Even if they are not members of the Assassin Alliance, they are no different from them. Moreover, due to their selfish desires, they have caused the deaths of tens of thousands of warriors. Because of them, we are also gravely injured. Outrageous. The crowd glared at Zhou Fan, Huang Qianli, and the others with contempt. In Chu Yunxuan's eyes, these individuals must be eliminated. They already harbored intentions to kill him. Thus, Chu Yunxuan had every justification to eradicate them. If they were not eliminated, they would undoubtedly become a significant problem. Zhou Fan and Huang Qianli were utterly bewildered. You have misunderstood, Zhou Fan shouted. Chu Yunxuan stepped forward, looking at Zhou Fan, and asked, Group Leader Zhou, is this true? No. Chu Yunxuan then stated, if you desire the Dragon Pearl, you can tell me. I would be willing to give it to you. Why must you conspire to harm me? Leading to the demise of so many? When I acquired the Dragon Pearl, I asked you all, and you nodded in agreement, affirming it was mine. If you did not wish to grant it to me, why allow me to take it in the first place? Chu Yunxuan continued, you have led me to believe that I am indeed a calamity star, and for a time, I suspected that some deaths were due to me. Honestly, I even cried earlier. Jiang Ying. Zhou Fan. Several individuals approached Chu Yunxuan, gently patting his shoulder, offering comfort. Little brother, it's all right. Do not be too disheartened. This world operates thusly. Sincerity does not always beget sincerity. Indeed, everywhere is fraught with schemes and dangers. You are too naive. There is no need to cry. You will gradually acclimate. Yes, this is how one grows. Chu Yunxuan nodded vigorously. Thank you all for your kindness. Zhou Fan? You. Chu Yunxuan, you harbor ill intentions. Zhou Fan pointed at Chu Yunxuan, fuming. Group leader Zhou. I genuinely believed your offering of the spirit jade was a gesture of goodwill. It was all a deception to lower my guard, to make me trust you, only to find an opportunity to kill me and seize the dragon pearl. Sigh. Chu Yunxuan sighed heavily. Huang Qianli pointed at Chu Yunxuan, shouting, Nonsense. You are full of it. Su Xiangdong, he is full of it? Then explain why the so-called heavenly calamity star, who supposedly brings misfortune, has consistently chosen the safest paths? Provide your explanation. I. Huang Qianli's eyes narrowed, filled with murderous intent as he glared at Chu Yunxuan. I should have killed you back then. Look, Huang Qianli has exploded. Truly malicious. He deserves to die. I see Zhou Fan is undoubtedly a member of the Assassin Alliance as well. Huang Qianli swept his gaze across the crowd. I swear on my ancestors, what I say is absolutely not false. He is pretending. We are not framing him. He is framing us. Zhou Fan, exactly. Now he is the one pretending and framing us. Everyone, you must believe me. He is the most malicious and deserves to die. Following him guarantees your demise. Guaranteed demise? From the very beginning, you have claimed that. Who is guaranteed to die by following whom? Do you think we are blind or foolish? At that moment, a young man stepped forward. Everyone, allow me to say a word. The crowd turned to him. He continued. Zhou Group leader and others claim Chu Yunxuan is malicious and has framed them. I have reason to doubt that. Oh, what reason? Su Xiangdong asked. The young man replied, I am from Tianhua City. Recently, during an expedition, the intermediate class 3 of Tianhua University encountered several Xintian realm and Shintong realm phantom evil tigers. At that time, it was Chu Yunxuan, a Xintian realm warrior, who stood before everyone and drew away the Shintong realm phantom evil tiger. Pray tell, could such a person be malicious? Could he conspire against others? Wow, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Zhou Fan and Huang Qianli's pupils contracted. The others exchanged glances. I have heard of this. Me too. It was said that a student of modest strength disregarded his own safety to protect dozens of students from Tianhua City. Drawing away the Shintong realm phantom evil tiger, it turns out it was him. Such a person, who would risk his life to protect others. And you claim he is malicious and conspiring against you? Ha! Zhou Fan, Huang Qianli. You must never have anticipated that the one you sought to frame is a person of such noble character and integrity. Zhou Fan, Huang Qianli. And the others were momentarily speechless. Huang Qianli's gaze narrowed, his eyes fixated on Chu Yunxuan. In that moment, consumed by rage, he disregarded everything. Damn, I will kill you. Huang Qianli roared as he charged at Chu Yunxuan. Zhou Fan shouted, damn it, I will kill you. They surged towards Chu Yunxuan together. Attack. Several individuals rushed forward, blocking Huang Qianli. Huang Qianli, a member of the Assassin Alliance, is heinous and deserves death. Kill. Yes. Although Huang Qianli is formidable, he no longer possesses the spirit seal stone to unleash his celestial sovereign power. Faced with such a multitude of powerful attackers, he could only meet his end filled with resentment. As for Zhou Fan, the crowd spared him alive. After all, he is a member of the celestial domain. Su Xiangdong pointed at Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan, I will not kill you, for you are the leader of the celestial domain. If you survive this ordeal, I will leave your fate to the celestial domain or the tribunal. If you do not survive, then so be it. It is destined. Cough, Zhou Fan spat out a mouthful of blood. And you? Su Xiangdong and the others turned to Song Shuheng. A tremor coursed through Song Shuheng's body as he hastily spoke. Respected seniors, I am merely a mere Xintian realm cultivator, threatened by team leader Zhou and Huang Qianli. Please spare me. I only wish to survive. You. Zhou Fan pointed at Song Shuheng, his body shaking with fury. With a sudden surge of anger, he coughed up blood once more. Truly, I only wish to survive. Song Shuheng repeated. Upon hearing this, everyone was utterly convinced that Zhou Fan, Huang Qianli, and others were framing Chu Yunxuan. Su Xiangdong sighed. Indeed, what is wrong with wanting to live? As a Xintian realm cultivator, how could you harbor thoughts akin to theirs? Even in the pursuit of the Dragon Pearl, how could you possibly compete with those at the domain realm? Yes. Song Shuheng nodded fervently. It was over. His image in Jiang Ying's eyes plummeted. There was no longer any possibility between him and Jiang Ying. Chu Yunxuan, just wait. He had initially thought that Zhou Fan and Huang Qianli, in pursuit of the Dragon Pearl, would surely kill Chu Yunxuan. yet unexpectedly. What a masterful ploy, turning falsehood into reality, using others to do their bidding. He had underestimated Chu Yunxuan. Jiang Ying gazed at Chu Yunxuan. This has been resolved. It is indeed my cleverness at play. Jiang Ying proudly lifted her chin. Of course, although you worried that no one would believe you, I, at the most opportune moment, revealed that they sought the treasures in your possession. That is the mark of intelligence. Anyone who meets me must sing my praises for my clever mind. Chu Yunxuan smiled and gave her a thumbs up. Su Xiangdong looked at Chu Yunxuan and said, young brother, from now on, you shall follow me, and I will ensure your safety. In his heart, he was actually motivated by Chu Yunxian's dragon pearl. Zhou Fan, in his quest for the dragon pearl, was indeed a calamity. Su Xiangdong completely understood this. After all, who could resist temptation? If given the chance to act against him, how many in attendance could remain indifferent? Many others present observed Chu Yunxuan with unusual gazes, each clearly harboring their own ulterior motives. Thank you, Vice President Su, Chu Yunxuan said. It is my duty. Su Xiangdong nodded. Su Xiangdong, are you not also keeping him close to kill him and seize the dragon pearl? Zhou Fan laughed heartily. Su Xiangdong replied coolly. Not everyone harbors the same darkness as you. At that moment, several teleportation arrays appeared before them. Chu Yunxuan glanced at them. They all seemed equally perilous yet laden with resources. He casually stepped into one, prompting many to follow suit. You all go ahead. Leave the one on the left for Zhou Fan. Let him enter alone, Su Xiangdong instructed the others. Understood. Su Xiangdong continued. I will stay behind to watch him. Once everyone had exited, Su Xiangdong fixed his gaze on Zhou Fan. Vice President Su, once we exit, I will no longer be your subordinate. Zhou Fan's eyes narrowed. Exit? Su Xiangdong sneered. Do you think you can? Zhou Fan's pupils constricted. You. Su Xiangdong dealt with Zhou Fan, wiping the blood from his sword before stowing it in his spatial ring and stepping into the teleportation portal that Chu Yunxuan had entered. In the ensuing journey, many continued to follow Chu Yunxuan. With the map fully activated, he knew precisely how to navigate, including the specific dangers ahead and how to avoid them. However, the master of this spirit realm was somewhat peculiar. After nearly every checkpoint, choices had to be made. Each decision, each danger, led to a dwindling number of travelers. Ahead, another dozen teleportation arrays appeared, leaving the crowd uncertain of their choices. Chu Yunxuan quietly advised Jiang Ying, you should take the third one on the far left. Jiang Ying looked at him, puzzled. Just trust me, he urged. Then be careful of them, she replied, not being naive and sensing something amiss. Rest assured. MHM. Jiang Ying then moved away. Su Xiangdong glanced at the girl who had been following Chu Yunxuan as she took another path, not thinking much of it. The more people that left, the better. It provided him a greater opportunity to act. He then turned to Chu Yunxuan. Young brother, wherever you go, I will follow to protect you. Thank you, Vice President Su, Chu Yunxuan replied. It is my obligation. If my fellow Tianshi have caused you distress, then I shall protect you well, so you may know that true affection exists in this world. Su Xiangdong smiled. Chu Yunxuan nodded. There certainly will be. With that, Chu Yunxuan stepped into the teleportation array before him. Some individuals, their eyes glinting with ambition, followed suit. Only a few dozen remained, all possessing considerable strength, with the weakest among them being at the law realm. In a flash of light, they found themselves in a space surrounded by mountains. Ahead lay a path leading to an unknown destination, clearly an exit. However, this space was enveloped by a barrier. Only by passing through it could they access the exit. A barrier. What does this mean? Su Xiangdong frowned. Others also knitted their brows, sensing that it was not simple. Can we break this barrier? It seemed the only way to leave was to dismantle it and take the solitary path. The strength of the barrier seems considerable. Chu Yunxuan approached the edge of the barrier, and the others instinctively followed him. Reaching the barrier's edge, they could see the path leading out. Chu Yunxuan placed his hand on the barrier. Useless, brother, this barrier is formidable. We must either shatter it, or perhaps require some method, one remarked. Su Xiangdong calculated how to seize the dragon pearl. With dozens of individuals here, many of whom were formidable, including several at the domain realm, they had to perish. Otherwise, if even one survived, his actions would be exposed. I know how to get out, Chu Yunxuan declared. Oh, young brother, how do we escape? Su Xiangdong inquired. Chu Yunxuan produced the dragon pearl, causing everyone's eyes to widen. Subsequently, he pressed the dragon pearl against the barrier and walked forward, passing through it effortlessly. With the map fully activated, he knew precisely how to proceed. The crowd was stunned. How did you know the way out? Fantastic. Brother. Hand over the dragon pearl, so we can escape too. Chu brother, please. Chu Yunxuan turned around, grinning widely. Release you, and then have you kill me? They frowned. How could that be? How could that be? Do you take me for a fool? Chu Yunxuan laughed heartily. Sitting on a stone with his legs crossed, he smirked. A group of law realm and domain realm cultivators following me, not to kill me and seize the dragon pearl. What else could it be for? One retorted. You think too much. We simply believe following you brings luck. Luck? After all my choices and countless dangers, you still think it lucky to follow me? Do you truly take me for a fool? Su Xiangdong frowned. Brother, I've said from the start, I wish to protect you. Please. I wouldn't dare gamble on whether your intentions are genuine, Chu Yunxuan replied, a smirk playing on his lips. Let me tell you something. This path is a dead end, and the only way out is through this dragon pearl in my hand. Why is it a dead end? Just look behind you. The crowd turned to see two enormous beasts looming in the distance, their gaze fixed on them. Dark Knight Demon Spider King. Bloodthirsty, three-headed wolf. Their pupils constricted, and they shuddered. Two celestial realm beasts. One turned to Chu Yunxuan, pointing angrily. You have a way out, but refuse to let us escape. You are killing us. Killing? I just shrugged, smiling. Come on, everyone isn't foolish. This is a spirit realm after all. Upon concluding his words, Chu Yunxuan extracted an apple from his spatial ring and began to nibble on it. Suddenly, two powerful beasts of the celestial realm charged towards him. The sight of blood splattering against the barrier before him startled Chu Yunxuan. He took another bite of his apple, only to hear a heart-wrenching scream emanating from within. Su Xiangdong, his face etched with terror, pounded against the barrier, pleading for help. Brother, save me. I will give you anything you desire. Chu Yunxuan grinned and replied. Vice President Su, I must thank you for eliminating Huang Qianli. Zhou Fan, you must have dealt with him as well, correct? Oh, the sincerity of human emotions is truly remarkable. Su Xiangdong's pupils constricted as he grasped the gravity of the situation. Zhou Fan and Huang Qianli spoke the truth. You have been deceiving us. It doesn't matter. If you help me escape, I won't tell anyone. Chu Yunxuan gestured behind him. Su Xiangdong stiffly turned his head, only to be met with the gruesome fate of the bloodthirsty twin-headed wolf, which devoured his head in one swift motion. How tragic. Chu Yunxuan discarded the apple and turned to leave. Chapter 81. The hero's tomb. It was not out of cruelty that Chu Yunxuan sought to eliminate them. Rather, they had chosen their own demise. A group of powerful individuals followed him relentlessly, not in pursuit of his life or the dragon pearl, but for what purpose? To call him a lucky star? The choices that lay ahead for Chu Yunxuan were fraught with peril, yet they persisted in their pursuit. The evidence was glaring. Even if there were wrongful deaths, it was simply the nature of this era. Chu Yunxuan had no inclination to ponder whether his adversaries bore ill will towards him. Meanwhile, Jiang Ying wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She had sustained some injuries, but they were not severe. Casually, she retrieved a top-grade life source crystal, restoring her vitality almost entirely. The others had mostly departed, and she remained in place, scanning the surroundings. Have they not arrived yet? Jiang Ying harbored doubts about the dozens of powerful beings who had trailed Chu Yunxuan, believing their goal to be the dragon pearl. She suspected that Chu Yunxuan was aware of this as well. She surmised that Chu Yunxuan had deliberately distanced himself to force their hand. The reasons for her departure were twofold. First, she was of no assistance against the laws of the realm. Second, she knew that Chu Yunxuan had obtained the spirit seal stone from Huang Qianli, endowing him with the strength of the celestial realm. Yet, he had yet to emerge, causing her concern. In the distance, Jiang Ying spotted an approaching figure, her beautiful eyes lighting up. Hey, over here, she called, waving her hand. Chu Yunxuan ambled over with a smile. Where are the others? Jiang Ying inquired. Chu Yunxuan shrugged. They're dead. What? You took care of them? Jiang Ying was taken aback. No, they encountered a barrier housing two celestial realm beasts and could not escape. Could you have gotten out? Chu Yunxuan explained. The dragon pearl is precisely the key to traversing the barrier. Jiang Ying remained skeptical. Well, as long as you're fine. What? Are you worried about me? Chu Yunxuan teased, grinning at her. Please, only my suitors worry about me. Jiang Ying retorted, feeling a bit flustered under his gaze. What are you staring at? She playfully nudged his forehead. I can't shake the feeling that you might have feelings for me. Chu Yunxuan jested. Ugh. Jiang Ying made a gagging motion. Yet it was undeniable that she harbored feelings for him, a sentiment she did not wish to deny. Chu Yunxuan could see her affection had reached a level of 50. It was impossible to deny such a connection. Let us move, he urged. All right, Jiang Ying complied, preparing to follow him. Come with me, he instructed. Huh? Jiang Ying looked puzzled as she observed Chu Yunxuan moving in the opposite direction. That's the way we came. Just follow me, he reassured her, confused. Jiang Ying trailed behind Chu Yunxuan. Soon, he came to a halt. What is it? She asked, furrowing her brows in curiosity. They stood in a barren expanse, devoid of any features. Chu Yunxuan chuckled softly. Then, as his spiritual energy surged, he stepped down, unleashing a colossal aura that erupted into the sky. A grand formation materialized before their eyes. Wow! Jiang Ying gasped, astonished. The appearance of the formation stirred the winds, causing the ground to tremble. After the tremors subsided, Jiang Ying beheld a dramatic transformation in their surroundings. The previously clear sky morphed into a somber ambience, resembling an ancient battlefield strewn with shattered weapons and half-buried bones. Countless stone tablets stood solemnly before them, the air thick with a chilling aura of impending danger. What is this? Jiang Ying exclaimed in shock, turning to Chu Yunxuan for answers. How did you know there was a formation here? Chu Yunxuan explained, when I acquired the dragon pearl. I also received a map left by the master of the spirit realm. No wonder you seemed so familiar with this place. The path you directed me to earlier led me to a spirit artifact that suits me perfectly. Jiang Ying found his explanation reasonable, otherwise. How else could one account for it? What about the others? She pressed. There's nothing significant, just some treasures and dangers. They can also reach this place, but it requires a longer journey. This area is considered the edge of the spirit realm. Jiang Ying and Chu Yunxuan continued onward. Someone's here. Jiang Ying's brows knitted together, sensing more than one presence. Chu Yunxuan was unfazed. According to the map from the full opening system, tens of thousands would be divided into several hundred groups, each facing different trials to acquire various treasures. The tens of thousands that Chu Yunxuan would eventually reunite with had traversed a particularly arduous path. Further ahead lay the exit from the spirit realm. Those who persevered could reach this location, while others on myriad paths could also find a way to arrive here, albeit typically without the means to do so. A few fortunate souls might manage to come here ahead of time, but among tens of thousands, only about 100 would likely arrive at this place. Hey, Xiao Ying. A figure waved from a distance. Fairy mentor? They approached together. I knew you would make it here, Xiao Xinyuan, moi moi moi. Xiao Chiyue blew kisses at Chu Yunxian. He reciprocated with a light gesture. Ugh. Jiang Ying grimaced once more. Your sister is over there, along with Shen Qianjun and a few other young prodigies from outside the city, Xiao Chiyue remarked. They arrived faster than us. Jiang Ying glanced at Chu Yunxian, who shrugged in response. Some of the most absurd paths can teleport individuals directly here upon arrival. However, this is merely the edge, not the ultimate destination. In simpler terms, it resembles a stronghold from a fantasy novel. This is one of the auxiliary halls. There is also the main hall yet to explore. Xiao Chiyue continued. I was with Xiao Yue. We entered the spirit realm less than an hour ago. I watched helplessly as Xiao Yue was absorbed by a wall, and in a moment of desperation, I rushed to save her and was brought here as well. It's been quite a while now. What is this place? Jiang Ying inquired. The Tomb of Heroes, Xiao Chiyue answered. It is filled with the soul tablets of various fallen human powerhouses that we have heard of, to varying extents. She elaborated. The master of this spirit realm is quite impressive for having gathered their soul tablets and placed them here. The soul tablets likely contain the corresponding wills and legacies of these powerhouses, correct? In essence, if we communicate with the will of the respective powerhouse and gain their approval, we could potentially inherit their power? Jiang Ying asked. Indeed, Xiao Chiyue affirmed with a nod. For us martial artists, this is an invaluable opportunity. Yet it is strange. I have attempted dozens of soul tablets and failed each time. Is it possible that my talents do not meet their standards? And what of Xiao Yue? Chu Yunxian inquired. Xiao Chiyue shot him a sidelong glance. Is Xiao Yue someone you called? I simply enjoy calling her that, he replied. Xiao Chiyue remarked to Jiang Ying. You see, I told you that Xiao Xianxian harbors some perverse thoughts, right? Without any blood relation, he must have ulterior motives towards Xiao Yue. Jiang Ying nodded in agreement. Xiao Chiyue continued. As for Xiao Yue, she has been making attempts without success but continues to try, while a few others have already begun to inherit legacies. Chu Yunxian and his companions arrived at a soul steel. Lin Yue sat there, channeling her spiritual energy for communication. After a while, the light dissipated, and she opened her beautiful eyes. Failed? Xiao Chiyue inquired. Yes, Lin Yue replied with a slight nod. Upon seeing Chu Yunxian, Lin Yue displayed a look of surprise. I told you not to worry about him. See, he is fine, Xiao Chiyue muttered. Chu Yunxian smiled reassuringly and asked, which one is Shen Qianjun? He had a certain connection to Shen Qianjun, as he had admired Lin Yue for many years and wished to make his acquaintance. Lin Yue scanned the surroundings and soon spotted a figure not far away. That one, she pointed. Chu Yunxian looked over. The individual was seated at a soul steel, emanating a blue glow, seemingly engaged in some form of inheritance with a blue phantom before him, their hands touching as if in communion. Ordinary, Chu Yunxian remarked. What do you mean by ordinary? Xiao Chiyue asked curiously. This isn't the hero's tomb of top-tier powerhouses, Chu Yunxian explained. Indeed, it seems that way. I haven't seen any of the particularly strong powerhouses we know, Xiao Qiyu acknowledged. Lin Yue nodded slightly. Therefore, your failure to inherit is not due to being overlooked, but rather because there will believes you can attain a stronger legacy. Shun Qianjun, hailed as one of the top talents in Tianhua City, can only acquire the inheritance of the strong here. My claim of him being ordinary is quite reasonable. However, to arrive here is already an impressive feat in the future. He will at least reach the realm of heavenly sovereign, Xiao Qiyu amused, caressing her delicate chin. How do you know this? Lin Yue asked softly. Jiang Ying interjected. This fellow possesses a spirit realm map. What? They looked at Chu Yunxuan in confusion. He smiled mysteriously. Follow me. Xiao Qiyue and Lin Yue exchanged puzzled glances before following him. You Qianren? Chu Yunxian inquired upon noticing another figure engaged in inheritance nearby. Yes. I didn't expect this young man to be quite remarkable, Xiao Qiyue remarked. Chu Yunxian glanced at the individual, who was known as Li Jingfu, the fifth sovereign. A powerful figure from a millennium ago, he was renowned for not using any spiritual artifacts. His fists were harder than most artifacts. And it seemed that the presence of women could further amplify their strength. Who would dare to become his girlfriend after he inherits the fifth sovereign's power? Chu Yunxian chuckled. Lin Yue pointed ahead, her brows slightly furrowed. I just saw a soul steal up ahead that seemed peculiar. Several people tried it, but got no response. They approached, and Chu Yunxian produced a dragon pearl. Huh. This soul steal has a groove that fits perfectly, Jiang Ying observed in astonishment. Chu Yunxian placed the dragon pearl in the groove and explained, that is because this soul steal is the true entrance to the end of the spirit realm. There are only 2 dragon pearls in the entire spirit realm, and only by placing these 2 here can one access the depths of the spirit realm. Only those truly fated can arrive here. A radiant light enveloped them, engulfing them entirely. Moments later, they reappeared in a place that was strikingly similar, yet with far fewer soul steal present. The only soul steal of the dark attribute, the legacy of the shadow god. Jiang Ying exclaimed. The unrivaled sword master, Li Baishan. Lin Yue added. Xiao Qiyue remarked. The original owner of the sacred artifact, Dragon Soul, the gun sovereign, Yu Qianqiu, the sword saint, Manhe, the Qin sovereign, Ji Mingwei, the snow sovereign, Jiang Ling. As they gazed at the names inscribed upon each soul steal, they were left in awe. Each name represented a legendary tale and a lingering regret for humanity, each having perished in battles against the top powerhouses of the demon and monster races. Heavenly sovereigns as the revered, divine emperors as the sovereign, and the heavenly path as the sacred. These individuals are truly the pinnacle of existence, Chu Yunxian reflected, recognizing the weight of their legacies. Xiao Qiyue expressed her admiration and bowed slightly. Chu Yunxian and the others followed suit, paying their respects to these heroes of humanity. I wish to see if the shadow god will recognize me, Jiang Ying pondered, gazing at the soul steal. Well, give it a try, Xiao Qiyue encouraged. What about you? Xiao Yue? Chu Yunxian asked. Lin Yue replied, my spatial attribute is lacking. My primary attribute is ice. I wish to see if the snow sovereign will recognize me, Xiao Qiyue declared. As for me, the unrivaled sword master, Li Baishan, is my idol. Chu Yunxian looked towards a solitary soul steal in the distance. That one. He murmured. What? The others looked perplexed. Huh? You can't see it? Chu Yunxian asked curiously. Is there something there? Jiang Ying queried. A soul steal. Chu Yunxian replied, surprised when they shook their heads. Then I shall take a look. You continue with your endeavors. Lin Yue gently grasped Chu Yunxuan's hand, whispering, be careful. Rest assured, he replied before walking away, vanishing from their sight. Looks like Xiao Xianxian is more favored by the spirit realm's master than we are. No need to worry. There's no danger in this place, Xiao Qiyue reassured. Indeed, she continued, stretching lazily. I am curious about who the master of this spirit realm is. Capable of leaving behind the legacies of powerful individuals spanning thousands of years. Meanwhile, after Chu Yunxian walked away and turned back, he found that Lin Yue and the others had disappeared. Wow, it seems my understanding of this world is still far too shallow, he realized. Although he often saw battles of heavenly sovereigns on television, he now felt that it was merely the tip of the iceberg. The methods here were far more fantastical. Gazing at the soul steal, he extended his hand. Let me see who the master of this spirit realm truly is. He approached, seated himself before the steal, closed his eyes, and released his spiritual energy to begin communication. After a while, he felt his consciousness enter a unique space, where a man sat waiting. You have arrived. The man spoke slowly. In the realm of consciousness, Chu Yunxian cupped his fist respectfully. Junior Chu Yunxian, greetings to the elder. The man chuckled. Interesting. I initially thought another individual who obtained a dragon pearl had come here, but to my surprise, it is you. Do you truly possess this spirit realm map? Chu Yunxuan hesitated. Just joking. I possess a special ocular technique. The man chuckled again. No wonder. You are quite intriguing. The companions with you are not ordinary either. Chu Yunxuan inquired. May I ask who the elder is? The man said, Lin Ming. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yunxuan shook his head. I'm sorry, but I've truly never heard of him. Lin Ming responded, Surely you've heard of the Saint of Love? Chu Yunxuan replied, Saint of Love? What about the likes of the Snow Emperor, Shadow God, Sword Sovereign, or Gun Emperor? And here I am, confronted with a Saint of Love? Huh? It feels like I've been misled. Indeed, the master of the spirit realm doesn't necessarily surpass those renowned figures outside. Is there any way to start over? Observing Chu Yunxuan's expression, Lin Ming felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Why do you seem somewhat regretful? Chu Yunxuan exclaimed. What the? He even swore. But you are a saint. You can't be a false saint, right? However, thinking back, we are all modern people. Just that he was born a bit earlier. After all, 1,000 years ago, Blue Star was not ancient. It remained a modern civilization. Chu Yunxuan genuinely did not recognize Lin Ming, nor had he heard of any human powerhouse titled the Saint of Love. Was it due to his obscurity, or was it a self-bestowed title? The title of saint implies a level of mastery in the heavenly path realm. It shouldn't be unknown, right? Lin Ming glanced at the pensive Chu Yunxuan. You've never heard of the Saint of Love either? He inquired. Clearing his throat, Chu Yunxuan replied. I truly haven't. Lin Ming's phantom twitched at the corner of his mouth. Strange, it shouldn't be the case. Chu Yunxuan continued. Perhaps I just haven't paid much attention to these matters. Others should be aware. Lin Ming nodded. It matters little. Since you have arrived here, it signifies a connection between us. In my lifetime, I have yet to find a suitable heir. Passing on my legacy now is not too late. Chu Yunxuan hastened to ask, Senior, may I be so bold as to inquire how you compare to the Gun Emperor and the others? Lin Ming replied. They are all my seniors. Their realms vary, so it's difficult to ascertain strength or weakness. However, personally, I believe that if we are all at the heavenly path realm, I would not lose to anyone. Chu Yunxuan pondered. So this so-called Saint of Love is the youngest in terms of seniority? Understanding this, he nodded and then asked, Why do you have so many soul monuments of legendary human figures here? Lin Ming sighed. In my life, I spent considerable time seeking the wills left behind by these heroes after their demise, gathering them so that future generations might have the opportunity to inherit their legacies. Thus, although they are no longer present, the essence of these heroes need not vanish entirely from Blue Star. This can be seen as fulfilling the wishes of these heroes. For each of their fallings was abrupt, leaving no time to leave behind anything. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunxuan felt a sense of admiration. Lin Ming then looked at Chu Yunxuan and asked, Do you know those girls outside? Yes. Which do you consider the most beautiful? Chu Yunxuan hesitated. Why ask this? I suppose it would be my sister. With a wave of his hand, Lin Ming conjured an image of the outside world. Which one? He inquired. Chu Yunxuan pointed. That one. Lin Ming scrutinized her. Your sister? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ming smiled. Good taste. He then shifted the topic. I must soon dissipate. Let us hasten. All right. So this so-called Saint of Love's legacy won't be particularly lacking, right? After all, he has reached the heavenly path realm. Soon, a flash of purple light erupted from Lin Ming. Chu Yunxuan was enveloped by this force. This power is my unique creation, unparalleled across Blue Star. In terms of combat strength, it is nearly supreme. I refer to this technique as the 7 emotions. After a considerable time, the soul monuments outside had also accumulated dozens of visitors. They all assumed that the hero's tomb outside was the terminus. Yet, none had entered the realm of Linyar and the others. At this moment, Chu Yunxuan sat before the soul monument of the Saint of Love, emanating a faint purple glow. Abruptly, he opened his eyes. In that instant, his pupils flashed an otherworldly purple, though it was fleeting. Thanks to the inheritance of this power, Chu Yunxian's realm instantly elevated to the 4th star of the profound heaven realm. Such intensity, the strength he felt from the Saint of Love exceeded his expectations. The soul monument before him gradually dimmed. In his mind, Lin Ming's final words resonated. Kid, the 7 emotions are far more complex than they appear. This technique is enough for you to study for a lifetime. Also, strive to grow stronger. Do not tarnish my name. Lastly, regarding that sword in your spatial ring, I truly wonder how you came to possess it. Few know its name. It is called the Heavenly Star. Research it upon your return, and you will understand. One final request. Should you become strong enough one day, I hope you can assist me in eliminating a person. This is my sole lingering wish. His name is Zhang Xioma. Lastly, a word of caution from one who has been there. Sometimes, do not fully trust your own eyes and ears. The dichotomy of right and wrong in this world is held in the hands of a select few. Thus, young one, I wish you good fortune. With his voice fading, Chu Yunxuan scratched his head in confusion. Zhang Qiuma. Who is that? The heavenly star. Does this sword have a significant backstory? How frustrating. Could he not have explained it all in detail? But this technique known as the seven emotions was no longer confined to the realm of mere techniques. It was truly extraordinary. The seven emotions represented seven types of emotions and their corresponding powers: anger, sorrow, joy, jealousy, hatred, disgust, and desire. Currently, Chu Yunxuan could only harness the powers of seven emotions: anger and seven emotions, sorrow. If it were merely the power of anger, he would consider this so-called seven emotions rather unremarkable, as the force of anger simply doubled his combat strength. Moreover, he could continuously cultivate it, with the highest tier being 5 levels. He wondered how much the 5th level of anger would enhance his strength. Quite astonishing. He also possessed the technique taught by Shao Qiyue, the sealing dust heavenly transformation technique, which forcibly elevated one's realm. Coupled with 7 emotions, anger, the effect would be terrifying. What truly impressed Chu Yunxuan about the 7 emotions was primarily the second power. 7 emotions, sorrow. The power of sorrow was directed not at oneself, but at the opponent, weakening their total combat strength by 20. This too had 5 levels. He pondered how much the 5th level of sorrow would diminish an opponent's strength. Preposterous. This was akin to wielding the power of laws and domains. Chu Yunxuan sighed in awe. Martial artists who reached the realm of laws could comprehend the laws, and upon reaching the domain realm, they could understand domains. Laws and domains are manifold, with various types such as combat, enhancement, weakening, healing, control, mental, and defensive. Their strengths vary significantly, with the weaker ones being negligible. Within the laws, there exist weakening laws, and within domains, there are frail domains, both capable of diminishing an opponent's strength. Thus, a technique like 7 emotions, particularly 7 emotions, sorrow, equates to a weakening law or frail domain. If one were to understand 7 emotions, anger as an enhancement law, then the 7 emotions could be likened to 7 additional laws. Remarkable. All right, I have taken note of it. Zhang Qiuma, indeed. Chu Yunxuan pondered for a moment, then turned to see Lin Yar, Shao Qiyue, and Jiang Ying waiting there. He approached them. Did you succeed? Chu Yunxuan inquired. Of course, Jiang Ying replied with a smile. I owe you a favor. Without you, I likely wouldn't have reached this place. I made it as well. Chu Yunxuan chuckled. Lin Yar looked at Chu Yunxuan with her beautiful eyes and asked, Xian, whose soul monument did you inherit? Chu Yunxuan answered, the Saint of Love. Huh, Lin Ming? Jiang Ying was taken aback. By the way, I don't even know who he is. Chu Yunxuan shrugged her shoulders. The 3 of them exchanged glances. He is quite a remarkable individual, but what's the matter? Chu Yunxuan inquired with curiosity. Chapter 84, A Truly Enigmatic Fate. Chu Yunxuan was determined to delve deeper into the matter. If they were unaware, she would investigate herself. After all, one cannot remain ignorant of the identity of the person who bestows them with power. Shao Qiyue remarked, the love Saint Lin Ming is indeed quite renowned, though perhaps not as well known to our generation. Nevertheless, he is a figure of the heavenly Tao realm, is he not? Chu Yunxuan replied. Shao Qiyue elaborated. Information regarding Lin Ming has been deliberately suppressed by various major factions. A look of confusion crossed Chu Yunxuan's face. Why? Lin Yar explained. Lin Ming was a prodigy of humanity from 150 years ago. If Li Baishan was the one most likely to become the youngest powerhouse of the heavenly Tao, then Lin Ming is, to date, the youngest to have achieved it. Such an extraordinary person, why would they suppress information about him? Chu Yunxuan questioned. Because he betrayed his own kind, came the response. Furrowing her brow, Chu Yunxuan asked. Betrayed his kind? Why would he do that? Shao Qiyue replied, it's quite a legendary tale. He is the only one known to have won the affection of a demon god. Wait, he fell in love with a demon god? Chu Yunxuan queried. Shao Qiyue nodded. Indeed, he was involved with the former 10th demon god. As for how they came together, no one knows. But this relationship was the catalyst for his decision to leave humanity in pursuit of love. Chu Yunxuan pondered, but that does not equate to betrayal. Although humans and demons are adversaries, if they are in love, and he does not join the demon clan or threaten humanity's interests, how can that be considered betrayal? Shao Qiyue shrugged. Thus, many powerful figures from humanity were dispatched to persuade him to return, but he had already allied himself with the 10th demon god. Is there any evidence? Chu Yunxuan pressed, her brow still furrowed. Evidence. The individuals sent to find him were all killed. Would that suffice as evidence? Did anyone witness his actions? Chu Yunxuan inquired again. Yes, the head of the tribunal, Elder Zhang Qiuma, personally led a team. Only Elder Zhang returned severely injured. claiming that Lin Ming had attacked them in conjunction with the 10th demon god, Zhang Qiuma. I know that name. He is the head of the tribunal. Chu Yunxuan recognized. But wait, something feels off. If Lin Ming is as he is portrayed, he has dedicated considerable time to seeking the wills of powerful beings that have perished over the centuries, hoping to gather their essence and ensure their legacies endure. This is precisely why so many ancient heroes' tombs exist in this realm. A person of such caliber would not treat humanity's strong with disdain. Furthermore, Lin Ming stated that in this world, the distinction between black and white lies in the hands of a select few. At that time, he may not have comprehended the full context. Is it possible that Zhang Qiuma fabricated the narrative, turning white into black? And how did he meet his end? Chu Yunxuan asked. He either succumbed to his injuries or chose to end his own life, Xiao Qiyue replied. A look of doubt crossed Chu Yunxuan's face as Xiao Qiyue continued. As far as I know, after that incident, humanity was enraged and launched a genuine counterattack against the demons. A multitude of heavenly lords, divine emperors, and those of the heavenly Dao realm banded together to slay the 10th demon god and severely injure Lin Ming. After retaliating against numerous human powerhouses, he vanished without a trace. Chu Yunxuan exclaimed, if anyone were to harm my beloved, I would not care whether they are human or demon. I would annihilate them all. Is that wrong? Indeed, Jiangying interjected. I find it strange, from what I've learned about Elder Lin Ming, aside from his love for the demon god. He is known for his integrity. Perhaps, as they say, being with the demon god gradually altered his disposition and values. A being of the heavenly Dao does not easily undergo such a drastic transformation unless they are consumed by love. Chu Yunxuan asked, when did he die? Who knows? That battle occurred over 20 years ago. After he killed numerous human powerhouses and fled, there has been no news of him since. It is uncertain when he perished during those 2 decades, Xiao Qiyue explained. Regardless, I believe he had the freedom to love whomever he wished. Perhaps he loved too deeply, forgetting his identity as a human and committing certain mistakes. However, I maintain that his actions in avenging his beloved, who was slain, do not constitute wrongdoing. Just like you said, Chu Yunxuan, if one's beloved is killed, one would seek vengeance regardless of the adversary's identity. It is Zhang Qiuma's actions that remain difficult to define. Then why the need to suppress his story? Chu Yunxuan questioned. Who knows? Perhaps they once exalted him to a lofty position among humanity, yet he committed such acts, rendering it a shameful chapter in their history they wished to conceal. Or perhaps some individuals harbor ulterior motives, she mused. Chu Yunxuan muttered under her breath, her intuition suggesting that Lin Ming was not that sort of person. Xiao Qiyue shook her head. I don't know. We are merely ordinary warriors and cannot grasp these complexities. At that time, I had just been born. I only know what my master has recounted. Oh, right, she added. It seems Lin Ming and the demon god had a child. The others turned to Xiao Qiyue. My master mentioned that she was also sent to eliminate Lin Ming and witnessed him cradling an infant. She was struck by the thought that if Lin Ming were not bound by the presence of this child, he might have unleashed his full power and slaughtered everyone at that time. Chu Yunxuan was deep in thought. Little did they know. This spiritual realm was created by Lin Ming. They assumed he was akin to the Gun Emperor, Snow Emperor, and others, merely a sole monument here. Yet, Chu Yunxuan understood the truth. If Lin Ming were indeed that kind of person, he must harbor a profound hatred for humanity. There was no need to mention anything else. His spiritual realm must be a realm of death. The entire crux of the matter rested upon that individual named Zhang Qiuma. Hey, Linyer, what are you thinking about? Xiao Qiyue asked Linyer. Coming back to her senses, Linyer slightly shook her head. Nothing. Should we not be leaving now? Yes. There is a teleportation array over there. Let's go. All right. The 4 of them stepped into the teleportation array, vanishing from that place. Once they disappeared, Lin Ming's ethereal form materialized not far away. He gazed at the spot where the teleportation array had been, lost in thought. After a considerable time, he revealed a smile. What an extraordinary twist of fate. His ethereal form gradually dissolved into nothingness. Chapter 85, The Legend of the Heavenly Star. Crossing through the teleportation array, Chu Yunxuan, Jiang Ying, Xiao Qiyue, and Linyer arrived outside the spiritual realm. Here, a multitude of individuals awaited them. Some had arrived late and missed their chance to enter, while others had encountered a means to exit midway and chose to abandon their quest out of fear. Let's return. We have already obtained what we desired, Xiao Qiyue declared. Indeed, the power inheritance from these top human powerhouses is far more precious than any so-called treasures. One can see this from the emotional insights Chu Yunxuan gained from the love saint. The other 3 had undoubtedly received considerable benefits as well. As they prepared to depart, a man approached with a smile. Linyer, he greeted her warmly. Mentor Xiao Qiyue, Jiang Ying. Then he turned to Chu Yunxuan. extending his hand with a smile. Hello. Chu Yunxuan. Shen Qianjun, he introduced himself, a renowned genius from Tianhua City, alongside Shi Chushui, Lin Yu, Jiang Ying, and Song Shuheng. He was among the 5 strongest individuals of this generation in Tianhua City, harboring feelings for Lin Yu. Chu Yunxian shook his hand. Hello. Ah, our initial encounter. Weren't we together at the hero's mausoleum? After I received the inheritance, you vanished. I assumed you had departed upon completing your own inheritances. What delayed your emergence until now? Inquired Shen Qianjun with a genial smile. We were merely meandering, replied Chu Yunxian. I see. Shall we return together? Shen Qianjun queried. We are on our way to dine. Would you care to join us? Chu Yunxian countered. Shen Qianjun chuckled. Indeed, I would. Chu Yunxian retorted. I was merely extending a polite gesture. Shen Qianjun responded with silence. Very well, I shall not intrude. Farewell. With that, Shen Qianjun departed. Jiang Ying, wearing a knowing smile, observed Chu Yunxian. Someone appears to be experiencing jealousy. Chu Yunxian, clasping Lin Yu's hand possessively, retorted, jealousy over what? Xiao Qiyu playfully cautioned, Yer, exercise caution with this individual. He is perilous. Lin Yu, her beautiful eyes wide, regarded Chu Yunxian with feigned contemplation. Very well, she acquiesced. Chu Yunxian was rendered speechless. En route home, Lin Yu procured some groceries. She had initially invited Xiao Qiyu and Jiang Ying to dine with them, but they declined, eager to resume their cultivation. Upon arriving home, Lin Yu busied herself in the kitchen. Xiao Xian, is the inheritance power of the esteemed sage of sentiment truly the 7 emotions? She inquired while washing vegetables. Indeed. You are familiar with it? Chu Yunxian asked. Lin Yu nodded slightly. I have heard of it. It is formidable. Indeed. Otherwise, it could not have empowered such a formidable entity, Chu Yunxian affirmed. He then inquired, what is the nature of the relationship between Zhang Qiuma and Lin Ming? They are friends. It is not a secret, she replied. Friends. Chu Yunxian mused. I hope we are not heading towards a narrative of betrayal by a friend. I maintain the belief that he is a virtuous individual. Yer, he is, in fact, the master of the spirit realm, Chu Yunxian revealed. Lin Yu, her brow furrowed, responded. Is that so? Indeed. I believe. Chu Yunxian elaborated on his thoughts. Based on your account, I concur that the events of the past appear dubious. Lin Yu conceded. Precisely, Chu Yunxian shrugged. I shall amuse myself with the computer. Very well. I shall summon you when the meal is prepared, she replied. I adore you. Chu Yunxian responded. Lin Yu, left alone in the kitchen, appeared lost in thought. Her memories of the past were fragmented. However, since entering the spirit realm, she had experienced a peculiar sensation, though she could not articulate its nature. Within the room, Chu Yunxian researched the Heaven Star Sword. According to Lin Ming, it possessed a remarkable heritage. Information was scarce. It required nearly half an hour of searching. Even images were absent. He discovered a forum thread discussing top-tier sacred artifacts, with participants debating their relative strengths. One user, Little Lori, commented on Heaven Star. In terms of power, Heaven Star reigns supreme, surpassing even sacred artifacts. Numerous users expressed skepticism. Little Lori elaborated, indeed. Legend has it that Heaven Star descended upon Blue Star millennia ago during the emergence of the demon and spirit races. It is understandable that you are unfamiliar with it, as even many formidable human cultivators are unaware. However, the higher echelons of the demon and spirit races are cognizant. Initially, the sword's power was entirely depleted, rendering it a mere piece of scrap metal. It is said to have been held by a demon god. Later, it was stolen. If all of its power sources are reunited, it would surpass any sacred artifact. Chu Yunxian was taken aback. Incredible! Is this genuine? Does this imply that the sword is the supreme treasure of the demon race? However, was it not stated that its power was depleted, reducing it to scrap metal? Presumably, the thief sought and obtained some of its power sources, but, due to unforeseen circumstances, sealed the sword. The thief perished, and the artifact was discovered in a cave by the old man from the black market. It appears to be a series of coincidences, culminating in its possession by me. This omni-god system, initially deemed useless, is, in fact, divine. I long to activate it again. Lin Ming's familiarity with the sword is attributable to his wife's identity as a demon god. That is understandable. Chu Yunxian retrieved Heaven Star. The sword was not a light blade, but rather an intermediate between a light sword and a heavy sword, possessing substantial weight and texture. This implies that the sword cannot be casually displayed, although few would recognize it. Its discovery by the demon race would prompt them to mobilize their entire race to eliminate me and seize the sword. Chu Yunxian deliberated. However, what constitutes the power sources? Currently, the sword is associated with ice. No other attributes are discernible. Chu Yunxuan glanced at the thread, which was a year old. He followed the user Little Lori and sent a private message. Heaven's Star? Of fabrication. I am unconvinced. Almost instantaneously, he received a reply. Little Lori, believe it or not. I care not. Chu Yunxuan retorted. How do you possess this knowledge? What evidence can you provide? Little Lori, I am disinclined to engage. Chu Yunxuan. See, you are flustered. You must be a fraud. Little Lori, very well. Are you a man? Chu Yunxuan. Indeed, I am a man. Little Lori, shall we wager? 10,000. If my assertions are accurate, you shall remit payment. If they are false, I shall pay you. Do you accept? Chu Yunxuan. Very well. Provide me with proof. The other party then sent a string of numbers. Little Lori, my account. Add me. Chu Yunxuan searched for the corresponding QQ account. The profile picture depicted an adorable cartoon character, and the ID was Peach Flavor. Could this be a female? The other party promptly accepted the request. Peach Flavor, wait a moment. Soon, she sent several images. Chu Yunxuan opened the images. They appeared to be taken on site. They depicted an ancient tome, and the photos captured the sections pertaining to Heaven's Star. They largely echoed the content of her post but lacked information regarding the power sources of Heaven's Star, which was Chu Yunxuan's primary interest. Chu Yunxuan immediately replied, Is that all? Peach Flavor. Is it insufficient? Chu Yunxuan. It is photoshopped, is it not? Peach Flavor, blasphemy. Are you attempting to evade payment? Chu Yunxuan. Did you not mention power sources in your post? I see no mention of them. Peach Flavor, that page was damaged. However, it is sufficient proof, is it not? Remit the funds. Chu Yunxuan. Then, inform me of the nature of the power sources. I am intrigued. Peach Flavor, I do not recall. Chu Yunxuan. Then, I shall not remit payment. Peach Flavor. Are you a renegader? Chu Yunxuan. Alternatively, inform me where I may purchase this tome. I find it quite intriguing. Peach Flavor. It is an invaluable treasure. Do you comprehend? Remit the funds, you reneging male. Chu Yunxuan. First, allow me to examine it. Peach Flavor. Remit the funds immediately. You reneging male, remit the funds. Peach Flavor. You reneging male, remit the funds. Peach Flavor. You reneging male. Are you a man? Subsequently, she spammed hundreds of messages demanding payment. Chu Yunxuan promptly muted the conversation. It was terrifying. Alas, it appears that the page was indeed damaged. Does she truly not recall? 10,000. If she were to disclose the information, I would gladly remit payment. However, she remained silent. Following the meal, Chu Yunxuan resumed his cultivation. He had attained the 4th star of the profound heaven realm. He was now considered among the elite. However, Lin Yer and the others had advanced to the divine power realm. At midnight, the map unveiling system deactivated. A new system. The negative emotion collection system was activated. Negative emotion collection system. As long as the host's actions evoke negative emotions in others, rewards can be obtained, with the rewards linked to the intensity of the target emotions. Remaining time, 1 day, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. It resembles a benevolent system, albeit a minor one. Negative emotions. Chu Yunxuan pondered. He took out his phone. Peach Fragrance, 99 unread messages. He opened the chat window for a glance. It was a series of identical messages saying, Cheapskate, pay up. Chu Yunxuan replied, no. The other party immediately sent a string of question marks. Sensing the negative emotions emanating from Peach Fragrance, his power increased by 10. Peach Fragrance, are you even a man? If you lack funds, don't gamble. If you lose, you sulk. People like you, who break promises, are the worst. Chu Yunxuan, unless you tell me the source of power. Peach Fragrance, first, pay up. Chu Yunxuan, no. What followed was an unending series of identical messages stating, Cheapskate, pay up. Chu Yunxuan replied with the same no, repeatedly sending it back. Peach Fragrance, Cheapskate, pay up. Cheapskate, pay up. Cheapskate, pay up. Chu Yunxuan, no, no, no. Ding. The negative emotions from Peach Fragrance granted him an additional 5 power points. Ding. The negative emotions from Peach Fragrance contributed 3 to his physique. Ding. Chu Yunxuan continued this exchange of copied messages without pause for 10 minutes. The other party seemed to sense his determination and did not relent. Chu Yunxuan was thrilled. Notifications from the system echoed in his mind. No, no, no. Cheapskate, pay up. Cheapskate, pay up. This continued for an hour, with neither stopping. The notifications in Chu Yunxian's mind remained relentless. Perhaps it was because he had engaged in this back and forth for an hour without ceasing. The other party was increasingly annoyed. And the rewards from the negative emotions grew ever higher. Peach Fragrance, are you insane? Chu Yunxian, no. Peach Fragrance, am I afraid of you? Come at me. Whoever stops first is a puppy. Cheapskate, pay up. Cheapskate, pay up. No, No. Ding. Sensing the negative emotions from peach fragrance, his power increased by 50. Ding. The next day, at dawn, Chu Yunxuan yawned, his fingers numb from copying and pasting. No. No. Meanwhile, the other party had ceased sending messages. Chu Yunxuan. Hey, continue. No response. Chu Yunxuan. Did you fall asleep? You lost, puppy. Ha ha. A smile spread across his face. Remarkably, they had exchanged these copied messages for 5 to 6 hours. In that time, his power, agility, spiritual energy, and physique had surely risen immensely. Throughout that day, both Chu Yunxuan and Lin Yar were engaged in cultivation. By around 4 in the afternoon, after finishing his practice, Chu Yunxuan checked his phone. Peach fragrance. Damn it. Are you insane? Peach fragrance. You fell asleep. It doesn't tea count. I Haven Tea slept well in 2 days. If you have the guts, let us battle tonight. Peach fragrance. Reply. Peach fragrance. Ha ha. You must have slept too. You're not that strong either. Chu Yunxuan replied. Apologies, I was cultivating. Peach fragrance. If you have the guts, let us battle tonight. Let us see who can endure longer, cheapskate, unless you return the money. Chu Yunxuan. Bring it on. Peach fragrance. I'm waiting. With a new system reward being offered freely, why would Chu Yunxuan refuse? Just then, he received a message from Jiang Ying. Brother, are you there? Chu Yunxuan raised an eyebrow. Something was amiss. Chu Yunxuan replied, What's up? Jiang Ying. Brother, can you do me a favor, cute? Chu Yunxuan felt a shiver run down his spine. Chu Yunxuan, speak plainly. Jiang Ying then sent him an address. Come to my house. I'll make you dinner. Chu Yunxuan, are you trying to set me up? Ding. Sensing Jiang Ying's negative emotions, system points increased by 50,000. Then Jiang Ying called him. Hello. Chu Yunxuan answered. Jiang Ying's sweet voice came through. Brother, please help me. Don't be so formal. Ding. Sensing Jiang Ying's negative emotions, his physique increased by 20. So, someone will come to my house soon. This guy likes me and is driving me crazy. Just pretend to be my boyfriend. Chu Yunxuan muttered. A Klitsch plot? Jiang Ying. It is Klitsch. He is a distant cousin. We've known each other since childhood. My parents want to set us up. But it's annoying. Chu Yunxuan asked. Why me? Jiang Ying smiled. Because you're handsome and charming. Come on. Chu Yunxuan grinned. All right. That is another favor owed to me. Okay. I'll be waiting at home. Moi. Chapter 87. You two are progressing so quickly? Chu Yunxuan dressed and called out. Little Yar, I'm heading out. Lin Yar stepped out of her room. Where are you going? When will you be back? Chu Yunxuan smiled. I'm going to Jiang Ying's house, most likely staying over. Lin Yar, is your relationship developing that fast? Lin Yar asked. Chu Yunxuan played a voice message. It was Jiang Ying, in a high-pitched voice saying, Brother, I'm waiting for you. The contrast in Jiang Ying was striking. Chu Yunxuan chuckled. Right? I'm off now. Then Chu Yunxuan left home. Following the address Jiang Ying provided, he arrived at her doorstep. They lived quite close, around 2 kilometers apart. Knock, knock, knock. Chu Yunxuan rapped on the door. Coming. He heard hurried footsteps from within. The door swung open to reveal Jiang Ying in a simple pink and white pajama set, standing before him. Oh. Chu Yunxuan raised an eyebrow. What's with the L? Jiang Ying asked. Have you become a woman? I've always been a woman, okay? Come in. She handed Chu Yunxuan a pair of slippers. The cozy and beautifully decorated 3-bedroom apartment welcomed him. Make yourself comfortable. Water is in the kitchen. I'm cooking, Jiang Ying said. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and locked her bedroom door. Is that necessary? Chu Yunxuan questioned. Jiang Ying looked at him and said, One must be cautious. You're a genuine lecher. What if you sneak into my room and do something inappropriate with my underwear? Am I that depraved? Who knows? Chu Yunxuan replied. Jiang Ying walked into the kitchen, and Chu Yunxuan followed her in. So, my distant cousin is coming over soon. And all you have to do is pretend to be my boyfriend and make him believe I have one, Jiang Ying explained. Chu Yunxuan then wrapped his arms around her waist. Jiang Ying shivered and quickly pushed him away, brandishing a kitchen knife. Are you trying to die? Chu Yunxuan grinned. Your reaction makes it hard for anyone to believe we're a couple. If you've never mentioned having a boyfriend, how can you expect him to believe it when he visits? Jiang Ying nodded. That's true. No wonder I told him I'd be having dinner with my boyfriend today, yet he insisted on coming over, clearly doubting me. In this era of advanced technology, the narratives of pretending to be a boyfriend or girlfriend are endless and have become cliché in novels. Do you think your cousin would believe that? Upon hearing Chu Yunxuan's explanation, Jiang Ying set down the kitchen knife. He is inherently suspicious. Indeed, once you are exposed, the trouble only multiplies. Jiang Ying asked, What should we do then? We must ensure he believes we are genuinely a couple, and this is your area of expertise, so leave it to me. Jiang Ying inquired. Such as? Chu Yunxuan replied. You must at least exhibit signs of a man living in the house, correct? You mean cohabitation? Chu Yunxuan nodded. Exactly. If you portray that we live together, wouldn't it be less likely for him to pester you? That makes sense. How should I show that? Jiang Ying asked again. Men's slippers, a toothbrush and a cup for men in the bathroom, a man's towel, and ideally, hang a couple of men's clothes on the balcony. Wouldn't that suffice? Jiang Ying's eyes sparkled. You truly understand. I will go buy them. Come with me. After purchasing the items, they returned, and Jiang Ying began to set up. She clapped her hands, beaming with pride. Okay, it's done. During their earlier conversation, Chu Yunxuan also learned about her cousin's background. His name is Bai Hao, a talent rivaling Jiang Ying's, coming from a wealthy and influential family. Bai Hao's father has known Jiang Ying's father for many years. Given Bai Hao's exceptional qualities, Jiang Ying's father also thinks they would make a good match, which only bolsters Bai Hao's confidence in pursuing Jiang Ying. However, she finds him utterly annoying, much like she does with Song Shuang. Her current desire is to make Bai Hao lose interest in her entirely. Yet, due to the familial ties, it wouldn't be appropriate to treat Bai Hao as she does Song Shuang, would it? Is there anything else we should be mindful of? Jiang Ying asked. Chu Yunxuan replied. When he arrives, we need to appear more intimate, so you must avoid any slip-ups. You're not trying to take advantage of me, are you? Chu Yunxuan, it's up to you. If you think it's unnecessary, that's fine with me. All right. Jiang Ying nodded repeatedly. Chu Yunxuan continued. I will find an opportunity to act affectionately towards you and let him see it. This will strongly convey that we are a familiar couple. Such as? For instance, when you go to the kitchen to get a bowl, I'll join you and then touch your backside. Get lost. You're definitely trying to take advantage of me. Chu Yunxuan shrugged. Suit yourself. I'll just hold your waist. That won't be effective. It needs to be something sneaky for it to be convincing. Just as Jiang Ying was about to respond, Chu Yunxuan said, Sister, do you think I'm keen on taking advantage of you? You. Ding. Sensing Jiang Ying's negative emotions, power 30. Lacking in both bosom and backside. She is only slightly more attractive than Xiao Yu. Ding. Sensing Jiang Ying's negative emotions, power 50. All right. Jiang Ying gritted her teeth. That scoundrel, Chu Yunxuan. But he does make a valid point. After all, Bai Hao is exceedingly suspicious. Jiang Ying clenched her teeth. Fine. Just once, and don't squeeze. Chu Yunxuan stifled a laugh. You're done for. Should we rehearse? Chu Yunxuan asked. No need. Seizing the moment as she turned, Chu Yunxuan touched her backside. In that instant, Jiang Ying nearly jumped. Ding. Sensing Jiang Ying's negative emotions, system value 50,000. She almost exploded with anger at Chu Yunxuan, but he said, See, if I suddenly did this, wouldn't you react like that? Wouldn't your cousin be suspicious? You. Jiang Ying took a few deep breaths. This Chu Yunxuan is undoubtedly taking advantage of her under the guise of helping. He must be. Yet, the truth is, she really cannot find another male to assist. Primarily, Chu Yunxuan is too handsome. From a purely aesthetic perspective, she believes even her cousin would be convinced. Get lost. Chu Yunxuan chuckled. Ding. Sensing Jiang Ying's negative emotions, agility 100. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Oh no. He arrived so early. Didn't we agree on 6 o'clock? It's only 5:10. Chu Yunxuan. He came early to catch you off guard. Jiang Ying whispered. You must act well. Just cooperate. MHM. Then Jiang Ying walked to the door and opened it. A rather handsome young man stood smiling at the entrance. Xiaoying, long time no see. Chapter 88. My mental state is crumbling. Chu Yunxuan was correct. Bai Hao arrived an hour early, intending to catch Jiang Ying unprepared. He had never heard her mention a boyfriend before. Now, suddenly claiming to have one and wanting to eat dinner at home with him? Bai Hao knows Jiang Ying all too well. She is stunning, deeply focused on her training, and has never paid much attention to the idea of a boyfriend. To put it accurately, no man has ever caught her eye. Bai Hao certainly does not believe it. He came early to see if he could catch Jiang Ying off guard. Long time no see. Come in, Jiang Ying said with a smile. Bai Hao nodded and walked in, his gaze falling on Chu Yunxuan. He frowned slightly. It was evident that Jiang Ying had found someone to pose as her boyfriend. However, upon seeing Chu Yunxuan, he sensed something was off. So handsome? No. The more handsome he is, the more likely he is to be fake. He must be someone Jiang Ying hired. Then Bai Hao noticed the men's shoes on the shoe rack, more than one pair. His heart sank. Ding. Sensing Bai Hao's negative emotions, physique 10. Jiang Ying walked to Chu Yunxuan's side and linked her arm with his. Cousin, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend. Chu Yunxuan. Bai Hao smiled and extended his hand. Very handsome. Hello, I'm Xiao Ying's cousin, Bai Hao. Hello, cousin. I just heard Xiaoying mention you. Chu Yunxuan shook his hand and said, Jiang Ying. So cheesy. Bai Hao then smiled and said, I brought a few small gifts for our meeting. I'll just leave them here. All right, I'll start cooking. I had planned to make something simple for Yunxuan, but since you're here. I'll whip up a couple more dishes, Jiang Ying stated. Bai Hao nodded with a smile. Well, Yunxian, why don't you chat for a bit while I finish cooking? Jiang Ying then subtly winked at Chu Yunxuan, signaling him to ensure everything goes smoothly. Before stepping into the kitchen, cousin, please sit. Chu Yunxian sat on the sofa and took out a cigarette. Cousin, would you like one? No, thank you. Bai Hao shook his head. Crack. Chu Yunxian lit a cigarette and took a puff. Jiang Ying, eavesdropping from the kitchen, noted that this detail about smoking was also suggested by Chu Yunxian. She despises the smell of smoke. Bai Hao remarked. Chu Yunxian chuckled. Yes. She usually doesn't allow me to smoke at home. At that moment, Jiang Ying emerged from the kitchen. Put that out. Chu Yunxian chuckled and extinguished the cigarette. This is annoying. Even if you smoke, you should do it on the balcony, not in the living room. Jiang Ying shot a glare at Chu Yunxian before returning to the kitchen. He is truly an actor. However, Chu Yunxian is indeed professional. Such small details commonly found among young couples will lend credibility to their relationship. Ding. Sensing Bai Hao's negative emotions, physique 10. Indeed, at this moment, Bai Hao was beginning to have doubts. Could it be that this Chu Yunxian is not merely pretending to be her boyfriend? No, he must verify this. Ha. Let us go to the balcony to smoke. I'll have one too. Bai Hao chuckled. Hey, cousin, you said you didn't smoke. Cheng Yunxian replied with a smile. Aware that Xiao Ying disliked the smell of smoke, the two made their way to the balcony, a destination intentionally chosen by Bai Hao. Upon seeing men's clothes hanging on the balcony, his gaze sharpened. What? Men's clothing still hanging there? Ding. Sensing Bai Hao's negative emotions, his physique increased by 15. Bai Hao accepted a cigarette, and on the balcony, he exhaled clouds of smoke. How do you know each other? He inquired. We all attended Tianhua University, Cheng Yunxian replied. I see. Bai Hao's attention remained fixed on the garments. He noticed the details. These clothes appeared almost brand new, as if they had never been washed. Several pieces were just like that. He chuckled softly, realizing that Jiang Ying was quite meticulous, even attempting to create the illusion that a man resided there. If he was not mistaken, the pairs of men's shoes on the rack at the entrance were all new, with the exception of the old ones he himself wore. After finishing the cigarette, they laughed and chatted as they stepped outside. Approaching the entrance, Bai Hao cast a glance at the shoes. The sole seemed untouched by dust, completely new. So he truly was a pretend boyfriend. Now, there was just one last detail to investigate, the bathroom. Cousin, dinner is ready, Jiang Ying announced. All right. I'll just use the restroom first, Bai Hao replied as he entered the bathroom and closed the door. Meanwhile, he began to scrutinize his surroundings. Several towels lay about, and 2 sets of toiletries caught his eye. One set. He picked up a toothbrush. It was entirely new. Indeed, it was all an act. Jiang Ying was even trying to create the illusion of a man having stayed there. Unfortunately, she could not deceive him. A smirk crept onto Bai Hao's lips. Outside, Cheng Yunxian was seated on the sofa when Jiang Ying quietly approached and whispered, How's it going? Cheng Yunxian shook his head. It seems we've been exposed. Huh? What do you mean? Jiang Ying asked, bewildered. Your cousin is indeed too suspicious. The men's clothes on the balcony and the new shoes in the shoe cabinet. They must have caught his attention. Jiang Ying slapped her forehead. Damn. I completely forgot about that. Now that he's in the bathroom, he's probably inspecting the toiletries. Your toothbrush and cup are still in their original packaging, right? Jiang Ying's expression turned grim. This is it. We're completely exposed. With a little help from me. Dear brother, I'll help you turn this around, Cheng Yunxian said with a smile. Is there really a chance? Jiang Ying asked, hope flickering. A grand twist, he replied, then playfully linked arms with Cheng Yunxian, sweetly calling out. Good brother. Cheng Yunxian seemed to enjoy this. You creep, Jiang Ying muttered under her breath, recalling how he had just told her not to cling to him. Now, he was the one initiating it. Men truly are bizarre creatures. Ugh. Yet, there was no choice. Bai Hao was too bothersome, and she needed to escape. Just then, the bathroom door handle turned. At that moment, Cheng Yunxian placed a hand behind Jiang Ying's head and pressed his lips against hers. MMM. Jiang Ying's eyes widened in shock, her mind blank. Did she just get kissed? What? Bai Hao was in high spirits. All signs indicated that Cheng Yunxian was indeed Jiang Ying's hired actor for a fake boyfriend. Thus, Jiang Ying remained his pure goddess in his eyes. Nice. In the next instant, as Bai Hao opened the door, his smile instantly froze. Jiang Ying and Cheng Yunxian were on the sofa, engaged in a kiss. Thunderstruck. In that moment, Bai Hao felt as if he had been struck by lightning. No, he screamed internally. Chapter 89, Mom and Dad. What brings you here? At that moment, Jiang Ying regained her senses and pushed Cheng Yunxian away, suddenly at a loss. Damn you, Cheng Yunxian. I'll kill you. She raged internally. Her first kiss. This scene resembled a young couple sneaking around for excitement. only to be caught off guard. Ding. Sensing Bai Hao's negative emotions, power level increased by 1000. Ding. Sensing Jiang Ying's negative emotions, power level increased by 1000. Too furious to explode, Jiang Ying turned to Bai Hao. Cough, cousin, let's eat dinner. Bai Hao's face reflected despair. No, I can't, I have things to do. I came to Tianhua City to work, and I was just stopping by to see you. It's nothing, I'll be leaving now. With that, a dazed Bai Hao exited the house. Hey, cousin, do visit often, Chu Yunxuan called after him. Ding. Sensing Bai Hao's negative emotions, system value increased by 100. 000. At the entrance, Bai Hao clenched his fists tightly. Chu Yunxuan. His eyes glimmered with hatred. In the living room, you bastard. A dagger appeared beside Jiang Ying as she glared at Chu Yunxuan. What are you doing? He asked, feigning innocence. What am I doing? You kissed me with the lips that have kissed countless women? Jiang Ying was furious. This Chu Yunxuan. How many girlfriends has he had? Who knows how many women he has kissed? And what about the rest? My sanity is crumbling. Ding. Sensing Jiang Ying's negative emotions, system value increased by 100. 000. Chu Yunxuan blinked innocently and said, I was helping you. Jiang Ying was taken aback. We had already been exposed. When he opened the door and saw us kissing, it should have been enough for him to believe we are a couple, right? Look at the effect it had. Jiang Ying, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Chu Yunxuan inquired, observing her. Jiang Ying. In that moment, she seemed unable to express her frustration, because the effect she desired had indeed been achieved by Chu Yunxuan. Bai Hao's state of mind was likely shattered. However, Chu Yunxuan was undoubtedly taking advantage of her. Jiang Ying took a deep breath. Ding. Sensing Jiang Ying's negative emotions, system value increased by 50. 000. Finish your meal and leave quickly. You shameless guy. Jiang Ying glared at Chu Yunxuan. I'm leaving now. You seem really angry. Chu Yunxuan stood up. Jiang Ying immediately pulled him back. No, he hasn't left yet. Forget it. I'll leave. I feel like I've upset you. It's my fault for being too hasty and not considering your feelings. I'll make it up to you. I'll leave now, Chu Yunxuan continued, attempting to walk away. Wait. Jiang Ying firmly grasped him. You jerk, Chu Yunxuan. You did this on purpose. Are you still pretending? But if he goes out now, by how hasn't he gone far? If he discovers it, everything will be ruined. I was kissed. I don't blame you. Jiang Ying bit her silver teeth. Really? Chu Yunxuan asked. Really? Jiang Ying reluctantly forced the words out. I don't blame you. Ding. Sensing Jiang Ying's negative emotions, system value increased by 81. 000. All right. I knew it. You're not that petty. I did it to help you. How could you blame me? I was wrong to underestimate you. Chu Yunxuan grinned. Jiang Ying. Shameless. So shameless. The two sat at the dining table, eating. Jiang Ying's cheeks flushed. There was no denying she was indeed beautiful. Chu Yunxuan looked at her and remarked, by the way, your behavior in front of your cousin doesn't quite match your usual persona. You seem very obedient, unlike someone who can easily lash out. What else could I do? In front of my parents and relatives, I'm a perfect little girl, all right? Jiang Ying replied. I see. You fear your parents. Jiang Ying shot Chu Yunxuan a glare. So what? Who wouldn't want their daughter to be a demure and obedient lady? So you can't keep up the act. And now that you're in Tianhua City, you're not living with them? Not entirely. Chu Yunxuan smiled and inquired. What do you think your parents would do if I revealed your true self to them, particularly the part about you having castrated boys? Jiang Ying shot a fierce glare at Chu Yunxuan. Are you daring to threaten me? After speaking, she let out a disdainful laugh. It doesn't matter. You don't even know my parents. Just eat and then hurry back. With that, she rolled her eyes at Chu Yunxuan again, kicking him under the table to vent her frustration. Chu Yunxuan shrugged. Once the matter was resolved, it was as if she had discarded him. Women. Truly vexing. Alas, there was no opportunity to further tease her. He had hoped to spend the night there. However, it was acceptable. Having come to assist her, he had garnered quite a few rewards, including a kiss. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Who could that be? Is trouble returning? Jiang Ying murmured, glancing at Chu Yunxuan. If it's Bai Hao, let the performance continue. She then approached the door and opened it. There stood two people. In that instant, Jiang Ying felt as though struck by lightning, frozen in place. Dad, Mom, what are you doing here? Chu Yunxuan remained silent, a maniacal grin creeping across his face. Chapter 90. Like mother, like daughter, Jiang Ying was utterly dumbfounded. The door swung open to reveal her parents. How could they arrive unannounced? Had Bai Hao mentioned anything? The most pressing concern was that Chu Yunxuan, a man, was in her home. To her parents, she was the obedient daughter, bringing a man home late at night. Oh heavens! She could hardly fathom how her mother would tease her upon discovering this. No, she mustn't let them find out. Is it forbidden for us to visit? Jiang Ying's mother. Lan shot an irritated glance at her daughter. Ah, no, that's not what I meant, Jiang Ying stammered, blocking the doorway while discreetly signaling Chu Xian to hide. He complied, retreating to the kitchen, knowing that despite his thoughts, he must at least pretend to cooperate with Jiang Ying, as she could not conceal the truth for long. Seeing Chu Xian hide, Jiang Ying let out a relieved breath. Why didn't you give me a heads up before coming? She complained. Lan tugged at her daughter's ear. What? Is there something you can't show your parents? Are you hiding a man in the house? Jiang Ying stuttered. And no, what if I weren't home, right? She laughed nervously. Your father and I haven't seen you in ages. We missed you and wanted to visit. Lan replied, her gaze suspicious. What? You won't let your parents in? Jiang Ying laughed awkwardly, stepping aside to allow them in. As they entered, Lan remarked to Jiang Zhenghua, something's off with this girl. She looks guilty. Indeed. Jiang Zhenghua nodded in agreement. Not at all, Jiang Ying protested hastily. Oh, it seems you really are hiding a man. Lan's eyes lit up as she noticed the dishes on the table. Clearly, two people have been dining here. With a teasing smile, she continued. No wonder you haven't come home. It turns out you've been hiding a man. That's not true. You're just being ridiculous. Jiang Ying quickly retorted. Lan pointed at the table. So, who were you eating with? Thinking quickly, Jiang Ying replied. By Hao. He just left a short while ago. Didn't he tell you? Xiao Hao came to see you? Yes. Jiang Ying nodded vigorously, relieved. Really? I don't believe it. I'll call him. Lan declared, pulling out her phone. Jiang Ying, feigning confidence, urged, go ahead. Seeing her demeanor, Lan put her phone away again. Oh, you're quite the actress. What acting? I'm not guilty at all. Jiang Ying insisted, trying to maintain her composure. Isn't it obvious you're hiding something? Jiang Zhenghua added, looking at his daughter. Dad, why are you siding with Mom? This is so frustrating. Jiang Ying whined. Just then, Jiang Zhenghua pointed towards the shoe rack. Jiang Ying's gaze followed, and her heart sank. Oh no, Chu Yunxuan's shoes. In the next moment, Lan burst into laughter. Jiang Ying, trying so hard to save face while suffering. The man's shoes are right here. How do you plan to keep this up? Honestly, just confess. If you're dating, what's the big deal? Lan teased, recalling how Jiang Ying had once vowed to remain single until 27. That's not true. They must belong to Bai Hao. He must have forgotten them. Jiang Ying desperately explained. Lan smirked. Keep pretending. I see right through you. I'm not. Jiang Ying exclaimed, nearly in tears. Why are you so afraid to admit it? Is the man of dubious character? Lan pressed. Mom, please don't say that. Jiang Zhenghua interjected. Lan, hands on her hips, insisted. Why else would she be hiding it? If it were innocent, she wouldn't be acting so guilty. Jiang Ying, I thought you were just trying to save face, but this seems much more serious. Come on out, young man. Stop hiding. Lan called out. Chu Xian. Hearing this from the kitchen, couldn't he help but chuckle, realizing Jiang Ying's predicament. In her family's eyes, she was a dutiful daughter, too shy even to confess to dating. Are you not coming out? If you don't, I might get angry. Lan warned again. Mom, I'll call him out. Please don't be impulsive. Jiang Ying hurriedly dashed into the kitchen. You see? I told you she was hiding a man. Lan declared to Jiang Zhenghua. Just wait. I know our daughter well enough. Jiang Zhenghua replied, shaking his head helplessly. Are you sure? You've never seen her in a relationship. I suspect she might have feelings for Zichixu, right? Jiang Zhenghua's face twitched. Then tell me, why is she so secretive? Why not be open about it? It's entirely unacceptable. In the kitchen, Jiang Ying pleaded with Chu Xian. You heard that. Please continue pretending to be my boyfriend. I'm begging you. Isn't it simple to clarify things? Chu Xian teased. Please. It's too late for that. Didn't you hear my mom? She thinks I'm secretly dating a man. Is your aim to convince your parents that I am genuinely your boyfriend? Yes. Exactly. After the deed is done, a 5-minute kiss, the kind where tongues intertwine. Jiang Ying? Ding. Sensing Jiang Ying's negative emotions, agility 100. Are you trying to kill me? She shot a glare at Chu Yunxuan. Chu Yunxuan, appearing ready to leave, said, well then, if I go out, I'll tell Annie that I'm the wild man you brought home, hiding out of guilt. Jiang Ying? Ding. Sensing Jiang Ying's negative emotions, strength 800. Chapter 91. What the heck? A duel of experts. Chu Yunxuan was utterly delighted. After all, it was Jiang Ying. How much reward had her cousin contributed after such a long time? And Jiang Ying? She instantly garnered 800 points of strength. Delightful. All right. I promise you. Jiang Ying gritted her silver teeth. Let's get through this first, then I can be shameless, right? What can he do to me? Jiang Ying pondered. Chu Yunxuan, already predicting her trickery, decided not to make it easy for her. Kicking the donkey after the grinding? Humph. You're finished. Then, Jiang Ying took Chu Yunxuan's hand and walked out. Qin Lan and Zhang Jinghua turned their gazes towards them. Qin Lan's eyes lit up. Ahem, auntie, uncle. Chu Yunxuan sweetly called out. Oh my, darling, without a doubt, our daughter has good taste. Look how handsome he is. Qin Lan's eyes sparkled. Ahem. Zhang Jinghua cleared his throat. Qin Lan had always enjoyed idol dramas, particularly the handsome male leads. It was all for entertainment, after all. Chu Yunxuan understood, like mother. Like daughter. With such a mother, Jiang Ying's character was hardly surprising. However, pretending to be a good girl in front of her family was where Jiang Ying went wrong. Holding Chu Yunxuan's hand, she said, Mom, Dad, this is my boyfriend, Chu Yunxuan. Qin Lan shot a glance at Jiang Ying and said, Stop pretending. From now on, don't say a word. Today, I'm going to expose you. Chu Yunxuan interjected, Auntie, I truly am Xiao Ying's boyfriend. Jiang Ying nodded obediently. Then why were you hiding? Chu Yunxuan replied, When Uncle and Auntie suddenly arrived, I wasn't prepared to meet you both. I felt a bit nervous, and since Xiao Ying told me to hide, I instinctively ducked into the kitchen. Yes, Jiang Ying chimed in. Aren't you the boy Xiao Ying invited? Qin Lan looked at Chu Yunxuan with skepticism. I assure you, I'm not. You definitely know your daughter. She cares too much about her image to suffer in silence. She refuses to change her profile picture with me, fearing that you would find out and tease her. Qin Lan considered Chu Yunxuan's explanation, saying, I can accept that. Now let me quiz you. Chu Yunxuan was taken aback. Jiang Ying panicked. Oh no, my mom's intuition is quite sharp. Qin Lan quickly fired questions. How long have you two been dating? Answer quickly. Chu Yunxuan, over 6 months. Barely a second later, Qin Lan asked, What is her birthday? Chu Yunxuan, June 30th. Another swift question from Qin Lan. What is her bust measurement? Chu Yunxuan, 84. Qin Lan, hip measurement. Chu Yunxuan, 85. Qin Lan, waist measurement. Chu Yunxuan, 58. Qin Lan, what does she call you? Chu Yunxuan, big brother. Qin Lan, what do you call her? Chu Yunxuan, Xiao Ying. Qin Lan, what does she like to eat? Chu Yunxuan, lollipops. This rapid-fire exchange of questions and answers occurred without a moment's pause, possibly in less than 10 seconds. No, even less than 5. Nearby, Jiang Ying and Zhang Jinghua were both dumbfounded. Wow, a battle of experts. Impressive. You really know Xiao Ying well. Auntie misjudged you before. Chu Yunxuan smiled and scratched his head. It's all good, Auntie. It was my first time meeting you, and I didn't have time to prepare a gift. I'm truly sorry. Oh, it's no big deal. Come, sit down. Qin Lan beckoned. Just as she was about to leave, Zhang Jinghua pulled her back. Do you know if his answers were accurate? Qin Lan shook her head. How could I know? It was so fast that I didn't even catch what he answered. Zhang Jinghua. Then you. Qin Lan said, Don't worry. This kid answered so quickly and without hesitation. He seems to know our daughter well enough. Regardless of accuracy, he is likely her boyfriend. Having said that, Qin Lan smiled and approached the sofa. Come, Xiao Xian, right? Sit down. Annie wants to take a good look at you. They sat together while Zhang Jinghua remained rooted to the spot. Everyone here is utterly unreliable. If he heard correctly, when his wife asked the question about Jiang Ying's birthday, Chu Yunxuan replied with June 30th. But he distinctly remembered his daughter's birthday to be October 13th. This girl never gives me a moment's peace. Zhang Jinghua cast a glance at Qin Lan on the sofa. Jiang Ying was sweating. This Chu Yunxuan was indeed skilled. Surely, his mother wouldn't truly think she was dating a man, right? Mom, Jiang Ying approached with a flattering smile. Hurry and pour some water for Xiao Xian. Qin Lan shot Jiang Ying a glare. Oh, okay. Jiang Ying quickly stepped away. Qin Lan held Chu Yunxuan's hand and asked with a smile, Xiao Xian, tell Annie how you two got together. I'm so curious. You see, your uncle and I once suspected she liked girls. That girl Zichixu, you know her, right? Of course, they're best friends. Yes. Tell us, who pursued whom? Qin Lan inquired eagerly. In the kitchen, Jiang Ying was eavesdropping on their conversation. This Chu Yunxuan wouldn't dare to mess with her, right? Chu Yunxuan chuckled. Auntie, it was her who pursued me. Ahem, in the kitchen. Jiang Ying couldn't help but cough. You scoundrel, Chu Yunxuan. How could you say you pursued her? Must you elevate your status? Shameless. Ding. Sensing Jiang Ying's negative emotions, system points 50,000. Oh dear, this girl boasts every day about how many boys are chasing her, and in the end, she was the one chasing you. Ha ha ha, do tell. Qin Lan was filled with anticipation. Jiang Ying's lips twitched. Chu Yunxuan smiled. Auntie, this is quite amusing. We first met at Tianhua University when she approached me to chat. And then she said she wanted to ask me for a favor. To pretend to be her boyfriend for an event, and assured me it wouldn't be for free. Jiang Ying. A pathetic pickup line. Qin Lan interjected. Chu Yunxuan nodded repeatedly. Exactly. But as a freshman, she was a senior. How could I refuse? After that event, We got to know each other and became friends. And then you became a couple? Qinlan asked. Chu Yunxuan shook his head. Not that simple. Just 2 days later, she messaged me again, saying there was a classmate gathering, asking me to pretend to be her boyfriend once more. Jiang Ying. She gritted her teeth. Scoundrel Chu Yunxuan. What nonsense are you spinning? She walked over and placed a glass of water in front of Chu Yunxuan, her tone slightly threatening. Qinlan glanced at Jiang Ying. This must be her scheme. Chu Yunxuan continued. I didn't think much of it, and went again. After that, not long passed before she said there was a friend gathering, asking me to pretend again. And then it turned into a series of gatherings, with her asking me daily to play the role of her boyfriend. Jiang Ying. Uffed. Haha, what happened next? Qinlan laughed heartily, slapping her thigh. Chu Yunxuan continued. I find it quite puzzling. This senior is indeed beautiful, but is it really necessary to have gatherings all day long? Auntie, guess what happened next? What happened? What happened? Chu Yunxuan said. After attending several gatherings with her friends, 2 of her sisters simply couldn't take it anymore. They confronted her directly, saying, Xiaoying likes you. And she keeps dragging us into these gatherings. We're about to vomit. Jiang Ying exclaimed. Ah, Chu Yunxuan, you're just making things up. How dare you slander her like that? Ah, ding. Feeling Jiang Ying's negative emotions, power 500. Qinlan laughed uproariously. Exactly. That's so true. It's just like my daughter, who would rather suffer in silence than lose face. Haha. So, did you end up together? Upon hearing the system notification, Chu Yunxuan smiled inwardly. Yes, their secret was out, and they naturally ended up together. Auntie, wouldn't you say that counts as her pursuing me? Jiang Ying replied. Ding. Absolutely. Is there anything else interesting to share? Qinlan asked with a smile. Chu Yunxuan thought for a moment and said, Auntie, there is something particularly amusing. Jiang Ying felt a shiver down her spine. What was he going to say next? Chapter 92. Jiang Ying. I'm tired, let it all end. Qinlan was evidently very gossipy, especially about her own daughter. Chu Yunxuan's tale struck a chord with her. She relished hearing about her daughter's embarrassing moments, where she would rather suffer than lose face. Jiang Ying gritted her teeth, urging, Tell me, I want to see what else you can come up with. Hurry up. Qinlan excitedly implored. Chu Yunxuan began, You know, Xiaoying used to live in the senior dormitory at Tianhua University, right? Qinlan nodded. Yes. She moved out just a month or 2 ago. Chu Yunxuan continued. At that time, we had been dating for a while, and she was still living at school. So, what happened next? Chu Yunxuan said, One night, after our date, we returned quite late. I walked her to the dormitory entrance, but since it was so late, the dorm was locked. She knocked for quite a while, but no one answered. Qinlan listened intently. Chu Yunxuan went on. When no one opened the door, Xiaoying became quite frustrated and exclaimed, That dorm matron is really something. It's only been 10 minutes past curfew, and she locks the door. What a stubborn old hack. Jiang Ying. Chu Yunxuan continued. Then she said, Since I can't get into the dorm, I guess we'll have to find somewhere else to stay. Jiang Ying's eyes lit up. What a great opportunity for you. Chu Yunxuan nodded. Yes, I was overjoyed, thinking it would be our first time staying together. But guess what happened next? What happened? Just as we were about to leave, the dorm matron opened the door and said to Xiaoying, Little girl, that 100 yuan you gave me was to keep the door locked. You didn't mention you'd be angry. Had you said so earlier, I'd have charged you at least 500. Jiang Ying? Qinlan burst into laughter. This girl, haha. She clearly wanted to stay out with you but was too embarrassed to ask. So she conspired with the matron to keep the door locked. She ended up shooting herself in the foot. Haha. Serves her right for being so vain. Jiang Ying exclaimed. Chu Yunxuan. You scoundrel. What have you said? How despicable. Ding. Sensing Jiang Ying's negative emotions, power 2000. Chu Yunxuan glanced at Jiang Ying and smiled. Jiang Ying clenched her teeth, saying to Chu Yunxuan, Water. The water I poured for you. Are you going to drink it? Hurry and drink it to shut your mouth. Xiaoying, be more ladylike. How can you speak to Chu Yunxuan like that? Jiang Zhen shot a glare at Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying looked utterly wronged. Oh no, I'm finished. I've lost all my face. That scoundrel Chu Yunxuan. At that moment, Chu Yunxuan said, Uncle, don't blame her. Xiaoying has had her grievances with me for quite some time. Jiang Zhenhua asked, What happened? Did you have a fight? Chu Yunxuan scratched his head. It was just a couple of days ago. Well, we had a moment together, and I forgot to wear protection. So she has been worried and upset with me ever since. Jiang Ying? Chu Yunxuan, what have you said? How dare you? It's over. It's over. How could this happen to a pure girl like me? Ding. Feeling Jiang Ying's negative emotions, physique 2000. Not wearing it properly. Not wearing it properly. Qinlan slapped her thigh again and said to Chu Yunxuan, From now on, don't wear it at all. If this girl dares to refuse you, you come to Annie, and I'll support you. You two should hurry up and give me a big fat grandson. Oh dear. Your uncle and I have been so bored these past 2 years. Jiang Ying's lips twitched. Is that okay, Auntie? Chu Yunxuan asked quickly. Of course. I'll take charge. Chu Yunxuan's eyes brightened. Jiang Ying bitterly pouted, Mom. Once the baby is born, you won't have to worry about it. Just leave it to your dad and me, and do whatever you want afterward. Jiang Ying, this mother of mine is too fierce. Jiang Ying gritted her teeth. Chu Yunxian. Ah, you're finished. Just you wait. She then said, Oh, I see. But Mom, it's getting late. Jiang Ying suppressed her anger. Smiling as she linked her arm with Chu Yunxuan's. I'll walk Chu Yunxian home, and then come back to spend time with you. Wait. You must give Chu Yunxian a beating first to vent your frustration. Qinlan said, It's so late. Why not just stay? Yes, yes. Chu Yunxian nodded repeatedly. Jiang Ying? No way. We must go back. That is my bottom line. Jiang Ying insisted. Since you two are so close, why not share a room? No. Absolutely not. Jiang Ying shook her head vigorously. If Chu Yunxian got his way, it would be a disaster. Ah, Uncle, Auntie. Chu Yunxian stood up. Since Xiao Ying is unwilling, I'll head back now. I'll visit you another day. Well, that's fine, I suppose. Jiang Ying smiled inwardly. Finally, she managed to reclaim her dignity. As long as Chu Yunxian went out with her, she would definitely teach that scoundrel a lesson. Suddenly, Chu Yunxian rushed to the window, exclaiming, Wow, it's hailing outside. Such big hail. Jiang Ying? What the heck? In the middle of summer, how can it hail? How shameless. Ding. Sensing Jiang Ying's negative emotions, Jiang Ying took a deep breath, looking at Jiang Zhenghua dad. Look at him. He is resorting to such lies just to avoid leaving. Jiang Zhenghua gently patted Jiang Ying's shoulder. Don't worry, since my daughter doesn't want him to stay. As her father, I'll support you. I'll expose his lie. Jiang Ying was touched, her nose tingling. Dad, you're such a good dad. Jiang Zhenghua then approached Chu Yunxian by the bed. Xiaoxian, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but it's summer now. We're could. Wow. It really is hailing. Wow, 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 it's so big. This is serious. The cars are getting damaged. Jiang Ying? Mom. Jiang Ying looked at Qinlan, her eyes brimming with tears. Qinlan gently ruffled Jiang Ying's hair, saying, Poor child, let me have a word with them. Thank you. Mom, you are so kind, Jiang Ying replied gratefully. Qinlan approached, addressing the two men. You two have gone too far. Do you take us for fools? Hail is falling, and you don't say anything. Oh my, it really is hailing. Look at those hailstones. They are as big as nuclear missiles. Jiang Zhenghua replied, Indeed. Chu Yunxian nodded vigorously. Qinlan sighed. What a pity, it seems that Xiaoxian cannot go back today. Jiang Ying took a deep breath, feeling utterly exhausted. Let it all be destroyed. Just destroy everything. In Chapter 93, inviting the wolf into the house, Jiang Ying surrendered. She was tired. Everything should just be obliterated. What could she do? Her own parents were like this. It was all Chu Yunxian's fault. She had brought this upon herself. Now, in her parents' eyes, she had become a mere object of disdain, and it was all her doing. She felt utterly humiliated. That detestable Chu Yunxian. Ding. Sensing Jiang Ying's negative emotions, power 5000. At that moment, Chu Yunxian was still putting on an act. Uncle, Auntie, I cannot stay, even though it's dangerous outside. If Xiaoying doesn't let me stay, I must leave. After saying this, he walked towards the door. No, Xiaoxian. It's too dangerous. Qinlan shouted, grabbing his hand. Those hailstones are as big as nuclear missiles. You could die? Chu Yunxian replied. Uncle, Auntie, if I die, I'll just have to be your son-in-law in the next life. Quick, dear, hold him back. Don't let Xiaoxian go to his death. Qinlan urged Jiang Zhenghua. All right. Jiang Zhenghua then also grabbed Chu Yunxian, saying, Xiaoxian, stay here. I'm sure Xiaoying doesn't want anything to happen to you. Qinlan nodded repeatedly. Yes, I just saw that there are zombies outside, densely packed. If you go out, it would be perilous. Chu Yunxian, with a fearless demeanor, responded, Uncle, Auntie, do not stop me. If Xiaoying does not keep me here, I must leave. What is the worst that could happen? I have no regrets. No, Xiaoxian, don't go. It's too dangerous. Qinlan cried out. Jiang Ying watched the three of them act skillfully before her. Her lips twitched. Just let it all be destroyed. With a sigh, she appeared utterly disheartened. Stop acting, just stay. After saying that, she turned and walked towards her room. Qinlan quickly urged Chu Yunxian, hurry, hurry. Chu Yunxian felt a rush of joy. Thank you, Auntie. Thank you, Uncle. Bang! Jiang Ying slammed the door shut. She gritted her teeth, glaring at Chu Yunxian. Ding! Sensing Jiang Ying's negative emotions, physique 2000. What do you want? Chu Yunxian grinned, asking, Did I fulfill the task you assigned me? Yes, so what? Jiang Ying retorted sharply. Then you owe me that 5-minute kiss, don't you think? Jiang Ying was silent. We can discuss it later. Chu Yunxuan laughed. I knew you would try to wriggle out of it, which is why I deliberately stayed behind, just to settle this matter today. Hurry up. Jiang Ying crossed her arms. Displeased, I refuse. Then I'll tell Annie that I'm not your boyfriend. With that, Chu Yunxuan made to leave. Hey. Jiang Ying quickly grabbed him. Please, just let me off this once. She looked at him with pleading eyes. At that moment, all her earlier fierceness had vanished. This isn't about letting you off. Let us be reasonable, shall we? I fulfilled my end of the bargain, taking care of your cousin and your parents perfectly. Now you must uphold your promise to me. Chu Yunxuan said with a smile. Jiang Ying clenched her teeth, cursing him silently. Ding. Sensing Jiang Ying's negative emotions, system value 200,000. Chu Yunxuan continued. How about this? 5 minutes might be a bit much for you, so let us make it 1 minute. After all, we kissed before. Ding. Sensing Jiang Ying's negative emotions. You jerk. Jiang Ying glared at Chu Yunxuan. Come on, he leaned in closer. No. Jiang Ying swiftly dodged. Unable to accept this. Although they had kissed before, she had been the victim then. Now, if she kissed Chu Yunxuan, what would that mean? They weren't even together, yet she would be kissing him for several minutes. What would that make her? A shameless person? Chu Yunxuan asked. So you're being shameless? Go ahead and tell my parents. Say whatever you want. I'll just explain later. Oh, come on. Chu Yunxuan was suddenly invigorated. He rubbed his hands together, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he approached Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying backed away repeatedly. What are you doing? Taking back what's mine. Hey, don't go too far. In the room, Jiang Ying dodged while Chu Yunxuan chased her, intent on reclaiming that kiss. Outside, Qin Lan pressed her ear against the door, straining to hear the commotion within. Jiang Zhenghua leaned in, asking, what is going on? Shoo. Qin Lan whispered conspiratorially. I don't know what they're doing, but it sounds quite lively. You really are a curious one. Jiang Zhenghua shook his head helplessly. I can't help it. I want to see what they are up to. Bring me 2 cups of milk, quickly. In the room. Chu Yunxuan had pinned Jiang Ying down on the bed, his hands firmly holding her wrists. Let me go? What are you doing? Jiang Ying panicked. No way. Is he really going to go through with this? Taking back what belongs to me. Chu Yunxuan leaned in to kiss her. Jiang Ying was stunned. Her mind going blank. Oh my, am I really being forcefully kissed? Just then, Qin Lan twisted the bedroom door open. I brought you both some milk. Before she could finish, she froze at the sight. At that moment, Jiang Ying regained her senses, pushing Chu Yunxuan away in a panic. Looking at her mother in horror, Qin Lan wore an expression of disbelief. You two are quite the playful couple. I won't disturb you. Enjoy your milk while it's warm. With that, she turned to leave. Jiang Ying was frantic. No, Mom, you've misunderstood. It's him. He. She pointed at Chu Yunxuan, exclaiming, he forcefully kissed me. Qin Lan chuckled, nodding. Exactly. That is why I said you two were playful. Don't worry. Mom won't intrude. With that, she shut the door behind her. Honey, you should go stay somewhere else. Jiang Zhenghua suggested. Why should I go? I'll just disturb this young couple, right? Oh, all right then. Jiang Ying. Ding. Sensing Jiang Ying's negative emotions, power 10,000. You jerk. I'll take you down. Jiang Ying fumed, ready to confront Chu Yunxuan. Just then, Qin Lan's voice echoed from outside. Daughter, don't bully Xiaoxian. Xiaoxian. We added each other as friends. If anything happens, feel free to tell Annie. Chu Yunxuan grinned, calling out, got it, Annie. He then shot a provocative glance at Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying. Ding. Sensing Jiang Ying's negative emotions, physique 5,000. Chu Yunxuan was reveling in the moment. Still quite soft, aren't you? He chuckled, gazing at Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying. Ding. In chapter 94, oh no, it's not clean anymore. Jiang Ying felt she was on the verge of insanity. She had truly invited a wolf into her home. The most frightening presence was not her cousin, nor her parents, but this Chu Yunxuan. You don't really want to hit me, do you? Chu Yunxuan inquired. Observing her expression. Ding. Detecting Jiang Ying's negative emotions. Get lost. Jiang Ying kicked Chu Yunxuan. It's getting late. Let's sleep. Chu Yunxuan said with a cheerful smile. Ding. Detecting Jiang Ying's negative emotions. Get lost. Don't provoke me. Do you believe I will castrate you? Jiang Ying said fiercely. She continued. Just find a random room to sleep in. Don't bother me, or I will truly act. Chu Yunxuan shrugged, saying. We haven't even kissed enough for a minute. Ding. Detecting Jiang Ying's negative emotions. Seeing her fierce expression, Chu Yunxuan chuckled. All right. Then I'll head home. Hey, wait. No. Jiang Ying immediately grabbed Chu Yunxuan, saying, if my parents find out, they will blame me. Just sleep at my place. But I'm scared, Jiang Ying asked. Scared of what? I kissed you, worried you might not be pleased and act against me at night. Jiang Ying replied, how shameless. What is shameless, Chu Yunxuan? Jiang Ying internally raged. Ding. Detecting Jiang Ying's negative emotions, system value 100000. She took a deep breath to calm herself and forced a smile, saying, "Don't worry, it was just a kiss. What's the big deal? You deserve it. I promised you. So how could I blame you?" Chu Yunxuan thought. What a terrifying woman. But if I provoke her again, she might truly explode. After all, I have earned enough. It's time to find some peach-flavored fun. Then I'll rest now. Good night, sweetheart. Jiang Ying sweetly smiled. Good night. Ding. Detecting Jiang Ying's negative emotions, agility 500. The moment Chu Yunxuan left the room, Jiang Ying lay on her bed, pounding her pillow vigorously. Chu Yunxuan. I can't take it anymore. He actually stuck out his tongue. Boo-hoo. It's so unclean. In another room. Chu Yunxuan listened to the incessant system notifications about Jiang Ying's negative emotions and smiled. She is quite adorable. He then took out his phone. Peach Flavor had already sent him a plethora of messages an hour ago. Peach Flavor. Cheating man. Pay me back. 100,000. Don't be a cheapskate. Peach Flavor. Where are you? Are you scared? Hurry and pay me back. Peach Flavor. Hey. Cheating man. Keep it up. Pay me back. Peach Flavor. Pay me back. Seeing the messages, Chu Yunxuan couldn't help but laugh. This person is quite interesting. So straightforward? He replied, I'm here, just accompanying my girlfriend. Peach Flavor seemed to be waiting for Chu Yunxian's response, replying instantly. Peach Flavor, someone like you, who is untrustworthy and stingy, can actually have a girlfriend? Chu Yunxian. What nonsense. Peach Flavor. Tisk, even if you're a cheating man, you're still a pretentious guy. Hurry and pay me back. Chu Yunxian. No. Peach Flavor. Cheating pretentious man. Pay me back. Chu Yunxian. No. The entire night. Chu Yunxian did nothing but copy and paste messages back and forth with her. He wasn't tired. After all, he was at the 4-star level of the Xiantian realm. And he was reaping rewards from various negative emotions. He was having a blast. As dawn broke, the two continued their messaging. At the beginning of the night, there weren't many negative emotion rewards to earn, but as morning approached, it was evident that the other party was starting to lose patience, with increasing annoyance and dissatisfaction. The rewards also grew higher. Outside, Jiang Ying knocked on the door. Hey, wake up. Chu Yunxian, holding his phone, walked to the door. What are you doing? Jiang Ying asked curiously. Chatting. She glanced at his screen. Who is it? Why do you care? Ding. Detecting Jiang Ying's negative emotions, system value 50,000. Who cares? Jiang Ying rolled her eyes, saying, Hurry up and leave. Don't linger in my house. Where to? Chu Yunxian asked. Anywhere, just leave first. Jiang Ying put on her shoes and opened the door. Wush Qinlan, eavesdropping at the door, immediately withdrew. Mom? Dad? What are you doing standing at the door? Jiang Ying looked confused. We happened to just return. What about you? Qinlan smiled at the two. Jiang Ying quickly linked arms with Chu Yunxian, saying, We're going out on a date. All right. Going on a date, Chu Yunxian nodded. TSK. It seems last night was quite harmonious. Off you go. Have fun. Hee. Then we're off. Jiang Ying said, pulling Chu Yunxian along. Going to Tianhua University? Chu Yunxian asked. Where are you going? A date. Jiang Ying replied irritably. Huh? Really going on a date? Jiang Ying murmured. Let me tell you. My mom is quite sneaky. I seriously suspect she will secretly follow us to observe. But I need to chat with my sister, Chu Yunxian said. Continuing to copy and paste messages, Jiang Ying exclaimed, What is wrong with you? Ding. Detecting Jiang Ying's negative emotions, strength 100. Jiang Ying rolled her eyes, saying, Isn't it enough that this stunning beauty is accompanying you on a date? You still want to chat with other girls? Chu Yunxian shrugged. What can I do? At least chatting with other girls brings tangible benefits. With you. What do I gain? Ding. Detecting Jiang Ying's negative emotions, strength 100. She struggled to control her feelings, took a deep breath, and smiled at Chu Yunxian. What if? You said you kissed me last night. If you put in a bit more effort, wouldn't there be a chance of getting me into bed? What do you think? Chu Yunxian. A chance? There is. All right then. Chu Yunxian put his phone in his pocket. Let us go on a date. As he spoke, he wrapped his arm around Jiang Ying's waist. Don't overdo it. Just let me hold you. Then I'll keep chatting with my sister. Damn it. Hold me. I'll hold you. Jiang Ying almost exploded. Ding. Chu Yunxian chuckled. Where to first? Hey, let us find a CAF to sit for a bit. Let me check if my mom is still following us. Chu Yunxian nodded. The two then arrived at a CAF called Fate CAF, sitting in a corner. Just then, two girls at the adjacent table were sipping coffee. Don't look around. Jiang Ying shot Chu Yunxian a glare. Oh. Chu Yunxian smiled and then looked at the menu. Yay. Yay. I won. At that moment, a beautiful girl from the nearby table. No, To be precise, she was more like a lowly, appearing only about 14 but exceptionally beautiful. At this moment, she stood up excitedly, cheering. This made both Chu Yunxuan and Jiang Ying glance over. Shu Xiaomiao. Don't make noise. There are customers, the girl across from her reminded. Wang Xiaomiao blinked, and then sat back down with a smile. I won. Xiao Jia he. I won. He hasn't replied to me for 10 minutes now. What did you win? A girl across asked. You've been glued to your phone since morning. What is up with that? Look at your dark circles, the girl across inquired. Wang Xiaomiao excitedly replied. Let me tell you. There's a cheating man who lost a bet and won pay. So I've been messaging him back and forth. And now he hasn't replied for 10 minutes. I won. At the adjacent table, Chu Yunxuan. Uffed. He sprayed the coffee he had just sipped. What? Chu Yunxuan turned to Wang Xiaomiao in confusion. Meanwhile, Jiang Ying silently wiped her face, which was splattered with coffee from Chu Yunxuan, her body trembling in anger. Chu Yunxuan, I've tolerated you for long enough. Chapter 95. The internet is not a lawless land. Jiang Ying was about to explode. Yesterday, Chu Yunxuan caused her considerable dissatisfaction and even kissed her. Today he accidentally splattered coffee all over himself. Upon sensing Jiang Ying's negative emotions, her spiritual power surged by 50,000. My apologies, Chu Yunxuan repeatedly expressed, genuinely remorseful for his lack of restraint. Who would have thought that the source of that peach blossom fragrance was a girl seated at the adjacent table? How astonishingly small the world is. Thus, he resolved to seize an opportunity to uncover the true origin of the celestial star's power from her. Seeing Chu Yunxuan's contrition and recalling the possibility that her mother might be stealthily observing them, Jiang Ying's anger dissipated significantly. You really are something, she remarked as she stood up to tidy herself. The girl from the nearby table approached Chu Yunxuan, slightly apologetic. I'm sorry for disturbing you. Chu Yunxuan waved his hand dismissively. It's no problem. It's not your fault. She smiled gently. We'll waive this order for you. Xiaomiao, please bring them 2 desserts. Oh, all right. Chu Yunxuan inquired, are you the owners of this CAF? Zhang Qiu replied, no, we work for the owner. Chu Yunxuan pointed to Wang Xiaomiao, who had walked over to the bar. Is she also one of them? Yes, indeed. Wang Xiaomiao chimed in. Child labor? Chu Yunxuan chuckled. Haha. We just help out a bit. Zhang Qiu laughed in return. Chu Yunxuan nodded in understanding. Wang Xiaomiao approached with 2 desserts. I'm really sorry for being too loud earlier. Here you go. Chu Yunxuan accepted the treats. She was just as he had imagined, a rather childish girl during their conversation. And now it was confirmed. She must be around 14, yet she is truly beautiful. In a few years, she will surely rival Jiang Ying and her friends. She undoubtedly falls into the category that those unsavory older men adore. Is someone in debt to you? You seem rather worked up, Chu Yunxuan teased. Well, how did you know? Wang Xiaomiao replied. There's a slippery guy who lost a bet and hasn't paid me back, boasting about having a girlfriend. Chu Yunxuan cleared his throat. Wang Xiaomiao then muttered, so annoying. She quickly brightened, but I won. Zhang Qiu remarked, that's just how she is, childish yet competitive, finding joy in the most trivial matters. Look at her dark circles. She spent all night bickering with others. Chu Yunxuan, being the person involved, was acutely aware of this. But what if he really does have a girlfriend, and she happens to be a stunning beauty? He countered. Impossible. Someone like him, so unreliable, could never attract a girl. Women despise untrustworthy men. They provide no sense of security, Wang Xiaomiao retorted. Zhang Qiu chuckled. Oh, you may be young, but you certainly have a firm grasp on this matter. Humph. Exactly. Wang Xiaomiao puffed out her chest. Jiang Ying approached, her expression one of shock upon seeing Chu Yunxuan laughing and conversing with the 2 girls. My goodness, Chu Yunxuan is truly a flirt. I leave for just a moment. And he goes off to chat with a woman. Jiang Ying muttered, what a flirt. Although the girl was pretty, it was evident she was underage. How ridiculous. Jiang Ying strode over and linked her arm with Chu Yunxuan's, driven by an inexplicable desire to assert her claim. What are you chatting about? Jiang Ying inquired. Oh, just some casual conversation, Chu Yunxuan replied. Wang Xiaomiao scrutinized Jiang Ying and suddenly gasped, are you Sister Jiang Ying? Huh. Jiang Ying was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, she recognized Wang Xiaomiao. Wang Xiaomiao? Yes, that's me. Wang Xiaomiao nodded eagerly. What are you doing here? Jiang Ying smiled. I just came over. Wang Xiaomiao replied. Do you know each other? Chu Yunxuan asked. Jiang Ying nodded. Yes, we've met before, over a year ago. Wang Xiaomiao eagerly affirmed, yes. Sister Jiang Ying came to Linen for a competition and was absolutely magnificent. Sister Jiang Ying, are you and him a couple? Wang Xiaomiao blinked innocently. Ah, yes. Jiang Ying answered, hoping to avoid any probing questions from her mother, who was capable of such antics. Wow, you 2 look perfect together, a match made in heaven. Chu Yunxuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Wang Xiaomiao then turned to him. You must be incredibly talented as well. Otherwise, you couldn't possibly be with Sister Jiangying. Oh, I manage. Chu Yunxuan nodded modestly. Jiangying asked, Xiaomiao, weren't you accepted early to Linen University? Why are you in Tianhua City? Ah, Tianhua City is close to the Beast Domain, so I thought I'd come here for a bit, Wang Xiaomiao explained. That's fine, but you should be cautious. Your cultivation level isn't very high, and Tianhua City has been rather unstable lately, Jiangying advised. Yes, don't worry, Sister Jiangying, Wang Xiaomiao assured her. We'll take our leave now. Goodbye. Goodbye. They both departed the CAF. Zhang Qiu looked at Wang Xiaomiao and asked, Isn't Jiangying someone that Sister Guan wants to recruit? Wang Xiaomiao nodded, yes. Outside, Jiangying shot a displeased glance at Chu Yunxuan. What? Are 14-year-old girls also in play? Not at all, he replied. Fine, whatever. A coffee together is sufficient. I'm heading to Tianhua University. Let us go together then. Later that evening, Chu Yunxuan returned home. The system was set to shut down at midnight. Taking advantage of the remaining time, he decided to tease Wang Xiaomiao a bit. He glanced at several unread messages from a few hours earlier and replied, I went on a date with my girlfriend. Wang Xiaomiao responded, TCH, a loss is a loss. Don't look for excuses. That slippery man needs to pay up. I'm serious, Chu Yunxuan insisted. I don't believe you, she replied. And my girlfriend is very beautiful. Haha, show me her picture. And make sure it's not a stock photo. I'll recognize it. Chu Yunxuan then sent her a photo of Jiangying. Wang Xiaomiao responded, haha, you're lying. I know this girl. I saw her boyfriend today. And he is quite handsome. You're saying you're her boyfriend? Hilarious. Wang Xiaomiao, he said, perplexed. Are you stalking me? Chu Yunxuan was taken aback. No. Why would she immediately think he is the boyfriend she met this morning? Wang Xiaomiao declared, just wait. Chu Yunxuan was bewildered by her thoughts. After a while, Wang Xiaomiao sent him a short message. Chu Yunxuan, ID number, XXXXXX, residing in Tianhua City, Happy Garden. Chu Yunxuan replied. What? Did Jiangying tell you? No, that's impossible. Jiangying doesn't even know my ID number. How did you find out? He asked. Wang Xiaomiao retorted. I found out the same way you did. It just so happens I'm in Tianhua City. If you have the guts, just wait. I'll get someone to teach you a lesson. Pervert. Pretending to be someone else's boyfriend online and ruining their reputation. Just wait. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaomiao picked up her phone and called, Hello, Sister Jiangying. It's me, Wang Xiaomiao. There's a pervert claiming to be your boyfriend and ruining your reputation. I know where he lives. Yes. Come pick me up. I'll lead you there to teach him a lesson. After hanging up, Wang Xiaomiao huffed, Pervert. Just wait. I'll make you realize that the internet is not a lawless place. Chapter 96, The Thousand-Faced Demon Fox on the Road, Jiangying was driving. With Wang Xiaomiao in the passenger seat, who is spreading my photo around, claiming I'm his girlfriend, Jiangying asked, visibly irritated. Such matters were particularly vexing for her, especially discovering that someone else had brought it to her attention. Heaven knows how many people that scoundrel has said such things to. Her reputation. What if her parents found out? That would be disastrous. This person is truly despicable. Sister Jiangying, let me tell you, he previously. Wang Xiaomiao went on to describe Chu Yunxuan's shamelessness, pretense, and lewdness without mentioning his name. She even didn't know that the Chu Yunxuan beside Jiangying at the CAF during the day was indeed the same person. It seems he is just a habitual online braggart, Jiangying remarked. Wang Xiaomiao nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, you must teach him a good lesson. Jiangying retorted. I will castrate him. Wang Xiaomiao shrank back. Well, that might be a bit extreme. Castrate him. The car came to a halt outside the community. Is this it? Jiangying furrowed her brow. Yes, yes. I'll lead the way. All right. They wound their way to a doorway. Jiangying only knew that Chu Yunxuan and Lin Yu also lived in this community, but she had never visited their home and had no idea which unit it was. This is it. Wang Xiaomiao proclaimed. Bang, bang, bang. Jiangying knocked firmly on the door. Inside, Lin Yu and Chu Yunxuan emerged from the bedroom. They exchanged a glance and walked to the door together. Click. The door swung open. Jiangying was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lin Yu standing inside. Jiangying. Huh. Senior Lin Yu, this is your home? Jiangying was equally stunned. Huh. You two know each other? Wang Xiaomiao exclaimed in surprise. Chu Yunxuan leaned closer. Huh. Wang Xiaomiao's eyes widened as she realized the situation. At that moment, she wondered if she had misunderstood something. Isn't this Jiangying's boyfriend? Yet, the information she found pointed to this being the home of that shameless man. What on earth is happening? Chu Yunxuan looked at Wang Xiaomiao and waved his hand with a smile. Hi. Hi, hi. Wang Xiaomiao replied, baffled. Jiangying looked at Wang Xiaomiao. Puzzled. Wang Xiaomiao mumbled, I might have misunderstood. What's wrong? Come inside, Lin Yu said. The two of them walked in, and Jiang Ying subsequently explained the situation. Lin Yu blinked and turned to Chu Yunxuan. Xian, is that you? Wang Xiaomiao hurriedly interjected. Sorry, sister. I may have made a mistake. It should be. Chu Yunxuan nodded. Yes. Wang Xiaomiao. Huh. She stared at Chu Yunxuan in shock. Chu Yunxuan waved his phone in front of Wang Xiaomiao. You. Wang Xiaomiao pointed at Chu Yunxuan. You are the shameless man? So, Jiang Ying's boyfriend and the shameless man she chatted with are the same person. Wow. That means he recognized her at the CAF during the day. Jiang Ying rubbed her forehead. Goodness. What a mess. Chu Yunxuan smiled at Wang Xiaomiao and asked. I wasn't he bragging, was I? Is it not my girlfriend in the photo I sent you? Wang Xiaomiao was momentarily at a loss for words. Girlfriend? Who? Lin Yu asked curiously, blinking. Chu Yunxuan pointed at Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying. Lin Yu looked at Jiang Ying. Senior Lin Yu, it's not what you think, actually. Jiang Ying was about to explain that it was all a misunderstanding. What do you mean it's not? Do you want me to kiss you to prove it? Chu Yunxuan glared at Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying. Indeed, Jiang Ying, isn't he your boyfriend? Wang Xiaomiao blinked. Jiang Ying. It's over. Her reputation is utterly ruined. Quite the pair. I think you both suit each other well, Lin Yu said with a smile. I think Xiao Yu and I make a good match too. Chu Yunxuan wrapped his arm around Lin Yu. Wang Xiaomiao. What kind of plot is this? Huh. At that moment, her mind was spinning. Lin Yu then turned to Wang Xiaomiao. 100,000, right? Wait a moment, I'll transfer it to you. Wang Xiaomiao shook her head repeatedly. No need, pretty sister, it was just a joke, huh? May I ask, pretty sister, what is your relationship with him? Chu Yunxuan replied, future wife. Lin Yu shot Chu Yunxuan a glare. Thunderstruck, Wang Xiaomiao felt as if she had been hit by 5 bolts of lightning. Future wife. But they live together. That means they are cohabitating. And Jiang Ying is his girlfriend. That can only mean Jiang Ying is the other woman? She needed to calm down and sort through the information she had just received. This is too shocking. Jiang Ying looked at Wang Xiaomiao, her lips twitching. That Chu Yunxuan is such a troublemaker. Meanwhile, various negative emotional alerts echoed in Chu Yunxuan's mind. Xiaomiao, it's actually like this, Jiang Ying prepared to explain. Just then, Wang Xiaomiao's phone rang. She quickly answered, Xiaomiao, come back quickly, there's a mission. Oh, okay. Wang Xiaomiao hastily said, sorry, I have to leave now. I'm sorry for the interruption. With that, she shot a glare at Chu Yunxuan. And you are the shameless man. After saying that, she hurriedly left. What just happened? Lin Yu asked, perplexed. Jiang Ying, who was aware of everything, helplessly rubbed her forehead. It's like this. She explained. Lin Yu seemed to understand, but then asked, but you really did kiss, right? Chu Yunxuan nodded repeatedly. Yes, I even stuck my tongue out. Then it's not impossible for you to be together. Jiang Ying, don't worry, I have faith in him. Jiang Ying's lips twitched. Sister, stop having faith in him. You might just be his next target. Jiang Ying smiled awkwardly. At that moment, her phone rang as well. All right, I understand. Jiang Ying hung up, her brows furrowing. Something happened at Tianhua University. Lin Yu and Chu Yunxuan raised their eyebrows. What happened? Dozens of people have died, and currently, the entire Tianhua University has been sealed off by the Heavenly Domain and the Divine Alliance. No one is allowed to leave. Chu Yunxuan asked, what is the reason? Why is Tianhua University sealed off? Why can't the people inside come out? That is strange. Dozens of people died at Tianhua University. It must be the work of the Killing Alliance or some nefarious individuals, or perhaps the demon or monster clans. Shouldn't they be escaping instead of sealing off the university? It could be the thousand-faced demon fox. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunxuan and Lin Yu frowned. The thousand-faced demon fox, indeed, has made Tianhua City quite unsettled lately. Chapter 97. Divine Alliance's Sun Group. The thousand-faced demon fox is a powerful beast of the demon clan. This type of beast possesses a strong bloodline. Among the monster clan, they have their own territories and groups. For the human clan, they are an extremely troublesome existence due to their unique abilities. The thousand-faced demon fox can directly possess human beings. Once it possesses a person, it can seize their memories and behavioral habits. Simply put, if everyone around you is possessed by the thousand-faced demon fox, you might not even notice. Your conversations with them would seem perfectly normal because the memories of the possessed individual are also taken. Therefore, even if the thousand-faced demon fox is not strong, the ability to possess is exceedingly troublesome. Thus, Chu Yunxuan fully understands why Tianhua University needs to be sealed off. Only by sealing off Tianhua University can they ensure that the thousand-faced demon fox remains within. The rest can only be slowly searched for. Let us go take a look. Jiang Ying suggested. Yeah. Subsequently, Jiang Ying, Chu Yunxuan, and Lin Yue left the house and headed toward Tianhua University. At this moment, surrounding Tianhua University, numerous members of the Divine Alliance and Heavenly Domain gathered. They had already used barriers to completely seal off Tianhua University, though night had fallen. Many citizens and martial artists congregated around. Members from the Divine Alliance and Heavenly Domain were busily preparing their strategies. A middle-aged man stood there, asking, "What is the current situation inside Tianhua University?" The group leader, along with the dean and several mentors, gathered around 90% of the students. However, due to the nature of the thousand-faced demon fox, it is highly likely that it has possessed one of the students, making it nearly impossible to identify. The possession by the thousand-faced demon fox is exceedingly difficult to detect, and currently, the human race lacks effective methods to accurately pinpoint it among a crowd. The methods available to detect the demon and monster races are ineffective against the thousand-faced demon fox. Indeed, since the fox is in a state of possession, our detection methods are ineffective as they target the human body, thus failing to reveal the presence of the fox. This is quite a conundrum. Is there no solution from the Divine Sons Department? It seems they are still in the preparation phase. What sets the Divine Sons Department apart from us? If they too lack effective solutions? Each city has a branch of the Divine Alliance, with its members numbering in the tens of thousands. Some are the most numerous and can be called contemporary soldiers, while others are formidable warriors. They are generally organized into groups, each led by a captain. Each group may consist of hundreds or even thousands of individuals. On top of that, there exists a Divine Sun Group, which is an elite division comprising only a few dozen members. Those who gain entry into the Divine Sun Group are exceptional individuals, surpassing ordinary warriors in many regards. The Divine Sun Group is tasked with more challenging and perilous missions. If the mortality rate among Divine Alliance members is 0.5 without the threat of demon attacks, then the mortality rate for the Divine Sun Group may reach 10, regardless of such attacks. Every member of the Divine Sun Group is destined to become a formidable presence in the future, with key positions such as commanders and vice-commanders of the Divine Alliance branches typically filled by those hailing from this elite group. Upon arriving at their destination, Chu Yunxuan and his companions realized the difficulty of their situation. Jiang Ying remarked that once the thousand-faced demon fox successfully possesses someone, locating it becomes exceedingly challenging. Jiang Ying nodded, adding that the fox could continuously possess individuals within a crowd, even if they managed to identify the current host. The fox could swiftly find an opportunity to transfer its possession to another person. Is there truly no way? Chu Yunxuan inquired. Lin Yue shook her head slightly, indicating the rarity of such events, compounded by the fact that once possessed, the individual essentially becomes the fox. Jiang Ying noted that unless the host dies, the fox typically destroys the body's functions within a day, leading to death, but it is evident that they must strive to minimize casualties. Chu Yunxuan furrowed his brow, pondering if his spirit-piercing eye could capture the thousand-faced demon fox. Meanwhile, within a business vehicle filled with equipment, Wang Xiaomiao and several others were seated inside, with Wang Xiaomiao rapidly typing on a laptop. The door swung open, and a bespectacled man asked, "Xiaomiao, are you ready?" "Just a moment, almost done," she replied. "Hurry. We're counting on you." "Okay." Shortly after, Wang Xiaomiao produced a device. "Vice Captain, it's ready." Bai He approached. "Is this instrument effective?" Wang Xiaomiao nodded affirmatively. Bai He stated, "Xiaomiao, your cultivation level is not high. Stay here while Zhang Qiu comes with me." "Understood." Bai He then exited with Zhang Qiu. "Captain, Xiaomiao has resolved it," Bai He reported as he approached a woman clad in a leather skirt and black stockings. Guan Xin turned her head. "Enter." "Yes." The three of them proceeded inside. Chu Yunxian's gaze fell upon several figures. "Hey, do you find her attractive?" Jiang Ying kicked him lightly as she noticed his gaze. "TSK. With that figure and leather skirt, she's an unbeatable queen," Chu Yunxian exclaimed. Ding. Feeling Jiang Ying's negative emotions, his power increased by 100. Jiang Ying shot him a glare. "Isn't that the girl we saw across from Xiaomiao in the CAF this morning?" she suddenly asked. "Indeed," Chu Yunxian replied. Momentarily taken aback, Lin Yue turned to them and inquired, "Do you know her?" "Yes, we've met," Jiang Ying confirmed. The one in the leather skirt and black stockings is Guan Xin, the captain of the fourth group of the Divine Sun Group. "Senior Lin Yue, you know her?" Lin Yue explained, "She approached me a while ago, asking me to join, but I declined." Jiang Ying added, "Speaking of which, I was also approached by members of the Divine Sun Group last year. Several group captains came to me, but I refused as I didn't want to expend effort on missions at the time." "Then why has no one invited me?" Chu Yunxian questioned. Jiang Ying glanced at him. "Perhaps soon, since members of the Divine Sun Group are exceptional. After defeating Xiantian with a single move, you might just be on their invitation list." Lin Yue pondered. However, The mortality rate in the Divine Sun group is exceedingly high. Just then, a man from the Divine Alliance shouted, "Is there anyone present with formidable spatial attributes? Tianhua University urgently requires the assistance of powerful spatial warriors." No one responded. "Minister, should we not call someone from outside?" A man suggested to the Minister of the Divine Sun Department. Qin Feng frowned. "It would be best if we could find someone on site. Please make contact promptly." "Understood." Senior Linyur, Jiang Ying turned to her. Linyur shook her head slightly. "While I possess spatial attributes, I am not particularly formidable." At that moment, Chu Yunxuan asked, "Is it acceptable if someone is at the Xiantian level?" Chapter 98. Guan Xian instantly. Many turned their attention toward Chu Yunxuan. Jiang Ying and Linyur were taken aback, gazing at him in disbelief. Qin Feng leaped in front of them, fixing his gaze on Chu Yunxuan and asking, "Are you a spatial attribute warrior at the Xiantian level?" Chu Yunxuan nodded. Jiang Ying and Linyur were speechless. When did he acquire spatial attributes? Wait a moment. Has he really reached the Xiantian level so quickly? Xiantian level might suffice, especially with the formidable spatial mentor, Shao Qiyue, available, but your mastery over space must be adequate. To what extent do you command it? Chu Yunxian then extended his hand, condensing a wisp of spatial energy before him. Qin Feng punched toward the sealed space, which shattered instantly. However, his expression shifted dramatically. Is he that strong? His gaze toward Chu Yunxian transformed significantly. The strength of any attribute correlates with the mastery of that attribute in the warrior's realm. Spatial mastery is notoriously challenging to cultivate. Generally, those at the Xiantian level can only grasp the surface of spatial abilities. Yet Qin Feng's trial revealed an alarming depth of mastery. That should suffice. Wu Hao, take him inside immediately to assist Guan Xian and the others. Understood. Lin Yor regarded Chu Yunxian with concern. Be careful. Don't worry, I'm at the Xiantian level, he assured her. Subsequently, Chu Yunxian followed Wu Hao inside, pondering the source of his unexpectedly profound spatial abilities. Jiang Ying gazed at Lin Yor in astonishment. Lin Yor shook her head. I just found out too. But could it be that he has taken a liking to the captain of the Divine Sun group? What a flirt. Jiang Ying gritted her teeth, acknowledging, yet. It must be said, a super queen like Guan Xian possesses an immense allure for any man. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxian entered Tianhua University with Wu Hao. Through their conversation, he began to grasp the situation's background. Even at night, Tianhua University remained bustling with students, many of whom resided on campus. However, just moments before, in a sudden eruption, a surge of spiritual energy manifested within a female dormitory, swiftly spreading to several other girls' and boys' dormitories, plunging the campus into chaos. By the time Dean Qin Zhenhai and his team arrived, numerous students had already been slain, over 30 in total. Subsequently, bodies were discovered in the library, cafeteria, in various secluded corners, with accounts indicating that the assailants were students from Tianhua University. Dean Qin's immediate suspicion fell upon the thousand-faced demon fox. He promptly activated the academy's protective barrier to prevent its escape and gathered all available students to ensure that even if the creature infiltrated the crowd, it would refrain from attacking. The members of the Divine Alliance and the Celestial Domain quickly arrived on the scene. The motives of the thousand-faced demon fox remained elusive, but it was evident that this was a premeditated assault on Tianhua University. Group leader, Wu Hao shouted from behind. Ahead, Guan Xian turned around. She was a spatial attribute warrior summoned by Minister Qin. Her beautiful eyes scanned Chu Yunxian. Ah, it's you. Zhang Qiu immediately recognized him. Nearby, he adjusted his glasses. Do you know him? Guan Xian inquired. Yes, he's Jiang Ying's boyfriend. Oh. A hint of interest flickered in Guan Xian's gaze as she appraised Chu Yunxian. Come here. Chu Yunxian walked over, taken aback by Guan Xian's beauty. She was undoubtedly among the most stunning he had encountered. Chu Yunxian, he introduced himself. All right, follow us. They proceeded to a gathering of students, where several instructors from Tianhua University, including Qin Zhenhai, were stationed. Guan Xian explained. The current situation is as follows. 90% of Tianhua University's students have assembled here. There is more than 1,000-faced demon fox among us, and several students, controlled by the foxes, are confined within the cafeteria, divided into two groups. Your task is to coordinate with Shao Qiyue. The two of you, as spatial attribute warriors, must simultaneously unleash your spatial powers to transport both groups of students outside the cafeteria to ensure their safety. We must prevent any unforeseen incidents. With approximately a dozen students segregated into two groups, Shao Qiyue alone could not guarantee the simultaneous transportation of both groups, as interference from the thousand-faced demon fox was likely. I can handle a dozen or so, Chu Yunxian asserted. Then we shall proceed swiftly. Suddenly, Shao Qiyue landed beside them. Xianxian, what brings you here? Her beautiful eyes turned to Chu Yunxuan. I'm here to assist you. Huh, can you manage? Of course. All right, follow me. Zhang Qiu by he. Assist the dean in ensuring no thousand-faced demon foxes are among these thousands. Understood. Guan Xian then instructed Chu Yunxian and Xiao Qiyue to follow her. She handed them each an earpiece and a pair of glasses, saying, you may not be able to ascend shortly. Keep the earpiece on for instructions and wear the glasses. What I see will be displayed in your lenses. Xiao Qiyue remarked, so we will only remain at the cafeteria's lower level. Using your visuals to deduce the students' locations and teleport them to safety? Precisely. We require skilled spatial attribute warriors. That should not pose a problem, correct? Guan Xian asked. No issue, Xiao Qiyue replied, glancing at Chu Yunxian. Are you truly capable? Of course. Why else would I be here? Chu Yunxian rolled his eyes. They arrived outside the cafeteria, where on the second floor, a figure stood by the window, a girl looking down at Chu Yunxian and the others. Only one may come up. It was evident that a thousand-faced demon fox had possessed this student. I will go, Guan Xian declared, casting a glance at the two before ascending. Inside the cafeteria, approximately 14 or 15 students crouched along the sides, each being watched by a possessed peer, likely under absolute suppression, rendering them motionless. Upon seeing Guan Xian approach, a female student cried, save us. Instead of responding, Guan Xian focused on the two students possessed by the thousand-faced demon fox. Quite audacious of you to wreak havoc among humans, believing you could escape consequences, she chuckled, addressing them. One replied, less chatter, take off your glasses. Isn't that a bit much, sister? I'm nearsighted, can't I wear my glasses? Guan Xian retorted. Not listening, are we? If someone dies, will you heed me then? One of the thousand-faced demon foxes tightened its grip around a girl's neck, lifting her off the ground. I thought you were formidable, daring to act so recklessly despite being mere spirit realm beings? Guan Xian laughed, her gaze sweeping the room, relaying information to Chu Yunxian and Xiao Qiyue. Reluctantly, she removed her glasses. Outside, Xiao Qiyue remarked to Chu Yunxian, a mere glance is insufficient to ascertain their positions. She should provide us with further information, Chu Yunxian replied. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the cafeteria, Guan Xian calmly stated, now tell me, why have you thousand-faced demon foxes come to Tianhua City to sow chaos? The thousand-faced demon foxes, known for their high intelligence, did not engage in senseless killings without reason. They could claim to want to blend in among humans, possessing someone. Yet their brazen slaughter of dozens at Tianhua University was tantamount to courting death, illogical. It was evident that someone was orchestrating this behind the scenes. One of the possessed thousand-faced demon foxes replied, we had no choice. Like anyone else, we act out of survival. Guan Xian smirked. So? You are being coerced by someone within the demon race to commit these acts. Simultaneously, through Guan Xian's earpiece, Qin Feng could overhear their conversation. I suspected the arrival of these high-intelligence beasts was no coincidence. They are being forced, he mused, furrowing his brow. Minister, who could be behind this? Qin Feng inquired. The higher-ups of the demon and monster races. Who else? But what could their goal be? To intimidate us? To signal their intentions towards Tianhua City? That doesn't seem right. We have never faced such a situation before. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng continued, the thousand-faced demon foxes have fulfilled the demands of their coercers. And now their actions are merely a means of survival. Back inside the cafeteria, the thousand-faced demon fox asserted, you need not concern yourself with that. We have taken lives. Now you must comply with my demands, or these dozens will perish. Speak, Guan Xian replied, her hand subtly rotating the glasses to relay precise locations to Chu Yunxian and Xiao Qiyue. First, you must withdraw the barriers surrounding Tianhua University. Just as Guan Xian was about to respond, the fox continued, I possess the full memories of this host. Don't play coy with me. I know you are wearing an earpiece, and I am aware that those outside can hear me. You have 3 seconds. Withdraw it immediately, delay a second longer, and I will take a life. Guan Xian's brows furrowed. That cannot happen. Chu Yunxian and Xiao Qiyue have yet to assess the situation here. They cannot release their spatial powers effectively. However, if the barrier is lifted, hurry. The thousand-faced demon fox tightened its grip on the girl's neck. Reluctantly, Guan Xian conceded, withdraw the barrier. Soon, the barrier enveloping Tianhua University vanished into the night. Simultaneously, the barrier's removal was acknowledged. Reinforce the perimeter. Be vigilant for any thousand-faced demon fox attempting to escape. Qin Feng bellowed. Understood. The voice of Zhang Qiu resonated through Wang Xiaomiao's headset. It's strange, Xiaomiao. Is your instrument functioning properly? What's wrong, Sister Qiu? Zhang Qiu replied, the readings here indicate that among these several thousand people, not a single one is possessed by the thousand-faced fox. Could it be just those two in the cafeteria? There should be more, Wang Xiaomiao asserted. At the same time, several dormitories have reported deaths, along with the library, the artificial lake, and many other locations. There are definitely more than 2,000 faced foxes. Rest assured, Sister Chiu. The instrument is undoubtedly accurate, Wang Xiaomiao reassured her. Great. Call the Divine Alliance. All of these several thousand individuals are normal, with no signs of possession by the thousand-faced fox. Hurry and search every corner of Tianhua University. The rest must be hiding, looking for an opportunity to escape. In the cafeteria, the thousand-faced fox commanded, Step 2. Have everyone you gather disperse randomly throughout Tianhua University. Guan Xian objected. That won't do. They would be in danger. The thousand-faced fox tightened her grip on one girl's neck. I'll say it again. Let them scatter. Guan Xian narrowed her beautiful eyes. Aren't you merely trying to create conditions for your escape? It's futile. I'll repeat myself. Follow orders. The thousand-faced fox barked. Team leader, all here are normal. There is no thousand-faced fox. Zhang Qiu's voice crackled through the headset. Guan Xian felt perplexed. Could it really just be the two before her? That seemed impossible. Xiaomiao should not be mistaken. They must be hiding in every corner, waiting for a chance to flee. Rescuing those in peril was of utmost importance. A voice from the headset chimed in. It's about time. Let us make our move. Guan Xian whispered. At the same moment, Chu Yunxuan and Xiao Qiyue unleashed their spatial powers. In an instant, the group of over 10 people on the second floor of the cafeteria vanished. With remarkable speed, Guan Xian charged toward the thousand-faced fox before her. She swiftly struck the creature's wrist, freeing the girl she had been holding captive, then hurled her out of the second-floor window. Catch her! Guan Xian shouted. Immediately, a tremendous force erupted. A dark prison enveloped them. Guan Xian approached and commanded, Release her from your body. The girl, however, merely smirked coldly at Guan Xian. Then I shall have to eliminate you. With that, Guan Xian's aura surged once more. Below in the cafeteria, Chu Yunxuan and Xiao Qiyue had relocated the group of individuals to a safe distance. Are you all alright? Xiao Qiyue inquired, her gaze scanning them. We're fine. They shook their heads. Let us go. Xiao Xian will protect them first. Chu Yunxuan nodded. At that moment, a voice emerged from the headset. Members searching for the thousand-faced fox. Please note, the rescued students are fleeing towards the cafeteria. Escort them to safety. Ensure they are not possessed by the lurking thousand-faced fox, and send 2 more to assist Guan Xian. Suddenly, dozens of members from the Divine Alliance arrived from all directions. Thank you for your hard work, one leader said to Chu Yunxuan and Xiao Qiyue. It's our duty, Xiao Qiyue replied with a smile. Don't be afraid, children. We will protect everyone. Leave the school first. We will certainly deal with all the thousand-faced foxes hiding here tonight. One girl wiped her tears. Thank you. You've worked hard too. So, the other thousand-faced foxes are hiding in the shadows, waiting to escape? Chu Yunxuan asked. Yes. The 2 in the cafeteria must be prepared to sacrifice themselves, using these students as hostages to force us to lower the barrier. This way, the remaining thousand-faced foxes can escape. In fact, they succeeded. The barrier will take a few minutes to re-establish, giving them a brief window to flee. We must get out now. Chu Yunxuan nodded. Suddenly, he activated his spirit reading eye on a girl nearby who was wiping her tears. His pupils contracted. What the thousand-faced foxes? Wait. He inspected each individual. Every one of them is a thousand-faced fox. He gasped. How clever these beasts are. The 2 in the cafeteria are indeed ready to sacrifice themselves. From their perspective, the goal is to threaten humanity into lowering the barrier, allowing the thousand-faced foxes hiding in the shadows a chance to escape. But in reality, everyone was focused on rescuing the group in the cafeteria, truly believing that the other thousand-faced foxes were hiding or blending in among the students. In truth, those hostages in the cafeteria were all possessed by thousand-faced foxes. Once freed, they would be escorted out. But as soon as they left Tianhua University and entered the city, they could possess anyone, making it nearly impossible to track them down again. Then they could find an opportunity to return to the beast realm. Chapter 100. Who truly holds divine power? Chu Yunxuan marveled at the utility of the spirit reading eye. He was fortunate to have activated it. Otherwise, those dozen or so thousand-faced foxes would have slipped away. Now, a plan was needed to eliminate them without alerting the others. The solution was straightforward: spatial attributes. By employing spatial confinement, they could trap them directly. His own 4-star spatial attribute in the Xiantian realm should suffice to contain most thousand-faced foxes. There might be some with divine powers among them. However, combining his spatial abilities with Xiao Qiyue's would surely work. As they headed towards the exit of Tianhua University, Chu Yunxuan leaned closer to Xiao Qiyue. Fairy Minner, he murmured. She responded, her beautiful eyes turning towards him. A kiss. Chu Yunxuan leaned in toward Xiao Qiyue's cheek. What the? You already took advantage of Xiaoying. And now you want to kiss this fairy? How did you find out? She replied, feigning innocence. She posted a rant about you, and out of curiosity. I pried until I learned everything, Xiao Qiyue explained with a smile, her gaze fixed on Chu Yunxuan. Quite the strategist, aren't you? Then let me kiss your cheek, he said. Just as Xiao Qiyue was about to respond, Chu Yunxuan tugged her hand, pulling her closer. This action made Xiao Qiyue sense something was amiss. Come on. Just a kiss on the cheek. Xiao Qiyue leaned in. The nearby members of the Divine Alliance cleared their throats awkwardly. Chu Yunxuan leaned in and whispered, all these students are actually thousand-faced foxes. You need to seal them off while ensuring the Divine Alliance members are sent to safety. Most of them are at a low realm, not even at the Xiantian level. They can only be escorted out. Otherwise, if a fight breaks out, they could easily fall. Xiao Qiyue was taken aback. Then, taking the opportunity, Chu Yunxuan planted a kiss on her cheek. Ding! Sensing Xiao Qiyue's negative emotions, the system value increased by 32,000. Damn! Although she had no idea why Chu Yunxuan said that, he still remembered to kiss her? What a jerk! If you wanted to secretly discuss this, couldn't you just send me a message? Moreover, he didn't just kiss her, he also pinched her. Ding! Sensing Xiao Qiyue's negative emotions, power increased by 1,000. She shot a glare at Chu Yunxuan, but now is not the time. The two exchanged glances. And Xiao Qiyue chose to trust Chu Yunxuan. Release. With Xiao Qiyue's command, the spatial seal was activated. Spatial transfer ensued. In the instant Xiao Qiyue confined the dozen thousand-faced foxes before her, Chu Yunxuan relocated the members of the Divine Alliance to a safe distance of several meters away. What is happening? Those members of the Divine Alliance expressed their confusion. Chu Yunxuan spoke into the headset. These rescued students are actually possessed by thousand-faced foxes. Urgently send assistance. What? The members of the Divine Alliance on the same channel were momentarily stunned. Upon hearing Chu Yunxuan's words, the group of faceless foxes exchanged glances. Let us charge out, shouted one of the girls. Simultaneously, their collective powers surged, bombarding the spatial barriers surrounding Xiao Qiyue. How can this be? With two at the Divine Passage realm, my spatial confinement cannot hold them, Xiao Qiyue exclaimed. Then let us enter and engage. We cannot allow them to attack the barrier unchallenged, Chu Yunxuan instructed. In the next instant, they released their spatial restraints and stepped into the dimensional realm. You're coming too? There are Divine Passage beings here, big brother, Xiao Qiyue remarked, eyeing Chu Yunxuan. He extended his hand, electric energy crackling in his grasp. This is a perfect opportunity for a test. With a swift motion, they both lunged forward. With the combined might of Chu Yunxuan and Xiao Qiyue, the faceless foxes could not recklessly assail Xiao Qiyue's spatial barrier. Onward. Several charged towards the duo, while two other Divine Passage faceless foxes focused their efforts on the barrier. Be cautious. They are all students from Tianhua University, Xiao Qiyue warned. Understood, Chu Yunxuan replied, meeting the advancing foes with a storm of thunder. They were all at the Xiantian realm, ranging from 1 star to 8 star. With a resounding crash, Chu Yunxuan unleashed a thunderous punch, sending 4 of them flying against the spatial barrier. What? Is this guy that formidable? Members of the Divine Alliance outside were left astounded. If they were not mistaken, Chu Yunxuan was merely a 4-star Xiantian realm cultivator, yet he had effortlessly dispatched 4 adversaries. This was indeed extraordinary. During this time, benefiting from several systems, Chu Yunxuan's strength and physique had undergone tremendous enhancement. Despite being only 4-star, his combat prowess might now rival that of an 8-star. Quickly, there are still 2 Divine Passage beings here, Guan Xin urged into her earpiece, observing the battle within the spatial confines. Yet, in the next moment, Chu Yunxuan charged towards the Divine Passage faceless fox. Seeking death, she hissed, her eyes narrowing as a massive black fox tail emerged behind her, lunging at Chu Yunxuan. Watch out. She is at the Divine Passage realm. Guan Xin shouted a warning, but Chu Yunxuan was unfazed. 7 emotions, rage. 4th layer of the sealing dust, heavenly transformation technique. A violet glow enveloped Chu Yunxuan. In the next heartbeat, he grasped the incoming black fox tail and forcefully extracted the Divine Passage faceless fox from the girl's body. What just happened? Guan Xin was left dumbfounded. Despite being merely a tail, it was capable of lethal force, with the potential to pierce or strangle many. Seeing the faceless fox pulled out, a smirk crept across Chu Yunxuan's face. Then there was no need for hesitation. The flame sun sword materialized in his hand as he dashed forward. The faceless fox bared its fangs, its crimson eyes fixated on him, unleashing a surge of dark energy. Divine Shadow. Utilizing the wind attribute in conjunction with Divine Shadow, Chu Yunxuan deftly dodged the fox's attack. The dark energy pierced through his afterimage. In the next moment, he thrust his sword forward. The faceless fox's powers flared. Its claws raised to defend, but it was futile. Chu Yunxuan pierced through its neck. Guan Xian was left speechless. This is a one-star divine passage faceless fox. How could this be? She was astonished. Meanwhile, Xiao Qiyue, with her overwhelming prowess, had just finished off another divine passage faceless fox. So swift? You're embarrassing me. Next time, take it slower, she chided. At that moment, Qin Feng and the members of the Divine Alliance descended. Engage. Chapter 101. The true objective behind the stars. None of the faceless foxes escaped. They were all annihilated. Regardless of whether they acted under duress, they had murdered dozens of Tianhua University students, making mercy impossible. Regrettably, among the possessed students, 2 had perished for various reasons, but losses were minimized. Chu Yunxuan and Xiao Qiyue stood there. Huh. Chu Yunxuan spat. What's wrong? Xiao Qiyue inquired. Just savoring a mouthful of powder, he replied. Stop with your nonsense. I am naturally beautiful, Xiao Qiyue retorted, flustered. Ding. Sensing Xiao Qiyue's negative emotions, his physique increased by 1,000. Chu Yunxuan had intentionally provoked her for this reward. Indeed, she was naturally stunning. In this world, a lower realm often equated to exceptional skin, negating the need for cosmetics, especially for a beauty like Xiao Qiyue. Taking a deep breath, she decided not to delve deeper into the matter. Hey, she nudged Chu Yunxuan. How come you're so powerful? It's terrifying. A 4-star Xiantian realm cultivator. Effortlessly overpowering a 1-star divine passage faceless fox. Even if the fox's compatibility isn't stellar, it's still a legitimate divine passage being. Hopefully. When you ask me this next time, it'll be somewhere else, she quipped, casting a sidelong glance at Chu Yunxuan. Hey, by the way, did you just unleash the 4th layer of the ceiling dust heavenly transformation technique? Chu Yunxuan nodded. The 4th layer? You've reached the 4th layer? Xiao Qiyue exclaimed. Aghast, she had spent 7 or 8 years to reach that level. How could he have accomplished it in such a short time? Ding. Sensing Xiao Qiyue's negative emotions, his system value surged by 100,000. The 4th layer of the ceiling dust heavenly transformation technique elevated 1's realm by 4 stars. Implying Chu Yunxuan was now an 8-star Xiantian realm cultivator. Oh, and you likely tapped into the power of the love saint as well. But even so, that is still an extreme mismatch against a divine passage being. Qin Feng approached. Brother, impressive, he remarked, looking at Chu Yunxuan. We were nearly deceived by the faceless foxes. If not for you, they might have escaped. A dozen faceless foxes in Tianhua City would send everyone into a panic. No worries, Chu Yunxuan replied. Guan Xian. Qin Feng called out. Come here. Guan Xian approached, Minister. This brother has made a significant contribution. Ensure the Divine Alliance rewards him promptly, she smiled. Sure thing. Guan Xian replied. Qin Feng patted Chu Yunxuan's shoulder. Well done. Chu Yunxuan then asked, what was the intent behind the faceless foxes coming here to kill? Qin Feng shook his head. Still uncertain. It's the first time I've witnessed such a thing. It feels like they were trying to assert dominance or perhaps intimidate us. But it's peculiar, Guan Xian mused, twirling a strand of her hair. Do the demon and beast clans truly need to resort to such tactics? They could simply launch an attack on Tianhua City. Wang Xiaomiao rushed over. Sister Guan, something's up. Chu Yunxuan turned to her. It turned out she was part of the Divine Child group. Is she that formidable? He wondered. Utilizing her spirit-gazing eye, her realm was merely at the Xiantian realm. Albeit at just 14 years old, she was an early bloomer. What was her advantage? Wang Xiaomiao handed over her laptop, displaying a live broadcast. The content featured a high-ranking official from Tianhua City addressing the citizens regarding the incident at Tianhua University, urging calm. However, why were his eyes reddened? Wang Xiaomi remarked. Just now, the leader of Tianhua City suddenly had his eyes turn red, rendering him utterly motionless, and a chilling scream echoed from the live broadcast. Qin Feng's pupils contracted. This is bad, yet another crisis has emerged. At that moment, the voice of the Tianhua City leader resonated through the camera. Pitiful human ants, he declared. Chu Yunxuan furrowed his brow. Tianhua University serves as your lesson. It is a threat from the thousand-faced demon fox. Xiao Qiyue interjected with a frown. The leader continued. Someone in Tianhua City has taken what does not belong to them. If the item is not surrendered, then from this day forth, Tianhua City shall know no peace. Incidents akin to what transpired at Tianhua University will unfold daily across the city. The crowd knitted their brows. At this very moment, the entire Tianhua City was engulfed in panic. As for what I refer to, let me provide a hint. The blue and white pillar of power that appeared a few days ago in Tianhua City. Chu Yunxuan exclaimed. What the heck? Tianqing. While others may have been oblivious to the nature of that power, the demon clan surely possessed individuals capable of recognizing it. That power could only be released by Tianqing. In the eyes of the demon clan, The emergence of Tianqing in Tianhua City indicated that it had been taken by someone there. Their intent was to threaten humanity into surrendering Tianqing, divine alliance, and celestial domain. If you wish to prevent Tianhua City from falling and avoid the slaughter of countless humans. If you possess the item, we hope you will relinquish it, otherwise, humph. Then, the leader slumped forward onto the table. What is happening? Guan Xian inquired. We still do not know the significance of that blue light pillar. Why does the demon clan value it so? Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, regardless of what it is, or who possesses it, it must never be surrendered to the demon clan. Summon the chief commander and request that all members of the Tianhua City Divine Alliance enter a state of heightened alert. Yes, Qin Feng spat in frustration. Do they think we are as easy to bully as we were hundreds or thousands of years ago? Wang Xiaomiao added. Yet it appears they never intended to attack Tianhua City. They merely wished to plunge us into daily terror, coercing us to locate and hand over the item for them. The higher-ups will convene to discuss this matter. I want to see how the demon clan will proceed with the light energy barrier in place. Let us go. Wang Xiaomiao glanced at Chu Yunxuan, her adorable nose scrunching up. Humph. She then followed Guan Xian and the others as they departed. Xiao Qiyue looked at Chu Yunxuan curiously. Hey, what's wrong with you? You didn't do anything to that little girl, did you? She's only 14, not that young anymore. Chu Yunxuan questioned. Xiao Qiyue replied. What a bizarre man. Chapter 102. Confidential. The Tianhai City operation due to the leader of Tianhua City being controlled by an unknown demon clan powerhouse, spreading panic. The entire city has now succumbed to fear. Events reminiscent of Tianhua University are expected to unfold throughout Tianhua City, leading the populace to believe there will be no peace. What if they become targets for demon beasts? Meanwhile, at the Tianhua City Divine Alliance High Council Center, the chief commander of the Tianhua City Divine Alliance, along with the deputy commander, various generals and vice-generals from the Divine Alliance forces, and Minister Qin Feng from the Sun Group, totaling a little over 10 individuals, gathered as the highest authority in Tianhua City for an emergency meeting. In this assembly, the chief commander naturally led, with Qin Feng also acting as a principal figure, albeit overseeing a different aspect. The chief commander was responsible for the tens of thousands of Divine Alliance members, while Qin Feng primarily managed a few dozen elite members of the Sun Group, whose actions would serve as the core for many operations requiring their collaboration. The chief commander's gaze swept over the assembly. Everyone, Tianhua City faces a monumental challenge. Based on the information we have gathered, please direct your attention to the large screen. The root of the issue lies in the blue pillar of light that appeared a few days ago. The Demon Clan believes this object resides within our Divine Alliance or Celestial Domain, hence their method of inducing panic to pressure the citizens of Tianhua City into surrendering it. Chief Commander, what exactly is this object? Someone inquired. Indeed, the more the Demon Clan emphasizes this, and the more they refrain from directly attacking Tianhua City, the more it underscores the object's significance to them. The Chief Commander explained, this object is not in the possession of the Divine Alliance or Celestial Domain. According to the assessments and speculations conducted by various experts and departments at the Divine Alliance headquarters, it is highly likely to be Tianqing. Tianqing? The name elicited perplexed expressions from many in attendance. Qin Feng elaborated, it is the supreme artifact of the Demon Clan, said to have descended alongside the Demon and Devil clans onto Blue Star, transcending sacred artifacts. Hearing this, the assembly collectively gasped in astonishment. One thing is now certain. For various reasons, Tianqing has fallen into the hands of someone in Tianhua City. Who possesses it is currently irrelevant. We will never yield to the Demon Clan's threats. The crowd nodded in agreement, leading to an extensive discussion. Now, there are several actions we must undertake. First, reinforce our personnel. The entire Tianhua City must enter a state of heightened alert. We must do everything possible to protect our citizens and minimize losses. Understood. Second, strengthen the light energy barrier. They cannot rely solely on the thousand-faced demon fox for their misdeeds. The primary threat still lies with the Demon Clan. However, if the light energy barrier is sufficiently robust, we can effectively isolate the demon beasts. Understood. Third, reinforcements are en route. Soon, Tianhua City will embark on a significant operation. Chief Commander, please proceed. The Chief Commander's expression hardened. We will cleanse Tianhai City. At this declaration, the assembly erupted in uproar. Cleanse Tianhai City? My goodness! This is a serious matter. Tianhai City was occupied by the Demon Clan 10 years ago, and after a decade, the city has become a wasteland. Are we planning to reclaim Tianhai City? Reclaiming it would be immensely challenging and of little significance. Even if we succeeded, the fifth demon god temple would regroup, and Tianhai City would still fall. What about using nuclear weapons? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Humanity possesses nuclear arms, which are indeed terrifying. However, Nuclear weapons are even incapable of eliminating beings at the divine sovereign level, and there is a crucial point. When faced with sufficiently powerful entities, the nuclear weapons launched by humanity could be exploited by the strong. To put it simply, during the launch process, if a formidable space attribute expert from the Demon Clan intervenes, the nuclear weapon could detonate in our own territory within seconds. Moreover, even if the nuclear weapon successfully hits its target, that area would remain uninhabitable for decades afterward, rendering the recovery efforts virtually futile. Thus, in most circumstances, nuclear weapons are exceedingly impractical. The chief commander clarified, "We are not reclaiming, we are cleansing." Qin Feng interjected, "Everyone, the Demon Clan has openly threatened us, and humanity is no longer the same powerless entity of the past. If the Demon Clan poses a threat, we must adopt a human stance. We will not surrender the item, and we will also launch a cleansing assault against the Demon Clan, which holds extraordinary strategic significance." The assembly nodded in unison, understood. Each group prepared to proceed. 7 days later, the Divine Sun group would lead the Divine Alliance warriors as the vanguard, with the Celestial Domain providing support. Their objective was to eliminate all demon beasts above the profound body realm in Tianhai City. The Divine Alliance and Celestial Domain troops would follow closely behind to clear out the demon beasts below the profound body realm. The operation in Tianhai City was classified as top secret, aside from the high-ranking officials present from Tianhua City and members of the Divine Sun group. No one else was permitted to disclose any information. Even the leaders and captains of the Divine Alliance were forbidden from leaking any details. Understood? Guan Xian stretched and arrived at the Fate CAF. Sister Guan, Wang Xiaomiao rushed over. The minister said there's a major task. Zhang Qiu also approached. Guan Xian then shared the mission that Qin Feng had informed her about. So cool. Wang Xiaomiao couldn't help but wave her fist excitedly. We finally stand up for ourselves. Guan Xian cautioned, "Don't celebrate too soon. The difficulty is immense, and it's particularly dangerous. However, this is one of the few counterattacks our human race can launch against the demon race. If we achieve a resounding victory, it will not only be a significant boost for Tianhua City, but for the entire human race as well." Guan Xian added, "Winning is certainly feasible, after all. It's just Tianhai City, not the 5th Demon God Palace. The key is to act swiftly while minimizing casualties." She reiterated, "The operation in Tianhai City is classified. It must not be leaked." Understood. Guan Xian then took a sip of her coffee. "By the way, Xiaomiao, do you know Chu Yunxuan?" "Ah, that rascal? Yes, I know him," Wang Xiaomiao replied. "Where does he live?" Guan Xian inquired. "Sister Guan, what do you want to do?" Guan Xian explained, "Such a formidable individual. Especially with the events at Tianhua University tonight. The other groups in the Divine Sun team will likely have their eyes on him. They might try to recruit him." Zhang Qiu remarked, "He truly is impressive. A 4-star in the profound heaven realm capable of overpowering those in the divine ability realm. Moreover, his spatial abilities are quite formidable. As far as I know, he also possesses fire and lightning powers. Whichever group secures him will experience a tremendous boost in combat strength." "Humph. Shichu Xue has joined the neighboring group," Guan Xian said, displeased. "Huh? Didn't we invite her before? She rejected us all. How did she end up in Group 1? Guan Xian replied, "She requested to join them." Zhang Qiu added, "Group 1 just got lucky." Then, Zhang Qiu looked at Guan Xian and said, "However, I believe Chu Yunxuan will still come to our Group 4. "Oh," Guan Xian gazed at her. "With Sister Guan here, the invitation from the Super Beauty. How could he not come to Group 4? Chapter 103. Oh my. It's light. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxuan returned home. He observed the commotion in Tianhua City. It was quite significant. What a mess. Such a disturbance likely stems from the 5th Demon God Palace, and their target is Tianqing, which is currently in his possession. This made Chu Yunxuan somewhat anxious, as he felt that possessing Tianqing was akin to holding a scalding hot potato. What to do? He couldn't just discard it. Could he? The crucial point was that he still hadn't fully grasped the source of its power. However, that should be straightforward. Chu Yunxuan then began his cultivation, slowly catching up to his peers. Now, without the system's assistance, his progress had slowed considerably. After all, he had already reached the profound heaven realm. Jiang and the others had already attained the divine ability realm, so he needed to exert himself to reach their level. At midnight, the system notification rang out. Negative emotion collection system deactivated. Ding. Congratulations on activating the new system, Grumpy Grandpa system. The sudden system prompt left Chu Yunxuan momentarily stunned. Grumpy Grandpa system? What kind of nonsense is that? This was the only system that, just by its name, piqued none of his interest. Moreover, it sounded quite useless. What on earth? Chu Yunxuan glanced at the system introduction. Grumpy Grandpa system. Some individuals, despite having excellent talent, remain mediocre, while others, born with inferior physiques, might inadvertently acquire a ring or a divine pearl, which contains a mysterious old man who helps them change their lives. Why should you, born with an inferior physique, laugh in the end while countless talented geniuses become your stepping stones? Isn't that somewhat unfair? Isn't it somewhat unreasonable? Why shouldn't those geniuses receive such opportunities? They also deserve assistance. Chu Yunxuan's mouth twitched slightly. Didn't I just embody an inferior physique and then obtain a golden finger? What is unfair or unreasonable about that? It's perfectly fair, Chu Yunxuan mumbled. System task. The host needs to find 2 individuals with notable talent and help them realize what despair truly is. Upon completion of both tasks, the system will deactivate. Chu Yunxuan. He had initially thought that the previous system introduction would entail helping those geniuses regain their prowess. Instead, it turned out to be about helping them grasp the concept of despair. All right, fantastic. Ding, please select a genius target. Chu Yunxuan pondered for a moment and then revealed a wicked smile. The grandson of the Tianhua City Bounty Guild president, Chen Haobin. Ding, target selection complete. Current first task, help the genius Chen Haobin experience despair. Progress, 0. Task reward, body of 10,000 poisons. Chu Yunxuan grinned. Perfect. This is what he loved most. Ding. While the system is active, the host gains the grumpy grandpa aura. Effect, the host is surrounded by holy light in the eyes of the target. Ding. The host can freely release illusions upon the target to execute the assistance plan. Ding. Please select a vessel, ring, pearl, medicinal cauldron. The host can use the system to conceal himself within the vessel, entering and exiting at will. A ring. That is simple. Ding. Selection complete. Then, a seemingly ancient ring appeared in Chu Yunxuan's hand. Chu Yunxuan grinned. This is going to be fun. Now, he could embody the image of the old man within the ring, a character often found in fantasy novels. Chen Haobin, you dared to provoke me? Now, I'm here to assist you. Afterward, Chu Yunxuan left his home. In a certain villa, Chen Haobin sat there cultivating. Among my peers, they are all above 5 stars in the profound heaven realm, and one is even close to advancing to the divine ability realm, while I remain at 3 stars. Damn it, Chu Yunxuan is about to surpass me. How can that be? Chen Haobin gritted his teeth. We were once all hailed as geniuses of Tianhua City. So why am I lagging behind them? Why? Chen Haobin roared in frustration. Today, he attended a gathering with his university classmates, only to be humiliated. Those once regarded as his equals in university were now all above 5 stars in the profound heaven realm, some training in prestigious academies in higher cities. While others had joined the Divine Alliance or Celestial Domain, currently standing on their own. His former class flower girlfriend was fawning over those individuals at the gathering, expressing how fortunate she was to have broken up with him. Chen Haobin was enraged. He had thought this gathering would be his chance to shine, to make his ex-girlfriend regret her decision, but instead, he found himself the fool. I refuse to accept this. Why? Crack, crack, crack. Why is Chu Yunxuan now at the profound heaven realm? He was merely at the profound body realm not long ago. It took me years to make this progress, while he advanced several realms in just a month. Why is it that he and others can gain opportunities while I cannot? I even risked my life to enter the spirit realm and received nothing. Why can others obtain treasures? That Chu Yunxuan must have found something valuable in the spirit realm. Why is this happening? It's unfair. This world is unfair to me. I should be the genius. Even if I'm not, I deserve opportunities. A distraught Chen Haobin chose to take a walk outside. Late at night, he wandered the deserted streets with a bottle of wine in hand. What nonsense about the threat of the demon race. He was unafraid. Come at me. It seems that only by forcing him to leap from the cliff can one hope to gain a fortuitous opportunity, correct? Unbeknownst to him, Chu Yunxuan had been stealthily following. He quietly approached a nearby grove and placed the ring bestowed by the system upon the ground. Subsequently, he unleashed the 9 calamities' dark thunder, creating quite a commotion. After that, he entered the ring. A thunderous roar echoed, startling Chen Haobin. What the hell? Black thunder? Chen Haobin exclaimed in shock. What on earth is this? He hurried into the grove, where his gaze fell upon a scorched mark on the ground left by the thunder. Then, he spotted the ancient ring. What is this? He picked up the ring. Could it possibly be an extraordinary opportunity? Good grief. Chen Haobin muttered to himself. Might there be a powerful elder within this ring, akin to the protagonists in fantasy novels? He shook his head, dismissing the thought. How could that be possible? Yet at that moment, Chu Yunxuan appeared before him. Chen Haobin stared wide-eyed at Chu Yunxuan, who had cast the illusionary ability granted by the system upon him. Although Chu Yunxuan remained Chu Yunxuan, in Chen Haobin's eyes, he appeared as an ethereal elder surrounded by divine light. My goodness, it's light. Chen Haobin gasped. There truly is an elder in the ring? Could this genuinely be his chance? Is it possible that he is about to defy destiny? Chapter 104. Chen Haobin. I am about to become invincible. Chen Haobin looked at Chu Yunxuan before him, swallowing hard, his body trembling slightly from excitement and tension. Chu Yunxuan's illusion portrayed him as a celestial elder radiating divine light. Who are you? Chen Haobin asked nervously. Chu Yunxuan, a master at theatrics, glanced around and asked, where is this place? This is Blue Star. Blue Star. Haha, no wonder the spiritual energy here is so weak, Chu Yunxuan remarked. Upon hearing this, Chen Haobin trembled. What? Chu Yunxuan then looked at Chen Haobin and declared, I am the revered Yunxuan, hailing from a higher plane. Chen Haobin swallowed again, pondering the implications of a higher plane. Could it mean that the heavenly Tao realm of their blue star appears as insignificant as ants compared to this powerful figure? It must be so. My goodness. With such a character, how could Chen Haobin possibly defy the heavens on Blue Star? This is a sheer dimensional blow. He is about to become invincible. Junior Chen Haobin pays his respects to the esteemed elder. Chen Haobin immediately knelt before Chu Yunxuan. Ding. Detection of the target kneeling before the host. Despair in progress. Progress. 5. What does despair mean? The excitement and joy he feels now will be met with utter despair upon discovering the truth. Well, since you have encountered me, we are fated. I see that your talent is quite commendable. Would you be willing to become my disciple? Chu Yunxuan inquired. This was a rather lofty request from Chu Yunxuan. He must not laugh aloud. Thud. Chen Haobin did not hesitate and earnestly bowed 3 times to Chu Yunxuan. Disciple Chen Haobin pays homage to the master. To express his sincerity, he nearly bruised his forehead. A cultivator at the Xiantian realm, possessing considerable strength, yet he almost injured himself, which speaks volumes of his fervent dedication to bowing. Rise. Chu Yunxuan instructed. Yes. Chen Haobin exclaimed excitedly as he stood up. Chu Yunxuan adopted a posture of a great master, hands clasped behind his back. To Chen Haobin's eyes, he appeared as a celestial figure accompanied by divine light, exuding immense strength in every gesture. I was harmed by treacherous beings in the higher realm, sustaining severe injuries and losing much of my power. Chen Haobin quickly interjected, Master, I understand. I will never reveal your existence to anyone, not even my family. You are indeed teachable. Chen Haobin felt a surge of joy in his heart. Moreover, when I grow stronger, I will certainly assist you in exacting revenge. Good. Chu Yunxuan nodded. Since you are so earnest, I cannot remain entirely ungrateful. Upon hearing this, Chen Haobin's heart raced. Here it comes. The classic plot of a novel. He is about to receive the treasure or technique that will alter his fate. Chu Yunxuan continued. I am gravely injured and my power is severely diminished. Yet my abilities remain intact. Tell me, how do you usually cultivate? Chen Haobin replied, I merely meditate normally. Chu Yunxuan shook his head. Too primitive, utterly outdated. Do you possess any cultivation methods? Well, we practice martial techniques, which assist in elevating our realms, but none like that. Chen Haobin replied, shaking his head. No wonder at only 20-something years old, he has only reached the Xiantian realm. In my realm, a genius at that age would already be at the heavenly Tao realm. Hiss. Chen Haobin inhaled sharply. Good heavens. Thud. He knelt down again. I implore you, Master, help me. Chu Yunxuan nodded. I possess a technique called the star absorption method. Star absorption method? The mere name sounds astonishing. With the star absorption method, you need not cultivate in the traditional sense. Instead, when you are amidst a large crowd, you can activate this technique to absorb the strength of those around you, achieving rapid elevation in your realm. His Chen Haobin couldn't help but gasp in awe. This surpasses any martial technique he has ever known. It is truly extraordinary. However, there is one prerequisite. Master, please elaborate. During absorption, their attention must be focused on you. Otherwise, it will be ineffective. Chen Haobin nodded. I understand. So essentially, I must draw their attention in crowded places and then unleash the star absorption method for optimal results. Exactly. And one more thing. You must not wear clothing. Hearing this, Chen Haobin frowned. Not wearing clothing? Master, does that mean? Chu Yunxuan explained, in my world, spiritual energy is abundant, and such measures are unnecessary. However, on Blue Star, the spiritual energy is too feeble, and even the thinnest layer of clothing will obstruct the absorption of power, rendering the effect negligible. Master, are there any other techniques? Chen Haobin asked. Naturally there are. But you are too weak. I will need to teach you gradually. Even the star absorption method is beyond your current capabilities. I understand. Chu Yunxuan nodded. I shall first elevate you to a level where you can cultivate the star absorption method. Then, Chu Yunxuan extended his hand. In reality, he was casting an illusion on Chen Haobin. To Chen Haobin, it appeared as though the elder merely waved his hand, and his cultivation level soared rapidly. jumping from the second star of the Xiantian realm to the 8th star. Good grief. Chen Haobin was astounded. What a terrifying ability. Once you reach the realm of laws, I will teach you forbidden techniques that will elevate your combat prowess, enabling you to effortlessly annihilate those at the domain realm with a single star of the law realm. With my assistance, within a year, you shall attain the heavenly doubt realm. Good heavens. Chen Haobin swallowed hard. My goodness. Is this the dimensional blow of techniques from a higher realm? In less than a year, he could become a being of the heavenly Tao. Who wields the power? Only Chen Haobin. At that point, what if Chu Yunxuan, Jiang Ying, Lin Yar, and Xiao Qiyue? They will all come to my bed and revel together. That Chu Yunxuan. Haha. Utterly inconsequential. The disciple shall strive diligently to cultivate and swiftly ascend to the realm of laws, mastering the powerful techniques imparted by the master. Chen Haobin declared fervently. Yes, with the star absorption method, if you wield it effectively, within half a month, or even just a few days, you could reach the realm of laws, and I will then impart to you even stronger techniques. Indeed. Thank you, master. Now, let me bestow upon you the star absorption method. Subsequently, Chu Yunxuan tapped lightly on his forehead. Nothing happened. However, the illusion continued to unfold. In Chen Haobin's perception, he felt an immense force surging into his body. Now, he had mastered the star-absorbing technique, a method that was remarkably simple. It required no exertion of spiritual power. With just a single thought, its release could be achieved, to the point where one might not even sense its presence. Yes, I understand, master. Chen Haobin exclaimed with excitement. He was on the verge of becoming invincible. Do you possess any cultivation resources? The master inquired. Even lowly resources like Yuanling crystals are useful in this world. I require them to swiftly restore my condition and to aid in your development. Chen Haobin nodded vigorously. Yes, master, my grandfather is the president of the Bounty Hunter Guild, and our family is quite affluent. I will assist you. Very well, let us proceed. With that, Chu Yunxuan entered the ring. Once inside, he was unable to contain his smile. A splendid show was about to unfold. Chapter 105. The despair begins. Chen Haobin returned home and brought forth all the cultivation resources he could find. Master, he called out as Chu Yunxuan emerged from the ring. Frowning slightly. Is this all? Chen Haobin looked at the Yuanling crystals before him. There are quite a few, and their quality is not low. All right. You are a powerful being from the upper realm. To you, these must seem trivial, he realized. Master, please make use of them. Chu Yunxuan shook his head. This is insufficient. Although we share a bond, I must enhance my own power. It seems I need to seek more substantial resources. At this, Chen Haobin was taken aback. No, you cannot abandon me. He protested. Master, this is merely what I have. Please wait. I will find you more Yuanling crystals. The higher the grade, the better. Beast crystals or demon crystals will suffice as well. Very well. Chen Haobin hastily departed for the May Trade Guild, the largest trading company alongside the Bounty Hunter Guild. The market's legitimate circulation of martial techniques, spiritual artifacts, and Yuanling crystals could primarily be found there. With 10 million in hand, he managed to acquire only a single Yuanling crystal and a crystal from a transcendent beast. Observing the lone transcendental beast crystal, he frowned. This was evidently insufficient. Why does money wear out so quickly? Chen Haobin lamented. He then produced all of his spiritual artifacts and martial techniques. Here. How many Yuanling crystals and beast crystals can these procure? Exchange them all. Sir, would you also exchange a grade 1 Earth level artifact? Inquired a staff member from the May Trade Guild. Exchange. Earth level artifacts are of no use. I can ascend to the heavenly path within a year. These are inconsequential. He received a fair amount of Yuanling crystals and beast crystals in return. This should be sufficient, right? After all, I have exchanged my Earth level artifact. But still, he thought, what if it is not enough? If Master is still dissatisfied, he might abandon me. Clearly, there are others with greater resources to aid him. Determined, Chen Haobin gritted his teeth and secretly ventured to the residence of his parents, who were of notable status and possessed considerable resources. Fortunately, they were not home. Chen Haobin seized all of their precious spiritual artifacts and items stored within their spatial rings. These yielded a significant number of Yuanling crystals and beast crystals. Only then did he return home. Master, look. Chen Haobin joyfully opened the spatial ring, revealing a plethora of Yuanling crystals and beast crystals. Chu Yunxuan emerged from the ring. Quite impressive. Chen Haobin sighed in relief. I shall begin my cultivation now. You too, exert yourself. Ding. Progress. 10. Chu Yunxuan returned to the spatial realm with a bounty. The value of these Yuanling crystals and beast crystals could amount to billions. Did he perhaps sell his Earth-level artifacts? Chu Yunxuan couldn't help but chuckle. The following day, Chen Haobin stepped out with enthusiasm. Star-absorbing technique. As long as there are enough people around and their attention is focused on me, I can swiftly enhance my power with a mere thought. Yet, he thought, I cannot afford to wear clothing. What does it matter? I may appear foolish now, but in just a few days, he would ascend to the realm of principles. Those who once mocked him would be left dumbfounded. Once he became a master of the principles, his master would teach him even more formidable abilities. Within a year, he would reach the heavenly path, the strongest in the blue star. The truth would be in his grasp. He would be invincible. As Chu Yunxuan emerged from the ring, he found himself in a deserted alley nearby. Ah, is that not Chen Haobin? He remarked with a smile. Chu Yunxuan. Chen Haobin's eyes narrowed. Weren't you so eager to challenge me before? Let us continue where we left off. Don't be so arrogant. So what if you've advanced to the Xiantian realm? Just wait. I shall be the first to take you down. Your sister Linyar, haha, she will have to bow before me. Chen Haobin shouted angrily at Chu Yunxuan. Laughing as he walked away, Chu Yunxuan chuckled to himself and followed. Chen Haobin chose to head to Tianhua University, a place bustling with people. Where could one find a more densely populated area than within a university? Once inside, Chen Haobin gazed at the multitude of fellow students around him. Taking a deep breath, he mentally prepared himself. Everyone look at me. Chen Haobin shouted loudly. The crowd turned their attention toward him. Chen Haobin, what does he intend to do? Why is everyone looking at him? Does he have flowers on his face? What is he up to? The onlookers were puzzled. Nearby, Chu Yunxuan stifled his laughter. Hey, what is going on? Jiang Ying tapped his shoulder. Chu Yunxuan wrapped an arm around her. Wow, are you trying to get killed? Jiang Ying shot him a glare. Haha, just wait and see. Chu Yunxuan chuckled. Jiang Ying rolled her eyes at him. Her curiosity piqued. What was Chen Haobin planning? Look at me. Everyone. Turn your gaze upon me. I, Chen Haobin, have an announcement. He thought, now everyone's attention should be on me, right? Then, right before the crowd's eyes, Chen Haobin removed his upper garment. What? The crowd was taken aback. Next, he shed his pants as well. Huh. The crowd stared in disbelief. Is he out of his mind? Jiang Ying questioned. Chu Yunxuan laughed silently, observing the scene unfold. At that moment, Chen Haobin focused his thoughts, star-absorbing technique. However, he felt nothing. His realm did not elevate. Could it be that I cannot keep my underwear? Chen Haobin frowned. Damn it. I'll go all out. For the sake of advancing to the realm of principles in a few days and mastering stronger techniques, I shall attain the heavenly path within a year. I have nothing to lose. Once I surpass the heavenly path, I will be a god of the blue star. With that, Chen Haobin discarded the last of his garments. The crowd widened their eyes in shock. Oh my, what a rogue. Some girl screamed. What on earth? Has Chen Haobin lost his mind? Haha, what is happening in Tianhua City lately? Incredible. A cacophony of laughter erupted, and countless phones were drawn out to capture the spectacle. Jiang Ying stood there, dumbfounded. Haha. Chu Yunxuan couldn't help but laugh. He then focused his thoughts and activated the system's power to create an illusion for Chen Haobin. At that moment, due to the illusion, Chen Haobin felt his realm steadily rise. 9th star of the Xiantian realm. 10th star of the Xiantian realm. Wow. Chen Haobin was left in shock. The star-absorbing technique is invincible. My master, the esteemed Yunxuan, is unbeatable. What shame. He no longer cared. Elevating his realm was of utmost importance. He observed the mocking expressions of the crowd around him. The world mocks my madness, yet I chuckle at their inability to see through. With a smirk gracing his lips, Chen Haobin proclaimed, come and witness me. Subsequently, he dashed through Tianhua University, unabashedly unclothed. The onlookers stood aghast. Ding. Progress. 30. Chapter 106. The house was burgled. Chen Haobin, running naked through Tianhua University, swiftly became the talk of the town. Who is Chen Haobin, you ask? He is none other than the grandson of Chen Zion, the president of the Tianhua City Bounty Guild, and a prodigious martial artist himself. A formidable figure in the realm of Xiantian. His audacious act left the crowd in fits of laughter. Chu Yunxuan followed closely, seizing the opportunity to cast illusions, making Chen feel as though his cultivation was surging. By heavens, am I about to reach the realm of divine powers? Chen Haobin, invigorated by the newfound strength coursing through him, became exhilarated. The world may mock my madness, but soon they will weep. And that foolish Chu Yunxuan. Chen Haobin envisioned the day he would vanquish him, especially in front of Linyar, who would surely be heartbroken, allowing him to manipulate her at will. The thought thrilled him. Is Chen Haobin truly out of his mind? How can he run while remaining so composed? Laughter erupted among the students, who scrambled to capture the moment on their devices. The chaos at Tianhua University escalated. Dean Qingjinhai, initially skeptical, rushed to confront Chen Haobin, only to be struck dumb by the scene before him. Stop right there. He bellowed, pointing at Chen. A throng of students gathered around. Are you out of your mind? Qingjinhai rebuked furiously. Chen Haobin, aware of his embarrassing state, felt undeterred. At that moment, he had ascended to the realm of divine powers. In mere moments, he had achieved such an exhilarating breakthrough. Put on some clothes. Qin Jinhai commanded, but Chen Haobing disregarded him, urging the crowd to continue watching. Star absorption technique. Release it further. With a mere thought, he commanded Chu Yunxuan to maintain the illusions. Chun was in ecstasy, feeling his level of cultivation soaring. Could it be that he is under some form of control? Jiang Ying murmured beside Chu Yunxuan, considering the impossibility of such behavior without external influence. Dean. With so many witnesses, and he appears so joyful, could it be a sign of mental instability? A faculty member speculated. It is quite possible he is under some enchantment. Perhaps from the demon race? Could it be the thousand-faced demon fox again? Capture him and take him to the tribunal for questioning. Thus, Chen Haobing was apprehended and transported to the tribunal. In the holding chamber, Chen Haobing's mind was solely focused on his cultivation, aspiring to rapidly ascend to the realm of laws and obtain his master's more potent techniques. The star absorption technique was astonishing. If left uninterrupted, he felt he could attain the realm of laws today. Once he reached that level, he could acquire even more formidable techniques from his master. A year? He believed he could achieve it in mere months, becoming a top-tier powerhouse in the realm of heavenly paths, truly invincible. Chen Zion stormed into the Tianhua City Tribunal, furious. You disgraceful boy! You have tarnished my reputation. He glared at Chen Haobing through the bars, seething with rage. A tribunal member assured Chen Zion, the boy is unharmed. Please discipline him upon your return. His conduct at Tianhua University has had an exceedingly negative impact. Yes, thank you for your efforts. Following this, Chen Haobing accompanied Chen Zion out. What were you thinking? Chen Zion demanded. Once a role model to Chen Haobing, the contrast was now stark. He was on the verge of invincibility, yet knew his family would struggle to comprehend his transformation. Grandfather, I might have fallen under some demonic influence. Chen Haobing offered as an excuse. Well, as long as you're unharmed, Chen Zion conceded, nodding. If not influenced by some demon magic, how could my grandson act in such a way? Your parents' home was burglarized, Chen Zion informed him. Chen Haobing, feeling guilty, inquired, was the loss severe? It wasn't too grave. Chen Zion replied. The truly valuable items accumulated over the years are with your grandfather. The most precious items are certainly in the spatial rings we possess. Chen Haobing raised an eyebrow. No investigation was conducted? He shrugged, dismissing the stolen items as inconsequential. Chen Zion accepted the loss, recognizing that some items were of dubious origins and indeed worthless. Upon returning home, Chen Haobing called out, Master, are you there? Receiving no response, he realized that Chu Yunxuan had not returned to his spatial ring. With a mere thought, he could enter through the system. A special ability granted to Chu Yunxuan by the old man. Perhaps my master is in meditation. I shall not disturb him, Chen Haobing contemplated. Now a 2-star divine power wielder, he yearned to perform the star absorption technique before thousands, propelling him into the realm of laws. Yet, where could he find such an audience? Eureka! Chen Haobing discovered that a popular female celebrity was holding a concert at the Tianhua City Sports Center that very evening. Despite the tumultuous times, entertainment industries like television, film, and music persisted, and celebrities thrived. Many lacked exceptional talents or the ability to awaken their potential, ultimately resorting to becoming singers or stars. I shall ascend to the realm of laws tonight. Chen Haobing was ecstatic. Moreover, I suspect my master's cultivation crystals are running low. I must prepare quickly to ensure he knows I possess the means to assist him. My master is extraordinary. In just one day, I have become a 2-star divine power wielder, and there are even more spectacular techniques at my disposal. I cannot afford to lose him. With that determination, Chen Haobing recalled his grandfather's words about the family's truly valuable possessions lying within their spatial rings. While he could not access the rings of his family members, he knew the location of his grandfather's secret vault. Grandfather, parents, I understand you cannot comprehend my path, and I cannot disclose my master's existence to you. Once I achieve the heavenly path, you will understand. The current items, such as these worthless earthly spirit tools and cultivation crystals, are trivial. Under the cloak of night, Chen Haobing departed. Chapter 107. Is it possible he has such a quirk? Chen Haobing stealthily infiltrated his grandfather's home once more. The secret vault was concealed within a mechanism in his grandfather's residence. Armed with a spatial ring, he discovered an abundance of cultivation crystals, demon crystals, and several earthly spirit tools. These rightfully belonged to him. His grandfather would willingly lend him any spirit tool he desired. However, at this moment, he sought to exchange more cultivation crystals and demon crystals for his master. Without further ado, Chu Yunxuan returned to the ring. Just then, a male student approached Chen Haobing. Ha ha ha, Chen Xiao, I never imagined you would also be a fan of Zhao Xiao Xiao. Planning to attend her concert? Enough with the chatter. Where's the ticket? Chen Haobin inquired. Here you go. Thanks. With that, Chen Haobin walked away. Within the space of the ring, Chu Yunxuan raised an eyebrow. Wow, this guy is impressive. Chu Yunxuan was astonished. A concert. He is quite talented to think of attending such a massive event with tens of thousands of people to unleash the star absorption technique. I must ensure you gain even more tonight, Chu Yunxuan remarked with a sly smile. Chen Haobin found himself in a small grove. Master, are you there? Chu Yunxuan soon appeared before him. Every time Chen Haobin beheld the elder, who radiated a celestial aura, he felt an overwhelming excitement. He was extraordinary. Master, this spatial ring contains several times more spirit crystals and demon crystals than yesterday. Chu Yunxuan nodded. Indeed, excellent progress. Your realm has also ascended to the second star of the divine ability realm. The disciple will diligently cultivate, even if it means sacrificing some people now. Chu Yunxuan nodded. Yes, while you may seem like a joke now, once you grow stronger, they will be the jesters. Absolutely. Chen Haobin affirmed vigorously. Keep striving. I must continue my own cultivation. With that, Chu Yunxuan vanished from sight. Chen Haobin clenched his fists. Tonight, I shall ascend to the law realm. Then, Chen Haobin departed. The concert commenced as scheduled. The venue, accommodating 40,000, was nearly filled to capacity. Chen Haobin occupied a spot within the crowd, watching the star Zhao Xiaoxiao sing and dance on stage. Soon, he would take the stage and unleash the star absorption technique before 40,000 spectators. Invincible. Hey man, quite a unique look, showing up in pajamas? A man beside Chen Haobin chuckled. Get lost, insect. Chen Haobin retorted disdainfully. Tonight, he was the law realm. In a few months, he would reach the heavenly Dao realm. What right did this person have to speak to him? To refer to him as man? In Chen Haobin's eyes, everyone on Blue Star was an insect, existing on a different plane of existence. The man sensed that Chen Haobin was not one to provoke and refrained from further comment. Zhao Xiaoxiao announced, Next, I will randomly select a lucky fan to come on stage and duet with me. The crowd erupted in cheers. I will randomly call out a seat number. Please come up to the stage if you are in Area A, Row 13, Seat 49. Upon hearing this, Chen Haobin thought, No way, it's him. Indeed, heaven was aiding him, knowing he needed a crowded place, and tonight's concert in Tianhua City was just that. To be randomly selected from 40,000 people, he truly was the chosen one. Unmatched. A smile crept across Chen Haobin's face as he approached the stage. Wow, this fan has quite the unique style. Arriving in pajamas, Zhao Xiaoxiao remarked, glancing at Chen Haobin. His pajamas were a loose, one-piece suit. Chen Haobin surveyed the sea of thousands in the audience. What song would you like to sing with me? Zhao Xiaoxiao asked with a smile. Get out of my way. Chen Haobin replied, snatching the microphone from Zhao Xiaoxiao. The crowd gasped. Zhao Xiaoxiao was taken aback, while Chu Yunxuan in the spatial ring stifled a laugh. Chen Haobin shouted into the microphone, Everyone, turn your eyes towards me. The next moment, he tossed the microphone aside and stripped off his pajamas. Star absorption technique. The audience was left dumbfounded. What the heck? Is this guy insane? Wait, ISNT that Chen Haobin? What on earth? Haha, causing chaos at a star-studded concert in front of thousands. Truly invincible. This guy is bound to trend nationwide. Haha, tomorrow. Zhang Chuchen's dragon-slaying feat will pale in comparison to this. Chen Haobin felt his momentum surging, his realm continually ascending. Divine ability realm, 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars. Amazing. So exhilarating. Someone call for help. Zhao Xiaoxiao screamed. Without a doubt, Chen Haobin was once again apprehended. At that moment, in the Judgment Society's confinement chamber, Chen Haobin wore a cold smirk. Everyone regarded him as a madman. It mattered not, for he had already reached the law realm. What could be more significant than this? Tonight, upon returning, his master would teach him even more formidable techniques. Soon, he would no longer need to cultivate in such a manner. All of this would soon be behind him. Chen Zion had once again arrived. Judgment Society brothers. What exactly is going on with my grandson? Chen Zion inquired. He could hardly believe his grandson would strip in front of tens of thousands. Chairman Chen, there are no signs of possession, his brainwaves are normal, and there is no indication of mental issues. Chen Zion furrowed his brow. Is there a possibility he was manipulated? Or perhaps affected by some demonic arts? As far as they knew, no such occurrences had been reported. Just like in the spiritual realm, where some claimed curses or being a cursed lone star, pure nonsense. Chairman Chen, could it be that your grandson has some latent proclivities he has suppressed for years, which suddenly erupted? Chen Zion responded. Fine, I'll take him home. Then, Chen Zion took Chen Haobin away. Meanwhile, Chen Haobin reveled in his newfound power. He was now in the law realm. He truly was on the path to invincibility. At home, He called out, "Master, master, are you there?" Chu Yunxuan appeared before him. "Master, I have reached the law realm." Chen Haobin exclaimed excitedly. Your speed is acceptable. Can master transmit stronger techniques to me now?" Chu Yunxuan replied. "I am still recovering and require additional cultivation resources before I can impart powerful techniques and martial arts to you." Chen Haobin lowered his head. "Understood. Please hold on for a moment." Chu Yunxuan then vanished. It was evident that asking his grandfather for help would be futile. Thus, he devised another plan. The truly valuable items were contained within the spatial rings of his parents and grandfather. Chen Haobin resolved to invite his family over for a meal. During dinner, he would slip in a drug to acquire the spatial rings and exchange them for resources. He had no choice. This was the only way. Once Master recovered, he would be invincible. At that time, he would prove to his parents and grandfather that they would understand. Chen Haobin then took out his phone. Chapter 108. Fraud. A fraud. Chen Haobin contacted his grandfather and parents, inviting them for a meal at his place. Naturally, his parents and Chen Zion agreed. As Chen Haobin's family, they were concerned about their son's well-being after he had become a national laughingstock, especially after the events at Tianhua University and the concert. They wished to comfort him. Perfect. Chen Haobin grinned. Now, he was in the law realm. After this, he would help Master acquire even more resources. And then he would teach himself top-tier techniques and spiritual arts. Within a year, he would achieve the heavenly Tao realm. Incredible. Chu Yunxuan in the ring smiled. It's about time to reel in the net tonight, he murmured to himself. That evening, Chen Haobin ordered an extravagant feast worth thousands from a restaurant, featuring exquisite dishes and fine wines. He retrieved a small vial labeled spirit-dissolving powder, crafted from various celestial and toxic substances found on Blue Star, refined through unique processes. While it was tea alchemy, the properties of certain celestial substances were undeniable. For instance, a particular toxic substance, existing for hundreds of years, could potentially be fatal even to those of the celestial sovereign realm. The effect of the spirit-dissolving powder was simple. The warrior was rendered incapable of summoning spiritual energy for a brief period, leaving him in a state of extreme weakness. Conventional remedies would be ineffective against his parents and grandfather, yet the Huanling San would suffice. Chen Haobin uncorked a bottle and poured some Huanling San into it, then shook it gently. Everything was in order. Task accomplished. Chen Haobin exhaled deeply. Soon after, his mother Wang Min, father Chen Sheng, and grandfather Chen Zion returned. "Mom, Dad, Grandpa," Chen Haobin called out. "Son." Wang Min embraced him. "What happened?" she asked, her eyes filled with concern. Chen Sheng remarked, "They couldn't determine the cause. But it's clear someone is meddling with our son, and it is certainly not the demon clan. They would not resort to such methods." Zhang Min nodded in agreement. "If I find out who it is, I will not let them go unpunished." This incident was a source of embarrassment for them. Chen Haobin had also topped the trending searches in Tianhua City, becoming the subject of ridicule throughout the city. However, their greater worry lay in the safety of their son. Chen Zion advised, "Haobin, focus on your training at home and avoid going out." Chen Haobin nodded. "Understood, Grandpa. Come, let us eat. I bought a fine bottle of wine." Haobin is quite filial, Chen Xing chuckled. "I dare say, my son is commendable in his devotion to family," Wang Min added. Chen Zion said, "Let us not dwell on that incident. Let us enjoy this meal together." "Dad, it has been ages since the two of us shared a drink," Chen Xing remarked. "Yes. Please sit." As the wine flowed, Chen Xing furrowed his brows. "Strange, I feel quite weak. Have I had too much?" Chen Zion slumped in his chair. "What is happening? What is wrong with you?" Wang Min stood, only to collapse into a chair. "I feel utterly drained. This is bad. It's the Huanling San." Chen Zion's pupils contracted. "What?" The three of them wore expressions of panic. "Who seeks to harm us?" At that moment, Chen Haobin stood up, and they stared at him wide-eyed. "Haobin, you." His father, Chen Xing, looked shocked. "Dad, Mom, Grandpa, please don't blame me," Chen Haobin said. "What? It was you?" They looked at him in disbelief. Chen Haobin nodded. "I had no choice. I have my reasons." He then turned to Chen Xing, stating, "Dad, the items from your home were also taken by me." "What?" They stared at him in astonishment. "Moreover, the events at Tianhua University and the concert, no one was controlling me. I did it willingly." "What?" Chen Haobin even wore a proud expression as he looked at Chen Zion. "Grandpa, I have also taken items from your secret vault. You would have discovered it eventually, so I decided to tell you now." "What on earth is this for?" "This is a grave sin," Chen Zion shouted in despair. As Chen Haobin removed their spatial rings, he said, "I have my reasons. I hope you will not question me further. Support me, and you will not regret it." "What do you intend to do? Why have you taken the spatial rings?" Chen Zion inquired, his pupils contracting. He attempted to raise his hand but found himself unable. "Grandpa, I told you, There are things I cannot disclose at present, but rest assured, once I become the god of this world, you will understand that everything I have done recently has been justified, and you, my family, will take pride in me, and I will never treat you unfairly. With that, Chen Haobin departed with the 3 spatial rings in hand. The 3 of them exchanged bewildered glances. He has lost his mind. This rascal has gone mad. Qin Ziyan shouted angrily. Quick, contact the Judgment Council. We cannot allow him to err further. This is a grave sin. In a small grove, Master. Master. Are you there? Chu Yunxuan appeared before Chen Haobin. Master. Here. I bring you even more abundant cultivation resources than before. Chen Haobin handed the spatial ring to Chu Yunxuan. Indeed, I did not misjudge you. Chen Haobin smiled sheepishly. Master, about the cultivation techniques. Chu Yunxuan replied. There are 2 techniques. One is a cultivation method even more powerful than the star absorption technique, and the other is a world-destroying spiritual skill called the proud world 9 heavens. Chen Haobin was filled with excitement. Behold, the proud world 9 heavens. Chu Yunxuan pointed skyward. There was no visible change, yet to Chen Haobin's eyes, the sky roiled with phenomena, as if flames ignited the heavens. Well, Chen Haobin exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. Master, please cease the display. It's far too conspicuous. Chu Yunxuan nodded, and the illusion vanished. Kneel. With a thud, Chen Haobin knelt down. Chu Yunxuan then touched his forehead lightly. All done. You are now at the law realm. You can unleash the proud world 9 heavens. Even in the domain realm, you can defeat them in an instant. Well, thank you, Master. Chu Yunxuan nodded. The cultivation technique will be passed to you tomorrow. I must now focus on my own cultivation. With that, Chu Yunxuan entered the ring. Wow. Chen Haobin trembled with anticipation. I will be invincible. I am truly on the path to invincibility. With my current low realm 1-star level, unleashing the proud world 9 heavens can eliminate anyone in the domain realm. My goodness. Just then, a multitude of presences approached. Chen Haobin, the leader of the Judgment Council, pointed at him. I advise you to surrender. Have you even turned against your own kin? Chen Ziyan was supported by a member of the Judgment Council as he shouted, Haobin, do not persist in your folly. Surrender at once. Chen Haobin's gaze sharpened. Grandpa, did I not ask you to trust me? Why can't you believe me? You even brought the Judgment Council. Trust you with what? You are driving me mad. Quickly return the spatial ring to Grandpa. It contains many important items. Chen Ziyan stamped his foot. I have already sold it. Sold it to the black market. What? You. Abomination. Abomination. Chen Ziyan trembled, pointing at Chen Haobin. Chen Haobin's gaze hardened. Since you have nothing left, and I can no longer count on you, what can I do? He then spread his arms wide and proclaimed, give me half a year. In 6 months, I will become the god of this world. You will be proud of me. He has gone mad. Truly mad. Seize him. The leader of the Judgment Council shouted angrily. Seize me? You think you can? Chen Haobin scoffed. Then, the leader unleashed his might as a celestial being. Huh. Nearly a celestial being. Allow me to show you something grand. Proud world 9 heavens. Chen Haobin pointed skyward. Be careful. The leader of the Judgment Council shouted. The others grew alert. The wind rustled. There was no response. Only Chen Haobin pointed at the void. Leader, what should I be cautious of? A member of the Judgment Council asked. The leader's lips twitched. Damn it. The name sounds impressive enough to scare me. Chen Haobin was stunned. What is happening? Why is there no response? Where are the phenomena? What is going on? Perhaps my release method is flawed? Let us try again. Proud world 9 heavens. Chen Haobin pointed skyward once more. Still, nothing happened. How is this possible? Chen Haobin's eyes widened. It must be my release method that is incorrect. No matter. I will ask Master later. Chen Haobin thought. Advance. The leader of the Judgment Council commanded. Chen Haobin's gaze sharpened. If I cannot intimidate you with the proud world 9 heavens, then it matters not. A mere celestial being, along with a dozen or so in the mystic heaven realm, dares to flaunt their might before me? Do you wish to capture me? I am. Chen Haobin's spiritual power erupted as he roared, Law Domain. But then bang. The leader of the Judgment Council rushed over and delivered a resounding slap to his head, extinguishing his spiritual power. What Law Domain nonsense? Chen Haobin was left in a daze. I am in the Law Domain. I am in the Law Domain. His eyes widened as he sensed the spiritual energy coursing through him. Mystical Sky Realm. 2 stars. What? This can't be real. It must be an illusion. I am in the Law Domain. Take this. His spiritual energy surged again, launching a powerful punch that was effortlessly blocked by the leader of the Judgment Council. Impossible. This cannot be happening. Chen Haobin stared incredulously at the unfolding scene. Subdue him. Several individuals rushed in and pinned Chen Haobin to the ground. He struggled relentlessly, shouting, I am in the Law Domain. How could you mystical Sky Realm practitioners possibly subdue me? Yet no matter how fiercely he fought, he could not break free. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Pride of the nine heavens. Release, pride of the nine heavens." Smack. The Judgment Council emblem struck him again. "You and your pride nonsense." Shen Haobin was utterly bewildered. "Master, come out. Master," he cried into his ring. "Master, where are you?" But there was no response. Shen Haobin lay pinned to the ground, tears streaming down his face, his expression one of despair. Fraud. A fraud. Chapter 109. The second target, Song Shuheng Ding. Despair progress 100. Ding. Congratulations, you have received the reward. Body of 10,000 poisons. Body of 10,000 poisons, master of poisons, immune to all toxins, able to control all poisons. Not far away, having exited the ring through the system, Chu Yunxuan was walking down the road. Upon hearing the system prompt, he smiled broadly. At that moment, members of the Judgment Council approached, escorting Shen Haobin. Fraud. Fraud. Shen Haobin murmured, lost in despair, his eyes vacant. "Ah, is that not Shen Haobin?" Chu Zanan, the council president, inquired. "What happened? Why has Shen Haobin been captured by the Judgment Council?" Chu Yunxuan moved closer to ask. The leader of the Judgment Council glanced at Chu Yunxuan. "Ah, it's you. He keeps mumbling about law domain, pride of the nine heavens, and his master. Clearly, something went wrong. I knew it. With that concert coming up, how could there not be issues?" Chu Zanan said. "He'll be all right." "Yes," Chu Zanan replied. "Take care." With that, Chu Yunxuan returned home, cheerfully calling out, "Zioyar, Zioyar." Lin Yar emerged, talking on the phone, gesturing for Chu Yunxuan to be quiet. "Oh." Chu Yunxuan nodded and leaned closer to eavesdrop. On the phone was a girl's voice. "Is that your brother?" "Yes, he's back." "All right, I won't disturb you." "Let's talk next time," Lin Yar said, ending the call. "Who was that?" "She sounds like a beauty," Chu Yunxuan asked. "She Chu Xue," Lin Yar replied. "Huh? You know her?" "We're in the same year, but I'm a few months older," Lin Yar explained. "Oh, what were you talking about?" Chu Yunxuan inquired. Lin Yar sat down and said, "She asked if I wanted to join the Sun Group. She is currently in Group 1. "Are you joining?" Chu Yunxuan asked. "I have considered it. For me now, I either need to go to a higher institution or join the Sun Group for greater advancement. Primarily." Chu Yunxuan had also reached the mystical sky realm 4 stars and acquired the powers of the Love Saint. Lin Yar felt reassured about Chu Yunxuan. "Sounds good. Just be careful," he said. "Don't worry." By the way, Chu Yunxuan pulled out several spatial rings and handed them to Lin Yar. "What?" Lin Yar blinked her beautiful eyes, then examined the rings. "Why are there so many elemental crystals and monster crystals? And the quality is so high." "My brother gave them to me. Refine them." "I have plenty more," Chu Yunxuan said. Lin Yar nodded slightly. "Okay. I'll return to my training." "Sure." Chu Yunxuan smiled. "Love you." "Love you too," Lin Yar replied straightforwardly. "I meant romantic love. What about you, Zioyar?" Chu Yunxuan asked. "Me? Oh." Lin Yar pondered for a moment. She was incredibly straightforward. "A little. It should increase." Lin Yar shook her head. "No, that wouldn't be good. It would be chaotic." Chu Yunxuan chuckled. "Time for me to train." With a smile, he returned to his room. "Ding. Please select the second genius in need of assistance." Chu Yunxuan contemplated. "Song Shuheng." "Ding. Song Shuheng selected. Please help him experience despair." Task reward. Maximize current attribute proficiency and control. The host still retains the ability to create illusions and bind with holy light. Current progress, 0. Chu Yunxuan grinned. This Song Shuheng, due to the previous misfortune system, makes me believe he is definitely not just a good-natured person. Later, in the spirit realm, he also supported letting others kill him. Therefore, for whatever reason, I must make him my target. And this system reward is rather extravagant. Does that mean he can control 100 of his spatial attributes? He could even unleash some top-tier spatial powers. However, with a low realm, even if he could master some top-tier powers, it would be challenging to unleash them. Chu Yunxuan pondered for a moment. But still, it feels incredibly satisfying. System, exchange for all other attributes. Ding. Confirm consumption of 3,300,000 system points to exchange for remaining attributes. Confirm. Ding. Congratulations, you have received attributes of gold, wood, earth, water, ice, darkness, light, and time. He still had over 500,000 system points left. Chu Yunxuan contemplated. This way, as long as I complete the task, all my attributes will be maximized. System? Ding. Host, please note, this refers to maximizing current attributes. The system issued a reminder. Yes, I mean current attributes. Doesn't that mean all attributes maximized? Chu Yunxuan asked. Ding. The host's current attributes are fire, thunder, wind, and space. Are you sure? I currently possess all attributes, Chu Yunxuan replied. System. Ding. This refers to attributes before the exchange. The host just exchanged for the remaining attributes, which do not count. Chu Yunxuan. So, according to the system task reward, maximize current attributes. Then tell me, do I currently possess all attributes? Isn't the task reward to maximize all currently possessed attributes? System. Ding. Does not count. Does not count. Don't try to cheat. Why wasn't it specified in detail when you issued the task? The host's fire, thunder, wind, and space attributes should be maximized, yet you simplified it to current attributes. Isn't that your own issue? System. Oh, alright. It's your own issue, so I shouldn't have to pay for it, right? Thus, once this task is completed, you must maximize all my current attributes. Speak up. System. If you don't respond, that means you agree. System. Chu Yunxuan grinned. Time to train. The next morning, Chu Yunxuan opened his eyes. 5 stars in the mystical sky realm. Splendid. The mystical sky realm signifies entry into the ranks of the skilled, yet it is still far from being among the truly powerful. To be deemed a true powerhouse, one must reach the law domain, right? Commence the task. Chu Yunxuan subsequently departed from his home. This time, he was not inclined to repeat his previous blunder of passively waiting for opportunities like Chen Haobing. Instead, he resolved to take the initiative. Illusion. Activate. The illusion was specifically targeted at the antagonistic grandpa system, rendering it invisible to all others. The spectacle he conjured transformed the entire sky into a fiery crimson hue. Above, a colossal vortex spun ominously, while a tremendous pillar of scarlet light connected the heavens and the earth, creating a truly terrifying sight. However, this scene was visible only to Song Shuing. At that moment, Song Shuing was at home, his hands stained with fresh blood, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of several cats. Suddenly, he glanced out the window and was taken aback. The sky had turned red, and a massive pillar of flames connected the earth to the heavens. Not far from his residence. What on earth was happening? Song Shuing's expression reflected his shock. Though frightening, how could one simply ignore such an extraordinary event? Previously, in Tianhua City, there had been a blue-white light pillar, which held significant importance for the demon clan, prompting them to threaten humanity and incite chaos via the thousand-faced demon fox. Now, it was a pillar of flames. I must investigate. Hastily, Song Shuing washed his hands and rushed outside. Yet, upon arriving at the square, he was met with the terrifying pillar of flames. While the surrounding crowd seemed oblivious to the anomaly, engrossed in their own affairs. Could they truly not see it? Song Shuing was puzzled. Was he the only one able to witness this phenomenon? Unbeknownst to him, this was an illusion specifically crafted by Chu Yunxuan for Song Shuing, thus rendering it invisible to others, making the bystanders appear wholly normal. However, in Song Shuing's eyes, he believed that only he could perceive it. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as he noticed an elderly figure within the infernal pillar. That elder was none other than Chu Yunxuan. Song Shuing felt a surge of nervous excitement. Such a fearsome celestial phenomenon indicated that the elder standing within the pillar was undoubtedly extraordinary. Most crucially, this alarming spectacle was invisible to others. Could it mean he was the chosen one? Just then, the celestial anomaly in his vision vanished, and the world around him returned to normal. Chu Yunxuan, however, could still see Song Shuing. Confident that the exaggerated illusion he had created would surely draw him closer. Feigning indifference, Chu Yunxuan approached, while Song Shuing noticed the mysterious elder seemed unaware of his presence and continued forward. He swallowed hard. This elder exuded an intimidating aura of holy light. Esteemed senior, Song Shuing managed to utter. Oh, Chu Yunxuan turned to him. You can see my true form? Song Shuing shivered yes. Chu Yunxuan nodded. I did not expect to encounter a fated individual so soon. Song Shuing's heart leaped with joy. Chu Yunxuan was slightly apprehensive that a beautiful woman might suddenly approach him for conversation, which would complicate matters. After all, in the eyes of others, he was the handsome Chu Yunxuan. Come with me, he instructed, moving towards a secluded area. Song Shuing eagerly followed, though he was not as foolish as Chen Haobing. Nevertheless, anyone witnessing the scenes created by Chu Yunxuan would harbor no doubts. In the deserted alley, Chu Yunxuan turned with his hands clasped behind his back. Esteemed senior. Song Shuing cupped his fist in respect. I am the revered Yunxuan of the Upper Realm. Upper Realm. Song Shuing gasped. You may understand that Blue Star is merely a lower-level plane, with higher realms existing beyond it, where beings of the heavenly Tao are as numerous as ants. Hearing this, Song Shuing's heart trembled. He believed it. After all, where else could the demon and devil races of Blue Star have originated? I understand, esteemed senior, he replied. Chu Yunxuan continued. I was betrayed by my brethren, hunted by enemies, and gravely injured, forcing me to come to this Blue Star. This statement revealed to Song Shuing that this elder was undoubtedly a formidable figure, even in the so-called upper realm. Why? Because he possessed the ability to traverse planes. If the heavenly Tao beings were but ants in the upper realm, then those above them were countless. If they had the power, they could easily arrive at Blue Star. Yet they did not. Hence, this elder was an exceptionally terrifying entity in the upper realm, albeit having suffered a treacherous plot against him. Song Shuheng inhaled sharply, realizing the unfolding narrative resembled the plots of many fantasy novels he had read. Was not his current circumstance akin to that of the male protagonist in such tales? He felt as though he were destined for greatness. If you do not mind, I am willing to assist you, esteemed senior, Song Shuheng offered. Chu Yunxuan nodded. Your ability to perceive me indicates your potential and our fated connection. With that, he placed his hand upon Song Shuheng's head. Song Shuheng remained still, astonished. Song Shuheng, 10th star of the Xiantian realm, on the verge of entering the divine ability realm. Song Shuheng was taken aback. This esteemed senior's prowess was astounding. Theoretically, no one should be able to discern his name so easily. Truly, he was an existence from the upper realm that surpassed his comprehension. I shall take you as my disciple. Are you willing? Joy surged within Song Shuheng. Without hesitation, he knelt, exclaiming, Disciple Song Shuheng pays respects to my master. Very well. Chu Yunxuan replied. I shall aid you in achieving greatness, but before that, I must restore my strength. I will do my utmost to assist you, master. Good. Chu Yunxuan nodded, then handed Song Shuheng a ring. There are too many people here. Return home for now. After speaking, Chu Yunxuan, utilizing the power of the system, vanished into the ring. Song Shuheng was once again astonished by this act, having no doubt regarding the identity and strength of this extraordinary being. This is my opportunity. I knew I would not lead an ordinary life. A smile graced Song Shuheng's face as he hurried home. Upon entering, he was immediately met with a nauseating scent of blood. Earlier, he had merely washed his hands after witnessing the celestial phenomenon outside. He had not yet cleaned up the scene. The corpses of several cats lay scattered on the floor. Chu Yunxuan reappeared beside Song Shuheng, observing the scene with a calm demeanor. Ah, I see, he mused. This Song Shuheng is indeed not a virtuous individual. The so-called Good Samaritan, who purportedly cares for stray cats and dogs, is revealed to be quite the perverse character. Mastered these, Song Shuheng began, eager to explain. However, Chu Yunxuan raised his hand, signaling him to remain silent, and remarked, It is a trivial matter. I will not concern myself with it. Yes, Song Shuheng sighed in relief. Then I shall clean up. Yet, Chu Yunxuan could not allow him to do so. He intended to expose this act. There were more pressing matters at hand. Please proceed. Master, Song Shuheng urged. Chu Yunxuan then tapped Song Shuheng's forehead, releasing an illusion. Instantly, Song Shuheng felt his cultivation soar, directly ascending to the 1st star of the divine ability realm. This, Song Shuheng was utterly astonished. Was this the power of a being from the upper realm? Chu Yunxuan, hands clasped behind his back, stated calmly, I have plans for you to ascend to the heavenly Tao realm within 6 months, or even surpass it. Song Shuheng was taken aback. Surpass the heavenly Tao realm? In half a year? Could he not become a god in this world? Would not Jiangying be compelled to bow before him? Ah, forget Jiangying. At that time, Zichixu, Linyar, and the daughter of the alliance leader, Shang Guanyu. And any woman he desired would be readily available. Anyone he wished to eliminate would meet their demise. Xu Xian, the first to eliminate him. No, he must not be killed, for that would diminish the thrill. Let him endure a fate worse than death. Thank you, master. I shall exert myself doubly. No need for gratitude. Assisting you is also a means of aiding myself. My time may be limited, hence I shall exert my utmost to elevate your realm. Song Shuheng felt a surge of joy. Goodness, he is truly on the path to invincibility. In just 6 months, he could become the deity of Blue Star. As for the upper realm, he might not even wish to venture there. Remaining in this world as the sole emperor, subjugating millions, would be far more appealing. The demon gods? In due time, even the most enchanting female demon gods would bow to him. Yes, I shall not disappoint my master. Do you consider reputation to be of paramount importance? Chu Xian inquired. Indeed, Song Shuheng replied without hesitation. Alas, Chu Xian sighed. It seems our fates are not yet intertwined. Song Shuheng was taken aback. Just moments ago, there was talk of destiny. How could it suddenly seem elusive? Is reputation not of great significance? He knelt down. Please, master, enlighten me. Song Shuheng was not like Chun Haobin. He possessed a modicum of intellect. Coupled with Chun Haobin's previous misstep, Chu Xian had to be cautious. However, even the wisest could be swayed by the illusions Chu Xian conjured. After all, within his own perception, his elevation was undeniably tangible. Outside, he had witnessed the terrifying phenomena of the heavens and earth. Chu Xian continued, in Blue Star, spiritual energy is exceedingly scarce. The cultivation method I wish to impart to you will yield minimal results at your current level. If you were at the law realm, I could provide you with other techniques. The disciple comprehended the master's intent. Surely, the techniques bestowed by you would be the most formidable on this continent. My current realm is insufficient for such cultivation, which is only logical. But what does this have to do with reputation? Song Shuheng inquired. This technique is known as the star absorption method. When activated in a populous area, you will absorb their power. In my world, where spiritual energy abounds, such measures are unnecessary. Yet here in Blue Star, the energy is too feeble, and these garments, though thin, will obstruct the absorbed power, rendering the effect negligible. Song Shuheng furrowed his brow. So, your meaning is that I should not wear clothing? How could he possibly bear such humiliation? His reputation was paramount. Yes, ultimately. Blue Star is too weak. If you are unwilling, I shall seek others. In just a day or two, I could help them ascend to the law realm and provide them with even more formidable cultivation methods. Song Shuheng gasped. No. That would mean losing the chance to become a deity of Blue Star. He could not let that opportunity slip to someone else, especially not to Chen Haobing. This individual had a penchant for such matters, making him an even more suitable candidate. Furthermore, such a powerful figure likely wished to remain inconspicuous. Thus, if he turned down this opportunity, while already aware of the master's existence, it could lead to his demise. Realizing this, Song Shuheng dared not gamble. He needed power. Desperately, he must ascend to the heavenly path realm or beyond within 6 months. Master, I am willing, Song Shuheng declared. Ultimately, it is my lack of a law realm that has led you to resort to such measures. This is my issue. And I shall swiftly utilize the star absorption method to reach the lower realm and cultivate stronger techniques. Chu Xian nodded approvingly. Excellent. He then tapped Song Shuheng's head. Once again releasing an illusion, Song Shuheng felt as though he had learned something profound. The star absorption method could be unleashed with mere thought. Indeed, I must swiftly harness the star absorption method to elevate to the law realm, allowing Master to teach me even more astonishing techniques. It may only take 2 or 3 months before I ascend to the heavenly path. Song Shuheng was utterly astonished. Yes. Do you possess any cultivation resources? Though weak, they are still needed. I do. Song Shuheng then presented all his cultivation resources. Truly, he was a prodigious martial artist from Tianhua City, and he had ample resources. However, it was insufficient, more was needed. After contemplating, Song Shuheng remarked, Master, please use these first. I have a plan. His thoughts mirrored Chen Haobing's, exchanging several of his earthly-grade spiritual artifacts for essence crystals. After all, in 2 or 3 months, he would be at the heavenly path level. Those earthly artifacts were worthless. Regarding the existence of my master, Song Shuheng quickly added, I shall not disclose this to anyone. That is well. For now, do not concern yourself with tidying up. Focus on enhancing your realm. I shall give you a deadline. You must ascend to the law realm by tomorrow. With that, Chu Xian vanished from sight. Song Shuheng was secretly astonished. His master had elevated him to the first star of the spiritual realm. He still required another major leap to reach the law realm. Could it truly be possible to ascend within a day? Indeed. Song Shuheng spoke, then donned a ring. Reputation. He had never considered this before. Only yesterday, he had mocked Chen Haobing. Yet today, for this very reason, he found himself resembling Chen Haobing. However, Chen Haobing, I am not like you. I can ascend to the law realm and become a deity of Blue Star within 2 or 3 months, while you merely possess an inclination for exposure. This realization assuaged Song Shuheng's conscience. At worst, once he became the deity of Blue Star, he could erase all knowledge of his past from existence. He hurriedly left his home. Meanwhile, Chu Xian utilized the system to silently disappear from the ring and reappear in Song Shuheng's abode. Capture it all, he commanded, taking out his phone. After completing his tasks, he returned to the confines of the ring. Song Shuheng was indeed more astute than Chen Haobing. He made his way to the men's bathhouse. Song Shuheng had a severe cleanliness obsession. Stripped bare, he walked among the throngs of men, his expression grim as he surveyed the dirty floor. He held back his discomfort. Inhaling deeply. Time to try? Star absorption method. With a thought, he activated the technique. Within moments, he felt his realm surging. In just 10 seconds, he ascended to the second star of the spiritual realm. Of course, this was merely an illusion conjured by Chu Xian. Within the confines of the ring, Chu Xian mused, he indeed possesses intellect. Now, you must fully believe. Song Shuheng had no doubt whatsoever. In the men's bathhouse, with merely a dozen men present, he had instantaneously elevated his realm. No wonder Master claimed I could ascend to the law realm within a day, if I were in a crowd. Why would it take even that long? Pondering further, he donned a bathrobe and released the star absorption method once more. However, this time, he felt the elevation was minimal. This was, of course, under Chu Xuan's manipulation. He understood that clothing obstructed the absorption of power, albeit only a thin barrier. As Master indicated, it indeed had an impact, and he should not doubt it. Stripped once again, he activated the star absorption method. His realm continued to rise, but at a slower pace. It appeared he would need to seek out new targets for absorption. Song Shuheng contemplated. Naturally, the more people, the better. Running from bathhouse to bathhouse would likely be ineffective. Ultimately, he would have to take that step. Song Shuheng found it challenging to take such a leap. Yet he had no choice. He must proceed. No matter. Once I ascend to divinity, I will eliminate anyone who knows of my past indiscretions. With that thought, he departed the men's bathhouse. Soon, he arrived at Tianhua University. Mirroring Chu Yunxuan's choice. Taking a deep breath, Song Shuheng attempted several times to disrobe in front of the crowd, yet he could not bring himself to do it. No. Instead, he made a trip to the men's restroom. Upon exiting, he donned sunglasses, a mask, and a cap, attempting to conceal his identity as much as possible, ensuring no one would recognize him as Song Shuheng when the time came. However, how could Chu Yunxuan comply with his wishes? Chapter 112. Why does the scenario seem so familiar? At Tianhua University, an individual clad in a baseball cap, sunglasses, and a mask inevitably draws attention. Almost his entire head was obscured. Thus, Song Shuheng arrived at the entrance of the beginner class 1. He took a deep breath to steady his emotions. Here goes. If I lose face, so be it. It matters not. Today, I shall ascend to the law realm, and in a few months, to the Tao realm. I will be invincible. With that, Song Shuheng stepped into the classroom. The students in class 1 displayed expressions of confusion. Buddy, why are you so tightly wrapped up? Ha. What's going on? Are you hiding from someone? Dude, what are you up to? The classmates gazed curiously at the figure in front, Song Shuheng, gritting his teeth. He promptly removed his outer garment. The students were left dumbfounded. The next moment, a chorus of screams erupted from the girls. Pervert. Sicko. Another pervert. Meanwhile, in the ring space, Chu Yunxuan was in fits of laughter. The star absorption technique. Song Shuheng activated it directly, while Chu Yunxuan conjured an illusion. Let him disguise himself, it matters little. The truth would emerge sooner or later. Song Shuheng felt his realm rising, 3 stars in the divine ability realm, before it plateaued. He quickly dressed again and dashed away, unable to endure the embarrassment. He sprinted out of Tianhua University, only stopping in a deserted area. He swiftly changed into a different outfit from his spatial ring. Chu Yunxuan mused. Indeed, the mind of a pervert is quite meticulous. He even knew to change into another outfit promptly. Suddenly, a group of students from Tianhua University came rushing into the alley. The pervert is over here. Isn't that Chen Haobin? No, that's someone else. How do you know that? Chen Haobin is a bit more substantial. This guy is barely the size of my pinky. They then spotted Song Shuheng, who had already changed his clothes. Senior Song Shuheng. What's the matter? His expression shifted to one of calmness in an instant. There was another guy who looked just like Chen Haobin running this way. Song Shuheng replied. Oh, indeed, I saw someone dart past, but I didn't pay much attention. You should check over there. All right. They harbored no further suspicions and hurried off. Song Shuheng's gaze sharpened. This won't do. I need a different approach. A concert. Song Shuheng had the same idea as Chen Haobin. However, he did not draw any parallels between himself and Chen Haobin, primarily because Chu Yunxuan's illusion was far too convincing. Coincidentally, there was a concert tonight. It would be the perfect opportunity. With a crowd, he should be able to ascend to the law realm in an instant. This time would suffice, as his master would teach him stronger techniques, and he would not need to go through such antics again. After all, with Song Shuheng wearing a mask, sunglasses, and a hat, who could possibly recognize him? He would slip away unnoticed. He swiftly sought to purchase a ticket, determined to fulfill his master's deadline. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxuan had already left the ring, sending out a letter anonymously. At this moment, at the Fate CAF, Guan Xian stirred her coffee as she approached. Little Meow, be careful. There's a pervert in Tianhua City lately. I know. It's Chen Haobin, Wang Xiaomiao replied. Not just him. Just now, another one appeared at Tianhua University. According to observant individuals, it seems to be a second person. What? Is it the work of the demon clan? Wang Xiaomo's face paled. Most likely not, and it's unlikely they are being controlled. I suspect a team with such proclivities is engaging in these disgusting actions. And Chen Haobin is a member of that team, Guan Xian asserted. Zhang Qiu interjected, but didn't Chen Haobin confess? He claimed a mysterious old man tricked him into this. Impossible. He also spoke of the 9 heavens and celestial phenomena. Who has witnessed such phenomena? It's all fabricated. Guan Xian countered. Oh. They nodded in agreement. A delivery person then walked in. Whose is it? Wang Xiaomiao blinked, inquiring. Guan Xin approached to open the package. Revealing a letter, she sat down to read it. Sister Guan, what does it say? Wang Xiaomiao asked curiously. It's from an unknown sender. Mentioning a concert tonight at Tianhua Sports Center, similar to the last one with Chun Haobin, warning us that another pervert will be there, urging us to catch him. How disgusting. No way. What if we see something unsightly? Wang Xiaomiao shook her head vigorously. Guan Xin remarked. It also claims he is close to the divine ability realm. Could it be a hoax? A playful smile crept onto Guan Xion's face. Let me check it out. Hey, Sister Guan, you're not going just to see that. Are you? Zhang Qiu teased. Bah, why should I care about that? At the concert venue, Chu Yunxuan awaited the unfolding drama from within the ring. Below, the fans were exhilarated as the star, Zhao Xiaoxiao, took the stage amidst cheers. Good evening, everyone, Zhao Xiaoxiao greeted. Unfortunately, 2 nights ago, a pervert disrupted our concert, but he has since been apprehended by the judgment committee. To ensure you are not disappointed, tonight's concert will proceed. The crowd erupted in cheers. Guan Xin wore a smile as she sat in the audience, flanked by several powerful members of the Divine Alliance, all at the Divine Ability realm. Leader Guan, is the information reliable? One man inquired. I don't know, but given past experiences, we can't afford to be complacent. We'll see. If all is well, we can enjoy a concert and take a break, Guan Xin replied. That works. Meanwhile, Song Shuheng sat in his seat, a man beside him observing curiously. Hey buddy, why are you so bundled up for the concert? He found it odd. A hat and mask, I get. But sunglasses? It's already dim in here. How can you see? Song Shuheng remained silent. The man continued. That pervert, what was his name? Chen Haobin. He sat right next to me in your spot. I asked him a question, and he told me to scram. Who would have thought he was a freak? Scared the life out of me. Scram. Don't bother me. Song Shuheng snapped. The man recoiled. The concert commenced, each song flawlessly performed. Throughout, Song Shuheng focused on regulating his emotions. Next, we'll have the fan singing segment. This time, let us invite a fan from the same spot as last time. Hee hee, I hope it's not another pervert. Laughter erupted in the audience. Song Shuheng glanced at his seat number. Is it really me? Very well. He then stood up, and the man beside him furrowed his brow. Why does this all feel so familiar? Chapter 113. There's an old man in that ring. I can't believe it. Song Shuheng walked up to the stage. Below, Guan Xin furrowed her brow. Leader Guan, something feels off. He bundled up tightly. Guan Xin frowned slightly. Don't rush. Let us wait a moment, lest there be a misunderstanding. As Song Shuheng ascended the stage, Zhao Xiaoxiao cheerfully asked, This fan, why are you so wrapped up? Are you socially anxious? Afraid of being seen? Song Shuheng took the microphone and replied, Not quite social anxiety. Zhao Xiaoxiao continued to chuckle. Ha ha ha. And you claim you're not socially anxious? You're wearing a hat, a mask, and sunglasses. Song Shuheng then asserted, I can prove that I'm not socially anxious. Zhao Xiaoxiao replied, Oh really? Please do. Beneath the mask, Song Shuheng's lips curled into a slight smirk. You said it, he replied. I did say it, but how will you prove it? Following this, Song Shuheng stripped off all his clothes. Zhao Xiaoxiao was left speechless, and so were the others. Suction star technique. Song Shuheng unleashed it directly. At that moment, a laughing Chu Yunxuan released an illusion, feeling his own realm continuously soaring. Why is it always something bizarre? Zhao Xiaoxiao was utterly flabbergasted and ended up in tears once again. Had she committed some sin? What was happening? The audience below was equally bewildered. Suddenly, a deafening scream from a girl pierced the air. Whoa, it's real. Attack. With a commanding shout from Guan Xin, a dozen figures charged toward the stage. At this moment, Song Shuheng was overjoyed. He had entered the realm of loss. In such a short time, he had reached the realm of loss. Indeed, there is strength in numbers. He prepared to leave, not being greedy. As his master had advised, achieving the realm of laws was sufficient. He quickly donned his clothes. Just as the dozen figures approached him. What? Song Shuheng's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly attempted to flee. Trying to run? Not a chance. Guan Xion's beautiful eyes narrowed. I want to see your true form. A gust of wind swept through. Song Shuheng, who believed himself to be in the realm of laws, still chose to flee. However, to his surprise, instead of an attack, a fierce wind whipped around him, blowing away his hat, mask, and sunglasses. Oh no. His pupils constricted. It was a disaster. His face was now exposed to everyone. Song Shuheng. In that instant, many in the audience, including Guan Xin, recognized him. Song Shuheng's eyes widened. In that moment, he harbored thoughts of eliminating everyone present. Yet reason told him he could not. Song Shuheng, I advise you not to make any sudden moves. Guan Xin pointed at him angrily. With no escape left, Song Shuheng resigned to his fate. He had been recognized. Running was pointless. Clenching his fists tightly, He found himself surrounded. Take him away, Guan Xian commanded. Subsequently, without resistance, Song Shuheng was escorted away. Although he knew he could escape, his identity had been revealed. Fleeing further could lead to greater complications. Now, reason dictated that surrendering was his best option. After all his efforts, he had completely lost face. He could only claim that he had been controlled. He understood that even if others did not believe him, they would have no choice but to accept his explanation. How else could he account for this? At Tianhua University, an announcement blared. Breaking news. Everyone rushed to the Tianhua City Forum. It's trending #1. Incredible. A trending topic read, Tianhua City's genius Song Shuheng, unexpectedly in public. What? Song Shuheng? Is he really that bizarre? I know him. He asked that guy from our beginner class at Tianhua University today. It's him. What on earth happened to Song Shuheng? He asked the epitome of a gentleman. The warm-hearted type. How could he be like this? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Ha ha. Xiaoying, come look. At the ferry convenience store, Xiao Chiyue beckoned Jiangying over. What is up? Jiangying inquired curiously. Look at this post. Song Shuheng, he asked just like Chen Haobin. Huh. Jiangying was taken aback. As she looked over, her face scrunched in disgust. Xiao Chiyue remarked, strange events have been happening in Tianhua City lately. One Chen Haobin, one Song Shuheng. Chen Haobin is one thing, but Song Shuheng doing this is truly unexpected. Jiangying replied, however, I think it's somewhat logical. Oh, didn't I tell the fairy mentor before? I always felt there was something off about him, Jiangying stated. Xiao Chiyue responded, while that may be true, the fairy, find this matter suspicious. Although Jiangying didn't like Song Shuheng, she too found it odd. Song Shuheng might have issues, but he would never engage in such behavior. Moreover, there was a Chen Haobin prior. The sudden actions of these two geniuses were indeed peculiar. It was highly likely they were being controlled. Inside, the tribunal members pushed Song Shuheng into a holding cell. His eyes narrowed slightly. He said nothing but committed the face of the person who had pushed him to memory. Clenching his fists tightly, he resolved that he would one day take revenge on that individual. The situation was clear now. He was recognized by everyone. He had utterly humiliated himself. Jiangying would surely look down on him even more. But it mattered little. He was now in the realm of laws. Soon to reach the Dao realm. Once he attained the Dao realm, Jiangying would merely be a plaything. Hey, Song Shuheng. Chen Haobin, seeing Song Shuheng being brought in, was taken aback. How did you end up here? Did you get into trouble? It's none of your business, Song Shuheng replied coolly. Chen Haobin chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. I thought you were in the same boat as me. In the same boat? I certainly don't share your peculiar interests, Song Shuheng's eyes sharpened. I'm not into that kind of stuff. Chen Haobin shouted. I wasn't into it either. I was tricked. Song Shuheng scoffed. Tricked? To be a dignified Xiantian realm warrior, how foolish must one be to fall for such a ruse? Chen Haobin was agitated. But they don't believe me. I'm serious. How were you deceived? Song Shuheng asked casually. Damn it. That night, I found a ring in the grove. Oh, and then? Song Shuheng inquired. Inside the ring was this old man radiating holy light. I swear. Chen Haobin yelled. The ring. An old man radiating holy light. Song Shuheng turned, frowning at Chen Haobin. Chen Haobin gritted his teeth. That old man tricked me. He claimed he was from some upper realm and could easily help me ascend to the Dao realm. Damn it. Song Shuheng was left speechless, frozen in place. An upper realm, an old man surrounded by holy light, a rapid ascension to the Dao realm. What? He was utterly dumbfounded. Hadn't he encountered a similar old man? And then, Song Shuheng pressed on. Do you believe me? Chen Haobin asked. Don't ask if I believe. And then what? Song Shuheng practically roared. Chen Haobin was startled, quickly responding. Then he taught me a technique, claiming it could absorb others' power and rapidly elevate my own realm. But I couldn't wear clothes since they would block the absorption. Song Shuheng was incredulous. Chen Haobin gritted his teeth. Damn it. I followed his instructions. The key is, I genuinely felt myself getting stronger. I even reached the realm of laws. All fake. It's all an illusion. What nonsense is this about the realm of laws and realm elevation? It's all an illusion. It is impossible, utterly impossible. Song Shuheng's eyes glazed over as he muttered to himself. Impossible? Would I deceive you? What else could provoke such a humiliating display? Am I truly deranged? Damn it. That BYD has ruined me. Chen Haobin clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Song Shuheng grasped Chen Haobin's collar, eyes bloodshot, demanding, what is the name of the technique? Chen Haobin was taken aback by Song Shuheng's reaction. It's called the star absorption technique. Boom! In that instant, it felt as though Song Shuheng had been struck by lightning. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. He laughed maniacally, startling Chen Haobin beside him. Then, releasing his spiritual energy, he inquired, what is my realm? The 10th star of the Xiantian realm. Chen Haobin replied truthfully. Yet, in Song Shuheng's perception, the power he was currently unleashing was of the level of the laws. False. All false. At this moment, Song Shuheng completely believed he had been deceived. He was baffled as to how the other had managed to trick him. An illusion. Yes, it is an illusion. A formidable illusion. Why? Why? Song Shuheng was in a daze. He had thought he had encountered an immense opportunity, that he could ascend to become a deity of Blue Star in a short time. He had even resorted to such disgraceful acts. However, reality dealt him a heavy blow. False. All false. He felt like a jester, toyed with at someone else's whim. The person he had looked down upon, Chun Haobin, was just like him. Song Shuheng was on the brink of madness. He had lost all face. He had become the laughingstock of all. He would never be able to hold his head high again. Hey Song Shuheng, what's wrong? Chun Haobin asked. Song Shuheng ignored him. Just then, a member of the judgment committee approached and said, just like you. Chun Haobin was taken aback. Then, he incredulously looked at Song Shuheng. You were also played by that BYD old man? Song Shuheng remained silent. Chun Haobin couldn't help but chuckle. Delightful. Knowing that someone even more formidable than himself had fallen into such a predicament, all attention would surely shift to Song Shuheng. This was fortuitous for him. Song Shuheng, Song Shuheng. Let me out. Song Shuheng roared in fury. Meanwhile, ding. Progress, 70. A system prompt resonated in Chu Yunxuan's mind. Oh, Song Shuheng's mental fortitude is indeed stronger than Chun Haobin's. Chu Yunxuan grinned. However, it is not over yet. Then, Chu Yunxuan uploaded the cruel and bloody video filmed in Song Shuheng's home to the Tianhua University forum. Currently, the public was abuzz with discussions regarding Song Shuheng's disgraceful incident. Although it was laughable, many speculated that he had been controlled or cursed. After all, it was Song Shuheng. And with Chun Haobin's earlier ordeal, it was hard to believe both were merely indulging in some peculiar hobby. Suddenly, a post appeared, Song Shuheng, a hypocrite, hiding a monster behind the facade of a good person with video. Many students at Tianhua University eagerly clicked on the video uploaded by Chu Yunxuan. Then, it exploded. Wow. Xiaoying, check the forum. Xiao Qiyue exclaimed, astonished. What now? Jiangying inquired. It's Song Shuheng again, Xiao Qiyue replied. I don't want to see it. This time it's different. You should take a look. Xiao Qiyue handed over her tablet. Jiangying furrowed her brows. Blood was everywhere on the floor and sofa, with the corpses of cats strewn about. It was utterly horrific. Is this Song Shuheng's home? Jiangying asked. That's what the forum claims, Xiao Qiyue replied. Should we go take a look? Xiao Qiyue proposed. Let us go. At that moment, the incident had sparked tremendous commotion. Many gathered at Song Shuheng's residence, a quaint detached villa. Wow, you all came too. Aren't they still at the judgment committee? Yeah, I don't know who uploaded this. Should we go in and see? Could it be a setup? Let us just check. Breaking and entering. Guan Xin led the charge. Having seen the forum messages, she rushed over to investigate, wielding the authority to do so. Linking the investigation with Song Shuheng's disgrace was not a problem. Step aside. Step aside. Guan Xin commanded, and upon entering, a strong stench of blood assaulted her senses. Whoa, how terrifying. Song Shuheng is so frightening. He appears to be such a good person, yet behind the scenes, he is this deranged? Ugh, how disgusting. People like this should just die. Guan Xin frowned. Directing. Remove the bodies and examine the organization and fingerprints to confirm identities. Understood. Guan Xin continued, regardless of whether Song Shuheng is responsible. Such behavior is not that of a normal person. Once confirmed, investigate this individual thoroughly. Understood. Soon after, the Tianhua City Divine Alliance issued a statement. Following investigations, it was confirmed that the perpetrator of the animal abuse leading to death was indeed Song Shuheng. This definitive news caused a massive uproar. Song Shuheng, once a gentlemanly idol, had transformed into a monstrous deviant, vilified by all. Meanwhile, Song Shuheng remained oblivious to it all. Chapter 115, The Ferrymaner. I was bullied to death by him. Click. The judgment committee released the two. We will investigate the matter. You claim you were controlled, correct? We will take note. Song Shuheng nodded. Thank you. And could you issue a public statement on behalf of the judgment committee, informing everyone that we were controlled? After all, it has caused quite a stir. Indeed, we will. Thank you. This was the only way for him to transform from a pervert into a victim. It was indeed embarrassing. But at least he could redeem himself. After speaking, Song Shuheng left alone, not accompanying Chun Haobin. He still had to clean his home. Although normally no one would go there, the crime scene remained, and he felt uneasy. Walking down the street, many pointed and whispered about him. Song Shuheng furrowed his brow. As a celebrated figure in Tianhua City, it was normal for many to recognize him. However, the gossiping was troubling. A child, riding a scooter, accidentally bumped into Song Shuheng. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. The child repeatedly apologized. Song Shuheng revealed his signature, gentlemanly smile. It's all right, just be careful next time. This is the road. With so many vehicles, it could be dangerous. Thank you. Song Shuheng shook his head. No problem. Oh dear, what are you thinking? Are you trying to get hurt? Such mischief. The boy's mother rushed over, checking her son, then quickly addressed Song Shuheng. I'm so sorry for the trouble. It's all right. Just keep an eye on him. It's too dangerous, Song Shuheng reassured her. Thank you, thank you. At this moment, the boy's mother finally recognized Song Shuheng. Her face paling, instinctively pulling her son closer. Song Shuheng. What's the matter? Song Shuheng asked with a smile. Nothing. We should be going. Then she hurriedly ran away with her son, as if she had encountered a plague god. Song Shuheng furrowed his brows, perplexed. What was going on? Why did everything feel amiss? Was it because of his earlier blunder? It certainly seemed so. Well, he thought, once the announcement from the judgment committee is released, everyone will understand that I was manipulated and might even feel sympathy for me. He sighed heavily, cursing under his breath. That old man from BYD. Who on earth is he? As he continued walking, he encountered a group of people approaching him. Oh, isn't that Song Shuheng? Yu Qianren remarked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Yet, Song Shuheng did not display any signs of displeasure at his mockery and maintained his smile. What's the matter? To put away your nauseating facade. Seeing you smile truly makes me want to vomit, Yu Qianren retorted. Indeed, it's utterly revolting, chimed in several others nearby. I apologize for my disgraceful actions. I was under control, Song Shuheng replied. Get lost. Under control? Nonsense. Yu Qianren scoffed. Initially, we all thought you were manipulated. I even explained to others that you would never do such a thing. But now? Hypocritical, perverted, utterly disgusting. Put away that vile smirk of yours. What is going on? Song Shuheng asked, his brows knitting tightly. What is going on? Our dear gentleman, always wearing a smile, adopting stray cats and dogs, yet behind the scenes. He treats them as mere outlets for his cruelty, mercilessly slaughtering them. What are you pretending for? Upon hearing this, Song Shuheng trembled all over. Nonsense. How could that be? He instinctively shouted. Go check the trending news in Tianhua City, someone suggested. Song Shuheng quickly pulled out his phone and glanced at it, only to feel dizzy. Someone had exposed everything. I am being wronged. Someone is framing me. This must be the work of those who wish to harm me. He hurriedly tried to explain. Stop pretending. The animal carcasses all bear your fingerprints. They've been verified. Keep it up, you sick pervert, disgusting ugh. They spat before walking away. Song Shuheng stood frozen, trembling. If he could explain his earlier blunder, this situation was beyond his ability to justify. His true nature had been laid bare, and he had become the monstrous villain everyone loathed. Who? Who is it? He clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot. Song Shuheng realized he was finished, completely finished. The persona he had maintained for so many years had crumbled in an instant. Not only had it collapsed, but the severity of the situation was overwhelming. Who could it be? Song Shuheng's gaze sharpened. I will not let you off. Absolutely not. On the other side, a notification chimed in Chu Yunxuan's mind. Progress at 100, reward, current attribute control maxed out. A smile graced his lips. It was over. The harvest was plentiful. With the body of 10,000 poisons, he feared no venom. All attributes reached perfection, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. Mission complete. Contrary grandpa system deactivated. Please wait until midnight for the new system to activate. Feeling quite comfortable, Chu Yunxuan made his way to the ferry convenience store. Inside, Jiang Ying and Xiao Qiyue were chatting. Hey, come here. Jiang Ying called out upon spotting him. What is up? Chu Yunxuan smiled as he approached. Where have you been these past few days? I haven't seen you around. Senior Linear said you weren't even home practicing, Jiang Ying inquired. Are we now in a relationship? Do you need to keep tabs on me? Should I report to you? Come on, can I just ask? Xiao Qiyue chuckled, watching the banter. Suddenly, Chu Yunxuan playfully slapped Jiang Ying's rear, producing a crisp sound that left Xiao Qiyue stunned. Jiang Ying was taken aback. Chu Yunxuan, I suggest you adjust your attitude towards me. I have the contact information of your uncle and aunt, Jiang Ying warned, fuming. Chu Yunxuan grinned and sat down. Just you wait. Jiang Ying huffed as she sat down too. Wow, you two have something going on. Little Ying was just slapped on her behind by a boy. And she didn't explode. What is going on between you two? Xiao Qiyue observed with intrigue. Indeed, Chu Yunxuan nodded. Get lost. Jiang Ying shot him a glare before asking. Do you admire my sixth sense? What sixth sense? I told you before that Song Shuheng is not a good person. Do you believe me now? Chu Yunxuan chuckled, then leaned in quickly to peck Jiang Ying on the lips. I do. With that, he dashed away, leaving Xiao Qiyue and Jiang Ying in stunned silence. Wow. You too. Xiao Qiyue gawked at them. Oh, Chu Yunxuan. Jiang Ying's furious shout echoed far and wide. Fairy mentor, help me. I'm being bullied to death. She lamented to Xiao Qiyue. Chapter 116. Is this brightness? Not at all bright. Jiang Ying recounted her recent experiences to Xiao Qiyue, detailing how Chu Yunxuan had been bullying her and how much he had taken advantage of her. Xiao Qiyue laughed uncontrollably. Did he stick out his tongue? He did. Jiang Ying gritted her teeth. Oh my. Xiao Qiyue laughed, her cheeks flushed. You two should just get together already. I want to kill him, and you think I should get together with him? Normal men would have been dealt with already for such behavior, but he even dares to kiss you in front of me. Your current rage indicates what? You can accept it. You just can't bear losing face. Deep down, you like him. Ugh. Jiang Ying spat. That's because he has my parents' contact information. If he tells them the truth, they would definitely kill me. Jiang Ying attempted to explain, but Xiao Qiyue was clearly unconvinced, her smile betraying her amusement at Jiang Ying's predicament. Feeling exposed, Jiang Ying decided to change the subject. Forget it, I'm going to find Zichixu. I'm off to train in the beast realm. She recently joined the Divine Sun group. Ha ha ha. Xiao Qiyue laughed. Jiang Ying's face flushed. Fairy mentor. Don't get too cocky. He also said he would take action against you. This fairy, I am his mentor, but he doesn't treat you as a mentor. And what does being a mentor matter? Older sisters are always dangerous. That does seem to make sense. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxuan arrived at the entrance of the community. Linyar? He spotted Linyar waiting for him, evidently expecting his return. Why aren't you home? He asked. Guests have come over, she replied. Why not entertain them? Why are you out here? They're here for you, Linyar explained. Please don't tell me they're my ex-girlfriends. No, it's people from the Divine Alliance, the Judgment Committee, and the Celestial Domain. Are they trying to drag me in? Linyar nodded. Yes. Could it be that all three factions are here? Linyar replied coolly, there are two reasons. First, your combat power is too high. You defeated the Divine Transformation Realm's thousand-faced demon fox with ease, and they are keen on your strength. Second, you possess multiple attributes, and your spatial abilities are particularly strong, especially in this aspect, which they find invaluable. Chu Yunxuan rubbed his forehead. Joining a group could be quite advantageous, as the benefits are assuredly substantial, and it would serve as a valuable experience for you, albeit with certain inherent dangers. What about you, Linyar? Surely, you've received an invitation as well? Linyar pondered briefly before remaining silent. If you have something to say, please do. Linyar's beautiful eyes gazed at Chu Yunxuan. The Divine Sun class at Chengdu University has extended an invitation to me. Chengdu is the capital of their human race, a place where true powerhouses abound. Naturally, Chengdu University is a prestigious institution, and the Divine Sun class represents the elite among elites. Individuals such as the daughter of the Alliance leader, Shang Guanyu, and the Judgment Council's heir, Zhang Chuchen, are part of this class. You should definitely go. It's an excellent opportunity, Chu Yunxuan remarked. For Linyar, her previous worries about Chu Yunxuan had dissipated. He had proven capable of standing on his own. However, she still felt a tinge of concern for him. She looked at Chu Yunxuan softly and said, I just can't help but worry about you. Chu Yunxuan took her hand. I've already reached the 5th level of the Xiantian realm. What is there to worry about? It won't be long before I advance to the divine ability realm. Do you still have concerns for me then? Besides, I have Xiao Qiyue and the others with me. Well, I suppose I shall go in a few days, Linyar replied. Chu Yunxuan was genuinely happy for her. Even if they were far apart, they could easily connect through video calls. But first, I must attend to some matters, he said with a smile. Linyar's eyes sparkled with curiosity. I'll book a nice hotel for you. It will surely leave you with beautiful memories, he added. Linyar playfully pinched Chu Yunxuan's face. I'll smack you. Chu Yunxuan chuckled. All right, let us head back and not keep everyone waiting too long. Yes, you should also consider joining a group. Having an organization would indeed be beneficial. Sure, I have been thinking along the same lines. Upon returning home, Chu Yunxuan and Linyar opened the door to find a chaotic scene in the living room. A dozen individuals were engaged in a tumultuous scuffle. Mo Fan shouted, I got here first. You guys from the heavenly domain should step back. The invitations were sent out by our alliance first. Huang Xian retorted, what nonsense. Does the order of invitations even matter? Whoever invites first gets to claim it, and it's clear this fellow is more suited for our heavenly domain. Lin Heng, you truly have no shame, despite us jointly exterminating the flame-mad lion. Why is your Judgment Council's third group awarded a first-class merit, while our alliance's third group only receives second class? Are you secretly pulling some tricks? The Divine Sun group of the Tianhua City Alliance. What is your intention? Are all four groups here to vie against us? Even if your Divine Sun group is present. The fourth group is downright disgusting. Coming here in black stockings and tight skirts to extend invitations. Huh? What nonsense is this bright group of yours? This is hardly bright at all. Guan Xian interjected. I wear what I like. What is wrong with that? At that moment, as the door swung open, Chu Yunxuan and Lin Yao observed the pandemonium before them, their mouths twitching in disbelief. Ahem, Chu Yunxuan cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. Hello. Guan Xian greeted him with a charming smile. This woman is truly captivating. She is already beautiful, with an alluring figure, dressed in black stockings and a tight skirt, complemented by her black marten boots. With such attire, she needs not remove a single item. Ah, you've arrived. Hello, hello. Mo Fan approached with a grin. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mo Fan, the leader of the third group of the Heavenly Domain in Tianhua City. Here to invite you to join us. He extended his hand for a handshake, but was suddenly pulled away. Haha, Chu Yunxuan, I am Huangxian, the leader of the first group of the Alliance. It's a pleasure to meet you. Bang. In the next moment, a man kicked him aside and extended his hand to Chu Yunxuan. Greetings, I am Li Ruoyin, the leader of the third group of the Divine Sun Group. Being part of the Divine Sun Group is not the same as Huangxian's ordinary Alliance group. Huangxian scrambled to his feet. Come on, Li Group Leader. Aren't we all part of the same alliance? Do we really need to resort to such tactics? Chu Yunxuan, you must understand that the mortality rate in the Divine Sun Group is the highest among all organizations, so do take note. At that moment, Guan Xian, seated on the sofa, deliberately stretched with a loud sigh. In an instant, all eyes turned toward her. Wow. Lin Yao's mouth fell open in astonishment. It can only be described as utterly devastating. Regardless of how the men bickered and argued, the mere sight of her in black stockings and a tight skirt, coupled with her casual stretch and sigh, obliterated all their efforts. Chu Yunxuan, the crowd, the Divine Sun Group as fourth group, the bright group. Is this truly what you call brightness? The crowd's mouths twitched. It was too dark, too insidious. Why must recruiting be conducted in such a manner? Without uttering a word, Guan Xian had made the group of men feel as though they had already lost. It's so unfair. It's simply unfair. Chapter 117. You boys are truly disturbing. Guan Xian approached Chu Yunxuan with a smile, wrapping her arms around him from behind, resting her head on his shoulder, and innocently blinking her eyes. Why are you all staring at me? Go ahead and continue your discussions. Chu Yunxuan. The crowd. Wow. The Divine Sun Group's fourth group. The bright group. Is this what you dare to call brightness? Come on. This isn't fair. Guan Xian, are you even adhering to the rules? We came here to discuss serious matters, and you're using your looks. Guan Jia, let me ask you again. Does your fourth group of the bright group still need members? Mo Fan watched Guan Xian's performance, his mouth twitching. Chu Yunxuan, their Divine Sun Group is quite stingy. If you join our Heavenly Domain, the benefits we can offer far exceed those of the Divine Sun Group. The benefits are indeed significant, Chu Yunxuan mused. Mo Fan's eyes brightened, and the others shared in his excitement. There's a chance. Chu Yunxuan, regardless of what the Alliance offers, I assure you, the Judgment Council can provide an additional 30% in benefits. Our Heavenly Domain's third group can offer the same increase. Come join the Judgment Council. Guan Xian released Chu Yunxuan and turned to Lin Yao. May I use the restroom? Certainly, it's over there. Shortly after, she emerged, but instead of wearing stockings, she held them in her hands. Our benefits are certainly commendable, as we are part of the Divine Sun Group. Additionally, if you join my bright group, I can promise Chu Yunxuan a monthly supply of 1 pair of stockings, with the option to pre-order white, black, or over-the-knee styles. Upon finishing her sentence, she draped the stockings over Chu Yunxian's shoulder. Chu Yunxuan. The crowd. Wow. Is this how you play dirty? Huh. Is this the conduct of your bright group? Absolutely deplorable. Once again, I must ask, does Guan Jia's group still need members? Ahem. Chu Yunxuan cleared his throat and removed the stockings from his shoulder, tossing them back to Guan Xian. She raised an eyebrow. Chu Yunxuan rubbed his nose and said, Don't misunderstand. I have a habit of touching my nose when I'm deep in thought. The crowd. Guan Xian wore a knowing smile. Understood, I concede. Mo Fan remarked. The bright group is not bright at all. What a character, Guan Xian. What a Divine Sun Group. I admit defeat. This is downright aggressive. Chu Yunxuan stated. Everyone, truly. I touch my nose not to smell, but as an instinctive gesture while pondering. I am currently leaning towards the Heavenly Domain's third group. Mo Fan gasped, then became ecstatic. Really? He laughed heartily at Guan Xian, his face full of smugness. Ha! Guan Xian, keep it up. Are you losing control? Guan Xindai furrowed her brows. What on earth? Is this Chu Yunxuan not a notorious lecher? He doesn't fall for this kind of thing? Although the others were disappointed at not winning over Chu Yunxuan. They felt a sense of satisfaction at Guan Xian's failure. Haha, team leader Guan, keep playing the rogue. It's amusing, even though we lost. Not seeing Chu Yunxuan join the Divine Sun group, 4 brings us some relief. Neither black nor white stockings seem to have worked. Haha, indeed, Sister Guan. I'm off. I'll resign from the Judgment Committee immediately. Chu Yunxuan glanced at Guan Xian and said, I mainly want to convey that I, Chu Yunxuan, am not the type to be swayed by beauty. Not all men are captivated by black stockings. Just because one is a man doesn't mean they fall for such tricks. I will lead by example and resist this behavior. Guan Xian. Linyar. Big brother, does that mean I shouldn't do this anymore? Guan Xian pouted. Haha, well said. This is the model of our generation. Support. Such admirable restraint. Team leader Guan's actions must be resisted. Well done. The crowd unanimously gave Chu Yunxuan a thumbs up. Chu Yunxuan then turned to Mo Fan and asked, Team leader Mo, there is something I want to confirm. Sure. Go ahead. Are there any beauties in the third group of the celestial domain? Mo Fan pondered for a moment before quickly replying, no, absolutely none. Just a bunch of tough guys. Don't worry about it. What else up? Chu Yunxuan sighed. Well, you see, I've always had a rather reclusive personality. Especially around women. When I see a beautiful girl, I blush, my heart races, and my hands tremble. I know this is something I need to face and correct. So, team leader Mo, it seems I can only choose the bright group. The crowd. Guan Xian. Linyar. Chu Yunxuan continued. Though the actions of the bright group led by the Divine Sun group, 4 are quite disgraceful, I must resist. However, I need a beautiful group leader to help me overcome my reclusive habits. Then, with righteous fervor, Chu Yunxuan declared, but I must clarify that my joining the bright group is absolutely not due to allure, nor because of black stockings or white stockings. Absolutely not. I still condemn and disapprove of team leader Guan's actions. Guan Xian smiled sweetly as she linked her arm with Chu Yunxuan's, nodding repeatedly. I sincerely regret my earlier behavior, but I apologize to everyone. The crowd. Cough. Well, it's a pity, but I'll take my leave now. Mo Fan coughed. I'll be going too. See you next time. Farewell. Guan Xian, with a proud expression, waved her hand at them, sweetly saying, Goodbye, everyone, take care. Sister Guan, still the same question. Does the Divine Sun Group 4 need members? I've been rather reclusive since childhood. Guan Xian smiled warmly at the person before her, replying, You take care too. Wah. Guan Xian then turned to Chu Yunxuan with a smile. Shall I take my leave as well? Remember our agreement. Tomorrow morning at the Fate CAF, we must meet. Goodbye. Chu Yunxuan nodded. Yar goodbye. Linyar waved her hand. Goodbye. Wait. Don't forget the stockings. Chu Yunxuan exclaimed. Guan Xian looked at the stockings in her hand, beaming as she glanced at Chu Yunxuan. Chu Yunxuan cleared his throat and said, I plan to use them daily as a reminder that there is nothing to fear about women. There is no need to blush, have a racing heart, or tremble upon seeing a beautiful girl. Guan Xian draped the stockings over Chu Yunxuan's shoulder. Goodbye. Chu Yunxuan held the stockings and looked earnestly at Linyar. I truly mean it. Linyar. Uffed. She couldn't help but laugh, then remarked. You boys are truly perverse. Chu Yunxuan. Chapter 118. The bright group. Chu Yunxuan confirmed his decision to join the Divine Alliance's Divine Sun Group 4, known as the Bright Group. For him, aligning with such a faction was essential, whether for convenience in future endeavors or to gain valuable experience through this association. Moreover, since Linyar was heading to the Holy City's Divine class, he couldn't fall behind. Although he had a system, personal effort was still necessary. Linyar adjusted Chu Yunxuan's collar and gently said, After joining the Divine Sun Group, there will be many dangerous tasks, so be careful. Don't worry. I may not excel in many areas, but I fear death the most. Linyar smiled slightly. I'll come to visit when I can. After that, you can leave Tianhua City for a higher-level city. There will be more opportunities. If I can, I might bring you along. No. I don't fancy such places filled with elite geniuses who behave rigidly and conventionally. There is no comparison to the freedom here, after all. There are the Demon God Palace and the Beast Domain nearby. What is the difference in going anywhere? Linyar smiled gently. We'll meet again. You should at least be at the Divine Realm by then. Of course, Chu Yunxuan replied. That is good. Make sure to rest well. You'll be heading to the Bright Group early tomorrow. Understood. Chu Yunxuan returned to his room, now at the 5th level of the mysterious Heaven Realm. If it weren't for the system aiding his cultivation, advancing to the Divine Realm might take him a year and a half. However, Chu Yunxuan believed he wouldn't need that long. At midnight, a notification chimed. Congratulations! You have activated the new system, Hundredfold Power System. Hundredfold Power System during its duration. The host's power will increase 100-fold, with no system tasks. Remaining time, 4 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Chu Yunxuan opened his eyes. A system without tasks or rewards, purely a combat power system. He pondered what a 100-fold increase would mean for his current strength at the 5th level of the mysterious heaven realm. Would it be around the 10th level of the divine realm? Perhaps not quite at the level of the law realm? With his foundational skills, coupled with the sealing heaven transformation and the 7 emotions technique, he might reach the strength of the law realm. However, Chu Yunxuan was unsure of the significance of activating such a system. Was it for training in the beast domain? Perhaps not. The beast clan had already posed threats to Tianhua City due to the heavenly stars. Venturing out now could attract law realm demon kings. Strangely enough, this system lasted for 5 days, while previous systems only lasted 2 days. Never mind, he decided to focus on cultivating. The next morning, Linyar prepared breakfast and sent a message to Chu Yunxuan, informing him she was going out with friends before leaving. Chu Yunxuan finished his meal and made his way to the Fate CAF. Upon entering the CAF early in the morning, he found it empty. Coming in, little Miao. Pour coffee for our new member of the Bright Group, Guan Xian cheerfully exclaimed. Little Miao shot a glare at Chu Yunxuan. Although the misunderstanding had been resolved, she still harbored some resentment towards this rogue who had now joined their Divine Sun Group 4. What a tragedy. Team leader Guan, you're not wearing black stockings today? Chu Yunxuan's gaze unabashedly lingered on Guan Xian's beautiful legs. Guan Xian playfully blinked at him. Want to see? Very much so. Little Miao glared at Chu Yunxuan. You lecher. Zhang Qiu chuckled. It seems our Bright Group is in for some wild times. Guan Xian stretched lazily and remarked, ISNT that what makes it fun? Turning to Chu Yunxuan, she asked, what type of stockings do you want next month? White cotton socks. Men are truly perverse, Little Miao mumbled. Goodness. Little Miao. You don't mention your leader Guan. Instead, you speak of me? She is the most peculiar one, all right? Zhang Qiu chuckled. It's a draw. Really. Guan Xian rose. All right. Little Miao, take the coffee along. Let us first familiarize Chu Yunxuan with our work environment. Oh, okay. Subsequently, Chu Yunxuan followed Zhang Qiu and Wan Xiaomiao out of the CAF. It took Guan Xian several seconds to emerge. Upon exiting, she donned another pair of black stockings. Pervert. What are you staring at? Wang Xiaomiao retorted, visibly displeased. Sister Guan's legs are longer than you are, Chu Yunxuan mumbled. Wang Xiaomiao. Oh my, Sister Guan. Guan Xian laughed. All right, you two, stop fooling around. Let us finish our work first. Then, Guan Xian gazed at the office building housing the CAF. Above us is the office of our Divine Child Group. The 6th floor is our Light Group. The 7th is the 3rd group. The 8th belongs to the 2nd group. The 9th is the 1st group. And the 10th is also ours, where the minister and deputy minister usually reside. Chu Yunxuan nodded. And they took the elevator to the 6th floor. This is the simulated training room, where we can engage in combat with simulated beasts, closely resembling real combat. Here is the conference room for the 4th group. This way is the document room. Suddenly, a man wearing glasses approached, clutching a stack of documents. He was tall and slender, dressed in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses. His polished shoes gleamed. He appeared to be a particularly serious man. Brother Baiha, Zhang Qiu greeted. Baiha adjusted his glasses and nodded, directing his gaze towards Chu Yunxuan. A newcomer? His tone was somewhat unfriendly, suggesting he was not the easiest person to get along with. Guan Xian introduced, Chu Yunxuan, our new member of the 4th group. Chu Yunxuan, this is Baiha, the deputy leader of the 4th group. Deputy leader, hello, Chu Yunxuan offered. Baiha nodded. Well, get to work upon your arrival. Chu Yunxian's impression of Baiha was that of a rigid and unapproachable individual. Baiha adjusted his glasses again and addressed Guan Xian. Leader, didn't the minister clearly state in the meeting not to wear something so? Ahem, revealing? What? Wearing stockings is considered revealing? You men are something else. I explicitly told the minister that without the stockings, Chu Yunxuan wouldn't join our 4th group. Chu Yunxuan quickly interjected, Sister Guan, let me reiterate, I joined the 4th group not because of the stockings. Not. Guan Xian burst into laughter. All right, not because of them. Baiha said, let us go, we have a meeting. Come over here. Guan Xian turned to Chu Yunxuan. They then entered the conference room. Inside, a shy young man sat, who quickly stood upon their arrival. Just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of Chu Yunxuan. Wow, Brother Xian, you're here too? Chapter 119. Tianhai City Operation. Chu Yunxuan was quite surprised to see Yu Qianren. So, Yu Qianren also joined the Divine Child Group? That's even better, Guan Xian remarked. Baiha, however, sat rigidly in his chair. When did you arrive? Chu Yunxuan inquired. Yesterday. With his insightful spirit I activated. Chu Yunxuan discerned that Yu Qianren was at the 5-star level of the mysterious body realm, not yet in the mysterious heaven realm. However, his attributes were quite impressive. Being part of the divine child group signifies exceptional merit. Ahem, let us begin the meeting, Baihe coughed. Guan Xian chuckled. All right, let us proceed with the meeting. They gathered around the conference table. Baihe, we have newcomers. Please introduce yourself first, Guan Xian said, crossing her legs. Baihe stood. His gaze fixed upon Chu Yunxuan and Yu Qianren. I am Baihe, deputy leader of the 4th group of the Divine Child Group in Tianhua City. I have been here for 4 years and 8 months. I do not appreciate opportunistic individuals. That is all. Wang Xiaomiao stood next. I'm Wang Xiaomiao, an official member of the 4th group of the Divine Child Group. I have been here for 3 years and 5 months. That is all. Zhang Qiu added. I'm Zhang Qiu, an official member of the 4th group, having joined 3 years and 5 months ago. That is all. Chu Yunxuan was astonished. Wow. Little Miao has been in the 4th group for 3.5 years? How old was she then? Guan Xian smiled, 11 years old. At that time, none of us were in Tianhua City. We only transferred here last month. Wang Xiaomiao is quite remarkable. Guan Xian then stood. I am Guan Xian, the leader of the 4th group, with a tenure of 5 years and 11 months. Chu Yunxuan asked, is it just the 4 of us in the 4th group? Guan Xian nodded, yes. Chu Yunxuan. Yu Qianren exclaimed, wow. So, if Brother Xian and I hadn't come, the 4th group would have only had 4 members, and now there are 6? A moment of silence enveloped the room. Guan Xian stated, the others have all perished. I'm sorry, Chu Yunxuan offered. It's all right, little Miao. Now, please introduce the rest to Chu Yunxuan and Yu Qianren. Okay. Wang Xiaomiao rose and retrieved a framed photo from the cabinet, showcasing a group of people. She pointed to one individual. This is Uncle Chuigua. Our 4th group was founded by him. Despite his fierce appearance, he is exceptionally kind. He is also Sister Guan's mentor. Guan Xian nodded. This is Brother Wang Lei. He is exceptionally skilled at gaming. This is Sister Su Hong. She loves riding motorcycles and looks quite cool. And this is Brother Zhang Yu. This is Brother Huang Hao. Wang Xiaomiao continued her introductions, and the atmosphere grew somber. Gently caressing the photo, Wang Xiaomiao reflected. Guan Xian sighed, in the Divine Child Group, as well as in the Divine Alliance, the Heavenly Domain, and the Judgment Society, losing friends is an all-too common occurrence. However, without everyone, how can humanity resist the threats posed by the beast and demon clans? Chu Yunxuan and Yu Qianren nodded in understanding. All right, let us change the subject. Baihe then declared, every word uttered in this meeting is classified. None shall disclose it to anyone. Understood? Understood. Baihe stood, pointing at the conference room screen, which displayed a map of Tianhai City. By midnight tonight, our 4th group must establish a spatial array at this location in western Tianhai City. We must ensure the spatial array is intact and remain concealed. At midnight, we will activate the spatial array. This is our task. Chu Yunxuan asked. Does the map of Tianhai City indicate an operation there? Guan Xian nodded, indeed. Tonight, the 3 major factions, the Divine Alliance, the Heavenly Domain, and the Judgment Society, will undertake a large-scale cleansing operation in Tianhai City. This operation will mobilize nearly 50,000 personnel from the 3 factions. Due to the Beast Clan's threat to humanity, we must seize this opportunity to deliver a resounding victory, demonstrating to the Beast and Demon clans that humanity is not to be trifled with. Chu Yunxuan remarked, so? Our spatial array is for the swift entry of the tens of thousands of members from the 3 factions into Tianhai City to commence the operation. Guan Xian nodded, correct. Besides us, the other 3 groups will simultaneously establish spatial arrays in the east, south, and north, launching a coordinated assault. Baihe added. This operation is not only crucial for the subsequent reclamation of Tianhai City, but also holds significant importance for humanity's counterstrike against the Beast Clan. The key to this operation is speed and decisiveness. Chu Yunxuan comprehended the gravity of the situation. The Beast Clan had already posed a threat to Tianhua City, assuming humanity was without resolve. Thus, this time, humanity would initiate a decisive extermination campaign against the Beast Clan, asserting their supremacy. Baihe continued, once we accomplish this, we will join the main force and head to the city center, where the most powerful beasts await. They are our targets. Understood. Guan Xian remarked. This battle is of great significance, yet it is fraught with peril. Remember, we must engage, but safety is paramount. Our team, the Divine Sun Group, shall maintain coordinated action. Xiao Miao, you are in charge of overseeing the situation. Understood. Guan Xian continued. Regarding this matter, you may commence preparations. Chu Yunxuan, Yu Qianren, accompany Xiao Miao and Zhang Qiu to collect the combat gear. After glancing at the time, she added, let us get ready to depart at noon. All right. The meeting is adjourned. Bai He, come with me. Guan Xin, and Bai He then walked away. One could only say that this operation aimed to catch the demon clan off guard. Today, they would take action. However, the entire Tianhua city appeared unchanged. Who could foresee that, come nightfall, 500,000 members from the three major factions would launch an offensive? This was quite understandable. Once the four spatial formations were set up, the three factions did not need to gather, they could simply utilize a certain spatial power, allowing each group to instantaneously arrive at the locations of the formations. 500,000 people could gather in an instant. To have such a grand mission on the second day is exhilarating. Yu Qianren exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Qiu cautioned, tonight's battle will be fierce. Do not let your guard down. Understood. Let us go collect our gear. Zhang Qiu stood up and exited. He, Xian Ge, who would have thought we both became members of the fourth group? Yu Qianren grinned as he sidled up to Chu Yunxuan. How did you get in? Chu Yunxuan asked curiously. During the Spirit Realm event, I received the legacy of the Fist Sovereign. Just a few days ago, I defeated a girl at the Xiantian realm with a single punch, and they discovered me, bringing me in. I thought to myself, this is the Divine Sun group. How could I not join? That's impressive. Chu Yunxuan replied. He. Yu Qianren scratched his head and said, the power of the Fist Sovereign grants a tremendous boost against the opposite sex. No exaggeration. Though I am merely at the 5-star Xianti realm, I can easily dominate female warriors or female demon beasts at the 5-star Xiantian realm. I have become a professional at beating women. Chu Yunxuan chuckled. Wow, that's amazing. He, Xiangu, aren't several of the demon gods female? They say once I reach the Divine Emperor and Heavenly Tao realms, I can easily eliminate them. Chu Yunxuan nodded with a smile. That indeed sounds exhilarating. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. I must hasten to elevate my realm. I shall confront the demon gods. Chapter 120. The Army Assembles. Action commences. Chu Yunxuan and Yu Qianren followed Wang Xiaomiao and Zhang Qiu to a door. Zhang Qiu scanned her eye, and a remarkably robust door slowly opened. Come in. Chu Yunxuan stepped inside. Wow. Yu Qianren gasped. The scene before them was perhaps every man's dream. An array of impressively cool firearms and numerous other striking pieces of equipment. Incredible. Can I equip an entire set? Yu Qianren asked excitedly. Zhang Qiu chuckled. Of course. I brought you here to select your gear. Chu Yunxuan, curious, inquired, do these firearms work against high-level demon beasts? The human firearms, such as standard rifles, can typically combat those below the Xiantian realm. Xianti realm demon beasts can unleash spiritual power to block bullets. Unless they are particularly powerful firearms, they can even inflict considerable damage on Xiantian realm foes, provided they do not deploy defensive spiritual power. Yet, we will certainly be facing high-level demon beasts. Thus, these firearms are somewhat redundant. Direct combat is preferable. These are not ordinary firearms, Wang Xiaomiao interjected. Zhang Qiu nodded. Take this handgun, for instance. Both the gun and bullets are specially crafted. Even if a Xianti realm demon beast releases spiritual power, it can penetrate their defenses and cause harm. Impressive, Chu Yunxuan remarked. Sister Qiu, the thickness of this barrel indicates it's quite exceptional, Yu Qianren added. Indeed, this is a spirit weapon, known as a spirit weapon gun. It fires spiritual energy lasers instead of bullets, which can inflict fatal damage even on Xiantian realm demon beasts. The principle is straightforward, crafted from special materials capable of withstanding spiritual energy impacts. Certain powerful crystals or the strength of a warrior compresses within the spirit weapon gun's energy chamber. Upon pulling the trigger, this power is released, comparable to a warrior's attack. Awesome, Yu Qianren exclaimed. Zhang Qiu continued. However, crafting spirit weapons is exceedingly challenging, and materials are scarce. Hence, not every member of the Divine Alliance can be equipped with them. 95% of ordinary members still rely on standard firearms, while spirit weapons are typically wielded by members of moderate realms. That sounds reasonable. Are there particularly powerful spirit weapons? Certainly. Weaker spirit weapons can only breach the defenses of Xianti realm spiritual energy, and if not aimed at vital points, they may not cause significant damage. Stronger spirit weapons can rival some Earth-grade spiritual artifacts and are often easier to master, Zhang Qiu added. But since we are part of the Divine Sun group, the level of spirit weapons available to us is quite good. These can eliminate Xiantian realm foes, granted they strike vital points. Each can fire 15 shots. So choose one and additionally take 3 energy magazines. Wow. Incredible. Yu Qianren dashed forward. This one is fantastic. I want this one, he exclaimed, holding up a gun. All right. Chu Yunxuan casually picked up a blue spirit weapon gun. Xiaomiao, you should take one as well. Zhang Qiu then said, over here. We have spirit armor, akin to a high-grade bulletproof vest. Though it is a spirit weapon, in some sense, it also qualifies as a defensive spiritual artifact. They each received a piece of spirit armor. Life source crystals, each person receives 2 for injury recovery. Awesome, Yu Qianren exclaimed. Additionally, we have spirit restoration liquid, which can restore approximately 20% of our spiritual power. Each person should carry 10. After gathering their equipment, Chu Yunxuan and the others exited. Guan Xian and Bai He happened to approach. Are you equipped? They nodded, already donned in spirit armor, with guns and other gear stowed in their spatial rings. Well then, it's about time. Let us depart. Yes. Virum, Bai He drove an off-road vehicle swiftly toward the demon beast territory. Upon reaching the energy barrier, they halted. Exiting the vehicle. After roughly 5 kilometers, Xiaomiao, what is the direction? Wang Xiaomiao took out her phone and pointed that way. Yu Qianren gasped. Wow. Miao Jie. How come your phone has a network? He asked in astonishment. Really? Chu Yunxuan leaned in. It really does. Why is that? Guan Xian smiled. This is Miao's invention. It just hasn't been widely adopted yet. Soon, we'll equip your phones with chips so that even hundreds of kilometers away, you can still receive a network signal. Wow. Miao Jie, you're amazing. Yu Qianren responded eagerly. Humph. Of course, Wang Xiaomiao said, puffing up with pride. Chu Yunxuan patted Yu Qianren on the shoulder. You have received the legacy of the Fifth Sovereign. You shouldn't flatter women. What Xianga says is true. Yu Qianren scratched his head sheepishly. Humph. You still owe me 100,000. Wang Xiaomiao playfully scrunched her nose. Don't try to weasel out of this. Back at my house. My sister wanted to give it to you, but you refused. Jiangyin can testify. Chu Yunxuan grinned. Humph. Bai He frowned. All right, enough chatter. Let us focus on the task at hand and not be careless. Understood. Let us go. As night fell, Chu Yunxuan and his party arrived at their destination, the western edge of Tianhai City. Bai He took out a device and placed it on the ground. Wang Xiaomiao clutched her notebook, swiftly typing away. After several minutes, she declared, done. Now our task is to remain here, discreetly guarding the spatial array. At midnight, we shall activate it punctually. Understood. Time passed slowly. The realm of nocturnal beasts was particularly perilous. They concealed themselves nearby, and although some beasts passed by, no commotion ensued. At 11:59, a few individuals approached the spatial array. Guan Xian glanced at the time. Countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Xiaomiao, initiate. The moment the clock struck midnight, Wang Xiaomiao pressed the enter key. In an instant, a wave of blue light surged across the ground, radiating outward like a shockwave, saturating the surroundings with the power of space. The human race faced the beast race, with humanity's current advantage lying in formidable technological means. These technologies could be combined with martial prowess, yielding unexpected results. Soon, myriad figures began to appear around them, and similarly at the other 3 cardinal points. Within a mere 20 seconds, the once sparse group of 6, including Chu Yunxuan, was now surrounded by what seemed to be tens of thousands. Impressive, Chu Yunxuan mused. Chapter 121 Wang Xiaomiao. The members of the 3 dominant factions immediately drew their weapons or spiritual instruments, entering combat mode. Divine Alliance, assemble. Divine Alliance 7th Army, assemble. Heavenly Domain 3rd Group, assemble. Heavenly Domain 17th Group, assemble. Judgment Council 1st Group, assemble. Judgment Council 8th Army, assemble. In an instant, the throngs of people swiftly mobilized. Qin Feng, the commander of the Divine Alliance's actions in Tianhai City, bellowed as the commander of the western flank. I hereby order all martial groups of the 3 factions to advance swiftly 15 kilometers for battle. Yes, Qin Feng continued. All armies and teams, expand the front line by 20 kilometers and encircle Tianhai City. Yes, the members of the Divine Child Group responded. Here. Immediately head to the center of Tianhai City, coordinating with the other 3 groups of the Divine Child, as well as the elite teams of the Heavenly Domain and Judgment Council, to launch an offensive against the formidable beast at the city center. Understood. Qin Feng added, everyone, this operation must be swift. Catch the beast off guard. We anticipate that in 2 hours, all armies, teams, and departments of the 3 factions will gather near the city. Yes, they all exclaimed in unison. Action. With Qin Feng's command, the forces rapidly dispersed to either side while entering Tianhai City. Soon, the sounds of fierce battle and gunfire filled the air. Let us go. Guan Xian commanded. The Divine Child Group surged forward at top speed toward the city center, where the beasts were numerous and generally strong. They aimed to join forces with the other 3 groups of the Divine Child, along with the powerful members of the Heavenly Domain and Judgment Council, to eradicate the beast presence in that area. In the dead of night, flames of war ignited from all directions. Before long, Chu Yunxuan and his companions arrived at the entrance of a former shopping mall at the city center. There, they found over 100 people gathered. And signs of battle were evident, with numerous beast carcasses strewn about. Over here, Li Ruoyin, the leader of the Divine Child Group 3, waved them over. What is the situation? There are plenty of beasts. This area is filled with skyscrapers, making it particularly complex and ideal for beasts to hide. They're concealed. So our kills are slow, remarked a powerful member of the Judgment Council. Then let us act swiftly. The main forces have already engaged in battle. Indeed, Guan Xian affirmed. This shopping mall is our responsibility, Divine Child Group 4. All right, Divine Child Group 3, follow me. Li Ruoyin commanded, and a dozen figures sped away. Divine Child Group 1. With me. Heavenly Domain Group 3, follow me. Attack. Guan Xian looked up at the massive shopping mall, her demeanor shifting to seriousness. 10 minutes to clear this mall. Understood. The 6 of them charged through the mall entrance. The moment they entered, a dark force surged toward them. Be careful. Bai flashed in front of them, unleashing his power to block the incoming dark energy. A spider, at least 3 meters long, clung to the wall, its blood-red eyes fixated on them. Dark Knight Demon Spider of the Xiantian realm. Bang. A sound erupted as a blue laser shot forth, instantly decapitating the Dark Knight Demon Spider. They turned to Yu Qianren. Wow. Am I accurate, or what? Yu Qianren exclaimed excitedly. Impressive, Zhang Qiu remarked. Hee. Chu Yunxuan said. I'll head to the second floor. Wang Xiaomiao observed the screen and announced, there are a total of 132 life forms inside the mall. The strongest being around 3 stars in the Divine Passage realm, with 3 on the first floor. Swish. Chu Yunxuan summoned his earth-grade spiritual weapon, the Flame Sunsword. Leave it to me. In the next moment, he dashed toward a pillar at an incredible speed. A flash of lightning struck, cleaving a Dark Knight Demon Spider in 2. So powerful. Zhang Qiu gasped. That must be a Dark Knight Demon Spider of the Xiantian realm, right? Chu Yunxuan is only at 5 stars in the Xiantian realm, and he dispatched it just like that? Guan Xian inquired. What about the Divine Passage realm beasts on the upper floors? Wang Xiaomi replied, 1 on the top floor, 1 on the 5th floor. All right, I'll go there. Bai He, you take the 5th floor. Understood. Zhang Qiu, take Yu Qianren to the 4th floor. Got it. Guan Xian called out, Chu Yunxuan, Xiaomiao. I'll leave it to you. Chu Yunxuan signaled with an okay gesture and swiftly unleashed a bolt of lightning, instantly annihilating another beast lurking in the shadows. With the 100-fold power system, even formidable Xiantian realm beasts were dispatched in a single strike against him. Swish. Moments later, several of them charged upward. Where's the next one? Chu Yunxuan asked Wang Xiaomiao. Coming, she replied. Roar. A furious roar echoed as a flame frenzy lion, engulfed in flames, charged toward them. Xiantian realm. 8 stars. I'll enhance you. A pearly light enveloped Wang Xiaomiao. Roar. In the next instant, a torrent of flames erupted. No need, Chu Yunxuan replied. Coiling his right hand in preparation before launching a punch, Dragon Roar Fist. A fire dragon surged forth, effortlessly dispersing the flames unleashed by the flame frenzy lion and obliterating it in an instant. Wang Xiaomiao's mouth fell agape. Huh? Those unaware might think Chu Yunxuan is at the Divine Passage realm. He has only 5 stars in the Xiantian realm. And the flame frenzy lion is a formidable beast, yet he dispatched it in a heartbeat? Such strength. That punch felt as if it possessed the destructive force of a realm of laws, shaking the ground violently. Is the first floor cleared? Chu Yunxuan inquired. Yes. Let us move to the second floor. With that, Chu Yunxuan led Wang Xiaomiao to the second floor. Meanwhile, sounds of battle echoed from above, indicating that Guan Xian and her team had already engaged. Be cautious. There are many on this floor. Over 30 beasts, Wang Xiaomiao warned Chu Yunxuan. Chu Yunxuan's gaze fell upon several beasts in combat. Another ghostly shadow tiger. He noticed, narrowing his eyes. But it's merely from the Xiantian realm. Swish. The ghostly shadow tiger roared and charged at them. Spatial blockade. Bang. The ghostly shadow tiger collided with an invisible force, crashing to the ground. The space erupted. Boom. A tremendous sound resonated as the area occupied by the ghostly shadow tiger exploded. The ethereal, malevolent tiger instantaneously transformed into countless flesh and blood entities. There was no alternative. Its power had surged 100-fold, rendering it exceedingly formidable. Chu Yunxuan's hair fluttered slightly as he activated his spatial perception. The entire second floor lay within his awareness, revealing the position of each beast. With a swift spatial movement, over 30 beasts abruptly materialized before their eyes. Space detonated. A thunderous explosion ensued. All 30 beasts were obliterated. Wang Xiaomiao stood in shock, her expression bewildered. How could this be? Chu Yunxuan was merely at the 5th level of the profound heaven realm. How could his spatial abilities encompass such a vast area as the entire second floor of the mall? Among those beasts, nearly half were at the profound heaven level. How could he gather so many profound heaven beasts in one spatial movement? This was far beyond Wang Xiaomiao's comprehension. To what extent must his mastery of spatial manipulation be to achieve such a feat? Moreover, how could his fifth-level power in the profound heaven realm annihilate so many beasts instantaneously? Among them were several at the third level of the profound heaven realm. Theoretically, even if he possessed high mastery over space, confining a second-level profound heaven beast and executing a spatial explosion would only severely injure it. Let us proceed to the third floor, Chu Yunxuan suggested, glancing at Wang Xiaomiao. Wang Xiaomiao followed Chu Yunxuan eagerly to the third floor. Is your spatial ability truly this impressive? She inquired. Did you not witness it? He retorted. But it's astonishing. You annihilated over 30 beasts, including one at the 8th level of the profound heaven realm, and you are only at the 5th level. How could you achieve such a feat? Wang Xiaomiao was perplexed. It could only be said that the 100-fold power system was exceedingly potent, and Chu Yunxuan's mastery of space was already consummate. A spatial explosion with such amplified power could indeed obliterate an 8th-level profound heaven beast. Therefore, be mindful of your words when conversing with me in the future. Chu Yunxuan remarked with a smile. Humph. Wang Xiaomiao pouted in displeasure. The two ascended to the third floor, where Chu Yunxuan employed the same technique, clearing the area in a matter of seconds. Wang Xiaomiao mused. The fourth floor must be where Sister Qiu and Yu Qianren are engaged in battle. Indeed, Chu Yunxuan replied. As they reached the fourth floor, Zhang Qiu wielded a sword, skillfully maneuvering against several profound heaven beasts. Yu Qianren, being only at the body refinement realm, utilized a spirit weapon rifle. Bring it on. I'm targeting you. A female profound heaven realm flame lion charged at Yu Qianren. He stowed his spirit weapon and unleashed a devastating punch. The clash of powers was imminent. One was at the 5th level of body refinement, the other at the 3rd level of the profound heaven realm. Theoretically, the flame lion should have easily overpowered Yu Qianren. However, as their forces collided, the flame lion was sent crashing through the wall, hurtling out of the 4th floor. Wang Xiaomiao was stunned. What is happening with this group? Why are two of them so extraordinary? Chu Yunxuan's eyes lit up. Well, the power obtained by Yu Qianren from the 5th sovereign is remarkable. He exhibits such restraint against the opposite sex. A mere 5th-level body refinement punch could dominate a 3rd-level profound heaven beast. Sister Qiu, once we return, I shall diligently study the characteristics of male and female beasts, and from then on, leave all the females to me. Yu Qianren grinned, cracking his knuckles. No problem. Hey, Brother Xian, Sister Miao. Yu Qianren spotted Chu Yunxuan and Wang Xiaomiao nearby. What brings you here? Wang Xiaomiao replied. Chu Yunxuan dealt with everything. What? Yu Qianren's jaw dropped. How could this happen in such a short time? I didn't even hear any significant commotion below. All resolved. Leave it to me. Chu Yunxuan's spatial power surged once more, summoning a multitude of beasts together. Boom. Another resounding explosion echoed as the beasts were annihilated. Zhang Qiu and Yu Qianren wore expressions identical to Wang Xiaomiao's earlier shock. What is this? Zhang Qiu was astounded. Just moments ago, she had been engaged in combat with several profound heaven beasts. Her own realm was at the divine passage stage, and the several profound heaven beasts had been able to contend with her due to their high levels. Yet, Chu Yunxuan had gathered them all and obliterated them in one fell swoop. Was he not merely at the 5th level of the profound heaven realm? First, how could his spatial powers easily maneuver 10-star profound heaven beasts? Second, how could his spatial explosion annihilate them instantaneously? This is unbelievable. Wow, Brother Xian, your spatial abilities are overwhelmingly powerful, Yu Qianren exclaimed, astonished. Ha ha ha, Chu Yunxuan chuckled, brushing off the compliment. Let us go assist Brother Bai and Sister Guan. The four made their way to the 5th floor, whereby he had just vanquished a divine passage realm beast. What brings you here? Bai he inquired, frowning. All done. Yu Qianren replied cheerfully. There were over 100. Bai he exclaimed. Indeed, was the collective response. Let us check on Captain Guan. They proceeded to the 6th floor. Darn it. My stockings are torn. Guan Xian kicked a beast's corpse in frustration, only to notice her companions. What brings you here? She asked. Yu Qianren said everything else resolved, Bai he explained. What? Guan Xian was taken aback. She glanced at her watch. Only 2 minutes had passed. All resolved. Each floor is vast. It should take more than 2 minutes just to locate these beasts. I'm not sure what happened, Bai shrugged. Guan Xian turned to Yu Qianren, and the others looked at Chu Yunxuan, who merely shrugged in response. It seemed that Guan Xian and Bai he understood. Guan Xian smiled at Bai he. What do you think? My judgment was quite sound. Wasn't it? Our team has gained a formidable ally. Bai he adjusted her glasses and nodded. Not bad. Let us head to the rooftop for a view. Guan Xian, with her torn stockings, led the way to the mall's rooftop. Hey, Sister Guan, Why don't we just take off the stockings? Chu Yunxuan suggested playfully. What is the matter? Guan Xin replied inquisitively. It might affect our combat, he stated. The group fell silent. Pervert. Wang Xiaomiao muttered. What if the beasts see it? Wouldn't he that affect their combat as well? Guan Xin chuckled. True enough. The six ascended to the rooftop, where a strong wind greeted them. They stood at the edge, gazing down at the plaza, where numerous beasts scurried about. The sounds of battle echoed from various directions. At that moment, a radiant energy barrier enveloped a vast area in the city center, approximately 10 kilometers in diameter. Clearly, this was the work of another group, aimed at trapping all beasts within this region to eliminate them. They intended to neutralize as many formidable beasts as possible before the main forces arrived in an hour or two, minimizing their impact on the armies of the three major factions. If there were a way to gather all the beasts in the city center, the task would become simpler. Navigating through the complex high-rise buildings was indeed inconvenient. Guan Xin grumbled. If they truly gather, we might not stand a chance. Indeed, Wang Xiaomiao concurred. Let us set our sights on the next target. Clear that office building ahead. As Chapter 123 begins, the group leapt from the high rooftop of the mall, plummeting several dozen meters. Hey, you're all at the profound heaven and divine passage realms. Consider how I and Sister Miao feel about this. Yu Qianren called out, somewhat disheartened. Beside him, Wang Xiaomiao shot him a glance. Don't include me. With that, she unleashed her wind attribute, gracefully descending to the ground below. Yu Qianren murmured, when I return, I must persuade my father to procure a flying jetpack for me. In the next moment, Chu Yunxuan activated his spatial abilities, vanishing from the rooftop and reappearing on the ground below. Rather than searching through dozens of floors, why not simply obliterate the entire building? Chu Yunxuan suggested. Guan Xin nodded in agreement. That makes sense. There shouldn't be any of our people in that vicinity. None, Wang Xiaomiao confirmed. Let us proceed. With that, Chu Yunxuan summoned a torrent of thunder, coalescing into a brilliant flame of the white crane. Guan Xin similarly channeled the power of thunder. With a united force, they unleashed a cataclysmic strike. The building resounded with a deafening crash as it collapsed, crushing weaker beasts beneath its weight. Conversely, the stronger beasts, like the one currently approaching, emerged from both sides of the wreckage. Charge! They swiftly dashed forward. That unicorn-like spirit is a female, Guan Xin called out, her excitement evident. Understood. I prefer the females. Yu Qianren exclaimed, his fists colliding with one another as he focused on the massive unicorn spirit, over 5 meters in length, which had taken notice of him. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Yu Qianren, and it charged forward, each step causing the ground to tremble. Come on. Yu Qianren felt no fear in the face of such a formidable beast, despite the apparent disparity in their levels of power. He seized the charging unicorn by its horn. The overwhelming force merely pushed him back a step. Then, with a swift motion, he delivered a devastating blow to the beast's head, dispatching it in an instant. Not enough. Bring me more females. Yu Qianren's fighting spirit surged. Xiaomiao, that one is fleeing. Zhang Qiu shouted. Leave it to me. Wang Xiaomiao extended her right hand, summoning a cascading water flow that obstructed the escaping beast. Zhang Qiu dashed forward and dispatched it with a single stroke of his sword. Does anyone require an enhancement? Wang Xiaomiao inquired. I could use a speed boost. These beasts are too swift, Zhang Qiu replied. Certainly. A flash of white light enveloped Zhang Qiu, and he surged toward the fleeing creatures. Not far off, Chu Yunxuan observed this scene. Deputy leader, what kind of ability does Xiaomiao possess? He asked curiously. With a graceful kick, the white crane sent a beast flying, brushing dust from its feathers as it responded. Xiaomiao has awakened the supreme law of holy light. Awakened a law at the Xiantian realm? Isn't that something only those at the law realm can achieve? Chu Yunxuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Yes, such instances are exceedingly rare, but exceptions do exist. This revelation made Chu Yunxuan comprehend why Wang Xiaomiao had entered the Divine Sun group at such a young age. It wasn't merely due to her exceptional intellect. The Holy Light Law is a formidable power that every martial artist has the opportunity to comprehend upon reaching the law realm. There are various categories, including combat, enhancement or weakening, healing, control, and mental faculties, among others. The Holy Light belongs to the SSS grade enhancement laws. Its effects are straightforward, manifesting in 9 distinct colors, each corresponding to a unique effect. The most extraordinary among them is the group effect. At sufficiently high levels, it can bestow buffs upon an entire army of over 100,000 soldiers. This is the true value of an SSS grade law. Thus, Wang Xiaomiao represents a tremendous asset for humanity's future. Would you like some? She asked the group. Let me try some, Chu Yunxuan replied. Instantly, he felt a warm energy enveloping him. Whoosh! His speed surged by 50%. And given that Wang Xiaomiao was merely at the Shantian realm, once she reaches the Xiantong realm, her enhancements will become even more formidable. Soon, they dispatched all the surrounding beasts. Wow, Xiaomiao possesses such impressive powers. Yu Qianren approached with admiration. Of course, Wang Xiaomiao replied, pride evident in her demeanor. How many effects do you currently have? Chu Yunxuan inquired. 3. White light, red light, and yellow light, corresponding to speed, strength, and defense, respectively. However, my current realm limits the number and extent of enhancements, Wang Xiaomiao explained. Impressive, he acknowledged. Just then, a thunderous explosion echoed nearby, accompanied by a terrifying aura. All eyes turned toward the source of the disturbance. A formidable bolt of lightning obliterated a nearby supermarket. Is it a 10-star Xiantong realm? Guan Xin remarked, her brows furrowing in concern. It seemed plausible. They even speculated the presence of a law realm beast king in the vicinity. Although one had been vanquished by Chu Yunxuan earlier, it was reasonable to suspect a beast king could dominate such a location. Retreat. The group swiftly regrouped. Damn it. A 10-star Xiantong realm purple lightning ferret was hiding here. That could have been disastrous. The leader of the third group, Li Ryun, wiped blood from the corner of his mouth. A purple lightning ferret, Chu Yunxuan mused, frowning. This creature possessed a high bloodline, rivaling that of the infernal evil tiger. Notably, the purple lightning ferret is diminutive, no larger than a golden retriever at its greatest size, and has an endearing appearance that often lulls one into a false sense of security. However, this creature wields control over lightning and possesses blinding speed, making it a rare yet deadly beast. One might not even react before a flash of purple lightning leaves a martial artist with their throat cut. You all retreat. Bai He, Guan Xin commanded. Understood. Bai He, alongside Guan Xin and Li Ryun, plunged into the swirling dust. The next moment, amidst the haze, purple lightning danced menacingly. Chu Yunxuan activated his spirit-piercing eye, peering through the dust to locate the elusive purple lightning ferret, which was being assaulted by several Xiantong realm experts. He unleashed a 10-star martial skill, Celestial Flame. As the ferret momentarily halted its lightning assault, he struck. Boom. The ferret was engulfed in flames, obliterated in an instant, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. What just happened? Jiang furrowed her brow, having seen this technique before. Realizing it was Chu Yunxuan, she turned to him. Hey, Chu Yunxuan. He waved in greeting, Sister Jiang. Wang Xiaomiao chimed in with a cheerful call. Jiang approached. Have you joined the Divine Sun group? Chu Yunxuan queried. Yes. The third group, Jiang replied. Why not join the fourth group? It would have been great if you were in the fourth group, Wang Xiaomiao remarked. Jiang smiled. The third group just invited me, so I accepted. What's this? You didn't join earlier, but now that you've seen me in the Divine Sun group, you decided to follow suit? Am I your role model? Chu Yunxuan teased. Jiang rolled her eyes. Please. I joined because Chu Shui entered a group. We've been rivals since childhood. If she joined, I couldn't possibly fall behind. So Chu Shui is here too? Chu Yunxuan inquired. Aren't you uninterested in her? Jiang retorted. Indeed, he nodded. Despite her beauty and being a top-tier goddess, she was already with someone, which diminished Chu Yunxuan's interest. Why did you join the Divine Sun group? Jiang asked. At that moment, the powerful figures emerged from the dust, and Jiang glanced at Guan Xin. The leader of the fourth group, noting the slight damage to her stockings, a detail that added an unexpected layer to the scene. Then Jiang suddenly realized. Damn it, Chu Yunxuan. Pervert. How could it be? She thought to herself that while it was one thing for Chu Yunxuan to join the Divine Sun group, why did he specifically join the fourth group? The crux of the matter was the leader of the fourth group. Before Chu Yunxuan could respond, Jiang shot him a glare. Get lost. Chu Yunxuan, who just made the move. Li Ruoyun, the leader of the Divine Sun group's third team, inquired. Jiang glanced at Chu Yunxuan, and many others followed suit. As the ones who had just rushed into battle the Thunderbolt Weasel were experts in the Divine Power realm. If their levels were insufficient, they would not be able to intervene and could easily be killed by the Thunderbolt Weasel. At that moment, only Chu Yunxuan beside them was pulsating with energy. Is it you? Li Ruoyun looked at Chu Yunxuan with curiosity. Chu Yunxuan nodded. Wow, everyone was taken aback. Is it really him? No, brother. You're at the 5-star Xiantian realm, and you took down a 10-star Divine Power realm being? What? Brother, don't scare me like that. Now I don't even know what I've been cultivating. How did you manage that? Is it really that outrageous? The experts were equally astonished as they gazed at Chu Yunxuan. Chu Yunxuan smiled and said, It's just a fire attribute martial technique, with considerable power, completely normal. Everyone's lips twitched. Normal? Jiang could only think that these people had never seen the world. This guy had used that very move to annihilate a law-level demon king, let alone the 10-star Thunderbolt Weasel. Guan Xian watched Chu Yunxuan with a beaming smile. What a windfall. Unbelievable. Li Ruyan scratched his head, feeling regretful. What a loss. I was there when we tried to recruit Chu Yunxuan, but Guan Xian snatched him away using underhanded means. If I had known Chu Yunxuan was this extraordinary, I would have definitely brought a few beauties to compete with Guan Xian. What a huge loss. Everyone was in shock as they looked at Chu Yunxuan. Beyond comprehension, 5-star Xiantian realm defeating 10-star divine power realm. How is that possible? It's certainly not normal power, they thought to themselves. Li Ruyan said, Everyone, let us continue. We don't have much time. There is still a vast area that needs to be cleared. Understood. Team 3, follow me. The Heavenly Domain Divine Sun Group, Team 8. Follow me. Jiang Ying turned to Chu Yunxuan and Wang Xiaomiao, saying, I'm off now. After speaking, she followed team leader Li Ruyan away. Xian good. How on earth did you do that? Yu Qianren eagerly asked. Aren't you also able to defeat the Xiantian realm with your Xiantian realm? Chu Yunxuan replied. Yu Qianren scratched his head. I can only defeat my mother. Guan Xian said, All right, let us move on. Yes. Meanwhile, at the rooftop of an apartment building in the center of Tianhai City, a figure stood there, a woman, or more accurately, a half-transformed demon king. Her appearance resembled the law-level demon king, the 1,000-poison blood flood dragon that Chu Yunxuan had previously annihilated. She stood high above. Her serpentine eyes fixated on the distant battle, her tongue not that of a human, but a snake as flickering out. The humans have suddenly launched an offensive, she thought. Worry etched on her face. The city center was enveloped by a barrier of light energy. She had just attempted to break free, but found herself unable to escape. With her 1-star lower realm cultivation, she could not breach the light barrier. Now, with so many powerful humans cleansing the center of Tianhai City, her escape seemed impossible. She was another half-transformed 1,000-poison blood flood dragon, closely related to the one previously killed by Chu Yunxuan. She was both a subordinate and a plaything of the former 1,000-poison blood flood dragon. The death of the other flood dragon was good news for her, especially since she had just advanced to the law realm. Thus, she had become the demon king in the Tianhai City area. Yet, she never anticipated that the humans would suddenly launch such a massive offensive shortly after her ascension. She sensed a group of divine power realm experts, along with 2 human experts of the law realm. She was not their match. If this continued, her death was inevitable. Moreover, she could not reveal herself easily. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly become the primary target for those powerful beings. The 1,000-poison blood flood dragon's eyes narrowed. Someone approaches. She exclaimed. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy footsteps approached. A colossal black earth demon bear emerged. Gather the myriad demons to annihilate the humans. Roar, the earth demon bear bellowed. The 1,000-poison blood flood dragon's plan was straightforward. If these human experts were taken down one by one, all the demon beasts in the city center, including herself, would perish. There was only one solution, to gather all the demon beasts within the light energy barrier and proactively launch an assault against them. Only then could they survive, and perhaps even have a significant chance to eliminate the humans entirely. On the other side, Chu Yunxuan and his companions had just cleared out a horde of demon beasts from a massive supermarket. They then arrived at the rooftop. Wang Xiaomiao glanced at her tablet. Sister Guan, many life forms are converging towards us rapidly. Wang Xiaomiao hurriedly reported. Let me see. Guan Xian leaned in. Chu Yunxuan also looked over. On the screen, a multitude of red dots was densely approaching their location. Guan Xian furrowed her brow. Yu Qianren stood at the edge of the rooftop, pointing downwards. Sister Guan. They're all demon beasts. Chu Yunxuan looked over as well. Throughout the streets and alleys, a multitude of various demon beasts surged towards them. Some demon beasts were darting back and forth along the walls. This scene was particularly terrifying. There's a demon king. Guan Xian's gaze sharpened. Chapter 125. Indeed. The Divine Sun Group is filled with monsters. These demon beasts possessed varying levels of cultivation. The weaker ones barely reached the Xiantian realm, while the stronger ones included numerous divine power realm beings. However, they were not from a single tribe. Over 90% were independent entities. They lived in this city, preying on other demon beasts. It was a natural biological chain, survival of the fittest. The sudden assembly of numerous independent demon beasts could only mean one thing. A demon king had united them. Without the demon king's call, they would scatter and be gradually exterminated by the humans. A signal was sent. Boom, a red signal flare exploded in the sky. Simultaneously, the members of the 3 major factions clearing out the demon beasts turned their attention towards the sky. There's movement. Gather up. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, some rushed out and found the streets teeming with various demon beasts. What is going on? Let us gather first. Shui, don't kill yet. Let us gather. Understood. As they fought their way through the demon beast horde, they rushed towards the signal location. Chu Yunxuan and his group stood at the entrance of the supermarket, and everyone began to converge. From all directions, various demon beasts were charging toward them. Some were being pursued by dozens or even hundreds of demon beasts from behind. Over 100 people gathered there. What is happening? Li Ruoyan asked. It seems a demon king is assembling the demon horde, Shui Chushui replied. Our team can directly confront the demon king, she added. Chu Yunxian turned to the speaker, Shui Chushui. Wow, she is stunning, he thought. No doubt. This woman must be Shui Chushui. He had thought, how much more beautiful can one be? He had seen countless beauties, but upon seeing her for the first time, he was still taken aback by her beauty. She was exquisite, possessing grace and elegance. Fair-skinned and lovely. All right, perhaps he was being narrow-minded. It seemed. Even if she had a man she liked, there was nothing wrong with a little competition, right? Chu Yunxian mused. Little did he know that the one he had inadvertently saved in the demon beast realm was Shui Chushui. Though he could hardly recognize her now as she had been covered in blood at the time. Chushui, let us not rush. The demon king won to escape. The team leader said. Shui Chushui nodded. It was evident that the demon king was gathering the demon horde to eliminate them. Otherwise, if they were taken down one by one, it would only be a matter of time before the demon king met his end. The demon king is likely only newly ascended to the realm of laws, posing no significant threat. However, the sheer number of these demonic beasts is overwhelming, particularly those at the Xiantian and divine ability realms. There is no other option but to engage. This also saves us the trouble of searching through each building one by one. Everyone, let us converge in the center of the road to fight. It's spacious there. The Divine Alliance's teams 1 and 2 will guard the left junction. Teams 3 and 4 secure the right junction. The Celestial Domain will hold the front, while the Judgment Society will cover the rear. Let us slay them. As they charged toward the horde of beasts, their guerrilla tactics transformed into a defensive stance. Encircled by the swarm, the situation had its pros and cons. On one hand, their efficiency increased exponentially. On the other, the pressure intensified dramatically. If they fought methodically, they could maintain vigilance with minimal risk. Yet, being besieged by such a multitude of beasts could lead to grave consequences. The leader of Team 3, Li Ruoyan, and the leader of Team 4, Guan Xian, faced the right junction with their respective teams. Chu Yunxian surveyed the approaching horde on the street, witnessing a multitude of demonic creatures charging forth, some even scaling the walls with alarming speed. Others unleashed various demonic techniques toward them. Zhang Qiu, your primary task is to protect Xiao Miao and Yu Qianren. The spirit martial gun is of little use now, so let them wield it, Guan Xian instructed. Understood, Zhang Qiu replied. Baihe, Chu Yunxian, advance. Chu Yunxian nodded. Got it. With a rush, they summoned their spiritual weapons and surged forward. Yu Qianren and Wang Xiaomiu readied the spirit martial gun, aiming and firing. Boom, boom, boom. With the blazing sunfire sword in hand, Chu Yunxian charged directly into the mass of beasts, dispatching every creature in an instant. Be careful, Guan Xian shouted, watching as he vanished into the throng. The thunder of calamity erupted within the horde, obliterating over 20 demonic beasts in a single blast. My goodness, how terrifying. Li Ruoyan was left astonished, recognizing that Chu Yunxian, at the Xiantian Fifth Realm, should have faced certain death in such a scenario, surrounded by numerous Xiantian and even divine ability beasts. Yet, it appeared as if he were playing a game with an invincible cheat, effortlessly annihilating the creatures with ease. How absurd. Jiang Ying, who had dashed forward, also exhibited remarkable prowess. Shadow Prison. He conjured several shadow prisons, ensnaring a multitude of beasts. His dagger soared through the air, multiplying into a flurry of blades that detonated upon impact, wreaking havoc. Wu Qing Tangling, a member from Team 3, unleashed powerful wood attributes, ensnaring a swarm of beasts with vines. Suddenly, Jiang Ying moved like a specter, darting among the ensnared creatures. Upon landing, he flicked his wrist, and the beasts erupted in a cascade of destruction. Impressive, Chu Yunxian mused, lamenting the absence of a simultaneous annihilation system to reap rewards. Baihe, wielding a massive sword, charged into the fray, creating sparks as the blade scraped the ground. Fire God Slash. He leaped, engulfed in flames, and descended with tremendous force, shaking the earth and sending numerous beasts flying. Is this really happening? Chu Yunxian pondered, incredulous at the sight of Baihe, a slender man in a suit, wielding a sword that was double the size of a typical weapon. To an unknowing onlooker, he might seem like a hulking brute. Baihe, be cautious. There are several divine ability beasts, Guan Xian cautioned. Baihe adjusted his glasses, reflecting the moonlight. Understood. In the next moment, his frail frame erupted with muscle, tearing through his clothing. Seriously? The Divine Alliance truly is a collection of oddities. Chu Yunxuan exclaimed, pondering Zhang Qiu's abilities, which had yet to reveal themselves as extraordinary. As he rejoined the fray, he realized the variety of beasts was staggering, with many capable of utilizing martial techniques for ranged assaults. This chaotic battle demanded utmost focus from each warrior, as they were surrounded by demons on all sides, requiring vigilance from every direction to avoid sudden attacks. The members of Teams 3 and 4 radiated white and red light, their strength and speed amplified by Wang Xiaomiao's divine light. With a swift motion, Chu Yunxuan teleported to a higher vantage point, gazing down at the horde. Space compression. The air around a cluster of beasts seemed to constrict, crushing them together until they were suffocated. Thunder calamity. Dozens of lightning bolts rained down, instantaneously obliterating any beast struck by the thunder. With his hundredfold power system, Chu Yunxuan's might was unparalleled. My goodness, what is happening? Li Ruoyun stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how even Xiantian and several divine ability beasts could be annihilated in an instant by someone of the Xiantian fifth realm. The battle raged on, intensifying with each passing moment. The elite members of the three major factions showcased their formidable prowess, despite the numerical disadvantage. As time passed, the number of beasts dwindled, and the pressure began to ease. Are you all right? Any injuries? Guan Xian inquired as the members of Team 4 regrouped. All good. No worries, they replied, reassuring her. All right then, she nodded. Suddenly, a distant shout echoed. Wang Yun. They glanced over, sighing collectively as it became evident that someone had fallen in battle. In this brutal confrontation, it was only natural that injuries and sacrifices would occur, given the ferocity of the beast assault. Even the strongest among them could fall. After taking a moment to recuperate their spiritual energy and stamina, they prepared for the final confrontation against the Demon King. Let us move swiftly, Li Ruoyan suggested. Team 4 has found a treasure, he added, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Indeed, Guan Xian smiled, casting a glance at Chu Yunxuan. Let us team up to hunt for the Demon King, she proposed. Agreed, Guan Xian nodded. We must split up to cover more ground. Although it's dangerous. The Demon King could be well hidden given its power. Let us go, and recover as we move, she instructed. With that, the members of Teams 3 and 4 advanced, while the other factions dispersed to seek the Demon King. Xiaomiao, can you sense the Demon King's presence? Guan Xian asked. Wang Xiaomiao shook her head, stating that there were none in the vicinity. If the Demon King had concealed itself, it would be quite challenging to locate. The Demon King must be hiding, Li Ruoyan remarked. They would encounter sporadic demon beasts, but their initial reaction was always to flee. Walking side by side, Chu Yunxuan and Jiang Ying engaged in conversation. Could you introduce Sichixu? Chu Yunxuan inquired. Jiang Ying retorted, get lost. Were you not the one who previously rejected her introduction? Now you want me to introduce her willingly? Jiang Ying bit her silver teeth, feeling extremely displeased. Although she had no prior relationship with Chu Yunxuan, his words now irked her, especially given their close bond. How shameless of him. Hadn't he just seen her? She was indeed quite beautiful. Chu Yunxuan grinned. Get lost. Rest assured, even if you win her over, you may not be the primary partner, but your status will surely surpass hers, right? Jiang Ying exclaimed in frustration. I truly want to eliminate this shameless scoundrel. Get lost. Don't bother her. She has only just stepped out and has no intention of seeking a boyfriend. But didn't you say she has someone she likes? I can compete. I have confidence, he replied. Get lost. Chu Yunxuan shook his head helplessly. Women are indeed hypocritical. On the surface, they appear to be good friends. Yet they do not genuinely care for each other's happiness, only wishing to monopolize a good man like me. Jiang Ying exclaimed, can you just go away? Up ahead. Nua remarked quietly as the two continued their playful banter. Li Ruoyan asked, are they really a couple? Wang Xiaomiao nodded repeatedly, confirming, yes, they are indeed a couple. This little couple being in the same group might not be a good thing, Li Ruoyan chuckled. Indeed, he replied. I estimate the main force is likely on its way. We must swiftly deal with the Demon King. Once we eliminate it, we can directly return to Tianhua City. Yes, the Demon King is surely hiding now. We must figure out how to find it. Wang Xiaomiao focused intently on the screen, stating, there are still numerous life forms in the vicinity. If the Demon King is concealed, even if we detect it, it will likely appear similar to other ordinary demon beasts. Then let's find them one by one. Our only task now is to locate the Demon King, Chu Yunxuan suggested, pointing in a direction. It may be over there. How do you know? With his spirit eye, Chu Yunxuan could perceive the flow of spiritual energy, something modern instruments could not achieve. Under his spirit eye's influence, he noticed that the spiritual energy in that direction was particularly pronounced. It was a special ability, though uncertain. Let us take a look, after all. We are currently searching aimlessly, he concluded. Following Chu Yunxuan, they quickened their pace toward one direction. Chu Yunxuan halted before an apartment building. Stop. Is this the place? A member from Group 3 inquired. Chu Yunxuan nodded affirmatively. Wang Xiaomiao confirmed, this apartment building has indeed registered a life form. Let us see if it's really here. Several individuals, including Bai He, gathered and focused their martial techniques. With a thunderous crash, the martial arts were unleashed upon the apartment building, which collapsed in ruins. However, once the dust settled, there was no sign of movement. The building has fallen. Why isn't anyone coming out? Wang Xiaomiao glanced at the screen and stated, the life form is beneath the rubble. Chapter 127. He is Chu Yunxuan? There was no sound, and the life form being trapped beneath the ruins indicated that it had not fled but was buried under the debris. Moreover, they had not sensed the release of spiritual energy. Why? Let us pull it out first, they decided. Subsequently, everyone unleashed various martial techniques toward the debris. Finally, a figure surged from the ruins into the void. The Demon King, blood-venomous serpent. The crowd's pupils constricted. It was indeed the Demon King. Why was it pretending to be dead? Jiang Ying was bewildered. Chu Yunxuan speculated. One possibility is that it knows if it reveals itself, it will certainly perish. Thus, it feigned death, allowing the ruins to bury it, betting on our departure, as it must be aware that we humans cannot linger here for too long. Since it cannot break through the light barrier, remaining hidden is its only chance of survival. At such a level, its intelligence was no different from that of a human. You all stay behind. Those in the divine passage realm come with me. Li Ruoyan commanded, immediately pursuing. Xiaomiao signal. Guan Xian followed suit. Whoosh. Chu Yunxuan and Zhang Ying sped off as well. I'm coming too. Yu Qianren exclaimed. What are you doing, Yu Qianren? Let me join. No. Your abilities are suited for close combat. As a Rule Realm Demon King, it doesn't need to engage you directly. It could easily eliminate you. Upon hearing this, Yu Qianren halted. Wang Xiaomiao sent a signal. On the other side, the group chased after the Demon King. This Demon King was quite cunning. The highest realms among the pursuers were Guan Xian and Li Ruoyan, yet they were merely at the 9th and 10th stars in the Divine Passage realm respectively. The Demon King had no intention of engaging in battle. The reason was simple. It understood that once it released its aura, the others would come rushing in, and it would be doomed. Additionally, it noticed that a signal had already been sent. Therefore, its immediate reaction was to swiftly distance itself from the signal's source. Had it not feared the presence of two other formidable Rule Realm human experts, it would have attacked long ago. Spatial barrier. Chu Yunxuan's speed surged dramatically. Bang! The blood-venomous serpent collided heavily against the spatial barrier but did not shatter it. Although Chu Yunxuan's system amplified his power 100-fold, this strength was not merely brute force. The might of his martial techniques was also enhanced 100 times. This power could be understood as an effect, regardless of the spatial blockade or any other aspect. The effectiveness was increased 100-fold. After this enhancement, coupled with Chu Yunxuan's mastery of spatial attributes, even a Rule Realm Demon King could not easily break free. What? The blood-venomous serpent's pupils constricted. Spatial barrier. Once more, Chu Yunxuan executed another spatial blockade to ensnare it. Ugh! The terrifying power of the Rule Realm erupted from the blood-venomous serpent, crashing against the barrier. However, against the first impact, the barrier merely developed a small crack. What level of spatial power is this? The pursuers were all stunned. A 5th star in the mysterious sky realm, and the Demon King cannot break free? Spatial explosion. A resounding boom echoed. The space surrounding the blood-venomous serpent detonated, and its bloody body fell to the ground. Li Ruoyan and the others gaped in astonishment. Although Jiang Ying had witnessed Chu Yunxuan defeat a Rule Realm Demon King before, she still could not comprehend how he accomplished it. Just as now, she remained baffled by how Chu Yunxuan, at the 5th star in the mysterious sky realm, managed to seal off a Rule Realm and cause a spatial explosion that left it severely wounded. They were all utterly bewildered. Subsequently, the group rushed forward. The blood-venomous serpent, stripped of its combat capabilities, was swiftly slain. The Rule Realm Demon King has perished just like that? A member from Group 3 was left dumbfounded. Wasn't this supposed to be a bloody battle? Even if our 2 Rule Realm experts joined, it wouldn't be easy. Goodness. Sister Guan. What kind of monster is that brother of yours in Group 4? Your Group 4 is truly extraordinary. No wonder the Divine Alliance's higher-ups specifically dispatched him to Tianhua City. Stop the flattery. Chu Yunxuan is originally from Tianhua City, having just joined Group 4. Chu Yunxuan? Isn't he the one who risked his life to save an entire class at Tianhua University? Impressive. I'm not envious anymore. Li Ruoyan said, Zhao Meng. Go retrieve the demon crystal and give it to brother Chu Yunxuan. Understood. Leaderly, I won T-hold back then, Chu Yunxuan chuckled. We relied on you to spare us a great deal of trouble. Without your effortless defeat of the Demon King, we might have faced unnecessary losses, Li Ruiyun remarked. Zhao Meng tossed the crystal to Chu Yunxuan. Brother, catch. Thank you. How did you manage that? Are you at the 5th level of the Xiantian realm? A male student inquired, patting Chu Yunxuan's shoulder. Chu Yunxuan laughed. Indeed. That was a Demon King at the level of rules, and you took him out in a second? Besides, you sealed his space. That seems improbable. Chu Yunxuan explained. The Spirit Seal Stone contains the power of strong individuals. Just now, it allowed my strength to surge to the level of the rules. Oh, so that's how it is. That is quite impressive. Only Jiang Ying, Guan Xian, and a few others looked at Chu Yunxuan with confusion. The Spirit Seal Stone? He is truly extraordinary. They were unsure how to articulate their thoughts. At that moment, a group rushed over. What happened? Where's the Demon King? Leader Li, did the Demon King escape? They all questioned. Li Ruiyun pointed to a spot not far away. Look, it's lying over there. Many people gathered around. What? The 1,000 poison blood flood dragon is dead? Really? I didn't hear much commotion. Wait, Leader Guan. Leader Li, you both from the Divine Sun team don't have anyone at the rules level, yet you defeated it in a higher tier? Is that really true? Shouldn't it have been a fierce battle? I didn't hear much noise, and it hasn't been long since the signal was sent. Guan Xian smiled and said, it's mainly because the members of my Divine Sun team are exceptionally capable. Li Ruoyan nodded. You all must believe me, it's true. Brother Chu Yunxuan is remarkably extraordinary. Chu Yunxuan, the one who was at the 6th star of the Xiantian realm and defeated a Xiantian with one blow? Now he is at the 5th star of the Xiantian realm, defeating a rules level in one strike. The crowd was left in shock. Who is this Brother Chu Yunxuan? Someone asked. Come here, come here. Guan Xian waved at Chu Yunxuan. Everyone turned their attention to him. Hello everyone. I'm a newcomer from the 4th team of the Divine Sun group. Please take care of me, Chu Yunxuan said, scratching his head with an awkward smile. Among the crowd, a figure was also focused on Chu Yunxuan. However, when she saw him, her pupils slightly contracted and her body trembled. Chapter 128. Sister, are you also obsessed with looks? During this time, the memory of that night had been lingering in Chu Yunxuan's mind. She could never forget that moment, or rather, she forced herself to never forget. It had even become her inner demon. She had tried to find the person's family but had been unable to do so. To this day, she still did not know who that person was. All she had was the memory of that individual from that night. At first, Chu Yunxuan could not escape the profound guilt. Later, after some guidance from Jiang Ying and others, she joined the 1st team of the Divine Sun group. Since she could not do anything else, she decided to slay more demon beasts. Although she was responsible for that person's demise, it was the demon beasts that ultimately killed him. Yet, she never expected that as everyone's attention was drawn to that person, she too would look over. The figure that had been haunting her thoughts stood not far from her. Chu Yunxuan's red lips moved slightly. She took a step forward but halted. Is it really him? She murmured in disbelief, even though she was inwardly certain it was him. She questioned how he could have survived that night, when he was only at the Xiantian realm while the spectral evil tiger was at the divine power realm. No. Regardless of the odds, the person before me must be him. Chu Yunxuan's body trembled slightly. Hey, what is wrong with you? Jiang Ying approached and asked. Jiang Ying was very familiar with Chu Yunxuan. She had never seen her in such a state. Chu Yunxuan snapped back to reality. She pointed at Chu Yunxuan in the distance. Jiang Ying glanced over and said, Chu Yunxuan, didn't I mention him to you before? Don't let his 5th level of the Xiantian realm fool you. He indeed killed the Demon King. Previously, he also took down the 1,000 poison blood flood dragon in an instant. I'm not sure how he did it, but it's truly astonishing. Jiang Ying looked at Chu Yunxuan, noticing her gaze still fixed on Chu Yunxuan. What is going on? Chu Yunxuan wouldn't have a crush on him, would she? He is indeed extraordinarily handsome, but she is Chu Yunxuan. Sister, are you really obsessed with looks? Have you developed feelings for him? Jiang Ying asked, bewildered. Chu Yunxuan regained her composure. I think he. Before she could finish, Jiang Ying waved to Chu Yunxuan. Hey, come here for a moment. Chu Yunxuan looked over. Upon seeing him glance her way, Chu Yunxuan immediately displayed a flustered expression. She was uncertain of her feelings and what to say, feeling particularly uneasy. Chu Yunxuan noticed the stunning beauty of Chu Yunxuan, and, with Jiang Ying waving nearby, he certainly approached. What is up? He asked, turning his gaze to Chu Yunxuan. Chu Yunxuan could not meet his eyes. Let us go. She tugged at Jiang Ying's sleeve, whispering. Jiang Ying thought, what is going on with Chu Yunxuan? What is this reaction? She had never seen Chu Yunxuan like this. She was usually so composed. Hello, beautiful Chu Yunxuan. You truly live up to your name. Chu Yunxuan greeted her warmly, extending his hand. Jiang Ying couldn't help but feel exasperated. What a shameless guy. He just gets so forward when he sees a beauty. Chu Yunxuan was flustered. Her eyes, expression, and every action were typically cold and quiet. Yet at this moment, she was anything but composed. Hello. Chu Yunxuan extended her hand to shake Chu Yunxuan's. Jiang Ying's mouth twitched. You're Chu Yunxuan. A boy extends his hand to you, and you actually shake it? Chu Yunxuan was taken aback. What? Is this the legendary Ice Queen Chu Yunxuan? Yet, he thought, wow, her hand feels incredible. This woman is truly stunning, beyond comparison. He felt somewhat uncomfortable realizing that even if he successfully won her over, it would always feel strange knowing this Ice Queen had feelings for another man. Hey, how long are you going to hold on? Can you let go? Jiang Ying glared at Chu Yunxuan. She hasn't said anything. Why are you rushing? Chu Yunxuan replied. Let go. Jiang Ying insisted. Chu Yunxuan finally released Chu Yunxuan's hand, and she confirmed to herself, it is him. Or at least, he looks exactly like him. Chu Yunxuan. Come here. Guan Xin called out. Okay, I'm coming. Chu Yunxuan responded as he walked over. Chu Yunxuan's gaze was fixated on him. It must be him. He is alive. This is wonderful. Jiang Ying eyed Chu Yunxuan suspiciously. Hey, what is wrong with you? Your eyes are red. Jiang Ying asked, clearly puzzled. She had not considered that possibility, or rather, like Zichixu, she had never believed that a practitioner at the profound body realm could survive in such circumstances. Zichixu shook her head slightly, about to speak when suddenly, the sounds of gunfire erupted around them, growing increasingly louder. The energy barrier dissipated, and a large troop was advancing. Everyone turned their gaze in that direction. Swiftly, warriors from the three major factions rushed in from all sides, gathering at this spot. Deputy Commander, Commander, Minister. The crowd assembled by their respective units. What is the situation in the city center? It seems there are no more beastly creatures. Minister Qin Feng of the Divine Sun Group looked towards Guan Xin and Li Riyun, inquiring. Yes, most have been dealt with, and a beast king has also been eliminated. We can retreat. Well done. This operation was particularly successful, with losses minimized, Qin Feng nodded. However, we also have some sacrifices, he sighed. Sacrifices are inevitable. More and more people gathered here, and soon, the armies of the three major factions gradually came into view. Report. The Third Army of the Divine Alliance has completed its mission. Report. The Fifth Army of the Divine Alliance has completed its mission. Report. The Second Army of the Tribunal has completed its mission. The leaders of the various factions in Tianhua City nodded in acknowledgement. Everyone assemble. The mission is complete. Prepare to return to Tianhua City. Yes. The commander ordered. Set up the return spatial array. Yes. At that moment, a person rushed over in haste. Commander, we have detected several life forms approaching at an extremely rapid speed. What? The commander glanced at the instrument. Several red dots were rapidly closing in on them. A moment ago, they were 10 kilometers away. Now, it was only 6 kilometers. Such speed. Suddenly, on the screen, the few red dots that had been rapidly approaching were now accompanied by a multitude of densely packed red dots appearing at the edge of detection. This is bad. Chapter 129, Under the Demon God, Heavenly Bloodbat King. Simply based on the data displayed on the screen, one could deduce that a large number of beasts were swiftly converging from all directions to encircle them. The closest ones were approaching at an even faster speed. At this rate, several kilometers per second. Quite exaggerated. At least they are beast kings. The president of the Tribunal of Tianhua City said, frowning. Hurry. Accelerate the process. Activate the spatial array. The commander of the Divine Alliance shouted. However, the next moment, several terrifying presences charged in from the horizon. Heavenly Sovereign. Feeling these formidable auras, the commander's pupils constricted sharply. It was an overwhelming and suffocating force. Quick. Enter the spatial array. Chu Yunxuan frowned. Beside him, Guan Xin glanced towards the distant horizon, her expression changing. Heavenly Sovereign. This is bad. Want to escape? Too late. A furious roar echoed from the horizon. Subsequently, a figure crashed heavily into the crowd, causing the ground to tremble. A tremendous sound erupted, accompanied by an overwhelmingly terrifying force. Dust billowed. The crowd was filled with terror. When the dust settled, thousands of corpses lay strewn about, and a massive pit appeared in their midst. Then, a figure emerged, dragging a soldier from the Divine Alliance. Slowly walking out. With a slight twist of his hand, the soldier's neck was snapped. Simultaneously, 3 other figures descended, not before them but at the distant gathering of soldiers. From afar, the area where many soldiers were gathered erupted with cries of anguish. Dust swirled. The 3 figures rampaged through the distant troops, indiscriminately slaughtering. The surroundings fell into chaos in an instant. The soldiers, even the warriors, could hardly make out the shadows of their assailants. Armed with weapons, they were powerless to retaliate. their eyes filled with terror as they watched their comrades fall in a gory mess. No, no. A soldier's face reflected sheer horror. The next moment, a figure appeared behind him. He gulped, slowly lowering his head. A hand pierced through his chest from behind. The three major factions, along with their hundreds of thousands of troops, were thrown into disarray in an instant. You all retreat. The commander bellowed angrily, then leaped forward, charging toward the man before him with immense force. Seek death. The man's eyes narrowed, and he roared back at the advancing commander. His roar echoed like a tiger's roar. In an instant, sand and stones flew, skyscrapers collapsed. The Russian commander could not even approach him. Blood spewed forth, and he was sent flying into the crowd. Commander! Everyone was astonished. Cough, cough. The commander, spitting blood, stood up. Heavenly Sovereign. 10 stars. The commander's pupils constricted. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in a commotion. 10 stars of Heavenly Sovereign. They stared wide-eyed at the figure before them. In the distance, the cries of soldiers still echoed. For Heavenly Sovereigns, they displayed expressions of horror. At this moment, a multitude of beasts surged in from all directions, crashing into the army and beginning their slaughter and tearing. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Everyone rushed towards the spatial array. However, a bolt of black lightning descended from the sky. The spatial array, along with the thousands of people nearby, was instantly reduced to ashes. This is bad. The spatial array has been destroyed. Fight back. Attack. Members of the Divine Sun Group, the Heavenly Sun Group, and other powerful individuals joined the fray. At this moment, in the void above, a figure flapped its sturdy black wings, standing in the sky, surveying everything below. The commander looked up at the formidable demon clan figure and seemed to recognize something. Zui Qing, Commander Jiang, Commander Qin Feng, it's good to see you both. In the void, the figure regarded Commander Jiang Wenzhou and Minister Qin Feng with a nonchalant tone, laced with mockery. Cough, cough. Commander Jiang Wenzhou stood up, his eyes narrowing slightly. He extended his hand, condensing a flow of energy, and a sword materialized in his grasp. Zui Qing, this is bad. Beside Chu Yunxuan, Guan Xian's pupils constricted. Who is it? Chu Yunxuan asked. Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Bloodbat King Zui Qing, one of the 8 demon kings under the 5th demon god temple. Chu Yunxuan furrowed his brow. For Heavenly Sovereigns, 1 Heavenly Emperor, countless beasts. Someone has leaked information. Indeed. Guan Xian nodded. In this operation, only a few commanders, the Divine Sun Group, the Heavenly Sun Group, and the elite members of the tribunal were aware. Although hundreds of thousands were deployed, only a few hundred knew the operation beforehand. Moreover, only members of the Divine Sun Group, who risked their lives for humanity, were aware. Others only learned of the mission upon arriving. The 5th demon god temple is extremely far from here. They wouldn't have arrived so quickly without prior information. They are setting a trap. Using the inconsequential beasts of Tianhai City as bait, they plan to annihilate all here. There is only one possibility. There is a traitor among the commanders of Tianhua City, one capable of contacting the 5th demon god temple. This can only mean one thing. The 5th demon god temple has had its pawn, the heavenly bloodbat king Zui Qing, here for years. Zui Qing unfurled his wings, and a blood-red light stained the entire sky. This crimson light converged into a barrier similar to an energy shield, enveloping the vast space around them. Zui Qing, standing in the void, spoke with a calm demeanor. None of you will leave alive. With that, he transformed his hands into claw-like shapes. Countless beams of blood light descended from the heavens like a swarm of missiles, raining down upon the troops below with terrifying force. Wang Xiaomiao, Qin Feng uttered a name. Ah, relay to the Provincial Divine Alliance. We have a traitor among us. Whoever returns alive is the traitor. Understood. Qin Feng's gaze hardened as he addressed everyone. This time, it is our fault. A traitor has emerged among us, and facing such a formidable enemy, survival seems impossible. He then roared, but even in death, we must showcase the fierce spirit of our human race. Everyone, heed my command. At all costs, killing one is not a loss. Killing 2 is a gain. Kill, kill, kill. Qin Feng, Commander Jiang Wenzhou shouted. Here they come. With that, the 2 of them charged towards the figure of Zui Qing above in the void. Both were at the celestial venerable level. Although their opponent was at the divine emperor level, if they did not confront him, who would? It appeared they were on the brink of annihilation. Reinforcements would arrive too late. They needed reinforcements of divine emperor caliber. I never anticipated dying at the hands of a traitor. Jiang Ying gritted her silver teeth and joined the fray. Chu Shui stood still, biting her red lip as she glanced at Chu Yunxuan, thinking that she had not yet had the chance to properly thank him before such calamity struck. Was there no opportunity left? The ground beneath her feet frosted over as she too joined the chaotic battle. I'm so sorry, just when I brought you in. It's about to end. Guan Xian looked at Chu Yunxuan with a hint of regret before her figure was enveloped in swirling black light. Whoosh, she dashed into the throng of demon beasts. Chu Yunxuan surveyed the surrounding chaos. And his eyes narrowed slightly. That could not be the case. Chapter 130. What the heck? There are still experts. The situation before him was essentially a reversal of fortunes. Previously, they had trapped the demon beasts in the city center within an energy barrier. Now, the human race found themselves ensnared by the likes of the heavenly bloodbat emperor and the fifth demon deity's beasts. It was evident that they were using the insignificant demon beasts of Tianhai City to lure the human race, aiming to annihilate their hundreds of thousands of troops. With such a disparity in power, it would not be long before they all perished. Reinforcements were also not forthcoming, and with the presence of the divine emperor-level heavenly bloodbat emperor, it seemed like a certain death for all. However, the only variable was Chu Yunxuan. Within the second system S shop lay a Celestial Venerable card. Celestial Venerable card, upon redemption, grants 1-minute possession of Celestial Venerable Level 1 cultivation. Consumption of system points, 10 million, redeemable once in a lifetime. Yet, Chu Yunxuan hesitated to redeem it, for he would have to part with 10 million system points. Besides, he had another trump card. Chu Yunxuan extended his hand, the spatial ring shimmering, revealing a crystal stone in his palm. During their time in the spirit realm, Huang Qinli of the Kill Alliance had been extorted by Chu Yunxuan for this spirit seal stone to prevent him from following. Shattering the spirit seal stone would grant him temporary celestial venerable cultivation. Facing the current situation, even with celestial venerable power, he was still doomed. But what if he combined it with the 100-fold power system? Crack! Chu Yunxuan shattered the spirit seal stone. Whoosh! A surge of power erupted from him. What? The chaotic battlefield drew the attention of many to this scene. Chu Yunxuan? Jiang Ying turned her head, her dark brows furrowing. Then, an immense aura erupted from Chu Yunxuan. Celestial Venerable. Shi Chu Shui was taken aback. Celestial Venerable? The Spirit Seal Stone? Guan Xian's brow furrowed. Is this what it means to be a Celestial Venerable? Chu Yunxuan flashed a grin, gripping the Yang flame sword tightly. Whoosh! In the next moment, he dashed towards the nearest Celestial Venerable Demon Lord with astounding speed. Die! The Celestial Venerable Level 10 powerhouse gathered energy for a punch, causing the ground around him to tremble. He charged towards the president of the Tianhua City Judgment Association. The president was also a Celestial Venerable, but only at level 2. In the face of a level 10 opponent, he was indeed outmatched. Damn! His eyes narrowed as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, steeling himself to confront the challenge. However, at that moment, a figure flickered before him. Huh? The president of the Judgment Association stared in astonishment at the silhouette. There stood Chu Yunxuan, also throwing a punch in response. No, brother. That's a Celestial Venerable Level 10. Guan Xian exclaimed. You used the Spirit Seal Stone to attain Level 1 Celestial Venerable status. You can't just go and confront a Level 10. Level 1 Celestial Venerable? You're seeking death. The Demon Lord's eyes narrowed. Bang! The two punches collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that annihilated everything around them. In the midst of the dust, a figure was sent hurtling away at astonishing speed. The president of the Judgment Association was stunned. Everyone who had been watching Chu Yunxuan was equally dumbfounded. In the next moment, Chu Yunxuan vanished, only to reappear above the level 10 Celestial Venerable Demon Lord, descending with a kick. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated as the ground shook violently. Then, Chu Yunxuan emerged from the dust, holding the corpse of the level 10 Celestial Venerable Demon Lord. Everyone. What? This scene instantly captured the attention of both human and demon onlookers. The level 10 Celestial Venerable Demon Lord had been instantly slain? What? Chu Yunxuan? What the hell? There are still experts? Above in the void, the heavenly bloodbat emperor's eyes narrowed as he fixated on Chu Yunxuan below. At the same time, Chu Yunxuan looked up at him. Damn it, standing up there like you're so impressive, get down here. With a sudden motion, Chu Yunxuan flung the corpse of the level 10 Celestial Venerable at the heavenly bloodbat emperor. Although it seemed like he merely tossed the body, anyone struck would indeed lose half their life. The heavenly bloodbat emperor slowly extended his hand, a veil of crimson mist forming before him. Despite being taken aback by Chu Yunxuan's ability to kill a level 10 Celestial Venerable, who was he? The second star of the Divine Emperor level. One of the 8 demon lords under the 5th demon deity. How could he regard a mere Celestial Venerable with any importance? Yet, bang! The corpse of the level 10 Celestial Venerable crashed through the blood mist he had conjured. The heavenly bloodbat emperor's pupils constricted. Bang! The body struck him heavily, sending him flying. As he landed, he wiped the blood from his mouth, staring at Chu Yunxuan in disbelief. What? The onlookers were equally stunned. Commander Zhang Wenzhou and the leader of the Divine Sun Group stood on the ground, blood at their lips, gazing in disbelief at the unfolding scene. There are experts. They turned their attention back to Chu Yunxuan. Everyone else was at the celestial venerable level, and he was only at level 1. How could he inflict harm on a divine emperor level 2? Yet, regardless of the circumstances, the seemingly certain demise had transformed into a glimmer of hope. What? Xiaomiao. Amplify him. Guan Xin hastily shouted. Oh. Wang Xiaomiao snapped back to reality as red and white radiance enveloped Chu Yunxuan. Bang! In the next moment, Chu Yunxuan propelled himself off the ground, shattering it beneath him, and charged towards the heavenly bloodbat emperor, Zuoqing, with a body electrified by thunder. A celestial venerable. Do you think you can defy the heavens? Zuoqing's eyes narrowed. He roared, spreading his wings wide. Simultaneously, a multitude of humans and even demon beasts had their blood drained and converged towards him. His pupils turned blood red. Zuoqing clenched his right fist. A massive surge of red blood light surging to meet Chu Yunxuan. The forces collided, creating a devastating shockwave that obliterated everything in its vicinity. All surrounding individuals retreated further away. As the dust settled, they stared in awe. The right arm of the heavenly bloodbat emperor, Zuoqing, hung limply at an odd angle, as if it had been severed. At this moment, the heavenly bloodbat emperor no longer dared to underestimate Chu Yunxuan. He is at the second star of the divine emperor realm. How could he possibly contend in strength against the first star of the celestial sovereign realm? Moreover, the first star of the celestial sovereign realm was forcibly activated by him using the spirit seal stone. Chu Yunxuan was somewhat aware of his own capabilities. The first star of the celestial sovereign realm boasts a 100-fold increase in power, and he had only just reached the divine emperor realm. The reason he held the advantage in strength against the second star of the divine emperor realm lay in his release of the golden element and the first layer of the heavenly transformation sealing technique. Then, a terrifying aura began to rise from Chu Yunxuan. The fifth layer of the heavenly transformation sealing technique. His realm surged directly by 5 stars. The 7 emotions, rage. A purple glow enveloped Chu Yunxuan. Thunder, tribulation. He pointed his sword to the heavens. Rumble. The heavens above transformed dramatically, coalescing into a massive vortex, within which countless bolts of lightning flickered. Subsequently, innumerable bolts of lightning descended from the sky, converging upon the blade of Chu Yunxuan's sword. This exemplified the disparity in realms. Though both were thunder tribulations, the manifestation of celestial phenomena was evoked by his current condition. This was ominous. Left Qing's pupils narrowed. He felt a sense of trepidation from this overwhelming force. However, he was a divine emperor. With wings unfurled, an equally terrifying power erupted forth. Above Left Qing, half the sky was drenched in blood red. Meanwhile, above Chu Yunxuan, half the sky crackled with lightning. Left Qing could not believe this was happening. He roared in fury. Directing his fist skyward, blood light surged downward, gathering around him. Retreat. The commander, Zhang Wenzhou, shouted. The collision of their moves would be particularly extraordinary. Swish, one enveloped in thunder, the other shrouded in blood mist, the two charged towards each other. Chapter 131. Is that what you call a demon emperor? Boom. Boom. A tremendous sound resonated. Surrounding structures were instantly engulfed by the terrifying force, reduced to ashes. What was happening? In the distance, the crowd watched in shock as dust filled the air. Suddenly, the blood-red barrier that had confined everyone shattered instantly. The crowd, swish, a winged figure, red as blood, emerged from the dust. What? The crowd's pupils contracted. Just when everyone thought the bloodbat emperor, Left Qing, was unharmed, that figure sent a powerful beast of the celestial sovereign realm, who was momentarily stunned, flying. Is that what you call a demon emperor? Chu Yunxuan's voice emerged from the dust. At this moment, the crowd looked again. The bloodbat emperor, Left Qing, had a wing partially severed. One arm was missing, and his body was covered in blood. It seemed he was already done for. The crowd? Everyone wore a bewildered expression. He is dead? That was the bloodbat emperor, one of the 8 demon emperors under the demon god. Just like that, he perished? Holy moly. That guy. My goodness. It was not that they had never seen the world. Some humans had previously defeated divine emperors, or even killed them while being celestial sovereigns. But how could it be so effortless? That was a divine emperor. Moreover, one of the 8 demon emperors. Just like that? How absurd. In truth, even with Chu Yunxuan's 100-fold power amplification, killing Left Qing would not have been so simple. However, Left Qing had likely grown accustomed to invincibility. Chu Yunxuan, appearing as only a first star of the celestial sovereign realm, had completely bewildered him. Even after 2 setbacks, he still failed to regard Chu Yunxuan seriously. After all, he had witnessed Chu Yunxuan use the spirit seal stone to elevate his cultivation. How could he possibly take seriously someone who was inherently weak and had gained celestial sovereign strength in a short time using the Spirit Seal Stone? The Bloodbat Emperor undoubtedly still had vast reserves of power yet to be unleashed. Yet, he was already too late. In that previous strike, the 100-fold amplification, along with the enhancement from the heavenly transformation sealing technique and the doubled power from the first layer of the 7 emotions of rage, had led to his instant demise. The 2 surviving celestial sovereign beasts narrowed their pupils. They stared in terror at Chu Yunxuan. My goodness, their heads were gone. What business did they have fighting anymore? Wasn't he this courting death? Retreat. Swish, they sped towards the horizon. Yet, they were quite clever, fleeing in 2 separate directions. In an instant, the situation reversed once more. The demon beasts scattered in flight. Space was sealed. Bang! One fleeing demon lord crashed heavily against the sealed spatial barrier. Space shattered. Boom! A massive sound echoed. His body disintegrated into countless particles. Simultaneously, Chu Yunxuan burst forth from the dust, pursuing another fleeing demon lord who had vanished from sight. Hey, Chu Yunxuan, don't chase after them, Guan Xian shouted. However, Chu Yunxuan had already disappeared. This is bad. The power of the Spirit Seal Stone would not last much longer. If his powers faded while he was in pursuit, he would revert to merely the mystical heaven realm. He would be in trouble. I'll take a look, Commander Jiang. You handle things here, Qin Feng said before darting towards the horizon. Swish, Jiang Ying also pursued. Jiang Ying, Li Ruoyan called out. Wait, Shichu Shui, what are you doing? A group leader shouted. Jiang Wenzhou called out. Everyone, check the injured and clear the area. Yes. The Godson group set up a spatial formation. Yes. The crowd, still shaken, gazed towards the horizon, the direction in which Chu Yunxuan had vanished. Holy moly, I never expected to survive. This is simply outrageous. Who is that guy? He used the Spirit Seal Stone to grant himself celestial sovereign strength, which I can comprehend, but I still cannot fathom how he, a first star of the celestial sovereign realm, could so easily dispatch Left Qing, a second star of the divine emperor realm. Isn't this the Chu Yunxuan who could defeat the mystical heaven realm with a single strike? Holy moly! Is it truly this unbelievable? He saved the lives of hundreds of thousands. This time, Chu Yunxuan has achieved great merit. Guan Xian mused. Hundreds of thousands of lives. Zhang Qiu remarked. Bai He adjusted his glasses, saying, however, it is quite strange. The disparity in power between a first star of the celestial sovereign realm and a second star of the divine emperor realm is 100-fold. Even with some power amplification, how could he possibly bridge such a gap? Let's not dwell on that for now. Hurry and check the injured. Yes. Meanwhile, on another front, BYD, there are still spatial powers? Chu Yunxuan sensed the escaping strong presence, a surge of spatial energy emanating. Then, Chu Yunxuan could no longer trace his aura. Competing with me in space? Spatial tracking. Spatial leap. Swish. Chu Yunxuan vanished from his location, reappearing several kilometers away. Chu Yunxuan was uncertain of his surroundings. Yet, there was more spatial energy. That strong presence continued to flee using spatial means. Spatial tracking, spatial leap. Chu Yunxuan vanished once more. After 2 spatial leaps, he found himself 50 kilometers away, deep within the territory of the demon race. Chu Yunxuan landed amidst a sinister forest. This time, there were no lingering auras or spatial energies, indicating that the individual had ceased fleeing and was hiding. Time was running out. If Chu Yunxuan could not locate him, he would have to retreat. Spirit Spy Eye. Under the Spirit Spy Eye, Chu Yunxuan discerned a mechanism before him. To be precise, it was an array, quite adept at concealment. Even possessing an array, Chu Yunxuan then tapped the nearby stone, infusing it with spiritual energy. Before long, a portal materialized before him. Chu Yunxuan stepped inside. On the other side, Jiang Ying landed. This was the location where Chu Yunxuan had first unleashed his spatial leap. Where is he? Jiang Ying frowned. She believed Chu Yunxuan should not have pursued. Fortunately, Jiang Ying had inherited the power of the Shadow God. In the darkness, the dark element reigned supreme. Dark night perception. Then, Jiang Ying was taken aback. What? So far? Brother, don't pursue any further. Even if that celestial sovereign has fled, no matter. However, the distance from the human race is too far. There will be many scattered powerful demon beasts ahead. Jiang Ying felt a sense of unease. Her body was shrouded in the darkness of the night. Shortly thereafter, Shichu Shui and Qin Feng arrived at the location. Where is everyone? Qin Feng furrowed his brow. He glanced over and saw a figure in a white dress anxiously searching for something nearby. Shichu Shui. Qin Feng quickly appeared beside her. What are you doing here? It's dangerous. You must return at once. Shichu Shui frowned slightly and replied, but his spiritual seal is losing power rapidly. If that celestial sovereign retaliates, he could be in grave danger. What can you, A mere spiritual master, due to help. You should hurry back. Chu Yunxuan's beautiful eyes gleamed with determination as she declared, I can save his life. Listen, Chu, we all owe him a life. Are you suggesting that we owe him lives for the countless people? Qin Feng said helplessly. Chu Yunxuan fell silent. She owed Chu Yunxuan 2 lives. How could she repay that? Chapter 132. Chu Yunxuan. I feel unwell. Meanwhile, a loud explosion echoed through the air. Chu Yunxuan, making use of the last remnants of the spiritual seal's power, severely injured the demon sovereign. The demon sovereign, bleeding profusely, fled deeper into the shadows. Chu Yunxuan did not rush after him. The power of the spiritual seal had waned, and the demon's injuries would only worsen with time. There was no need to hurry. This battle had elevated him to the 6th star of the profound sky realm. Suddenly regressing from such formidable strength to the profound sky realm was a hard pill to swallow. He needed to advance his cultivation swiftly. Chu Yunxuan sighed. Yet, this system had indeed saved his life. Without the 100-fold power system, even if he could unleash celestial sovereign-level strength, he would still be helpless against a god emperor-level foe. No matter his efforts, he could not contend with a demon emperor at that level. Chu Yunxuan scanned his surroundings. Outside, it was evidently the teleportation portal created by the demon sovereign. As for this place, it appeared to be the demon's hidden lair. Likely not far from where he had entered. It resembled a vast underground chamber, perhaps within a mountain, reminiscent of an ancient tomb. He decided to wait before proceeding further. After all, he was currently only at the 6th star of the profound sky realm. He felt confident about the demon's injuries, which would only worsen over time unless the demon could employ healing powers of wood, water, or light attributes. However, he could not. Although he could not ascertain the demon's true form, the energy it had released while fleeing suggested a power closely related to the dark attribute. As for its spatial abilities, they were certainly not of the space attribute. The demon must have utilized some sort of spatial artifact. After a while, Jiang Ying appeared beside a large stone. Where is everyone? Through the night, she sensed that Chu Yunxuan had pursued the demon here. However, upon her arrival, all traces had vanished. This was unusual. Even with space attributes, she should be able to discern the direction. After all, the night was her domain. They had delved 50 kilometers deeper into the demon territory since then. Now, the power of Chu Yunxuan's spiritual seal must have dissipated. She had to ensure they returned together. Although Chu Yunxuan was formidable, he was still merely at the profound sky realm. Jiang Ying was at least a spiritual master. She could not guarantee that she was stronger than Chu Yunxuan, but as a dark attribute wielder, she could assist him immensely in this darkness. Sometimes, in a retreat, space could not escape, but darkness could. When facing a stronger opponent, trying to escape through spatial leaps was futile. That powerful being could tear apart the space before one could vanish. Jiang Ying surveyed the area. They must be nearby. Chu Yunxuan stood up. It seemed quiet within. He prepared to move forward. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared beside him as Jiang Ying materialized. What are you doing here? Chu Yunxuan asked, bewildered. He had leaped through space twice, covering a distance of 50 kilometers. How had she found him? What were you thinking? Your spiritual seal is nearly depleted. Yet you still chased after the demon sovereign? Jiang Ying rolled her eyes. But you coming here is pointless. At least my dark attribute can help you escape, right? What about the demon sovereign? Is he dealt with? Chu Yunxuan shook his head, still inside. Then why don't you flee? I severely injured him. He should have little fighting strength left, perhaps even on the brink of death. Is that so? Jiang Ying pondered, stroking her delicate chin. Shall we take a look? Chu Yunxuan nodded. Of course. I'll lead the way. No need. The two cautiously ventured deeper. Soon, they arrived in a space roughly the size of a basketball court. A figure lay slumped in the corner, blood pooling beneath him. Hearing their movements, he opened his eyes and gazed at Chu Yunxuan. Spare me, he uttered weakly. He was so feeble that he could not even muster his demon power or move. Half dead, Chu Yunxuan remarked. Yet if we do not kill him, he might survive. Jiang Ying's voice chimed in. Chu Yunxuan nodded. Shall we gamble? Jiang Ying asked. Gamble on what? On whether he is willing to give up his demon crystal for his life, Jiang Ying stated. Chu Yunxuan shook his head. He won tea. Surrendering the demon crystal means relinquishing all his cultivation. For a celestial sovereign at 10 stars, giving up the demon crystal equates to choosing death. So, will you bet or not? Jiang Ying pressed. I will, Chu Yunxuan replied confidently. Jiang Ying continued, if I win, you must obey me for the next week. Whatever I say goes, though I promise not to ask for anything too outrageous. Chu Yunxuan nodded, if I win. We want tea return tonight. We'll stay in a hotel. Jiang Ying, come on. She protested. Chu Yunxuan grinned. You can't back out of this. Then, Chu Yunxuan turned toward the demon sovereign. If you wish to live, hand over your demon crystal, and I shall spare your life. A gentleman's word is hard to retract, Chu Yunxuan declared. He was certain the demon would not comply. Surrendering the demon crystal meant abandoning all his cultivation. The demon would rather die. This was Chu Yunxuan's belief, and it was likely true. Thus, he felt confident in Jiang Ying's wager. Are you serious? The demon's sovereign asked weakly. Indeed, Chu Yunxuan affirmed. Fine, I will give it. Chu Yunxuan. Jiang Ying. He is pretending. He must be a celestial sovereign at 10 stars willing to forsake all his cultivation? Impossible. He surely had some scheme. Be cautious, Chu Yunxuan warned Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying smiled, but said nothing. However, when Chu Yunxuan glanced back, a powerful black demon crystal had already soared from the demon sovereign's mouth. I won, Jiang Ying exclaimed excitedly. Coughing, the demon sovereign looked weakly at the two. I have given the demon crystal. It is the source of all my power. You must honor your promise and spare my life. Chu Yunxuan, displeased, extended his hand to accept the demon crystal. Then, I do not like black demon crystals. Crackling with thunder, he unleashed a bolt toward the demon sovereign. You. The demon sovereign's pupils dilated. He barely managed to utter a word before being instantly obliterated. What was his true form? A black demon crystal? Jiang Ying marveled. Chu Yunxuan shook his head. We need to leave quickly. We've ventured too deeply into the demon territory. It's likely over 100 kilometers from Tianhua City. Jiang Ying stated. Yes, let us depart. Chu Yunxuan and Jiang Ying retraced their steps. Humph. I have won, and according to our wager, for the next 7 days. You must obey my every command, Jiang Ying declared cheerfully. Chu Yunxuan, wearing a displeased expression, replied with a nonchalant "Oh." Jiang Ying flashed him a grin, exclaiming, Huh? You're finished. Still want to sleep with me? Look at you dreaming big. Chu Yunxuan shot her an annoyed glare. After a moment, they returned to their original position. From here, I will open the space and take you out, Chu Yunxuan explained. However, there was no response from Jiang Ying. He turned to look at her. At that moment, Jiang Ying stood there, legs together, biting her lip, her face flushed. I don't feel well, she murmured softly. Hey, what's wrong? Chu Yunxuan asked, moving closer to support her. Wow, you're burning up. I don't know. I'm so hot. Jiang Ying's gaze grew increasingly dazed. In that instant, Chu Yunxuan suddenly realized something. He understood the true nature of the beast they had encountered, the dark desire evil dragon. This was a dark-type beast. And although it was called a dragon, it was not a true divine dragon. It possessed an ability known as evil mist, an almost invisible haze. Those who inhaled this mist would enter a peculiar state, progressively losing their rationality. This state could be understood as a gradual awakening of one's darker impulses, inciting extreme violence or even a desire to harm loved ones. It could also lead to intense agitation, nihilism, or self-destruction. However, only one aspect of darkness would be triggered randomly, depending on the individual. Among these, there was one called desire. Chu Yunxuan observed Jiang Ying, clearly realizing that she had fallen victim to the evil mist, awakening her desires. Where did the mist come from? There was no need to think. The path they traversed had been walked by the beast's master, who must have released the mist in advance. Given that Chu Yunxuan possessed a body immune to all toxins, he was unaffected, but Jiang Ying was in trouble. Chu Yunxuan. Jiang Ying bit her crimson lip, moving closer. I really don't feel well. Chapter 133. Sister, I've suffered a great loss. Chu Yunxuan felt Jiang Ying's warmth. In her current state, influenced by the evil mist's desires, she was gradually losing her grip on reason. It was evident that the evil mist of the beast's master was too potent for her to withstand. Being merely a practitioner of the divine arts. Chu Yunxuan. Jiang Ying's eyes were hazy, her lips inching closer. Chu Yunxuan did not resist. Then, Jiang Ying clung to him like an octopus, seeking kisses. You think you can sleep with me? Dream on. Jiang Ying's earlier boast echoed in his mind. Now you're all cocky, huh? That's not my fault. I have to save you since you randomly encountered the desire evil mist. If I don't help you, you'll either perish in fiery lust or end up like an imbecile. Chu Yunxuan reassured himself and smiled at Jiang Ying, who had completely lost her rationality. She was burning hot, instinctively tearing at her own clothes. Moreover, given the circumstances, he found himself unable to assist her. While there were methods to restore her, he did not possess them. This is quite the predicament, he muttered to himself. Even though I have a system, it's currently a 100-fold power system, and I can't deactivate it. Plus, I just happened to land on a system that could assist you, right? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he ultimately convinced himself. Just as Chu Yunxuan was about to take action. Ding! The system notification suddenly chimed. Is that so? Chu Yunxuan thought, perplexed. What do you mean by is that so? Ding! If the host feels the system is of no use, it can be deactivated early, with a new system available at midnight. Chu Yunxuan. Damn, is this system messing with me? It must adhere to its principles. If it states it lasts for several days, it should last for several days. How can I just swap it out because I find it lacking? That's unacceptable. Ding. Is that so? Get lost. I said it's unacceptable. Ding. It truly is possible. Shut up. Chu Yunxuan scowled. Ding. Is that so? How do I mute this system? He dismissed the system and turned his attention back to Jiang Ying, whose face was flushed, her eyes devoid of clarity. Hot. Hot. She mumbled incoherently. Chu Yunxuan swallowed hard. Although he often mocked her, he had to admit that she was quite remarkable. Her figure was undeniably stunning. Her skin like creamy jade. Jiang Ying, unable to contain herself, was now desperately tugging at his clothes. So uncomfortable. Chu Yunxuan. What the hell? Who can withstand this? Wait, let me record something. What do you want me to do? Know me? Sure. Chu Yunxuan grinned. Time passed. Though in this place, there was no sense of time. Chu Yunxuan and Jiang Ying lay on a blanket, with Jiang Ying nestled in his embrace. Her temperature finally returning to normal. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his spatial ring. Damn, he muttered. This evil mist is too intense. I almost couldn't handle it. After a while, Jiang Ying stirred, her long lashes fluttering slightly. She murmured dreamily, gradually opening her eyes. The moment she did, she was bewildered. Upon glancing around, she noticed the remnants of clothing scattered about. Oh no! Jiang Ying let out a sharp scream, then kicked Chu Yunxuan. How can you be so ruthless? Chu Yunxuan rubbed the spot where she had kicked him, gazing at her. You. Jiang Ying pointed at him. Her face beat red, speechless. Then, recollecting the events, her body shuddered. I was with Chu Yunxuan. Oh no. She had worried for Chu Yunxuan, running several kilometers to find him, only to have him. Jiang Ying gritted her teeth. Turn around. Chu Yunxuan shrugged and turned away. Jiang Ying quickly retrieved her clothes from her spatial ring. Let us go, she said irritably. You're not mad at me, are you? Chu Yunxuan asked. Jiang Ying. She glared at him. Shameless. Who told you to help me? She hissed through clenched teeth. Chu Yunxuan took out his phone and played a recording. I'll kill you. Jiang Ying lunged at him. Outside, the two walked towards Tianhua City, one after the other. Jiang Ying turned to Chu Yunxuan, glaring fiercely. If you dare tell anyone about today's events, I won't let you off easily. Everyone will find out sooner or later. What is there to fear? Chu Yunxuan replied. Get lost. Chu Yunxuan shrugged. Is there any water? Jiang Ying abruptly changed the subject. No, why? There is a strange taste in my mouth, she replied. Chu Yunxuan then released his water attribute. Jiang Ying. He has a water attribute. In front of her, a water orb formed, and she took some to rinse her mouth. She looked at Chu Yunxuan, who seemed to understand something, and nodded. You're really something. Jiang Ying charged at Chu Yunxuan. He ran away, shouting, You were completely unaware at the time. You can't blame me. Jiang Ying continued to shout angrily. I wasn't. I didn't want to. You were so wild. I was afraid you would hurt me. I didn't want to. Jiang Ying directly pinned Chu Yunxuan to the ground. I told you I did not. She exclaimed. Did you hear that? Chu Yunxuan stifled a laugh and nodded repeatedly. I heard. Jiang Ying, with a pitiful expression, sniffled. After a while, she said, Send a message to your sister. Jiang Ying tossed her phone to Chu Yunxuan. Her device was equipped with a chip invented by Wang Xiaomiao, enabling connectivity even in the distant realm of demon beasts. Chu Yunxuan sent Linyar a message assuring her of their safety, then threw the phone back to Jiang Ying. Just then, two figures descended. Minister Qin Feng of the Divine Sun Group and Zichixu. Is everything all right? Qin Feng inquired, observing the two. Jiang Ying and Chu Yunxuan shook their heads. As long as everything is fine, let us head back to Tianhua City. Jiang Ying, feeling aggrieved, moved closer to Zichixu. Zichixu glanced at Chu Yunxuan before looking at Jiang Ying, who was clinging to her arm, and softly asked, What is wrong? I suffered a great loss, Jiang Ying lamented. Chapter 134. One sword slays the dragon? My assessment is that I am not as good as Chu Yunxuan. At the energy barrier of Tianhua City, members from the three major factions gathered in large numbers, alongside many citizens. Qin Feng, Jiang Ying, Zichixu, and Chu Yunxuan landed. Salute. A voice called out, prompting everyone to bow in respect. All eyes were focused on Chu Yunxuan, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Among the crowd were Guan Xian, Wang Xiaomiao, and others. Linyar stood beside Guan Xian, feeling anxious but ultimately choosing to trust Chu Yunxuan. After receiving the message confirming their safety sent from Jiang Ying's phone, Linyar felt her worries dissipate. Hey, Xiao Xinyuan, Xiao Ying, Xiao Qiyue waved at them. Guan Xian approached with a flower crown in hand. while Wang Xiaomiao carried a bouquet. Is this really necessary? Chu Yunxuan awkwardly asked. Of course. You are a hero who saved hundreds of thousands. Guan Xin replied with a smile, placing the flower crown upon Chu Yunxian's head. Here you go. Wang Xiaomiao handed him the flowers. Cough, thanks. The commander approached Chu Yunxian, patting his shoulder. Impressive. Then Jiang Wenzhou shouted, Welcome back, hero. Welcome back, hero. The crowd echoed, creating an exaggerated atmosphere. Jiang Wenzhou then told Chu Yunxian, Go rest for now. Rewards will surely follow. All right. Chu Yunxian nodded. Having saved so many people, the reward better not be meager. Return. Jiang Wenzhou commanded, and everyone followed Chu Yunxian back to Tianhua City. Subsequently, Chu Yunxian and Lin Yu returned home. Meanwhile, Jiang Ying and Zichixia strolled through the city at dawn. I never expected our relationship to reach this depth, Jiang Ying remarked. Huh? Zichixia blinked, curious about Jiang Ying's sudden statement. Look, I went to find Chu Yunxian, and you, disregarding everything, searched for me all night, worrying about me. Zichixia remained silent. Jiang Ying sniffled, feeling wronged. Best friends are the best. Actually, it's not. What? Jiang Ying looked at Zichixia. Nothing. Just forget it. Zichixia shook her head slightly. Jiang Ying linked her arm with Zichixia's. Did something happen? Zichixia inquired, sensing her best friend seemed different from before. Jiang Ying felt aggrieved. She had run so far for Chu Yunxian only to be bullied by him. Being bullied was one thing. She had been unconscious at the time, and she hadn't even felt anything. Now, recalling it, she was utterly baffled. She felt nothing at all. Yet now, her stomach ached faintly. Oh, how unfortunate. What a loss. It's all right. Let us go, forever good sisters. Okay. On the other side, Chu Yunxian lounged on the sofa while Lin Yu took his clothes to wash. Once I reach the sacred capital, you should quickly find a girlfriend who can help wash your clothes and such, Lin Yu told him. That's what a big brother should do. Chu Yunxian chuckled. No way, Lin Yu replied, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Let us assume you are the big brother. Shouldn't these chores be done by the younger ones? Chu Yunxian burst into laughter. This sister is so straightforward and adorable. All right, I'll delegate such tasks to the younger ones. They will have to listen to your commands. Sounds good, Lin Yu nodded slightly. Suddenly realizing something, she hurriedly said, I am your sister. Chu Yunxian shrugged. I will set off tomorrow. Lin Yu shifted the topic. Okay, I'll see you off. No need, someone will come to pick me up. Focus on your training and take care of yourself. Once I'm there, I will video call you every day. All right, I'll go cook noodles for you, Lin Yu said, heading towards the kitchen. As Chu Yunxian sat on the sofa, a notification chimed. Jiang Ying's affection for you has reached 60. Reward Cold Ling Sword Technique Mastery. The sudden system alert made Chu Yunxian raise an eyebrow. He glanced and saw Jiang Ying's affection for him skyrocketing to 70. Previously, due to the universal love system, affection tasks at 30, 60, and 80 granted rewards. Even if the system shut down, this task would still remain. And yet she blames me. How did her affection increase so much? Women, truly, are creatures of contradiction. Chu Yunxian primarily wielded a sword. Now he had acquired a sword technique, and it was mastered. In simpler terms, he had become an unparalleled genius with a sword. The Cold Ling sword technique. Chu Yunxian searched online, but found nothing. He sensed it and realized that the Cold Ling sword technique was a rather unique sword technique that could synergize with ice attributes, allowing for effortless integration. Each move would now carry chilling power, enhancing both destructive capability and control over enemies. However, its true strength would only be revealed through practice with a skilled master. The spinning wheel for rewards turned. He hoped it wouldn't yield another inflatable doll. Ding. Congratulations. You have drawn the Earth Level 9-star Spirit Skill, Tidal Waves of Water. Water Attribute Martial Skills. Chu Yunxian discerned it was a sword technique. An Earth Level 9-star sword technique possessed considerable might. Daybreak arrived, and news of Chu Yunxian saving the lives of hundreds of thousands surged to the top of Tianhua City's trending topics, subsequently becoming a sensation across the entire Blue Star. Trending topics: Tianhua City's young hero, slaying the Demon Lord and the Celestial Bloodbat Emperor, saving hundreds of thousands of lives. With the strength of a one-star Celestial, he swiftly dispatched the Celestial Bloodbat Emperor of the Divine Emperor realm. In this world, geniuses have always existed. They are not exclusive to places like the Sacred Capital. Comments: my goodness. Is this even possible? Utilizing a Spirit Seal Stone to attain 1-star Celestial Strength and slay a 2-star Divine Emperor? Is this for real? How could that be? However, this was reported by the official account of the Tianhua City Divine Alliance, so it couldn't be false. It's utterly ridiculous. Zhang Chuchen's S1 sword slays the dragon? My assessment is that he is not as good as Chu Yunxian. Wow. That S, one of the 8 demon emperors under the 5th demon god's command, the celestial bloodbat emperor. Such a being could potentially annihilate a city. A single strike would level at least a county. What mattered was that he, a 1-star celestial, had vanquished the celestial bloodbat emperor. A tremendous uproar erupted across the internet. Meanwhile, in the sacred capital, within the Divine Sun class, where the most renowned top-tier geniuses were gathered, Lindyur was also among them. A beautiful girl with sea blue hair entered, clutching a book, Shangguan Yu. Zhang Chuchen smiled and walked over to her. "Is there something you need?" asked Shangguan Yu, daughter of the Lord of the Divine Alliance. "Have you heard the news from Tianhua City?" She nodded. "What are your thoughts?" "Impressive," Zhang Chuchen replied with a smile. "Don't you find it strange?" "Indeed, it is quite peculiar. A genius has emerged, and yet another genius has come forth. How can we not recognize the vast disparity between the first star of the celestial sovereign realm and the divine emperor realm? Although there are historical instances of celestial sovereigns defeating divine emperors, such feats are contingent upon numerous conditions. To claim that one can annihilate a divine emperor with a single strike is undoubtedly an exaggeration. It seems the 3 major factions in Tianhua City are intent on creating a legend. Yes, it is not unusual for a talent to arise in a lesser city like Tianhua, but clearly, the claims have been inflated. Where does one bridge a 100-fold difference in power? Spirit weapons? Spirit techniques? If such a gap could be reconciled, wouldn't it be reasonable to assert that he possesses a holy artifact? But is that even feasible? Quite intriguing. I would like to meet this person named Chu Yunxuan. Zhang Chuchen mused. However, one must acknowledge that the world is full of wonders. Who knows? He may indeed be formidable, and I might end up being outclassed. Since I have some free time lately, I shall venture to Tianhua City and meet this Chu Yunxian. Zhang Xiao, care to join me? Zhang Chuchen shook his head. No, thank you. Then I shall keep you updated with precise news. Chu Yunxian, is it? Quite interesting. The next day, the commotion sparked by Chu Yunxian intensified across the internet, becoming well known in Tianhua City. Chu Yunxian? That scoundrel. How has he grown to such heights? Indeed, it hasn't been long. Recently, when my relatives were looking to buy property in Jiangshan, I mentioned that prices had dropped significantly due to Chu Yunxian. How has he suddenly transformed into a young hero? Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Without him, the 3 major factions would have faced utter annihilation. Who would have thought there were traitors within, nearly costing countless lives? Chu Yunxian and Lindyur arrived at the entrance of the residential complex. Lindyur had packed a few clothes and a photograph of herself with Chu Yunxian, but there was little else to bring. The individuals sent to escort her had arrived, several powerful figures from the Holy Capital University, 2 women and 1 man. Is this the hero who saved hundreds of thousands? The middle-aged man approached Chu Yunxian with an outstretched hand. Greetings. Rest assured, your sister will receive exceptional training at Holy Capital University. Perhaps in a few days. You may even reunite there, he smiled. Chu Yunxian nodded. He was not particularly eager to attend Holy Capital University, at least not at this moment. The restrictions there would be considerable. With his system, he felt no necessity to go. Xiao Qiyue approached. Are you ready? Lindyur nodded. Let's go. Xiao Xian. Please take care of her, she said, giving an okay gesture. This fairy will bring him home as a fortune tree. Chu Yunxian. Haha, just kidding. Go on. Xiao Xian is quite remarkable now, so there is no need to worry excessively, Xiao Qiyue said. Lindyur nodded, her beautiful eyes gazing at Chu Yunxian. She stepped closer, straightening his collar, and said, Don't cause trouble. If anything arises, let me know. Rest assured, I will seek you out soon. Lindyur nodded slightly, then handed him a spatial ring. What is this? She inquired curiously. A gift for you. Along with, Chu Yunxian presented her with a beautiful blue necklace. I had it custom made for you. This necklace was crafted from the essence of a dragon pearl. The one from the spirit realm had long lost its spiritual energy, making it an exceptionally rare ornament. Chu Yunxian had preserved the essence of the dragon pearl to create this necklace. The spatial ring contained a substantial amount of life source crystals that he had obtained with Jiang Ying in the spirit realm. He reserved a portion for Lindyur, as his wood and water attributes, along with his innate regeneration ability, made the healing powers more direct. He did not require many life source crystals for himself. Lindyur smiled brightly. Let me put it on for you. All right. With delight, she gathered her hair, and Chu Yunxian stepped behind her to fasten the necklace. Ah. Xiao Qiyue remarked, unable to suppress her surprise. Although they were siblings, they shared no blood relation, yet their bond was captivating. Lindyur gently caressed the necklace. How about a kiss? Chu Yunxian chuckled. Why not? Shouldn't you be feeling touched and agree to my request at this moment? Lindyur smiled sweetly and gradually leaned in to place a soft kiss on his cheek. The escorting individuals instinctively turned away, maintaining a respectful demeanor. It was nothing more than a sincere kiss, Lindyur stated. Chu Yunxuan nodded with a smile. Goodbye. Yes, I'm leaving now, Lin Yue replied with a hint of reluctance. Soon, a teleportation array appeared before the men accompanying her. Goodbye. They entered the array and vanished. Xiao Yue stretched lazily and said, Wow. It feels like just a moment has passed, and everyone has become incredibly powerful. I expect we will soon see headlines like shocking. Lin Yue slays a dragon. Chu Yunxuan smiled. It's a good thing. Over the years, she has sacrificed so much to care for you. A silent hero now recognized by the Holy Capital's divine child is among the most exceptional talents of the human race. Had she not looked after you, she would have reached at least the realm of laws. Thus, Chu Yunxuan felt a sense of joy. It was akin to being in a long-distance relationship for a time. Perfect timing. With his sister gone, he could now devote his thoughts to the enchanting mentor. Chu Yunxuan turned to Xiao Yue and said, What do you mean? Strategy. Xiao Yue, you are quite direct with your words. Xiao Yue then smiled mischievously. In that case, you should first pursue Xiao Ying and Xiao Chuxue. This fairy will be their backing boss. Once you win them over, then consider me. Sounds good, Chu Yunxuan replied with a grin. Xiao Yue felt a thrill at the prospect. You dare to set your sights on them? Xiao Ying is likely attainable, but Xiao Chuxue, hee. That's impossible. By the way, what are you doing here so early? Chu Yunxuan inquired. I came to see your sister off and to find you for a matter. What is it? Follow me, let's go. Xiao Yue led Chu Yunxuan to a nearby residential area outside Tianhua University. There, a brand new shop called Fairy's Supermarket stood proudly, boasting a sizable space of around 200 square meters. A multitude of bouquets adorned the entrance, suggesting it was about to open. What do you think? Xiao Yue beamed proudly at the supermarket. You open this? Chu Yunxuan asked. Indeed. Thanks to you, I've earned quite a bit recently, taken out a loan. And opened the supermarket, she proclaimed. How much did you spend? Chu Yunxuan inquired. About 700,000 to 800,000, Xiao Yue replied with a hint of pride. Chu Yunxuan. And how much did you borrow? Over 500,000. Chu Yunxuan was left speechless. Xiao Yue was clearly a money enthusiast. For a warrior of her caliber, one would expect her to focus solely on cultivation. Yet here she was, contemplating a supermarket. If you ventured into the monster realm and defeated a divine beast, how much could you sell its crystal for? Is it necessary to open a supermarket? Xiao Yue remarked. You do not comprehend the joy of earning money, the incessant stream of customers, which cannot be equated with selling demon crystals. Then, with a sense of aspiration, she continued. This fairy began from a small convenience store at Tianhua University, and now I am running a supermarket. This is just the first one. It won't be long before I open a chain of stores. At that time, others will join in, ha ha ha. The fairy's supermarkets will spread across the blue star. And I, this fairy, shall become the undisputed first beauty and a formidable warrior of the blue star. Chu Yunxuan could only respond with a silent expression. Chapter 136. Chu Yunxuan's reward at the entrance of the supermarket. Firecrackers erupted in a lively cacophony. It was the first day of the grand opening. Hey, don't go. Xiao Yue pulled at Chu Yunxuan. Why should I stay here while you conduct your business? I still need to focus on my cultivation, Chu Yunxuan replied. Xiao Yue, linking arms with him, said, Oh come on, I haven't even hired staff yet. Lend me a hand, and I'll share the profits with you, hee. I'm not short on cash. Chu Yunxuan shrugged. All right, soon Xiaoying will come to help. I beg you. Okay, thank you. Then, the loudspeaker at the entrance broadcast Xiao Yue's pre-recorded voice. Come take a look. Our little shop has just opened, and we have a special offer. Spend 100 and save 5. Plus, there's a chance to take a photo with the super handsome hero Chu Yunxuan, who slayed the demon emperor. Chu Yunxian's lips twitched. Damn. This woman is taking advantage of me again. Yet, he had to admit, the content of the announcement was indeed captivating. The latest hot topic was indeed Chu Yunxian's slaying of the bloodbad emperor under the demon god's command, saving countless lives. Naturally, those curious about the youthful hero would come to browse. More and more people flocked into the supermarket. It was merely 8 in the morning. It's a hit. Ha ha ha, it's a hit. Xiao Yue's eyes sparkled at the cash register. Guan Xian, Zhang Qiu, and Wang Xiaomiao walked in. Welcome. Oh, team leader Guan, how do you do? Xiao Yue greeted them. Hello, Xiao Mentor. Is this your supermarket? Guan Xian asked with a smile. Indeed. I was just about to buy some things. There are so many people. Xiao Yue cheerfully replied. Ha, please come in. Thank you. The 3 women entered with their small baskets. At that moment, Chu Yunxuan found himself surrounded by a group of girls. Wow, so handsome. Brother, do you have a girlfriend? Amazing. That's the demon emperor under the demon god. Wow. The girls gazed at Chu Yunxuan with sparkling eyes. Wang Xiaomiao playfully tapped Chu Yunxuan from behind. He turned around. Are you here to shop? Guan Xian asked with a smile. You're not here to flirt with the girls, are you? Chu Yunxuan replied. If not for that, who would come here? Guan Xian glanced at Xiao Qiyue at the cash register. Impressive. You're quite the lecher. I'll tell Sister Jiangying. Wang Xiaomiao pouted. Go ahead and tell. Zhang Qiu chuckled. That's the one thing I admire about you. Guan Xian then handed a spatial ring to Chu Yunxuan. This is a reward from the higher-ups. Chu Yunxuan accepted it and asked, what's inside? Demon crystals from the Demon Emperor and Demon Lord that rightfully belong to you, along with some top-tier Yuanling crystals and a spirit seal stone. Another spirit seal stone? Guan Xian nodded. Yes, it was sent by the higher-ups. I'm not sure which powerful being created it, but it can help you reach the first star in the heavenly sovereign realm. Not bad. Chu Yunxuan nodded in satisfaction. I didn't lose out on that spirit seal stone. Such items are quite rare. There is also a heavenly grade 10-star spiritual weapon, a sword named Thunderhowl. Chu Yunxuan's eyes lit up. Good stuff. While I already have a heavenly star, it is not something I can easily showcase. The most commonly used is the Earth grade 3-star Yanong sword. Now, being able to wield a heavenly grade 10-star spiritual weapon will significantly enhance my abilities. To be frank, even Jiang Wenzhou's sword from the Tianhua City Command probably isn't a heavenly grade 10-star. This is a reward from the upper echelons. Fairy Mentor. I have to return to the Divine Alliance for a bit. Go ahead. Xiao Qiyue waved her hand. Despite her carefree demeanor, she was quite reliable when it mattered. All right, at the Divine Sun Group's base, Bai He awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Chu Yunxuan and the others, Bai He said calmly, You're here? Let us commence the meeting. They then entered the conference room. Brother Xian. Yu Qianren rose with a smile. Chu Yunxuan exchanged greetings. Guan Xian sat in a chair, observing the members of the fourth group. In a moment, we'll head to the Photon building where the commanders will convene for a meeting. Chu Yunxuan nodded. This small meeting will primarily address 3 matters. The first is regarding you. Chu Yunxuan, Guan Xian said, looking at him. You must exercise utmost caution. Understood, Chu Yunxuan nodded. The reason was straightforward. The 5th Demon God Temple had devised a plan targeting Tianhua City, which Chu Yunxuan had managed to thwart. Otherwise, the sacrifice of hundreds of thousands would have been a significant blow to humanity and a morale boost for the demon race. Moreover, Chu Yunxuan had slain the Bloodbat Emperor under the command of the 5th Demon God Temple. In essence, Chu Yunxuan was not only under the watchful eyes of the demon race, but also specifically targeted by the 5th Demon God. Guan Xian continued, regarding this matter. It's impossible to conceal it. Too many people are aware. You must realize that by slaying the Bloodbat Emperor, you have drawn the attention of the 5th Demon God. Bai He cleared his throat and looked at Chu Yunxuan. The demon race possesses formidable methods. Since we have a traitor among us, even if they do not act themselves, there is a possibility that a traitorous faction will approach you with malice. Understood, Chu Yunxuan replied. Guan Xian added, the second matter, the third matter concerns you again. Chu Yunxuan. Following the decision of the upper echelons, it is hoped that you can enter the Divine Sun class at the Holy Capital University, receiving the most powerful training. Just like your sister Linyar. This is both a reward for you and a means of protection. Chu Yunxuan shook his head. I want to consider that. He had the system, there was no need to go there. Eventually, he would obtain spiritual skills and weapons. Given the proximity to the demon beast territory, it was more suitable for him to hone his skills. Attending the Divine Sun class at Holy Capital University might restrict his freedom. Are you certain? This is an excellent opportunity, Guan Xian inquired. Certain. If I had that intention, I would have accompanied my sister to the Holy Capital. Guan Xian nodded. Well, I respect your choice. Wang Xiaomiao blinked at Chu Yunxuan, surprised. After all, 99% of people would not refuse such an opportunity. Let us go attend the senior meeting of Tianhua City. Guan Xian rose and led them out. Chapter 137. If it were me, I would offer myself. The Photon building served as the headquarters of the Divine Alliance in Tianhua City. Today, not only the Divine Alliance, but also high-ranking officials from the Judgment Association and the Celestial Domain gathered for a senior meeting. Chu Yunxuan and his group belonged to the Divine Sun Group. Theoretically, only Minister Qin Feng needed to attend the meeting. So Chu Yunxuan and the others' presence indicated the meeting's exceptional nature. Li Ruoyun led the Divine Sun Group into the building. Team Leader Guan. Deputy Team Leader Bai He. Good morning. Good morning. Brother Chu, good morning. Li Ruoyun smiled, shaking hands with Chu Yunxuan. Good morning, Leader Li. Jiangying. Are you not going to greet your boyfriend? What happened? Are there conflicts? Li Ruoyun turned to Jiangying and inquired. Chu Yunxuan glanced at her, while Jiangying shot back a fierce glare. Then Chu Yunxuan chuckled. Haha, it's nothing, just normal. I won't interfere in your private matters. Let's go. All right. They deliberately quickened their pace, leaving Chu Yunxuan and Jiangying behind. Aren't you going to help the ferry mentor? Chu Yunxuan asked. I was supposed to, but I suddenly got notified about a meeting, so I could only come here, Jiang Ying replied. She must be exhausted on her own. Jiang Ying remarked, it's fine. She's making money. The ferry mentor will be smiling even if she's worn out. Chu Yunxuan chuckled. I'll come to your place tonight. Jiang Ying rolled her eyes. Get lost. What do you want? I want to. Jiang Ying interrupted. No way. Chu Yunxuan continued. My sister has gone to the holy capital, and I'm all alone at home. It would be much better if I moved in with you. No way. Let us call it a deal. If you don't agree, I'll come over forcefully. Jiang Ying, how shameless. I want to talk to you. Still harboring resentment towards Chu Yunxuan, Jiang Ying hurriedly walked away. Inside the expansive conference room, around 100 people attended the meeting. Good morning, Brother Chu. Haha. Good morning, Brother Chu. Have you had breakfast? Brother Chu. Would you like some coffee? Everyone's attitude towards Chu Yunxuan was exceptionally cordial, for their lives were saved by him. Chu Yunxuan laughed. Haha. No need. The meeting will start soon. All right, if you need anything, just call me. I'm Shueli. You're too polite, Brother Shui, Chu Yunxuan replied. Nearby, Yu Qianren and a few others were also shaking hands and greeting each other. Haha. Hello everyone. Chu Yunxuan is my brother. I'm his little brother Yu Qianren. Please take care of me. When he mentioned being Chu Yunxuan's little brother, Yu Qianren's face was beaming with pride. Guan Xian smiled and looked at Chu Yunxuan. Yu Qianren seems to admire you a lot. Yu Qianren leaned in, saying, Sister Guan, Brother Xian saved my life twice. As the saying goes, a drop of water shall be repaid with a fountain of water, especially when it comes to saving lives. I don't know how to repay him. In the future, when I look for a girlfriend, I'll have to find two, so one can be for Brother Xian. Chu Yunxuan, that's unnecessary. I'm not lacking in girlfriends. Haha, yes. Yes, I'm just expressing my gratitude. Brother Xian, if you ever need anything, just let me know. I, Yu Qianren, have nothing to offer but my life in this debt of gratitude. If I were a woman, I would definitely dedicate myself to you. If I don't, am I still human? At that moment, Zichixu from the Divine Child group happened to pass by and trembled slightly. Ah, Senior Zichixu, is there something you need? Yu Qianren quickly asked. Zichixu snapped back to reality and shook her head gently no. After saying that, she hurriedly walked away. Guan Xian glanced at the departing Zichixu and remarked, she seems to have a great relationship with Jiang Ying. That night you went after the demon monarch. Jiang Ying pursued you without hesitation. Yu Qianren suggested, is it possible that Senior Zichixu is also doing it for Brother Xian? After all, Brother Xian is quite handsome. Chu Yunxuan replied, that is not likely. We only met once during the mission in Tianhai City. If she fell for me just from that, I'd have to question if she truly is the famed Ice Queen. Soon, the commanding officers arrived, and everyone quickly took their seats. Jiang Wenzhou, among the senior personnel, glanced at the time and surveyed the crowd, asking, is everyone here? Then let us commence this meeting. First of all, on behalf of myself, and on behalf of hundreds of thousands of people and families, I sincerely thank Comrade Chu Yunxuan from the Divine Child group. The crowd turned their gazes towards Chu Yunxuan, and applause erupted. Indeed, our lives were saved by Brother Chu. Previously, Zhang Chuchen slayed the dragon with a single sword. Now, Chu Yunxuan has slain the demon emperor with another. What a heroic tale. This is far more commendable than Zhang Chuchen's feat. It's unprecedented. Thank you, Brother Chu. Chu Yunxuan replied, we are all comrades. It's merely a trivial matter that I should do. Jiang Wenzhou nodded. With such a formidable member joining the Divine Child group, the future is boundless. Congratulations, old Qin. Qin Feng smiled. Don't congratulate me. It's the happiness of the people. Everyone nodded in agreement. Jiang Wenzhou then focused, saying, the first matter of this meeting concerns the treacherous traitor among us. The one responsible for nearly causing the deaths of tens of thousands in Tianhai City. The crowd looked around. This person is undoubtedly among us. How despicable. As a human, how could you betray humanity? What benefits have the demon race bestowed upon you that would compel you to commit such heinous acts? If the demon race had succeeded, could you live peacefully for the rest of your life? Who is it? Are you brave enough to step forward? Naturally, no one stood up. A man spoke up, actually. I can present a hypothesis. The crowd turned to him. I know it's wrong to speculate, but this person will undoubtedly not reveal themselves. Therefore, everyone present, including myself, is under suspicion, except for Brother Chu. Deputy Commander, please continue, Jiang Wenzhou urged. The Deputy Commander said, for many years, nothing untoward has occurred, but recently, several groups from the three major factions have added a total of over a dozen newcomers. Although I know I shouldn't say this, I personally have suspicions about the newcomers. As these words left his lips, many turned their gaze towards the newcomers, such as Yu Qianren, Jiang Ying, and Zichixu. Lao Lu, I feel you are deliberately shifting attention. A A middle-aged man glared at the deputy commander. Aren't we discussing this matter? Discussion is about expressing everyone's thoughts. Am I unaware that my words will lead everyone to suspect I'm intentionally pointing fingers at the newcomers? Why would I say it then? Because I am forthright. In fact, isn't this the most plausible explanation? Also, Lao Li, the moment I voiced my concerns, you accused me of diverting attention. Shouldn't I suspect that you are deliberately shifting the blame onto me? Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense. Chapter 138, The Traitor in the Conference Room. The atmosphere turned chaotic as accusations flew. Everyone harbored grievances over the situation. Although tens of thousands had survived, the betrayal had caused the death of many more, a number of lives lost that were under the command of these high-ranking officials, some of whom were particularly close to them. Now, everyone seemed like a potential traitor. Thus, when one person pointed fingers, others naturally retaliated. Silence. Jiang Wenzhou called out. The crowd quieted down. Lao Lu's observation is not entirely incorrect, nor is anyone else's. Let us take a moment to calm down. Jiang Wenzhou continued. The traitor will certainly be uncovered. To keep secrets is impossible unless one is innocent. However, mutual suspicion is unnecessary. Understood? Now, on to the second matter. At this moment, Chu Yunxuan stood up. Commander. Brother Chu, what is on your mind? Why not take advantage of everyone being present to directly identify the traitor based on the clues I provided? Chu Yunxian's remark stunned the crowd. Jiang Wenzhou quickly gestured to Chu Yunxuan. Noticing Jiang Wenzhou's signal, Chu Yunxuan said, My apologies, I was being presumptuous. After that, he sat back down. This was, in fact, a message Jiang Wenzhou had just sent to him, urging him to cooperate. Jiang Wenzhou exchanged glances, feigning a performance alongside Chu Yunxuan. The objective was straightforward. Chu Yunxuan had pursued the demon sovereign, and the subsequent events remained shrouded in mystery. Their recent enactment would incite suspicion regarding whether Chu Yunxuan had gleaned information about the traitor's identity from the demon sovereign. Although this identity might lack clarity, it could potentially yield a clue to ascertain the traitor's identity. What might the traitor present at the scene contemplate? He would undoubtedly harbor concerns about the veracity of these suspicions. Concurrently, Jiang Wenzhou hastily signaled Chu Yunxuan, further solidifying the authenticity of the situation in the latter's mind. He also grasped why Jiang Wenzhou was subtly indicating to Chu Yunxuan to refrain from divulging the matter. There was no evidence. Even if the clue pointed towards a specific individual as the traitor, without tangible proof, it remained mere hearsay. Hence, even if the lead provided by Chu Yunxuan pointed towards himself, it would be of no consequence. What Jiang Wenzhou truly needed was knowledge of the situation and the identity of the traitor, yet he opted for caution, intending to gather evidence of the traitor's betrayal before taking action. Therefore, revealing any information was out of the question. They could not risk alarming the snake by beating the grass. This realization struck the traitor upon witnessing the recent exchange between Chu Yunxuan and Jiang Wenzhou. No matter. Let us proceed. Commander, please. Qin Feng hastily chuckled, attempting to downplay the situation. In the traitor's mind, certainty crystallized. Only Chu Yunxuan, the commander, and Qin Feng were privy to this matter. However, due to a moment of impulsiveness, or perhaps youthful naivety, Chu Yunxuan, upon noticing Jiang Wenzhou's cessation of the traitor discussion, became anxious. He wondered why they did not identify the clue on the spot. This Chu Yunxuan is indeed still too young, now that I have deduced everything. I am even less likely to err. Such thoughts raced through his mind. As the meeting concluded, everyone began to disperse, while Chu Yunxuan and Wang Xiaomiao stealthily entered a room within the photon building. Inside, dozens of individuals were engaged in eavesdropping. The performance was splendid, Jiang Wenzhou remarked, patting Chu Yunxuan's shoulder. Commander, your acting was truly impressive. Your subtle gestures to indicate I should refrain from continuing were simply remarkable. Chu Yunxuan chuckled. Subsequently, Jiang Wenzhou turned to Wang Xiaomiao and said, Xiaomiao, your invention is commendable. I hope it aligns with our expectations. Wang Xiaomiao nodded. Her invention was, in fact, a microdust listening device, no larger than a dot made by a ballpoint pen on paper, and it was transparent. Furthermore, it possessed the remarkable ability to adhere firmly to chairs, and once it made contact with fabric, it would cling tenaciously. Thus, every individual present at the meeting unknowingly bore a micro-dust listening device on their seats. Chu Yunxuan gained a clearer understanding of Wang Xiaomiao. Despite her youth, she had already invented numerous items that, while not necessarily elevating human technology to unprecedented heights, certainly achieved what many others had yet to accomplish. She was indeed remarkable. Members of the three major factions even regarded her as humanity's most formidable intellect at the tender age of 14. Through their performance at the meeting, Chu Yunxuan and Jiang Wenzhou aimed for a singular purpose: to make the traitor believe they possessed a certain clue about him. They refrained from acting, primarily because the clue had not yet definitively pointed to him, and there was no evidence. So, what would he do now? Absolutely not resign. Anyone who resigned or abruptly disappeared would be immediately suspected. Instead, he would reach out to the demon tribe's informants to inquire about the demon sovereign that Chu Yunxuan had pursued, seeking any clues regarding his status as a traitor. This clue could be something as innocuous as a birthmark or being left-handed, definitely of that nature. He needed to eliminate any trace of this clue. After a while, a figure returned home. Damn, thankfully this Chu Yunxuan is a Navi fool. It seems the clues have yet to pinpoint me. However, such a basic blunder made by Chu Yunxuan would be unlikely for Jiang Wenzhou or Qin Feng. Regardless, to be safe, I must contact someone to confirm who the demon sovereign was that Chu Yunxuan pursued and what clues he could provide about me. He then retrieved a crystal from his spatial ring, crushed it vigorously, and a dark image materialized in the air before him. Lord Demon Emperor, the situation is as follows. He relayed the circumstances. Hence, to better conceal my identity, I need to ascertain which demon sovereign Chu Yunxuan pursued at that time, and whether he possesses any clues regarding my distinguishing features, so I can eliminate or alter them. The other party fell silent for a few seconds. You must flee at once. Then, the image vanished. Huh? Just then, he suddenly sensed a surge of spatial power. This is bad. Chapter 139. The Source of Celestial Star Power. 12 Principles. Upon hearing the urgency in the other's voice, he realized the implication. Why the insistence to flee? The answer was singular. Only the Demon Emperor was aware of his identity as a traitor. No demon sovereign knew, nor did anyone possess clues about his identity. This could only mean he was ensnared in a trap. The moment the spatial power manifested, it was already too late for him to escape. Suddenly, Qin Feng, Jiang Wenzhou, and a formidable spatial attribute expert appeared before him. Deputy Commander Liu, having partnered with you for a decade, I never imagined you to be the traitor among humanity. Jiang Wenzhou stated coldly, his gaze narrowing. At this moment, Deputy Commander Liu found himself powerless, fully aware of the strength of the three individuals before him. Commander Jiang, what is the meaning of this? Am I a traitor? What nonsense. Commander Jiang, you've acknowledged my decade-long partnership with you. During these years, how many demon beasts have I slain? You should know better. How could I be a traitor? Jiang Wenzhou produced a device that played back Deputy Commander Liu's recent words. Lord Demon Emperor, upon hearing this, Deputy Commander Liu's pupils constricted. I have a listening device on me. How is that possible? In the next instant, he bolted towards the window. Although he knew he could not escape the grasp of two celestial-level beings, he could not forego even a single attempt. The outcome was dire. As he lunged out, intending to escape using a spatial crystal, he was thwarted by Qin Feng, who shattered the spatial energy with a single strike. Subsequently, he was firmly restrained. Jiang Wenzhou stepped forward, confronting him. Why? I had complete faith in you. Given your evident disdain for the demon tribe, as I witnessed through the years, your son perished at their hands. If you could disregard such enmity, then I can only conclude you are indeed a scoundrel. Pinned to the ground, Deputy Commander Liu roared, my son was slain by demon beasts, but the true culprit is Qin Feng. Qin Feng, you coward. Why did my son have to die? Why? Jiang Wenzhou, tell me why Qin Feng is still alive. Tears streamed down Deputy Commander Liu's face. They said they could resurrect my son. He was my only child, Jiang Wenzhou bellowed. The countless lives lost because of you. Innocent lives, they too have parents. Because of you, their parents are now heartbroken. Nearby, Qin Feng sighed softly. Soon, the Divine Alliance's personnel arrived to escort Deputy Commander Liu away. The sound of a lighter flicked as Qin Feng lit a cigarette and stood there. Jiang Wenzhou approached and patted him on the shoulder. Qin Feng spoke. 10 years ago, I was merely a team leader in the Divine Child Group, and Liu Yujie was one of my team members. Tianhai City faced a formidable enemy, and our mission was to evacuate the populace. During the evacuation, we unexpectedly encountered a demon king leading his forces. Liu Yujie and the others bravely confronted the demon clan, while I was tasked with escorting hundreds to safety. Reflecting on it now, as the leader, I should have been the one to confront the demon king. In that battle, all my team members perished and Tianhai City fell. Jiang Wenzhou also lit a cigarette and remarked, this incident has lingered in your heart for many years. I understand. However, the foremost principle of the Divine Alliance has always been the safety of the people. In that dire situation, only you could ensure their safe passage to Tianhua City. In fact, during the escort, we encountered several more demon kings, and I saved your life. Had they been in charge, the outcome would have been far worse, resulting in even greater loss of life among the civilians. Jiang Wenzhou continued, do not dwell on it too much. You are not at fault, nor were they. They were heroes deserving of praise, and your survival does not warrant enduring this burden. I can empathize with Vice Commander Liu, but his actions have become unacceptable. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxuan was returning home with Wang Xiaomiao. By the way, Xiaomiao, weren't we chatting online about that star before? Chu Yunxuan suddenly inquired. Yes, what about it? Wang Xiaomiao responded. I am quite curious. What is the source of power behind such an impressive sword? Chu Yunxuan asked. Wang Xiaomiao looked at him and queried. Are you that eager to know? Just a simple curiosity, he replied. I seem to have forgotten, but I possess an ancient book at home that contains information about it. I will take pictures and send them to you when I return. Sure, thank you. Wang Xiaomiao replied. You saved my life as well. Oh, weren't you the one who always acted tough? I can't believe you're thanking me, Chu Yunxuan said with a grin. Wang Xiaomiao's cheeks flushed. Get away, you pest, she said as she pushed him away and hurried off. Chu Yunxuan chuckled, stretched, and headed towards Jiang Ying's home. He knocked on the door, but no one answered. Could she be helping Xiao Qiyue? He pondered. With that thought, he teleported inside her house. The layout had not changed since his last visit. Elegant, clean, with a faint fragrance. Linier had left, and it must be uncomfortable for Chu Yunxuan to stay there alone. Soon, they would be living together. He stretched once more. After a while, Wang Xiaomiao sent him a message, along with several photos. The images appeared to offer insights about the star. It seemed the book she had was over a century old. Thanks, he messaged her, then examined the photos. The information he gathered suggested that the star had emerged alongside the demon and devil races many years ago on Blue Star. However, it remained unclear whose sword it truly was or who had created it. The demon race's knowledge on this matter was also uncertain. Originally, the sword was in the possession of the demon race. The star was referred to as the most potent spiritual weapon known, possibly even a creation of the gods. Due to its source of power, the 12 laws. The 12 laws encompassed elemental laws, spatial laws, temporal laws, laws of death, laws of life, and laws of power. Chu Yunxuan quickly searched for information on the 12 laws. So that it, he realized, as he grasped the significance. The 12 laws indeed existed and possessed immense and terrifying power. Any formidable being capable of mastering a single law would be nearly invincible. Among humanity, there were 3 laws held by the 3 major factions. The demon and devil races also possessed laws, and throughout numerous battles, the power of these laws had been wielded. The fact that humanity could contend against them to this day was largely due to holding 3 laws. Yet, more than half of the 12 laws had never been manifested. Perhaps they resided in the hands of certain individuals but had never been revealed. It was no wonder that the star was regarded as possibly a weapon fashioned by the gods. Its source of power transcended that of the demon and devil races. Chu Yunxuan pondered, wait a moment, the 12 laws are the source of power. Yet, it is evident that the star possesses power, indicating that it has a source of power in place. Ice. Could it be the elemental law? With a thought, the star appeared in his hand. The star had recognized Chu Yunxuan as its master, yet he knew little about the sword. He scrutinized it, then channeled his spiritual energy. The familiar chill radiated once more. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He activated his fire attribute and grasped the star. A wave of heat surged from it. What the heck? He exclaimed. He then activated the lightning attribute. This time, the sword crackled with thunderous energy, not because he infused it with lightning, but because he had released his lightning attribute, awakening the star's inherent power. The energy it possessed surpassed his own lightning attribute. Subsequently, he unleashed all attributes, except for the spatial and temporal attributes, which elicited no response from the star. All other attributes reacted. Thus, it was clear that the star already had elemental laws in place. While space and time were separate laws, Chu Yunxuan contemplated. But why does the sword primarily exhibit the power of ice? This was a mystery he could not fathom. The second issue was that he did not know how to activate the laws of attributes within the star. He could only use his attributes to stimulate the various powers of the star, achieving effects that far exceeded his own. It could be that the star was too advanced, or perhaps he was still too weak at the Shintian realm. Regardless, he was certain he held one of the laws that drove the demon, devil, and human races to madness. No wonder the demon race placed such importance on the star. They knew that even if its source of power was not fully in place, it still contained a law. It was crucial that this knowledge remained concealed. This European god system is truly remarkable. He recalled how he had previously found it rather lackluster. In truth, it had bestowed upon him an unimaginable treasure. Tonight marked the unveiling of a new system. Chu Yunxuan felt a surge of anticipation. Midnight approached, and Jiang Ying was still absent. He could only assume she was spending the night with Xiao Qiyue or Zichixu. Ding. The 100-fold power system has been deactivated. Ding. Congratulations. You have randomly activated a new system. Doubling training speed system. Doubling training speed system. The host's training speed is doubled, with no system tasks. Remaining time, 6 days. 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. If the previous European god system was a misjudgment, then this doubling training speed system was a true treasure. Assuming he trained for 7 days using this system, how much could he improve? Currently at the 6th star of the Xiantian realm, he could potentially reach the 7th star. Yes, a week to rise by 1 star in the Xiantian realm was indeed impressive. Yet, Chu Yunxuan was not satisfied. System, change, change, change. Hurry up and give me a different system, he declared. Ding. Currently activated systems cannot be changed, unless system tasks are completed or the system's duration expires. Chu Yunxuan, what? As you reflect on the conversation from the previous night spent with Xiao Ying in the demon realm, do you recall what you said? System. At that moment, she was ensnared by the sinister mist, and I remarked that I could not change the system to assist her in dispelling its effects, correct? You stated it was permissible to switch systems if one found the current one inadequate, did you not? You explicitly said so. Why? Now? Does it seem impossible? System. Do not be obstinate. Swiftly change my system. Ding. The host clearly expressed that changing the system was inappropriate. And this system adhered to the host's advice. So, if I declare it inappropriate, it must be so? What is your role here? Shouldn't the rules be upheld by your declarations? You asserted it was possible to change, hence it should be feasible. Are you now contradicting yourself? Do you find this appropriate? System. Change it for me. Quickly. Ding. The host has chosen to replace double cultivation speed system. The new system shall activate at midnight tomorrow, while the current system will cease operations. Ding. Rules have altered. The host will be unable to change systems. Gritting teeth. Chu Yunxuan grinned. Although the new system would not commence until midnight, it mattered little. After all, the system had previously stated that one could switch if deemed unsatisfactory, and indeed, it would require until the following dawn to make the change. Yet, at the very least, this ineffective system would not persist for another 7 days. How refreshing. Chu Yunxuan stretched languidly. At that moment, a sound of keys unlocking the door echoed from the entrance. Chu Yunxuan, currently in Jiang Ying's bedroom, immediately perked up upon hearing the commotion. Bang, Jiang Ying shut the door, changed into slippers, and turned on the lights. Exhausted, she yawned, mumbled softly, and sank into the sofa. Today, she had spent the entire day helping Xiao Qiyue at the supermarket, feeling more fatigued than after battling demon beasts. That scoundrel. Chu Yunxuan. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Jiang Ying clutched the cushion on the sofa, mercilessly assaulting it as if it were Chu Yunxuan. You ruined my innocence. I detest you. The most infuriating part is that I was entirely unaware at the time, devoid of any sensation. Ah. This is utterly humiliating. Sob, sob, sob. Jiang Ying muttered to herself, feeling aggrieved. In the bedroom, Chu Yunxuan stifled a chuckle. Nevertheless, this fellow is quite admirable, albeit a tad fickle. How absurd. Lin Yar is his sister. Did he not claim he would come to my place today? He did not send me a message or show up. Could it be that he merely spoke idly? Go away. He must have gone to another girl. How despicable. Jiang Ying sat on the sofa scrolling through her phone for a while before heading into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of rushing water filled the bathroom. After her shower, Jiang Ying emerged wrapped in a towel. Huh, is my bedroom door closed? Jiang Ying paused, unable to recall. Click. She opened the bedroom door and switched on the light. On the bed sat Chu Yunxuan, their eyes locking. In that instant, Jiang Ying was rendered speechless. What were you muttering about in the living room? Chu Yunxuan asked with a smile. Jiang Ying. Upon hearing the question, Chu Yunxuan promptly covered his ears. Meanwhile, Jiang Ying's scream pierced the air. Chu Yunxuan. Jiang Ying, clutching her towel, pointed at him, her hand trembling with rage. Have you lost your mind? Who allowed you to sneak into my home? This is trespassing. Jiang Ying gritted her teeth. Chu Yunxuan chuckled and inquired. You were just mumbling outside as if you were disappointed not to see me. Why are you displeased now that I have arrived? Go away. Jiang Ying seethed through gritted teeth. What are you doing here? Leave at once. Chu Yunxuan replied. I came to assist you. Did you not say you were completely unaware and felt nothing? That you were at a loss? I'm here to make amends, to help you relive that experience. Jiang Ying? Her cheeks flushed crimson. Chapter 141. The Scoundrel. For Jiang Ying, there were many things she could accept. However, the fact that Chu Yunxuan overheard her self-talk was exceedingly embarrassing, making her want to burrow into a crack in the ground. Especially with the way Chu Yunxuan beamed at her. Get out. Leave my room. Jiang Ying bellowed. This is our room, Chu Yunxuan emphasized. Jiang Ying. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ying remarked, You are utterly shameless. Chu Yunxuan grinned and patted the bed, stating, Come here, be good. Get away. Don't think that just because something happened between us, I must submit to you. What era are we in, anyway? Jiang Ying rolled her eyes in annoyance. At that moment, Chu Yunxuan picked up his phone and dialed a video call. What are you doing? Jiang Ying was taken aback. The video connected. Chu Yunxuan waved at the camera, saying, Good evening, Auntie. It should just be getting dark over there. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Jiang Ying. On the phone, Jiang Ying's mother, Qin Lan, smiled and replied, Not at all, not at all. Your Uncle Jiang and I just stepped out, intending to play mahjong all night. Oh, Xiaoxian, you've become a hero now, slaying the demon emperor with a single sword and saving many. I am proud of you. Jiang Ying's parents had always held Chu Yunxuan in high regard, and after this incident, their admiration only deepened. What a remarkable son-in-law, gifted, kind-hearted, and of good character. Quite impressive. Auntie praised him, to which Chu Yunxuan asked, Auntie, does the phone come with a beauty filter? No, why? Wow. I see your skin is hardly distinguishable from Xiao Ying's. Chu Yunxuan feigned innocence, presenting an overly sweet demeanor. Jiang Ying frowned at his antics. This Chu Yunxuan, how revolting. Ha ha ha, Xiaoxian, your flattery is too much. Chu Yunxuan chuckled, truly. In the video, Jiang Ying cautioned, Xiaoxian, be mindful of your safety, whatever you do. Prioritize your life above all else. Understood, uncle. At this hour, it should be around midnight for you, right? Jiang Ying inquired. Uncle, auntie. I had a disagreement with Xiao Ying again. Look, I'm currently in her bedroom, and she insists on kicking me out. Chu Yunxuan sighed. Jiang Ying? Chu Yunxuan. What? That insensible girl, where is she? Hand over the phone. Qin Lan shouted. Jiang Ying. Chu Yunxuan then handed the phone to Jiang Ying, saying, Here, Annie is looking for you. Jiang Ying shot Chu Yunxuan a fierce glare, mouthing a curse. Before taking the phone and instantly smiling, Oh, Mom, what Xiaoxian said is true. Your skin looks better than ever. He he he. Have you been in a good mood lately? Go away. Don't give me that nonsense. Why are you arguing with Xiaoxian again? Qin Lan rolled her eyes. Chu Yunxuan's voice resonated. Auntie, it's just a minor issue. Qin Lan's voice followed. Xiaoxian, what kind of issue? Chu Yunxuan responded. I believe that my relationship with your daughter has reached a level of compatibility, and I wish to cohabit with her. At worst, we could each have our own room. The key is that with the current unrest in Tianhua City, I feel it would be safer for us to be together. Primarily for that reason. Jiang Ying? Primarily for that reason? If I get fed up now, you better not lay a finger on me. How shameless. Qin Lan's voice came through. No problem at all. Xiao Ying, is there an issue? Well, I think it might not be the best idea. Jiang Ying forced a smile. Currently, Tianhua City is in turmoil, and safety is of utmost importance. There is no need for superstitions. Your father and I are not there. Do not allow Xiaoxian to get overly enthusiastic only to be met with cold indifference. This is not appropriate. Understand? You are no longer a little girl. Jiang Ying. Furthermore, I certainly do not wish for my prospective son-in-law to be lost. If you do not have feelings for him, that is one matter. But if you do, what issues could possibly remain? Oh, I understand. Jiang Ying responded with a hint of grievance and handed the phone to Xiaoxian. Jiang Ying irritably passed the phone to Chu Yunxuan. Auntie, Chu Yunxuan immediately flashed a sweet smile at the camera. Xiaoxian, Annie is here for you. Don't let her bully you just because you are younger. You can always come to me with your troubles. If needed, Auntie will accompany your uncle back to Tianhua City. Thank you, Auntie. With your reassurance, I feel at ease. Qin Lan. All right, you too, get some rest. Goodbye. Uncle and Auntie. Bye-bye. The video call ended. Chu Yunxuan looked triumphantly at Jiang Ying. I'm going to challenge you. Jiang Ying charged forward, only to be pinned down by Chu Yunxuan once more, her hands restrained. This scene mirrored their previous encounter at Jiang Ying's home, in her bedroom. A mischievous smile appeared on Chu Yunxuan's face. Do you enjoy this kind of play? Get lost. All right, I shall accompany you. Hey. Several minutes later, Chu Yunxuan leaned back against the headboard, satisfied, while Jiang Ying gazed at him with a forlorn expression. From now on, you must obey, understood? Chu Yunxuan chuckled as he looked at her. Fine. Jiang Ying muttered discontentedly. At this moment, she was hesitant to oppose Chu Yunxuan, especially considering how he had teased her earlier while compelling her to admit her faults. In such circumstances, all she could do was comply. If she resisted, Chu Yunxuan would immediately make her retract her words. Thus, Jiang Ying felt an overwhelming sense of grievance yet found herself powerless to change the situation. Ding. Jiang Ying's affection level increased by 5, current affection, 75. The so-called increase in affection indicated a deepening of their relationship. Don't bully me. Jiang Ying turned away, sulking while fiddling with her phone. That detestable Chu Yunxuan. Just wait. I will not allow you to bully me forever. In the current situation, she dared not voice her thoughts. Once she was out of this environment, she would see how he could control her. After all, she was 23 years old. Chu Yunxuan was merely 19. How could she be so easily dominated by him? Preposterous. Then I shall train harder, Chu Yunxuan replied. Jiang Ying turned to glance at him, her cheeks flushing. Can you please get dressed? Huh. Jiang Ying desperately wanted to kick Chu Yunxuan. I'm begging you. All right then. Chu Yunxuan smiled. That's more like it. Jiang Ying lay down, and at that moment, a message arrived on her phone. It was from Shi Chuxue. Jiang Ying, are you training? Chapter 142. Shi Chuxue invites to dinner? Meanwhile, Shi Chuxue sat on the edge of her bed, holding her phone. The bedroom lights were dimmed. She had just finished bathing and was in her pajamas, her hair cascading over her shoulders. The phone's glow illuminated her exquisite and beautiful features. At this moment, though her expression was neutral, she felt a hint of nervousness. Jiang Ying replied, Not at the moment. Is there something you need? After a brief hesitation, Shi Chuxue sent another message. You have Chu Yunxian's contact information, right? Could you share it with me? Shi Chuxue was certain that Chu Yunxian was the one who had saved her. That figure had repeatedly appeared in her mind over the past few days. This image had gradually morphed into her internal struggle. Yet, it had also found its way into her heart. She had never experienced such feelings before. To think she could see him again. However, after their reunion, she had not found a suitable opportunity to speak with him properly. Moreover, she owed him her life. Until the meeting at Guangxi Building, when Yu Qianren remarked that he had been saved twice, and if he were a woman, he would gladly dedicate himself to his savior. Although Yu Qianren was referring to himself, those words resonated deeply with Shi Chuxue. She had no male friends, as she was not particularly articulate. Her only friend was Jiang Ying, whom she had known since childhood, and later, she met Xiao Qiyue. Most of her time was devoted to training, and she had never contemplated romantic relationships. However, she had given it considerable thought. How could she repay him? Perhaps that was a conversation for another time. At the very least, she must express her gratitude to Chu Yunxian. Without hesitation, Jiang Ying shared Chu Yunxian's WeChat contact with Shi Chuxue. Jiang Ying did not ponder much. She could never have guessed that Chu Yunxian was the one who had saved Shi Chuxue. She merely felt that Shi Chuxue had been acting strangely these past few days. She assumed Shi Chuxue wanted Chu Yunxuan's WeChat to thank him for saving her in Tianhai City. Thanks. No problem at all. Moi. 3. Moi. Meanwhile, Jiang Ying cast a glance at Chu Yunxian, who was training beside her. Hey. Chu Yunxian opened his eyes. What is up? I just shared your WeChat with Shi Chuxue. She should be adding you shortly. Chu Yunxian raised an eyebrow and asked why. Probably to express her gratitude since you saved her. Chu Yunxian then chuckled. Aren't you worried that having our contact might lead me to pursue her? Jiang Ying burst into laughter. Go ahead, pursue away. Hurry up, haha. Her laughter carried a hint of mockery. Even though Chu Yunxian had saved Shi Chuxue, it was different. The man who had saved her that night had risked his life. Only such a man could truly enter Shi Chuxue's heart. Shi Chuxue, on the other hand, had no interest in romantic relationships. Once a man like that entered her heart in such a manner, it was highly likely that he would remain the only one for her throughout her life. In fact, she might never pursue love again, dedicating her life to the martial arts instead. She was capable of making such a choice, aside from training. She had no other interests. She was a martial arts enthusiast. Though Chu Yunxian had indeed saved her life, it was not the same. He had saved countless lives and happened to save Shi Chuxue in the process. Jiang Ying remained unaware that Chu Yunxian was indeed the one who had saved Shi Chuxue that night. Don't doubt it, Chu Yunxian said. Jiang Ying smiled. I really don't want to discourage you, but you'd have a better chance pursuing Xing Wanyu. At least she might be slightly more viable. As for Shi Chuxue, you don't understand her. It's impossible for you. And if I do manage to pursue her, Jiang Ying replied, if you can win her over, I'll accompany you and her every day. With that, Jiang Ying rolled her eyes. Just so you know. I'm aware. It was likely that Chu Yunxian would soon make his move on Shi Chuxue. Despite his experience in the matters of the heart, Shi Chuxue would surely become his Waterloo. This was inevitable. It was also quite enjoyable to tease Chu Yunxian. It would save him from frivolous pursuits. As expected, not long after, someone added Chu Yunxian as a friend. The profile picture was simple, resembling a popular internet cat. Is that her? Chu Yunxian handed his phone to Jiang Ying. Yeah. Go ahead and accept. Chu Yunxian then accepted the friend request. Meanwhile, upon seeing that Chu Yunxian had accepted her request, Shi Chuxue felt slightly anxious. She typed a message, then deleted it. She retyped another message, only to delete that as well. She had never felt so conflicted about chatting with someone. She even meticulously weighed the punctuation in a single sentence. Hello, classmate Chu. I am Shi Chuxue. Cute. Then she hurriedly deleted the cute emoji and replaced it with a smile. Subsequently, she deleted the smiley face and replaced it with a handshake emoji. Would this make me seem too rigid? Su Chushue's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she mumbled to herself before erasing the expression altogether. Perhaps she should add nothing at all. After hesitating for a moment, she was about to hit send when a message from Chu Yunxuan arrived. Beautiful Su Chushue, kissing emoji, kissing emoji, kissing emoji, flirtatious emoji, flirtatious emoji. Su Chushue. She immediately deleted the string of words she had struggled with for quite some time. On the other side, Jiang Ying couldn't help but laugh out loud upon seeing Chu Yunxuan's message. Haha. What are you laughing at? Chu Yunxian glanced at Jiang Ying. How flirtatious. Calling her beautiful Su Chushuan, sending multiple kissing and flirtatious emojis. Do you think Su Chushue is like those girls you used to chat with? Haha. This is how you woo women? How pedestrian. Oh right. It seems like those girls were the ones pursuing you. You have no experience in taking the initiative, do you? It's evident. Jiang Ying wore a smile, believing that Su Chushue added Chu Yunxian purely out of gratitude. However, the way Chu Yunxian approached her would likely only foster her distaste or erase any fondness she might have had. Combined with Chu Yunxuan's notorious reputation, the previously minuscule chance of winning Su Chushue's heart had now dwindled to zero. After all, Su Chushue thought, TCH, don't disturb me. Remember our bet. All right, good luck. Jiang Ying continued to smile. Meanwhile, Su Chushue stood up and walked to the edge of her bed, a faint smile gracing her face as she read Chu Yunxuan's message. Jiang Ying had calculated everything but this detail. She was right. However, a boy approaching a girl in such a manner could easily repel her. Yet, what if the girl had already developed feelings for him? Especially in Su Chushue's case, it would only send her heart racing. At that moment, Su Chushue was at a loss about how to respond. Beautiful Su Chushue, kissing emoji, kissing emoji, kissing emoji, flirtatious emoji, flirtatious emoji. Gazing at Chu Yunxuan's message, she felt a flicker of happiness, and she sensed his enthusiasm. Hello, hello? Su Chushue replied with a similarly enthusiastic response. On the other side, Chu Yunxian gleefully showed Jiang Ying the message. Look, she even sent me a lot twice. Jiang Ying. In an instant, she felt perplexed. This was not Su Chushue's style. However, she reconsidered, after all. He had saved her life. It was only natural for Su Chushue to be a bit warmer, right? No problem. TCH, since you saved her life. Even if she no longer feels fondly towards you, she wouldn't show it in her messages. Only she knows in her heart that a life-saving grace must be reciprocated with courtesy, Jiang Ying murmured. Chu Yunxian chuckled, then a new message arrived. Do you have time tomorrow? May I invite you to dinner? Chu Yunxian remarked. She wants to treat me to dinner. Looks like I'm making progress. That's quite normal. You vanquished a demon and happened to save her. It's understandable that she wishes to express her gratitude by inviting you to dinner. Don't get too full of yourself, Jiang Ying replied. Chu Yunxian shrugged and responded, sure, where to? On the other side. A nervous Su Chushue smiled upon receiving Chu Yunxuan's agreement. Yet, she was troubled. Where should they go? Su Chushue pondered. She primarily wanted to thank Chu Yunxian. And then, she wanted to try, perhaps, pursue him? Her cheeks flushed slightly at the thought. She could hardly imagine such a day would come. However, she felt that Yu Qianren was right. She owed him 2 lives. Moreover, she was aware that she seemed to be captivated by the man who had saved her. Whether she would pursue him was uncertain, as she worried about taking that step. It depended on the situation, and Su Chushue had little experience in this regard, or rather, she had never considered it before. There were so many restaurants. What kind would suit her desire to treat Chu Yunxian? A trendy eatery? A steakhouse? Or something else? Let's insert an image here. This is just a suggestion, and it may not align with everyone's imagination. If anyone has better ideas, feel free to share. IMGSRCHTTP P9 Reading Sign Novelpic Com Novel Pic RC82FF066 1958 TPLV NOOP JPEG LK3S8D963091X expires 183-680 5864X signature page 4 Delta 3D Su Chushue MGSRCHTTP P3 Reading Sign Novelpic Com Novel Pic R4148F6 and 916 Fed 79-43995 TPLV NOOP JPEG LK3S8D96309-1X expires 183-680 5864X signature BBSY0FNXT email KKXXCWW4OSDJA03D linear chapter 143 Su Chushue, I'm coming. Su Chushue was anxious. She did not want Chu Yunxian to wait too long for her response. Yet she was unsure how to reply. Perhaps Su Chushue did not realize that her demeanor, mood, and inner turmoil this evening mirrored how countless boys felt when they interacted with her. After some contemplation, Su Chushue messaged Chu Yunxian. May I send you the address tomorrow? Is noon suitable? Chu Yunxuan, sure. Su Chushua, thank you, then please rest early. Good night. Chu Yunxuan, good night. After concluding their chat, Su Chushua quickly opened her WeChat contacts. She had few friends. To be precise, only a handful of people had her WeChat. 80% were girls, and the remaining 20% were boys added under special circumstances. Not a single one was a boy who had approached her for her contact information. Among the chat boxes of some boys were numerous messages she hadn't even opened. Randomly selecting one, she found the following: August 10th. Li Fei, 7:10 a.m. Good morning. Li Fei, 9:13 a.m. You should be awake by now. Su Chushua, 2:31 p.m. Yes. Li Fei, 2:31 p.m. It's already afternoon. Li Fei, 11:17 p.m. Good night. August 11th. Li Fei, 6:29 a.m. Good morning. August 12th. Li Fei, 7:22 a.m. Morning. August 16th. Li Fei, 7:20 a.m. Morning. September 5th, 2:57 p.m. Su Chushua, yes. Su Chushua hesitated for a moment before sending a message to this Li Fei. Are you there? The reply came swiftly. Yes, what is up? Su Chushua, I have a question for you. Li Fei, sure. Su Chushua, if you wanted to invite someone you like to dinner, what restaurant would you choose? Li Fei, of course, the most high-end restaurant. Su Chushua, specifically? Li Fei, for example, the Lioli restaurant in Tianhua City. Su Chushua, thank you. Lioli restaurant. Su Chushua searched it up and found it to be an exceptionally upscale and beautiful restaurant. One person's opinion is not necessarily the truth. Su Chushua particularly valued this opportunity to invite Chu Yunxuan to dinner, so she planned to ask a few more people for their opinions. Tianlin City. Two young men strolled through the quiet streets under the cover of night. Suddenly, one of their phones chimed. Qin Hao glanced at his phone, astonished. What is going on? His companion inquired, intrigued. Is it a message from Shi Chushua? Qin Hao responded, bewildered. What a surprise. His companion exclaimed, excitement evident on his face. Qin Hao was a distinguished member of the advanced class at Tianlin University in Tianlin City, a place renowned for its exceptional talents, far surpassing Tianhua City. Tianlin University was esteemed, ranking among the elite institutions alongside Gao Tianhua University. The reason Qin Hao possessed Shi Chushua's contact information was due to an exchange event 2 years prior, during which the president of Tianhua University, Qin Zhenhai, brought Shi Chushua, Jiang Ying, and Song Shuheng for friendly sparring. At that time, Qin Hao's opponent was Shi Chushua. Although he was defeated, he managed to secure her contact information under the guise of an excuse, as he was utterly captivated by her. Unfortunately, his affections were unreciprocated. After the departure of Tianhua University, Qin Hao reached out to Shi Chushua on several occasions, but their conversations were limited to discussions about cultivation. Eventually, lacking topics to discuss, he reduced the frequency of his messages. 2 months ago, he had concocted another excuse to visit Tianhua City, hoping to spar with Shi Chushua again. Although he faced defeat once more, he felt a glimmer of hope. To his astonishment, Shi Chushua had reached out to him first. Shaking his head in disbelief, he replied, I'm here. Shi Chushua, sorry to bother you, but I have a question. Qin Hao, no problem, go ahead. Shi Chushua, if you wanted to invite someone you like to dinner, where would be a good place? Qin Hao pondered her question, while his companion became increasingly animated. Oh my gosh. Bro, she's dropping hints. What? Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback. She's hinting that she wants you to take her out to dinner. Suggesting she has feelings for you. Qin Hao was elated. Could it be? Why would she ask me? It's such a straightforward question. She wouldn't need to ask anyone else. She must be hinting that I should take her out. Asking for suggestions means she wants me to choose the place. She definitely has feelings for me. Quick, find me some restaurants in Tianhua City. Qin Hao urged. Wow, you're unstoppable. Let me check, his companion replied. There's this Lioli restaurant that's quite impressive. The ambience is exquisite, located on the 73rd floor of the Tianding building, offering breathtaking views of the city and river. Perfect. Qin Hao responded, excitement bubbling within him. He texted Shi Chushua, is it for lunch or dinner? Shi Chushua, lunch. Qin Hao grinned widely. She even hinted at the time. For lunch, let us go to Lioli restaurant. Shi Chushua, thank you. Qin Hao, you're welcome. Turning to his companion, he exclaimed. She even thanked me. This is hilarious. Bro, all you need to do now is sneak over to Tianhua City, secure the reservation for Lioli restaurant, and then message Shi Chushua. She'll come. Exactly. Qin Hao nodded vigorously. I'll pretend I didn't catch on to her true intentions. Let her feel a bit of disappointment, then surprise her. This is going to be epic. His companion cheered. This is the ultimate goddess we're talking about. If you pull this off, you're set. Qin Hao smiled, absolutely. Who could resist this? But women can be coy. She clearly has feelings for me, yet is too shy to admit it, resorting to such subtle hints. If you play your cards right, the goddess will be yours. If not, you might miss out on happiness, his companion advised. Qin Hao nodded appreciatively. I owe you for this insight. I might not have realized otherwise. Just don't forget me if you succeed. His companion chuckled. Of course. Are you in love with my future sister-in-law? Qin Hao teased. Not at all. His companion protested, coughing to mask his embarrassment. All right, enough joking. As long as I have Shi Chuxue, I'm satisfied. Here's my house key. You go ahead. Wow, you're generous. Just a woman, not even close to Shi Chuxue. But remember, she is your future sister-in-law, so no funny business. Don't worry. Qin Hao grinned. Best of luck with Shi Chuxue. I'll go find my lady now. If she doesn't agree, why did I even come out with you? She'll be as wasted as a dead pig. Go on. All right, I'm off. Qin Hao straightened his collar, a smile gracing his lips. Shi Chuxue, here I come. The next day, chapter 144. What a fine day it is. Chu Yunxuan was refining a demon crystal from a celestial beast. After an entire night, he had yet to fully absorb it. After all, it was a celestial-grade crystal. His realm had risen from the 6th star of the Xiantian realm to the 7th. Jiang Ying had awoken early, surprised to sense Chu Yunxian's presence. 7th star of the Xiantian realm already? How incredible! Chu Yunxian took a deep breath, glancing at Jiang Ying before producing another celestial-grade crystal. He had several on hand, including some from the Divine Emperor realm, which he wouldn't be able to use in the short term. Here, take this and refine it. Jiang Ying pushed it away, stating, that's your reward. I don't need it. It's from your man, he insisted. Humph, you're not my man. You're merely my fling, Jiang Ying retorted defiantly. She had no chance of turning back now, as Chu Yunxian wouldn't allow it. Oh, is that so? He smirked, watching her. Jiang Ying shivered slightly. Don't get any funny ideas. Chu Yunxian leaned closer. I'll call the police. You're trying to kill me. Moments later, Jiang Ying curled up helplessly. I'll give you one more chance to change your mind. Sorry, she mumbled, looking pitiful. That's more like it. Accept it, Chu Yunxian said, satisfied. After all, she was his woman. He wouldn't be able to refine the crystal in the short term anyway. So giving it to her for a boost in her cultivation was a good idea. Jiang Ying cast him a resentful glance before retreating under the covers, unwilling to move. Chu Yunxian continued his refining. By noon, Shi Chuxue sent him an address. He glanced at Jiang Ying, who was still focused on her own refining, and said, I'm off to see your dear friend. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ying's spirits lifted. Nice. Finally, something to look forward to. Chu Yunxian was overly confident, mistakenly believing he had a chance with Shi Chuxue, while in Jiang Ying's eyes, he was destined to fail. Go on, good luck, she replied. Liuli restaurant was situated on the 73rd floor of the Tianding building. Dining there began at 8,000 yuan per person, alongside a 15% service charge. For the affluent, it was hardly a concern. In the grand hall, Qin Hao entered, holding a bouquet of flowers. Welcome to Liuli restaurant. May I ask if you have a reservation? The beautiful waitress inquired with a smile. Yes, I do. Qin Hao. Mr. Qin, right this way, please. Qin Hao nodded and handed the waitress a beautiful ring. I plan to confess to a girl later. I'd appreciate it if you could hide this piece of jewelry in the cake for me to surprise her. The waitress smiled. Of course, we're ready to assist you at any time, Mr. Qin. Thank you. He took his seat at the reserved table, carefully placing the 99 roses in a position of prominence. After sending a message to Shi Chuxue, Qin Hao meticulously adjusted his attire and hairstyle, feeling a mix of excitement and nerves. Suddenly, another young man entered, also carrying a bouquet of flowers. Sir, do you have a reservation? Mr. Li, please follow me. Li Fei produced an exquisite necklace that exuded an air of luxury. My dear lady, I wish to present a gift to my future girlfriend. In a moment, when I give you the cue, kindly announce that we are the 99th customers today, wishing for everlasting happiness, and then reveal the necklace. Understood. Li Fei replied with a subtle smile. Gradually, 7 or 8 distinguished young men arrived, each bearing a bouquet of flowers. In the elegant hall, these well-groomed gentlemen awaited the arrival of their beloveds, the flowers placed beside them in anticipation. Sir, please enjoy some tea, a beautiful waitress offered, pouring a cup for Qin Hao. Your restaurant has quite the charm. Is there a special occasion today, given the number of gentlemen here with flowers? Qin Hao inquired with a smile. Strangely enough, Mr. Qin, I have worked here for 2 years and have never witnessed such a spectacle, the waitress replied. Oh, is that so? I cannot allow myself to be outdone by the other gentlemen. My future girlfriend must feel exceptionally special, for she shall undoubtedly be the most radiant leading lady today. I shall follow your lead, Mr. Qin, she affirmed with a nod. Suddenly, a man clutching a bouquet caught Qin Hao's eye. Shin Qianjun? He was taken aback. Shin Qianjun was one of the top talents in Tianhua City. having competed alongside Qin Hao during the academic exchanges between Tianhua University and Tianlin University. Was he also here for a date? Shen Qianjun had also spoken with the waitress, having received a message from Shi Chuxue the previous night, inquiring if he was free and where he should take his crush for dinner. Shen Qianjun suddenly realized that Shi Chuxue might be hinting at her feelings for him. Given his status as a top talent, it was not surprising that she would be attracted to him. However, he had been pursuing Lin Yar, who had since gone to Xingdu. Upon learning this, Shi Chushue's affection for him might have surged, prompting her to test the waters. He certainly held a fondness for Shi Chuxue. Both she and Lin Yar were goddesses in their own right. Young Master Shen Qin Hao greeted. Oh, Qin Hao? Shen Qianjun approached, glancing at the flowers beside Qin Hao. Are you here for a date as well? Indeed. What a coincidence, Qin Hao replied with a smile. Haha, then I shall not intrude further. We can catch up another time, Shen Qianjun said before settling into a seat, carefully placing the flowers down. Meanwhile, Shi Chuxue had arrived outside the Tianding building. Today, she had made a special effort to dress up, donning a pure white short coat that accentuated her figure, paired with a soft yellow velvet knee-length skirt. Her black knee-high boots complemented her naturally wavy hair cascading over her shoulders. Delicate crystal earrings added a touch of elegance. Her bright, clear eyes, gently arched brows, and long lashes fluttered softly, while her fair skin glowed with a hint of blush and her lips resembled delicate rose petals. Just her presence turned heads. Feeling anxious, Shi Chuxue was unsure if Chu Yunxuan would appreciate her effort, as she rarely dressed so exquisitely. A taxi pulled up, and Chu Yunxuan stepped out with a yawn. Upon spotting her, Shi Chushue's heart raced. As he approached, she felt increasingly nervous, pondering what to say first. Should she simply say hello? That seemed too formal. What was her rehearsed dialogue again? Good afternoon, Chu Yunxuan greeted as he stood before her. Shi Chuxue, momentarily blank, replied, Good afternoon, nodding slightly. You've reserved a table, there's no need to wait here, he suggested. It's all right, she softly countered. Chu Yunxuan was taken aback by her demeanor, despite her icy aura. Her voice was surprisingly gentle. Is this what you call an ice queen? He mused. Shall we head inside? Shi Chuxue urged. Lead the way, he replied. As she turned to enter the building, she felt a rush of nerves. How could she feel so anxious? Should she initiate conversation? What would she even say? Thank you for coming today. In the elevator, the confined space heightened her discomfort. With just the two of them, she felt the need to fill the silence. Chu Yunxuan remained quiet, respecting her invitation. Meanwhile, he discreetly admired her silhouette. Her legs, figure, skin, and poise were all stunning. 73 floors, she noted, feeling the time stretch. To ease the silence, Chu Yunxuan glanced at the floor she had pressed. 73? The Yoli restaurant? He asked. Relieved to hear him speak, Shi Chuxue replied, Yes. Have you been? I've heard of it, but never visited, he responded with a smile. I asked around, and everyone praised the exquisite flavors and presentation, she added. Thoughtful of you, he replied. As they arrived on the 73rd floor, Qin Hao, Shen Qianjun, and nearly 10 other young men sat expectantly, glancing towards the entrance. They should be arriving soon, Qin Hao remarked, checking his messages. Though Shi Chuxue had not replied, he interpreted her silence as modesty. On the other side, Shen Qianjun noted the lack of response from Shi Chuxue but remained unperturbed, believing she was on her way. It's Shi Chuxue, he murmured. What harm is there in waiting a bit longer? At the Lioli restaurant, the waitstaff gathered, chatting animatedly about the day's events. What a splendid day. So many gentlemen here for dates, one remarked, noting the impressive company. Just then, Shi Chushue's breathtaking figure appeared at the entrance, captivating the attention of the staff. Wow, she's stunning, they exclaimed. But in the next moment, Chu Yunxuan and Shi Chuxue emerged from the elevator together. We're here, Shi Chuxue said to Chu Yunxuan, who nodded in agreement. The staff stood in stunned silence as they processed the scene before them. The enchanting lady in question was not the object of affection for any of the gentlemen present, who were poised to declare their feelings. With a reservation under the name of Shi Chuxue, she instructed the waiter to lead the way. Miss Shi Chuxue, if you would follow me, he said. Thank you. Together, they entered the interior of the restaurant, the waiter leading the way, and then Shi Chuxue made her entrance. Simultaneously, nearly 10 young men in attendance shifted their attention to her. She has arrived, they collectively thought, elated. In the next moment, they all stood up in unison, each cradling a bouquet of flowers in one arm while waving with the other. Shi Chuxue, over here, they chorused. In that instant, a wave of confusion washed over them. Qin Hao, Shen Qianjun, Li Fei, and others exchanged bewildered glances, looking around in disbelief. What does this mean? Are all these men with flowers waiting for Shi Chuxue? Qin Hao queried Shen Qianjun. What on earth? Are you also waiting for Shi Chuxue? Shen Qianjun frowned, astonished. What a coincidence. You too? Their eyes blazed with indignation as they faced each other, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. The waitstaff, witnessing the sudden uproar as the men rose with their flowers to greet the stunning newcomer, were equally baffled. What is going on? Are all these gentlemen waiting for her? They wondered. At that moment, Chu Yunxuan herself was taken aback. As she entered, 10 men stood up with flowers, smiling and waving at her, all familiar faces. Why was this happening? Just then, Chu Yunxuan appeared in the men's line of sight. What is going on? He thought, taken aback by the sight of the 10 dapper young men holding flowers. The atmosphere felt surreal. Meanwhile, Qin Hao, Shen Qianjun, and the others were equally stunned to see Chu Yunxuan by Shi Chushua's side. What? Is she here with another man? Shen Qianjuan's brows furrowed. What is the meaning of this? Wasn't Shi Chushua signaling me to come here for a reservation? What is happening? Chu Yunxuan asked Shi Chushua, who replied, I have no idea. This is quite strange. Where is your table? He inquired. By the window, she answered, under the curious and frustrated gazes of the onlookers. The pair made their way to the window. In a gentlemanly manner, Chu Yunxuan pulled out a chair for Shi Chushua, who blushed slightly at his courteous gesture. Thank you, she said. You're welcome, he replied, settling down across from her. After taking his seat, Chu Yunxuan glanced over at Qin Hao and the others, a smug smile gracing his face. The group shared incredulous looks. Are we all mere jesters? Qin Hao, Shen Qianjun, and their companions took their seats. Their gazes filled with resentment as they observed Shi Chushua and Chu Yunxuan at the window. At that moment, they felt as though they had been betrayed. What is going on? The waitstaff were equally astonished. All these young men had been waiting for this stunning girl, yet she had come with her boyfriend. What was their purpose here? To witness the sweetness of others? Take a look at the menu, Shi Chushua gently suggested to Chu Yunxuan. All right, he nodded. Meanwhile, she pondered. Why are Shen Qianjun and Qin Hao here at the Liuli restaurant, and all for me? They just shouted my name. How could this be? Confused, she wondered if there had been some misunderstanding on Chu Yunxuan's part. Clearing his throat, Shen Qianjun asked a waiter, where's the restroom? Straight ahead, the waiter replied. Shen Qianjun rose and walked away, prompting Qin Hao to hastily follow. The other young men did likewise. At the men's restroom door, they stood together. Did you also have a date with Shi Chushua? Shen Qianjun asked Qin Hao. Yes, you too? Shen Qianjuan's frown deepened. I had a date with Shi Chushua as well. Li Fei chimed in. Me too, echoed several others, some on the verge of tears. What did she say to you? Shen Qianjun inquired. She asked if I was available and where I would suggest taking someone I liked out to eat, one of the men replied. At that moment, the group felt as if they had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. So she asked the same of everyone? Laughter erupted amidst their realization. We are jesters. We are the fools here. They suddenly understood the absurdity of their situation. They had all mistakenly believed Shi Chushua was hinting at them, when in reality, she had simply been asking for suggestions for a restaurant to take someone she liked. And that someone was Chu Yunxuan. They exchanged glances, sharing a sense of camaraderie in their plight. Fools. I am the biggest fool. Li Fei chuckled bitterly. Aren't we all? Qin Hao clenched his fists. I am the greatest fool of all. What is it? Aren't you in the same boat as us? One of the men questioned. Qin Hao, with a wry smile, replied. You don't understand. You just don't get it. In a fit of despair, he dashed out, believing Shi Chushua had feelings for him, even having given his younger brother a key to his home the night before. As Qin Hao ran out, he drew the attention of the others, including Shi Chushua and Chu Yunxuan, who exchanged glances. He seems quite affected, Chu Yunxuan remarked, chuckling lightly. Shi Chushua blinked and asked, he looks fine to me. It's a matter of the heart, Chu Yunxuan replied. Upon hearing this, Shi Chushua's expression turned slightly awkward. Shen Qianjun and the others emerged, observing the seemingly sweet exchange between Shi Chushua and Chu Yunxuan, and then glancing at the meticulously prepared flowers in their hands. Clenching their fists tightly, they left with dark expressions, determined to reclaim their dignity another day. Shi Chushua looked a bit embarrassed as she turned to Chu Yunxuan, explaining, I really don't know why they showed up. I'm sorry, I didn't lead them on or play the field. She felt it necessary to clarify. Chu Yunxuan smiled and replied, I understand, but what prompted this? After a moment of thought, Shi Chushua explained, last night. After you agreed to go out for a meal today, I was unsure about where to go at first. Chu Yunxuan's eyes widened with realization. So you asked them for suggestions? Yes, exactly. I wanted a variety of opinions, and several recommended the Liuli restaurant, which sounded splendid. Chu Yunxuan gazed at her with a smile and asked, You put in so much effort? Yes, Shi Chushua replied, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Thank you for coming to my rescue. It was just a matter of convenience, he said. Not just that. She gently shook her head. Huh. Chu Yunxuan was puzzled. Not just this time. What do you mean? Shi Chushua revealed a radiant smile, the time before last. Chu Yunxuan thought back to their first encounter during an operation in Tianhai City, when he had inadvertently saved her. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. He gazed at Zichixu in astonishment. The nether evil tiger? Zichixu nodded slightly. Chu Yunxuan, with a look of disbelief, exclaimed, "So that was you?" "Yes. I was supposed to be doomed that time." Zichixu bit her red lip gently and looked up at Chu Yunxuan, her pupils shimmering slightly. "It was your sudden appearance and your deliberate distraction of the nether evil tiger with stones that drew its attention and even diverted it away from me." Chu Yunxuan paused. If she thought this way, he saw no issue with it. He replied, "I just felt that I couldn't stand by and watch someone perish, could I? But at that time, you were only at the profound body realm, and you managed to lure away the divine ability realm nether evil tiger. I thought you had perished, and I felt immense guilt until I saw you again in Tianhai City. It was simply unbelievable." Chu Yunxuan continued, "Though I say this, it is still a pity." "What do you mean by pity?" Zichixu asked curiously. "Heroes save the day, and in return, the fair maiden offers herself. I saved you twice. Yet your heart still belongs to another. What a pity indeed," Chu Yunxuan remarked. Zichixu was momentarily speechless, unable to resist a beautiful smile as she inquired, "How do you know this?" "Jiangying told me. She mentioned you have someone you like. Though she didn't elaborate, it was evident that your feelings run deep." Chu Yunxuan explained. "Someone I like," Zichixu murmured to herself, suddenly realizing something. He still didn't know that the one she liked was him. She wanted to surprise him, but not just yet. With a playful smile, Zichixu said, "It really is a bit of a pity. If only you had appeared a little earlier. Wait, if I think about it, you believed I was dead, felt sorrow, and then confided in the guy you like. I feel just like those clowns, like Shen Qianjun and the others," Chu Yunxuan mused. Zichixu responded, "No, you are different." "Oh, how so?" "They had no chance at all, while you have a significant opportunity," she replied. "Oh, what do you mean?" Chu Yunxuan raised an eyebrow. "Isn't it normal for someone to change their affections?" Zichixu stated. Chu Yunxuan was momentarily speechless. Chapter 147. I find Zichixu to be quite ordinary. Wow. Is this really something the icy Zichixu would say? This is not the Zichixu I know, he thought, perplexed yet pleased. Gazing at the breathtaking Zichixu, he asked, "So, does this mean I might have a chance to turn the guy you like into a clown?" "Yes," Zichixu smiled and nodded. "Indeed. In online novels, heroes rescuing maidens and the maidens offering themselves has its reason. Zichixu is indeed moved by such heroics. Since she has already said this, it implies that I, Chu Yunxuan, have a solid chance," he thought excitedly. "By the way, beautiful Zichixu, would you care to accompany me to a movie after dinner?" Zichixu casually tossed her hair and replied, "I'll treat you." "All right." After finishing their meal, Zichixu paid the bill, and they walked out side by side. Her spirits lifted for two reasons. First, she had recognized Chu Yunxuan, and second, there was still an element of mystery, as he mistakenly thought she liked someone else. How amusing. She had teased him into believing she had affections for another. Previously, she had never been inclined towards such matters, but with Chu Yunxuan, it was different. She didn't wish to hide her feelings any longer. She acknowledged that she had developed feelings for him. A significant part of this was due to his heroic act of saving her. She had mustered the courage to express her feelings but changed her mind due to his misunderstanding. This way felt quite nice. "Who is the guy you like?" Chu Yunxuan asked curiously. Zichixu pondered for a moment and replied, "You know him." "I know him. Who could it be?" he wondered, considering that it couldn't be Shen Qianjun or the others. "Yes," Zichixu said, a rare mischievous expression crossing her face. "Forget it. It won't be long before he becomes a clown," Chu Yunxuan chuckled. They arrived at the cinema where Chu Yunxuan intentionally chose a romantic film. As horror films held no significance for Zichixu, a top-tier genius unafraid of terrifying beasts, they settled into seats toward the rear. As the dim lights enveloped them and the movie commenced, Zichixu found herself beginning to appreciate the nuances of cinema, something she had never understood before. Surrounded by couples leaning into each other, Chu Yunxuan was hardly focused on the film. His peripheral vision caught Zichixu, who seemed engrossed in the story. He subtly reached for her hand, his fingers brushing against hers. Zichixu paused, glancing at him, who was feigning interest in the movie. No wonder boys always invite girls to the cinema. It made sense now. When he felt her not retracting her hand, his heart soared. Gradually, he placed his hand over hers. Zichixu felt awkward, having never experienced such a thing before, yet found it amusing. She continued to act as if she was engrossed in the film, while Chu Yunxuan fully clasped her hand. This was exhilarating. Zichixu had not rejected him. Given her earlier words, it was rather apparent that she had feelings for him. Chu Yunxuan thought to himself, "No matter who you are, Zichixu likes you. Yet you seem indifferent. Well, I shall secure my position." As the movie progressed, he became less satisfied with merely holding her hand and released it. Although Zichixu appeared to be watching the film, she was acutely aware of Chu Yunxuan's every subtle movement. Noticing him let go of her hand stirred a sense of loss within her. Did he no longer wish to hold her? However, the next moment, she felt a hand resting on her thigh beneath her skirt. Zichixu's body trembled, and a blush crept across her cheeks in the dim setting. Though she maintained an outward appearance of calm, her body was tense. Chu Yunxuan felt a rush of excitement. Wow, is she really giving me this? His hand began to explore gently, yet the fabric of her skirt was a bit thick. Undeterred, he decided to test the waters further, gradually inching his hand higher. Zichixu thought, this is too much. Then, his hand ventured just above her knee, where the skirt no longer shielded her skin. Chu Yunxuan felt a wave of satisfaction surge within him. Was this truly permissible? What was this, if not an invitation? Zichixu quivered again. This is excessive. It's so awkward. Is he going to push further? Naturally, he did. Chu Yunxuan's hand climbed higher until it reached a point beyond Zichixu's comfort. She pressed down on his hand, and he looked at her. She bit her lip, too shy to turn her gaze away. Respecting her boundaries, he maintained that position until the movie concluded. As the lights brightened, Zichixu exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally, it was over. Two individuals arrived outside the shopping mall. Well, I shall take my leave first, Su Chuxue remarked. Allow me to escort you, Chu Yunxuan offered. No need, it's quite all right. Shall we meet again tomorrow? It's my turn to treat you. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chuxue slightly nodded. All right. Chu Yunxuan felt a surge of joy, unbeatable. With today as progress, tomorrow will surely be a triumph. After parting ways, Chu Yunxuan returned to Jiang Ying's home. Upon seeing him, the enchanting Jiang Ying opened her beautiful eyes and inquired, "Oh, back already?" Chu Yunxuan changed his shoes and replied, "Yes, I'm back. How about you?" Jiang Ying teased, "Don't even mention it." Chu Yunxuan sighed heavily. "I thought you'd put on a show, yet here you are? Sighing right away?" Jiang Ying remarked, "I told you, she has someone she likes. I've known her for over 20 years. I know her all too well. The person she likes will never change their heart. Accept your defeat," she stated with pride. Chu Yunxuan settled beside Jiang Ying, stretching lazily as he said, "Not at all. I just feel it was too easy." Jiang Ying looked at him, puzzled. "It just feels a bit disappointing." "Disappointed?" "Indeed. I once thought Su Chuxue was an ice queen, exceptionally unique, especially considering how you described her as emotionally detached. Yet, in the end, she seems no different from an ordinary girl. Rather, a bit open, a touch casual, perhaps even a bit green tea," he lamented. Jiang Ying was taken aback. "What nonsense are you speaking? Su Chuxue, open? Flirtatious? Green tea? I wish to see what nonsense you conjure next. Isn't she supposed to have someone she likes?" "Exactly." Jiang Ying nodded. "It's a pity you have a crush on someone else. Guess what she told me?" "What?" Chu Yunxuan inquired. "She said that it's perfectly normal for someone to change their affection. Tell me, is that something an ice queen would say? The implication is rather clear. I feel like she is fishing for me. Having someone she likes, yet saying it's normal to change affections. Doesn't that sound a bit green tea?" "Sigh. I'm disappointed." Jiang Ying chuckled. "You're quite the pretender, Chu Yunxuan. How could Su Chuxue possibly say such things?" She suppressed her laughter, and then, after dinner, we went to watch a movie, he continued. And then? Jiang Ying thought it natural to watch a movie together. Considering Su Chuxue had treated him to dinner as a thank you, it would be impolite for her to refuse if he invited her. During the movie, I held her hand. "Oh, she didn't resist?" "No, then I even touched her leg," he replied. Jiang Ying stifled her laughter. "She didn't resist at all?" "No. At first, it was just through her skirt, but eventually, there was no skirt at all. So, I felt a bit let down. But she is indeed beautiful. I can't complain, and besides, I even made a bet with you," he said. Jiang Ying erupted into laughter. "You were quite the pretender. How could you fool me into believing you might actually win her over?" Chu Yunxuan found it amusing as he observed Jiang Ying laughing uncontrollably. "To be honest, I too find it curious. Su Chuxue, this ice queen, shouldn't be like this. And you know her so well, she ought not to be so casual. Yet, the reality is what it is. Or perhaps, my face is so charming that even an ice queen like Su Chuxue can't resist." Jiang Ying burst into laughter again. "Stop making me laugh, really." Chu Yunxuan rolled his eyes. "I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, go ask her." "I can't be bothered to ask," she replied, still laughing. "It's fine. After all, we're going out tomorrow. She treated me today, and I shall treat her tomorrow. Most likely, I want to return home. I'll probably go to her place," Chu Yunxuan declared. Jiang Ying, holding back laughter to the point of tears, said, "You'd better not return tomorrow. Believe it or not, I'm indeed a bit disappointed. Is this what they call a contrast girl?" What a pity. Chu Yunxuan yawned and retreated to his bedroom. What are you doing? Jiang Ying asked. Doing something serious, he replied. Come on, don't joke. What? Seeing how beautiful Su Chuxue is yet having no chance, feeling restless? Now you want to seek me out? On the other side, Su Chuxue sat in the living room, propping her chin on her hand, a faint smile gracing her lips. What a strange feeling. Should I tell Jiang Ying about this? After some contemplation, she decided against it, thinking, if I mention it, Chu Yunxuan will undoubtedly realize I have always liked him. She found the situation amusing and delightful, especially with a date planned for tomorrow. She anticipated that after a few more encounters, Chu Yunxuan would suddenly understand that she had liked him all along. That would be particularly interesting. Tomorrow would bring another date, and she wanted to prepare well for it. Meanwhile, Jiang Ying still found the situation hilarious. Chu Yunxuan is such a pretender. He is putting Su Chuxue down to elevate his own image. Tomorrow they have a date, which is only natural. Though Su Chuxue is an ice queen, she possesses a kind heart. Chu Yunxuan saved her life. Hence, she treated him to dinner, and it's only reasonable for him to invite her to a movie. She would surely agree. So, let us see how I can expose you tomorrow. Jiang Ying glanced at Chu Yunxuan, who was engrossed in his training, and then took out her phone. Fairy Minter, tomorrow let us witness the spectacle together. Xiao Qiyue messaged back, what spectacle? Jiang Ying then summarized the situation for Xiao Qiyue. Haha. Xiao Qiyue replied with several laughing messages. Jiang Ying continued, he is such a pretender, I can't take it. Let us quietly observe tomorrow and see how things unfold. Xiao Qiyue responded, haha, sounds great. I've already hired someone for tomorrow. I want to see everything. Jiang Ying added, haha, and it seems Chu Yunxuan is pretending he might go to Su Chuxue's house tomorrow. Indeed, Chu Yunxuan felt a twinge of disappointment. Is this what they call an ice queen? A contrast girl. Though she possesses stunning beauty, her character fails to meet my standards. Nevertheless, she is undeniably exquisite. At midnight, a notification chimed. Congratulations. You have randomly activated the welfare system, ultimate goddess strategy system. Welfare system? Chu Yunxuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Ultimate goddess strategy system, with this system's assistance, from little lolas to ice goddesses, as long as the host can get them out. This system will ensure that within 2 days, the host can win them over. If not achieved within 2 days, the system will unleash its full power until successful, while compensating the host based on the duration of the delay. Please select your target now. Chu Yunxuan thought for a moment, the ice goddess. But I can't seem to get her out. He pondered, realizing that his primary goal at present was to win over Su Chuxue. Securing her would also imply a victory over Jiang Ying. This is a substantial temptation. Su Chuxue. Target Su Chuxue selected, scanning her basic information. Scanning Su Chuxue's past commenced. Scanning the memories of Shi Chuxue. Ding. Scan complete. The host's probability of establishing a relationship within a week, based on personal effort, is 99. 3. Chu Yunxuan. So what do I need you for? Ding. Scanning Shi Chuxue's personality. Even if a relationship is confirmed, the host's chances of achieving the final step of emotional evolution with Shi Chuxue are 21 within 3 months, 47. 9 within 6 months, and 77 within a year. Even if a relationship is confirmed, there is only a 21 chance of that happening within 3 months. This indeed feels like an iceberg. Yet her demeanor does not reflect that at all. It's only the first day, and I could already hold her hand and touch her leg. Chu Yunxuan furrowed his brow, puzzled. Ding. As long as the host follows the system's instructions, the probability of success in 2 days is as high as 97. 9. Chu Yunxuan. I apologize for raising my voice just now. Ding. The strategy process is ready. Please await further instructions. No problem. The next day, Chu Yunxuan practiced until the afternoon, as he had arranged to meet Shi Chuxue at 6 o'clock. He decided to go for dinner first. Only a fool would invite a girl out for lunch. At the very least, it should be in the afternoon. After all, the entire process should conclude by nightfall. The later, the better. I'm heading out, Jiang Ying's voice echoed from outside. Chu Yunxuan stepped out of his room to find Jiang Ying putting on her shoes. Where are you going? Just helping the fairy mentor a bit. You're going on a date with Shi Chuxue, right? Chu Yunxuan replied, I'm leaving soon too. All right. Then I'll be off, Jiang Ying said before exiting the house. Let us see how I expose you later, she added with a sly smile. At the supermarket entrance of the ferry, Xiao Qiyue spotted Jiang Ying and quickly greeted her. Xiao Ying, over here. Jiang Ying walked over. Let us go. Let us watch the show, Xiao Qiyue said with a smile as she linked arms with Jiang Ying. Let us stake out at Shi Chuxue's place. Chu Yunxuan will definitely go to pick her up, Jiang Ying suggested. Haha, sounds good. The two laughed as they walked. But little Xianyuan doesn't he really intend to pursue little Chuxue, does he? I'm a bit worried, Xiao Qiyue asked. Jiang Ying inquired, why is that? I made a bet with him. He actually wants to extend his reach towards me. I told him that if he manages to win over you and Chu Yunxuan, then he can come to pursue me, the ultimate boss. Jiang Ying chuckled. I bet with him too, don't worry. You don't know Chu Yunxuan? That person saved her, and he even died. Even if she could move on, with her personality, it would probably take Chu Yunxuan several more years. Ha ha ha, true. Hearing you describe little Xianyuan's pretentious moments yesterday made me laugh to death. Today, let us secretly see what happens between them. And then when little Xianyuan brags to you, you can tell me, Xiao Chiyue giggled. Ha ha, sure. The two envisioned the amusing scene to come. They waited in a corner across the street from Chu Yunxuan's house. Sure enough, a taxi pulled up, and Chu Yunxuan emerged. He waited there for a moment. According to the system's guidance, there was no need for him to pick her up in a luxury car. Taking a taxi was perfectly reasonable. After all, Chu Yunxuan shouldn't be the type to be materialistic. Here she comes. Jiang Ying suppressed a laugh. The stunning Chu Yunxuan walked out. They appeared to exchange a few words. Then another taxi arrived. Chu Yunxuan opened the car door for Chu Yunxuan. Haha, he seems quite the gentleman. Opening the door for her, Jiang Ying found it even more amusing to witness Chu Yunxuan's efforts to impress Chu Yunxuan. Let us go, let us follow them. Chapter 149, Calculating Fate. Jiang Ying and Xiao Chiyue immediately hailed another taxi. Driver, just follow that taxi ahead, Jiang Ying said with a smile. Ready to witness the unfolding drama. She was curious to see how Chu Yunxuan would boast. In the other taxi, ding. Please head to Riverside Pedestrian Street. The system's prompt echoed in Chu Yunxian's mind. He was eager to see how impressive the system could be. Let us do as you say, he said. Where are we going? Chu Yunxuan asked softly. Driver, to Riverside Pedestrian Street, Chu Yunxian instructed. Riverside Pedestrian Street was the most bustling area of Tianhua City. All right. Chu Yunxian and Chu Yunxuan settled into the back seat. Today, I'll treat you, so just follow my lead, he said, turning to Chu Yunxuan. Okay, she nodded slightly. Why are you wearing pants today? Chu Yunxian inquired with a glance. Chu Yunxuan replied. Do you not know why I'm wearing pants? What did you do last night while watching the movie? Although Chu Yunxuan was attracted to Chu Yunxian, she was inherently a conservative girl, even somewhat old-fashioned. She simply felt that wearing pants was more suitable for today's outfit. Indeed, it looks great, Chu Yunxian complimented. Thank you, Chu Yunxuan replied softly. The driver interjected. You two must be a couple, such a handsome pair, a match made in heaven. Ha ha ha, thank you, Chu Yunxian responded with a smile. Oh, young man, I just caught a glimpse of you. You're quite handsome. No wonder you have such a beautiful girlfriend. I suppose our Tianhua City's #1 handsome guy? Chu Yunxian must have some competition, the driver chuckled. Chu Yunxuan. Ha ha ha, you know Chu Yunxian too? He asked. Who doesn't he know him? He*s the hero of Tianhua City, risking his life to save the students of Class 3 at Tianhua University, and just a few days ago, he slayed the demon emperor, saving countless lives. Which girl wouldn't be infatuated with him? The driver continued. Oh, and my daughter hasn't even seen him in person. Yet she's madly in love with him, saying she won't marry anyone else. Ha ha, really? Chu Yunxian replied. Yes, it's driving me insane. But how could we ever hope to reach him? The driver sighed. Chu Yunxuan smiled, glancing at Chu Yunxian, then said deliberately. But I heard he didn't have a great reputation in the past, especially with many ex-girlfriends. Chu Yunxian. What? The driver exclaimed. Oh dear. Young lady, that's a rather superficial view, he remarked. Isn't it so? Chu Yunxuan asked curiously. With someone as outstanding as him, isn't it normal for many girls to be attracted to him? Having numerous girlfriends is also quite typical, the driver explained. Indeed, Chu Yunxuan acknowledged. Now, the question arises. Everyone knows he has many ex-girlfriends, yet despite hearing he's fickle, why do so many still pursue him? Chu Yunxuan's beautiful eyes blinked. Then she shook her head slightly. The reason is simple. All those rumors of him being fickle or juggling multiple relationships are just that, rumors. As rumors spread, they often become more exaggerated and absurd. Chu Yunxian nodded in agreement. Exactly. The driver added. Isn't it a basic principle? If just one or two girls feel this way, it could be considered blind love. But if all the girls are infatuated with him, can we say there is something wrong with him? Are all the girls in this world foolish? That makes sense, Chu Yunxuan nodded. Right? Because they understand what a wonderful person Chu Yunxian truly is, they regard the unfavorable rumors as mere fabrications. This individual, who risks his own life to save others, undoubtedly possesses exceptional character and is certainly someone worthy of lifelong trust. Thus, I wholeheartedly support my daughter's affection for him. However, sigh, I feel she may not be deserving of him. Chu Yunxian turned to Chu Yunxuan and remarked, Indeed, it appears there were some misguided perceptions in the past. Shi Chushua mumbled in response. Haha, right? Soon, the car came to a halt outside the pedestrian street. The two stepped out. Young man, the receipt, the driver said, handing it to Chu Yunxuan. He glanced at it unexpectedly, noticing a line on the back. Go to the seaside pedestrian street and await the arrival of a fortune teller. Chu Yunxuan. He glanced at the driver, who winked at him. Chu Yunxuan thought, wait, is this driver arranged by the system? No wonder he spoke so highly of me. Ding. The first step to improve Shi Chushua's unfavorable impression of the host and lower her guard is complete. Chu Yunxuan. Shall we go? Don't girls typically enjoy shopping? How about accompanying you for a bit? He suggested to Shi Chushua. Sure, she replied. They entered the pedestrian street, and Chu Yunxuan instinctively reached for her hand, feeling confident it would be fine. Ding. Please refrain from holding hands at this moment. The sudden system prompt made him retract his hand. Why? Yesterday, during the movie, they not only held hands, but he even touched her leg. Why can't he hold hands now? Surely she would agree? Never mind. He decided to abide by the system's instructions. He didn't want to be blamed later for failing due to not following orders, which might lead to a lack of compensation. As they chatted and walked ahead, Jiang Ying and Xiao Qiyue stealthily followed them through the crowd. Look, they haven't even held hands. Yesterday, he tricked me into believing they were hand-holding and leg-touching, haha. Jiang Ying laughed joyfully. Xiao Qiyue nodded with a smile. It's safe to say he was just putting on a show yesterday. Let us follow them. Ahead. Chu Yunxuan spotted a fortune teller seated by the roadside. Fortune telling, no fee if it's inaccurate. The old man called out. That must be him. Chu Yunxuan paused, contemplating. Shi Chushue, noticing his stop, followed suit. What would you like to have read? The fortune teller asked the couple. Let us check our fate, the girl said cheerfully, gripping the boy's hand. Oh, come on, this is all a scam, the boy replied dismissively. Just let us try it, the girl insisted. 10 yuan, the old man stated. Here, she said, handing over the money. The old man examined their palms and stroked his beard. Master, what do you see? The girl asked curiously. Well, I shall speak only the truth, he replied. Your boyfriend is not a good choice, he declared. What? Old man, are you asking for a beating? The boy retorted, rolling up his sleeves. Why do you say that? The girl inquired. The tycoon on Riverside Road spent 5,000, and on Tianing Road, he spent 13,000. Do you think that is a wise choice? Upon hearing this, the boy was taken aback. What? The girl turned to her boyfriend. That is not true. It's a lie, he stammered. The old man stroked his beard. If it's false, why not visit the two places I mentioned and check his membership details at the front desk? You'll find out. Let us go. The girl angrily pulled the boy along to verify. Let us go, she urged. Damn, I'm just spending money. What is wrong with that? You old fool. Are you looking for trouble? As he spoke, the boy swung a punch at the fortune teller, who effortlessly dodged back half a meter. Whoa, he is skilled. Those who initially thought him a quack were now astonished. You've let me down. The girl slapped the boy and ran away in tears. Chu Yunxuan. Master, please read my fortune. Master, also read mine. Master, master. A crowd surged toward the fortune teller. Shi Chushue stood with her brows furrowed, deep in thought. She then turned to Chu Yunxuan and asked, Did you feel the spatial force when he teleported? Chu Yunxuan shook his head. Neither did I. How could he teleport then? He cleared his throat and asked Shi Chushue, Shall we have a reading too? What for? She questioned. For fate, he answered. Shi Chushue hesitated. Chapter 150. A pair of dragons and phoenixes. You are truly a match made in heaven. The old man was surrounded by a crowd seeking readings. However, he stood up. Everyone, please hold on, for there are two individuals who pique my interest. He gestured to Chu Yunxuan and Shi Chushue. Young friends, would you allow me to read your fates? They approached the fortune teller. Wow, so beautiful. Shi Chushue. Shi Chushue. What is going on? What is her relationship with Chu Yunxuan? Jiang Ying and Xiao Qiyue moved closer to observe. This old man seems to have insight. I must have him read my fortune later, Xiao Qiyue said, her eyes sparkling. Jiang Ying, however, was more focused on Chu Yunxuan and Shi Chushue. I'm curious to see what fate he predicts for them, she murmured. What would you like to know? The old man asked Chu Yunxuan and Shi Chushue. Shi Chushue glanced at Chu Yunxuan. Fate, he stated. All right, she replied. Very well, extend your hands for me to see. They both reached out. The old man leaned closer for a better look. Please wait a moment. He then pulled out a red thread. You each take one end. Oh. Shi Chushue and Chu Yunxuan grasped the red thread. The moment they held it, suddenly, dark clouds gathered above them. What? The crowd looked up in confusion. A gigantic illusion of a phoenix and a dragon inexplicably appeared in the sky, accompanied by their respective calls. The spectacle of the dragon and phoenix swirling was breathtaking. What the heck? Dragon and phoenix? What is happening? Oh no, is something going to happen? The crowd gazed upward, astonished. Chu Yunxuan looked up, her brows furrowed. This. At that moment, the old man appeared shocked, his hands trembling slightly, staring at the two with disbelief. Elder, what is wrong? Chu Yunxuan asked, her brows knitted. The old man swallowed hard, astonished. A celestial phenomenon. A dragon and phoenix in harmony. This signifies a fateful connection across 3 lifetimes. Chu Yunxuan. Chu Yunxuan. Oh, you two are destined for each other. Your fates were intertwined even in your past 3 lives. You are heaven-made, a perfect match. The old man exclaimed. I never expected to witness such a harmonious pair in my lifetime. This life is not in vain. He raised his head, tears streaming down his cheeks. Ha ha. The old man laughed heartily and then vanished from sight. Chu Yunxuan's mouth twitched. What the? This system is truly absurd. Can it be like this? Incredible. Jiangying. Huh. She stood there, dumbfounded. No. Don't do this. Zichixu stood frozen in place. Casting one last glance at the celestial phenomenon above, where dragons and phoenixes heralded prosperity. Gradually, the wondrous sight faded away, leaving the crowd buzzing with excitement. Goodness. Chu Yunxuan and Zichixu seemed so perfectly matched. Matched. Someone exclaimed. Did you not hear that, sage? They must have been lovers in their past 3 lives. What? No way. Another chimed in. Chu Yunxuan turned to Zichixu with a gentle smile and asked, what are your thoughts? After a moment of contemplation, she met his gaze and replied uncertainly. It might be possible. No, it is not just possible, it is a certainty. That old man must indeed be a true sage and not a charlatan. He declared, tears of excitement brimming in his eyes. Everyone had witnessed the heavenly spectacle, and most significantly, it was Chu Yunxuan who appeared at her most perilous moment to save her. Was this not fate? Zichixu glanced at Chu Yunxuan, her mind swirling with unspoken thoughts. Suddenly, a prompt resonated within her mind. Please take Zichixu to the clothing store and remember to purchase a dress. Chu Yunxuan, sensing her distraction, urged, stop overthinking, let us go. All right, she replied, her thoughts weighed down as she followed him. Meanwhile, Ziaqiu looked around, frustrated at not finding the old man. She turned to Jiangying, asking, what is wrong? Jiangying, with a forlorn expression, lamented, I came to witness his downfall, not to watch him gloat. Oh, do you really believe Zichixu would fall for that? Even if she did. Remember, she has someone in her heart. Jiangying nodded in agreement. Ahead, Chu Yunxuan noticed a women's clothing store, its garments appearing quite appealing. Zichixu, preoccupied with her thoughts, glanced at the store. Shall we go in? I'll buy you a dress, he suggested. Zichixu blinked and shook her head slightly. No need. Come on, trust me. He insisted. Okay, she relented, following him inside. Welcome. Dresses. Chu Yunxuan surveyed the shop. Miss, please help me select some outfits for my girlfriend. He instructed the sales assistant. Zichixu's cheeks flushed. Who is his girlfriend? The assistant gushed. Sir, your girlfriend is simply stunning. I've never seen such beauty. You are truly fortunate. Whatever she wears will look exquisite. Come, let me assist you. Before Zichixu could protest, she was whisked away to choose clothes. Emerging later, Chu Yunxuan carried a bag filled with Zichixu's original attire, while she donned a beautiful new outfit. Most importantly, a dress. Stunning, he remarked, causing Zichixu to feel a wave of shyness. She had long harbored feelings for Chu Yunxuan, and this outing felt like an intimate gesture between lovers. Were they indeed a couple now? Yet, she had planned to confess her feelings to him. Thank you, she murmured softly. A system prompt reverberated in her mind. Please proceed to Yui Restaurant. Let us go dine, Chu Yunxuan announced. Where to? I've made arrangements at Yui Restaurant. Thank you, she replied, and together they strolled away. Not far off, Ziaqiu admired Zichixu's beauty, exclaiming, Zichixu is truly breathtaking. She then glanced at Jiangying, who reassured herself, it's normal. Chu Yunxuan saved her, and she couldn't refuse his kindness in buying her clothes. At Yui Restaurant, Chu Yunxuan and Zichixu exited the elevator. Greeted by a stunning decor adorned with roses and balloons, the lighting casting a warm, enchanting glow. Welcome, Mr. Chu Yunxuan and Miss Zichixu, a beautiful waitress greeted them. Chu Yunxuan nodded, while Zichixu marveled at the beauty surrounding her. So lovely. Please, follow me, the waitress beckoned, leading them into a beautifully empty dining hall. Is there no one else here? Zichixu inquired, curious. Today, Mr. Chu Yunxuan has reserved the venue exclusively for Miss Zichixu, the waitress replied cheerfully. Chu Yunxuan was taken aback, wondering what the system was up to. If this was merely a private reservation, it felt rather kitsch. Zichixu blinked, glancing at Chu Yunxuan, who smiled and said, after your heartfelt gesture yesterday, I couldn't let you down. What do you think of the ambience? It's nice, she replied softly, her heart fluttering. Did Chu Yunxuan harbor feelings for her too? They sat opposite one another, and as the dishes were served, Chu Yunxuan expressed curiosity about the system's arrangements. As they shared a meal, Zichixu elegantly wiped her mouth and said, "It's delicious, thank you." Chu Yunxuan smiled, and then a prompt instructed him to clap twice. What now? He wondered. Clapping. He caused Zichixu to gaze at him, puzzled. At that moment, a waitress approached, holding a box resembling a wedding ring. Chu Yunxuan was dumbfounded. Surely, this cannot be a wedding ring. In the shadows, Jiang Ying could no longer contain her laughter, exclaiming, "Can you believe this?" He.S. planning to propose without even confirming their relationship. Xiaoqiu, stifling her laughter, added, "Isn't he the love guru? But all those girls are chasing him." At that moment, Zichixu felt utterly bewildered. When she saw the waiter approaching with a box resembling a wedding ring, she was taken aback. What? Chu Yunxuan held his forehead in frustration. This useless system. It would be better if he took action himself. Just wait for compensation, will you? Who gives a ring before the relationship is even established? Do you understand? Within 2 days, there's nearly 100% chance he not only woos Shi Chuxue, but also takes the final step? Absurd. Chu Yunxuan felt utterly embarrassed by this situation. The beautiful waitress smiled at Shi Chuxue and said, "Miss Shi Chuxue, this is a gift prepared especially for you by Mr. Chu Yunxuan." Shi Chuxue accepted the small box and looked at Chu Yunxuan with confusion. May I open it?" she inquired. Go ahead," Chu Yunxuan replied. As Shi Chuxue slowly opened the box, she trembled slightly, frozen in her seat. Inside was not a ring, but a stunning sapphire necklace. The sapphire was remarkably beautiful, nearly the size of a man's fingernail, set in the pendant. Shi Chuxue's hands quivered slightly, her pupils fluttering. Chu Yunxuan, who was already feeling embarrassed, was momentarily dazed by Shi Chuxue's reaction. What is happening? Then, as Shi Chuxue removed the necklace, he felt a sense of confusion. Although a necklace was less awkward than a ring, why was Shi Chuxue reacting so strongly? The most crucial detail was that the pendant appeared somewhat worn. A glimmer of tears sparkled in Shi Chuxue's beautiful eyes as she trembled, holding the pendant tightly. Gradually, she flipped the pendant open, revealing the sapphire encased within. Chu Yunxuan thought, How does she know it could be opened? He hadn't realized this aspect either. At the moment she opened it, Shi Chuxue shuddered, tears spilling from her eyes. She clutched the pendant tightly against her chest, bowing her head. Chu Yunxuan was bewildered. Why is she crying? In the shadows, Jiang Ying and Xiao Qiyue were equally shocked. Wait, why is Shi Chuxue crying? Xiao Qiyue asked in disbelief. I don't know. Even if it's a necklace, shouldn't she react this way? Jiang Ying said, confused. They had come to witness the drama of Chu Yunxuan and not to play the fool. Seeing Shi Chuxue in tears, Chu Yunxuan felt a surge of panic. What is going on? He approached her, and to his surprise, Shi Chuxue stood up and embraced his waist, resting her head against his chest. Thank you. Shi Chuxue's voice was choked with emotion. This left Chu Yunxuan utterly speechless. It's all right. It's all right. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her. Though he was completely bewildered, Jiang Ying. Xiao Qiyue. Wait, what is happening? They're holding hands? The two girls emerged from their hiding spot, utterly perplexed. Jiang Ying sniffled, feeling out of place. She had come to watch Chu Yunxuan's antics. Not to be the clown. This can't be happening, Xiao Qiyue murmured. That is Shi Chuxue. And isn't her heart supposed to belong to that man who died for her? How can she just throw herself into another man's arms? Hey! Jiang Ying called out to the waitress, asking, what did Chu Yunxuan just give her? A necklace, the waitress replied. I know that, but what kind of necklace? Well, it's a necklace set with a large sapphire, but it looks a bit worn, as if it has endured the elements for a long time. I'm not sure why Miss Shi Chuxue was so moved. Jiang Ying stood frozen, realization dawning upon her. Do you know? Xiao Qiyue asked curiously. I do. Jiang Ying nodded. She now understood Shi Chuxue's profound reaction. This necklace could be described as half of Shi Chuxue's soul. It held immense significance for her. As her childhood friend, Jiang Ying knew well that the necklace was the only heirloom left to Shi Chuxue by her grandmother, gifted to her on her 10th birthday. Shi Chuxue had been raised by her grandmother, forming an exceptionally deep bond. When Shi Chuxue was 11, her grandmother sacrificed herself to protect her during an attack led by a demon god. Since that incident, Shi Chuxue's personality transformed. She became cold and distant, solely focused on cultivation and revenge. Eventually, she arrived in Tianhua City. 2 years ago, during a perilous encounter in the beast realm, she lost the necklace and searched frantically for months, with Jiang Ying accompanying her. However, finding it amid the vastness of the beast realm was like searching for a needle in a haystack. This was why Shi Chuxue had turned down invitations from prestigious academies, including Chengdu University. She clung to the hope of rediscovering the necklace her grandmother had left her. Upon hearing Jiang Ying's explanation, Xiao Qiue's mouth fell open in astonishment. I see, she murmured. Jiang Ying continued. This necklace not only belonged to Shi Chuxue's grandmother, but also contained traces of her spiritual energy. By sensing this energy, Shi Chuxue could feel her grandmother's presence. Xiao Qiue remarked, I understand now. Shi Chuxue's grandmother must have been powerful. Yes, she was close to the divine emperor level, Jiang Ying confirmed. It's no wonder Shi Chuxue reacted so strongly. She must have been overwhelmed with emotion. I can't believe she even forgot about the man who died for her. Indeed. Jiang Ying nodded. This little Yunxian, where did he find such a precious connection? If Shi Chuxue is this moved, it could be quite significant. However, while emotions are potent, would they be enough to sway her entirely? It should not be so. After all, the boy who died for her holds an undeniably exalted position. Jiang Ying nodded. Indeed. Let us go see what they are up to. Chu Yunxuan and Shi Chuxue walked out of the restaurant hand in hand. Thank you, Shi Chuxue said softly, clutching her necklace. It means a great deal to me. What about me? Chu Yunxuan asked with a smile. Shi Chuxue gazed at him earnestly and replied, You are important too. Chu Yunxuan chuckled and said, Let us go watch a movie. All right, I will follow your lead. In the cinema, Chu Yunxuan and Shi Chuxue sat together, watching a romantic film. Shi Chuxue held tightly to the necklace around her neck with her right hand, while her left hand remained clasped in Chu Yunxuan's. Jiang Ying and Xiao Qiue, taking advantage of the dim lighting, stealthily settled into the row behind them. They were holding hands, and they had been holding hands for a while. Jiang Ying whispered excitedly to Xiao Qiue, I saw it. Xiao Qiue responded softly. I saw it too. She felt a twinge of panic. Could it be that Shi Chuxue is truly falling for Chu Yunxian? Impossible. They may feel moved, but once that sentiment fades, rationality will prevail. They are girls, after all. They must understand. Even if Chu Yunxian discovered this necklace. Given their awareness of Shi Chuxue's past and the boy who sacrificed himself for her, they understood too well that Chu Yunxian could never replace him in her heart. At least not in the short term. Moreover, Chu Yunxian had transcended mere hand-holding. He had gifted Shi Chuxue an entire new outfit, and she was now adorned in a lovely dress that was not merely knee-length. He released her hand and wrapped his right arm around her waist. Shi Chuxue shivered slightly, neither rejecting nor commenting, her body tensing again as he gently drew her closer to him. She leaned into his embrace. Chu Yunxian thought to himself, this is incredible. In the back row, Jiang Ying and Xiao Qiue half stood. Wow, he is holding Shi Chuxue. She is leaning into him. Jiang Ying exclaimed, bewildered. I saw it. The fairy princess has witnessed it. Could it be? Xiao Qiue said, the fairy princess is even more anxious than you. No way. Just now, Shi Chuxue was simply moved. Hence she is more compliant. I am more anxious. Jiang Ying lamented, on the verge of tears. You cannot be more anxious than the fairy princess. Jiang Ying sniffled pitifully. Fairy mentor, you do not understand. As Chu Yunxuan's right arm remained wrapped around Shi Chuxue, his body leaned slightly forward and turned toward her, his left hand resting on her thigh. In the darkness, Shi Chuxue bit her red lip lightly and slowly closed her eyes. Her long, fluttering eyelashes betrayed her inner turmoil. Sensing her lack of resistance, Chu Yunxian took it a step further, moving his hand higher. Suddenly, Shi Chuxue withdrew from him. No, she murmured softly. Chapter 153, It's over, I'm defeated. Behind them, Jiang Ying and Xiao Qiue, the spectators, half stood again. The view was obscured, but they could vaguely perceive something. Their mouths hung agape. What is he doing? Jiang Ying asked in disbelief. Was he really touching her leg earlier? Xiao Qiue replied, equally stunned. Oh? Jiang Ying was taken aback. In front, Chu Yunxian neither withdrew his hand nor continued. He remained still. Shi Chuxue's cheeks flushed, her heart racing. How excessive. Be obedient, Chu Yunxian whispered in her ear. To be honest, sometimes boys cannot withstand a girl's whispers, and girls are equally susceptible to a boy's charm. Especially when it comes from someone like Chu Yunxian who has deeply moved Shi Chuxue. Yet, she still possessed a semblance of rationality. I cannot, she murmured, biting her lips softly. Given the circumstances, Chu Yunxian could not force her. After all, she was Shi Chuxue. However, he did not withdraw his hand. Although she restricted his movements, his fingers could still gently caress her. The sensation was undeniably intoxicating. Watching a movie? What a farce, he mused. I should have opted for a private cinema. The ambience would have been tenfold better. Ding. Please check your pocket. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Chu Yunxian paused, releasing Shi Chuxue. She glanced at him in the dim light, wondering if he was upset. Chu Yunxian reached into his pocket and found something familiar. Meanwhile, the system provided him with an explanation about the item. Upon realizing its significance, Chu Yunxuan could only utter one thought: this system must remain. He did not hasten to reveal it, instead continuing to watch the film alongside Chu Yunxuan. Of course, neither of them had any real interest in the movie. Chu Yunxuan bit her lip again, sensing that he might truly be angry. Was it unnecessary to reject him? Was she being overly dramatic? But she found it hard to hold back. What should she do? Chu Yunxuan sat there, pondering deeply. After a while, she made her decision. I can give it another try. Before she could finish her thought, Chu Yunxuan suddenly appeared to remember something. Oh right. He then retrieved an item and handed it to Chu Yunxuan. Her beautiful eyes blinked in confusion as she accepted it. Spirit seal stone? She asked curiously. Yes. I stumbled upon it, he replied. You should keep it, she suggested. This is Senior Liang Yue's spirit seal stone. Upon hearing his words, Chu Yunxuan's body trembled violently, her eyes widening in disbelief as she met Chu Yunxuan's gaze. He nodded affirmatively. Senior Liang Yue was her grandmother. The system had indeed played its trump card, knowing Chu Yunxuan's background intimately, ensuring that Chu Yunxuan would succeed. The taxi driver dispelled her doubts about his character, while the fortune teller established a direct connection between them, reinforcing her belief in their destined bond. The new clothes had warmed their relationship, and the necklace had deeply moved her. Now, the final piece, her grandmother's spirit seal stone. This object likely did not exist. It might have been conjured by the system's extraordinary abilities. Yet, one thing was certain, it undoubtedly contained her grandmother's essence. As Chu Yunxuan clutched the spirit seal stone, her hand trembled slightly, tears welling in her eyes once more. She gripped it tightly. For her, its existence was beyond her wildest imagination. Clearly, she was thoroughly moved by Chu Yunxuan once again. At that moment, she comprehended a profound truth. Her connection with Chu Yunxuan was, as the fortune teller had proclaimed, a remarkable predestined bond. Otherwise, how could he have found both the necklace and her grandmother's spirit seal stone, which she believed to be non-existent? Thank you, she said softly, leaning her head on Chu Yunxuan's shoulder. In the back, Jiang Ying gasped in disbelief. Wait, she just leaned on Chu Yunxuan's shoulder. I can't believe it. It's over. Something has happened, Xiao Qiyue exclaimed, equally shocked. If Chu Yunxuan could hold her hand, it was only because she had been moved. Compounded by the debt of gratitude she felt towards him for saving her life, she felt a twinge of embarrassment at the prospect of refusal. Therefore, she leaned against Chu Yunxuan's shoulder, leaving her at a loss for words. Jiang Ying sniffled, feeling a sense of injustice. Was she merely a clown? Oh, how pitiful. As the saying goes, emotions can fade easily. As long as the night remained uneventful, once Xiao Qiyue regained her composure, there would be no significant issues. Xiao Qiyue remarked with confidence. Yes, indeed. Jiang Ying firmly believed in her good sister. You are Xiao Qiyue after all. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxuan wrapped his arms around Xiao Qiyue once more. By the way, what were you about to say? Chu Yunxuan suddenly inquired. Xiao Qiyue delicately wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and softly replied, I was saying, you could try again. Chu Yunxuan. Wow. He did not respond but placed his hand once again on her thigh. She could feel Xiao Qiyue's delicate body tremble slightly, a sensation she was unaccustomed to. Yet she sensed her efforts to adapt. The hand crept higher, and Xiao Qiyue once again restricted Chu Yunxuan's movements. This time, silence enveloped them as they remained still, patiently waiting for Xiao Qiyue to adjust. Xiao Qiyue bit her red lips, leaning into Chu Yunxuan's embrace, resembling a docile little kitten. Despite her body being tense, time passed slowly as Chu Yunxuan gently caressed her. Xiao Qiyue's gaze grew increasingly dreamy, punctuated by occasional soft sighs. After a while, Chu Yunxuan tenderly ran his fingers through her hair and asked softly, Are you sweating? Xiao Qiyue. Her face flushed, her body relaxing in Chu Yunxuan's arms. He swallowed hard, thinking goodness. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered, How about we skip the movie and go home? Xiao Qiyue's response was so tender. It resonated deeply within him. Chu Yunxuan felt elated. Let's go. In the next instant, with a flash, they vanished from their seats. Hey, Jiang Ying exclaimed, hastily standing up. Hey, can you sit down? A boy behind her shouted. Sit down, my foot. Stop bothering me. Jiang Ying retorted angrily. Chapter 154, Little Ying Ying. You must hold your ground. Jiang Ying then unleashed the dark power she had used to track Chu Yunxuan previously, swiftly disappearing with Xiao Qiyue. Indeed, she was once more pursuing Chu Yunxuan's spatial attributes, eager to discover where he had gone. In the shadows, Xiao Qiyue and Jiang Ying arrived at a familiar location by the roadside. Ahead stood Xiao Qiyue's quaint villa. The two watched in anticipation as Xiao Qiyue took out her keys, opened the door, and stepped inside with Chu Yunxuan, closing the door behind them. Jiangying? Xiao Yue? Ah? The two exchanged bewildered glances. They had gone home together? Jiangying muttered in disbelief. Xiao Yue cleared her throat. Perhaps the movie was dull, and they went home to play games? Jiangying. No. No. Jiangying was utterly confused. She had come to witness Chu Yunxuan's misfortune, yet somehow he had taken Xiao Yue home? They left the movie halfway through? Why the rush? The crux of the matter was that they were alone together at Xiao Yue's house. What could they possibly do? It couldn't be what she imagined, could it? Wait, what other explanations could there be? How strange, how very strange. After all, this was Xiao Yue. It was truly bewildering. Xiao Yue was dumbfounded. If it were any other girl, she could accept it, but this was Xiao Yue. No matter how one looked at it, she was still a girl. Being human, she must possess emotions. Yet, this was Xiao Yue. Moreover, to take a step back, she harbored an indelible memory of the boy who had saved her and perished. Yes, Chu Yunxuan was undeniably handsome, but his looks meant little to Xiao Yue. He had indeed moved her deeply, yet even if she were touched, it couldn't lead to this. It was simply impossible. This was not the Xiao Yue they knew. Besides, how long had they known each other? Their first meeting in Tianhai City, perhaps a conference before that, and yesterday. Now, they were already. But the reality lay before them. How could one explain this? Unless one could argue that Xiao Yue brought Chu Yunxuan home to play games? To cook for him? To chat? What explanation could suffice? At that moment, a light illuminated a room on the second floor of the villa. That must be. Xiao Yue pointed at the lit room upstairs. It should be Xiao Yue's bedroom, right? Jiangying, yes. Oh wow. Xiao Yue's mouth dropped open. Then, the light went out. No, it didn't extinguish completely. The bedroom light was merely turned off, but a faint glow remained. Perhaps it was a bedside lamp or a desk lamp. The two girls. This could no longer be explained by any other rationale. Oh no, this fairy is in deep trouble. This is dire. Xiao Yue grasped Jiangying's shoulders. This fairy is utterly dumbfounded. Xiao Yue has actually succumbed. You must hold your ground. Otherwise, this fairy will be in serious trouble. Jiangying pouted, feeling wronged. What expression is that? Xiao Yue asked, puzzled by Jiangying's dazed look. Jiangying bitterly replied, I'm the one who is in trouble. Huh? What trouble do you face? You just need to hold your ground. As long as you can maintain your stance, even if Xiao Yue unexpectedly falls for Xiaoxian. It 1T matter, the flames 1T reach you. Having said that, Xiao Yue studied Jiangying's expression again and paused. That expression? Oh no. Xiao Yue stared at Jiangying in disbelief. She had evidently realized something. Jiangying helplessly nodded. Xiao Yue. Oh my goodness. So, you both have been swept away? Jiangying nodded, looking despondent. Xiao Yue. Oh dear. Oh dear. This is terrifying. This fairy has underestimated Xiaoxian. He is truly formidable. Xiao Yue exhibited a panicked expression. Then she noticed two cards on the ground and squatted to pick them up. What are these? Jiangying inquired. Xiao Yue handed them to Jiangying, a pair of jokers from a deck of playing cards. Jiangying. Oh no. Just tell him this fairy is in seclusion and bid farewell. This is too frightening. In her panic, Xiao Yue hurriedly fled. She was genuinely terrified. Jiangying potentially succumbing was something Xiao Yue had anticipated. After all, there had been some history between Jiangying and Chu Yunxuan. However, Xiao Yue, to be taken in such a brief span. Moreover, she was still carrying the memory of the boy who had died for her. How could that be? The more she pondered, the more bewildering it became, highlighting Chu Yunxuan's terrifying nature. Jiangying and Xiao Yue, two renowned goddesses of Tianhua City, had inexplicably fallen for him. Especially Xiao Yue, it was utterly terrifying. Jiangying stamped her foot in frustration. Once again, it was a tale of 3 lifetimes, a story that moved the heavens. That detestable Chu Yunxuan. Within the room, Xiao Yue held tightly onto Chu Yunxuan. She too was taken aback by how quickly events had unfolded. Who would have thought they would reach this point so soon? The next day, Xiao Yue nestled obediently in Chu Yunxuan's embrace, who had already opened his eyes. He gazed at the gentle Xiao Yue in his arms, still feeling as if he were in a dream. Was this truly real? Had he truly won her over so effortlessly? Didn't he feel any different from his previous relationships? Was this really the famed Ice Queen? Yet, he had to admit, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Her beauty evokes a deep desire for cherishment in men, yet simultaneously, it elicits a reluctance to do so. It is indeed flawless. Utterly perfect, yet it carries an air of dissatisfaction. Chu Yunxuan often finds himself pondering why Zixu does not embody the frigid, aloof demeanor she is rumored to possess. Instead, she seems to cater excessively to him. Shouldn't such an ice queen disdain the attention of men? It is quite the contrary, and this realization diminishes his perception of her perfection. How vexing. Although he has captured her attention, the thought of her yielding too readily to him stirs a sense of annoyance, compounded by the knowledge that her affections may lie with another man. Zichixu's long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she sensed Chu Yunxuan's subtle movements. Upon opening her enchanting eyes, a rosy hue graced her delicate face. Observing her reaction, Chu Yunxian felt an irresistible urge arise within him. No. Zichixu verbally resisted, yet how could she truly refuse? She clung tightly to him, revealing a matter at hand. As they engaged in playful banter, Zichixu inquired about contacting a boy she previously liked. How do you plan to reach him? Chu Yunxian teased as he playfully asserted his dominance. Flushed, Zichixu found herself at a disadvantage in such a situation. We chat, she mumbled. Chu Yunxian was still irked. Despite having won her over, she remained imperfect in his eyes. This ice queen, who appeared so easily swayed, also harbored feelings for another man. How utterly frustrating. Following her lead, she dialed a WeChat number, and suddenly, Chu Yunxuan's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, bewildered by the sight of Zichixu, who looked vulnerable and somewhat pitiful at that moment. Me? He questioned, to which she responded with surprise, how could it be me? Realizing the truth, Chu Yunxuan's confusion dissipated, and he began to accept that perhaps the boy she liked was indeed him. This revelation alleviated his earlier grievances against Zichixu, leaving him with an inexplicable fondness instead. If she had indeed harbored feelings for him all along, why was it that Jiang Ying was unaware? Dismissing the thought, he tossed Zichixu's phone aside. Nestled once more in his embrace, Zichixu appeared adorably obedient. After their earlier discussion, Chu Yunxian grasped the unfolding narrative and deemed it excessively dramatic. Any lingering discontent towards Zichixu had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming affection. She playfully pinched his arm, apologizing softly. I'm sorry, she murmured, to which he reassured her that it was inconsequential. Zichixu, with a slight shake of her head, replied, It's fine. I merely wished to tease you. Who knew you would be so insistent, compelling me to call? Clearing his throat, Chu Yunxian inquired if she felt fatigued. Her startled expression revealed her trepidation. I'm tired. Tired, she repeated earnestly. With a gentle smile, Chu Yunxian suggested, how about a little more rest? She murmured, curling up and drifting into a deep slumber. Zichixu, the ice queen, found it challenging to harbor feelings for a man, as forming a friendship with someone like her was inherently difficult. Yet, once a man penetrated her icy exterior, she would reveal her most tender, gentle side, wholly surrendering herself to him. Thus, in Chu Yunxian's presence, Zichixu appeared far from the aloof figure she was known to be. Awakening after an extended slumber, Chu Yunxian realized he had not rested so soundly in ages, even oblivious to Zichixu's absence. Upon opening his eyes, he descended the stairs to find Zichixu clad in simple loungewear, gracefully preparing a meal in the kitchen. Her mere silhouette exuded an elegance and coolness that was utterly captivating. In stark contrast was Jiang Ying, whose personality was the antithesis of Zichixu's. It was perplexing how such dissimilar individuals could maintain such a close friendship. Upon hearing a sound, Zichixu turned her head, her lips parting to greet him softly. You're awake. What are you doing? Chu Yunxian approached her. I plan to make noodles. I consulted Senior Linyar, and she mentioned you enjoy seafood noodles, she explained. Thank you for your effort. No trouble at all. Please take a seat for a moment. It will be ready shortly. Chu Yunxian settled onto the couch and opened his phone, where he found messages from Linyar, updating him on her situation and inquiring why Zichixu had asked about his food preferences. Amused, he replied to her messages. Soon, Linyar responded teasingly, You're boasting. Before I left, you two hardly knew each other, and now, just a few days later, she's your girlfriend? I don't believe it. Clearly, Linyar was aware of Zichixu's situation. While she held faith in Chu Yunxuan's capabilities, she likely found it implausible that their relationship could develop so swiftly. I'll have her message you directly, he proposed. Sure, Linyar replied. How are things on your end? Still getting acclimated. Everything feels quite pleasant. Just take care of yourself. She advised. Understood. Zichixu is bringing out the noodles now. I'm about to eat, he informed her. Bragging again, Linyar replied with a roll of her eyes. Chu Yunxian approached the dining table as Zichixu handed him chopsticks and a spoon, then settled across from him, her beautiful eyes glimmering with anticipation. After savoring a bite, he exclaimed, this is quite delicious. A gentle smile graced Zichixu's lips at his praise. There's more in the pot, she added. Then I shall claim it all for myself. Once they finished their meal, Chu Yunxian lounged on the sofa while Zichixu washed the dishes. When she emerged, she momentarily pondered what to do until Chu Yunxian patted the space beside him. She moved to sit next to him. I made a bet with Jiang Ying, he casually mentioned. What kind of bet? Zichixu inquired. As he recounted the wager, Her expression shifted to one of surprise. So, you and Jiang Ying were already together? She exclaimed, having seen no signs of it. However, it was understandable. Jiang Ying still had no idea that he was the one who had saved her. Indeed, Chu Yunxuan confirmed. What should we do now? Zichixu pondered, biting her lip as she looked at him. What to do? He echoed, teasingly. Shouldn't that be your concern? I suspect you might try to evade responsibility. Do you agree? He asked, grinning at her. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze, whispering, I'll abide by your wishes. This is the captivating image of an ice queen who, once conquered, reveals her obedient side. Ah, how delightful. Though she may appear stern and impervious, in reality, Zichixu exhibits a different demeanor in Chu Yunxuan's presence. It may seem akin to courting an ice queen who appears indifferent. Yet beneath that exterior lies a willingness to yield to those who earn her trust. Chu Yunxian planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. By the way, he continued, retrieving a precious gem from his pocket, you should refine this for now to elevate your cultivation. The Demon Lord's demon crystal? Chu Yunxuan pondered for a moment. Yes, Jiang Ying has one too. There is no need for you to feel embarrassed. Chu Yunxuan took it and expressed her gratitude. Chapter 156. Rest assured. Little Chu Yunxuan 1T agree. Chu Yunxuan went off to cultivate while Chu Yunxian departed from her home. Beep beep beep. Jiang Ying's call went unanswered. Beep beep beep. Xiao Qiyue's call also went unanswered. Chu Yunxian headed towards the supermarket owned by the fairy. Don't miss out. Everything is at a discount of 15. Xiao Qiyue's voice echoed from the loudspeaker at the supermarket entrance. Jiang Ying had just arrived as well. Fairy mentor. Oh. Little Ying, good afternoon. Xiao Qiyue greeted with a smile. Good afternoon. What brings you to this fairy's abode? We have staff now. So you can focus on your cultivation and don't need to help out. Jiang Ying replied. Mainly, I don't dare stay at home. I'm afraid that scoundrel Chu Yunxian will drag Chu Yunxuan to my place. What should I do? Xiao Qiyue responded. Wow, that's a bit extreme, isn't it? Although you both seem to have fallen, isn't it a tad absurd for you two to be together? Jiang Ying sighed. I made a bet with him. If he truly manages to win Chu Yunxuan over, then Xiao Qiyue interjected. Ahem, while that may be true, aren't you being a bit unreasonable? No. If I were to back out, and Chu Yunxian caught wind of it, I'd be done for. Jiang Ying shook her head vigorously. Xiao Qiyue reassured her. That's not a problem. Little Chu Yunxuan wouldn't agree. What kind of personality does she have? She wouldn't let little Xian have his way. Even if you lose the bet, little Chu Yunxuan is definitely not the issue. Jiang Ying remarked, to this day, we still don't understand how their relationship progressed so swiftly. Indeed, Xiao Qiyue mused. Last night, I pondered this matter and couldn't comprehend it. That's little Chu Yunxuan we're talking about. She adores the person who saved her. Surely it wouldn't be that little Xian merely moved her heart, and she'd willingly offer herself, right? There's only one possibility that could explain everything. What is it? Jiang Ying asked curiously. Xiao Qiyue replied. Little Xian might have played some tricks. Perhaps he drugged her. That's why little Chu Yunxuan couldn't resist. Jiang Ying exclaimed, oh my, how could I have forgotten that? He might just be capable of such deeds. If that were the case, wouldn't little Chu Yunxuan go after him once she regains consciousness? No, I should check it out. At that moment, Chu Yunxian approached. Everyone's here, Chu Yunxian said with a smile, while the two women instinctively regarded him with caution. What were you up to? Jiang Ying feigned ignorance. I just came from your dear sister's place. You know that. Chu Yunxian replied. Why would I know? Jiang Ying responded nervously. Are you all treating me like a fool? I've been following you for an entire night. Do you really think I wouldn't notice? Chu Yunxian rolled his eyes. The two women, Xiao Qiyue chuckled. Hee, little Xian, since we're being honest now, enlighten this fairy. How did you manage that? Last night, I was utterly stunned when I saw you and little Chu Yunxuan return home. Pressure breeds motivation. Rewards also serve as motivation. As he spoke, Chu Yunxian glanced at Jiang Ying, who understood his implication all too well. Scram. I still don't believe you. Just wait. I'm going to find Chu Yunxuan. On the left cheek. There's a small mole, Chu Yunxian said. Jiang Ying halted in her tracks, while Xiao Qiyue looked at Jiang Ying curiously. Is that so? Upon seeing Jiang Ying's expression, Xiao Qiyue's mouth dropped open in astonishment. It seems there's nothing unexpected after all. These two really have had something happen. Jiang Ying exclaimed, what? Why? This is impossible. How could this happen? Chu Yunxuan has someone she likes, and it's a deep-seated affection. Even if she were utterly moved. It's inconceivable. Jiang Ying was at a loss. Chu Yunxian chuckled. What if I'm the very boy she likes? As soon as he spoke, Xiao Qiyue and Jiang Ying displayed expressions of shock. They exchanged glances. Wait a moment. Jiang Ying pulled out her phone and scrolled through her album. There were a few photos depicting the days when Chu Yunxuan was unable to move on. portraits created from memory. Jiang Ying had taken these pictures to help Shi Chuxue find the person's family. At that moment, Jiang Ying felt a sense of familiarity. She scrutinized the photos, alternating her gaze between them and Chu Yunxuan, drawing a conclusion. It was indeed Chu Yunxuan. Suddenly, all the previously unrelated events connected in her mind. The day Shi Chuxue was saved coincided with the night Chu Yunxuan rescued the intermediate class from the demon beast realm. At that time, Chu Yunxuan had led a powerful, ghostly tiger away, and everyone worried about his safety. It now appeared that he had inadvertently saved Shi Chuxue. Upon meeting Chu Yunxuan, Shi Chuxue recognized him as the boy from that fateful night, the one who lingered in her dreams. She had always held deep feelings for him, and with Chu Yunxian's heartfelt gestures, it was entirely reasonable for them to return home together. The seemingly impossible series of events revealed the crucial point. Chu Yunxian was the one who saved her. Where on earth did you get such good fortune? Jiang Ying glared at Chu Yunxian. After knowing Shi Chuxue for so many years, he was the only boy to have truly entered her heart. A feat accomplished at the cost of life itself. Yet, that boy was Chu Yunxian. In a world where pursuing Shi Chuxue seemed almost impossible, he had stumbled upon the answer. A fated connection across 3 lifetimes. Jiang Ying recalled the fortune teller's words. These two were indeed destined for each other. Their fate had even summoned a celestial phenomenon, a dragon and phoenix in harmony. It was clear that these two were indeed fated. Ahem. Is there something you need from this fairy? I'm coming. Xiao Qiyue exclaimed as she dashed away. Chu Yunxian, it's too dangerous. Well, it seems fate may be against you, Chu Yunxian said, smiling at Jiang Ying. Scram. Even if that's the case, Shi Chuxue would never agree, so stop dreaming. Jiang Ying retorted. She is far more virtuous than you. What? Really? She is incredibly virtuous. I mentioned the bet to her, and she said she would comply. So tonight, shall I go to your house with her, or shall I take her to my home? Jiang Ying. Why don't you two good sisters have a phone call to discuss the details? Once you've sorted it out, let me know. I'll go cultivate for a while, and you can message me about tonight's arrangements. With that, Chu Yunxian swaggered away. Jiang Ying sniffed in disdain. Shameless. Chapter 157. The Fifth Demon Goddess Temple. Directing towards Tianhua City, Chu Yunxian was at his and Linya Er's home. It was midnight. He had finished cultivating and had finally reached the 8th star of the Xiantian realm, a rather swift advancement. Glancing at his phone, he noticed no messages from Jiang Ying or Shi Chuxue. Oh, really? No response, is it? He had clearly told Jiang Ying earlier to let them decide between Shi Chuxue's or Jiang Ying's house. Now, it was the middle of the night, and still no word. Forget it, Chu Yunxian chuckled. After all, their time together had only just begun. It was indeed a bit challenging for the two girls. Shi Chuxue was obedient, but she was undoubtedly reluctant. As for Jiang Ying, despite her carefree demeanor, her shyness might surpass that of Shi Chuxue. Chu Yunxian hoped to treat them well. He decided to take things slow, believing it wouldn't be long before they warmed up. Then there was Xiao Qiyue, the boss. Chu Yunxian grinned and took out a small notebook. On a small notebook, a few simple lines were inscribed. Blacklist, those to be dealt with. Removed when necessary. Li Jin, Tang Xiaosan, Chun Haobin, Song Shuheng whitelist. Those who can be associated with Yu Qianren, Din Qin Jinhai, Qin Feng. Jiang Wenzhou red list. Notable ladies Jiang Ying, Shi Chuxue, Lin Yar, Xiao Qiyue, Guan Xian, Wang Xiaomiao nice. Chu Yunxian grinned broadly. Ding. The ultimate goddess strategy system is shutting down. Ding. Congratulations on activating the new system, tenfold counterattack system. Tenfold counterattack system. During the existence of this system, when the host is attacked by a target, the damage is ignored, and the attack is reflected back to the attacker with 10 times the original damage. If the target is killed by the counterattack, the host will receive a reward, which is related to the target's realm. Only applicable to powers below the Divine Emperor realm. Remaining system time, 6 days, 24 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. This system, Chu Yunxian pondered briefly. It could essentially be interpreted as being invincible below the Divine Emperor level. However, there was a significant weakness. Against those at the Celestial Venerable realm, Chu Yunxuan's power could inflict no damage. If the opponent refrained from attacking, the system would be rendered useless. It seemed he needed to consider a trip to the Beast realm. Otherwise, this system would be wasted. The rewards were crucial. A tenfold counterattack meant that once reflected, the opponent's released power would rebound back upon them tenfold, likely resulting in their instant demise, thus granting him the rewards. This system was indeed remarkable. In a quiet bar late at night, Jiang Ying, Shi Chuxue, and Xiao Qiyue sat together, enjoying snacks and drinks. Little Xian saved you, right? I told you. How could you bring him home so easily? Xiao Qiyue remarked, her realization dawning. Chu Yunxuan gently stirred her cocktail filled with ice, nodding slightly. Hee. Was it intense last night? Xiao Qiyue asked with a smile. Chu Yunxuan's cheeks flushed slightly. Ah, fairy mentor, you must come up with a plan. At this rate, both Chu Yunxuan and I will be bullied by him. Jiang Ying grumbled. Xiao Qiyue stretched lazily and replied, That's not my business. Little Chu Yunxuan has already succumbed to him. What can I do? This is a matter for the three of you. The three of us. Jiang Ying's lips twitched. Oh, by the way, did you go on a date with Chu Yunxuan yesterday? Guan Xian suddenly asked Chu Yunxuan. How did you know? He replied, surprised. I happened to see it. Impressive. Guan Xian smiled. Scoundrel. I'm telling Sister Jiang Ying. Wang Xiaomiao muttered discontentedly. Chu Yunxuan shrugged nonchalantly. Just so you know, I've already added you to the red list. Don't think your youth grants you the freedom to act as you please. Uncle will teach you about the harshness of the world. Ugh, not uncle. Soon. They arrived at the Photon building, where the top leadership of Tianhua City had gathered. Everyone is here, I see. Commander Zhang Wenzhou scanned the group. Well, I've urgently summoned everyone at this late hour for a very serious matter. As the alarm blared throughout Tianhua City in the dead of night, the atmosphere turned grave. It's bad. The alarm has sounded, Jiang Ying said, her expression tense. Quickly, to the conference room. Guan Xian urged. In the conference room, the atmosphere was heavy with concern. Based on intelligence from the front lines, the fifth demon god temple has assembled, targeting Tianhua City. Alarmed murmurs filled the room as the gravity of the situation sank in. The prospect of a demon or dark creature assaulting a human city posed a dire threat, as they could swiftly gather countless beasts for an immediate attack. Conversely, while humans could also muster their forces, the challenge was significantly greater, as every human life was held in the utmost regard, unlike the beasts viewed as mere pawns by their kind. 10 years had passed, and that day had finally arrived. A high-ranking official sighed, acknowledging the inevitability of the situation. Indeed, the actions in Tianhai City were anticipated. Despite some setbacks, we emerged victorious, having slain several demon lords from the fifth demon god palace and one of the 8 great demon emperors, the Bloodbath Emperor. Furthermore, the coveted items sought by the demon race are likely in our possession, so their offensive was expected. Then let us prepare for battle. Jiang Wenzhou nodded, affirming the necessity of combat. The human race can no longer be trifled with. However, the immediate priority is the evacuation and relocation of the 500,000 citizens of Tianhua City. The magnitude of such a task is indeed overwhelming. Jiang Wenzhou commanded. Xiahao, present. Contact the high-ranking officials of Linen City, Tianqing City, and Lanfeng City immediately, and ensure they are prepared to receive the 500,000 evacuees from Tianhua City. Understood. Zhou Qiong, present. Lead a team to swiftly gather the populace and remain on standby for evacuation. Yes, all departments, groups, armies, and teams, including the Divine Child Group. Organize yourselves and be ready to confront the fifth demon god palace. Yes, the operation commenced, as Chu Yunxuan and his companions exited the Photon building. The night in Tianhua City was ablaze with lights. The streets were filled with citizens, anxiously observing the unfolding events. They were acutely aware that the alarm signaled a grave crisis for Tianhua City. While many understood the need to evacuate, some clung to a glimmer of hope. What if the demon race failed to breach the city's defenses? After all, their livelihoods were at stake. Stop wandering. The latest rally points for each district are displayed on your phones. Quickly head to the nearest gathering point and prepare for evacuation. A member of the Divine Alliance shouted. Simultaneously, a voice echoed through all broadcasts across Tianhua City. Citizens, I am Jiang Wenzhou, the commander of the Divine Alliance in Tianhua City. The fifth demon god palace is about to attack, and Tianhua City is fraught with peril. We implore everyone to cooperate by swiftly gathering at the nearest rally points displayed on your phones. We will utilize spatial wormholes to relocate everyone to Linen City, Tianqing City, and Lanfeng City. Please cooperate actively and trust us. Thank you. As the broadcast concluded, chaos engulfed Tianhua City. People hurriedly gathered their most precious belongings and rushed to the nearest evacuation points. Everyone, proceed to the energy barrier. Yes, on the roads, the armies of the Divine Alliance. The Celestial Domain, and the Tribunal swiftly assembled. Be careful, Chu Yunxuan advised Jiang Ying and Zichixu, aware that they were not on the same team. Don't worry. Jiang Ying replied. Take care, Zichixu added. Indeed, they followed the leaders of the Divine Child Group, dispersing to their respective duties. Meanwhile, across various locations in Tianhua City, spatial wormholes manifested, and numerous figures continuously descended into the city. Divine Alliance Group 3 from Linen City. Present. Move out. Yes. The 8th Army of the Celestial Domain from Beibing City. Assemble. The Third Army of the Tribunal from Bohai City, assemble. In times of crisis, all corners unite in support. Tianhua City belongs to the entire human race. Although the high-ranking officials of Tianhua City appeared tense, those who felt even more pressure were the leaders of the Divine Alliance. Celestial Domain, and Tribunal, individuals of the highest stature among humanity. Concurrently, a multitude of powerful beings also emerged from the spatial wormholes, descending into Tianhua City. Look, it's the Ice Emperor. Goodness, is that not the Songsheng? The second most renowned figure in the realm of Metal Dao. Indeed, I have seen him on television. The Gun Saint has arrived. Surely he brings with him our race's sacred artifact, the Evil Soul. Wow, so many legendary figures. I feel that we cannot lose in Tianhua City. This time, the fifth demon god palace is destined for defeat. The citizens gazed in admiration at the supreme beings of the human race standing in the void. Chu Yunxuan also glanced at those powerful figures soaring above Tianhua City. How impressive, he remarked. Guan Xian looked up. The Gun Saint? He might be wielding the Evil Soul, while the sacred artifact is in the hands of the Divine Alliance. The Gun Saint is undoubtedly the one who can unleash its full potential. Chu Yunxuan silently expressed his awe. To truly soar through the skies requires cultivation at the celestial sovereign level. One day, he too would ascend to the heights of those magnificent beings. Many powerful figures have arrived, the eminent warriors from various cities and clans, and several celestial Dao practitioners. The fifth demon god palace is surely doomed, Wang Xiaomiao exclaimed. Do not be too optimistic. It is not that simple, Guan Xian cautioned. He adjusted his glasses. Indeed, the strength of the 12 demon god palaces and the 8 great demon domains far surpasses our imagination. Chu Yunxuan inquired. But the 8 great demon emperors under the 5th demon god are merely at the level of divine sovereigns, are they not? Guan Xian explained. That is precisely why they are called the 8 great demon emperors. Their status as divine sovereigns does not imply they are the strongest beneath the demon gods. Chu Yunxuan rubbed his forehead. I realize I still have much to learn. He added, the demon gods, apart from their terrifying bloodlines, possess a minimum cultivation of 5 stars in celestial Dao. Their most formidable forces are undoubtedly powerful beings of the same realm. However, the 5th demon god palace is indeed considered the weakest among the 12 demon god palaces. The specifics of their combat strength remain uncertain. But we must not let our guard down. Understood. Meanwhile, in the realm of demon beasts, darkness enveloped a towering celestial mountain. Clouds swirled around its peaks, shrouding even the base in mist. A figure clad in a black robe approached the mountain's foot. The left protector of the 5th demon god palace, Lord Xiongtian, calls upon the esteemed Void Fox to emerge. Chapter 159. The Void Fox. The imposing figure shouted once more, yet received no response. Xiongtian furrowed his brow. As the left protector of the 5th demon god palace, he was the right hand of the demon god. This time, the 5th demon god palace aimed to strike Tianhua City with unparalleled ferocity, intending to annihilate it completely and deny the citizens any chance of evacuation, thereby avenging the deaths of several demon lords and the Bloodbat Emperor, solidifying the 5th demon god palace's reputation. However, the demon race possesses a notable weakness compared to the human race, the mastery of space and time. While such attributes are rare among humans, they can still be found among millions. In contrast, the demon race lacks a systematic approach to these attributes. Possessing certain powers is purely contingent on one's race. Thus, those who wield the powers of space and time among demons are exceedingly rare, with most relying on spiritual artifacts for such abilities. The Void Fox stands as the ruler of space among the demon race and indeed across the world. In matters of spatial manipulation, the Void Fox holds the preeminent position, unmatched by any other. It is even rumored that the Void Fox can transcend traditional spatial constraints, achieving a realm of void. Consequently, Xiongtian was dispatched by the demon god of the 5th demon god palace to seek the assistance of the Void Fox, hoping to leverage her formidable spatial powers to instantaneously transport countless demon beasts to the outskirts of Tianhua City, thus preventing the citizens from evacuating in time. Yet, despite being a demon, the Void Fox is not a member of the demon god palace. Like many demons, she maintains a neutral stance. It would be ideal to persuade her to take action. Left Protector Xiongtian of the 5th demon god palace requests an audience with the esteemed Void Fox. Xiongtian called out again, still met with silence. At this moment, a petite figure emerged from the mountain. Judging by her age, she appeared to be no more than the size of Wang Xiaomiao, with a hint of youthful innocence on her face. As her hair danced in the wind, it revealed an ethereal cascade of snow-white locks. Even more striking was her visage, a beauty so enchanting it bordered on the otherworldly, a splendor that seemed plausible only in the realms of animation. Halt! A voice called out, instantly captivating all who heard it, evoking fantasies beyond comprehension. It was a voice imbued with regal grace and beauty. The snow-haired maiden paused, her gaze drawn to the figure striding towards her, equally adorned with flowing white hair. Clad in a gown of immaculate white, she exuded nobility, sanctity, elegance, and a chilling demeanor. With a slight furrow of her brow, she inquired, "Where are you headed?" The girl replied, "I'm going to assist the 5th demon temple. They have sent for me." "Not permitted," the woman stated flatly, her tone laced with an unyielding chill. "I refuse to heed your command. Remaining here is dreadfully boring. As a member of the demon race, I must aid in our conquest over humanity." The girl retorted, "Return." The woman commanded, her voice unwavering. "Absolutely not." With that declaration, the girl unleashed a surge of power, vanishing from sight. The woman's beautiful eyes narrowed. In an instant, 9 magnificent ethereal fox tails unfurled behind her, her pupils shifting to an eerie violet. At that moment, a formidable force stirred the void, illuminating the entire mountain and enveloping the night in blinding white light. The girl, who had just vanished to a distance of 1,000 miles, was abruptly pulled back. On the mountain, she fell to the ground. "Let go of me. Let go," she protested, struggling futilely as the woman dragged her away. At the mountain's base, the commander of the 5th demon temple, Chu Yunxuan, remained unaware of the events unfolding above. All he perceived was the eruption of terrifying power, brightening the surroundings. Even as a being of celestial stature, he could not help but covet the power emanating from the spatial rift. "Please return, Your Excellency," a woman's voice reached his ears. "As a fellow member of the demon race, we hope you will lend your aid." There was no response. After a brief pause, Xiongtian departed. Within Tianhua City, troops from the 3 major factions and martial artists were hastily assembling. Another group busily evacuated the city's populace. "Quickly, enter the spatial wormholes. Other cities will provide support. Hurry, hurry." The citizens, with families in tow, frantically made their way to various evacuation points, entering the spatial wormholes. However, at that moment, on the city's outskirts, an innumerable force erupted. "This is bad." The crowd gasped in horror. How could they arrive so soon? How is this possible? The 5th demon temple sought to catch them off guard. Their brows furrowed in concern. "Hurry, accelerate the evacuation. Move." Commander Jiang Wenzhou rushed over amidst the chaos of fleeing citizens. "How many have we evacuated?" he inquired urgently. "Only about 2 million, came the response. "Quickly, speed up the evacuation," Jiang Wenzhou commanded. "Yes." Jiang Wenzhou's gaze shifted towards the energy barrier, his expression grave. "This is dire." Outside the energy barrier, numerous human warriors and troops stood ready, while within the vast demon beast domain, black vortices began to materialize. From these swirling masses, a frenzy of demon beasts and magical creatures surged forth. Every second saw tens of thousands of beasts pouring out. The city was colossal, the southern border alone, adjacent to the demon beast domain, stretched over 100 kilometers. This meant that the demon beasts from the 5th demon temple had over 100 kilometers to breach Tianhua City. If the energy barrier were to falter, the beasts would flood into the city. Is that the demon race? Outside the energy barrier, a stretch of 100 kilometers was filled with millions of soldiers from the 3 major factions, their brows knitted in worry. What is happening? Why are there so many magical beasts? Is this the magic energy halo from the 3rd demon realm? What? In the forefront of the crowd, Chu Yunxuan and Guan Xian stood, facing a dark tide of demon beasts and magical creatures surging forth from the magic energy halo. "This is bad." The magic energy halo is a technique of the demon realm. Guan Xian's brows tightened. Simply put, the magic energy halo functions similarly to a spatial wormhole, enabling long-distance transference. The multitude of beasts emerging from the halo may have been thousands of kilometers away just moments before, now arriving in a frenzy. The ground trembled as they charged towards Tianhua City, kicking up dust. Jiang Wenzhou rushed forward, his face etched with concern. 2 reasons weighed heavily on him. First, the speed of their arrival was astonishing. This completely defied all expectations. Logically, the demon race should have gathered hundreds of kilometers away, allowing time for preparation and evacuation. Yet, from the moment they sensed the gathering of beasts to their appearance outside Tianhua City, scarcely an hour had passed. Second, the involvement of the demon race. Initially thought to be solely the 5th demon temple, the sudden emergence of numerous magical beasts and the magic energy halo indicated that the 3rd demon realm had also intervened. This was an unforeseen development. Thus, Tianhua City now faced a joint assault from the 5th demon temple and the 3rd demon realm. How could they possibly withstand such an onslaught? Jiang Wenzhou bellowed, "All troops, heed my command. We have millions of citizens in the process of evacuation. Each unit, each faction. Each team must ensure not a single demon beast or magical creature enters Tianhua City. Yes, the troops roared in response. Those of celestial rank and above. I implore you to destroy the magic energy halo. Attack! Attack! Chapter 160. The shattering of the energy barrier in an instant at the edge of Tianhua City. The forces of the three major factions unleashed an unrelenting barrage of weaponry against the advancing horde of demon beasts and magical creatures. Though numerous, the beasts were generally weaker than the military forces arrayed against them, making the thermal weaponry effective. Following this, many martial artists wielding spiritual artifacts surged forward. Chu Yunxuan watched in awe as the scene unfolded before him. Previously, he had only seen such chaos on television. Hundreds of thousands, millions of demon beasts of every kind. Soaring through the air, sprinting upon the ground, even burrowing from beneath. They charged forward in a frenzy, unleashing their various powers. A sight far more terrifying than any horde of zombies depicted on screen. To be a martial artist and dare to charge into battle against such overwhelming odds required immense courage, knowing well the peril it entailed. Everyone, form units of 4. Do not stray far. Hold the line against the demon beasts and magical creatures while we await the powerful humans to destroy the magic energy halo. Guan Xian commanded. Understood. Then, Chu Yunxuan raised his hand, summoning the thunderous energy of the 10-star spiritual artifact, Thunder Roar, gifted by the Alliance. Let us proceed. With a swift motion, Chu Yunxuan, Zhang Qiu, Guan Xian, Bai He, and Yu Qianren charged into the throng of beasts. Thunderstorm. Chu Yunxuan leapt high into the air, descending with the might of thunder. Boom! The deafening sound echoed as the thunder erupted, and dozens of demon beasts were obliterated in an instant. Yet, this was merely a drop in the ocean. Those few beasts were but ordinary, in the face of hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions. It was but a trifling effort. Still, every individual fought with determination. The Earth Grade 9-star martial technique, Raging Waves of Water, was summoned by Chu Yunxuan. As he swung Thunder Roar forward, a wave, akin to a tumultuous sea, manifested before him, and in the next moment, the wave surged forth, accompanied by a blade of energy that sliced through the horde of beasts, leaving devastation in its wake. This technique's true prowess lay in its capability to yield tremendous results from minimal effort. At present, Chu Yunxuan, devoid of the augmentation from a battle power system, unleashed a martial technique of the 8th star of the Xiantian realm. Before him, a 3-star monster beast of the divine ability realm attempted to thwart the assault. Its strength immediately diminished by a third. Coupled with Chu Yunxuan's own formidable power, the colossal spider was severed in half. Outside Tianhua City, the conflict escalated. Gun Saint. Our objective is to obliterate the demon energy halo, proclaimed the Tsang Saint, a figure of metallic prowess. Following this, the Tsang Saint clenched his fist and gestured skyward. Simultaneously, a colossal golden fist, towering over 1,000 meters, manifested in the sky, descending upon one of the demon energy halos and the multitude of monster beasts below. The visual impact was nothing short of terrifying. However, a streak of black light surged from the distance at an unimaginable velocity, instantly dissipating the massive fist's illusion. Xiongtian. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the Tsang Saint's eyes narrowed. Xiongtian, the left and right arms of the 5th monster divine palace, raised his hand. Surrounding him, the sand and stones within a radius of several hundred meters coalesced above his head, forming a 100-meter eruption of lava. Die! He shouted, and the dreadful lava explosion hurtled towards the throng 1,000 meters away. In a flash, the Tsang Saint dashed forward to intercept it. He had no choice. A mere casual strike from the Dao realm could claim the lives of tens of thousands. Amidst the flames, the Tsang Saint charged towards Xiongtian. Meanwhile, within the demon energy halo, a continuous influx of monster beasts emerged, alongside numerous powerful individuals from the 5th monster divine palace and the 3rd demon domain. Most of them stood suspended in the void. Onward, the elite beings of the human race, those at the heaven sovereign level and above, surged towards them. For the human warriors, it was imperative to find their adversaries and draw the battlefield away from the crowded areas. Engaging in combat among the masses could result in devastating collateral damage, potentially annihilating tens or even hundreds of thousands. These powerful beings from the monster and demon races exhibited no regard for the lives of the lesser beasts, yet they were compelled to consider every human life. In essence, the mighty had their own battlegrounds. Warriors of the Xiantian, divine ability, and law realms also had their designated arenas and opponents. The largest battlefield consisted of the lower-ranked or almost powerless monster beasts and the armies of the 3 great factions. When the combat strength between the two sides was drastically imbalanced, it signified a one-sided conflict. For instance, if all human powerhouses found their equal counterparts among the monster and demon ranks, yet many of the latter remained unchallenged by human forces, they would be invincible within the armies of the three factions. A single beastly technique could decimate hundreds or even thousands. So much blood, so much blood. A woman hovered above the fray, her expression one of insatiable greed. With a flourish of her arms, thousands of crimson threads surged into the crowd. What is happening? What is happening? The soldiers, engaged in their firefight with the monster beasts, felt their wrists painfully bleeding, their faces contorted in horror. Chu Yunxuan dodge. Guan Xian cried out. Chu Yunxuan looked up to see dozens of red threads racing towards him. He instantly teleported away from his original position, only to witness the heads, eyes, or chests of several individuals nearby, pierced by the crimson strands. Their blood flowed rapidly through the threads towards the woman suspended in the void. What in the world is this? Chu Yunxuan's brow furrowed. Suddenly, a flash of red light darted past. The gun saint charged towards the woman in the void, sweeping his gun to sever the myriad of red threads before her. Gun saint, it's been a long time. The seductive woman licked her lips, gazing at the Dao realm gun saint. Blood queen, he said, his eyes narrowing slightly. Or you may call me my lady, for I carry the blood of your beloved. The blood queen taunted. The blood queen, a formidable presence from the third demon domain, had been responsible for the death of the gun saint's wife 180 years prior, having drained her blood entirely. Upon hearing this, the gun saint's eyes blazed with fury. You seek death. With a flash of cold light, his spear crackled with thunder, launching towards the blood queen. No, no. Jiang Wenzhou surveyed the vast battlefield from above, realizing that, as of now, no one had managed to destroy a single demon energy halo. If this continued, millions of monster and demon beasts would soon descend. Moreover, they had utterly underestimated the alliance between the fifth monster divine palace and the third demon domain. This resulted in a far lower number of human powerhouses than initially anticipated. This is Tianhua City. Requesting reinforcements. Requesting reinforcements. Jiang Wenzhou immediately contacted headquarters. Commander Jiang, hold on. The second wave of strong reinforcements will arrive shortly. 3 minutes ago, the third wave from various regions was dispatched to Tianhua City. As he spoke, numerous human powerhouses broke through spatial wormholes, racing towards the battlefield. Zhou Qiong. A voice crackled over the intercom. Commander, what is the status of civilian evacuation? Jiang Wenzhou inquired. Commander, approximately 2/3 have evacuated. Not fast enough. Hurry. Yes. Just then, a tremendous explosion echoed from a great distance. The energy barrier detonated. In an instant, the energy shield enveloping Tianhua City shattered like glass, disintegrating within mere seconds. The next moment, the energy shield was obliterated. This is bad. Jiang Wenzhou's pupils dilated. Chapter 161, Monster Sovereign? I'll rebound and destroy you all. Everyone watched in dismay as the energy barrier crumbled, chills running down their spines. The civilians had not yet completed their evacuation. Block them. Jiang Wenzhou bellowed into the squad intercom. Historically, whenever human cities were besieged by monster or demon forces, the energy barriers had always proven inadequate for protection. A single Dao realm demon could effortlessly shatter such defenses. If the battlefield encroached upon the city itself, they needed to repel the assault and drive back the monster beasts to safeguard the city. Otherwise, it would fall. Yet this time was entirely different. Everything transpired too rapidly. No one anticipated the alliance between the fifth monster divine palace and the third demon domain, catching the human race off guard. So many civilians had yet to evacuate. Should Tianhua City fall now, civilian casualties could reach hundreds of thousands. They had prepared for everything, except for this unexpected alliance. In a sense, the monsters and demons were also enemies. They had engaged in numerous wars amongst themselves and had not always joined forces against the human race. However, at this moment, the energy barrier shattered, and the strength of the monster and demon forces far exceeded that of the humans. The demon energy halo could not be easily destroyed by the human race. With an overwhelming number of monster and demon beasts flooding the battlefield, resistance was futile. The human defense line was torn apart by countless reckless monster beasts. Once a breach was made, it would be impossible to prevent millions, even tens of millions, of beasts from pouring into Tianhua City. Fall back. Fall back. With the defense line breached, they could only retreat to Tianhua City. If they resisted forcefully, their losses would multiply exponentially. Team 4, retreat to Tianhua City. Withdraw. Guan Xian commanded. Sister Guan, you all retreat first. I'll handle a few of the monster sovereigns or demon sovereigns, Chu Yunxuan replied. Guan Xin furrowed her brows in concern. Can you guarantee your safety? If it were anyone else, she would have unhesitatingly refused. Yet Chu Yunxuan had already slain several monster sovereigns, and even the bloodbat monarch. Though her realm may not be lofty, Guan Xin firmly believes that one should not regard him as an ordinary practitioner of the Xiantian realm. Rest assured, I will look for opportunities to obliterate the demonic energy halo, she declared. However, the destruction of the demonic energy halo is no longer necessary. Within mere minutes, countless monstrous beasts will converge upon the battlefield. The loss of one is of little significance. If you possess confidence in your abilities, do your utmost to eliminate the demon sovereign. The fewer demon sovereigns, the more lives may be spared. Understood, Guan Xin continued. Zhang Qiu, Bai He, Yu Qianren, Xiao Miao. Allow Chu Yunxuan to act independently. We shall retreat to Tianhua City to ensure the safety of the citizens. Yes, responded Wang Xiaomiao. Her brow furrowed with concern as she looked at Chu Yunxuan. But Sister Guan, everyone else is retreating to Tianhua City. Chu Yunxuan will be surrounded by millions of monstrous beasts, and there may even be those of the Tianzuan realm among them. Have faith in him, Guan Xin replied. With determination, Chu Yunxuan gripped Thunder Howl and boldly advanced. Hey, brother, retreat, someone shouted, urging him to fall back as many members from the three major factions fired their weapons while making their withdrawal. It's fine, you all retreat, Chu Yunxuan reassured them. He is Chu Yunxuan, we need not worry. Be careful, they cautioned as they retreated. Amidst this, a frenzy of monstrous beasts and magical creatures surged towards Chu Yunxuan. For him, activating the tenfold reflection system would surely prove advantageous. After all, any creature that met its demise through reflection would grant him rewards. A fireball hurtled towards him. Hey, brother, aren't you going to dodge? That's a Xiantian realm beast's demonic technique. Someone shouted from behind. In an instant, the fireball engulfed Chu Yunxuan. No way. Is he really that reckless? Yet, as the flames dissipated, he opened his eyes wide, astonished to see Chu Yunxuan completely unscathed. Simultaneously, he witnessed the fiery lion, which had unleashed the fireball, inexplicably propelled backward, its body charred and lifeless. What just happened? He wondered, bewildered. How could Chu Yunxuan remain unharmed? And what force had struck down the fiery lion? Ding. Reflected kill of Xiantian realm 7-star fiery lion. Reward obtained. Permanent increase of 0.5 enlightening attribute strength. Suddenly, a 3-headed Hades dog lunged at Chu Yunxuan, aiming directly for his throat. It appeared as if it had succeeded, yet in truth, it had not grazed his skin. Mere millimeters separated them, rendering it unable to bite down. This was the effect of the tenfold reflection system, which immunized him from damage. Rather than immunity, it was as if the creature could not touch Chu Yunxuan at all. Even physical force could not reach him. In the next moment, a massive gash appeared on the Hades dog's neck, as though it had been bitten off, causing it to collapse lifelessly. Ding. Reflected kill of Hades' 3-headed dog. Reward obtained. Strength 50. How delightful. Chu Yunxuan grinned as he strode confidently into the throng of beasts. His figure was soon enveloped by the monstrous beings, who relentlessly attacked him. Yet, it was they who met their demise. The intelligence of such creatures was rather low. They continued their futile assault on Chu Yunxuan. Ding. Ding. The system alerts rang incessantly in his mind. With a flick, he lit a cigarette amidst the swarm of beasts, allowing them to pounce and claw at him, yet they could inflict no harm. Although it was termed the tenfold reflection system, it was akin to an invincibility system. What's happening? Above in the void, a demon sovereign furrowed his brow. Within his line of sight, an overwhelming tide of beasts surged toward Tianhua City. Yet a specific area remained where countless beasts halted, ceaselessly rushing toward a singular point. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a lone figure, seemingly repelling the onslaught with some enigmatic power. All the creatures that attacked him met a grim fate. While others retreated, he remained, pretending to be strong. Did he truly believe that the demon and beast tribes were merely comprised of these creatures, the strongest of whom were merely at the divine ability level? The demon sovereign's eyes narrowed as he conjured a sphere of black energy in his palm. With a sinister grin, he hurled the force toward Chu Yunxuan, declaring, "Die." The seemingly small sphere of black energy struck the ground, unleashing an explosion akin to an atomic bomb, accompanied by a deafening roar and a massive mushroom cloud. The shockwave obliterated a multitude of nearby beasts. However, the next moment, the demon sovereign felt himself struck by a familiar force, propelling him backward before he could even contemplate the situation. He spat blood as he crashed into the throng of beasts, struggling on the ground, bloodied and weakened. A strike from the Tianzuan realm, with tenfold power returned, and lacking any defense, unless one possessed extraordinary physical strength, Being instantaneously eliminated was only to be expected. As the dust settled, Chu Yunxian stood unharmed within a vast crater. Ding. Reflected kill of Tianzuan Realm 3-star. Reward obtained. System points 1 million. Realm increased by 1 star. Permanent enhancement of all attributes by 1. Chu Yunxian marveled at the rewards, recognizing their tremendous potential. A permanent enhancement, albeit only 1, was still extraordinary. The impact of even a 1 increase in space and time was unfathomable. Moreover, as he had already reached 100, the effects would now exceed that threshold. As his realm ascended, the potency of this one would amplify significantly. How exhilarating! He exclaimed inwardly. This system was far superior to any instant kill system. He need not lift a finger, and yet he annihilated beings from the Tianzuan realm. With an instant kill system, he would have to worry about being eliminated himself by stronger foes. This system rendered him invincible below the God Emperor realm, a rarity in itself. With most being halted by human powerhouses, even if there were others, they had already breached Tianhua City. The hordes of beasts behind them were of little concern. Once more, monstrous creatures surged toward Chu Yunxian. Not far away, 2 demon men stood side by side, observing the tide of beasts flooding into Tianhua City. How many have you slain? Black Wind, one inquired. I've lost count. Casually, I've eliminated hundreds. How could I keep track? Let us make a wager. As we are both Tianzuan realm, only kills above the law realm will count. The one with the most kills wins. The loser shall forfeit a spirit herb aged over 100 years. What say you? Black Wind smirked. You are destined to lose. Is that so? I shall be the first to claim victory. With that, he dashed toward Chu Yunxian. To him, the 3 major factions had retreated, leaving only the human powerhouses behind. A lone figure remained within the monstrous horde, indicating his strength. Yet, he had not distanced himself significantly from the battlefield, suggesting that his realm was not particularly elevated. He is mine, Black Wind roared, accelerating with furious speed toward Chu Yunxian. You're too late. Prepare to meet your end. The demon sovereign charged at Chu Yunxian with incredible velocity, aiming to crush his skull with a single blow. Ha! He laughed maniacally, launching a punch at Chu Yunxuan's head. However, mere millimeters separated them, and his physical force could not penetrate Chu Yunxian's defenses. Chu Yunxian remained unmoved. Damn it! The approaching Black Wind, in a fit of rage, believed he would claim the first kill. However, in the next moment, whoosh, the head of the demon lord attacking Chu Yunxian flew backward, closely followed by a dark wind. What? The dark wind swiftly dodged the flying head, staring in disbelief at the headless demon lord as it slowly collapsed. What transpired? Shouldn't it have been that human's head that flew away? How could the one attacking him be the demon lord? Is it possible that he died so easily? The crucial question remains, how did he perish? The dark wind regarded Chu Yunxian with a hint of trepidation, sensing his aura. Something felt amiss. This aura was faint. He likely hadn't even reached the realm of divine powers. Was that fellow merely swinging wildly and ended up striking his own head? That would be rather absurd, wouldn't it? Chu Yunxian glanced at the demon lord and then made an obscene gesture, grinning broadly. The dark wind's eyes narrowed. You seek death. Fury surged through the dark wind. Clearly, this gesture was also understood among the demon clan. He then extended his hand, and a gigantic black claw materialized before Chu Yunxian, lifting him up. Yet, as the immense black claw rose, Chu Yunxian remained unmoved in his place. Instead, an unknown force gripped him, lifting him up. The dark wind? He quickly withdrew his power, finally allowing himself to touch the ground. How peculiar. He had clearly directed his power toward that human, yet it affected him instead? Chu Yunxian advanced step by step toward him, and the dark wind retreated warily. Don't come any closer. What sorcery is this? Attack. With a command from the dark wind, numerous beasts surged toward Chu Yunxian, only to meet their demise instead. The dark wind's pupils constricted. This is wrong. Instinctively, he attempted to flee. Chu Yunxian, must you be so cautious? You are at the celestial sovereign level. Space leap. In the next instant, Chu Yunxian teleported directly onto his shoulder. This demon lord was quite the behemoth, towering at around 2.5 meters, with arms that were likely as thick as Chu Yunxuan's waist. Perched on his shoulder, Chu Yunxian wrapped his legs around his neck and remained steady. Get off me. The dark wind raised his hand to grasp Chu Yunxuan's legs, attempting to toss him aside. However, as he exerted force, he felt as if his own legs were being seized by an unseen hand, propelling him away instead. Chu Yunxian clung tightly to his head, refusing to let go. The dark wind scrambled to rise. Get off me. The demon lord was enveloped in a crimson power akin to thunder, relentlessly crashing against Chu Yunxian. Yet. Intense pain surged within him. You. The Dark Wind dared not make any further moves against Chu Yunxuan. He comprehended fully now. Although he did not grasp the principle behind it, he was certain that any force directed at Chu Yunxuan would rebound back upon him, multiplied several times. In the next moment, he transformed into a black avian beast of considerable length, darting towards the void. He had given up. He sought reinforcements to save himself. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxuan stood atop the giant bird, brandishing the heavenly grade 10-star spirit weapon, Thunder Roar, gripping the hilt with both hands. He then proceeded to stab fiercely into the massive bird beneath him. Ing! The Dark Wind emitted anguished cries. His flight became unsteady. What the hell? So resilient? After all, he was at the celestial sovereign level. Even a heavenly grade 10-star spirit weapon could not inflict fatal damage. Yet, it still hurt considerably, given that each thrust sank into flesh. Once more, swoosh, Chu Yunxuan drove the blade into its flesh again, unleashing a surge of thunder along the weapon. Yet, this was a celestial sovereign. It still failed to deal a lethal blow. The Dark Wind, while soaring rapidly, emitted pained groans. Soon, 7 or 8 demon lords appeared within his line of sight. At that moment, the Dark Wind perceived hope and let out a long cry. Are we not killing in Tianhua City now? One demon lord inquired. No rush. We shall wait for the demon emperor's command. Understood. The long cry drew the attention of the 7 or 8 demon lords nearby. Isn't that the Dark Wind? Why is he riding a human? In the next moment, they were all left dumbfounded. That human was relentlessly stabbing at the Dark Wind with a sword? What kind of scenario is this? Save me! Save me! The Dark Wind cried out. The other demons frowned deeply. What a disgrace. A dignified demon lord, being bested by a mere human to the point of revealing his true form? One demon lord then swung his arm, sending a blood-red blade racing toward Chu Yunxuan. The blade grazed Chu Yunxuan's neck, and in the next instant, the attacker's head rolled away. What? The other demon lords were taken aback. Chapter 163, Demon Emperor, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. The remaining demon lords looked incredulously at their comrade, who had just been standing beside them. How did his head suddenly fall? Thud! The colossal figure of the Dark Wind crashed heavily before them, blood gushing from his body. He flapped his massive wings a couple of times, yet could not lift off. Whoosh! Chu Yunxuan leapt down from the Dark Wind, eyeing the demon lords. Oh, are we having a meeting? Chu Yunxuan cast a teasing glance at them. The demon lords exchanged glances, taken aback. Truth be told, having lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, they had never encountered such a situation. Xiantian realm? One of the demon lords sensed Chu Yunxuan's aura, frowning even deeper. Seeking death, a demon lord then flashed to Chu Yunxuan's front, reaching out to grip his neck with force. Crack! The others heard the sound of bones snapping. However, they soon widened their eyes. The demon lord who had attacked Chu Yunxuan found his neck drooping awkwardly to the side, his body collapsing straight down. Ding! Counterattack kills the 4-star Abyss Python King at the Celestial Sovereign level. Reward, level up 1 star, all attributes increase by 1. What? The remaining demon lords stared in disbelief at the scene before them. Could someone explain what just transpired? Why did the dignified Celestial Sovereign Abyss Python King have his neck snapped? This human is truly bizarre. In the next moment, the demon lords heightened their vigilance, entering a combat stance. Trap him. I'll take care of this. Radiance of the firmament. A beam of light descended from above, enveloping Chu Yunxuan. Together. Subsequently, the demon lords concentrated their formidable power, unhesitatingly attacking the ensnared Chu Yunxuan. In the next instant, they were all sent flying, spitting blood. Ding. Counterattack against the 3-star Celestial Sovereign. Ding. Counterattack against the 5-star Celestial Sovereign. Ding. Counterattack against the 6-star Celestial Sovereign. Endless system notifications echoed in Chu Yunxuan's mind. Damn. This feels fantastic. Moreover, Chu Yunxuan's realm directly ascended to the 1-star Divine Power realm, gaining a plethora of attributes, system values, and an increase in overall power. That should suffice. Chu Yunxuan felt satisfied. It was time to return, lest he inadvertently encounter a god sovereign and land himself in trouble. Just as he prepared to return to Tianhua City, an incredibly terrifying aura suddenly descended. Chu Yunxuan furrowed his brows. God sovereign. He had encountered a god sovereign before, so he could recognize that this was an aura exclusive to a god sovereign. A red-haired man landed before Chu Yunxuan. This is bad. Something has gone awry. Chu Yunxuan's pupils constricted. The demon emperor surveyed the bodies of nearly 10 fallen demon lords before him. These were all his subordinates. His gaze hardened as he fixed his eyes on Chu Yunxuan. Malice surging within him. He had witnessed everything. This human before him hadn't even exerted himself significantly. All of his demon lords had been instantaneously vanquished. You possess remarkable skills. You clearly approach the Tao realm, yet feign being merely at the Xiantian or divine power level, causing my subordinates to lower their guard and leading to their swift demise. The atmosphere was rife with treachery. The demon emperor, suppressing his inner fury, spoke with restrained intensity. As the demon emperor, he understood that it was no simple feat for this human to effortlessly eliminate several demon lords in an instant. Thus, he even regarded Chu Yunxuan as a being potentially stronger than himself, perhaps even nearing the realm of the celestial path. Despite his strength, the demon emperor knew he could only slay a fraction of the nearly 10 heavenly lords should they attempt to flee. Hence, he employed a ruse to lower the guards of the demon lords, enabling him to eliminate them all. Chu Yunxuan remained silent. He then raised the thunder roar in his hand. Whoosh! The demon emperor, filled with dread, immediately retreated into the horizon, declaring, "In 30 years, fortunes may shift. I shall remember your visage. Once I attain the half-step celestial path, I will return to avenge the humiliation of today's escape." Chu Yunxuan was stunned. Could such a retreat be permissible? Cold sweat trickled down his brow as he hastened his return. At this moment, Tianhua City had succumbed to chaos. The streets were teeming with frantically fleeing beasts of various kinds. The armies of the three major factions fired their weapons while continuously retreating, unsure from where the next beast might emerge to pounce and devour them. Voices crackled through their earpieces. Tianhua City has fallen. Mission altered. Evacuate the civilians who have yet to escape. In 30 minutes, the spatial wormhole would close. Everyone must reach the nearest wormhole within that time. Simultaneously, a similar message echoed in Chu Yunxuan's earpiece. Has it truly fallen? He stood atop a towering building, surveying the devastation and turmoil engulfing Tianhua City. The streets were infested with beasts and fiends. Flames consumed buildings, and structures crumbled with thunderous crashes. Regrettably, the system he had inadvertently activated was powerless against such a dire situation. Moreover, the demon god from the 5th demon temple and the fiend god from the 3rd demon domain had yet to make their move. None anticipated the involvement of the 3rd demon domain. Otherwise, the human forces would have sufficed against the 5th demon temple. Even if beasts breached the inner city, they could have been driven out. However, the sudden influx of countless fiends led to the rapid downfall of Tianhua City. Continuing the fight was not impossible, but the losses would be unimaginable. It seemed the higher-ups quickly concluded that they must abandon Tianhua City. Yunxian, respond if you can hear me. Guo Xian's voice came through. I can hear you. Mission altered. Tianhua City has fallen. Retreat immediately. Chu Yunxuan replied, I'm already inside Tianhua City. Hurry. Acknowledged. He glanced at the Jiangshanyu community where he and Lin Yura were located before racing towards the nearest teleportation point. Meanwhile, at the little shop owned by the ferry, the street was filled with members of the three factions and civilians fleeing in panic. The beasts and fiends had reached this location as well. Quickly, evacuate. Ahead lay the spatial wormhole for escape. Members of the three factions were tirelessly ushering the crowd to safety. Hey, miss. One member shouted as he spotted Xiao Qiyue at the entrance of the shop. Tianhua City has fallen. Hurry. Xiao Qiyue stood there, sniffling with a sense of injustice. I took out a loan of hundreds of thousands to open this shop. I haven't even recouped my losses. Just then, a rampaging beast lunged towards her. Who dares to touch my shop? She exclaimed. With that, her formidable power erupted as she punched the beast. Bam! The beast was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Goodness! The members of the three factions recoiled, realizing they should mind their own affairs. This sister was fierce. They retreated, making way for a flood of beasts charging down the street. Xiao Qiyue stood defiantly in the middle of the road, her shop to her left. I dare anyone to approach my shop, she proclaimed, extending her palm. Terrifying spatial power erupted, lifting hundreds of beasts into the air. Boom. At that moment, numerous beasts exploded. As long as I stand, so shall my shop. Xiao Qiyue's eyes burned with resolve. Suddenly, a gargantuan gorilla, over 10 meters in length, descended from above, crashing down and obliterating her shop. Roar. The immense, wild gorilla stood amidst the ruins, beating its chest and roaring at Xiao Qiyue. Her expression froze as she slowly turned to gaze at her shop, now reduced to rubble. Her lips twitched before, in the next second. Her skirt and hair whipped around her in fury. How dare you? Aya! Xiao Qiyue roared. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxuan raced towards the scene. Witnessing Xiao Qiyue tear the enormous, seemingly rule-bound gorilla into shreds. Thud! A massive, bloodied arm of the gorilla fell at Chu Yunxuan's feet. Why provoke her of all people? He thought, feeling a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Preparing to embark on the second volume, marking the protagonist's official rise. Chapter 164. The fall of Tianhua City. Xiao Qiyue gasped for air, surveying the dismantled remains of the monstrous gorilla before her. She glanced back at her shop, now in ruins, and her nose twitched with a sense of loss. My shop. Turning to unleash her wrath upon the beasts. She spotted Chu Yunxuan. Little Xianxian, she cried, rushing towards him with open arms for an embrace. Wow, my shop is gone. Now I'm burdened with debt. I'm so miserable. Chu Yunxuan gently patted her back. It's all right. You can sell the demon crystal from that gorilla to offset your debts. Yes, I've already taken it, she responded. Let us go. I'll take care of you. Is that acceptable? He asked. Xiao Qiyue sniffled. Of course. When the time comes, I'll have you manage my harem. Of course, Lin Yuer will be the main one. You can be second. Pouting, she added, that's not bad either. I'll have the fairy supervise Xiao Ying and Xiao Chuxue. Let us go, let us go. All right. Xiao Qiyue cast a lingering glance at the ruins of her shop as the two headed towards the nearest teleportation point. Oh, little Xianxian, I have good news for you, she said. What is it? Hee. Actually, I stored all the goods from the shop in my spatial ring. Then the loss isn't so great after all. Yes. Once we reach a new place, I will make a comeback. Xiao Qiyue's eyes sparkled with determination. At the nearest teleportation point, thousands of soldiers were stationed, and civilians hurried into the transmission array. Quickly get inside. Hurry. Qin Feng stood nearby, instructing, ensure the spatial wormhole is protected. Be cautious of attacks from the demon and fiend forces. Acknowledged. A torrent of beasts surged from all directions. However, many human warriors had already retreated to this position. Defending this spot remained manageable. Chu Yunxuan and Xiao Qiyue arrived. Are you all right? Guo Xian inquired. Chu Yunxuan shook his head. I'm fine. That is good to hear. At that moment, the third team of Divine Sons, accompanied by several thousand civilians, was also pushing through the beast horde. Quickly, assist them. Qin Feng shouted. Jiang Ying and Shi Chuxue rushed over. Upon seeing Chu Yunxuan, they breathed a sigh of relief. Naturally, Chu Yunxuan felt reassured seeing them safe. Minister, all personnel in District F have been evacuated, Li Ruiyun reported. Well, our transfer mission has been accomplished. Everyone, enter the spatial wormhole and transfer to Linen City. Qin Feng shouted. Yes. Following his command, everyone hastily entered the spatial wormhole. Chu Yunxuan and his companions also stepped inside. Qin Feng stood still, observing as all the individuals completed their transfer. He cast a final glance at the streets of Tianhua City, sighed, and then proceeded into the spatial wormhole. In the next moment, a horde of monstrous beasts charged towards the wormhole, only to find it shattered, leaving them with nothing but empty air. Such scenes were unfolding at various transfer points across Tianhua City. A flash of light enveloped Chu Yunxuan and the others, and they found themselves in an unfamiliar city. They stood in an expansive square, filled to the brim with the citizens of Tianhua City and numerous soldiers from the three major factions. There were also many injured individuals, their cries echoing through the air. The soldiers were busy comforting them, providing medical assistance, and distributing clothing and food. Meanwhile, Tianhua City lay over 100 kilometers away. Chu Yunxuan stood there, gazing in the direction of Tianhua City, recalling the second time a city from his memory had fallen to the demonic and monstrous clans. He clenched his fists in silent frustration, feeling utterly powerless. This predicament was not something that could be remedied even with ascension to the celestial sovereign or divine emperor realms. Perhaps only by reaching the Tao realm could one hope to avert the destruction of a city. It was uncertain, and even the demon gods had not intervened. This battle had resulted in a catastrophic defeat for humanity, and Tianhua City had succumbed. At that moment, a pair of enormous blood-red eyes appeared in the sky above them, resembling the very eyes of heaven. The onlookers gasped, some children bursting into tears at the sight. Lowly humans, a voice resonated from the void. The fall of Tianhua City serves as a minor warning for me. If you do not surrender what I desire, then the next targets will be Linen City and Tianqing City, until you comply. Jiang Wenzhou gathered thunder in his hands and unleashed a powerful punch towards the void, dispersing the colossal blood-red eyes. Is that the demon god? It must be from the fifth demon god palace. He exclaimed. Damn it, how infuriating. The crowd erupted in outrage. Jiang Wenzhou steadied his emotions and addressed the assembly. Everyone, he called out, prompting the crowd to turn their attention to him. He bowed deeply. The loss of Tianhua City lies with me, the supreme commander of the Tianhua City Divine Alliance. I have let you all down. The citizens responded, Commander, please do not say that. Without you and the others, we would not have survived. Indeed, none anticipated the sudden involvement of the third demon domain. Given the current circumstances, you and the others have done all that could be done. Please do not blame yourself excessively. How dare they treat our kind as mere soft fruit? Jiang Wenzhou reassured them. But rest assured, do not be intimidated by the demon clan. Our humanity is not easily frightened. The vengeance for today's fall of Tianhua City will soon be repaid with the blood of the fifth demon goddess minions. Yes, yes, kill. The crowd roared in unison. We will swiftly arrange accommodations for everyone, so please remain calm. Yu Qianren clenched his fists tightly, glancing at Guan Xian beside him, and inquired. Sister Guan, when shall we strike the demon god palace or the demon domain? It's utterly frustrating. Guan Xian replied, we will, but that is beyond our current capabilities. Even if we do fight, it will require the involvement of many celestial sovereigns and those even stronger. She then addressed everyone, you have all worked hard. The fall of Tianhua City was inevitable once we realized the third demon domain had mobilized. Do not dwell on it. One day, we will reclaim every lost city for humanity. Indeed, you all go find a place to rest. The remaining matters will be handled by Linen City. Next, we shall fortify our position in Linen City. We will contact you once the new base for the Divine Child Group is established. Understood. Chapter 165. This system is quite absurd. The atmosphere remained somber. Chu Yunxuan felt no less burdened. As he walked, he glanced at his phone. Noticing numerous messages from Lin Yer, he replied to assure her of his safety. So frustrating, Jiang Ying muttered beside him. Yu Qianren added, what is frustrating is the feeling of helplessness. I killed hundreds of monsters, yet it feels futile. For the higher-ups of the demon and monster clans do not regard the lives of lower-tier beasts at all. Why do those beasts serve them so willingly? Xiao Qiyue commented. It's quite normal. Low-tier beasts lack significant cognitive ability. They merely follow orders without daring to refuse. Damn it. Once I rise, I will personally slay those transformed beasts. Yu Qianren gritted his teeth. Chu Yunxuan replied, let us not dwell on it. Tianhua City has fallen. What has done is done. We'll adapt to life in a new city, and we will reclaim it eventually. All right, Shuanga, the four sisters, follow me, Yu Qianren instructed. Hey, I'm not your sister. Neither am I. Wang Xiaomiao rolled her eyes. Yu Qianren scratched his head. Then he and Chu Yunxuan spoke in unison. It's only a matter of time. The others stared in confusion. Yu Qianren led them to a luxurious 5-star hotel in Linen City. Young master, thank heavens you're safe. The chairman was worried sick. The lobby manager rushed over. Yes, this is my brother Shuanga, and these are my friends. Please arrange accommodations for them. Chu Yunxuan exchanged glances with his companions. Wow, your friend is quite wealthy. Xiao Qiyue exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Chu Yunxuan rubbed his nose. Greetings, I'm the lobby manager. You can call me Xiao Lu. The hotel is currently offering free accommodations to refugees from Tianhua City, and I'll arrange rooms for you. Please follow me. Yu Qianren assured everyone. Just treat this place as your home. I'm here for you. Afterward, they were shown to their respective rooms. A short while later, Wang Xiaomiao sent a message to Chu Yunxuan. I saw you. Chu Yunxuan replied, what do you mean? Wang Xiaomiao continued, I saw you kill many demon sovereigns through the equipment. Chu Yunxuan asked, and? Wang Xiaomiao pressed. Aren't you going to report this to the organization? That counts as a significant achievement. Chu Yunxuan countered, Tianhua City has fallen. What is so significant about that? Wang Xiaomiao concluded, oh, I'm going to rest now. Moments later, she sent another message. Also, explain to Yu Qianren that I am not his sister. And be cautious, as harming minors can lead to serious consequences. Good night. A smile crept onto Chu Yunxuan's face. The following day, several trending topics emerged. Trending list. 1. A milestone victory for humanity. 2. The fall of Tianhua City. 3. Tianhua City fell, but humanity did not lose. Upon waking, Chu Yunxuan scrolled through his phone, only to find that the fall of Tianhua City was merely the second trending topic. What? A milestone victory for humanity? He glanced further and discovered that the 3 major factions had launched a surprise attack on the 11th Demon God Palace, annihilating the demon sovereigns and demon emperors under its command, even slaying a Dao Realm demon powerhouse, forcing the 11th demon god to flee in panic. Incredible! Though Tianhua City has fallen, the human race has simultaneously delivered a significant blow to the 11th demon god temple. It is astonishing to realize that the human faction undertook such a substantial operation concurrently. Alas, had Tianhua City been able to endure, it would have been preferable. Yet, one must acknowledge the formidable alliance of the 5th demon god temple and the 3rd demon domain. The reason for the trending topic regarding the fall of Tianhua City is quite straightforward. Despite the city's demise, the human race did not suffer defeat. The losses were mitigated to a minimum. Under the most arduous circumstances, they swiftly evacuated 500,000 citizens. This sudden and perilous attack has established a record for the least casualties ever recorded during the conquest of a city. Chu Yunxuan had been cultivating in his hotel for 5 days. At the stroke of midnight, the notification sounded. Tenfold reflection system has been disabled. Subsequently, another chime rang out, congratulating him on the activation of a new system, Supreme Brain System. This system promised extraordinary cognitive abilities, including logic, insight, analysis, prediction, and learning. With a remaining duration of 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Perplexed, Chu Yunxuan pondered the implications of possessing the Supreme Brain. Where were the system tasks? What rewards awaited him? The system explained that under the Supreme Brain System, the host would gain unimaginable capabilities. This seemed reasonable. The more one's brain is developed, the keener their senses become. Testing the system, Chu Yunxuan summoned Thunderhowl and swung his sword. A notification indicated that he had successfully swung the blade, permanently increasing his strength by 3 points and enhancing his swordsmanship by 0.01. In disbelief, he slapped himself across the face. A new notification revealed he was now learning to endure blows, enhancing his physique by 3 points. The following morning, Chu Yunxuan exited his hotel, observing that everything appeared to be settling into a routine. Linen City had taken the place of Tianhua City, now bordering the Beast Realm. To him, the loss was minimal. He had merely forfeited a property in Tianhua City. Just then, a girl approached him. He assessed her with a quick glance, muttering to himself, height 161, 7 centimeters, weight 93, 5 kilograms, hair count 91, 071 strands. Based on her furtive glances, her heart rate had quickened by 31, and her micro-expressions indicated a 91.7 probability of infatuation. As she passed by, the likelihood of her feigning a sprained ankle was 86.7. Should he assist her? The probability of sparking a romance was 77.7. However, if he did not help, she would likely become distressed 59.8 of the time. Suddenly, the girl, wearing high heels, feigned a stumble and fell towards him. Chu Yunxuan instinctively stepped back, causing her to crash to the ground. She glared at him, exclaiming, "Are you insane?" before storming away. Nearby, 2 boys collided, igniting a heated exchange. Chu Yunxuan observed as one boy erupted in flames, declaring himself a warrior. The other retaliated, and a fierce brawl ensued. Notifications flooded in, indicating he was learning profanities and fire attributes, ultimately enhancing his fire attribute strength by 0.1. Chu Yunxuan was astounded. The system seemed far more powerful than he had anticipated. It suggested that he could learn attributes merely by observing battles. However, he lamented that he possessed all attributes already. Yet, through watching these fighters, he had permanently strengthened his fire and wood attributes. Feeling exhilarated by the potential to acquire attributes, he took out his phone and searched for videos of battles involving those at the Divine Emperor or Heavenly Tao levels. Such beings typically wielded celestial martial techniques. But to his dismay, the search yielded no results. It seemed he could only learn by witnessing such battles firsthand. At that moment, Yu Qianren approached him, inquiring whether he would attend an invitation from Linen University. Chu Yunxuan learned that Linen University was a prestigious institution, even more esteemed than Tianhua University, where the laws of the realm were seldom encountered. Yu Qianren confirmed his acceptance, having been allocated to an advanced class. Chu Yunxuan noted that the intermediate class students were mostly in the Xian body realm, while the advanced class consisted entirely of those in the Xian heaven realm. Chu Yunxuan declined the invitation, deeming it insignificant, and Yu Qianren departed. He then opened a group chat on his phone, which included Lin Yue, Xiao Yue, Shi Chuxue, and Jiang Ying, humorously titled Home of Xiange. He tagged them in a message, asking if they would be attending Linen University. Responses poured in, revealing that they had all enrolled. Lin Yue expressed reluctance, but noted the allure of free accommodation. Chu Yunxuan, feeling a sense of urgency, declared he would join them to ensure their safety from male advances. "You're not allowed to come," Jiang Ying protested. "Why not?" he countered. "Just because." She insisted. "Give me a reason," he pressed. "There are many beautiful girls at Linen University," Shi Chuxue added. "Wait for me. I'm on my way," Chu Yunxuan exclaimed, prompting further protests from the group. Jiang Ying addressed Shi Chuxue, remarking, "What good is merely rolling your eyes?" Jiang Ying then turned to Xiao Qiyue, exclaiming, "Oh dear. Fairy Mentor, which side are you on?" Xiao Qiyue giggled, while Lin Yue stifled her laughter. At that moment, Chu Yunxuan arrived at the entrance of Linen University. He had heard that the university was filled with beautiful women, which certainly piqued his interest. In Tianhua City, there were Jiang Ying and Shi Chuxue. He wondered who might be present in Linen City. However, his primary intention was to activate the system he had obtained, aiming to immerse himself in populous areas to glean knowledge. Indeed, that was his goal. The entrance was bustling with students, as Linen City welcomed many citizens. alongside a new generation of young warriors. Linen University had also embraced a formidable group of warriors, thereby enhancing the institution's overall combat prowess. Naturally, Jiang Ying, Chu Yunxuan, and others were on the list of those they sought to attract. Numerous individuals were present to register at the university. Chu Yunxuan scanned the crowd. Brother, this suitcase is so heavy. I can't move it. Could you help me? Oh, your girlfriend disapproves? Well, that's unfortunate. If I were your girlfriend, I certainly wouldn't be so strict with you. Did you just fart? I could feel the breeze from your backside. Help. There's a thief. My phone has been stolen. Ding. Learning tea etiquette. Ding. Learning to pass gas. Ding. Learning to steal. Chu Yunxuan shook his head, bemused. This system was rather powerful, and he had attracted considerable attention. Wow, look at that handsome guy. He must be from Tianhua City. He can't possibly be a local student, or I would have recognized him. I have a name in mind. Who? Chu Yunxuan. Only the legendary Chu Yunxuan could be so striking. What do you mean? The moment I saw him, my legs trembled uncontrollably. Quick, help me over there. Chu Yunxuan. I've heard of him. The one who slayed the demon emperor with a single sword. Incredible! Wait, isn't Chu Yunxuan the scoundrel who turned his neighborhood into a forbidden zone all by himself? Upon overhearing the surrounding chatter, Chu Yunxuan touched his nose, pondering. Am I really that popular? This is Linen City. He approached the registration area. Senior, I'm here to register. He directed his words to a beautiful senior overseeing the new students. Ah, the senior glanced at Chu Yunxuan, unable to tear her gaze away. It's so hot. Please hold on a moment. She then removed her jacket, revealing a lacy camisole underneath. Ding. Learning to entice men. Chu Yunxuan, is it hot? Nearby students checked the temperature. If memory served, it was December. The senior smiled at Chu Yunxuan. So, you're from Tianhua City? Yes. What is your name? Chu Yunxuan. The crowd exchanged glances. I knew he had to be Chu Yunxuan. Wow, he is just as handsome as the legends say. The senior's eyes sparkled as she filled out the registration form, gazing at Chu Yunxuan with infatuation. Chu Yunxuan, do you have a girlfriend? I do. Would you mind having another? Let us see what fate has in store. What do you think of me? Before she could finish, Chu Yunxuan interjected, You're quite beautiful. Would you consider? Chu Yunxuan replied, Not at the moment. I have several sets of Z. I'm not particularly fond of uniforms. I have plenty of S. I'm not a fan of stockings. I could offer you tea. Oil massages are unnecessary. Then I could give you a back rub. Please provide your phone number. I'll save it for now. I've been fighting a lot lately, and my back is quite sore. The senior's eyes lit up as she handed him the registration form. Here is your registration form for Advanced Class 10. My number is on it. Thank you. Chu Yunxuan took the form and walked away. The senior couldn't help but watch his retreating figure, marveling at how he seemed to know everything she wanted to say. Yay, I'm on cloud 9, she exclaimed excitedly to herself. Next, a male student approached. Senior, I'm here to register. Ah, he pointed to her chair. Why is there water on your seat? The senior shot him a look. Mind your own business. Name? Zhao Dazhu. Go to intermediate class 5. Okay. Ah, senior, my back is so sore. I wonder if you could. Get lost. All right then. Chapter 167. This is the gap between you and Chu Yunxuan. Chu Yunxuan walked through Linen University. He felt that the analytical capabilities of the strongest brain system were not yet fully utilized. Its greatest asset was enhancing his learning ability. He possessed all the necessary attributes. He could also conveniently learn formidable spiritual techniques and observe others in battle to assimilate their power, thus permanently enhancing his own attributes. This was the simplest way to achieve improvement. Soon, Chu Yunxuan arrived at the entrance of Advanced Class 10. Inside, a mentor was delivering a lecture. Chu Yunxuan approached. Hello. I'm the new student Chu Yunxuan. All eyes turned to him. Wow, he is so handsome. The beautiful girls in Advanced Class 10 were instantly captivated. Chu Yunxuan? Such a familiar name. Could it be the legendary Chu Yunxuan who slayed the demon emperor with a single sword? Please, if I had the power of a spiritual imprint stone, I could slay the demon emperor too. Damn, it's him. In the classroom, a figure glared at Chu Yunxuan with resentment. Qin Hao clenched his fists. This is the Chu Yunxuan. When Chu Yunxuan asked me where to take her out for a meal, I mistakenly thought she had feelings for me. I believed I could win her heart. I even gave the keys to my house to my little brother, who loved her. I waited at the Lioli restaurant with a bouquet of roses for Chu Yunxuan, only to see her dining with this very person. I became the biggest fool. Never did he expect that Chu Yunxuan would come to Linen University and even join the same advanced class. You came to me, so don't blame me. Qin Hao simmered with hatred, especially when he noticed the girls in his class who merely glanced at Chu Yunxuan and immediately became infatuated. What is this? This is Advanced Class 10 at Linen University. Every girl here is exceptional. How can they be so mesmerized by just his looks? The mentor glanced at Chu Yunxuan and nodded. All right, find a seat. Understood. Chu Yunxuan entered the classroom, drawing everyone's attention. As he walked down the aisle, Qin Hao hatched a plan. Watch this. He instructed a nearby male student. Just as Chu Yunxuan passed by, Qin Hao extended his leg, intending to trip him. Let us see how you flaunt your arrogance now. As I approached, I intended to trip you and see what face you would have left. However, Chu Yunxuan had already discerned the mischievous glint in Qin Hao's eyes. Judging by his gaze, the subtle curve of his lips, and his micro-expressions, there was an 87% probability that he intended to trip me. Chu Yunxuan pondered this in his heart. Thus, the right foot that was poised to descend suddenly paused in midair for half a second. During that fleeting moment, Qin Hao's leg shot out. Simultaneously, Chu Yunxuan's foot landed, crushing down on Qin Hao's foot with force. Ack! Qin Hao yelped in pain, immediately rising to glare at Chu Yunxuan. Before he could finish, Chu Yunxuan flashed a grin and retorted, you must be blind. Qin Hao. After that, Chu Yunxuan casually took a seat behind him. Instructor Lu. Look at him. Qin Hao exclaimed angrily, pointing at Chu Yunxuan. Instructor Lu frowned. Enough. Qin Hao, how old are you? A warrior at the Shantian realm. Yet you still display such immaturity? In Blue Star, you would all be considered genius warriors. Yet here you are acting so juvenile. What do you intend to achieve by extending your leg like that? Qin Hao chuckled sheepishly, then sat down, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Instructor Lu continued. Silence. Let us return to the lesson. You must understand that a warrior requires not only formidable strength but also a comprehensive knowledge of the various beasts and monsters on the continent. Only by understanding these creatures can you discern their nature, strengths, techniques, and weaknesses. You must be able to identify whether a beast is in its juvenile or mature stage. Hello, Chu Yunxuan greeted the girl seated beside him. Hi. The girl stammered, her cheeks flushing. May I see your book? Of course. Chu Yunxuan replied, glancing at her book. Ding. Studying Comprehensive Guide to Blue Star Monsters, Volume 59, Progress, 80. Ding. Progress, 100. Do you have any more? Chu Yunxuan inquired. Yes. The girl handed over her backpack, confused. Chu Yunxuan rummaged through it, placing his hands atop the books. Ding. Studying Toxic Plants of Blue Star, Volume 87 Foot, Progress, 40. Ding. Studying Comprehensive Guide to Blue Star Monsters, Volume 77, Progress, 50. Ding. Studying Advanced Fist Techniques, Volume 1, Progress, 30. Ding. Studying 100 Ways to Attract Men, Progress, 20. Ding. Studying 30 Methods of Self-Defense for Women, Progress, 30. Chu Yunxuan. Instructor Lu's gaze fell upon him. Chu Yunxuan looked up and stood. Instructor Lu, what are you looking at? Instructor Lu asked. Chu Yunxuan glanced at the top book, stating, Comprehensive Guide to Blue Star Monsters, Volume 77. Do you know what volume we are discussing? Volume 59, Chu Yunxuan replied. Qin Hao finally seized the opportunity to mock. Impressive. Here we are, at Linen University, still on Volume 59, while you, a student from a lowly institution like Tianhua University, have jumped straight to Volume 77? How extraordinary. Instructor Lu shot Qin Hao a glance. Qin Hao, what's the matter? Do you wish to be the class troublemaker? You weren't always like this. Qin Hao. Indeed, he would never have unnecessarily tormented others before. That was the hallmark of a mindless antagonist. But Chu Yunxuan provoked an irresistible urge in him to find opportunities to undermine him, especially since this had caused his girlfriend to be involved with one of his subordinates. It drove him mad. He despised Chu Yunxuan, so much so that he failed to recognize he had become a mindless villain himself. Instructor Lu looked at Chu Yunxuan. We have all heard of your exploits. Your combat prowess is undoubtedly remarkable, but I hope you will also dedicate yourself to studying the vast knowledge of Blue Star, as it will benefit you in the future. I have completed Volume 59, Chu Yunxuan stated. Instructor Lu furrowed his brow. Fine, then tell me about the One-Eyed Ape King. The One-Eyed Ape King is detailed on pages 102 to 104 of Comprehensive Guide to Blue Star Monsters, Volume 59. It can unleash metal-type abilities. Has a maximum recorded strength at the 3-star domain realm, stands 3 meters tall, and possesses formidable power capable of inflicting lethal damage even across 5 realms. Its mature characteristics include, its weaknesses are. The students of Advanced Class 10 were utterly astonished. What? He can recite it all. He even knows the exact pages? And he didn't miss a single word. Wow, incredible. Is this the power of the legendary Demon Slayer? I can't believe there is such a gap between us. He is so handsome. Instructor Lu was equally taken aback. What in the world is this? He can recite it perfectly? Ahem, stop. Instructor Lu coughed. Chu Yunxuan ceased his recitation. Well done. Truly worthy of being the young hero of Tianhua City. With that, Instructor Lu surveyed the others. Observe the disparity among you. You are of similar ages, and some are even younger than him. What has Chu Yunxuan achieved? And what have you done? Learn from him. Understood. Qin Hao clenched his fists. Is this really happening? The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Class dismissed. Instructor Lu announced as he exited. Subsequently, several girls could not resist gathering around Chu Yunxuan. Senior Chu, I didn't quite understand this part. Could you explain it to me? One girl sat beside him, leaning her body toward him. Move aside. My question is more important. Another girl approached. Zhao Xiaonan, do you not understand the concept of first come, first served? I asked first. What are you asking about? Are you also a 36D? What gives you the right to ask? You. Just wait. Do not underestimate a girl from a humble background. The boys from advanced class 10 looked on, filled with envy and resentment toward Chu Yunxuan, particularly Qin Hao. They admired some of Chu Yunxian's accomplishments. Yet men cannot bear to see another man basking in glory. Moreover, in their eyes, they did not consider Chu Yunxuan to be on par with the top geniuses. The most formidable students at Linen University were in the imperial class, all of whom were at the divine realm. To them, Chu Yunxuan was merely at the Xiantian realm. Despite his impressive feats, they remained unconvinced, viewing him as just another talent akin to themselves. Seriously, what is all the fuss? Just because he is a bit handsome? They scoffed at the notion of the demon slayer. If I had the spirit seal stone, I could do it too. So what if he is in the same class as me? Humph. What is going on? All these girls are at the Xiantian realm, typically so aloof, only interested in the top geniuses from the imperial class. How has one Chu Yunxuan managed to captivate them so? Everyone was left dumbfounded. These girls were all at the Xiantian realm. In their 20s, being called geniuses was an understatement. Yet upon encountering Chu Yunxuan, they all became infatuated. Qin Hao's eyes narrowed. Chu Yunxuan. Chu Yunxuan glanced up at Qin Hao, recognizing him vaguely, as if they had met before, but with no clear memory. What is it? Qin Hao declared. I wonder if the hero who wields the spirit seal stone and slays demons dares to accept my challenge? Chu Yunxuan cast a glance at Qin Hao and replied coolly, You are not worthy. With that, he turned to the boys from class 10, who were glaring at him with hostility, and said, Do not stare. You are not worthy either. The room erupted in astonishment at his words. The scene unfolded with an air of arrogance, as the stunningly handsome Chu Yunxuan commanded the attention of numerous infatuated girls, while the boys seethed with envy. My dear brother, a voice interjected mockingly. Do you truly believe that slaying the demon emperor is solely due to your own prowess? Have you overestimated your worth? If I possessed the spirit imprint stone, I too could achieve such feats. The bravado was palpable, particularly in Linen City, home to Linen University. Chu Yunxuan arched an eyebrow and turned his gaze toward one of the young men, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Oh, you believe you could fell the demon emperor with the spirit imprint stone? How intriguing. Tell me, in this realm of divine cultivation, can you match the second star of the god-slaying emperor? His tone dripped with mockery, leaving the boy speechless and visibly uncomfortable under the scrutiny of his peers. The atmosphere became charged as Chu Yunxuan's attention shifted to another male student, who, upon meeting his gaze, felt a chill run down his spine. And what of you? Does being a student of Linen University mean you have vanquished a demon lord or emperor? If not, what objection do you have to my confidence here? His words were unassailable. Next, he turned to Qin Hao, recalling their previous encounter at the Yuli restaurant, referring to him dismissively as the Clown King. With that, he sauntered out of the classroom, the older students instinctively parting to grant him passage, despite their age advantage. Qin Hao, seething with rage, gathered flames around his fist and charged at Chu Yunxuan. In a graceful motion, Chu Yunxuan evaded the attack, as though he anticipated every move. The onlookers gaped in astonishment at this display, witnessing Qin Hao, a formidable 8-star cultivator, unable to land a single blow. In a moment of disbelief, Qin Hao launched a full-force strike, only to be met with an unexpected counter from Chu Yunxuan. The impact sent shockwaves through him, resulting in a cry of agony as he clutched his injured arm. The crowd gasped collectively, unable to fathom how Chu Yunxuan, with no released energy, could overpower a seasoned warrior. The news of this astonishing event spread rapidly across Linen University, igniting fervor on the campus forums with headlines that highlighted Chu Yunxuan's prowess and the unexpected downfall of Qin Hao. Meanwhile, in the library, Chu Yunxuan immersed himself in his studies, acquiring knowledge that would enhance his combat capabilities against various beasts. Whispers circulated around campus about the arrival of Shi Chuxua, the new sensation who had swiftly claimed the title of campus beauty, displacing the former favorite, An Xin. As conversations buzzed around him, Chu Yunxuan absorbed the details, particularly regarding Chun Tianchu's possessive attitude toward Shi Chuxue, the young man's arrogance, proclaiming that any competitor would face dire consequences, did not escape Chu Yunxuan's notice. With a steely gaze, he contemplated the audacity of Chen Tianchu, who dared to lay claim to his woman. The tension in the air thickened, as Chu Yunxuan resolved to confront this challenge head-on, ready to defend what was rightfully his. He took out his phone and logged into the Linen University forum. Chu Yunxuan glanced at the school beauty rankings. He was in first place, while Chen Tianchu held the 5th position. Subsequently, Chu Yunxuan registered an account under his real name and posted a message, tagging Chen Tianchu. So it's you, Chen Tianchu? You're clinging to Shi Chuxue? Competing for her affection just to antagonize you? Find one reason and break a leg. What are you pretending to be? Do you think this makes you appear formidable or domineering? What nonsense is this? He then clicked to publish. Today, the Linen University forum was exceptionally lively, with students idly scrolling through posts. Suddenly, everyone spotted the latest post from Chu Yunxuan. In an instant, the forum erupted. Countless comments flooded in. Wow, is this guy really that bold? Is he confronting Chen Tianchu? Amazing. Is this Chu Yunxuan, the one known as the sword slayer of demonic monarchs? The top of the school beauty list? Is he actually challenging Chen Tianchu? Incredible. At that moment, within a private villa at Linen University, students from the elite class each possessed their own standalone villa within the expansive campus. Those not in the elite class could not enter this area unless invited. Chen Tianchu lounged on the sofa, scrolling through his phone. What a motley crew in Tianhua City. Song Shuheng, Chen Haobin, ridiculous. The campus was now filled with individuals from Tianhua City, including many martial artists from various colleges. Chen Tianchu felt a sense of urgency and decided to gather information. To his surprise, the more he learned, the more he found it amusing. He was aware of Chen Haobin's escapades, as he was his cousin, and quite a close one at that. Chen Haobin's uncle was Chen Tianchu's father, while his mother was Chen Tianchu's aunt. The key figure, Song Shuheng, was touted as one of the top geniuses from Tianhua University, and Chen Tianchu had even heard of him. Yet, he was nothing more than a jester, having fallen from grace. Now, he seemed to have vanished. Chen Tianchu discovered that there were hardly any individuals in Tianhua City who caught his discerning eye. Shen Qianjun was one, likely nearing the realm of divine prowess. The female martial artists were impressive: Lin Yuer, Jiang Ying, and Shi Chuxue. And then there was Chu Yunxuan, the sword slayer of demonic monarchs. Chen Tianchu furrowed his brow. Frankly, he held a certain regard for this individual. Utilizing spirit imprint stones, he was at the first star of the heavenly sovereign realm, yet he had managed to defeat Qin Hao, who was at the second star of the God King realm, without even releasing his spiritual energy. This was indeed remarkable. Chen Tianchu pondered, if he himself, at the second star of divine prowess, were to engage in a fist fight with Qin Hao without releasing his energy, he would certainly not fare well. What could be the reason? A spiritual artifact, perhaps? He thought of Shi Chuxue, recalling their first encounter just yesterday. He finally understood why this girl from Tianhua City possessed such a significant reputation in Linen City. He had already known she was beautiful, but he hadn't anticipated her to be this enchanting, especially with that icy demeanor. One glance, and he was utterly captivated. I must win you over. She claimed to have a boyfriend? How amusing. Did she believe he would take that seriously? A girl like Shi Chuxue, with her icy disposition, could not possibly have a boyfriend. In a small place like Tianhua City, what kind of man could she find worthy? He glanced at the forum, frustrated that Chu Yunxuan's arrival had pushed him from 4th to 5th on the school beauty list. Was he truly that handsome? He needed to find an opportunity to see for himself. Chen Tianchu muttered to himself, then opened the forum. To his astonishment, he found his private messages had exceeded 99. Although he was a prominent figure, he had only logged in 5 minutes ago. How could there be over 99 messages in such a short time? He opened the messages, and his eyes narrowed. What? Chapter 170. Has he really crossed the line? Chen Tianchu read through the messages, all of which informed him that someone was insulting him on the forum, provoking him. Some had even sent him screenshots. He clenched his fists tightly. Chu Yunxuan. His eyes narrowed. A wave of indignation surged within him. Chen Tianchu had always been enveloped in a halo of prestige. No one had ever dared insult him. This was a blatant affront to his dignity. The words of Chu Yunxuan struck a nerve, highlighting the fact that he believed such brashness was appealing. That only a tyrant could win over someone like Shi Chuxue. He wanted Shi Chuxue to witness his domineering side. After all, even an ice queen would be drawn to a display of power. The realization that Chu Yunxuan had exposed his vulnerability filled him with resentment. I swear, I will make you pay. Chen Tianchu, ablaze with fury, rose to confront Chu Yunxuan directly. Did he truly believe he was merely jesting? He had laid down the challenge. If he did not break a leg of Chu Yunxuan, Shi Chuxue would surely look down upon him. However, would this make Shi Chuxue perceive him as a violent individual? Domineering was one thing, but brutality was another. Moreover, he was genuinely fond of Shi Chuxue and did not wish to reveal his undesirable side in her presence. I'll grant you a chance to apologize. He then tagged Chu Yunxuan. Hee, so you are the sword slayer of demonic monarchs, huh? What? Do you wish to challenge me? I offer you a chance to apologize. After posting, Chen Tianchu felt a sense of relief. The best outcome would be an apology from Chu Yunxuan, showcasing his dominance. Even if Chu Yunxuan chose not to apologize, the mere act of refraining from further posts would suffice. Should Chu Yunxuan persist in his defiance, Chen Tianchu could then act without appearing violent. Chu Yunxuan replied, "Your grandfather plays chess and gets criticized. You play poker and always lose. Your little brother's computer is full of bugs." This simple remark nearly shattered Chen Tianchu's composure. How dare you? He clenched his fists, his expression darkening. You truly want to provoke me? This was intolerable. He was losing face rapidly and needed to reclaim it at once. Chen Tianchu suppressed his fury and tagged Chu Yunxuan once more, posting a new message. Hee, while others may compete for Shi Chuxue's affections, I genuinely worry for you. But someone like you should refrain from seeking attention. Chen Tianchu refreshed the forum repeatedly, and then another post from Chu Yunxuan appeared. Your grandfather will be pointed at while playing chess. You will never have a full hand in poker. And your little brother's computer is bound to be riddled with issues. The spectators relished the unfolding drama. In every dormitory at Lenin University, students clutched their phones, engrossed in the explosive news. Wow, Chu Yunxuan is truly bold. What a show on his first day at Lenin University. I can't even fathom why he is insulting Chen Tianchu. Does he believe Chen Tianchu has the right to monopolize Shi Chuxue's attention? A leg must be broken. It is quite repulsive, yet this has been brewing for some time. Who dares to speak against him? Suddenly, a figure named Chu Yunxuan emerges. What a remarkable individual. How exhilarating. I yearn to engage with such a top-tier genius, yet I feel an overwhelming trepidation. I long to possess the audacity of Chu Yunxuan. Chen Tianchu clenched his fists tightly, struggling to contain his emotions. After a deep breath, he composedly crafted a new post titled Clown. Soon after, Chu Yunxuan retaliated with another post, calling him a foolish dog. Enraged, Chen Tianchu overturned the coffee table, roaring in frustration. The relentless provocations were intolerable. With fury surging within him, Chen Tianchu furiously typed a post. Chu Yunxuan, I will not acknowledge you. You dare to overstep your bounds, believing this is Tianhua City? Where do you think you are? If you have the courage, step out from behind your screen and confront me at the entrance of the Tianzi district. Should you dare to show up, I won't hesitate to break your leg. If you choose to hide, then from now on, acknowledge your place as my dog. Having posted this, Chen Tianchu smashed his laptop with a heavy fist and stormed out. Filled with rage, he could no longer maintain his facade. Chu Yunxuan was utterly detestable, believing himself to be a significant figure. So what if he had slain the demon emperor? At his core, he was merely a Xuantiang realm warrior. Chen Tianchu, on the other hand, was a top-tier genius in the Shintong realm, a prominent figure in the Tianzi class of Lenin University, yet he was being insulted by this Chu Yunxuan? What audacity! Chen Tianchu's post ignited the curiosity of onlookers. Laughter erupted as they witnessed Chen Tianchu drop his pretensions. Just moments ago, he had feigned gentlemanly conduct to impress Shi Chuxue, but Chu Yunxuan had deftly shattered that pretense. The crowd was thrilled at the unfolding drama. Would Chu Yunxuan dare to show up? It was uncertain. Despite having slain the demon emperor, he relied on the spirit seal stone. He was essentially a Xuantiang warrior, even if he possessed the ability to fight above his level. The challenge of facing a Shintong realm warrior was daunting. Yet, it was rumored he had defeated Xuantiang warriors with a single strike, and if he did not show up, he would lose face. As the crowd buzzed with anticipation, they rushed towards the Tianzi district. Meanwhile, Shi Chuxue was engrossed in her training of an intriguing earth-level martial art when Jiangyin called her. Shi Chuxue, have you heard about Chu Yunxuan? On his first day at Lenin University, he broke someone's hand and has now managed to provoke Chen Tianchu, who has been relentlessly pursuing you. Check the trending posts. Upon glancing at the posts, Shi Chuxue was momentarily stunned, her brows furrowing with concern. What should we do? Jiangyin responded. Given how persistent Chen Tianchu has been, it's clear Chu Yunxuan won't overlook this. As a man, how could he tolerate another vying for his girlfriend's attention and making such bold declarations? No man would remain indifferent to that. Should I call Chu Yunxuan and tell him not to go? Shi Chuxue pondered. She was confident that Chu Yunxuan could easily defeat Chen Tianchu, given his extraordinary combat prowess. Her concern lay not in Chu Yunxuan's safety, but in the trouble he might attract. Where are you? Let us meet up and head over there, Chu Yunxuan suggested. As more individuals gathered outside the Tianzi district of Linen University, the area became densely populated. Chen Tianchu stood at the entrance, radiating hostility, surveying the crowd. Pathetic. Just barking from behind screens. Are you too cowardly to show yourselves? If you dare not confront me, then remember to act like obedient dogs whenever you see me. At that moment, a commotion arose. Shi Chuxue and Jiang Ying were approaching. Wow. She's truly stunning. Chen Tianchu's heart leapt. He thought, so, you still refuse to show up? I overestimated your worth. He then shouted to the crowd, from now on, remember that Chu Yunxuan is nothing more than a dog before me. The tale of slaying the demon emperor is merely a joke. Shi Chuxue's eyes narrowed, a chill emanating from her. Just as she was about to intervene, Jiang Ying held her back. Look, he is coming. Chu Yunxuan is here. Stunned, the crowd instinctively parted to make way for Chu Yunxuan. Chen Tianchu's expression hardened as he beheld him approaching. No need to obstruct me, Shi Chuxue remarked. Hearing Chen Tianchu's insults directed at Chu Yunxuan ignited her anger. She was ready to take action, but Jiang Ying cautioned her, this is a matter for men. As Chu Yunxuan walked through the parted crowd, he remained silent and resolute. The air crackled with energy as he approached Chen Tianchu, whose fury escalated. You dare to feign superiority without unleashing your full power? How foolish. Chen Tianchu unleashed his Shintong realm aura, summoning a tempest that sent leaves swirling like blades. He charged towards Chu Yunxuan, intent on obliterating him. The crowd gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. Chen Tianchu is serious. He is unleashing his wind heart technique. He means to kill Chu Yunxuan. A palpable tension filled the air as Chen Tianchu's power surged, reaching the intensity of a Shintong realm warrior at the 4th star. Yet, Chu Yunxuan remained unfazed, his steps unwavering as he approached. Seeking death without even unleashing your martial skills? You're merely toying with thunder? Chen Tianchu roared, charging forward. Just as he was about to strike, Chu Yunxuan transformed into a flash of blue light, evading the attack effortlessly. With a thunderous crack, the lightning obliterated Chen Tianchu's powerful wind technique. In an instant, Chu Yunxuan appeared behind him, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. As Chen Tianchu stood in place, his eyes widened in shock. His hair had transformed into a frizzy mess, and his entire body was charred from the electric shock. With a thud, Chen Tianchu collapsed to his knees, surrounded by crackling thunder that emitted a pained wail. The onlookers were left bewildered, utterly confused by the sudden turn of events. They barely grasped what had just transpired. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxuan, silent as ever, strode towards Chen Tianchu, enveloped in a swirling tempest of thunder. Chen Tianchu unleashed his formidable power towards Chu Yunxuan, yet the latter merely flickered past him, the lightning striking in an instant. Chen Tianchu was obliterated? The spectators gasped in disbelief. How could this be? Chu Yunxuan's aura had indicated he was merely at the 1st star of the divine realm, significantly younger than them, yet he had already reached such heights? What a peculiar situation. The crux of the matter was that he had not even unleashed any martial techniques. It was merely a flash of lightning that had dispatched someone as powerful as Chen Tianchu in a heartbeat. Was his combat prowess truly that terrifying? This was utterly absurd. Chen Tianchu had created such a commotion only to be defeated in a single blow by Chu Yunxuan. This was outrageous. Chen Tianchu had even unleashed an earth-tier martial technique. Quick, help me up. Hey, miss, did you step in a puddle? Why are you leaving wet footprints? Jiang Ying and Shi Chuxue stood frozen, realizing that this brother was extraordinarily powerful, yet they could hardly fathom the extent of his abilities. Facing a genius martial artist of the 2nd star of the divine realm, the opponent wielding wind and earth-tier techniques, Chu Yunxuan had not even released his martial skills. The speed at which he had dispatched Chen Tianchu was so swift that they could barely discern it. Jiang Ying's mouth hung open in astonishment as Chu Yunxuan approached Chen Tianchu and delivered a series of fierce kicks. Keep your hands off my girlfriend. Thud. That's for clinging to my girlfriend. Thud. What do you mean by competing with me? Thud. You wish to break his legs? Thud. How arrogant can you be? Chen Tianchu, curled up and clutching his head, let out a wretched scream, far removed from his earlier bravado. The crowd was stunned. Chu Yunxuan had a girlfriend? After venting his frustrations, Chu Yunxuan prepared to leave, but Shi Chuxue murmured, he just insulted you. What? Chu Yunxuan turned back and delivered another kick. That is for insulting me. Thud. And another for your insolence. He pummeled Chen Tianchu, leaving him bruised and battered, finally feeling a sense of relief. What a waste of time. Chu Yunxuan remarked, turning to Shi Chuxue with a smile. Zayakuksu. With that, he took her hand. And before the stunned onlookers could recover from the shock of Chu Yunxuan's swift defeat of Chen Tianchu, they were further astonished by the sight before them. Hand in hand, they walked away under the gaze of the crowd. The crowd erupted in astonishment. What? Chu Yunxian is the boyfriend of the goddess Shi Chuxue? I can't accept this. The realization dawned on them. So that's why Chu Yunxian was kicking Chen Tianchu while shouting about my girlfriend. It turns out Shi Chuxue is his girlfriend. It all made sense now. No wonder Chu Yunxian had openly scolded Chen Tianchu for being involved with his girlfriend. I remember Shi Chuxue even told him she had a boyfriend, yet he didn't believe her and spoke so arrogantly. Who can be blamed for that? One lamented. I finally mustered the courage to love someone sincerely, and in just one day, the goddess is swept away by another. Does this mean if I slay the demon emperor, I too can win the heart of a beauty? Chu Sheng, I dream. Meanwhile, Chen Tianchu lay on the ground, his body in excruciating pain, nearly numb. With the last of his strength, he clenched his fists and vowed, I will not spare you. I will not spare you. Tears streamed down his cheeks, a testament to his humiliation. The news of Shi Chuxue's relationship quickly spread across the forums of Linen University, while the tale of Chu Yunxuan's brutal defeat of Chen Tianchu became the talk of the campus. In the office of the Dean of Linen University, Dean Xiao Jiannan conversed with Dean Qin Zhenhai of Tianhua University. From now on, I would appreciate your assistance as the Vice President of Linen University. Xiao Jiannan said with a smile. Thank you for your trust, my friend. Aside from my youthful exploits, I have devoted my life to education. With Tianhua City suddenly gone, I find myself at a loss, Qin Zhenhai replied. I know you too well, you can't sit idle for long. It's only fitting that I brought you in to assist me, Xiao Jiannan chuckled. Your Tianhua University has many formidable warriors, albeit most of them are not at high levels. However, those at the top, even my students from Linen University, would find them challenging. It's curious, though. Why have Shi Chuxue and Jiang Ying turned down invitations from the holy capital? Qin Zhenhai pondered. Everyone has their own reasons, and that is perfectly fine. If they were in the holy capital, they would at least have reached the lower realm by now. Although we can't compete in terms of resources, their combat capabilities are indeed impressive, especially that Chu Yunxian, Xiao Jiannan remarked. I have been keeping an eye on that fellow. He defeated Zuantiang with a single move, easily vanquished a being of the Xintian realm, and even slayed the demon emperor. He has risen from obscurity, becoming a top-tier genius with astonishing combat prowess. Yet he also declined the invitation from the holy capital university, Xiao Jiannan continued. This lad is indeed surprising, Qin Zhenhai agreed. Just this morning, he arrived at Linen University, barely releasing his spiritual energy, and with one punch, he shattered the bones of Qin Hao, an 8th star of the Xintian realm. His strength and physique are extraordinary, and it's unclear where he trained or what opportunities he encountered. Qin Zhenhai chuckled wryly. This boy is indeed a troublemaker. By the way, I have a word of advice. Please, go ahead. I suggest you consider sending your granddaughter elsewhere, given this Chu Yunxian. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiannan smiled and replied, It's not that serious. Just a suggestion, Qin Zhenhai said as a mentor entered the room. Dean, there's been an incident. Xiao Jiannan furrowed his brow. What happened? The newcomer, Chu Yunxian, seriously injured Chen Tianchu, and Chen Tianchu's family has arrived. Xiao Jiannan was taken aback. Chen Tianchu, isn't he at the 2nd star of the divine realm? Indeed. But Chu Yunxian is at the 1st star of the divine realm and defeated Chen Tianchu in one move. Chen Tianchu had unleashed the wind heart and an earth-tier martial technique, yet Chu Yunxian merely released a simple lightning attribute attack. Xiao Jiannan was left speechless. This fellow has reached the divine realm. It was evident that even with some forewarning, he was still astounded. Qin Zhenhai rubbed his forehead in exasperation. This Chu Yunxian is truly a troublemaker. What is the reason behind this? The mentor explained the situation, stating, Chu Yunxian is not at fault. Chen Tianchu brought this upon himself. He made such threatening remarks without the capability to back them up. It is only natural for a man to defend his woman. Since Chen Tianchu was in the wrong, you should handle his family's grievances. Understood. Xiao Jiannan then turned to Qin Zhenhai and inquired, Has this fellow truly reached the divine realm? Is his combat power really that extraordinary? To speak candidly, I must admit I am somewhat perplexed. Perhaps it would be wise to relocate your granddaughter. Ha ha ha. No need for that. My granddaughter is not superficial. On another note, be cautious of that individual. His family background is quite substantial, Jiang Ying cautioned Chu Yunxian. Rest assured. Well, I shall retreat to my training, Shi Chuxue declared. I shall join you, Chu Yunxian replied. Grinning. I can't be bothered with you, Jiang Ying retorted, rolling her eyes before walking away. It seems he still requires some discipline. Chu Yunxian stroked his chin thoughtfully. Hearing his words, Shi Chuxue was taken aback. What about you? She averted her gaze. Upon glancing around and noticing no one was watching, she mustered her courage, tiptoed, and planted a quick kiss on Chu Yunxuan's cheek before hastily departing. Chu Yunxian felt quite satisfied. Time to train. He stretched languidly. As the night passed, Jiang Ying and Chu Shui strolled through Linen University. Ahead, a familiar sign caught their attention, the fairy convenience store. Xiao Yingying, Xiao Chu Xue greeted Xiao Qiyue. The duo approached. Fairy Minter, how have you downgraded from a supermarket to a convenience store again? Jiang Ying chuckled. It's bothersome, but fortunately, this fairy has acquired a demon crystal from the realm of law to settle my debts. If necessary, I shall start anew from the convenience store, then ascend to a supermarket and ultimately establish a chain across the entire Blue Star. Where's Xiao Xianyuan? He ought to assist this fairy in managing the business. Xiao Qiyue replied. He mentioned he was going to train yesterday. In just one day, Xiao Xianyuan had become a celebrity at Linen University. He was indispensable. At that moment, a group of individuals passed by, engaged in conversation. Is it true that Chu Yunxian invited over a dozen girls to a hotel yesterday? I saw it with my own eyes. He even held auditions at Linen University. Did they go? Of course. They went yesterday afternoon, and it's already the following morning. They still haven't emerged. What a stroke of luck. I'm so envious. Do these girls have no sense of propriety? Even Chu Shui is his girlfriend. Yet he remains unsatisfied? What is even more shocking? Director Qiao's granddaughter went as well. Wait, you mean Qiao Pampan, the 10th-ranked campus beauty? Indeed. He must be having the time of his life. Jiang Ying was left speechless. Chu Shui was equally taken aback, as was Xiao Qiyue. That. Jiang Ying gritted her teeth in anger. Ahem, I must say, Xiao Xianyuan has truly crossed the line. He is courting two of you, yet still sought out auditions for so many others? Xiao Qiyue coughed lightly. This is utterly excessive. I want to stand for it. Jiang Ying called out to a few passing boys, who turned to look. What is going on, Jiang Ying? Chu Shui? Jiang Ying, furious, inquired. Which hotel is he at? Oh, you don't know? Ahem. They glanced at Chu Shui. Lucky for him, Chu Yunxian is about to break up. Chu Shui shooed tea fall into his clutches. At the Linen Grand Hotel. Isn't that the hotel owned by Yu Qianren? It must be the same room he arranged previously. Let us go. This is infuriating. You may be romantic, but it's understandable. After all, in this world, if you have the capability, it's permissible. They can endure a bit. However, how could he fail to choose? Over a dozen. That's outrageous. One boy remarked, ahem. But Chu Yunxian even held auditions for girls of various attributes, all at once. Various attributes? Is he seeking to experience a feeling akin to flight? Jiang Ying appeared puzzled. What do you mean? Chu Shui asked, confused. Xiao Qiyue explained, ice and fire, wood attributes can ensnare and lift someone. Metal and earth attributes should be quite resilient. While lightning attributes provide a unique experience, and light attributes create ambience. Chu Shui was speechless. Jiang Ying nodded vigorously. Indeed, it's the fairy Minter who understands so much. This fellow is aiming for greatness. I must take action against him. Jiang Ying brandished her dagger. Ahem, Xiao Yingying, Xiao Chu Xue, I feel for you, Xiao Qiyue remarked. Humph. I shall make sure to catch him red-handed. He is too arrogant, especially with his additions. It's as if he disregards my existence. Jiang Ying fumed. This fairy did not mean it that way. I merely thought he required a dozen to be satisfied. If it were just the two of you, wouldn't he perish? Jiang Ying. Chu Shui. Fairy Minter, are you coming along? Jiang Ying inquired. Of course. Let us go, he. Xiao Qiyue replied with a mischievous grin. Wait a moment. Jiang Ying suddenly thought of something and sent a message to Chu Yunxian. What are you doing? Chu Yunxian quickly replied, training. Jiang Ying. Then carry on with your training. Subsequently, Jiang Ying ground her teeth in frustration. Ah? He claims he has training. How infuriating. Let us catch him in the act. Over a dozen. How could he be so maddening? On the other side, well, the work is progressing well, I understand. You may return now, Dean Xiao Jiannan said to a Minter from Linen University. All right. The Minter turned to leave, but hesitated for a moment. What's wrong? Is there something else? Xiao Jiannan asked. It's somewhat of a personal matter regarding. Pampan, what about my granddaughter? Xiao Jiannan inquired. I heard that she went to a hotel with Chu Yunxian yesterday afternoon and has yet to come out. Xiao Jiannan. A gust of wind swept through. Brother Qiao, what is the matter? Qin Jinhai, who happened to be passing by, inquired. I regret not heeding your advice, Brother Qin. Pampan. She, along with dozens of girls, has spent the night in a hotel with that Chu Yunxian and has yet to emerge. Qin Jinhai. So what are you going to do? I'm going to flay him alive. Come with me. Ahem, all right. The two hurried off. At the hotel entrance, Xiao Jiannan and Qin Jinhai arrived in haste. Dean Xiao? Jiang Ying and the others coincidentally arrived as well. What brings you here? Xiao Qiyue asked. My granddaughter is in that Chu Yunxuan's room. I'm here to deal with him. Xiao Jiannan exclaimed angrily. The three girls. We're also here to deal with him, Jiang Ying stated. Let us go together. They quickly reached the door of the room. Being martial artists, they were able to amplify their senses. At that moment, a girl's voice could be heard from inside. Breathless, Brother Yunxian, I'm so tired. Hearing this, they all trembled. Another girl chimed in. Brother Yunxian, is it time yet? It's been so long. I'm exhausted. Brother Yunxian, I feel completely drained. I have no strength left. I feel the same. I'm drenched in sweat. The group? That's my granddaughter's voice. Chu Yunxian. Xiao Jiannan kicked the door open with fury. Chapter 173. Is Chu Yunxian really like this? The hotel door was forcefully kicked open by Xiao Jiannan. Chu Yunxian. I'm going to slaughter you. He bellowed. Chu Yunxian, I swear I will castrate you. Jiang Ying rushed in as well. Hooray. A show is about to unfold. I must see just how audacious this Xiao Xianyuan can be to instill such fear in Xiao Ying. Xiao Qiyue remarked with delight. Shi Chu Shui silently entered, while Qin Jinhai turned away, feeling that the circumstances within may not be suitable for him to witness. The crowd surged into the room. However, as they burst into the room, everyone stood in a state of utter bewilderment. The scene before them was utterly incongruous with their expectations. Although the girls appeared to be drenched in sweat and somewhat fatigued, they stood in a line as if awaiting selection. Even Chu Yunxian seemed particularly drained. Yet they were all impeccably dressed. Nevertheless, the narrative was amiss. Ding. Currently learning fire attribute. Permanent increase of 0. 1 in fire attribute strength. Ding. Currently learning dark attribute. Permanent increase of 0. 1 in dark attribute strength. Ding. Currently learning wind attribute. Permanent increase of 0. 1 in wind attribute strength. Jiang Ying wore a perplexed expression. Chu Yunxian mirrored her confusion as he gazed at the newcomers. What on earth are you doing here? He inquired. Grandfather. What brings you here? A beautiful girl rushed to Xiao Jiannan's side. Why are you sweating? Xiao Jiannan asked. I'm exhausted, she replied. Exhausted from what? He pressed. We've been training here, Xiao Pampan said, a hint of guilt in her voice. Although they indeed had been training, their primary intention was not so straightforward. A group of girls had cheerfully accompanied Chu Yunxian to the hotel. There, he had instructed them to continuously unleash their attribute powers, which they dutifully complied with, releasing their energies throughout the night. When fatigue set in, they would rest briefly before continuing. What exactly he intended to accomplish remained a mystery. As for Chu Yunxian, he tirelessly wielded his sword, a ceaseless endeavor that lasted the entire night. Jiang Ying, Shi Chu Shui, and Xiao Qiyue exchanged bewildered glances. Training? Training for what? Are you not engaged in something else altogether? Jiang Ying queried Chu Yunxian, her confusion palpable. He shrugged nonchalantly, feigning ignorance. What do you mean by something else? Pampan, how exactly are you training here? Everyone claims to be exhausted, sweating profusely, and lacking energy. What is happening? Xiao Pampan explained. We are releasing attribute powers, even to the point of depleting our spiritual energy and becoming completely spent. Chu Yunxian interjected. This aids in enhancing the richness of our spiritual energy. Yes, precisely. The girls nodded in agreement, albeit skeptically. Is that truly the case? How can we trust that? Jiang Ying questioned. Of course it is. Would we engage in frivolous activities in a hotel? I, Chu Yunxian, am not that sort of person. Jiang Ying, Shi Chu Shui, and Xiao Qiyue remained unconvinced. Xiao Jiannan cleared his throat. Pampan, it's time to return. Oh, Brother Yunxian, I shall take my leave then, she replied. Yes, farewell. You all should head back as well. Everyone has worked hard. With that, they departed, leaving only Chu Yunxian, Jiang Ying, Shi Chu Shui, and Xiao Qiyue in the room. It dawned on Chu Yunxian that observing martial artists unleash their attribute powers allowed him to learn through the strongest brain system, permanently enhancing his attribute strengths with each session. Thus, he had selected 10 girls with diverse attributes to display their powers before him. As they released their powers, Chu Yunxian experienced a continuous and permanent increase in all attributes, save for time and space, which were scarce. While he wished to enhance those as well, the individuals associated with those attributes were elusive. In the meantime, he tirelessly practiced his swordplay. Each swing contributed to his mastery of sword techniques and strength, creating a fruitful endeavor. What a bore. This is tedious, Xiao Qiyue muttered in disappointment. What on earth are you doing? Jiang Ying asked Chu Yunxian. I am genuinely training. Provide me with an explanation, she demanded. Chu Yunxian replied. I have recently discovered a method of cultivation. If martial artists release their attribute powers in my presence, I can accelerate my training. They were kind enough to assist, so I invited them over. The three girls exchanged glances. What do you mean? Chu Yunxuan flashed a mischievous smile. Surely you do not suspect I am engaging in inappropriate activities with them? Ugh, I'm fed up, Jiangning exclaimed, stomping her foot before exiting. This is pointless, it's hindering my ability to earn. Xiao Chiyue followed suit. Shi Chushue opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately refrained. I'll take my leave now. Chu Yunxian grasped her hand. Do not leave just yet. Since you have come to me, it would be a shame to let you go so easily. Shi Chushue blushed. No, Jiangning is waiting for me. It would be too embarrassing. She hastily fled. Chu Yunxian chuckled. In truth, he felt quite exhausted himself. Stretching, he reveled in the fact that, aside from the attributes of time and space, all other strengths had increased by at least 80% over the course of the night. His fire attribute had even reached an astounding 200%. Given that he was inherently a fire elemental being, this effectively quadrupled his fire attribute strength. His combat prowess had thus become extraordinarily formidable. However, he had yet to encounter truly powerful adversaries, be they formidable demon lords or those of the Xiantian and Divine Passage realms. This left him without the opportunity to utilize his enhanced spiritual techniques. The strength of Qin Tianchu, a 2-star Divine Passage practitioner, was insufficient as well. Suddenly, an idea struck Chu Yunxian. What if I were to cultivate the sealing heaven technique and the 7 emotions through this system? Would that expedite my progress? He realized this potential and promptly began to practice the sealing heaven technique. His godly comprehension was indeed remarkable, yet the technique itself was notoriously challenging to master. Ding. Deepening the study of the 6th layer of the sealing heaven technique. Progress 01051. Chu Yunxuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it truly be? What extraordinary comprehension! While it was indeed preposterous, Xiao Chiyue had spent 2 decades reaching the 6th layer, while he had only achieved the 5th in mere months. Yet, compared to this strongest brain system, his efforts paled in comparison. For the time being, Chu Yunxian focused solely on rapidly mastering his 2 primary spiritual techniques. As the midnight hour approached, he opened his eyes in astonishment. Incredible! He exclaimed. The sealing heaven technique had reached the 7th layer. Unleashing this layer would elevate his realm by 7 stars. However, facing significant realm obstacles, such as achieving the 5th star of Divine Passage while utilizing the 7th layer, he would theoretically ascend to the 2nd star of the Law realm. Yet, such major breakthroughs were notoriously difficult, and he would likely remain at the 10th star of Divine Passage or struggle to reach the Law realm. Moreover, his 7 emotions, anger had also reached the 5th layer. Activating this layer would amplify his overall combat power 6-fold. The grief aspect had likewise reached the 5th layer, with the 1st layer capable of diminishing an opponent's attributes by 20%, the 2nd by 25%, the 3rd by 30%, the 4th by 40%, and the 5th by 50%, effectively having their combat strength. His ability to engage in battles across levels had become extraordinarily exaggerated. However, both the sealing heaven technique and the 7 emotions, anger and grief, despite their formidable effects, bore a significant drawback. They consumed vast amounts of spiritual energy. Fortunately, Chu Yunxian had received a 10-fold enhancement to his total spiritual energy. Yet, if he faced a highly formidable opponent requiring him to unleash his full strength, sustaining that energy would likely prove challenging. During this time, he had spun the grand wheel twice. It was drawn every 3 days, but the results had been lackluster. Thankfully, no cost was incurred for these spins, and there remained a chance of acquiring something valuable. Is it time to activate a new system? Chu Yunxian thought with anticipation. This system had indeed been quite enjoyable. Chapter 174. Is this what you call helping others? Time passed slowly until the clock struck midnight. Ding. The strongest brain system has been deactivated. Ding. Congratulations on successfully activating the new system, Helping Others system. Upon hearing the name of the system, Chu Yunxian felt a sense of resistance. Helping others for pleasure? He pondered. Does this mean I could earn rewards simply by assisting someone? Like helping an elderly woman cross the street? The greater the act of kindness, the more substantial the reward? He glanced at the system's introduction, which read, Helping Others system. Every individual ought to possess the noble quality of altruism. Over the next 7 days, the system will select 3 targets to maintain their altruistic qualities in order to assist the host. Remaining time, 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Chu Yunxian mused. So it's not about me helping others. Rather, others will come to assist me in my joy. A smile crept across his face. Ding selecting the first target who should uphold the quality of altruism. Please wait. Ding selection complete. Target, Jian Tu Xiaozhan. Altruism content. Gift the host the divine artifact, revolution seal. The divine artifact, revolution seal. Above the celestial tier, it is a divine instrument. Such artifacts are rare and represent the pinnacle of spiritual devices, wielding immense power or potent effects. Chu Yunxuan was aware of the revolution seal. It was a divine artifact seized from the demon clan years ago. Its effect allows for the activation of the revolution seal's power, which can enhance certain amplifications. This amplification is unique to the revolution seal, enabling spiritual techniques or attribute powers to transcend their limitations. To illustrate, the sealing heaven technique has only 7 layers, with the 7th layer enhancing the 7-star realm. However, the power of the revolution seal can temporarily grant the sealing heaven technique an 8th, or even a 9th layer. For instance, with his current capabilities, Chu Yunxuan cannot unleash a desired intensity of spatial power. Yet, with the assistance of the revolution seal, he would be able to do so. Additionally, considering Chu Yunxuan's celestial tier 10-star fire attribute spiritual technique, Flame of the Heavens, when unleashed upon a target, it inflicts explosive fire damage. The power of the revolution seal may elevate the effects of the Flame of the Heavens technique, enabling it to strike multiple targets instantaneously. Simply put, while the Flame of the Heavens is a celestial tier 10-star technique, under the enhancement of the revolution seal, it could briefly transform into a divine tier 1-star technique. In essence, the revolution seal can assist martial artists, elevating the effects of spiritual techniques and attributes, transforming the impossible into the achievable. However, the extent of this enhancement and the resulting effects of certain techniques after their elevation remain uncertain. This artifact seems to indeed be extraordinary. It essentially raises a martial artist's potential to unprecedented heights. Scratching his head, Chu Yunxuan pondered, but why would someone so remarkable be willing to give this to me? He found himself perplexed. Meanwhile, in a grand estate somewhere in the holy city, a formidable-looking middle-aged man was skillfully wielding a sword. Despite practicing the final step of the Tian 2 sword technique, he had yet to succeed. Xiaozhan sighed. He had obtained this powerful sword technique from the demon clan during his youth and had been honing it for 30 years. Yet, for over a decade, he had been unable to breach the final hurdle. Was it because he had not slain enough? Furrowing his brow, he contemplated the nature of the Tian 2 sword technique, which required blood to be effective. The blood of beasts did not suffice. Only human blood would do. In pursuit of mastering this technique, he had slaughtered countless beasts, earning the title of sword butcher. Yet, unbeknownst to many, he had also shed the blood of his own kind, perhaps of those from the Killing Alliance or even innocent lives. He had no choice. He needed to train. Xiaozhan. A woman approached him, her face etched with fury. What is the matter? Xiaozhan inquired. Are you seeing someone outside? She accused. You've used my family's influence to achieve your current status and power. All I asked was for your love. Yet now that you've made it, you can't even fulfill that request. Where did you hear such nonsense? Xiaozhan questioned, taken aback. Don't evade the question. Do you admit it? Of course not. In this life, I love only you, he declared. Then swear it. If I have someone else, may thunder strike me. Xiaozhan chuckled inwardly. At their age, how could she still be so naive? Did she truly believe in such oaths? He had committed numerous transgressions over the years. However, in an era where strength reigned supreme, many who appeared illustrious held dark secrets. Such truths were often concealed. Just as he was about to utter a false vow, a voice echoed in his mind. Xiaozhan, heed my words. Chu Yunxuan from Linen University possesses the divine tier 5-star revolution seal. Quickly bestow it upon him, or face divine retribution. Who? Xiaozhan shouted, scanning his surroundings with caution, but there was no reply. What are you pretending for? I demand your vow. The woman pressed. Dear, did you not hear that voice? He insisted. What voice? Stop pretending. Are you feeling guilty? Xiaozhan frowned. I truly heard it. Enough. I shall swear, he relented, lifting his hand. I, Xiaozhan, vow to love you in this life and the next. If I betray you, may thunder strike me. Is that satisfactory? He asked, turning to his wife. Humph. I shall reluctantly believe you, she replied, crossing her arms. At that moment, the voice returned. Xiaozhan, you must hurry and deliver the revolution seal. If you continue to defy, divine thunder shall smite you. Who are you? Show yourself, he demanded, eyes wide with vigilance. Suddenly, ominous clouds gathered overhead. The woman looked up, surprised by the darkening sky. Xiaozhan frowned, glancing upwards. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck, hitting Xiaozhan directly. Ah! He cried out in agony. What? You claimed you had no one else. The woman exclaimed. You deserve this divine retribution. Charred, Xiaozhan scrambled to his feet. Who has cast this curse upon me? He roared. Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck him down. This time, the force was even greater. Cursed! He shouted, summoning his sword. channeling his formidable power towards the ominous clouds above. Boom! Yet another lightning bolt struck him, sending him crashing to the ground. Panic surged through him as the intensity escalated. If this continued, he might perish. Serves you right, the woman hissed. Xiao Zhan recalled the voice that had echoed in his mind. Linen University. Chu Yunxuan crackling, the dark clouds above continued to churn ominously. Xiao Zhan trembled. I must flee, he exclaimed, dashing away. Yet, as he glanced back, he was horrified to see the storm clouds following him relentlessly. What sorcery was this? No matter how fast he ran, the ominous clouds remained in pursuit. It was baffling. Whenever he paused, the clouds would gather, ready to unleash their fury. Chapter 175. What is this spectacle? In Linen City. Within the office of the dean at Linen University, Dean Xiao Jiannan wore a grave expression. Before him sat Qin Jinhai. Xiao Jiannan personally poured a cup of tea for Qin Jinhai and said, Brother Qin, I have sent Pan Pan away to another place. This girl was utterly unwilling to leave. When I asked her why, she stuttered and couldn't articulate her reasons. I sensed it was because of that Chu Yunxuan. In the end, I forcibly sent her away. I underestimated this Chu Yunxuan. Qin Jinhai nodded in acknowledgement. Xiao Jiannan then inquired, Is there anything else you wish to remind me of, Brother Qin? Qin Jinhai took a sip of his tea and replied, Where does Ponpon's mother work? She is a mentor at Linen University. Coughing lightly, Qin Jinhai suggested, Perhaps it would be best to have the mother and daughter leave together. Xiao Jiannan laughed heartily. Brother Qin, that is utterly absurd. How could that be possible? Qin Jinhai calmly remarked, Brother Xiao, you said the same thing last time regarding Pan Pan. Xiao Jiannan shuddered slightly. You have a point. I will arrange for them to leave together. As for this Chu Yunxuan, I regret allowing him to come to Linen University. With that, Xiao Jiannan hurriedly departed. Meanwhile, at the fairy convenience store, a sign proclaimed, Do not miss out. For any purchase over $9.99, receive an autographed photo of the campus heartthrob, Chu Yunxuan. Spend over $19.99 to obtain his contact information. A group of girls gathered at the entrance, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Wow, this trick never fails, exclaimed Xiao Qiyue, blowing kisses towards Chu Yunxuan playfully. Chu Yunxuan shrugged. Xiao Qiyue, I am here to study, not to serve as your laborer. How dare you address me as your esteemed mentor? Xiao Qiyue retorted. Chu Yunxuan flashed a grin. Hey, don't forget our agreement. I've already secured Xiao Yingying and Xiao Chuxue. So now it's your turn, boss. Suddenly, an announcement echoed through Linen University. All students, please return to your respective classrooms and ensure the cleanliness of your designated areas as requested by the mentors. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunxuan was taken aback. What does this mean? All the martial artists at Linen University cleaning up? Is a leader visiting? It must be someone significant from Linen City, perhaps a very esteemed figure. Xiao Qiyue, I'm off, he said, making his way out. As he walked, others too began to move, speculating, what is going on? I've been at Linen University for 2 years, and I've never seen such a grand cleanup. I have no idea. Are we expecting some incredibly important guest? I know. It's Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi. That name sounds familiar. He's a top genius listed on our human race son's rankings. Of course it's familiar. Wait, isn't he from the Holy Capital? What is he doing here at Linen University? How arrogant. Just because he is a genius. The martial artists here have to clean up for him? What a grand show he must be putting on. Well, what can we do? His family, the Xiao family, is one of the 16 top martial families in the Holy Capital. Xiao Yi is the heir, the future head of the Xiao family. How fortunate he is. A top-tier martial family must have a God Emperor level figure behind them. Indeed, apart from God Emperors, there are several at the Heavenly Lord level. Such families are extraordinarily powerful. Have you ever seen a Heavenly Lord not treated with respect? Although Xiao Yi isn't a Heavenly Lord, his status speaks volumes. What is he doing at Linen University? Hearing the discussions, Chu Yunxuan raised an eyebrow. It seemed peculiar that such a talented individual would visit a place like this without reason. He was aware of the Sun's rankings, a list featuring 100 individuals under 30, showcasing contemporary talents. The leader of the rankings was Shang Wanyu, while Chu Yunxuan himself was not on the list. The rankings considered various factors, combat strength, power, realm, and attributes among them. Although Chu Yunxuan had defeated a demon king with a single sword strike, he had yet to reach a level worthy of the rankings. The heavenly tier families represented honor and status, with even more formidable families existing above them, like the Shangwan family. What a display of prestige, Chu Yunxuan muttered. Cleaning up? He had no inclination to tidy up for someone who was merely flaunting his status. He returned to the fairy convenience store. Meanwhile, in a cafe, Xiao Yi stirred his coffee elegantly while on the phone. Zhang Xiao, I have good news. I've arrived in Linen City. Zhang Chuchen replied, You actually went? Xiao Yi nodded. He is known for slaying a demon king with a single sword strike. How could I not come to witness such talent? Zhang Xiao, your sword strike against a dragon would fall behind his. I was actually hoping to spar with him. Don't bully him. Not at all. He is currently at the first star of the divine ability realm, and his power is rising swiftly. By the way, I'm curious about the rumored Shi Chuxue and Jiang Ying. Are they really that beautiful? Both Shi Chuxue and Jiang Ying had been invited to the Holy Capital University and were quite renowned, particularly for declining the invitation. I just got wind of this. Xiao Yi said. On his first day at Linen University, Chu Yunxuan, at the first star of the divine ability realm, managed to break the attack of an 8-star martial artist with a single punch. Is that impressive? Zhang Chuchen asked. Xiao Yi chuckled. Moreover, at the first star of the divine ability realm, he merely unleashed lightning attributes and defeated a 2nd-star martial artist without even employing his martial skills. What's so special about that? I just wanted to inform Zhang Xiao that Chu Yunxuan's strength is indeed remarkable, so it's not really bullying him. Not concerned, goodbye. Zhang Chuchen responded. Xiao Yi hung up, tipping the rest of his coffee back in one swift motion. Chapter 176. Suddenly, Chu Yunxian seems magnificent at Linen University. Students were engaged in cleaning duties. The girls seemed relatively fine with it, as Xiao Yi was a renowned presence on the Sun's rankings. If this weren't a world where strength reigned supreme, he would simply be a wealthy heir. Many girls were intrigued and wanted to see him. However, the boys were less than pleased. I can't stand this. Just because Xiao Yi shows up, we have to clean? I refuse. Seriously, what else with all the fuss? He is just lucky. If I had his resources, I'd be far superior. What's he even here for? Just to show off? Back in the Holy Capital, he had plenty of rivals. He can't flaunt his status here in Linen City. If he is so amazing, why didn't he help out during that battle in Tianhua City? In contrast, many felt Chu Yunxian appeared more agreeable. Honestly, so many people are acting like they've never seen the world, gathering at the school gate just to watch Xiao Yi arrive. At that moment, Dean Xiao Jiannan and Vice Dean Qin Jinhai, along with several mentors, were hurrying towards the entrance of Linen University. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd's displeasure intensified. If such a grand reception were reserved for the father of Xiao Yi, they might have accepted it. However, to extend the same treatment to Xiao Yi himself was simply unacceptable. Dean, there seems to be considerable discontent among everyone, a female mentor remarked to Xiao Jiannan. Indeed, Dean, it's not as if an exceptional figure like Jian Tu is arriving. Is it truly necessary to conduct a thorough cleaning of the entire Linen University? Another voice chimed in. He is arriving imminently, and we cannot possibly manage a comprehensive cleanup. He is not here to inspect our sanitation. Xiao Jiannan sighed. What can we do? The Xiao family is, without a doubt, one of our sponsors. A significant portion of the cultivation resources for you students is funded by them each year. It is rare to find support from such a prominent family, and given that Xiao Yi will soon be the head of the Xiao clan, this cleanup is merely a gesture of respect and sincerity. What choice do we have? That is true. Although the 3 major factions allocate resources to universities annually, it is still vital to garner the support of other factions to provide our children with ample cultivation resources, another added. Indeed, our city pales in comparison to more formidable ones, and our children have far fewer resources than those martial artists from other cities. If we do not secure support from some influential factions, the disparity will only widen. The dean's actions are understandable, as he aims to ensure we all have greater access to cultivation resources. They then proceeded to the entrance of Linen University to prepare for Xiao Yi's arrival. Damn, what a show-off. Why does he get to be this way? It's infuriating. Yu Qianren muttered, broom in hand. What can we do, Qiangu? His status is what it is, and the Xiao family is our resource sponsor. We must maintain appearances, someone replied. For the first time, I feel that money isn't as powerful as I thought. It's truly frustrating. If money could solve this, I'd smash the entire Xiao family, not just Xiao Yi. Yu Qianren grumbled. Who feels good about this? At least we don't have to bow to him. A simple greeting of hello, young Master Xiao will suffice. Look at these women, all eager to get a glimpse of Xiao Yi. It's maddening. Yu Qianren pondered. Something must be done. What can you do, Qiangu? Isn't Qiangu here? He certainly won't allow Xiao Yi to show off. Yu Qianren's eyes brightened. What can Qiangu do? He thought. I've got a plan. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chu Yunxian sat in the fairy convenience store. Although they were supposed to be cleaning, a multitude of girls surrounded him, indifferent to Xiao Yi's arrival. Clearly, they were far more captivated by Chu Yunxian. Why aren't you cleaning? Xiao Qiyue asked while managing the cash register. Why should I bother cleaning in anticipation of a rich second generation? I couldn't care less, Chu Yunxian replied. The girls echoed, exactly. What is Xiao Yi compared to our brother Yunxian? He is not even a fraction as good. Right. For his welcome, they expect our brother Yunxian to clean? He is not worthy of carrying Yunxuan's shoes. Brother Yunxian, when he arrives, I'll throw my tissue at his face, but if I do that, I'll need you to block it for me. One girl exclaimed. Even if your signed photo is gone or your WeChat friend limit is reached, I won't care. If I go see him, it would be disloyal to you. You guys really shouldn't harbor resentment against the wealthy. Little Xian, if you're really that upset, just go and punch him, Xiao Qiyue chuckled. Forget it. He hasn't wronged me, Chu Yunxuan replied. Do you think he came all the way to Linen City for no reason? Oh, Chu Yunxuan looked curiously at Xiao Qiyue. It's definitely because of you. The one who slayed the demon emperor with a single sword. Your fame has reached him, and he might be here to assert his dominance over you, Xiao Qiyue suggested. As Chu Yunxuan pondered this, a message from Yu Qianren arrived. He glanced at it and smiled. Who is it? Xiao Qiyue asked, intrigued. Yu Qianren. He has something planned. On the other side, Yu Qianren received Chu Yunxuan's response. Awesome. Xiangu approved. Yu Qianren proclaimed. Approved for what? A junior inquired. Yu Qianren grinned. Just watch my performance. At the school gate, numerous girls and boys congregated, eager to see the renowned Xiao Yi, a figure they had only glimpsed on television. The excitement was palpable. Yu Qianren shouted, everyone, listen up. Xiangu has created a new WeChat account with 5,000 friend slots available at the Fairy Convenience Store. First come, first served. As his loyal follower, I'm offering a special deal. Anyone who spends over $19.99 can add him. The crowd erupted in excitement. I adore Chu Yunxian. He launched a new WeChat account. I'm going first, don't crowd me. I just found out his friend limit was full, and I was devastated. I can't believe he cares about us so much. In an instant, the throngs of girls who had come to see Xiao shifted towards the Fairy Convenience Store. The once dense crowd at the entrance thinned significantly. Yu Qianren smirked. See? Money can be exhilarating. Well done. Some boys, witnessing this turn of events, felt a sense of relief. Suddenly, Chu Yunxian seems so likable. Exactly. Let us not linger here. The more people that gather to see him, the more arrogant he becomes. Why should we give him that satisfaction? With that, a group of boys also began to disperse. Yu Qianren continued to shout, boys. Xiangu said that with so many girls, he can't attend to them all. So, he'll help you find your match. If you get paired up, I'll personally sponsor 500,000 and a wedding suite. Is that a thing? Wow. Suddenly, Chu Yunxian seems so magnificent. They exclaimed, let us go. What is the point of waiting around to see Xiao Yi? We're off to the Fairy Convenience Store. As the crowd diminished, Xiao Jiannan and the other mentors exchanged glances, their expressions twitching. These kids, they are so young, Xiao Jiannan sighed, shaking his head. Well, it's only natural for them to be impulsive. Let us move on. At that moment, a luxurious car pulled up at the entrance of Linen University, and Xiao Yi stepped out. Outside the gate, Xiao Jiannan and the other instructors stood ready to greet him. Young Master Xiao, greetings. Xiao Jiannan smiled, extending a hand. Dean Xiao, esteemed mentors, it's a pleasure, Xiao Yi replied with a polite nod. The pleasure is ours. Please come inside. Xiao Yi acknowledged. And they made way for him to enter. Suddenly, Xiao Yi paused. As Xiao Yi, arriving at Linen University, he expected a throng of girls and boys clamoring at the gates, treating him like a celebrity. With many capturing the moment on their phones as if it were a privilege to see him in person. He relished the feeling of being the center of attention. But the disdainful gazes from the boys around him were unmistakable. He relished the sensation. The more hostility he encountered, the more smug he became. However, as he surveyed the surroundings, he found it perplexing that there seemed to be hardly a soul in sight. One might mistakenly believe that the university was deserted. What could this possibly mean? It was utterly illogical. Chapter 177. You dare to intimidate me, Xiao Yi? Xiao Jiannan escorted Xiao Yi into Linen University. Ahem, Director Qiao. How many students does Linen University have? Xiao Yi inquired. Over 30,000, Xiao Jiannan replied. Strange, Xiao Yi remarked, from where I stand. I can only see a handful of individuals scattered across the expanse. Perhaps, everyone is diligently tidying up to welcome young Master Xiao Jiannan, an experienced figure. Deflected the question with a casual remark. It's really unnecessary. The arrival of young Master Xiao certainly warrants attention. After all, you are an esteemed guest of Linen University. By the way, young Master Xiao, what brings you here? Xiao Yi explained. I happened to be passing through and heard that the renowned Chu Yunxian, who defeated the demon emperor with a single sword strike, is here. I wanted to witness it for myself. I see. There is no issue then, Xiao Jiannan chuckled. Yet, he was not a fool. It was evident that Xiao Yi's visit was not merely coincidental. As they progressed, Xiao Jiannan's brow began to furrow. Where were the students? Normally bustling, the campus seemed eerily empty now. Xiao Yi found himself bewildered. What on earth has happened? There are supposed to be 30,000 students here. Shouldn't I be greeted by a throng of enamored girls and envious boys? Director Chiao, weren't you saying everyone was cleaning? Where are they all? Xiaoi questioned. Ahem. Vice Director, where are the students? Xiao Jiannan turned to Qin Jinhai. The two seasoned individuals were working in tandem. Oh, it must be so tidy that they finished cleaning, but where could they have gone? They continued onward until a vast crowd came into view. So many people gathered here. Xiao Yi's brow knitted in concern. Ah, Chu Yunxuan, don't push. There are only 5,000 slots. I arrived first, let me in. A voice rose above the clamor. Who the hell just groped me into chaos? In stark contrast to the area they had just entered, this section was abuzz with noise. The boys discreetly observed Xiao Yi and the others approaching from the rear. He is coming. He is coming. Don't look at him. Ignore him. The more attention he gets, the more pleased he becomes. I want to indulge his vanity. Ha ha ha, it's hilarious. The illustrious Xiao Yi from the Divine Sun rankings comes to our humble place, and instead of being surrounded by thousands, no one even acknowledges him. What a delight. Excellent work, Yu Qianren and Chu Yunxuan. Let us all shout together. Ah, Chu Yunxuan, I adore you. Xiao Yi's frown deepened as the name Chu Yunxuan echoed in his ears. His gaze hardened. What a crafty move, Chu Yunxuan, he thought coldly. He had arrived expecting to be the center of attention, yet everyone had flocked to Chu Yunxuan instead. Indeed, it was understandable that many gathered around the famed demon emperor slayer, but for nearly half of Linen University's students to be here was utterly unreasonable. It was clear someone had orchestrated this, and that someone was Chu Yunxuan. The entire university had seemingly prepared for Xiao Yi's arrival, yet he had been overshadowed. Chu Yunxuan must be inside, right? Xiao Yi inquired. Yes, he should be. Xiao Jiannan nodded. Let us go in and take a look. Meanwhile, at the convenience store, Xiao Qiyue was grinning broadly. Everything is gone. She lamented, as countless girls clamored to enter. Chu Yunxuan was fervently adding female friends. Yay, I got Brother Shin's WeChat. Yay. Yay, yay. How enviable. Hurry up, I'm next. Chu Yunxuan glanced at a message from Qin Jinhai. Kid, Xiao Yi is here for you. You've really made an impression. Be cautious, don't act impulsively. A smirk played on Chu Yunxuan's lips. Indeed, he had come for him. At that moment. Make way, make way. Director Xiao Jiannan, along with a group, parted the crowd and arrived outside the convenience store. Ah, Director. Xiao Qiyue greeted cheerfully. Upon seeing her, Xiao Yi's eyes lit up. So beautiful. Is that she Chuxue or Jiangyang? My goodness. Although he was accustomed to the beauties of Xingdu, this one truly took his breath away. Yet his primary interest lay with Chu Yunxuan. Then he spotted a familiar figure within. Chu Yunxuan. Upon seeing him, Xiao Yi's expression hardened slightly. Hello, Director, Chu Yunxuan greeted in return. A throng of girls separated them, but the recognition was clear. Chu Yunxuan, this is Xiao Yi, who has come specifically to meet you after hearing of your prowess, Xiao Jiannan introduced. Xiao Yi offered a faint smile at Chu Yunxuan, but remained silent. So, you want to be the center of attention today? Fine, I'll let you have that role. My challenge to you cannot be declined. You've successfully made your mark, but you will lose far more in return. Everyone will soon understand the vast chasm between us. What a farce, this so-called demon emperor slayer. When compared to the true genius that is Xiao Yi, Chu Yunxuan replied, I see, but there are too many people wanting to meet me. How about we have them form a queue? The crowd gasped. Wow, incredible. You're asking Xiao Yi to line up? He'll have to wait behind thousands. Such a display of dominance. Ha. Yet, the smile on Xiao Yi's face froze. You actually expect me to queue? Who do you think you are? Do you truly believe you can treat me as just another fan seeking your favor? Chu Yunxuan's remark had instantly diminished his stature. Xiao Jiannan and the others were equally shocked. Oh my, this kid. He is really hard to manage, so much trouble. Ahem, Chu Yunxuan. This is the Divine Sun Xiao Yi, who has come specifically for you. Perhaps we could prioritize him for a moment? Qin Jinhai suggested. I would like to, but everyone has been waiting so long. Everyone is equal. I can't let young Master Xiao cut in front of those who have waited, Chu Yunxuan responded. Exactly. Are we not human? Everyone is equal, as they say. Indeed, we admire the demon emperor slayer, Chu Yunxuan. We wish to meet him too. We've been waiting. So why should he get to meet him first? I disagree. The crowd echoed in agreement. Xiao Qiyue secretly gave Chu Yunxuan a thumbs up. How admirable. This is delightful. Well, I'm not here for you anyway. You don't hold that much sway. You all carry on. I'll find a place to rest. Xiao Yi declared. Eh? Didn't Vice Director Qin just say you came specifically for little Xian? Xiao Qiyue innocently asked, her large eyes sparkling. Qin Jinhai blinked in surprise. Ah. Is that so? Did I say that? Oh, it seems I indeed did. Xiao Yi interjected. Vice President Qin must have misspoken, right? Ha ha. Perhaps he meant that young Master Xiao merely passed through and decided to visit the academy. Qin Jinhai nodded in agreement. Xiao Qiyue raised an eyebrow. Oh, with Tianhua City having fallen, Linen City is now the most peripheral city. Young Master Xiao is merely passing through on his way to the monster beast domain, isn't he? Otherwise, he wouldn't have come this way. Xiao Jianan exclaimed. These guys. Are you all just following Chu Yunxuan's whims? Xiao Yi clenched his fists. Hee, that's not it. I just happened to be in a nearby city and thought I would drop by Linen City, he stated, as it would imply that he had come specifically to seek out Chu Yunxian, which would grant Chu Yunxian considerable prestige. Yet, Chu Yunxian had made him wait in line. This show of authority was too overwhelming. Xiao Yi then turned to Chu Yunxian and asked, Chu Yunxian, I merely wanted to test the prowess of the genius martial artist who can slay the demon emperor with a single sword strike. I hope to spar with a top-tier genius like yourself. That too requires waiting in line. Otherwise, it would be unfair for everyone else, right, young Master Xiao? We are all equals here. Xiao Yi smirked and nodded. Indeed, do you agree? Of course. Very well, then I shall await your arrival. Xiao Yi replied, turning to walk away. Chu Yunxian, enjoy your moment of pride. Soon, you shall face your demise. I will ensure you lose in the most humiliating manner possible. Today, I await you. The more arrogant you are now, the more disgraceful your defeat will be. Furthermore, I, Xiao Yi, will suppress my cultivation to the first star of the divine power realm to battle you. I shall torment you. Chapter 178. Then let it be one strike. Xiao Yi stood with a sullen expression at the back of the crowd. Here he was, the esteemed Xiao Yi, visiting Linen University, yet instead of being surrounded by admirers, he was subjected to this humiliation at the hands of Chu Yunxian. Fine. I accept this humiliation for today. I shall wait in line behind the crowd. Since you, Chu Yunxian, have agreed to the spar, just wait and see. The whispers among the crowd continued. This Xiao Yi seems to be targeting Chu Yunxian directly. What else could draw him here? Shichu Shui, Jiang Ying, and Xian. However, Chu Yunxian had indeed agreed to the spar, despite the significant humiliation inflicted upon him, as the so-called noble heir of the Xiao family. He could not possibly be a match for Chu Yunxian, given that Xiao Yi was a figure on the Divine Sun ranking. He must be at least in the realm of laws, while Chu Yunxian was at the first star of the Divine Power realm. Wasn't that a vast disparity in cultivation levels? How could he possibly win? The realm of laws could easily extinguish the Divine Power realm. Though Chu Yunxian was indeed at the first star of the Celestial Sovereign realm capable of slaying the second star of the Divine Emperor realm, theoretically, this was utterly unfeasible. He must possess some other form of power to achieve such feats. If, during this spar, he could not utilize that power, victory would be impossible. At the Divine Power realm, crossing 1 or 2 stars was already challenging. 10 stars, a whole realm difference, was beyond imagination. Although I despised Chu Yunxian this time, I truly wish for him to win. As time passed, Shichu Shui and Jiang Ying heard the news and arrived at the scene. Xiao Yi, waiting in line, caught sight of the two approaching and was momentarily dazzled. Shichu Shui and Jiang Ying, he stood there, finding them even more beautiful in person than he had heard. The only reason they could be coming over was because of them. Therefore, during the impending spar with Chu Yunxian, he must perform exceptionally well in front of them. It seems Chu Yunxian has indeed agreed to the spar, Jiang Ying remarked with a furrowed brow. Shichu Shui nodded slightly. What realm is he in? It appears to be the 3rd star of the realm of laws, Shichu Shui responded. Chu Yunxian is at the 1st star of the Divine Power realm, Jiang Ying noted. Furrowing her brow, Shichu Shui confirmed, indeed. Jiang Ying continued, historically, there have been instances of a 1st star of the Divine Power realm defeating a 3rd star of the realm of laws, but such victories rely on unusual means. At this stage, a gap of an entire realm means the realm of laws could easily extinguish the Divine Power realm. Yet he managed to slay a 2nd star of the Divine Emperor realm with a single strike. Even if it seems impossible, or even if I perceive it as impossible, he achieved it. Shichu Shui spoke softly. Is this the blind trust of a conquered woman? Jiang Ying interjected. Do you not believe in him? Shichu Shui asked. I do believe, but just to clarify, I have not been conquered, Jiang Ying replied. Then shall I inform him? Shichu Shui proposed. No. Sister, I was wrong. Please don't tell him. I would truly perish. Shichu Shui displayed a delicate smile. What an ice-cold facade, merely a facade of a scheming woman. Jiang Ying muttered. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxian stretched lazily. Everyone, let us conclude for today. We shouldn't keep young Master Xiao waiting too long, Chu Yunxian remarked, then made his way through the crowd to stand before Xiao Yi. Young Master Xiao, sorry to have kept you waiting. Xiao Yi smiled, not at all. Shall we prepare for our spar? In truth, Xiao Yi had long been unable to contain his excitement. He had been waiting for over an hour. What was Chu Yunxian doing inside, laughing and joking with the ladies? Here he was, the esteemed Xiao Yi, waiting like a mere clown. He could hardly wait any longer. Finally, he would have the opportunity to teach Chu Yunxuan a lesson. Ah, this is going to be delightful. Very well, Chu Yunxuan nodded. All eyes were now on them. Dean Xiao Jiannan and others frowned. Did he really agree? To be frank, the celestial sovereign realm's capability to slay the demon emperor was indeed astonishing. However, no one believed that Chu Yunxuan had achieved this solely on his own merit. Could the first star of the celestial sovereign realm even compare to the second star of the divine emperor realm? No matter how brilliant a genius he might be, it was simply unachievable. Normally, a second star of the divine emperor realm could effortlessly crush a first star of the celestial sovereign realm with mere pressure. The only possibility for his success lay in external assistance. This external force could be an exceptionally powerful spiritual artifact, a potent natural treasure, or even an extraordinarily formidable spiritual technique, or perhaps something as abstract as the laws of power. They believed such factors could explain his achievements. For the first star of the divine power realm to defeat the third star of the realm of laws without external aid was impossible. And as for Chu Yunxuan, it was even less likely that he could suppress Xiao Yi in the realm of spiritual techniques, as Xiao Yi's techniques would undoubtedly surpass his. They could hardly fathom how Chu Yunxuan could prevail unless he utilized methods that seemed reasonable to them, such as divine artifacts or sacred weapons. Only then would such a significant gap in cultivation appear plausible. Otherwise, even Xiao Yi's defenses would likely remain intact. Did he possess such artifacts? They were uncertain. Let us begin. Everyone, please make way, Xiao Yi announced. The crowd dispersed. Cough, cough. Gentlemen, as you engage in this spar, remember that it is all in the spirit of camaraderie. Therefore, I hope you will be mindful of each other's strengths and weaknesses, Xiao Jiannan advised. Of course, to ensure fairness, I shall suppress my cultivation to match Chu Yunxuan's first star of the divine power realm. Otherwise, it would be akin to bullying. Xiao Yi chuckled. Upon hearing this, many in the crowd's eyes lit up. Was Xiao Yi merely posturing? If that were the case, then Chu Yunxuan might just have a chance. To be honest, many still recognized the exaggerated prowess of Chu Yunxuan. At this moment, Chu Yunxuan smiled and said, "Young Master Xiao, a word of advice. I suggest you unleash the full power of your third star of the realm of laws." Ha ha. Xiao Yi laughed heartily, then turned to Chu Yunxuan. Chu Yunxuan, you must have some form of spiritual artifact aiding you, right? It must be a divine grade 1 to enable you to slay the demon emperor with a single strike. Will you be utilizing a spiritual artifact for our spar? I shall not require a spiritual artifact. The young master does not require any spiritual artifacts or swords, solely relying on his own prowess. Do you believe it is necessary for him to unleash his full combat strength? By suppressing his realm to match yours, one could argue that it would constitute a fair battle. Wouldn't you agree? A cold smile crept across Xiao Yi's face. What a cunning Chu Yunxuan. Aware of his inevitable defeat, he seeks to engage Xiao Yi with all his power. In such a scenario, should he lose, it would be no shame at all. After all, what disgrace is there in a first star of the divine realm losing to a third star of the law realm? Conversely, if Xiao Yi, a third star of the law realm, were to best a first star of the divine realm, what pride could he possibly take in that? Such news would be met with derision. Therefore, he must dominate Chu Yunxuan at the same level to earn the admiration he seeks, and to thoroughly humiliate Chu Yunxuan. Is he attempting to assert his dominance? Very well. Since Xiao Yi intends to suppress his realm to match mine as a first star of the divine realm with that, Chu Yunxuan extended his right index finger. What does that mean? Xiao Yi inquired. Chu Yunxuan replied nonchalantly, one move. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide as they beheld Chu Yunxuan. The atmosphere around them fell into a momentary silence. Then, in an instant, the arena erupted in uproar. What the heck? This Chu Yunxuan is so pretentious. I suddenly find myself wanting to side with Xiao Yi. After all, it is Xiao Yi, a renowned figure on the Divine Sun rankings, a concept revered across the human race of Blue Star, with millions under 30, and among the top 100. Chu Yunxuan claims he can defeat him in one move, but he cannot employ any spiritual artifacts. Note this down. This is what it means to be pretentious. The way Chen Tianchu flaunted was utterly weak in comparison. This isn't mere pretense. If he can truly accomplish it, then it is indeed a display of prowess. If he fails to defeat Xiao Yi in one move, he becomes a mere jester. Ah, Yunxuan is so handsome. The crowd erupted in admiration. Oh no, my legs are shaking. Keep it together, don't shake. Honestly, I must admit, he does look quite dashing, Jiang Ying thought, gazing at Chu Yunxuan with admiration. Xiao Qiyue blinked her beautiful eyes and remarked, "Little Xian is quite impressive." Oh, how infuriating. Others were baffled by how Chu Yunxuan could slay the demon emperor with a single strike. Truth be told, Xiao Qiyue had an inkling. the sealing heaven and changing fate technique. If he had attained the 5th level, a first star in the celestial realm could elevate to the 6th star, coupled with other means. Or perhaps the demon emperor underestimated him. There was indeed a significant chance of success. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi appeared utterly stunned. What did he just say? He can defeat me in one move? Xiao Yi could not suppress a laugh, a sound that echoed with incredulity. Is he really trying to flaunt his prowess before me? How can there be such an arrogant individual to claim he can defeat me in one stroke? Does he truly believe himself invincible after slaying the demon emperor? Does he think he surpasses all those on the divine sun rankings? Such narrow-mindedness. It's evident he hails from a small, remote place. The audacity to claim such a feat, and yet there are those who believe him? With all these excited screams from the girls, is this for real? Very well. If this is how you wish to play, Chu Yunxuan, the more you boast now, the more you will embarrass yourself later. I look forward to seeing how you intend to defeat me in a single move. Xiao Yi regarded Chu Yunxuan, standing firm, his aura subtly surging. A powerful presence contained within him. Nevertheless, the aura he projected was that of a mere first star in the divine realm. Come on. Xiao Yi's gaze sharpened as lightning crackled around him. Simultaneously, Chu Yunxuan was similarly enveloped in lightning. There was no extravagant visual spectacle. Neither released any spiritual techniques. Chu Yunxuan refrained from using his skills, and so did Xiao Yi. This was precisely to maximize the embarrassment. You wish to defeat me in one move? Come. With a swift motion, Chu Yunxuan charged forward, his fist crackling with thunder, aimed directly at Xiao Yi. Are you really not using any techniques? Xiao Yi questioned, perplexed. If you don't unleash a powerful technique, how can you claim to defeat me in one move? Does he truly perceive me as one of those local prodigies? However, Xiao Yi would not let his guard down. Although he, like Chu Yunxuan, refrained from using spiritual techniques, his punch was delivered with the full force of a first star in the divine realm, and he was a top-tier talent in lightning. Even if Chu Yunxuan wielded lightning too, the disparity between their powers was considerable. By what right? In the next instant, their fists, both charged with lightning, collided with a resounding crash. All eyes were glued to the spectacle. It was hard to determine who might prevail. Theoretically, Chu Yunxuan should have the upper hand, having previously dominated Qin Tianshu, who was a second star in the divine realm. Although Xiao Yi was far superior to Qin Tianshu, he had not released his spiritual techniques. Yet, this was Xiao Yi we were talking about. It was not a simple matter. Xiao Yi was no fool. Though he had lowered his realm, he was inherently a third star of the law realm. His physical prowess remained at that level. Thus, despite knowing Chu Yunxuan had overpowered Qin Tianshu, he maintained his confidence. Why shouldn't he? His physical strength was that of a third star of the law realm. With a thunderous clash, the two forces of lightning met, and it appeared for a moment that Xiao Yi held his ground. But in the next moment, Xiao Yi was sent flying. Chu Yunxuan's punch, following the trajectory of Xiao Yi's flight, struck him with unrelenting force. A pained roar escaped Xiao Yi's lips as he fought to stabilize his legs, but failed. With a resounding thud, he crashed to the ground. The crowd stood in stunned silence. What just happened? They exclaimed in disbelief, eyes wide open. Can someone explain how he managed this? Where is Chu Yunxuan's advantage? I want to understand. They both wield lightning, neither used spiritual techniques, and without artifact enhancement. On the contrary, Xiao Yi possesses the physical strength of a third star in the law realm, a renowned figure on the divine sun rankings. The advantage should lie with Xiao Yi. Chu Yunxuan had no edge whatsoever, yet he triumphed in one move? I can't believe it. I wanted Chu Yunxuan to win, but I genuinely don't understand how he achieved this. What gives him this kind of strength? Can you believe it? Xiao Yi was actually defeated in one move by Chu Yunxuan. This is hilarious. The crowd erupted in astonishment. In the back, Qin Haobin and his cousin Qin Tianshu had come to witness the spectacle, only to be met with this unexpected turn of events. Surely they wouldn't mock me now? Chu Yunxuan is genuinely formidable. I cannot comprehend it. Qin Tianshu gritted his teeth. Jiang Ying's mouth fell agape. I knew he could win, but I honestly didn't expect it. With a swift motion, Xiao Yi regained his footing, wiping the blood from his lips. His body bore the marks of the thunderous assault, bruised and scorched. He clenched his fists tightly, glaring menacingly at Chu Yunxuan before him. Pain. His arm ached terribly. His right arm trembled involuntarily. Why? Why indeed? He was Xiao Yi. His innate attributes were inherently superior to those of other genius warriors. Even if he suppressed his realm to match Chu Yunxuan's level, he should not have been defeated so swiftly. He had not underestimated Chu Yunxuan. He had struck with all his might. Furthermore, even if he couldn't match Chu Yunxuan's strength, he was fundamentally at the third tier of the law realm. His physique stood as a testament to that. Chu Yunxuan hadn't even unleashed any martial techniques. How could a mere first tier of the divine ability realm land a punch that nearly shattered his arm? Now, he was trembling from the pain. Stop shaking, damn it. Xiaoyi gripped his right arm tightly with his left hand. He felt utterly humiliated. How could he still be trembling? He was Xiaoyi. All the advantages lay with him, yet he had been defeated by a single move from Chu Yunxuan. Although it was not a grave matter, it still felt like a crushing defeat. On the competition stage, he had already been sent flying, losing outright. If he were not fortified by the third tier of the law realm, he would have been akin to a mere first tier of the divine ability realm. With that punch, he could have very well met his demise. What a monster. Chapter 180. Another move? Chu Yunxuan gazed at Xiaoyi. I said it once, and I'll say it again. A single move is indeed a single move. I urged you to unleash your full strength. Yet you chose to suppress your realm to that of a first-tier divine ability realm. Would I deceive you? Can we not have a little more trust between us? Crack, crack, crack. Xiaoyi clenched his fists tightly. Humiliation. He had been utterly humiliated. First, Chu Yunxuan had delivered a stunning blow, and then he had been defeated in a single strike. How outrageous. How infuriating. He, the illustrious Xiaoyi, had become a laughingstock? He was Xiaoyi. What to do? Was there any room for maneuver? Xiaoyi couldn't help but chuckle, adopting an air of nonchalance as he said, Indeed impressive. I underestimated you. Had I known, I wouldn't have held back. Chu Yunxuan raised an eyebrow, inquiring, Oh? Does this mean that the punch you just delivered was somewhat restrained? Well, I thought about it. After all, my realm is at the third tier of the law realm. Even if I suppress it to the first tier of the divine ability realm, my strength may be that of the divine ability realm. But my physique remains that of the law realm. It wouldn't be fair to you. I didn't expect you to be this strong. Is that so? Then, may I ask how much strength you employed in that previous punch? Chu Yunxuan asked. Perhaps 70%. I see. Then let us replicate that punch, but this time, you shall use all your strength. Shall we try again? Chu Yunxuan proposed. Xiaoyi. He had just used all his strength at the first tier of the divine ability realm. He merely made that statement to save face. If they were to go again, he would undoubtedly lose, resulting in even greater embarrassment. Thus, he could not possibly attempt it again. No need. I've already grasped your general strength. Continuing this sparring seems unnecessary. Chu Yunxuan replied, How can it be unnecessary? That was merely a casual exchange between us. What does that reveal about our true strengths? You at full strength, and I with just a single move, shall we? Xiaoyi clenched his fists, wearing a forced smile. No need. Could it be that young Master Xiao is afraid? Or was that punch truly your full strength? How could that be possible? Then I hereby challenge the renowned young Master Xiao of the Divine Sun rankings. Will you accept? Chu Yunxuan asked. Xiaoyi gritted his teeth. Chu Yunxuan, you're doing this on purpose. Do you intend to push me to my limits? Don't force me to fight you at the third tier of the law realm. Damn it. Even if he won, would it truly count as a victory? Brother Xian, please don't make things difficult for him. Yu Qianren stepped forward, saying, He is in quite a predicament. Even if he were to win at the third tier of the law realm, it would feel undeserved. Yet, suppressing to the first tier of the divine ability realm, he has been thoroughly trounced. He dares not fight you. That punch clearly subdued the once arrogant young Master Xiao. If he loses, it would be a monumental embarrassment. Let us just end it here. After speaking, Yu Qianren turned to Xiaoyi, smiling, Young Master Xiao? See how much I care for you. Many around stifled their laughter. Ha. He arrived with arrogance, and after just one punch, he is forced to confront reality. There is no other way. If he fights, he'll lose. Winning while suppressing to the law realm wouldn't feel right. If Xiaoyi were to lose to Chu Yunxuan, it would truly tarnish his reputation. Hence, he dared not engage. As long as he didn't fight, he wouldn't be considered defeated. After all, he had claimed that while he lost the previous punch, he had not exerted much strength. This is hilarious. Nonsense. Who said I was thoroughly trounced? Who said I dared not fight? Who said I was subdued? Do you truly believe I would lose to Chu Yunxuan after suppressing my realm to the first tier of the divine ability realm? Xiaoyi retorted defiantly. Chu Yunxuan remarked, Didn't young Master Xiao say that punch was 70% strength? Yes, and what of it? I used 50%. Chu Yunxuan declared. Xiaoyi. Yu Qianren gasped, Oh my. In terms of strength at the same realm, Brother Xian's 50% could overpower your 70% and even draw blood from your third tier of the law realm physique. Thus, even if we don't continue, it should be considered a victory for Brother Xian, right? Even if a fight were to ensue, young Master Xiao, you would still be no match for Brother Xian. The individuals of the Divine Sun rankings seem rather disappointing. How disappointing indeed. Ha. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. Xiao Jiannan helplessly rubbed his forehead. Crack. Xiaoyi clenched his fists. Stop pretending. How could you only be at 50% strength? Then shall we test it again? Chu Yunxuan asked with a smile. Xiao Yi's gaze sharpened. Then let us do it. He replied coldly. Damn it. What is there to fear? He is Xiao Yi. How could he truly be inferior to Chu Yunxuan? Fundamentally, he still possessed the physique of the third tier of the law realm. How could he possibly lose? As long as he didn't engage in the same simplistic strike as before and instead unleashed a true display of strength, how could he lose? You think you can bluff me? Very well. So, young Master Xiao, do you plan to fight at the third tier of the law realm or suppress to the first tier of the divine ability realm? Xiao Yi declared, of course. I will remain at the first tier of the divine ability realm. Then I shall be moving to earnest now. Young Master Xiao, surely one T hold back, will you? Xiao Yi's gaze sharpened. I will not. Following this, he began to gather thunderous energy, golden attributes. Simultaneously, as Xiao Yi unleashed the power of the golden attributes, his strength and defense surged tremendously. He could not afford to lose. He wondered how Chu Yunxuan could possess such formidable power. This time, he wouldn't simply engage in a basic punch. He must escalate the intensity. Xiao Yi's gaze intensified. Heavenly Tier 5 Spirit Art, 10,000 Thunder Prison. A terrifying surge of lightning surrounded him. Although he suppressed his realm to the first tier of the divine ability realm, the sheer force still rendered those around him breathless. They were indeed in awe. Was this the power of a genius from the Divine Sun rankings? How terrifying. Wait, I almost forgot to mention something. Chu Yunxuan interjected. Xiao Yi, gathering his ultimate move, furrowed his brow and shouted, What is it? Chu Yunxuan extended his right index finger once more. One move. Everyone. Astonished murmurs rippled through the crowd. Wait, you've already seen him gather such tremendous power, and you still claim one move? How could that be? He has released his golden attributes. This is a heavenly tier lightning attribute spirit art. You can still claim one move? A first tier of the divine ability realm, paired with golden attributes and a heavenly tier lightning attribute martial technique, could potentially defeat even a 10th tier of the divine ability realm in an instant. And yet, you still assert one move? Xiao Yi's gaze sharpened. You dare claim one move? I wield a heavenly tier 5 lightning attribute martial technique. By what right do you assert one move? You must be jesting. I will end you. However, he truly felt subdued. All right, let us see you attempt that one move. As Xiao Yi gathered the heavenly tier martial technique, his aura surged once more. He pointed his hand, crackling with lightning towards the sky. Above the void, a streak of thunderclouds appeared, entwined with crackling lightning. Subsequently, he drew all the lightning from the thunderclouds onto himself, enhancing the heavenly stage martial technique, 10,000 Thunder Prison. This augmentation doubled the terrifying might. The onlookers swallowed hard. Is this the combat prowess of a genius from the Divine Sun ranking? And this is merely him suppressing his realm to the first star of the divine manifestation realm. If he were to unleash his full power at the third star of the law realm, he might inflict harm even upon a first star of the heavenly venerable realm. The crowd retreated in haste. How could he possibly withstand such a force? It seemed that this strike might spell death for Chu Yunxuan. Incredible. He has even summoned the anomalies of heaven and earth. What level of enhancement technique is this? No wonder Xiao Yi is hailed as one of the top geniuses of the contemporary lightning attribute. His mastery over lightning is indeed astonishing. Look at your move. Xiao Yi bellowed. Boom. In the next instant, he unleashed a terrifying bolt of thunder towards Chu Yunxuan. The lightning transformed into several dragon-like forms, ravaging the ground as it surged towards Chu Yunxuan. How could Chu Yunxuan possibly withstand this? Standing firm, Chu Yunxuan acknowledged the intensity of the attack. Despite his physical form being at the third star of the law realm, even when suppressed to the first star of the divine manifestation realm, the combined power likely reached the heights of the 8th or 9th star of the divine manifestation realm. A smirk graced Chu Yunxuan's lips. 7 emotions, anger. The 5th layer of 7 emotions was unleashed, amplifying all attributes 6-fold. A purple glow enveloped him. With a swift motion, he gathered a flame in his hand, transforming it into a fireball exceeding 3 meters in size, which he hurled forward. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Had he lost his mind? He didn't even release a martial technique. He merely condensed a fireball and threw it? He would surely perish. That was a heavenly stage lightning attribute technique. He had to evade, yet escape was impossible. It seemed he had activated some amplification technique. His aura significantly heightened, but would he not release his fire attribute martial skill? The lightning would instantly consume the flame and then devour Chu Yunxuan. All were stunned. The visual impact of the overwhelming thunderstorm was terrifying. Yet here stood Chu Yunxuan, simply amplifying himself and throwing a fireball without even releasing a technique. Xiao Yi's eyes lit up with fury. Seeking death. What are you playing at? Chu Yunxuan's innate fire attribute strength reached 200, further doubled by his elemental body, fire. This fireball appeared to be an ordinary orb of flame, seemingly insignificant compared to the terrifying lightning dragons. However, in the next moment, thunder and fireball collided. The horrific shockwave sent people flying dozens of meters away. They hastily scrambled to their feet, eyes fixed ahead. Yet, the anticipated scene did not unfold. The fearsome lightning resisted for merely a second before being obliterated by the fireball, which then barreled towards the stationary Xiao Yi. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued, shaking the ground violently. The explosive force unleashed at the moment the fireball struck the ground was astonishing. Was this the strength of the law realm? It was merely a simple fireball, not even a martial technique. Just a fireball condensed from the fire attribute. At first glance, it seemed ordinary. Yet, it not only dispersed Xiao Yi's heavenly stage martial technique, but the residual force upon explosion fell. Not much weaker than a heavenly stage martial technique itself. Unbelievable. Everyone stared in shock at the inferno before them. Chapter 181. Sword Slaughter. The heat wave swept through the crowd, plunging the surroundings into an eerie silence. What is happening? Regardless of Xiao Yi's current state, I only wish to understand one thing. How did he, at the first star of the divine manifestation realm, trigger some amplification technique and simply release a flame to form a fireball, not even a martial technique, and yet instantaneously obliterate Xiao Yi's heavenly stage martial technique? Moreover, it was a heavenly stage martial technique augmented. The previous scene should have unfolded in reverse. Logically, Xiao Yi's lightning should have instantly shattered Chu Yunxuan's flame. To the unknowing observer, it might seem like Chu Yunxuan was overpowering Xiao Yi, but that was not the case. How absurd. How did he achieve such a feat? Was his raw power truly at such a level? Not only the students, but even Xiao Jiannan and others were baffled. At that moment, a shadow, charred black, staggered out from the flames. Upon seeing Xiao Yi's condition, the crowd gaped in shock. With a thud, Xiao Yi collapsed to the ground. Quick, quick, get him treated. Xiao Jiannan shouted urgently. A group of wood attribute warriors rushed over. The crowd watched Chu Yunxuan in astonishment. That was Xiao Yi, a figure on the divine sun ranking. Even when he suppressed his realm to the first star of the divine manifestation realm, his combat prowess should theoretically be formidable. And yet, he had released a heavenly stage martial technique, only to be instantaneously defeated by Chu Yunxuan? It was incomprehensible. Soon, Chu Yunxuan was surrounded by a throng of excited girls. In Linen City, Xiao Zhan raced day and night, arriving at the fastest speed possible. At this moment, he was in a woeful state, his body charred and unrecognizable. Xiao Zhan felt a deep sense of bitterness. He couldn't fathom the reason behind this. Whenever he slowed his pace, thunder would suddenly strike, each time more powerful than the last. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to comply and seek out the one named Chu Yunxuan. He could sense that the mysterious individual wielding the thunder was far more powerful than himself. His life was in that person's hands. He had even been compelled to gift the celestial seal to Chu Yunxuan. Who could relish such a fate? Yet, his life was under threat. He dared not refuse. Was Chu Yunxuan truly the one who had slain the demon emperor with a single sword strike? Xiao Zhan glanced around in disarray. Linen University. He hurried towards Linen University, unwilling to delay any further. Linen University. Cough, cough. Xiao Yi coughed and staggered to his feet. At that moment, he was utterly disheveled. More than his disarray, the humiliation weighed heavily upon him. He scanned the crowd, all pointing and whispering. Xiao Yi, a figure on the divine sun ranking, at the third star of the law realm, suppressed to the first star of the divine manifestation realm, had unleashed a heavenly stage martial technique, only to be instantaneously defeated by Chu Yunxuan without even releasing a technique. He could not comprehend it. How could that fireball possess such tremendous power? He had lost. Not only would he lose face before Chu Shui and others at Linen University, but once the news spread, he would become a stepping stone for Chu Yunxuan. He would be unable to lift his head in front of anyone. Crack, crack, crack. He glared venomously at Chu Yunxuan. Xiao Xiao, did you not go all out? Chu Yunxuan smiled innocently, asking. Brother Xian, of course, I went all out. I unleashed a fifth-star heavenly stage martial technique and used such an exaggerated amplification technique. If that wasn't full power, I wouldn't believe it, Yu Qianren remarked. Is this the renowned strength of Xiao Yi, instantly defeated by Chu Yunxuan? Incredible. The gap was immense. I had thought the disparity was between Chu Yunxuan and him, but it turned out to be between him and Chu Yunxuan. I even began to doubt whether, if he unleashed his true strength at the third star of the law realm, he could even surpass Chu Yunxuan. Although this was not Xiao Yi's true power, as he had suppressed his realm, it implied that, if they were at the same realm, Chu Yunxuan would ruthlessly annihilate Xiao Yi. The crowd was in a frenzy. Xiao Yi shouted, enough. He roared, fixing his gaze intently on Chu Yunxuan. What do you take me for? A third star of the law realm can't defeat him? Who am I being humiliated by? Whom do you think you're humiliating? Xiao Yi bellowed, pointing at the boy who had spoken. Indeed, he was on the verge of breaking. Once elevated above all, he had seldom tasted defeat. In a place like Linen City, he carried an inherent sense of superiority. However, he had been brought down a peg and subsequently tormented. Now, these people were brazenly discussing his humiliation. To think that even when unleashing all his power, he, a 3-star in the domain of laws, could not best Chu Yunxuan, a mere 1-star in the mystical realm? The boy, intimidated by Xiao Yi's fury, lowered his head in silence. It wasn't so much fear of Xiao Yi, but rather a reluctance to provoke him further. He was forced to swallow his indignation. Who are you to humiliate anyone? What are you even worth? Xiao Yi spat, striding angrily toward the boy and gripping his collar. Clearly, he was furious, feeling utterly humiliated. He intended to vent his rage on this boy. Xiao, he's just speaking the truth. How is that humiliation? Chu Yunxuan interjected. Xiao Yi's eyes narrowed. Well, you've walked right into my trap. Do you really think you can surpass me, a 3-star in the domain of laws? Xiao Yi inquired. From the very beginning, I intended for you to unleash your true power as a 3-star in the domain of laws. Chu Yunxuan replied with a shrug. The crowd exchanged glances, puzzled. Is he really going to fight again? There's no need. You've already won decisively. In the same realm, you've utterly crushed Xiao Yi. Can you genuinely contend with his 3-star might? That's impossible, especially without spiritual weapons. You've already triumphed. If you continue fighting and lose, it won't be quite as embarrassing. But it won't be a glorious victory either. Xiao Yi let out a cold laugh. Very well, then. I shall forego martial ethics today. Since you've delivered yourself to me, what else is there to discuss? Who do you think you are, pretending to be so grand? With that, Xiao Yi unleashed the full force of his 3-star power in the domain of laws, enveloped by terrifying thunder. Finally, this was his true strength. Chu Shui and her companions furrowed their brows, watching Chu Yunxuan. Prepare yourself. Xiao Yi charged at Chu Yunxuan, exuding the dreadful might of a 3-star in the domain of laws. What are you pretending for? Do you really think you can handle my true power? Allow me to demonstrate just how vast the chasm between us truly is. There's no need for any flamboyance. I will crush you directly. The oppressive energy was terrifying, enough to extinguish a life. Qin Jinhai felt the overwhelming force and anxiously observed Chu Yunxuan. Finally, I can test my strength. Sealing dust, heavenly transformation art. 7 emotions, rage. Xiao Qiyue had initially anticipated a performance from Chu Yunxuan, but was suddenly taken aback. What? The 7th layer of the sealing dust heavenly transformation art? Is this the 7th layer? I've been cultivating for over 20 years just to reach the 6th layer. How has Chu Yunxuan achieved the 7th layer in just a few months? She was utterly bewildered, having assumed Chu Yunxuan was at the 5th layer. Though the 5th layer was already extraordinary, she could accept that. How terrifying was this increase in power? What magnitude had he ascended? The crowd stared in shock at Chu Yunxuan. Mystical rank 8-star martial technique, Dragon Roar Fist. A fire dragon let out a roar and surged forward. The crowd was dumbfounded. Seriously? A mystical rank martial technique? Are you joking? Xiao Yi is currently a 3-star in the domain of laws, and you think to unleash a mystical rank technique? Just as their powers were about to collide, 7 emotions, sorrow. The 5th layer of 7 emotions, sorrow, was unleashed. Xiao Yi's incoming force was instantly diminished by 50%. The thunder dragon collided with the fire dragon, unleashing a horrifying force that created a massive pit several hundred meters deep. The shockwave sent many people flying. Everyone steadied themselves, staring in disbelief at the dust cloud. Is it over? Did one strike really end it? Chu Yunxuan isn't dead, is he? That's a possibility. Zhao Jianan, channeling wind attributes, dispersed the dust. The scene before them astonished everyone. What? Chu Yunxuan stands there, albeit marked by a few lightning strikes, seemingly unharmed. But Xiao Yi. He coughed up blood and fell to one knee. The crowd gasped, eyes wide with disbelief. No way. Xiao Yi looked up at Chu Yunxuan, his pupils trembling. Impossible. How can a 1-star in the mystical realm suppress me, a 3-star in the domain of laws? His understanding of reality was shattered. He, Xiao Yi, could engage in battles across realms. As a 3-star in the domain of laws, he could contend with a 6-star. Yet now, he was defeated by a 1-star. The gap was insurmountable. How could this be? Yet, he had truly not fought back. Although he still possessed immense, untapped power and many trump cards. Did he really need those when facing a 1-star? Why? I swear I will kill you. Xiao Yi's eyes turned blood red. His face was devoid of composure. I will kill you. Laws, slay the heavens. The terrifying power of his laws erupted, and a sword manifested in his hand. In an unimaginable burst of speed, He flashed in front of Chu Yunxuan. This is bad. The crowd gasped. He had lost all sense of decorum. He had murderous intent. He was utilizing spiritual weapons and laws. This was serious. Stop. A furious roar echoed, and a sword descended from the heavens, blocking Xiao Yi's path. Xiao Yi was blasted back by the force of the impact. Who was that? The crowd turned to see the figure that had appeared. He was charred and had an explosive hairstyle, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the current disheveled Xiao Yi. Swordslayer Xiao Shan? Zhao Jiannan suddenly asked, frowning. What? Elder Swordslayer? Chapter 182. That is my heaven-overturning seal. The name of Swordslayer Xiao Zhan was well known. Anyone who earns such a title must have exceptional qualities or a moment of fame. Moreover, Swordslayer was Xiao Yi's father. Oh no. If Swordslayer sees his son in this state, he might be furious. Surely, the renowned Swordslayer would not strike against a junior in front of everyone. But why did it seem that Elder Swordslayer looked so disheveled? Xiao Yi was scorched black by Chu Yunxuan's lightning and fire. Could it be that Elder Swordslayer had also been struck by lightning? Cough, Dad. Xiao Yi wiped the blood from his mouth, standing up in surprise to face his father. Then, joy surged through him. Dad, I've been bullied. Please avenge me. Xiao Yi urged. Xiao Zhan trembled with rage. Slap. He struck Xiao Yi across the air, sending him flying. The crowd stood in shock. Wretched spawn, kneel before Brother Chu. Swordslayer bellowed at Xiao Yi. The crowd was taken aback. Haven't we seen this scene before? Xiao Qi Yue murmured. Jiang Ying nodded repeatedly, stroking her delicate chin. I feel the same. Shi Chu Shueb blinked her beautiful eyes. I don't recall anything. When was that? Oh right. It was when Chun Haobin and his grandfather, Chen Zainan, were here. At Tianhua University. Xiao Qiyue suddenly exclaimed. Jiang Ying nodded vigorously. Yes. I didn't quite understand it then, and I understand even less now. Dad, why? Why? Are you out of your mind? Xiao Yi stared at Xiao Zhan in confusion. Kneel. Apologize. Xiao Zhan shouted angrily. I won't kneel. How can I live with myself? Unless you kill me and leave my corpse kneeling here, I will never kneel. Xiao Yi roared defiantly. Chu Yunxuan observed him. Swordslayer. The first target of the helping others system. Xiao Zhan's terrifying aura bore down on Xiao Yi. Although Xiao Yi struggled to resist, he could not withstand Xiao Zhan's pressure. His knees buckled, and he eventually knelt. Swordslayer glanced up. There were no thunderclouds. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fearing that his son might disrespect Chu Yunxuan and provoke the wrath of the formidable forces behind him, leading to their mutual demise, he felt utterly helpless. It was likely that the mysterious powerhouse behind Chu Yunxuan had been closely observing them. Thus, he had no choice but to compel his son to kneel in contrition. I sincerely apologize. My son is rather ignorant and has not harmed you, has he? Xiao Zhan inquired with a smile directed at Chu Yunxuan. The crowd was left in utter bewilderment. What was happening? Was Jiantu here to offer an apology on behalf of Xiao Yi? Did he even require Xiao Yi to kneel? Could he not see the state his son was in after being beaten? Apologies were one thing, but kneeling seemed excessive. This scene was incomprehensible to all present. Chu Yunxuan, who had once slain the demon emperor with a single strike, was merely a junior at the first star of the divine realm. How had he reached such a social standing? Did even Jian too have to bow before him? It was unfathomable. I am unscathed. However, your son has suffered a bit of injury, Chu Yunxuan remarked. Xiao Yi clenched his fists tightly, filled with confusion and anger. He wanted to understand why this was happening. He had fought against immensely talented martial artists in the past, and his father had never forced him to kneel before them. Why was Chu Yunxuan afforded such treatment? If justice were not served here, he would seek his mother for it. Kneeling there, he pulled out his phone and suddenly received a message from his mother. Son, your father has someone outside. Come home quickly. I will take you to your maternal family. Xiao Yi was taken aback. His gaze turned towards his father's silhouette. His father was involved with another woman? As a man, he felt indifferent about this. Yet his father had always been his role model and ideal. In Xiao Yi's eyes, his father was flawless, having promised his mother that he would love her alone in this lifetime and remain utterly loyal. Xiao Yi believed in him. Even in a world where capable men took multiple wives, he trusted that his father would remain steadfast. Now he was being told that his father had another woman? He could not believe it. It must be a misunderstanding. With clenched fists, Xiao Yi contemplated his father's shadow. Perhaps suffering a beating would serve as a lesson. After all, if he was outmatched, who could he blame? Xiao Zhan then withdrew the heaven-turning seal. All eyes were fixated on it. Brother Chu, take this. He felt a pang in his heart. It was a divine artifact. The heaven-turning seal could significantly enhance his combat prowess. Yet, he felt compelled to comply. As the terrifying figure behind Chu Yunxuan had him in its sights, it was likely that Chu Yunxuan was a descendant of that powerful entity. The figure had set its sights on the heaven-turning seal, believing it could aid him, hence threatening Xiao Zhan to relinquish it. He had no alternative but to acquiesce. Otherwise, he would surely face dire consequences. Xiao Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. The heaven-turning seal. His father was giving it to Chu Yunxuan? What? Xiao Yi exclaimed, his confusion palpable. You are giving it to him? Chu Yunxuan feigned ignorance. Indeed, this is my renowned spiritual instrument, the heaven-turning seal. From this moment forth, it belongs to you. Xiao Zhan affirmed. The crowd was left aghast. The legendary artifact, the heaven-turning seal, was being gifted to Chu Yunxuan? What was the reasoning behind this? Why was this happening? Hearing those words, Xiao Yi's mind went blank. Dad, he shouted incredulously at Xiao Zhan. Did you not say you would leave it for me? Xiao Zhan shot a furious glance at Xiao Yi, admonishing him to be quiet. He then anxiously glanced at the sky. Fortunately, there were no storm clouds gathering. It seemed that the powerful figure behind Chu Yunxuan was satisfied with his actions. However, Chu Yunxuan pretended to be modest and stated, Xiao Zhan, you are a hero who has slain the demon emperor with a single strike. The future holds great promise for you. This item will serve you better in your hands. He continued, you need not say anything further. I look forward to seeing you in the holy capital in the future. Xiao Yi was beside himself. That is mine. That is my heaven-turning seal. He cried out in despair. His father had explicitly promised to pass it on to him. Why had he given it to Chu Yunxuan right in front of him? Wait, his mother had mentioned his father having another woman. Could it be that Chu Yunxuan was his father's illegitimate child? No, that was impossible. Alternatively, it could mean that he was merely an admirer of a woman outside, and Chu Yunxuan was either her son or closely connected to her. To curry favor with her, his father had given the heaven-turning seal to Chu Yunxuan? Surely, there had to be another explanation. Xiao Zhan quickly bid farewell to Chu Yunxuan, fearing any further complications, and hurriedly left with his son. Chapter 183. The second benefactor. Everyone was in a state of shock. Xiao Qiyue turned to Jiang Ying and remarked, this scene mirrors what happened with Chun Haobin's grandfather previously. Indeed, last time, President Chen handed the flame sun sword to Chu Yunxuan, and now, Elder Jian too has given him the heaven-turning seal. I do not understand. Jiang Ying expressed, equally bewildered. The notion that Chu Yunxuan, who had slain the demon emperor with a single strike, would possess the heaven-turning seal for greater utility was absurd. Thank you, Elder Jian too. Chu Yunxuan smiled, delivering a light punch to the air. He then joyfully stored the heaven-turning seal away. While it was indeed a hot potato, he was not overly concerned. The astonishment in the eyes of the onlookers was palpable. Today, Chu Yunxuan had left a profound impact. Though there had been no particularly striking combat, he had defeated Xiao Yi thrice with merely 3 moves. Even when Xiao Yi had unleashed his abilities at the 3rd star of the Law Realm, Chu Yunxuan had still managed to defeat him with a single strike at the 1st star of the Divine Realm. It was beyond comprehension. It was as if everyone struggled to grasp how Chu Yunxuan, at the 1st star of the Divine Realm, could vanquish someone at the 2nd star of the Divine Emperor Realm. Yes, many were capable of battling across levels, even defeating opponents from greater realms. But how did they achieve this? They were cultivators at the 8th, 9th, or 10th star of the Divine Realm, defeating those at the 1st or 2nd star of the Law Realm or the 9th or 10th star of the Divine Emperor Realm. But what about Chu Yunxuan? He, at the 1st star of the Divine Realm, had slain someone at the 2nd star of the Divine Emperor Realm and defeated someone at the 1st star of the Law Realm with ease. Was this not an absurd leap? Did this not imply that he, a mere cultivator of the Divine Realm, ranked 1st at Linen University? How outrageous. As dusk approached, Chu Yunxuan suggested, it is getting late, let us disperse. Of course, several trending topics began to emerge on Blue Star. Trending 1. The Son of the God rankings. Xiao Yi is brutally defeated by Chu Yunxuan, the Demon Emperor Slayer. Video included. Comments, goodness. How did he accomplish that? The video became more astonishing with each view. It was truly baffling. Even without any hidden cards, Xiao Yi, at the 3rd star of the Law Realm, could unleash a heavenly grade ultimate move. Yet Chu Yunxuan, with an ordinary mystic grade martial skill, managed to dispatch him in an instant? How had he cultivated to possess such formidable strength? Wait, Xiao Yi was ranked 97th on the Son of the God rankings. Does that mean that by defeating him, Chu Yunxuan has now claimed that position? Wow, bro. The Son of the God rankings has been refreshed. Xiao Yi's spot is now Chu Yunxuan's. Incredible. Being in the top 100. The lowest rank is usually the Law Realm. How astonishing that a mere 1st star of the Divine Realm made the list. 2. Elder Jian Tu's wife exposes a scandal, causing his reputation to collapse. 3. Elder Jian Tu has given the heaven-turning seal to Chu Yunxuan. Comments. Though it is common for capable men to have multiple partners, Elder Jian Tu has always maintained his reputation as a good man. To think he has strayed, and his wife has exposed it herself. How intriguing. Why did Elder Jian Tu give the divine artifact, the heaven-turning seal, to Chu Yunxuan? If he grows stronger, could he not become a force to be reckoned with? Is there no one to teach him a lesson? Chu Yunxuan arrived at Yu Qianren's hotel room, fully aware of the trending topics, stepping onto the God's Son rankings at the 97th position. The news seemed to captivate the public even more than the legendary feat of slaying the demon emperor with a single sword strike. Holding the divine artifact, the Fan Tian seal, Chu Yunxuan pondered, surely, there will be no one foolish enough to resort to murder for the sake of treasure? A frown creased his brow as he contemplated the likelihood. The Fan Tian seal was in his possession, and while he could not dismiss the possibility of ill-intentioned individuals, particularly the Killing Alliance, plotting against him for it, he resolved to strengthen himself. Currently, at the first star of the Divine Passage realm, his utmost limit was merely contending with Xiao Yi, who stood at the 13th star, a staggering leap across a major boundary, yet still insufficient. His martial skills were too few, and his realm too low. It seemed the top students of the Heavenly Sun class at Linen University were already nearing the realm of laws. Ding, the helpful system, is currently selecting a second target. Please wait. Chu Yunxuan smiled broadly. Ding, target selection successful. The target is the Fate Emperor, Zhuge Feng. The assistance content, imparting to the host the 24-character formula. The Fate Emperor Zhuge Feng was a name Chu Yunxuan recognized well. He was renowned, a powerful figure from the illustrious Zhuge family of Blue Star, and deemed the most talented genius of his clan in millennia. Dubbed the Fate Emperor for his ability to divine destiny, his talent for fate calculation was a once-in-a-thousand-years phenomenon for the Zhuge family. However, Zhuge Feng seemed to have severed ties with his clan due to some internal conflict over 60 to 70 years ago. While there had once been ample news about him, such updates had become scarce. One could only wonder what he was currently engaged in. The 24-character formula was Zhuge Feng's signature technique. The Zhuge family possessed only the 18-character formula, with a subsequent genius achieving the 21-character formula, which was widely regarded as the pinnacle. Yet, Zhuge Feng elevated it to the 24-character formula. What did this signify? It comprised 24 distinct characters, each embodying a unique force, such as flame, ice, division, stabilization, time, space, life, death, fate, and so forth. The 24-character formula encompassed all attributes. At this moment, on a bustling pedestrian street in a city, an elderly man clad in tattered clothing sat, swinging his legs. Should Chu Yunxuan have spotted him, he would surely have been astonished. This was none other than the fortune teller who had summoned heavenly phenomena, bringing forth dragons and phoenixes to assist him in winning over Shi Chuxua when he activated the ultimate goddess strategy system. Zhuge Feng sat upon the ground, rubbing his feet, forming a small clay pellet from the dirt in the crevices of his toenails, which he then sniffed before flicking away, calling out, divine fortune, divine fate, romantic destiny, career paths, fortuitous encounters. Passers-by merely ignored him, perceiving him as yet another charlatan in the city. If I don't make some profit soon, I won't even have money for a drink, Zhuge Feng lamented, observing the throng of people. At that moment, a young man approached, backpack slung over his shoulder. Squatting before Zhuge Feng. Master, I seek your guidance. Zhuge Feng nodded. Speak. The young man confessed. I'm enamored with a girl, yet she does not reciprocate my feelings. Despite my persistent efforts, she has made it clear she isn't interested in a relationship. Why, then, did she recently take up with another boyfriend? I am tormented, unable to sleep at night, unable to move on. Master, please enlighten me on what I should do. Zhuge Feng chuckled softly, then handed the young man his teacup. Hold this. Oh, the young man replied, accepting the cup. Zhuge Feng then poured hot water from his kettle into the cup, causing it to overflow and scald the young man's hand. The searing sensation prompted him to discard the cup immediately. Zhuge Feng laughed, saying, Young man, there is nothing in this world that you cannot let go of. The moment you feel pain, you will naturally release it. The young man's eyes brightened. Oh, master, please wait. He hurriedly retrieved another cup from his backpack. Master, please try again. Zhuge Feng nodded and poured hot water into the cup once more. The water spilled over, but the young man clung tightly to the cup. Zhuge Feng, perplexed, asked, Doesn't it burn? It does. It's burning. Then why do you not let go? Master, this cup was a gift from her. If I release it, it will shatter. Zhuge Feng was taken aback, swallowing hard. Impressive, impressive. He regarded the young man. Master, are you implying that my love for her is profound? Zhuge Feng replied, What I mean to say is, you love-struck fools are truly remarkable. Now rise, and do not disturb this old man as he conducts his business. Quickly be gone. At that moment, Zhuge Feng's brow furrowed sharply, as if sensing something. He extended his hand to calculate, then muttered in astonishment, Am I to be struck by lightning? Simultaneously, a dark cloud gathered above him. Zhuge Feng looked up. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down, startling the nearby pedestrians. Ah, this is the fate of a charlatan. He deserves to be struck by lightning. Huh? He is unharmed? Goodness! How can he withstand a lightning strike? Zhuge Feng, having regained his composure, calculated once more. Linen City, Linen University. Chu Yunxuan, Chu Yunxuan, Chu Yunxuan, slayer of the demon emperor with a single sword? Impart the 24-character formula to him? Why should I, the old man, teach him the 24-character formula? Suddenly, a tremor coursed through Zhuge Feng's body. Am I to be struck again? He looked up. Boom! Ah! Zhuge Feng was left charred and blackened. He rose once more, muttering, this cannot continue. He hurried toward Linen City, calculating once more. For now, he would not be struck by lightning. Who is compelling me to impart the 24-character formula? If I do not depart, I shall be struck by lightning. Clearly, a formidable figure is urging me onward. My fate is mine to govern, not dictated by heaven. Boom! Ah! Very well. I shall go, I shall go. Zhuge Feng swiftly stomped his foot on the ground, and a yin-yang diagram appeared beneath him before he vanished from sight. Chapter 184. Ascending to the Heavens? The following day, Zhuge Feng arrived in Linen City. He glanced upward. On this day, even a slight delay would bring down the heavenly thunder upon him. The pressure intensified, leaving him utterly exasperated. Yet, he felt indignant. How could he, the Fate Emperor, be coerced by heavenly lightning to take action? Clearly, the lightning was a deliberate act of a powerful individual connected to Chu Yunxuan. He had tried to calculate, but to no avail. His purpose in coming was to ascertain what kind of person this Chu Yunxuan truly was. This individual had already slain the demon emperor with a single sword strike. Why would he still require the old man to teach him the 24-character formula? Surely, they could sit down and discuss matters civilly, without resorting to violence? Zhuge Feng grumbled. Irritation etched across his face, as thunderclouds began to gather above him. Very well, I shall teach, I shall teach. He proceeded onward, contemplating what sins he had incurred recently. Not long ago, before Tianhua City fell, a voice had echoed in his mind, instructing him to use his abilities to unite a couple, to summon heavenly phenomena, dragons and phoenixes, and even to feign emotion sufficiently to shed tears upon witnessing the auspicious signs. Zhuge Feng had no idea what that was all about, and he had adamantly refused to comply. And then he found himself suffering inexplicably, racked with pain. With no other choice, he complied. The man was handsome, the woman beautiful. He facilitated their union, and then departed, expecting no further consequences. Little did he know, the aftermath would unfold so swiftly. He is now being compelled by thunder to seek out someone named Chu Yunxuan, who will teach him the 24-character verses. If he refuses, he risks being struck by lightning. What a predicament! What sin has he committed? The more he thinks about it, the angrier he becomes. Soon, he plans to confront Chu Yunxuan and unleash his frustrations. Zhuge Feng strides ahead, accompanied by a young man. Zhuge Feng glances at him and says, Young man, you are facing a calamity today. I have a talisman that can help you avert this disaster for just 198. What do you say? The young man looks at Zhuge Feng and retorts, Are you out of your mind? You're the one in trouble, you charlatan. Leave me alone. With that, he quickens his pace. Zhuge Feng hastens to catch up. How about 98? Young man, we have a connection. The young man, visibly annoyed, replies, Just leave me alone. I'm going to be late for work. It's free ticket. Zhuge Feng insists, his urgency apparent. Get lost. The young man reaches the corner when suddenly, a car strikes him, sending him flying. Ouch, he groans on the ground. At that moment, a beautiful, flustered woman emerges from the vehicle. Are you okay? She quickly asks, kneeling beside him. It hurts so much. If I didn't have some cultivation, I would surely have passed out. The woman hastily hands him the car keys. I'm giving you the car, so please don't cause me any trouble, okay? It's yours, it's yours. She quickly departs. The young man stares at the Porsche keys in his hand and then at the car, bewildered. Did you mean I have a calamity in the form of a Porsche? He exclaims, Wow, you old men are surprisingly accurate. His expression reflects the essence of pain intertwined with joy. Zhuge Feng sighs. Well, what will be will be. If it's destined to be, it will happen. If not, there's no need to force it. That Porsche is meant for this young fellow. What a pity. If he had taken my talisman, that Porsche would have been mine to sell, and I could have enjoyed a good drink. Alas, he doesn't even want it for free. I can't force it. After contemplating for a moment, he heads towards where Chu Yunxuan is located. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxuan is in a gorgeous riverside apartment, spanning over 200 square meters, with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the Jiangjing of Linen City. Oh, is this a gift for me? Chu Yunxuan asks, glancing at Guan Xian beside him. Indeed. It's a reward from the Divine Sons group. Quite a treat, I assent to it. This place is worth nearly 10 million, Guan Xian replies. It truly is splendid. With such large windows, I can set up a sofa here, transforming it into the legendary bubble platform. Chu Yunxuan's eyes gleam with excitement. He envisions inviting Jiang Ying and Shi Chuxue over for an evening filled with city lights and scenic views. Ah, how magnificent! He exclaims. By the way, will I have the chance to visit your bubble platform? Guan Xian asks with a smile. Absolutely. The timing is perfect, especially since you're wearing stockings, Chu Yunxuan responds. Admiring her beauty, Guan Xian grins. Once you've set up the bubble platform, I'll come over. Sounds good? Definitely. He replies, laughing. I should take it easy for now. I don't have any tasks lined up. Oh, by the way, you're now ranked 97th on the Divine Sons list. Chu Yunxuan shrugs. Just minor skirmishes. Well, you've made quite a stir by defeating Xiao Yi across so many realms, but some may still doubt you. They might think that if he unleashed his full power, you wouldn't stand a chance against him, Guan Xian explains. If they refuse to acknowledge the strength I've displayed in defeating a Star God Emperor and a Law Master, what can I do? Chu Yunxuan shrugs. It's normal. Everyone is an arrogant genius. Unless you completely overpower them, they won't concede. Even Xiao Yi, who lost to you, likely believes he could defeat you if he used his full strength, she continues. Chu Yunxuan nods. I'm genuinely curious about how you managed to do it. It's quite an enigma, the leaps you've made. He replies, when a woman becomes curious about a man, it marks the beginning of her infatuation. Oh, is that so? If you can understand me deeply, how can I understand you? Guan Xian inquires with a smile. When both parties delve deeply enough, understanding will naturally follow. He responds. Then hurry and set up that bubble platform. Guan Xian smiles as she walks away. Chu Yunxuan shrugs, appreciating his new home. He then pulls out a small notebook and writes Xiao Yi's name on the blacklist. After chatting with Lin Yar for a while, there's a knock on the door. Chu Yunxuan opens it to find Xiao Qiyue, Jiang Ying, and Shi Chuxue standing outside. Wow, wow, wow. Xiao Qiyue exclaims as she rushes inside. What a luxurious mansion. A riverside apartment. She dashes around the room. Chu Yunxian's lips twitch as he turns to Jiang Ying. What is she doing here? He had only invited Jiang Ying and Shi Chuxue to celebrate his housewarming, hoping for an evening filled with joy. Little did he know, these two girls had unexpectedly brought Xiao Qiyue along. Jiang Ying, with a smug expression, remarks, why wouldn't we invite our fairy mentor? She is close to us, and a housewarming celebration is the perfect occasion to include her. Did you think of her as an outsider? She has guessed Chu Yunxuan's mischievous intentions, deliberately bringing Xiao Qiyue along. How does that make you feel now? Chu Yunxuan grumbles. All right. Good job, Jiang Ying. What now? With an extra light bulb here. What can I do? Of course, the fairy mentor can join. Xiao Qiyue rolls her eyes. Haha, she can. I knew Xiaoying would call you. In that case, let us drink more tonight. It's on me. Chu Yunxuan says cheerfully. All right. This fairy hasn't had a good drink in ages, Xiao Qiyue responds. Jiang Ying warns. Fairy mentor, be careful. He might have some wicked plans, like getting you drunk and taking advantage of you. If Xiao Su can truly manage to get this fairy drunk. What of it? Xiao Qiyue replies with a smile. Chu Yunxuan raises an eyebrow. Oh, are you sure? Absolutely, she nods. But you mustn't use your spiritual energy to sober me up. Otherwise, it's no different than drinking water. Come on, when this fairy was drinking, you were still in diapers. Xiao Qiyue boasts confidently. Then let us do it. Are you all in? Chu Yunxuan asks Jiang Ying and Shi Chuxue. Absolutely. Jiang Ying replies with confidence. Shi Chuxue nods slightly. The three girls secretly conspire, thinking they can outdrink Chu Yunxuan. They're determined to get him drunk and then. Just wait and see. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxuan is thrilled. Tonight is bound to be extraordinary. After all, she had boasted that if someone could get her drunk, she would let them do as they pleased. Since she had said so, Chu Yunxuan felt no reservations. If he truly intended to intoxicate her, he would surely succeed. Even if Xiao Qiyue were not drunk, Chu Yunxuan could easily expel her. Then there would be only Xiaoying and Xiaokuxu left. How delightful. Thinking of this brought him great satisfaction. Shall I go buy some wine? Chu Yunxuan inquired. Let's go together. We'll buy groceries, and you can purchase the wine. Jiang Ying replied. Sounds good. Chu Yunxuan nodded. Let us move. There is a large supermarket nearby, where we can buy everything in one go, Xiao Qiyue said. The group then exited together. You all go to the supermarket. I'll skip the liquor shopping, Chu Yunxuan told them. All right, they parted ways. Chu Yunxuan arrived at a fine liquor store. Boss, which wine has a higher alcohol content? He asked. Oh, you look young. Can you handle strong liquor? The owner chuckled. Well, not too strong. I need something that won't knock me out completely, Chu Yunxuan replied. The owner regarded him with a knowing glance, as if understanding his intentions. When drinking with ladies, you shouldn't choose strong liquor, right? I recommend this bottle of red wine. Chu Yunxuan glanced at it. All right, I'll take that. And a bottle of white wine too, but nothing too strong. Also, give me 2 cases of beer. Whoa, brother, that is a bit excessive, don't you think? You'll end up drunk, the owner remarked. 3 of us, Chu Yunxuan clarified. The owner gasped, ahem. Well, I have a special brew that works faster than wine. If you know what I mean. I'll pass on that. Meanwhile, Jiang Ying suggested, we'll find a way to get Chu Yunxuan drunk. Xiao Chiyue smiled. We're definitely on the same page. However, Zichixu frowned, but he hasn't offended us. Hey, we have a traitor among us, Xiao Chiyue remarked. Sister, do you want him to bully you every day? Jiang Ying asked. Aye. Zichixu hesitated, then inquired, what should we do? Jiang Ying replied, the key is, do you think he has good intentions? Do you not know why he invited us here? If I don't call over the fairy mentor, we'll be in for it. Xiao Chiyue added. Exactly. Xiao Xian intends to get even the fairy drunk. You two are doomed. We can't let him succeed this time. All right. Zichixu nodded enthusiastically. Soon, both groups returned home, with Xiao Chiyue exclaiming, wow, you bought so much alcohol. Of course. We have red wine, white wine, and beer. Let us have a good time. Chu Yunxuan replied with a smile. Well then, you take a break while we cook, he added, settling comfortably on the sofa. The kitchen was spacious, and the 3 beautiful girls busied themselves. Chu Yunxuan glanced at them and sighed. How wonderful. This little life was truly blissful. They had 4 bedrooms, 1 for each of them, while he could randomly choose any room to stay in. No. I must quickly elevate my own status and strengthen myself. I cannot have any worries. Only by becoming powerful can I live this fairy-like life, without concern. Chu Yunxuan mused internally. As time passed, delicious aromas wafted from the kitchen. In truth, their level of cultivation meant they no longer needed to eat. Going months without food was no issue. However, for special occasions like gatherings with friends, enjoying food and drink was quite pleasant. Soon, the enticing fragrance of spicy prawns filled the air as Xiao Chiyue emerged with a platter. Braised pork is ready. Steamed base is done. Before long, the table was adorned with 7 or 8 dishes. The kitchen was large enough, and with multiple stoves, the 3 girls worked independently, resulting in an impressively swift serving of dishes. Chu Yunxuan had already opened all the alcohol, ready for a feast. Come on, let us toast. Jiang Ying handed him chopsticks. It looks good, he remarked, surveying the dishes. Holding up a beer, he proclaimed, I propose a toast to celebrate our housewarming and our first meal together. Agreed. Cheers. After downing a bottle, they wiped their mouths and began eating. Jiang Ying and Xiao Chiyue exchanged glances. Ahem, Xiao Xian, aren't you supposed to toast us? Huh. Xiao Chiyue chimed in. We prepared this meal. You should express your gratitude. That makes sense. Let us raise our glasses, he conceded. Hey, you need to toast each of us individually. You can't just toast all 3 at once. Chu Yunxuan chuckled, realizing they were plotting to get him drunk. At that moment, at the community entrance, Zhuge Feng finally arrived. This must be the place, he murmured, walking into the complex. Hey, is this a place you can enter? Get out of here, the security guard stopped him. I'm here to find someone, Zhuge Feng insisted. You, dressed like a ragged beggar, are here to find someone? Who are you trying to fool? The guard scoffed. Zhuge Feng glanced at his attire, thinking, even if this outfit isn't new, I hardly look like a beggar. Just leave. Unable to do anything, Zhuge Feng chuckled and suddenly pointed to the sky, exclaiming, Look, a UFO. The guards remained unmoved. Come on, react a little. They twitched their lips, muttering, What era are we in that we still look for UFOs? Do you think we're fools? Look, a beautiful woman in a high-heeled, form-fitting dress. Huh. They all turned in unison. Where? When they looked back, Zhuge Feng had vanished. Zhuge Feng approached the door and knocked. Is this the place? Is someone else here? Chu Yunxuan opened the door. The moment the door swung open, their eyes met. It's you. Both were taken aback simultaneously. Chapter 186. You're in for trouble. Chu Yunxuan was astonished. Wasn't this the old man the system had sent to arrange for Zichixu? He had once thought this old man was a mere creation of the system, a virtual character akin to an NPC. The heavenly phenomena and the auspicious dragon and phoenix were also orchestrated by the system. He never expected to see this old man again. But what was his purpose for coming? Chu Yunxuan glanced back at Zichixu, concerned the old man might inadvertently reveal something. Although it should be fine, it felt rather awkward. Zhuge Feng was equally bewildered. Isn't this the guy who inexplicably prompted me to matchmake a couple? He recalled the handsome young man vividly, impressed by his looks. Even as an old man, the female counterpart was undeniably beautiful, leaving a deep impression on him. Now, He found that the very individual he had been compelled to seek out was Chu Yunxuan. Wait, could it be that the previous incident was also orchestrated by him? No, it can't be. Though this young man is powerful, he is still young and has limited cultivation. He couldn't possibly have orchestrated this alone. Surely, he has someone backing him. Zhuge Feng sighed. This is absurd. Why does every situation lead me to him? Chu Yunxuan? Zhuge Feng called out. Ah, indeed. Chu Yunxuan nodded. That's settled then. I was specifically looking for you. What do you want from me? Chu Yunxuan inquired, unaware that the elderly man before him was the target of his mission. Zhuge Feng. Wasn't it you who compelled me to come here? Zhuge Feng glared at Chu Yunxuan. When did I ever force you? Chu Yunxuan asked, bewildered. Suddenly, he paused. Wait, little Xinxian, who is that? Xiao Qiyue curiously leaned closer. Zhuge Feng shifted his gaze from Xiao Qiyue to Chu Yunxuan. Oh, this wasn't the case before. Xiao Qiyue gazed at Zhuge Feng. Oh, I remember you. You are that master who is exceptionally skilled in fortune-telling. Back then, Xiao Qiyue had contemplated asking him about her financial fortune, but he had vanished in an instant. Jiang Ying and Shi Chuxue also approached. Fortune-telling master? Shi Chuxue blinked in surprise. It's you. Jiang Ying, upon seeing him, revealed a displeased expression. It was this old man who had claimed that the two of them shared a 3-lifetime bond and spoke of dragon and phoenix harmony. Ugh. She had been irritated by it for quite some time. Zhuge Feng observed the two beautiful women approaching, then glanced at Chu Yunxuan. This kid is remarkable. His romantic fortune is quite extraordinary. To have such girls, even one would be incredible, yet he has 3? Elder, do you have any business here? Shi Chuxue asked. She was also puzzled as to why this enigmatic master had come here. Ah, no, he took a wrong turn, Chu Yunxuan said, attempting to push him away. He couldn't allow him to speak too freely. If he revealed too much, it would be disastrous for him. Hey, young man. I've done you a great service. You can't just discard me like that. Zhuge Feng protested as he was being nudged aside. Exactly, little Xinxian. You mustn't disrespect the master, Xiao Qiyue chimed in, playfully. Hiki, master, we're dining. Would you care to join us for a drink? Xiao Qiyue asked with a flattering smile. I've been craving a drink for quite some time. I appreciate your kindness, young lady. Chu Yunxuan. And thus, Zhuge Feng entered. Elder, please. Shi Chuxue added courteously. Clearly, she felt grateful to this mysterious elder who had brought the two of them together. Only Chu Yunxuan and Jiang Ying remained displeased. The reason for Jiang Ying's annoyance was simple. If Chu Yunxuan ended up with Shi Chuxue, this old man's influence was considerable. Ugh, the two muttered in unison. By what means? Jiang Ying shot a glance at Chu Yunxuan. And you by what means? I like him. What concern is it of yours? Jiang Ying rolled her eyes. Chu Yunxuan shrugged, and then closed the door. Please, take a seat. Master, could you assist me in divining my career? Xiao Qiyue inquired with a smile. She even proactively poured a glass of wine for Zhuge Feng. Career, huh? That's simple. Let me see your palm. Xiao Qiyue excitedly extended her hand. Zhuge Feng examined it briefly, then took a sip of wine. Gradually, his brow furrowed. Ahem, young lady. Master, please speak. Zhuge Feng said earnestly. Is it imperative for you to have a successful career? Indeed. This fairy aspires to carve out a niche in the business world and become a strong woman. Xiao Qiyue exclaimed excitedly. You are quite unique. Others typically seek to establish themselves in martial arts. Yet you, with such remarkable talent, choose commerce instead. Xiao Qiyue asked, Master, what does my future career trajectory look like? Jiang Ying interjected, Fairy Mentor. From the master's furrowed brow and his question of is it imperative for you to have a career? Don't you see the implications? Huh. Xiao Qiyue was taken aback. Zhuge Feng chuckled. Ha. This girl is clever. Young lady, your career. How shall I put this? It's like traversing a mountain path at night. I have traversed it. Zhuge Feng nodded. How does it feel? It's difficult to navigate. Yes, precisely. It is fraught with obstacles, a treacherous journey, and darkness ahead. Xiao Qiyue? No way. She sniffled, feeling aggrieved. I am the master of my fate, not the heavens. Is your divination even accurate? Xiao Qiyue refused to accept it. Ha. Let me introduce myself. I am Zhuge Feng. Chu Yunxuan. The ladies exclaimed in surprise. The fate sovereign Zhuge Feng? They were startled. Such a name indeed existed. Zhuge Feng replied nonchalantly, I see. The revered fate sovereign is truly renowned. Jiang Ying exclaimed, astonished. Then, she scrutinized Zhuge Feng closely. But wait. The legendary fate sovereign was said to be handsome and charming, yet you currently, how shall I put it? Not quite a beggar, but not far off. Your shoes are merely tattered cloth ones, and your beard is unkempt. You've aged. Zhuge Feng chuckled. Indeed, I've aged. Oh no. Xiao Qiyue's face turned ashen. The Fate Sovereign claimed her future career would be fraught with difficulties and darkness. Surely, that must be true. Whatever he says, eating is fine. Drinking is fine, but do refrain from speaking carelessly, Chu Yunxuan warned him. Zhuge Feng regarded Chu Yunxuan. You little rascal, they treat me with utmost respect. Yet your attitude makes me reluctant to impart the 24-character secret to you. The girls were taken aback. What? He intends to teach Chu Yunxuan the ultimate skill. The 24-character secret? Zhuge Feng felt quite displeased. I was struck by lightning all the way here to teach you the 24-character secret. I even assisted you in bringing this lovely lady together. And you, how dare you try to push me away? Zhuge Feng thought to himself. I certainly won't teach you if you continue like this. But who doesn't have their temper? Just wait. At that moment, Xiao Qiyue, undeterred, looked at Zhuge Feng and asked, Fate Sovereign, would you care to try again? It shouldn't be, as this fairy is astute and deeply understands the ways of commerce. I feel I should have some achievements. Fine, let me take another look. Thank you, Fate Sovereign. Zhuge Feng observed her palm again, then glanced at Chu Yunxuan. Chu Yunxuan, why is this old man looking at me? Ahem, young lady, let us set aside the career for now. There's a pressing issue. Please, go ahead. Zhuge Feng continued. You are in danger of bloodshed. Huh. Xiao Qiyue was taken aback. The others were equally astonished. Surely not. I don't typically provoke anyone. Nor do I venture into beast territories. How could there possibly be bloodshed? Xiao Qiyue exclaimed in shock. Ahem. Zhuge Feng stroked his beard. You all plan to indulge in some drinking tonight, correct? Yes. Is there a wager involved? Yes. And you cannot use spiritual energy to dissipate the effects of the alcohol, right? As expected of the Fate Sovereign. Zhuge Feng replied, indeed, that aligns perfectly with the bloodshed danger. Wait, does drinking really lead to bloodshed? Xiao Qiyue asked, puzzled. Yes, the bloodshed is tied to this very drinking. Xiao Qiyue furrowed her brow. Are you implying that if we get drunk, someone might take the opportunity to harm us? Zhuge Feng clarified. This bloodshed is not that kind of bloodshed. Please, enlighten us. Zhuge Feng glanced at Chu Yunxuan, saying, if you get drunk and he remains sober, would you say you are in danger of bloodshed? Xiao Qiyue? Chu Yunxuan? You little rascal. You're finished. You're finished. You're ruining my good fortune. You're in for a lot of trouble. Chapter 187. Letting you ruin my good fortune. Xiao Qiyue, Jiang Ying, and Shi Chuxue all fixed their gazes on Chu Yunxuan. Initially, they believed the Fate Sovereign's so-called bloodshed would mean that after drinking, some ill-intentioned person might attack them, possibly targeting Chu Yunxuan due to his notorious reputation. However, upon hearing Zhuge Feng's subsequent explanation, they understood. This bloodshed meant something else entirely. They were indeed gambling. They planned to collaborate in intoxicating Chu Yunxuan, fully aware that he harbored intentions to inebriate them as well to fulfill his nefarious designs. Nevertheless, they believed defeat was not an option. According to the emperor's words, it was evident that they would ultimately be the ones ensnared in drunkenness. As for Chu Yunxuan, it was utterly shameless of him to target Xiao Qiyue. How despicable! How appalling! With a darkened expression, Chu Yunxuan retorted, Get lost. What nonsense are you spouting, old man? Am I truly such a person? Coughing, Zhuge Feng replied, Let us just say I misspoke. Delighted, he continued. These past two incidents have left me quite displeased, simmering with frustration. Youngster, I only taught you the 24-character mantra out of sheer necessity. But can't I at least have my chance to retaliate? Now, your clever scheming has all come to naught, hasn't he it? Ha ha ha. Go away. Have you finished drinking? Hurry up and leave. Chu Yunxuan pulled him along. Hey, let me have just one more sip. Not a drop more. Off you go. Chu Yunxuan pushed him out the door and turned to the three beautiful girls inside. Don't believe him. The old man has had too much to drink and is rambling. I'm not that kind of person, right? You should trust my character. We are family. And it's unreasonable to believe an outsider. Now, I'll take this old man home. You all enjoy yourselves. With that, Chu Yunxuan used his spatial power and vanished with Zhuge Feng. The three girls exchanged glances. Can he really not pull this off? He is quite capable, Jiang Ying exclaimed. Biting her silver teeth, Xiao Qiyue added, It's terrifying. Little Xian is truly formidable. I can't drink anymore. This fairy must return. It's too frightening. I almost risked myself. With that, Xiao Qiyue hurriedly departed. How long do you think the fairy mentor can hold out? Jiang Ying inquired of Shi Chuxue beside her. Half a year, Jiang Ying replied. How long did you last? Shi Chuxue hesitated. 2 days? Jiang Ying exclaimed. How come you're just like Senior Linyar? Always speaking the unvarnished truth? Are you not the least bit embarrassed? How long did you last? Shi Chuxue countered. 2 years, Jiang Ying stated. Shi Chuxue's eyes widened. Really 2 years? I've known him for quite a while, truly. Shi Chuxue added. Wait, sister, what s with that expression? Am I capable of deceiving you? On the other side, Chu Yunxuan repeatedly utilized spatial powers, transporting Zhuge Feng to a remote wilderness. Upon arrival, Chu Yunxuan glared at Zhuge Feng. I say, old man, do you realize you're obstructing my romantic prospects? Zhuge Feng retorted, old man, I'm still here for you. Between us, we cancel each other out. I could have done just fine without you. Indeed, indeed. Zhuge Feng chuckled, suddenly furrowing his brow and looking up. Above, storm clouds began to gather ominously. Boom! Lightning struck him directly. Whoa! Chu Yunxuan quickly stepped back a couple of paces. Boom! Ah! Boom! Ah! The lightning continued to rain down. Amidst the cacophony, Zhuge Feng's cries echoed. Whoa! So that is what it means. Chu Yunxuan stood by, astounded. He remained curious as to how the system could command figures like Sword Butcher and the Emperor, compelling them to assist him willingly. It appeared that this was the method used to coerce them. It was only natural that the old man harbored discontent towards him. But damn it, Xiao Qiyue, that was close. Initially, Chu Yunxuan had been uncertain of his success tonight. Fortunately, it seemed manageable. Yet, with his words, Xiao Qiyue was now in peril. Chu Yunxian's mood soured instantly. What a loss. Don't. Zhuge Feng, in disarray, scrambled to his feet. Kid, make this lightning stop. I lack the ability to halt the storm. It's said that one should dismantle 10 temples rather than ruin a single marriage. You're the one doing this, don't you understand? Invoking divine wrath is only to be expected. Nonsense. I'm the one being struck. Quick. Ah, another bolt of lightning descended. Zhuge Feng staggered upright again. This one do. Kid, hurry, let me teach you the 24-character mantra. The intensity of the lightning was escalating, indicating that those behind Chu Yunxuan were growing impatient, eager for him to attend to matters. I refuse. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I haven't assisted you in any way. So why should I learn such a formidable skill as the 24-character mantra? Zhuge Feng exclaimed, what? You possess such noble principles? Boom. Ah, that is a mistake. You are indeed noble. Zhuge Feng hurriedly responded. There truly is such a thing as a free lunch. Quickly sit down, and I'll teach you. Chu Yunxuan shook his head. Forget it, my talent is average. I wouldn't grasp the essence, and that would only tarnish the reputation of the Emperor's renowned technique. It would be embarrassing for the Emperor, so let us leave it. In his heart, Chu Yunxuan seethed. You're ruining my good fortune. Ah. Boom. Ah. Zhuge Feng rose again. Desperate, it's not embarrassing. Truly. Zhuge Feng was on the verge of tears. Chu Yunxuan felt similarly exasperated. After all, the old man had been compelled to come teach him. At that moment, Chu Yunxuan reflected, however, Emperor, I've suddenly realized something. The 24-character mantra is coveted by all in the world, and I would likely become the sole individual outside the Zhuge family to possess this technique, correct? Yes. Zhuge Feng nodded anxiously. But others will surely covet it. You're all formidable, yet I am weak. If they were to kidnap me to obtain the 24-character mantra, wouldn't that pose a danger? This technique is like a hot potato. I'm too weak, I could die. So I'd rather not have it. Chu Yunxuan shook his head repeatedly. Zhuge Feng exclaimed, what? Boom. Ah. He was once again blackened and struggled to rise. Brother. Wait, Zhuge Feng produced a stack of various talismans, hurriedly handing them to Chu Yunxuan. These are all talismans I've crafted. I beg you, let me teach you the 24-character mantra. Chu Yunxuan accepted them. Oh dear, just talismans? Will that suffice? If only I had a powerful spirit artifact. He murmured. Zhuge Feng, trembling, replied, There are. Upon saying that, he produced a piece of jade and handed it to Chu Yunxuan, saying, This is a 10-star Earth-level spirit artifact. Boom. As soon as the words left his mouth, another bolt of lightning struck down. Ah, no. There is more. Zhuge Feng scrambled up again. He quickly handed a rope to Chu Yunxuan, binding immortal rope, a 1-star divine-level spirit artifact. That'll do. Chu Yunxuan accepted it, feeling it was sufficient. After all, the old man had been compelled to come teach him the 24-character mantra. Although Chu Yunxuan was quite displeased, he had been punished, and the old man had also assisted him previously. Now that he was offering up artifacts, it seemed fair enough. Hearing this, Zhuge Feng let out a long sigh of relief. He hurried to Chu Yunxian's side and glanced at the sky. The storm clouds seemed to have dissipated. The method I'll teach is simple. I'll directly impart the cultivation method of the 24-character mantra to you. As for how far you can cultivate it, that depends on your own fortune and comprehension. Chu Yunxian nodded and sat down. Subsequently, Zhuge Feng's hands glowed with golden light as he touched Chu Yunxuan's forehead. Chu Yunxian felt an indescribable force surge into his body. After a while, Zhuge Feng withdrew his hand and looked up. The storm clouds had vanished. Chu Yunxian opened his eyes. Thank you, esteemed Emperor. Please, do not thank me. It is I who should express my gratitude. Farewell for now, my young friend. We shall meet again. With a long sigh, Zhuge Feng exerted a slight force beneath his feet, and the Taiji yin-yang diagram materialized before him, vanishing from sight in an instant. This was far more impressive than mere spatial travel. Chu Yunxuan marveled at the spectacle, pondering, have I committed some grave sin? As Zhuge Feng traversed the desolate wilderness, he contemplated his past years. Had he indeed sinned? If so, why had he been continuously taken advantage of? At that moment, he suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The heavens and earth were in tumult. Yet, this time, it was not the foreboding of another lightning strike, but rather, a terrifying force erupted from within him. After a prolonged silence, what? Zhuge Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Had he ascended to the realm of the heavenly Tao? In truth, he should have reached this stage long ago. But his heart had been burdened by what could only be described as inner demons. Until those demons were vanquished, he could not advance. Yet here he was, inexplicably elevated to the heavenly Tao without any premonition. Wait, a thought struck him. There was only one possible explanation. Someone powerful was acting behind the scenes. Zhuge Feng was taken aback. Who possessed the ability to elevate him to the heavenly Tao so effortlessly? What kind of transcendent being could this be? Was it possible that this power did not belong to this realm? Zhuge Feng gasped in realization. Thank you, esteemed one. He then saluted the void with a fist. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxuan was making his way back, reflecting on the 24-character mantra. Currently, he had only grasped the training method for these characters. Yet there were exactly 24 of them. How far he could progress and how long it would take remained uncertain. Each character could be cultivated to a minor achievement, major achievement, or complete mastery, with significant differences in efficacy. The first character was Yin. Chu Yunxuan paused, contemplating deeply. He summoned his spiritual energy and swiftly inscribed the character Yin in the air. A fiery character materialized before him. Break. With a swift motion, the character shot forth, resulting in a deafening explosion as flames engulfed the area. This is utterly absurd. He realized that he had merely inscribed the character using spiritual energy without any fire attribute. Yet he still managed to unleash flames. It was no wonder the 24-character mantra was regarded as the pinnacle technique of Blue Star. Even without a fire attribute, one could still wield fire, or rather, the power of all attributes. This was encompassed within the mantra itself. However, compared to genuine elemental attributes, there were certainly distinctions. The first character was Yin, the second was Jin, and the third. The initial 4 characters included metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, ice, darkness, light, and thunder. Chu Yunxuan possessed all attributes, so he did not find it overly astonishing. Yet others lacked such versatility. Mastering the first 10 characters would grant them control over all but space and time. As for the individual effects, they surely could not match the convenience, power, or simplicity of conventional attributes. Otherwise, it would be too overpowering. However, it must be noted that these first 10 characters were not the true essence of the 24-character mantra. They could be considered mere surface-level knowledge. Once one mastered these basics, they could delve into more profound characters. The 11th character was Fun, which had a straightforward effect, creating clones. These clones retained the combat power of the original. The number of clones one could create depended on their realm and mastery of the character. Further characters included Shi, Kong, Qiu, Yu, and so forth. But why was it previously known as the 18-character mantra? Because the 17th and 18th characters had been lost to time. Each character required a deep understanding of the heavens, the Tao, and the ultimate truths, coupled with extraordinary creativity to bring them into existence. However, throughout the millennia, illustrious families had emerged, with many dedicating their lives to studying this exceptional technique. Eventually, someone contributed additional characters. It wasn't just one individual, but rather the collective effort of the Zhuge family. Characters like Yu and Ri were added later. And then Zhuge Feng incorporated characters like Sheng and Si. Thus, the 24-character mantra itself became an unparalleled technique without limits. If one possessed the capability, they could comprehend the 25th, 26th characters, and beyond. But this required an exceptionally thorough study of the 24-character mantra. The Zhuge family had achieved prominence as one of the top families in Blue Star through their mastery of fate and this mantra. The godchild ranking was also established by the Zhuge family. They did not need to conduct investigations. They possessed the ability to unify all individuals in Blue Star who met the criteria of the godchild ranking and rank them. As long as one had ever revealed their strength before the public, for instance, when Chu Yunxuan defeated Xiao Yi, it was not that the godchild ranking website learned of this and assigned Chu Yunxuan the 97th position. Instead, Some intrinsic law sensed Chu Yunxuan's power and recognized him as the 97th strongest. Thus, he automatically appeared in that position on the godchild ranking. Thankfully, the previous powerful brain system had enabled him to cultivate the sealing heaven and shifting fate technique, as well as the emotions of anger and sorrow to their highest levels. Otherwise, there would be far too many powers to gradually cultivate. Now, Chu Yunxian eagerly hoped for another opportunity to access this system. He still had not thoroughly practiced the heaven step body technique, shadow of the divine. It was time to return home and slowly cultivate. Upon returning home, Jiang Ying and Shi Chu Shui awaited Chu Yunxian. Huh, someone's missing? Chu Yunxian inquired. She ran off with a bottle of wine, Jiang Ying replied. You've misunderstood me, Chu Yunxian said, shrugging helplessly. You could at least explain on my behalf. Jiang Ying remained silent, while Shi Chu Shui simply stared. You scoundrel, I'm going back to cultivate. If you haven't drunk well, have some more. Jiang Ying rolled her eyes. No way, let us drink together. Next time then. Drink together? They wouldn't fall for that. Xiaoqi Yue had fled. She had initially intended to leave but was stopped by Shi Chu Shui, worried that Chu Yunxian might be upset. Jiang Ying was exasperated. Shi Chu Shui, you are Shi Chu Shui, the Ice Queen. How can you be so compliant in a relationship? Chu Yunxian has spoiled you. If Xiaoqi Yue was drunkenly taken advantage of, he would indeed take action. This is infuriating. Jiang Ying vowed to punish Chu Yunxian. Not that she would ignore him, but she certainly would not allow him to touch her. How despicable. Yet, there was a traitor among them. One of them was consistently considering Chu Yunxuan's feelings. Jiang Ying imagined countless scenarios but never anticipated that Shi Chu Shui would be so sweet and obedient in love. Is this how ice queens behave? She was utterly bewildered. Shi Chu Shui turned to Chu Yunxian and said, Jiang Ying and I plan to leave now. We wanted to wait for you to return and inform you. It wouldn't be proper to leave without saying goodbye. Indeed, Jiang Ying nodded. At least you have some conscience to say something. But, we've only just gathered together. Perhaps it's better to postpone our departure. Shi Chu Shui suggested. All right then, we shall take our leave, Jiang Ying said, pulling Shi Chu Shui to stand. Either none of you leave, or only one is allowed to go. Chu Yunxian flashed a mischievous grin. The two women exclaimed, Hey, you can't force us like this. Be careful, or we'll turn against you. Jiang Ying glared at Chu Yunxian. In that case, just for that remark, tonight, little Ying, you stay behind. Jiang Ying, wait. My mistake. We truly must take our leave. Chu Yunxian turned to Shi Chu Shui and asked, Are you leaving too, Shi Chu Shui? Her beautiful eyes met his gaze, flickering with a hint of shyness and uncertainty. She glanced at Jiang Ying, who insisted, Let us go. Of course we are leaving. Shi Chu Shui nodded slightly. Chu Yunxian smiled inwardly. This Shi Chu Shui is absolutely adorable. She bears a slight resemblance to Linyar. Yet it is puzzling why she, an epitome of an ice queen, exhibits such docility in matters of romance. She is so compliant that even Chu Yunxian refrains from bullying her. Strikingly, even when she is outside, she remains an unyielding glacier, with no discernible change. Only in her presence does she become exceedingly gentle. Now, let us observe Jiang Ying. She is rather unruly, isn't she? Chapter 189. The third kind-hearted soul. Jiang Ying sensed the intensity of Chu Yunxuan's gaze and felt a twinge of anxiety. It was evident she was somewhat flustered. Fearing a reprimand from Chu Yunxian, what could she possibly do if Chu Yunxian decided to admonish her? Resist to the death? That seemed hardly plausible. Thus, Jiang Ying promptly succumbed. I am not opposing you. I dare not. The truth is, I truly need to cultivate. We do not possess your exaggerated combat prowess. If we do not hasten our advancement, we may fall behind even in Linen University, let alone those major cities. Shi Chu Shui nodded repeatedly. Very well. If that is the case, I shall permit your departure, Chu Yunxian declared. Jiang Ying's beautiful eyes sparkled. He, thank you. One kiss each before you leave. Chu Yunxian stated. Jiang Ying exclaimed, Who can possibly do that? A kiss is quite simple, yet it is simply too embarrassing. Shi Chu Shui is right here. What? Is this really that difficult? Chu Yunxian inquired, glancing at Shi Chu Shui. Shi Chu Shui exchanged a glance with Jiang Ying and then subtly shook her head. Then, let's proceed. Chu Yunxian leaned in closer. A faint blush adorned Shi Chu Shui's exquisite visage. She too felt shy. Truth be told, the Ice Queen possesses the thinnest skin when it comes to such matters. However, once Shi Chu Shui commits to a relationship, she wholly dedicates herself to her partner. With her eyes shut, she gradually leaned towards Chu Yunxian. Her delicately trembling long lashes betrayed the tumult within her heart. A soft peck resounded as her lips brushed against Chu Yunxuan's cheek. Jiang Ying gasped in astonishment. How utterly embarrassing. How could Shi Chu Shui muster such courage? Although it was apparent she hesitated for a brief moment, was that truly sufficient? Are all ice queens like this? As a woman, Jiang Ying found herself bewildered. Chu Yunxuan, thoroughly satisfied, turned his attention to Jiang Ying. Your turn. Okay. Though Jiang Ying felt a sense of shame, seeing that even Ice Queen Chu Yunxuan had kissed him. Could she possibly refuse? Had she been the first, she would have likely declined. Thus, she pressed a kiss to Chu Yunxuan's other cheek. All right. We truly must be on our way now. Off you go. Chu Yunxuan smiled and waved his hand. The two women departed. Clearly, waiting for an opportune moment was imperative. Chu Yunxuan stretched lazily. If he were to adopt a more forceful approach, they would likely comply. However, he preferred a more natural course of action. For both girls had delicate sensibilities and found it challenging to navigate this step. Unless, of course, he were to intoxicate them tonight. Yet, according to Zhuge Feng's deductions, even if he succeeded today, his target would still be Xiao Qiyue. This implied that Jiang Ying and Shi Chuxue would not be inebriated. If he were to intoxicate them, Chu Yunxuan was certain he would first want to bring the two girls together. As for Xiao Qiyue, she could be set aside for now, given the risks involved. Never mind, he thought. Everyone is diligently cultivating. He cannot afford to lag behind. Even with the system's assistance, granting him the strength, physique, speed, and attributes that far exceed his current realm of a one-star divine ability stage, he must not become complacent. He produced the binding celestial rope, a renowned artifact of the one-star divine grade. Its function was straightforward, binding. Once a martial artist is ensnared by the binding celestial rope, escape becomes impossible, as even spiritual energy cannot be released. Its limits may even extend to restraining those at the divine emperor stage, contingent upon the realm of the person wielding the rope. A marvelous item. Chu Yunxuan carefully stored it within his spatial ring. Let us first cultivate the 24-character mantra. Suddenly, Chu Yunxuan had an epiphany. The 7 emotions encompass 7 distinct powers. Back when he was at the Xiantian stage, he could cultivate anger and sorrow. Now that he has reached the divine ability stage, could he not cultivate a third emotion? He activated the 7 emotions. This one do. It seems that the next one can only be cultivated at the lost stage. He pondered with a frown. First, let us practice the 24-character mantra. Chu Yunxuan left his home and meandered to a secluded area. Meanwhile, in a forest, a figure stood with hands clasped behind his back. Swish, a beam of black light flickered through the night. Master, he bowed. Indeed. You are aware of the situation regarding the heaven-overturning seal? Yes, I have heard that it is in the possession of Chu Yunxuan. The master nodded. Originally, it was the famed spiritual artifact of Sword Butcher. I cannot fathom why it would be given to someone like Chu Yunxuan. He is undeniably formidable. Yet he is ultimately just a divine ability stage cultivator. Such a treasure is beyond his rightful claim. You know what must be done, correct? Understood. The master turned. This is not merely my directive. It is the order of the guild leader. Understood. Ensure it is handled well, with the guild leader's presence. You may even have the opportunity to rise in rank. Your command will be obeyed. With that, the master retreated into the shadows. He belonged to the Assassin's Alliance, a position of significant authority within a city. The Assassin's Alliance is vast. Every city has a branch, each led by a hall master. The guild leader oversees multiple cities within a province, commanding several hall masters. Ah, the heaven-overturning seal. Who wouldn't he desire it? Hall Master Hui Yuan of the Linen Branch lamented. He coveted it as well. However, given the guild leader's direct orders, he had no choice but to comply. When he learned that the heaven-overturning seal was in Chu Yunxuan's hands, he felt a surge of excitement. Being the hall master in linen, he had the most convenient opportunity to act against Chu Yunxuan. Alas, the guild leader's sudden order left him no choice but to send his subordinates to take action. He dared not stage a ruse to mislead the guild leader into believing that the heaven-overturning seal had been seized by a third-party force while it was actually in his possession. He understood the guild leader all too well, calculating and ruthless. Oh, never mind. If I miss this opportunity, so be it. In the dead of night, a notification chimed. Kindness system is selecting the third kind-hearted soul. Selection complete. Target, Hui Yuan. Mission, ensure your safety and assist the host in achieving another great feat. Chu Yunxuan, what on earth? Startled, Chu Yunxuan, who was cultivating in the suburbs, paused. Who is Hui Yuan? Ensure my safety? Assist me in achieving a great feat? But who is he? Upon searching, he found only inconsequential individuals sharing that name. Never mind, he sighed. I have witnessed the system's prowess. I shall attend to my own matters and await further developments. He contemplated quietly. Chapter 190, a sinister undertaking at this moment on the other side. Hall Master Hui Yuan was returning to the base. The Assassin's Alliance is a rather peculiar force. Its members live ordinary lives within the urban milieu. Perhaps a certain mentor or some students at Lenin University are also part of the Assassins' Alliance. Joining the alliance often stems from unfulfilled aspirations or a quest for greater breakthroughs and resources. For instance, a message might alert them to a group of martial artists heading to a certain location. Their realms are not low, and they possess numerous treasures and resources. Thus, the members of the Assassins' Alliance set forth, disguised as ordinary warriors, seeking opportunities to strike. Consequently, the Assassins' Alliance lacks a significant stronghold and operates in utmost secrecy. In Lenin City, the Assassins' Alliance has but one base, which is exceedingly covert. Only a handful of trusted members are aware of its existence. This base is concealed within an internet CAF, which contains a storage room equipped with a surveillance camera. However, this is not a genuine camera. Only those who have undergone identity verification can access the base. They must gaze at the camera, and upon completion of the pupil scan, they are granted entry. Alas, the Heavenly Seal is a coveted treasure. If I could obtain the Heavenly Seal, my secret arts and spiritual techniques would experience a remarkable enhancement, and my combat prowess would undoubtedly surge. Yet, I must concede that even if I were to acquire it, I may not be able to retain it. For I am merely at the 5th level of the Celestial Master Realm. What right do I have to wield the Heavenly Seal? Hui Yuan sighed deeply. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Little Hui Yuan, please pay attention. The choice to assist others has fallen upon you, and you have two purposes to fulfill. The dashing Chu Yunxuan is in peril, and it is all due to your actions. Swiftly aid him in averting disaster, and then I shall reveal the second purpose. Should you be unwilling, I shall strike you down with heavenly lightning. Strike down, you. Hui Yuan exclaimed, who are you? He immediately summoned a sword, warily surveying his surroundings. Who dares to play tricks? Show yourself. Hui Yuan bellowed once more. Crackle. At that moment, dark clouds gathered above him. Hui Yuan furrowed his brow. Boom, ah. A wail of agony echoed. Boom, ah. After being struck by 2 bolts of lightning, Hui Yuan staggered to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. What does this mean? Hui Yuan felt bewildered. Reflecting on the earlier statement, he recognized who Chu Yunxuan was and understood that he was indeed in danger. He realized that it was his own orders that sent someone to kill Chu Yunxuan and seize the Heavenly Seal. But why was someone warning him now? Why unleash heavenly lightning to threaten him? Could it be that there exists a formidable protector behind Chu Yunxuan? Indeed, how could one so powerful as Chu Yunxuan, who could slay the demon emperor with a single strike, and who easily bested the 3rd star of the law realm, be ordinary? Surely, he possesses something extraordinary. Yet, I have investigated his background, and it is quite unremarkable. Could it be that he has encountered some fortuitous event in recent years, aligning himself with a powerful figure who has assisted him in achieving his current strength? This is the only plausible explanation. What he believed was known only to him, and the leader of the alliance has, in fact, not escaped the gaze of the formidable being behind Chu Yunxuan. It is that powerful entity that has unleashed the lightning to warn Hui Yuan to cease his actions. Otherwise, he may face dire consequences. Hui Yuan sensed that he was utterly defenseless against this lightning, which could claim his life at any moment. This is dreadful. Hui Yuan frowned. Why must I suffer such misfortune? It was not my intention to acquire the Heavenly Seal. What can I do when the higher-ups have spoken? Boom, ah. Hui Yuan clumsily rose. Senior, I was wrong. I understand what I must do now. Please grant me an opportunity. The lightning ceased its gathering. Hui Yuan let out a long sigh of relief. Now a dilemma arose. He was coerced by a powerful figure to assist Chu Yunxuan in escaping danger. Although it was indeed he who sent someone, all of this was at the behest of the leader. He could not defy the leader's will without facing death himself. What a predicament! Hui Yuan appeared despondent. To save his own life, he saw no other option. The person he dispatched to kill Chu Yunxuan could not be recalled. It would be inexplicable to the leader. Thus, he could only conceal his identity and endeavor to rescue Chu Yunxuan. In this way, in the eyes of the leader, he would have taken action. He had sent someone to kill Chu Yunxuan and seize the Heavenly Seal. However, a mysterious figure had protected Chu Yunxuan and eliminated his dispatched agent. In truth, this mysterious figure was none other than himself. This should resolve the situation. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxuan continued his training in the outskirts, practicing the 24-word technique. The city itself was relatively secure, with the exception of these outskirts. If someone could resolve a battle swiftly, such a location would not provoke undue attention. This 24-word technique is exceedingly difficult. Chu Yunxuan frowned. Although challenging, he was progressing rapidly, given his all-encompassing attributes. The initial 10 characters, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, light, thunder, ice, and darkness, were becoming easier for him to master. Yet he had grown accustomed to the training speed he experienced with the system previously. Despite possessing supreme comprehension, he still felt somewhat dissatisfied. Nevertheless, his progress surpassed that of others significantly. Training is a long-term endeavor, and impatience yields no fruitful results. Chu Yunxuan steadied his mind. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away, atop a building, stood the assassin dispatched by Hui Yuan. This should be simple. He gazed at the distant Chu Yunxuan, a cold smile gracing his lips. Were Chu Yunxuan in a bustling city, it would be challenging to act. The task assigned by the leader was to kill Chu Yunxuan and seize the heavenly seal. And fortuitously, Chu Yunxuan was located in the outskirts. This made matters simpler. After all, he was of the domain realm. Although Chu Yunxuan's combat prowess was extraordinary, at the end of the day, he was but a first star of the divine ability realm. Even if he could defy the odds against lower stars of the law realm, the assassin was of the domain realm. The heavenly seal must surely reside within his spatial ring, though it was uncertain whether he possessed a powerful spirit seal stone. If he did, I might have to account for that here. Thus, the powerful figure's gaze sharpened. It must be a decisive strike. He then extended his hand. Binding shadow technique. His power activated. The binding shadow technique is a relatively ordinary technique. Its effect is straightforward. As long as one's shadow is cast in this place, it becomes immobilized, rendering the individual unable to move. This is significantly simpler than binding the warrior themselves. Its effectiveness is commendable. Yet why is it deemed ordinary? Because it is merely one of the effects of a dark attribute warrior's ability. A formidable technique reduced to a single effect of the dark attribute appears rather commonplace. However, given the vast disparity in realms, the binding shadow technique from the domain realm would be inescapable for Chu Yunxuan of the divine ability realm. Chapter 191. Hui Yuan's despair. At this moment, Chu Yunxuan suddenly realized he could not move. No way. Binding shadow? Chu Yunxuan's brow furrowed. Whoosh! At that instant, a streak of black light rushed toward him at an alarming speed. The overwhelming force and sharpness of the attack seemed intent on instantly eliminating Chu Yunxuan. Is this the fate of a domain warrior? Must I face an assassination every time I venture to train? Chu Yunxuan's eyes narrowed. He truly could not contend with a domain warrior. Was the spirit seal stone his only hope? He had no time to ponder. Chu Yunxuan retrieved the spirit seal stone. There was no other choice. He had to use it. Just as Chu Yunxuan prepared to shatter the spirit seal stone, whoosh, a sword raced in from afar. Another one? Chu Yunxuan's brow tightened. However, the sword, imbued with a terrifying force, surged directly toward the assassin targeting Chu Yunxuan. What? The assassin's pupils widened. He hastily halted his advance and leaped back to the ground. Who goes there? He demanded, gazing in the direction from which the sword had emerged. A figure clad in a mask and black robes approached. Who are you? The assassin from the Assassin's Alliance inquired. Hui Yuan felt speechless. Who am I? I am the one who dispatched you to kill Chu Yunxuan and seize the heavenly seal. Yet he could not reveal his identity. He had no other choice. My apologies. Brother. Hui Yuan pondered for a moment. Despite his numerous acts of murder and his lack of compassion, such matters stirred a hint of guilt within him. After all, it was he who had dispatched someone to eliminate Chu Yunxuan. Now, he found himself compelled to thwart this very assassination and eliminate the perpetrator instead. What a convoluted narrative this was. With the might of a celestial sovereign, Hui Yuan surged forward. The domain realm expert's pupils constricted in fear. Flee. This was his instinctive reaction. Yet, not everyone could match Chu Yunxuan. When a domain realm faces a celestial sovereign, it is akin to an ant confronting an elephant. In the blink of an eye, a flash of light appeared, and the domain realm expert was left decapitated. Hui Yuan glanced at Chu Yunxuan, then, with a gesture directed at the ground, he crushed the corpse along with the bloodied earth. His power enveloped the body, propelling it towards the horizon before vanishing from sight. Chu Yunxuan mused, could this be the infamous Hui Yuan? He recalled the third benevolent individual from the helping others system. Upon reflection, it had to be him. Quite fortunate. Indeed. With that thought, Chu Yunxuan resumed his cultivation with a sense of tranquility. Meanwhile, after a brief wait, Hui Yuan retrieved his phone. Master, he addressed respectfully. Is the task completed? Not quite. There have been some complications. A voice emanated from the device. Hui Yuan continued. The individual I sent suddenly became unreachable, and not a single sound could be detected. Upon investigation, I found he has been slain. Your man was killed? Indeed. What's his realm? 5-star domain realm master. It appears that Chu Yunxuan may have a powerful ally. I have not heard of any such strength at his side. Surely he did not commit the act himself? Unless he utilized a spirit seal stone. Regardless, we shall continue to send others to eliminate him. Understood, Hui Yuan replied. This time, we shall dispatch a stronger fighter. A celestial sovereign, for a more decisive approach. Understood. I shall obey. Hui Yuan slammed his fist against a tree in frustration. Damn it, he cursed. I must return once more. How is it that I am stuck in this predicament? He was left with no choice but to comply. Nevertheless, he needed to send a celestial sovereign. In Linen City, there was indeed another celestial sovereign, his deputy, who was a 2-star celestial sovereign, 3 ranks below him. However, therein lay a dilemma. Although he ranked higher, it would not be an easy task to eliminate the deputy. Should the deputy sense danger and flee, Hui Yuan would be unable to stop him. If he refrained from silencing the deputy, any discovery of his unique traits or techniques could lead to his downfall. He had to eliminate him to ensure his own safety. Why must Chu Yunxuan be in Linen City? Why must I be burdened with this mess? Boom. Hui Yuan sprang to his feet. No, I misspoke. I beg your pardon, esteemed senior. He quickly bowed. What should he do? Fortunately, he had a fair understanding of the deputy's abilities and strength. Killing him was certainly feasible. The crux lay in the powerful celestial-ranked spirit artifact he possessed, which could significantly enhance his combat prowess. Even with this artifact, Hui Yuan doubted his ability to defeat the deputy, let alone kill him. After deliberation, Hui Yuan had no other option. He made his way to an internet CAF, entering the storeroom where he checked the surveillance cameras. After a scan of his pupils, a wall slid open, granting him access to the Assassin Alliance's base. The base was sparsely populated, mostly staffed by technicians managing the information network. Master, they greeted him respectfully. Is the deputy present? Yes. Good, carry on. Hui Yuan proceeded to a chamber filled with abundant spiritual energy. A figure was immersed in cultivation, who opened his eyes upon sensing Hui Yuan's presence. Master Hua, is there something you need? The deputy inquired. Just a minor matter. Please, go ahead. The master has a mission and specifically instructed that a celestial sovereign be dispatched. Thus, I must trouble you to undertake this task. A celestial sovereign, you say? Is that truly a minor matter? What is it? Hui Yuan replied. To kill Chu Yunxuan and seize the heaven-overturning seal. Indeed, I suspected that with such a treasure in the hands of a mere spiritual realm youth, it would attract many eyes. Precisely, we must act swiftly. The deputy nodded. Understood. It's a simple enough task. I'll get to it. Wait, Hui Yuan called out. There is something I had initially intended to handle myself, but I have received another task. Thus, I wish to borrow your yin-yang duality disc. The deputy frowned. Master, that's my celestial-ranked spirit artifact. Rest assured, I will return it promptly. Consider it a favor owed. And should you require it in the future, you may borrow from me as well. Upon hearing this, the deputy relaxed his vigilance slightly. They had known each other for over a decade. While trust was scarce in such circles, they understood each other's backgrounds and knew no one dared betray the other. His only concern was that Hui Yuan might perish outside, leaving him without his artifact. However, he deemed the likelihood of that happening to be minimal. Very well. The deputy agreed, nodding. Hui Yuan felt a surge of relief. With this, he could utilize the celestial artifact without losing his own. After all, his intent was to eliminate the deputy. Chapter 192. Are you playing tricks on me? Hui Yuan watched as the deputy departed, releasing a long sigh of relief. What lay ahead was a significant challenge. A 5-star celestial sovereign facing a 2-star celestial sovereign to secure a kill was undoubtedly fraught with difficulty. Moreover, he needed to act swiftly, lest he attract the attention of the 3 major factions. However, the battle between celestial sovereigns was loud and destructive. He could only rely on a surprise attack to severely injure the deputy, perhaps even to eliminate him instantly. Fortunately, with the yin-yang duality disc he had cunningly acquired, he felt a sense of assurance. Hui Yuan was exasperated, lamenting the absurdity of his situation. He had no other choice but to act quickly. Hui Yuan hastily departed. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxuan continued his cultivation of the 24-word formula. In the shadows, the deputy of the Assassin Alliance had arrived at his location. How fortunate to find you here. I expected you would be at home, but you have ventured into this deserted suburb. This task is rather straightforward. The deputy contemplated. A celestial sovereign against a spiritual realm practitioner. Logically, he would not even need to engage in combat. The mere presence of his celestial sovereign aura could easily crush Chu Yunxuan. However, he was determined to ensure success, given the provincial leader of the Assassin Alliance had commanded it. Yet, he felt a twinge of concern. Success was paramount. It seemed he had acquired a reward in the form of a celestial sovereign spirit seal stone, granting him the ability to momentarily unleash the power of a 1-star celestial sovereign. He had previously slain a demon emperor with this strength, but he did not believe he could match Chu Yunxuan under such conditions. Therefore, he needed to ensure that Chu Yunxuan could not utilize the spirit seal stone. It was quite simple. With his celestial sovereign capabilities, he could eliminate Chu Yunxuan in an instant. Even if Chu Yunxuan reacted, he would not have time to deploy the spirit seal stone. This should pose no problem. I just need to find the right opportunity. Then, the deputy concealed himself in the shadows, slowly approaching Chu Yunxuan, seeking the optimal moment to strike. There was no way around it. Under normal circumstances, he would have swiftly resolved the issue without such complications. However, this was indeed Chu Yunxuan, known for his legendary swordsmanship that could vanquish demon emperors, and it was widely believed that he had been rewarded with a spirit imprint stone. Thus, caution was paramount. What appeared to be a straightforward task was fraught with peril. What kind of cultivation was this young man practicing? The deputy hall master was somewhat astonished. How could he be so dashing? As he scribbled a character, it seemed to soar forth, embodying its literal meaning. Was it the 24-character script? Surely not. He found it hard to believe. This was a unique skill of the Zhuge family, never before shared with outsiders. In fact, the only person from the Zhuge family who had the right to disseminate such a technique was Zhuge Feng. Yet, how could this be possible? Perhaps it was merely a resemblance to martial arts. At that moment, the deputy hall master noticed that Chu Yunxuan was engrossed in his writing, and he recognized this as his chance. Now was the time. With a swift motion, he unleashed his speed, a formidable force of the heavenly sovereign realm, augmented by wind attributes, making it hard to fathom just how fast he could strike in that moment. Chu Yunxuan sensed it. He could react, but advancing further would prove difficult. A heavenly sovereign? Chu Yunxuan furrowed his brow. Truth be told, he had not anticipated encountering a heavenly sovereign in Linen City. Moreover, due to the activation of his system, he knew that someone was there to help him through the crisis. Although he often toyed with his subordinate, the latter was generally reliable. Thus, Chu Yunxuan felt less vigilant. Yet, in that instant, the pressure of the heavenly sovereign's presence made him uneasy. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Hui Yuan surged forth with remarkable speed. Damn it, slow down, the deputy hall master exclaimed, suddenly feeling the weight of a 5-star heavenly sovereign's power directed at him, causing him to startle. Did this mean another was also intent on attacking Chu Yunxuan? Why is this aura locking onto me? He thought, realizing that risking severe injury or even death for a mere task was hardly worthwhile. He had the capability to instantly kill Chu Yunxuan but chose to abandon the notion. If he disregarded the powerful presence targeting him and pushed to eliminate Chu Yunxuan, he would likely meet his own demise. The deputy hall master swiftly evaded, creating distance. Who goes there? He demanded, eyeing Hui Yuan, who stood before him masked and silent, charging at him without a word. Why the hostility? What have I done to you? The deputy hall master protested, retreating rapidly. If your intention is to kill Chu Yunxuan, I want to interfere. Why must you attack me? Hui Yuan unleashed a lethal strike, intent on claiming his life. You scoundrel. The deputy hall master realized he could not afford to linger in this precarious situation and had no desire to confront this individual head-on. The best course of action was to flee. Not so fast. Hui Yuan retrieved the yin-yang disc. With his right hand, he swiftly grazed the surface of the disc with his fingers. Instantly, black and white light enveloped the deputy hall master, who gasped in horror. ISNT that my yin-yang disc? Hui Yuan, what is your game here? Trapped in the dual light, the deputy hall master pointed an accusatory finger at Hui Yuan, who remained silent. Soon, ethereal dragons of black and white emerged, relentlessly assaulting the deputy hall master. Hui Yuan knew that this was a heavenly-grade spiritual artifact, and to ensure the deputy's demise, he would have to take action himself. He was more than willing to do so. Gathering his strength, Hui Yuan prepared a powerful strike, while Chu Yunxuan observed from a distance, marveling at the unfolding spectacle. Impressive, Chu Yunxuan mused. The disparity of 3 stars, particularly among heavenly sovereigns, was monumental. Furthermore, the deputy hall master was ensnared within his own yin-yang disc. Otherwise, he would have escaped, given his wind attributes. As the attack continued, the deputy hall master gradually sustained grave injuries before collapsing to the ground. Hui Yuan, you coward. Are you playing tricks on me? Blood spewed from the deputy hall master's mouth as he trembled, pointing a quivering finger at Hui Yuan. Hui Yuan remained silent. Then, a sword flew through the air, severing the deputy's head. Having completed his task, Hui Yuan stowed the yin-yang disc and cast a glance at Chu Yunxuan before hastily departing. The ruckus had attracted attention, and he needed to find a different location to continue his cultivation. On the other side, Hui Yuan exhaled deeply. That was quite the ordeal, he thought. Relieved that everything had gone relatively smoothly, he then addressed the void above. Predecessor, I have done all that was asked of me. Will you now grant me mercy? I assure you, I will never lay a hand on Chu Yunxuan again. A crackle of thunder reverberated in the air, causing Hui Yuan to tremble. Chapter 193. You call this a lack of background? Hui Yuan felt an intense urge to curse. He was infuriated with the situation. wishing to confront the leader for all the troubles he had endured. Suddenly, he realized something crucial. This mysterious powerhouse had threatened him to accomplish two tasks. The first was to ensure Chu Yunxuan's safety, but what was the second? Damn it! Hui Yuan sighed heavily. He took out his phone, and the call connected. Hello? Hello, leader? He stammered. Is it done? The leader inquired. Leader, the deputy hall master, is dead. A 2-star heavenly sovereign? Yes. There was a brief silence. Did Chu Yunxuan kill him using the spirit imprint stone? Hui Yuan hesitated. Well, I'm not entirely certain. I sent him without much thought. After all, the deputy hall master was a 2-star heavenly sovereign. I never imagined he would fail. Yet here we are with such dreadful news. How could it be so challenging to kill someone of the divine passage realm? Hui Yuan, you must take matters into your own hands. But, leader, I fear my strength may not suffice, Hui Yuan quickly replied. He continued to explain, I am a 5-star heavenly sovereign, while the deputy hall master was 2-star. Given how easily he met his end, I doubt my 3-star advantage would suffice against Chu Yunxuan. It's of no concern. We have investigated Chu Yunxuan. He lacks substantial backing. It's likely he used the spirit imprint stone himself. If he could easily slay a demon emperor, it stands to reason he could take down your deputy hall master. Therefore, you should have no issues confronting him, and he will be caught off guard. Upon hearing this, Hui Yuan realized he could not evade the situation. No substantial backing? Get lost. He thought furiously. Who is it that threatens me now? Foolish dog. Understood. I shall proceed. It seemed as if the leader was right. Chu Yunxuan had likely used the spirit imprint stone, and he would certainly not expect to be targeted by a realm and 2 heavenly sovereigns on the same night. Go. The leader commanded. Yes. After hanging up, Hui Yuan stomped his foot in frustration. Was it so easy for him? His deputy hall master had been killed under his command. And now he was being sent to eliminate Chu Yunxuan. What was he to do? He couldn't possibly go through with it. Yet, he had to provide an explanation to the leader. Sigh. It seems I have no choice. Hui Yuan stood resolute, steeling himself. With a sudden burst of determination, he struck his chest with his palm. It was evident he was resolute, fearing the leader would see through him. Blood gushed forth as he staggered back. Damn. Is this what it takes to survive? But that was enough. Gritting his teeth, Hui Yuan drew his sword and repeatedly slashed at himself. With each cut, blood flowed freely. He cried out in agony before plunging the blade into his shoulder. Hui Yuan let out a cry of despair, gasping for breath. Approximately an hour and a half later, his complexion had turned ashen, his lips pale, and his expression feeble. Trembling, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Master. Hui Yuan's voice was exceedingly weak. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Another failure? Hui Yuan weakly responded. I have been incompetent. Cough. Am I severely injured? Let me see. Yes. Hui Yuan switched to video mode, and his image appeared on the screen. All right, you should focus on recuperating. The master instructed. Yes. I have failed in my duties. But wait, what was the reason? Hui Yuan replied. There was a strong protector. I cough. Don't know who exactly it was. What was their realm? Hui Yuan hesitated. The realm. I cannot be certain, but since I managed to escape, it should not be at the divine emperor level. The master replied. If it were a divine emperor, you would already be dead. Moreover, I do not believe Chu Yunxuan has a divine emperor backing him. Go and recover. You have worked hard. Yes. I take my leave. Hui Yuan then ended the call. Clutching his wound and wailing in agony. He had done his utmost. He truly had. Senior, he looked into the void and clenched his fist. I have done all I can. I am utterly incapable of protecting Chu Yunxuan any longer. The next one to act will likely be the master, whose strength is probably near the divine emperor level. I truly have no way out. At that moment, thunder began to gather in the sky. Hui Yuan's pupils contracted. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind again. Listen closely. Hui Yuan's pupils narrowed in disbelief. What? You want me to submit the list of the Killing Alliance members and report the master's true identity? You want me to credit all of this to Chu Yunxuan? Hui Yuan was left dumbfounded. Senior, let us leave a line for future encounters. Boom. In his already precarious state, a bolt of lightning nearly struck him dead. Surviving was his sole thought at this moment. The question of whether he would be captured became inconsequential, for he understood that failure to comply would result in his imminent demise. Given his current condition, capture should not lead to a death sentence. Instead, he could confess. With his cultivation at the Heaven Sovereign level, he might be able to redeem himself by exhibiting his capabilities. At the very least, he could survive. And with a lifespan long enough, perhaps in 10 or 20 years, he could rise again. Thus, he resolved, I will do it. I will act now. Meanwhile, in a certain city, a figure prepared to stand. He was the master of the Provincial Killing Alliance, determined to personally resolve the matter concerning Chu Yunxuan. As long as the individual backing Chu Yunxuan was not at the divine emperor level, he felt quite confident. He could not entirely blame Hui Yuan for his inadequacies. He had not anticipated a powerful protector behind Chu Yunxuan. Should I assassinate him or approach under another identity? He pondered. Assassination would require a prime opportunity. As a member of the Killing Alliance, he naturally possessed another undisclosed identity, vice president of the Provincial Judgment Council. After all, his realm permitted it, and he had been part of the Judgment Council for several years. It was perfectly reasonable for him to hold such a position. Very well. I shall proceed under that identity. This way, I can meet him in secret and swiftly eliminate him. He prepared to leave. However, at that moment, several figures entered the room. President, is there something amiss? He looked at the president of the Provincial Judgment Council, his immediate superior, puzzled. Who are these individuals? The president replied, these are powerful members of the appraisal group. The appraisal group? His brow furrowed. The appraisal group was composed of core members of the Judgment Council, each possessing at least heaven sovereign level strength. Their tasks often involved internal investigations. Once targeted by the appraisal group, one was likely in serious trouble. You are seeking me? The master asked, a frown on his face. Guanghong, someone has reported you as a member of the Killing Alliance. Please accompany us for questioning. Guanghong. Chapter 194. A new system activated. Guanghong was taken aback. Someone had reported him as a member of the Killing Alliance? No. While random reports were common, who would dare to report him? Fewer than 5 people knew he was the master of the Killing Alliance. His superior, his leader in the alliance, was one, and a couple of his subordinates knew too. That had been an accident, and he had considered eliminating those 2 subordinates. However, upon reflection, they were crucial figures in the alliance. The only reason they would expose him would be if they were caught and sought to lessen their punishment by implicating him. This was precisely why. Even among influential members of the Killing Alliance, it was best not to know each other's identities and appearances, unless they were peers working together. Even Guanghong did not know the true name or appearance of his superior. Could it be that someone got caught? He chuckled nervously. Me? A member of the Killing Alliance? Not just any member, but the master of the Provincial Killing Alliance, stated a powerful member of the appraisal group. Guanghong. This is disastrous. He could not withstand an investigation. He still had incriminating materials on his phone that he had not destroyed. It should have been straightforward to eliminate them, but he had never anticipated this turn of events. Very well, I will accept the investigation, Guanghong stated. His phone was in his spatial ring. He could not even destroy it. Please hand over the spatial ring for our investigation. Guanghong. This was it. Once they obtained the spatial ring, his phone would be discovered, and his identity would be exposed. It seemed he had no choice but to gamble. He took off the spatial ring, intending to pass it to one of them. In the next instant, Guanghong erupted in anger and attacked. However, the powerful figure appeared to have anticipated this. It seems there is no need for an investigation. Guanghong. I have already determined you are a master of the Killing Alliance. How could I not be prepared for you? Seize him. Why was he so certain? Because the individual who reported Guanghong was none other than Hui Yuan. Hui Yuan, Heaven Sovereign Level 5, had exposed himself as the top figure in the Killing Alliance of Linen City. Such a person's confession and report left little room for doubt. On the other side, Hui Yuan had just completed treatment from the Judgment Council's experts. The appraisal group members arrived. Judgment Master, has Guanghong been captured? I am certain he is my superior. I recognized him when we fought side by side. His mask shattered. Revealing his identity as the vice president of our Provincial Judgment Council, Hui Yuan hurriedly inquired. Yes, he has been captured. The details are being investigated. Hui Yuan's eyes lit up. Excellent. Rest assured, we will not disclose the informant's identity. Although you have blood on your hands, your significant contributions, along with your confession, as a Heaven Sovereign Level 5, will allow you to undergo rehabilitation. If you perform well, perhaps in 10 to 20 years, you may regain your freedom. Hui Yuan displayed a look of astonishment. Thank you. I will cooperate fully. By the way, I have already submitted the list of the Linen City Killing Alliance members, totaling 2,322 individuals. Undergoing verification, this is also a major accomplishment. Well done. Suddenly, Hui Yuan recalled something and quickly shook his head. Ah, Master, it wasn't me. It was Chu Yunxuan. It was Chu Yunxuan. Who is this Chu Yunxuan? The one who slayed the demon emperor with a single sword, Chu Yunxuan. He is the one who made the contributions. That one. Yes, indeed. Hui Yuan nodded repeatedly. I felt an instant connection with him, and we engaged in extensive conversation. His worldview is remarkably sound, and his words enlightened me profoundly. He was unaware of my true identity, yet I was deeply impressed by his character. This realization prompted me to reflect on my past. leading to my decision to turn myself in and report the matter. Oh, is that so? Hui Yuan affirmed, indeed. I must express my gratitude to him for granting me a chance at redemption, so I kindly ask that you commend him appropriately. All of this is due to his efforts. Well, what about your injury? This was sustained during a fierce battle with my deputy. I attempted to persuade him to reconsider his stance, but he resisted, and we ended up clashing. I have since eliminated him. Understood. I will relay this information to the higher-ups. Thank you, thank you. Hui Yuan sighed with relief. Perhaps now, the elder could bypass him, considering he had fulfilled all his obligations. 2 days later, Chu Yunxuan concluded his training. Although his divine comprehension did not rival that of the most advanced cognitive systems, it was nonetheless impressive, signifying mastery over 10 attributes and the ability to pursue understanding of the 11th. His rapid comprehension stemmed, in part, from his inherent all-encompassing attributes, all perfected to their utmost extent, making the process remarkably effortless. However, he was in no rush to grasp the 11th character of the 24-character lexicon. There was plenty of time ahead. Recently, he had indeed felt a bit fatigued and needed to unwind. Should he seek out Xiao Ying or Xiao Chuxue? Perhaps initiate the strategy for courting Xiao Chiyue? System, please randomly assign me the strongest goddess strategy for a while. Thank you, Chu Yunxuan remarked. There was no response. At that moment, Guan Xian sent him a message. Big brother, what have you done? Chu Yunxuan. Guan Xian, wow? The news from the tribunal reached the minister, who informed me of your significant accomplishments. Chu Yunxuan, what? Guan Xian, stop pretending. The assassination alliance in Linen has been completely eradicated. Over 20 students from Linen University were members of this alliance, albeit mere underlings. More than 2,000 individuals were apprehended. Moreover, one of the alliance's leaders has also been caught, which is a tremendous blow to the organization. Chu Yunxuan realized the implications. What about the rewards? He inquired. Rewards are certainly forthcoming, but more importantly, this honor holds greater significance. Trust me, slaying the demon emperor with a single strike and saving countless lives, combined with this event, will undoubtedly lead to your cultivation as a commander as you advance in age and rank. The future, quite frankly, is beyond my imagination. Do you understand the gravity of the situation? At that time, I will have to curry your favor. By the way, I should mention that I can be quite amenable to certain arrangements. Guan Xian said with a playful smile. Chu Yunxuan, that won't do. When the time comes, others will be vying for such arrangements. Your words will surely be taken into account. Guan Xian, all right then, get some rest. You truly are impressive. Chu Yunxuan stretched lazily. As for pursuing an official position, he lacked the aptitude and preferred personal freedom. He might not even consider it. Late at night, a chime echoed. Helper system deactivated. Ding. Congratulations, you have randomly activated a new system, shared boyfriend system. Chu Yunxuan paused momentarily upon hearing the name of this new system. This system could indeed bring him unexpected surprises. How should he put it? While he understood that systems were randomly activated, this one often initiated concepts Chu Yunxuan had never even contemplated. Invincible systems, hundredfold training systems, and the like were the types of systems he typically envisioned. The shared boyfriend system? Chu Yunxuan scratched his head, then examined the description. Shared boyfriend system. During the existence of this system, the host serves as a shared rental boyfriend. Upon activation, a website will be formed, and prospective customers may place orders. The host is encouraged to complete the orders diligently. Success in obtaining a 5-star rating from customers will yield rewards. Please note, if the host fails to secure a 5-star rating, no rewards will be granted. For each order, the host will possess 10 million in shared boyfriend service funds. This sum may only be utilized for the customer and is strictly prohibited for personal use. For every dollar spent from the boyfriend service funds that is accepted by the customer, the system will return an equivalent value of 1. Chu Yunxuan's eyes brightened. This system seemed rather appealing. Although it entailed becoming a shared boyfriend, the rewards appeared substantial, setting aside the potential rewards for achieving 5 stars. The most basic premise was enticing. Each service client would provide 10 million in boyfriend service funds, which could only be used for the female client. This was inconsequential. The key was that for every dollar spent on her behalf, Chu Yunxuan could earn 1 point in system value. If the entire 10 million were exhausted, that would translate to a whopping 10 million in system value. This system promised substantial gains. Is there anything I need to do? There was no reply. Never mind. I shall resume my training. It seems someone is seeking me. The following morning, Chu Yunxuan arrived at Linen University. His previous experience with the most advanced cognitive system had allowed him to master the entire library. For a moment, Chu Yunxuan was at a loss regarding what to do next. Perhaps it would be more beneficial to venture into the realm of demon beasts for some practical experience. He arrived at the fairy convenience store, which was bustling with business. Jiang Ying happened to be present. Have you leveled up? Jiang Ying asked as Chu Yunxuan approached. Chu Yunxuan replied, not yet, still at the first star of the divine passage realm. I've been focusing on other aspects of my training. All right then. Chu Yunxuan glanced at Xiao Qiyue and quietly asked Jiang Ying, why does she seem a bit unhappy? Jiang Ying replied in a hushed tone. The fairy mentor is currently quite displeased. You'd best not provoke her. What happened? The business seems to be thriving. Jiang Ying explained, it's not a matter of business. You know the fairy mentor is indeed beautiful, right? Of course. Jiang Ying shot Chu Yunxuan an exasperated look. At Tianhua University, she was once renowned as the most beautiful mentor, celebrated throughout Tianhua City. However, upon arriving at Linen University, she believed she would still hold that title, only to encounter a formidable rival. Is there really another beautiful female mentor at Linen University? Indeed, not only is there one, but she also knows the fairy mentor. I'm not entirely sure of the details, but it seems they have known each other for many years. Could it be likened to your relationship with Xiao Chuxue? Jiang Ying nodded, somewhat. I have been in competition with Xiao Chuxue since childhood, but their rivalry appears to be even more intense. You wouldn't believe it, last night. The fairy mentor was so upset that she didn't even have the heart to play cards with me. I was considering deliberately losing to lift her spirits. Is it that serious? Chu Yunxuan remarked. Yes, indeed. Just a few days ago, during the college evaluations, the fairy mentor ranked one position lower than her rival, receiving a dozen fewer votes. Even if it's just a handful of votes, that title of most beautiful mentor now belongs to someone else, which has understandably upset her. Chu Yunxuan. Suddenly, Xiao Qiyue asked, hey, when did you arrive? I've been here for a while. The fairy is still not here. I'm so frustrated. Xiao Qiyue exclaimed. What is the fuss? You only lost by a few votes. That woman has been at Linen University for much longer than you have. It's only natural she has more popularity. Chu Yunxuan replied. That doesn't change the fact that I'm upset. That woman even sent me a screenshot of the voting results from the forum, flaunting it like crazy. It infuriates me. Jiang Ying consoled her. It's all right, just relax. The key issue is that we have a university reunion tomorrow. Since the students know that both of us are in Linen City and that the event is being held here, the fairy mentor will undoubtedly want to outshine her rival. I need your advice on how to compete. How about your realm? Xiao Qiyue remarked. With similar realms, we are both at the third tier of the law realm. Thus, you should outshine her in terms of appearance. She added, although this fairy believes she is more beautiful than her, this woman is indeed not lacking. It's a challenge. At best a draw. She contemplated the idea of bringing a fake boyfriend for appearances. Shaking her head, Xiao Qiyue dismissed the notion. No. I have a bet with her on who will succumb to the urge of finding a boyfriend first. It doesn't matter whether we find one or not. But the key is that this boyfriend must be exceptionally outstanding. Ahem. Chu Yunxuan cleared his throat, and Xiao Qiyue glanced at him. Oh, come on. You are still under 20. I would be ridiculed as an old cow eating tender grass. Chu Yunxuan replied. As you wish. That evening, in a beautifully adorned single apartment, a lovely woman sat before her computer as her phone rang. Hello, Chichi. You must come to the class reunion tomorrow afternoon. A girl's voice resonated from the other end. Ha ha ha, of course, I will be there, Lu Jiayi responded with a laugh. I just called Xiao Qiyue, and she will come too. It's been ages since the three of us got together. By the way, what realm are you in now? The law realm. There was a brief silence on the line. Back then, both of you had exceptional talents. I can't compete. I am still at the divine passage realm. What Lu Jiayi did not know was that although she and Xiao Qiyue were both in the law realm, much of their energy was devoted to teaching students. Had they focused on cultivation instead, their realms would undoubtedly be much higher. Lu Jiayi said, see you tomorrow. Wang Mingyue's voice came through. Oh, right, Chi-Chi. Have you found a boyfriend? I recently found an exceptionally outstanding one. Although he is nearly 30, he is wealthy and talented. Hearing this, Lu Jiayi was momentarily taken aback. Of course, I've found one. At our age, how could we not? Oh, you found one too? Then it seems Xiao Qiyue is still single. Lu Jiayi asked. So what's your boyfriend like? Is he handsome? Lu Jiayi quickly responded. Handsome. Extremely handsome. Is that so? I must see for myself. What's his talent? He is in the lower realm. Divine passage realm. Divine passage realm? That is average. How old is he? 20, but he doesn't look that young. Wang Mingyue exclaimed. Wow. A 20-year-old in the divine passage realm? Is that for real? Which prince did you snag? Indeed, a divine passage realm might be considered average. But a 20-year-old at that level was extraordinary. Lu Jiayi laughed. Ha ha ha. No way. Wang Mingyue continued. He must have strong attributes, right? Time or space? Or perhaps multiple attributes? Yes, he has them all: time, space, and also thunder and fire. Wang Mingwei chuckled. Well then, see you tomorrow. Your boyfriend should come, right? Her words carried a hint of disbelief. Yes, he will come. All right, see you tomorrow. Bye. After hanging up, Lu Jiayi couldn't help but slap herself, bitterly mumbling. For the sake of your pride, what will you do now? Chapter 196. The first client Lu Jiayi, Xiao Qiyue, and Wang Mingyue had known each other since childhood and shared a dormitory during university. The three had always competed in everything, a rivalry that persisted to this day. Wang Mingyue had gradually distanced herself as she could not keep up with Lu Jiayi and Xiao Qiyue. However, the competition between Lu Jiayi and Xiao Qiyue continued. Including their roles as mentors, a decision initiated by Xiao Qiyue. She believed that as warriors, they should not only be strong, but also contribute to humanity. Becoming a mentor was undoubtedly an excellent approach to broaden their horizons. Lu Jiayi could not fall behind, so she followed Xiao Qiyue's lead. Tomorrow afternoon was their class reunion, a troublesome affair. Wang Mingyue strongly encouraged her to attend, sensing that her boyfriend was quite extraordinary. Lu Jiayi aimed to reclaim her standing and showcase her superiority. When she heard Wang Mingyue mention her outstanding boyfriend, she felt compelled to assert that she had found an even more exceptional one. She anticipated that Wang Mingyue would be skeptical, eager to witness her embarrassment the following day. But where could she find a 20-year-old warrior with attributes of time, space, thunder, and fire, and who was also in the divine passage realm? Lu Jiayi was in despair. Why couldn't she control her tongue earlier? What could she do now? Perhaps she could concoct an excuse to say her boyfriend was unavailable tomorrow? That seemed to be the only option. But what if they inquired further? A 20-year-old in the divine passage realm was not unheard of, but possessing all four attributes. How many existed in the entire blue star? Lu Jiayi tugged at her hair, regretting her impulsive boasts. She wished she could call Wang Mingyue and confess that she had no boyfriend. Yet, how could she? She had made a grand claim and had to stick to it, or else she would lose all face. Just as Lu Jiayi was at her wit's end, a pop-up suddenly appeared in the corner of her computer screen. Initially, she thought it was an ad from a dubious software download and intended to close it. However, the advertisement read, still anxious about being pressured to find a boyfriend at home? Worried about attending a reunion without a date? Upset over your rival flaunting her exceptional boyfriend? Shared rental boyfriends are here. All the boyfriends you desire can be found here, guaranteed to provide you with enough face to shine at the gathering. Lu Jiayi thought. Scam. She immediately categorized it as a fraudulent advertisement and doubted that such a boyfriend with her desired conditions could possibly exist on that website. Who would want to be a shared boyfriend if they were that outstanding? She even questioned whether anyone meeting her criteria existed at all. Despite hovering her mouse over the close button, she hesitated. Perhaps it wouldn't hurt to take a look. Subsequently, Lu Jiayi clicked on the ad, leading her to a new page. Please enter the purpose for hiring a shared boyfriend. Lu Jiayi typed, class reunion. Then another page appeared. Please enter the conditions you have for the shared boyfriend. Lu Jiayi input, extremely handsome, around 20 years old, in the divine passage realm, wealthy, and possessing the attributes of thunder, fire, time, and space. Even as she entered this criteria, she felt it was absurd. Another page popped up. Please enter the time and location for the meeting and leave your phone number for the shared boyfriend to contact you. Lu Jiayi muttered. Now they want my phone number, and soon they want my bank account number, right? This is clearly a scam. Their tricks are getting more sophisticated. Yet, Lu Jiayi felt she had no other choice. She filled in the information, wanting to see what would happen. Tomorrow at 5 for the reunion. Meet at 4 at the Xingqing CAF. Then, another page appeared. Based on your criteria, we have filtered shared boyfriends that meet your requirements. You are required to pay a commission of 100,000 yuan. Upon seeing this, Lu Jiayi was convinced it was a scam website. Ridiculous. The conditions she set were outrageous. While she had the 100,000 yuan, she would only pay it if it helped her out of this predicament. But it was evidently a hoax. Just as she was about to close the page, a prompt caught her attention. Note, the commission is to be paid after the shared boyfriend service concludes. If the shared boyfriend requests any payment during the service, please report it immediately, and the commission for this transaction will be waived. If you confirm that everything is correct, please click confirm. Our shared boyfriend will contact you shortly. Lu Jiayi was momentarily taken aback. The commission is only paid after the service ends? How then do they deceive people? Or is this a more sophisticated scam that I am unaware of? Lu Jiayi found it difficult to understand. Could it truly exist? How could that be possible? A 20-year-old, exceedingly handsome individual, possessing mastery over the realms of space, time, lightning, and fire attributes. Whether such a person even exists is uncertain. Assuming he does, is it reasonable for him to simultaneously serve as a shared boyfriend? No matter how one considers it, it feels like a scam. Yet, payment is made only after the service concludes. The assurances seem quite convincing. This left Lu Jia in a state of inner conflict. Should she give it a try? After all, she felt she had no other options. Lu Jia hesitated for a moment before clicking confirm. Ding. Congratulations. The host has successfully received an order. You may view the target client's information through the shared boyfriend app on your phone. Chu Yunxuan opened his eyes. Wow. An order has come in. He quickly pulled out his phone to take a look. An unfamiliar app had appeared on his screen. Chu Yunxuan opened it. Click to confirm and view client information. He clicked confirm. Client name, Lu Jia age, 25 realm, 4-star rule realm measurements. Click to view beautiful photos, Chu Yunxuan. Wow, is it possible to have this feature? He decisively clicked. Subsequently, a series of stunning photographs akin to professional poses appeared. Various styles, from black stockings to white, were all present. Wow, is this real, or merely a system perk? Nevertheless, it must be said, she is indeed beautiful. The fact that she can overshadow Xiao Qiyue is not only due to her longer tenure at Linen University, but also her striking beauty. However, each has their merits. Ding. Inputting client details for a class reunion and the identities of other classmates. Ding. Client requirements. Must be handsome, no adjustments needed, mastery of the realms, no adjustments needed, 20 years old, no adjustments needed, attributes of time, space, lightning, and fire. No adjustments needed, wealthy condition, currently loading. Ding. The host has received 5 shares of Longting Group. Ding. The host has received a luxury car. Ding. Upon completing the order and receiving a 5-star review, the host may earn the reward of Master-Level Sword Intent. Chapter 197. Am I also a billionaire now? A series of system notifications resonated continuously in Chu Yunxuan's mind. Not important. None of it matters. He barely registered the system prompts, as the captivating photos of this enchanting woman named Lu Jia held his attention. When is she coming? Chu Yunxuan glanced at the order details. Tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock, meet at the entrance of Xingqing CAF, then attend the class reunion. Task reward, Master-Level Sword Intent. In simpler terms, the sword is the most universally appealing spiritual weapon. Everyone believes wielding a sword is the most impressive. However, to master any spiritual weapon, one must cultivate their skills effectively. For instance, to wield a sword, one must know sword techniques. Otherwise, it becomes a haphazard flailing, lacking any threat. Proficient swordplay requires formidable sword techniques, which can only be unleashed through mastery of the sword. Its destructive power, among spiritual techniques of the same level, is significantly enhanced due to the support of the spiritual weapon. All sword techniques and swordplay rely on one crucial aspect, sword intent. The stronger the intent, the greater the power. Yet, mastering intent is the most arduous task. What level does master-level sword intent represent? Defining the term master is somewhat ambiguous, but it undoubtedly implies a high degree of proficiency. This reward is, in fact, a substantial enhancement for Chu Yunxuan's combat prowess with the sword in the future. The next day, Chu Yunxuan received a phone call. Hey, Xiangu, are you at home? It was the voice of Yu Qianren. Yes, what's up? Chu Yunxuan inquired. Xiangu, my dad is looking for you. He is at the bookstore outside your community. Can you come over? Chu Yunxuan was taken aback. All right, I'll be right there. Great. Soon, Chu Yunxuan arrived at the bookstore, where Yu Qianren and his father, Yu Kaiwa, were seated in a corner. Xiangu, over here. Yu Qianren greeted. Chu Yunxuan walked over. Yu Kaiwa stood up, smiling, and extended his hand. Yunxian, it's good to finally meet you. I am Qianren's father. Hello, Uncle Yu. Chu Yunxian replied with a smile. Haha, please have a seat. I know you're busy, so I didn't want to impose too much. I just flew in and rushed to find you, Yu Kaiwa said with a grin. Chu Yunxian replied. Uncle Yu, you flatter me. I should be the one visiting you. Is there something you need? Yu Kaiwa said. I haven't properly thanked you for saving my son's life twice, so I'll get straight to the point. He then pulled out a contract from his briefcase and pushed it toward Chu Yunxian. I am a businessman. My cultivation is not very high, and I am uncertain how to express my gratitude to a talented martial artist. This is a share transfer document for 5 of Longting Group. Although it may not seem like much, it holds considerable value, as I only retain 27 of the company. Chu Yunxian was taken aback. The 5 shares of Longting Group were the very reward from his first order with the shared boyfriend system. The client's requirement was to be wealthy, and now, Yu Qianren's father was offering him the shares. Yet, everything seemed perfectly reasonable. Uncle Yu, this. Yu Kaiwa insisted. You must accept this. I owe you a life debt, twice over. If you refuse, I will have to liquidate these shares for you. My main intention is that Longting Group is still developing. This 5 can be liquidated for you to purchase spiritual weapons or cultivation resources. If you find it of no use, you may hold on to it. I believe its value will continue to appreciate. Yu Qianren added, Xiangu, just accept it. All right then, I want to be overly polite. Yu Kaiwa chuckled. Haha, come. Please sign here, and leave your fingerprint. Once everything was settled, Yu Kaiwa stood up and shook hands with Chu Yunxuan once more. I truly appreciate it. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask. While I may not be able to assist you in martial matters, I do have connections and resources. Thank you. Uncle Yu. All right. You two continue your conversation. I'll take my leave now. Yu Kaiwa hurriedly departed. Xingu, my dad has wanted to come for a while. But he has been busy, and you've been occupied too, which is why he only arrived today. Chu Yunxuan replied. No problem. I didn't expect anything in return. But the Yu family must know how to repay kindness. The only thing we can offer is money. Chu Yunxuan chuckled and patted Yu Qianren's shoulder. Then inquired, by the way, if I'm not being too inquisitive, how much is the 5 of your dad's company? Longting Group worth? You see, Longting Group is one of our family's enterprises. That 5 is worth around a few billion. Yu Qianren, what do you mean by saying it's not worth much? What kind of industries does Longting Group engage in? Yu Qianren replied, most of our business is in the hotel sector, but we also dabble in private jets and yachts. All right, understood. Please extend my gratitude to your father on my behalf. Hee, sure, I'm off to cultivate now. Go ahead. Chu Yunxuan muttered to himself. So now I am also a billionaire? Just then, a man walked in. Are you Mr. Chu? Yes, and you are? Greetings. I am Lu Xiaojie. Did you not purchase my Koenigsegg yesterday? I was instructed to deliver it here, Lu Xiaojie said with a smile, equally astonished. Lu Xiaojie hailed from a family of immense wealth in Linen City, renowned in business circles. In the realm of commerce, there are rules, just as in martial arts. Strength is paramount, yet the business world holds its own significance. The development of a world like Blue Star necessitates substantial economic resources. Lu Xiaojie's own company was facing significant challenges, and he was reluctant to seek assistance from his father's family. Consequently, he decided to sell many possessions, including his beloved car. To his surprise, someone transferred a vast sum of money to him directly, without a contract or full understanding of the transaction. His account suddenly grew by 100 million. He had only intended to sell it for 70 million. Thus, Lu Xiaojie realized that this Mr. Chu was certainly no ordinary individual. He might be a business magnate. Upon seeing him in person, Lu Xiaojie was taken aback by his youthfulness, indicating he might be an even more formidable second-generation rich heir. Upon hearing Lu's words, Chu Yunxuan understood that it was likely all orchestrated by the system, as everything was designed to ensure he could fulfill the shared boyfriend-client order flawlessly. Catering to the client's desires, handsome, powerful, multi-talented, and wealthy. The luxury car was also part of the service for the order. Indeed, greetings, Lu Xiaojie smiled. Shall we proceed with the ownership transfer? Yes, certainly. As the afternoon approached 4 o'clock, Lu Jiai waited anxiously in the Xingqing CAF. Chapter 198. Is this integrity? Lu Jiai felt a wave of tension wash over her as she constantly checked the time. It was almost 4 o'clock. Where was he? She began to doubt if she had been deceived. At 20 years old, possessing mastery over the realms of space, time, thunder, and fire, he was handsome and affluent. Yet he was engaged in shared boyfriend services? The situation seemed utterly illogical. As the clock ticked closer to 4, she had yet to receive a call. Wasn't he supposed to contact her? If this continued, she would have to concoct an excuse about her boyfriend being unable to make it. What else could she do? What a fraud. Lu Jiai stood up, resolved to leave for the appointment when suddenly, a stunning supercar pulled up outside the CAF, attracting glances from many passers-by. Lu Jiai's curiosity was piqued as she observed a casually dressed man step out of the vehicle and head towards the CAF. Could it be him? Lu Jiai paused momentarily. Upon entering, Chu Yunxuan glanced around, spotted Lu Jiai, and offered a faint smile as he approached. Hello, Ms. Lu. I am a staff member of the shared boyfriend service. Lu Jiai was taken aback by the striking resemblance to the photos. She was astounded. Is this website for real? Can they genuinely find someone so handsome? She had merely sought someone attractive. She hadn't anticipated such exceptional looks. And what about that car outside? Though she lacked automotive knowledge, surely it cost tens of millions? Was it a company vehicle or his own? Ah, hello, Lu Jiai stammered as she shook Chu Yunxuan's hand. He aimed to maintain professionalism, knowing he needed to secure a 5-star review. He had no desire to jeopardize this by behaving inappropriately, risking the client's dissatisfaction. Ms. Lu, we still have some time. Please share the specifics of your class reunion, including what I need to accomplish, he suggested. Ah, sure, please have a seat. Lu Jiai still felt somewhat disoriented. Yet his handsomeness thoroughly pleased her. But it can't just be about looks. How should I address you? She inquired. You may call me dear, husband, or baby. Chu Yunxuan replied. Lu Jiai was taken aback. That's not what I meant. Let's set that aside for now. The thing is, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that I'm unfamiliar with your company's services. Moreover, I find it hard to comprehend why someone like you would engage in this line of work if you meet my criteria. Chu Yunxuan responded. How else could I meet such a beautiful woman as you if I didn't take on this role? Lu Jiai tossed her hair and retorted, that's a joke. If you truly possess such wealth, capability, and looks, women would surely pursue you. By the way, could you demonstrate whether you meet my conditions? I presume my attractiveness is self-evident, Chu Yunxuan replied. Indeed, you are quite handsome. He gestured to the car outside. As for wealth, Lu Jiai glanced at it and replied, that doesn't hold much weight, anyone could fake it. Chu Yunxuan nodded, then let a subtle aura emanate from him. Mastery of the realms. Lu Jiai's eyes sparkled. Subsequently, he extended his hand, flames swirling in his palm, followed by thunder. He pointed at a cup on their table, and it vanished, reappearing before them as a demonstration of his spatial abilities. Lu Jiai gasped in astonishment. How would you demonstrate mastery over time? Chu Yunxuan noticed a barista grinding coffee. In an instant, Lu Jiai watched as the person's movements slowed down, their actions stretching from 1 second to 10. Lu Jiai was left speechless. Good heavens, is this real? A 20-year-old, handsome, wealthy individual with mastery over the realms of time, space, thunder, and fire. Is this website truly capable of such wonders? Now you believe, don't you? Chu Yunxuan smiled. Lu Jiai beamed with satisfaction. I do. The commission of 100,000 is absolutely worth it. So, this reunion is for my university classmates. My college is quite prestigious, and the students' levels are commendable. The least gifted among them is likely at the Xiantian realm, with some having already reached the law realm. Chu Yunxuan nodded. I have 2 university roommates, whom I've known since childhood, and we've always been in competition. One, named Wang Mingyue, has an exceptionally talented boyfriend and is sure to flaunt him, while I told her. Lu Jiai recounted the background of the situation. Understood, Chu Yunxuan replied. My role is to portray the ideal partner, surpassing her boyfriend and ensuring you shine. Lu Jiai nodded eagerly. Exactly. But I believe you are already exceptional. In martial arts, her boyfriend cannot possibly compete with you. Then let us execute this performance flawlessly, concealing that we are merely pretending to be a couple. Indeed, Lu Jiai affirmed, you truly are professional. I have gathered sufficient information. Let us set off. Very well. Lu Jiai and Chu Yunxuan rose, and he gently wrapped his arm around her slender waist. She trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes locking onto his. However, she found his handsome face and sincere gaze to be utterly disarming. Since we are to portray a couple, some intimate gestures are inevitable. We should practice beforehand to ensure that when I act affectionately, you instinctively respond without revealing our ruse, he explained. All right, she conceded, suppressing any discomfort as they exited the CAF. Meanwhile, Chu Yunxuan internally rejoiced, contemplating how advantageous this system was. He even considered investing in a similar website, as it was remarkably convenient. He had never encountered a beauty of this caliber before, and now he was holding her close. Though it may be a matter of convenience due to his position, it is evident that such circumstances facilitate greater opportunities. Let's get in, Chu Yunxuan said as he opened the car door for Lu Jiai. How about we take my car instead? Lu Jiai suggested, eyeing Chu Yunxuan's luxury vehicle. What's the matter? Chu Yunxuan inquired. Lu Jiai explained, it's too ostentatious. It feels rather deliberate. With a chuckle, Chu Yunxuan replied, all right then. My car is over there. A white sedan, worth several 100,000, was parked nearby. Here, the car keys. Lu Jiai handed over the keys. With a roar of the engine, Chu Yunxuan pressed the accelerator, whisking Lu Jiai toward their destination. After a while driving, Chu Yunxuan's hand unexpectedly rested on Lu Jiai's thigh, causing her to shiver slightly. Chapter 199. He plays the big bad wolf. Lu Jiai harbored quite a fondness for Chu Yunxuan. Regardless of his motivations for engaging in such work, his gaze remained untainted, and he was undeniably handsome and capable. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that he was deliberately taking advantage of her. Before she could voice her thoughts, Chu Yunxuan remarked, if Miss Lu finds it bothersome, I can remove my hand. Lu Jiai smiled softly. I've just come to understand something. Oh, what is it? The purpose behind your line of work must be quite pure, merely to experience life or to attract women, right? Not for the latter. It's hard to conceive any other reason for engaging in such work. Chu Yunxuan chuckled. How do you typically pursue women then? Using your professional advantages, such as having a valid excuse to be close to girls, embracing them, or touching their legs, then seizing the opportunity to advance. Chu Yunxuan coughed lightly. Lu Jiai discreetly removed his hand, smiling as she said, I don't require that. Rest assured, my inquiries won't affect our performance. That's good, Chu Yunxuan replied. Am I correct in my assessment? With a smile, Chu Yunxuan said, if fate permits, development is certainly possible, right? Ha ha ha, you boys are really quite lewd. And rather dull too. With such talent, why focus so much on courting women? Lu Jia mused. Why do men strive for strength? Ultimately, it's for power, influence, women, longevity, and status. One of these reasons is rather mundane, isn't it? Chu Yunxuan asserted as he drove. That makes some sense, but you're only 20. You have plenty of time. For now, I believe the priority should be honing your skills. The divine realm has only just begun. Lu Jia nodded slightly. Ha ha, are you a teacher? Chu Yunxuan asked suddenly, laughing. How did you know? Chu Yunxuan glanced at her. It truly seems so? Yes, Lu Jia confirmed. Chu Yunxuan continued. I sensed you wanted to impart some life philosophies, which led me to believe you might be a teacher. Huh? Lu Jia tossed her hair playfully. Apologies. It's a professional hazard. I know another beautiful mentor too. Really? Have you courted your mentor? Chu Yunxuan asked. Not yet, but soon, I suppose. Lu Jia responded with a smile. Be careful. Don't develop any notions toward me, okay? Well, let's see how fate unfolds. Ha ha. Just kidding. Chu Yunxuan laughed. Dang. If it weren't for the 5-star review, would he be so restrained? Chu Yunxuan mused. However, the mentor I know, though beautiful, is rather carefree. Haha. I happen to know a mentor like that too. However, despite her demeanor, she is quite reliable. Chu Yunxuan nodded. Unbeknownst to them, they were speaking of the same individual. Chu Yunxuan had yet to realize that Lu Jia was, in fact, the renowned beautiful mentor from Linen University, who had garnered more votes than Xiao Qiyue by a considerable margin. Before long, the car came to a stop in the parking lot of a 5-star hotel. Now, we must perform our roles well, Lu Jia smiled. All right, Xiao Jia, Chu Yunxuan responded. Call me Chi-Chi. That's what those familiar with me use, Lu Jia said. Chi-Chi? Why's that? 6+1, Lu Jia replied. Chu Yunxuan nodded with a smile. Very well, Xiao Chi-Chi. The two exited the vehicle, with Lu Jia linking her arm with Chu Yunxuan's. This closeness was something she could accept, given the circumstances. The man beside her was her faux boyfriend, and for the sake of appearances and to avoid suspicion, she had to play her part well. Hey, Chi-Chi, over here. A girl waved from a short distance away. Mingyue. Lu Jia released Chu Yunxuan and hurried over. Wang Mingyue quickly approached, and the two girls embraced with laughter. Wow, you look even more beautiful, Wang Mingyue exclaimed. You do too. It's been 2 years, hasn't it? Lu Jia remarked. Wang Mingyue nodded. Yes, I missed you so much. Oh, by the way. Wang Mingyue then linked her arm with the man beside her and smiled. Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend. Gujun's gaze fell on Lu Jia. Though he appeared to be a gentleman, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Wow, I knew Wang Mingyue's friend was beautiful, but I didn't expect her to be this stunning. Let me introduce my boyfriend as well. Lu Jia began, but she suddenly froze. Oh dear, she didn't even know this guy's name. Chu Yunxuan interjected smoothly. Chu Yunxuan. Wang Mingyue and her boyfriend, Gujun, looked at Chu Yunxuan. To be honest, he was somewhat exaggerated in appearance, not the typical pretty boy nor the rugged tough guy, just a very normal-looking man. Yet, how could he be so strikingly handsome? It was difficult to articulate, but he simply radiated charm. Even Wang Mingyue, upon seeing Chu Yunxuan, felt her heart race unexpectedly. Chu Yunxuan, what a nice name. Gujun smiled as he extended his hand. Chu Yunxuan reciprocated with a grin. Haha, it's all right. Lu Jia glanced at Chu Yunxuan. Chu Yunxuan? That name sounds familiar, she thought. However, they seemed unaware that this was indeed the Chu Yunxuan renowned for slaying the demon emperor. Why is that name so appealing? Wang Mingyue asked. Gujun chuckled. Haven't you heard? Chu Yunxuan, the demon emperor slayer. Ah, so that's the one, Lu Jia exclaimed. Indeed. Haha. Chu Xiao, a pleasure to meet you. Gujun said. Likewise. Is that your car? Gujun inquired, glancing at the vehicle Lu Jia and Chu Yunxuan arrived in. Xiao Chi-Chi's, Chu Yunxuan replied. Haha. Why isn't Chu Xiao driving his own car? Gujun asked with a smile. I just took Xiao Chi-Chi's car for convenience. It's no big deal, Chu Yunxuan explained. Gujun smiled. Indeed, but typically, boys love their cars, especially young talents like Chu Xiao. I wonder what brand of car belongs to you. After a moment of thought, Chu Yunxuan replied, a Koenigsegg 1. A Koenigsegg 1. What a remarkable vehicle, Gujun remarked. Chu Yunxuan smiled modestly. It's nothing extraordinary. Haha. It seems Chu Xiao is indeed impressive. Please, after you. And you as well. Subsequently, Chu Yunxuan and Lu Jia entered the hotel, followed closely by Wang Mingyue and Gujun. Gujun remarked nonchalantly. You mentioned that your best friend's boyfriend is a fabrication, correct? I tend to agree. Just consider it, a 20-year-old with attributes of thunder, fire, time, and space, not to mention at the divine ability realm. Is there truly such a person? Even if there were, it would be preposterous. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The important point is that this vehicle is not his. He is merely pretending. A cold smile crept across Gu Jun's face. I suspect this man is indeed a decoy arranged by your friend. Besides masquerading as her boyfriend, he is also putting on a grand show. Why do I say this? The Koenigsegg one is limited to only 6 units worldwide, valued at over 50 million. I have a keen interest in this car and happen to know who possesses these 6 vehicles. Unfortunately for this Chu Yunxuan, he does not own one. Wang Mingyue's eyes lit up. He is boasting. Gu Jun responded with a smirk. Indeed, he likely learned the name of this car from somewhere, realizing its significance and worth. But he lacks any real understanding. Given this, it is highly probable that he is indeed a mere stand-in, summoned by Lu Jiai. Then let us expose them, Wang Mingyue exclaimed excitedly. Gu Jun replied, why rush? Wouldn't it be far more entertaining to unveil them in front of everyone? Absolutely. Let us follow them, Wang Mingyue said, her face brimming with malicious delight. Chapter 200. Surely, young Master Chu is not simple, right? Inside the hotel lobby, dozens of classmates were engaged in conversation. Many had brought along their boyfriends and girlfriends, as they were all around 25 years of age. All were martial artists of no small talent. The least among them had already reached the high stages of the profound body realm, with most having advanced to the profound heaven realm. In the context of Blue Star, a 25-year-old at the profound heaven realm is quite formidable, and the strength of their class was notably high. Is Lu Jiai here? A handsome young man inquired. Yes. She should have arrived at the hotel by now, another student replied with a smile. Hua Chen adjusted his collar, exhibiting a palpable excitement. Hua Chen was the organizer of this gathering. His motivation was simple. He had found success, gaining face, strength, and status. During their university years, he had been the class monitor. Though his talent and background were quite ordinary. In fact, he was merely of middling aptitude among his peers. However, in recent years, he had encountered fortuitous opportunities, skyrocketing from the profound heaven realm to the brink of the law realm in just 2 or 3 years, achieving a status akin to the top geniuses of their class. Additionally, his grandfather had received significant promotions within the Divine Alliance, and his father had also risen to become the deputy commander of the Divine Alliance in a certain city. Back in university, he had harbored feelings for Lu Jiai, but at that time, he felt rather ordinary and insecure. Lu Jiai, on the other hand, had always been the belle of the ball, with countless suitors. Many of those who pursued her in university had met with failure, and Hua Chen had lacked the courage to act. However, the situation had changed dramatically. Although his cultivation level still lagged behind Lu Jiai's, he was on the verge of advancing to the law realm. His background had also grown significantly, granting him confidence and the right to pursue her. Thus, he organized this gathering, euphemistically labeled a class reunion, but in truth, it was a chance for him to flaunt his success and express his feelings for Lu Jiai. Despite all his classmates being martial artists of the profound body and profound heaven realms, Hua Chen's formidable background within the Divine Alliance set him apart. This was something his classmates could not rival. Consequently, upon hearing of the gathering, they felt compelled to show him respect. For who knew when they might need Hua Chen's assistance in the future? After all, being the deputy commander of the Divine Alliance in a city is no small feat. Dear classmates, Hua Chen rose to address the group. I ask for your support in this endeavor. Ha ha ha. Rest assured, class monitor. If we can help bring you and Lu Jiai together, we will certainly do our part. Indeed, we all knew back in school that the monitor had feelings for Lu Jiai. Years have passed, yet he still holds a candle for her. Surely, this sentiment must have touched the heart of our campus beauty. When the time comes, just tell us what you need, and we will assist. Hua Chen smiled. Thank you all so much. Just then, the doors swung open, and Lu Jiai stepped inside. She is here. Wow. Lu, our campus beauty. You've become even more stunning after all these years. Welcome, Lu Jiai. Welcome. Everyone chimed in unison. Hua Chen's gaze was drawn to Lu Jiai, and he felt a spark of joy. Although years had passed, she remained breathtakingly beautiful. Suddenly, his pupils contracted as he noticed a strikingly handsome man walking beside her, with Lu Jiai casually linking her arm through his. The expressions of their classmates shifted as they turned to Hua Chen. Hey, what do you all mean by this? Can you only see Lu Jiai and not me? Wang Mingyue called out. Ha, Wang, our beauty, it's been ages. You are even more radiant. Mingyue, it's been so long. You look more beautiful than ever. Ha, greetings everyone. Wang Mingyue waved. Mingyue, you found a boyfriend and didn't he even inform us? A female classmate asked. Let me introduce my boyfriend. Gu Jun smiled and waved to the group. Hello everyone. Gu Jun, weren't you previously at Linen University? Gu Jun nodded with a smile. Yes, that is correct. Oh, you are the one. Your name is still on the Linen University Hall of Fame. Gu Jun chuckled. That was 6 or 7 years ago. I can't compare to all of you now. I hear your class is filled with top-tier geniuses. At 28. I'm merely at the divine ability realm, while you are all around 24 or 25, already at the profound heaven and divine ability realms. I can't compete. You are too modest. They all refrained from greeting Lu Jiai's companion, Chu Yunxuan, for an obvious reason. Lu Jiai had linked her arm with this man, implying their relationship without needing words. Given the dynamics at play, none dared to approach him, as Huaqin was the organizer of the gathering and was intent on pursuing Lu Jiai. In this situation, everyone chose to disregard Chu Yunxuan, leaving him in a state of neglect, as approaching him would invite Huaqin's ire. Huaqin smiled and walked over to Lu Jiai. It's been a long time. Lu Jiai returned a slight smile. Indeed, it has. Huaqin continued. You've become even more stunning. Thank you. Then, Huaqin turned to Chu Yunxuan and inquired. And who might this be? All eyes shifted to Chu Yunxuan. Lu Jiai leaned closer to him and stated, Allow me to introduce my boyfriend, Chu Yunxuan. That name sounds familiar. Surely, he must be someone noteworthy? Ha! To have won the heart of our Lu Jiai, he must be extraordinary. Wang Mingyue interjected, Indeed. Young Master Chu must be remarkable, given he has captured the attention of the lovely Lu. Her tone carried a hint of mockery, as she knew Lu Jiai's claims about her boyfriend were likely exaggerated, with attributes of time and space, thunder and fire. And at merely 20 years of age with divine ability, it seemed implausible. Just moments ago outside, he had boasted of owning a Koenigsegg 1. But her boyfriend Gu Jun had already seen through the faade. Thus, Wang Mingyue was convinced that Lu Jiai and Chu Yunxuan were undoubtedly a false couple. At the same time, she believed that Chu Yunxuan was utterly worthless. Wang Mingyue was eager to expose them, wishing to bring Lu Jiai immense shame. Let us talk about it, she urged. Indeed, we are all quite curious. Huaqin wished to divert attention away from Lu Jiai's male companion. Everyone, please take your seats. He said. Yes, the class leader has spoken. Let us be seated. Indeed, they echoed. Lu Jiai, come join us at our table, Huaqin remarked with a smile. Seemingly disregarding Chu Yunxuan entirely, everyone began to take their seats. Hua Xiao, Gu Jun called out to Huaqin. Oh, you must be Gu Xiao. It's a pleasure. They exchanged pleasantries. Oh, is there something else? Huaqin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. That will depend on Gu Xiao's own judgment, Gu Jun replied with a smile. Ha. Thank you, Gu Xiao. Please, Huaqin said heartily. Gu Jun had just shared some insights about Chu Yunxuan with Huaqin. Huaqin was no fool. The elements of time, space, thunder, and fire, along with the age of 20, could not possibly indicate a true mastery. Furthermore, claiming to own a Koenigsegg 1 was laughable. Huaqin's spirits lifted at the revelation that Lu Jiai had enlisted a fake boyfriend, one who was merely a pretentious show-off. Now, Huaqin knew precisely how to proceed. Shall we take our time with this? He suggested. Of course, let us toy with him slowly. Gu Jun nodded in agreement.